It's a super freak that can become infinitely stronger just by consuming garbage. Not only that, even the cursed remains of living beings can be decomposed into molecules by me, turning into nutrients for my body. All of this is because in this land filled with fierce beasts, there exists a world where ancient paths can lead to the divine. Every adult awakens some kind of innate ability. As for me, I was originally a genius with the innate ability of a teleportation portal. But unexpectedly, the portal turned out to disintegrate any object sent through it into scraps. Just when I was despairing, thinking this was a useless talent, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the portal offered compensation. Everything that is teleported and decomposed grants me related vitality attribute skills, and even rich compensation for my talents. From then on, all items in this world will become my nutrients. According to official information, the admission standard for an ordinary dance university is a vitality value of 150, while for a top dance university, it is 270. As the homeroom teacher Xia Ron's words echoed, the class group chat instantly became lively. Luo Chuan has a vitality value of 121, and there's still a year to reach 150. Zhongyu just hit 231 today. What about Ding Shuai's class beauty? Has the vitality value broken 270 yet? While everyone was passionately discussing, I was leaning on the sofa in an old room, the chat interface on my phone flickering in my eyes. On the day of my awakening 2 years ago, I crossed over and successfully awakened the A-grade talent of a teleportation portal, thinking my future would be smooth sailing. However, who would have thought that the teleportation portal I awakened would disintegrate any object sent through it into molecules? Originally, with the ability to traverse freely through the portal, whether launching surprise attacks in battle or transporting goods and personnel, I would have been unstoppable. But now, as soon as any item enters, the portal is immediately destroyed and disintegrated, leaving not even a scrap. Using it to transport is almost akin to seeking death. Clearly an A-grade talent, yet it's useless for cultivation. My A-grade talent has turned into a useless one, and I become a joke in everyone's eyes. With a long sigh, I withdrew my gaze from my phone. To say I don't envy others' talents would surely be a lie. In this world ravaged by fierce beasts, dancers are the absolute main force against them. Therefore, dancers not only hold a noble status in this world but also enjoy various privileges. Becoming a dancer is arguably the best way for ordinary people to transcend social classes. Unfortunately, although I awakened an A-grade talent, it is a useless one. Saying this, I stood up, walked to an open area, squatted down, raised my hands, and began to swing them vigorously. At this moment, I was practicing a method taught uniformly by the school upon entering the first year, the true dragon stance. Practicing this stance can enhance one's vitality value, but this method is extremely slow for increasing vitality. Typically, only the poor would choose this method to enhance their vitality, while families with wealth often use vitality pills or consume lean beast meat to speed up their vitality increase. However, this method is clearly unattainable for someone like me from a poor background. Not to mention the vitality pills that cost tens of thousands, even the most ordinary beast meat costs several hundred per pound. This is something I, as an orphan, cannot afford. After a long while, feeling exhausted, I finally stopped. After a short rest, I stood up and walked over to a scale-like device, standing still as I looked at the vitality measuring device displaying the number 43. I had a feeling this would be the case, and calmly stepped down from the measuring device. Due to the lack of cultivation bonuses from my talent, even though I practiced diligently every day for the past 2 years, my cultivation level still remained at the bottom of the class. The gap to reach the 200 vitality value required to become a dancer is immense. In the words of my homeroom teacher, Xia Long, it means I'm not suited for cultivation and should drop out and learn a trade instead. Leaving the vitality measuring device, perhaps I should really give up. A hint of relief appeared on my face, and after a while, I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me. I grabbed a can of Fanta from the table, and with a gulping sound, I quickly finished it. Then I waved my right hand and tossed the bottle aside. At the same time, the portal opened, revealing a deep black hole that swallowed the bottle. Habitually throwing away the trash, I headed to bed to rest. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in my ear. Due to a spatial malfunction in this dimension's teleportation, items have been destroyed. Compensation, 0.05 vitality. Hearing this voice, my body jolted upright from the bed, and in an instant, a light screen appeared before me. Name, Su Qingquan, martial skill, True Dragon Stance, 42% proficiency, requires 18% more proficiency to advance to the minor realm. Vitality value, 43, needs 157 more vitality to upgrade to a formal dancer. Looking at the mysterious panel that suddenly appeared before me, I momentarily displayed an expression akin to Ji Gong returning home. Gazing at the mysterious panel before me, a strong urge to cry surged within me. However, I quickly suppressed that thought. It only reacted because I had just thrown in a can. With this in mind, I immediately sprang up from the bed and dashed towards the fridge. I quickly took out an unopened chilled Fanta from inside and threw it straight into the black hole formed by the talent portal. Soon, the black hole swallowed the Fanta. Under my hopeful gaze, that mysterious voice echoed again, destroyed 1 bottle of Fanta, compensation, 0.05 vitality. Hearing this voice, a grin spread across my face. A bottle of Fanta can compensate 0.05 vitality, which means 20 bottles can compensate 1 vitality point. Although I've never taken vitality pills, I've heard that even a perfectly absorbed vitality pill can only increase 1 vitality point. Doesn't that mean 20 bottles of Fanta are equivalent to the effect of 1 vitality pill? In an instant, I was overwhelmed with excitement. I can't afford vitality pills that cost tens of thousands per gram, but can I not afford bottles of Fanta that only cost a few bucks? Then I seemed to go into a frenzy, my hands moving like shadowy phantoms as I darted back and forth in the fridge at lightning speed. Before long, the Fanta in the fridge had disappeared without a trace. After I finished, I looked back at the panel and found my vitality value had risen to 44. Looking at the now empty fridge, I suddenly seemed to realize something and abruptly stopped my actions. Wait a minute, if destroying trash can yield vitality compensation, then I can just go find some in the neighborhood. Annoyed, I slapped my head as a punishment for my foolishness. I immediately went out, heading straight for the trash can downstairs. When I arrived, I found not only was the trash can overflowing, but there was also quite a bit of garbage piled up next to it. I quickly approached the trash can and began tossing garbage into the nearby black hole portal, using both my hands and feet. I destroyed a bag of mixed items, gaining 0.1 health, and destroyed a bag of trash, gaining 0.05 health. Standing in front of the trash can, I smiled widely. The efficiency here is much higher than at home, and my mood has improved significantly. Before long, I had cleaned up all the trash in the neighborhood. After finishing everything, I opened the panel and found my health value had risen to 65. In a short time, my health increased by 22, equivalent to over 20 health pills. The efficiency was remarkable, and I felt ecstatic. At this rate, I'll soon reach the 200 health points needed to become a dancer. Feeling accomplished, I turned and walked towards my floor. After a period of rapid leveling up, I was no longer satisfied with cleaning up the neighborhood trash. The recycling station in my area undoubtedly had much more garbage. I decided to look for a job as a recycler there. My leveling speed would be even faster, and on top of that, I would earn a salary. It was a win-win situation for me. The next morning, feeling the surge of health within me, I quickly washed up, ate a few bags of instant noodles, and headed straight to the nearby recycling station. After confirming my talent for cleaning trash, I successfully got hired at the southern recycling station as a garbage collector. With the staff's guidance, I quickly arrived at my workplace. Eagerly, I approached the pile of garbage, opened the portal, and began my work. As a black hole appeared in the air beside me, I destroyed a bag of trash, gaining 0.04 health. The system notification chimed again, and my health and physical strength began to rise rapidly. However, as my health increased, I noticed something strange. Destroying the same type of item did not always yield the same health compensation. The health gains seemed random, or perhaps there was some pattern I had yet to discover. But I didn't dwell on this issue. Instead, I fully immersed myself in the trash cleaning work. The feeling of health increasing was simply wonderful. 2 hours later, the trash in the open area was cleared, and my health surged from 65 in the morning to 97, a remarkable increase of 32 health points, almost equivalent to the benefits of 40 health pills. This result filled me with joy. I clapped my hands, stood up with a smile, and walked aside. With my health skyrocketing, I felt hungry again and decided to take a break to eat something before continuing. It was now July, and although it was only 10 a.m., the scorching sun was unbearable. When I arrived at a nearby shaded area, I found quite a few people gathered, chatting in small groups. As I approached, a kind-looking uncle spoke up. "I'm Zhang Russian, but you can call me Uncle Zhang. Your talent is quite suited for trash cleaning." A glimmer of envy flashed in Zhang Russian's eyes as he spoke. While chatting with Zhang Russian, I learned that there were many nuances to the job of trash cleaning, which truly benefited me. After eating my fill and returning to the trash site, I continued to revel in the thrill of leveling up. Before I knew it, the pile of trash in front of me had dwindled to almost nothing. Feeling a bit tired, I murmured to myself that after clearing this trash, I would take a break. Glancing at the little trash left in front of me, I picked up a bag of garbage with my gloved hand and tossed it into the nearby black hole. I destroyed a damaged martial arts manual, gaining 0.1 1% proficiency in the True Dragon Stance. Hearing the system notification, I was taken aback. I then opened the system interface, name, Suchinquan, True Dragon Stance proficiency, 42%, requiring 18% more proficiency to reach the minor success stage, health points, 121, needing 79 health points to level up to a formal martial artist. Having practiced the True Dragon Stance for 2 years, I understood it well. The True Dragon Stance, as a foundational martial technique, not only enhances health but also relates to a dancer's breakthrough in realm. To become a martial artist, one must not only meet the requirement of 200 health points but also cultivate the True Dragon Stance to the minor success stage, which means achieving 60% proficiency to establish a solid foundation for martial arts before breaking through. This requirement seems simple, but in reality, it consumes a martial artist's time and energy significantly. The training of the True Dragon Stance becomes increasingly slow as one progresses. If it weren't for the school's requirement that one must cultivate the True Dragon Stance to minor success to breakthrough, most students might not have the patience and would rush for a breakthrough too soon. From snippets of conversation among the teachers, I learned that those truly gifted individuals, the cherished prodigies cultivated by various powers, all aim to raise their True Dragon Stance proficiency to over 80% to achieve a breakthrough. Otherwise, with their talent and resources, they could have become dancers at a young age. Why waste decades just to solidify their foundation? Moreover, once the proficiency exceeds 80%, each 1% increase could take a year of time and effort. As for achieving 100% proficiency, I had never even heard of such a thing. Who would be crazy enough to spend their entire life without becoming a dancer, wasting their time and effort just to solidify their foundation? Most dancers in this world break through using the minor success stage of the True Dragon Stance. Seeing that destroying martial arts manuals could directly enhance my proficiency, a smile appeared on my face. There were certainly plenty of damaged martial arts manuals in this recycling station. A day later, as the system notification sounded, I opened the system panel, name, Suchinquan, True Dragon Stance proficiency, 100%, reached the perfect realm, health points, 200, eligible to break through to an official martial artist. Looking at the system interface showing my health points at 200, along with the prompt that I could break through to an official martial artist, a smile spread across my face. Becoming a martial artist had always been my dream. I clenched my fists and forced myself to calm down. Then I went to an open area, swung my arms to perform the True Dragon Bow, and began to feel the energy swirling within me. Under the influence of the perfect realm of the True Dragon Bow, my health began to circulate naturally. Feeling the energy within me flowing like a swimming dragon, transforming my body and making it stronger, I fully activated the True Dragon Bow, and a wave of comfort surged through my body, reaching my soul. In that moment of success, I paused, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. With my breakthrough, the power of the True Dragon Stance I was performing surged dramatically. As I waved my hands, the air felt as if it turned to stone, swirling like water, forming a vortex in the air, enveloping me like a tornado. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated room, a middle-aged man in black, who had been leisurely enjoying himself, suddenly seemed to sense something. He looked out the window and murmured, "Is this a dancer's eruption or a beast's arrival?" With that, he moved swiftly to the window, leaped out, and headed towards the source of the disturbance. As the middle-aged man hurried along, I gradually adapted to my strength and physique and began to slowly cease my True Dragon Stance. The howling wind echoed as I stopped, and the vortex of air began to dissipate rapidly. Before long, the tornado vanished without a trace. Then, as if sensing something, I turned my head to look behind me. My gaze swept over several men before settling on the middle-aged man in black standing centrally. My intuition told me he was also a dancer. "Su Xiaoyu," said the man with a smile, nodding slightly. "If it's convenient, please come inside with me." Hearing the invitation from the man in black, I pondered briefly before nodding. Based on the identities of the men beside him, I had guessed that he was likely the head of the southern recycling station. It was very likely he sought me out due to the commotion caused by my recent breakthrough. Upon hearing my agreement, Huang Feng turned to speak a few words to the men beside him and then led me into a spacious and luxurious room. After we were seated, Huang Feng introduced himself. "My name is Huang Feng, and I am the head of the Southern Recycling Station and a dancer. You might not be familiar with some aspects of being a dancer, so let me give you a brief explanation. For rookie dancers, the choice after becoming a dancer involves martial arts techniques and combat skills. While these topics can easily be found in dancer forums, once you go through the dancer certification, you will quickly realize another aspect. After becoming a dancer, you can either go to a martial arts school for certification or to the official dancer department for certification. What I am about to explain to you is the difference between these two types of dancer certification. Listening to Huang Feng's explanation, I couldn't help but sweat a little. During school, teachers would occasionally mention matters regarding dancers, but since most students were not dancers, I didn't know much about the situation. For instance, regarding benefits, at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, led by the world's strongest master, the resources and martial arts techniques available to martial artists are far superior to those offered by official institutions. Of course, the official route has its advantages as well. Choosing to certify through the official department means becoming an official martial artist, which comes with numerous benefits that martial artists from schools might not receive. I lowered my head in thought. Huang Zhong had made it clear, becoming an official martial artist means choosing the path of power, while joining a martial arts school means choosing the path of strength. Both have their pros and cons. Soon, I solidified my thoughts. For me, who had an external advantage, becoming a martial artist through a school was undoubtedly the path I should choose to become stronger. After receiving my information about going to the martial arts school, we chatted a bit more. Huang Feng then said seriously, "If you have any questions later, feel free to contact me. I imagine you're eager to head to the martial arts school for certification, so I won't keep you." I replied, "Then I'll head for the martial artist certification now." With that, I went straight to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, as Huang Feng had mentioned. At that moment, I was eager to go for my martial artist certification, and I was also filled with curiosity about what would happen after becoming a martial artist. Before long, I arrived in front of a magnificent building and stepped toward the interior of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. As I headed to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School for my dancer certification, a boy in a blue short-sleeve shirt, appearing to be around my age, stepped out from Huang Feng's room. "What's so special about him that makes you treat him like this, Uncle Huang?" The boy voiced his inner question. His physique is unusual. That feeling indicates he has likely cultivated the true dragon stance to its peak before breaking through to become a dancer. Huang Feng shared his guess. Huang Feng's response caused a flash of shock in the boy's eyes. The peak realm of the true dragon stance was a level he had never reached. At that moment, he finally understood why Uncle Huang treated me with such respect. At this moment, Huang Feng had picked up his phone and started dialing. "Director Zhuge, I'm preparing to recommend a martial artist to join the school. His name is Su Qingquang, and he'll be heading to the school for certification shortly. He has broken through to become a martial artist using the peak realm of the true dragon stance." Meanwhile, after entering the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, I headed straight for the martial artist certification area, when suddenly, a voice came from beside me. "You must be Su Xiaoyu," said a man in a gray robe, looking like an ancient strategist. "Zhuge Ku here. Huang Feng just called me about you and shared your situation. If it's convenient, please come inside with me." Since I was in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and he mentioned Huang Feng, I readily accepted the invitation. As I followed Zhuge Ku into the room, I entered a spacious, simply decorated area where I occasionally trained. Once inside, Zhuge Ku turned to me and said, "Huang Feng shared some basic information about you over the phone. However, I believe in seeing for myself rather than just hearing." As he spoke, Zhuge Ku stood firm and extended his hand towards me. Seeing his gesture, I immediately assumed the posture of the true dragon stance and attacked him, as it was the only martial art I had mastered so far. While the core function of this martial art is to enhance health points, it also possesses a certain level of offensive capability. As I swung my hands, the air around me began to whirl rapidly, and I launched my attack toward Zhuge Ku. However, in response to my assault, Zhuge Ku merely raised one hand and effortlessly blocked it. With a single move, he easily defeated me. Yet, there was no sign of victory or joy on his face. Instead, his brow was furrowed. Zhuge Ku looked at me seriously, his tone tinged with caution. "Your true dragon stance isn't at the peak realm," he observed, and his gaze unconsciously carried a hint of expectation. Seeing Zhuge Ku's cautious demeanor, a hint of doubt crossed my mind, but I nodded and said, "I broke through to become a dancer using the perfect realm of the true dragon stance." Although I had my suspicions, when he heard my definitive answer, a look of disbelief crossed Zhuge Ku's face. After all, it had been over a decade since anyone had appeared in Ling City with a practitioner of the true dragon stance at the perfect realm. That individual had since become a renowned martial god among humanity. This was also why Zhuge Ku was momentarily stunned upon hearing my exact answer. The foundation of martial arts established by a practitioner of the true dragon stance at the perfect realm indicated that I had the potential to break through to the martial god realm. As for martial gods, they are considered top-tier powers in the entire human realm, not just in the Lin Xingji Martial Arts School. After confirming everything, Zhuge Ku's gaze towards me grew increasingly fervent. "Are you interested in becoming a signed dancer at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School?" His eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Upon receiving my affirmative response, a smile broke out on Zhuge Ku's face. He then began guiding me through the process of dancer certification and the related paperwork for becoming a signed dancer. Then I opened the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School app, intending to select the martial arts techniques and skills I wanted to practice. As a first-level signed martial artist, my gaze began to scan through various martial arts techniques. I eventually settled on a technique called the Azure Dragon Martial Arts. After filling in the address, I immediately clicked the Exchange button. The Azure Dragon Martial Arts is a technique I chose after much comparison, as it allows practitioners to cultivate the Azure Dragon body. Once the Azure Dragon body is cultivated, all physical attributes like strength, speed, and defense will be significantly enhanced, granting a substantial advantage in battles against martial artists of the same realm. Cultivating the Azure Dragon body to its peak realm could even allow one to transform into the legendary Azure Dragon, unleashing destructive power that could overshadow the heavens. Shortly after I selected the martial arts technique for exchange, someone knocked on my room door. Looking at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts manual in my hand, I murmured to myself, wondering if destroying it would allow me to directly comprehend this martial arts technique. With anticipation, I tossed the glowing Azure Dragon Martial Arts manual into the nearby black hole. I destroyed a complete copy of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts, gaining 20 proficiency points. As the system notification sounded, a flood of inexplicable memories surged into my mind. In the spacious room, a slender figure occasionally sat cross-legged, eyes closed, envisioning the shadow of the Azure Dragon, and at times stood up, moving gracefully as if the Azure Dragon soared through the sky. As time slowly passed, the slender figure persisted day after day, until one day, a sudden azure glow radiated from the boy, and then a powerful dragon's roar echoed throughout the room. A voice that echoed like a true dragon's roar filled the room, lingering for a long time. At this moment, the young man also stopped his movements and sat cross-legged. Coming back to his senses, Su Chen realized that he had gained many insights from the Azure Dragon martial arts. It felt as if he had truly closed himself off here, gathering all his thoughts and focusing diligently on practicing the true dragon martial arts. The feeling is different now. Su Chen lowered his head to look at his hands. The previously gray-brown skin had vanished, returning to a fair complexion, even appearing whiter and more radiant than before. Through his skin, Su Chen sensed that his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. If the most obvious feeling from practicing the rock-solid martial arts was that his body's defense had strengthened, allowing him to withstand blows several times stronger than before. Then at this moment, after practicing the Azure Dragon martial arts, Su Chen felt that his body had been comprehensively enhanced. Strength, speed, defense. It felt as if his body had been modified, optimizing all its functional indicators. No wonder it's an A-level martial art. Feeling his body was now several times stronger than when he practiced the rock-solid martial arts, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he finally understood the thoughts of those martial artists in the martial artist forum. He also understood why Zhugaku was so excited when he learned that his true dragon stance had reached perfection. The difference between A-level martial arts and ordinary martial arts was simply too great. After a moment, Su Chen calmed his mind and opened the system interface. Name, Su Chen Realm, First Stage Martial Artist, Body Refinement Stage, Martial Arts, True Dragon Stance, 100%, Reached Perfection, Rock Solid Martial Arts, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Success, Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Success, Vitality, 200, needs 200 Vitality to upgrade to Second Stage Martial Artist, Constitution, 100, can be improved through practicing martial arts. As the system interface appeared before Su Chen, a prompt sound echoed in his ears. Detected that the host practices two similar martial arts, rock-solid martial arts and Azure Dragon martial arts. You can choose to condense and eliminate one of the martial arts. The prompt sound made Su Chen pause for a moment. Eliminate a martial art? He muttered in confusion, his gaze turning to the rock-solid martial arts. After a moment of hesitation, he finally tried to speak. Eliminate the rock-solid martial arts. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, the insights regarding the rock-solid martial arts in his mind began to dissipate like flowing water. At the same time, a grayish book appeared in his hand, inscribed with the words rock-solid martial arts. Looking at the martial arts technique that had appeared in his hand, a strange expression emerged in Su Chen's eyes. It can actually be like this? As he looked at the rock-solid martial arts in his hand, many thoughts flashed through Su Chen's mind. Let's choose a martial skill first. Shaking his head, Su Chen opened the Extreme Path Home again and began to select martial skills. For a martial artist, it is not enough to only practice martial arts, one must also practice martial skills to unleash their full potential. Simply practicing martial arts would be like guarding a treasure mountain without knowing how to use it. When facing non-martial artists or martial artists with much lower realms, one might still hold an advantage, but against martial artists of equal strength, one would no longer be a match. After becoming assigned martial artist of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Su Chen not only gained the right to exchange for A-level martial arts but also for an A-level martial skill. At this moment, what Su Chen needed to do was choose a martial skill that suited him. Opening the martial skill page in the Extreme Path Home Store, a dazzling array of martial skills filled Su Chen's vision. Attack type martial skills, body movement martial skills, explosive martial skills, various effects, and different levels of martial skills flashed before Su Chen's eyes. In an instant, he was dazzled. While Su Chen was busy selecting martial skills, on the other side, Zhuge-ku entered a room decorated in a simple and solemn style. Director, this is Su Chen's relevant information. Zhuge-ku, dressed in a gray long robe, looked respectfully at the robust man in front of him and said in a low voice, "A martial artist who has broken through with the perfect true dragon posture?" Upon hearing Zhuge-ku's report, the robust man slowly spoke. His voice, however, was like thunder, echoing in the room for a long time. So, his martial arts foundation is sufficient to support him in directly cultivating A-level martial arts techniques? How many years has it been since Lin City has produced such a martial arts genius? Indeed, it still relies on me. Lei Zhan. Only under my brilliant leadership can the Lin City Extreme Martial Arts Hall grow strong and suppress the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. Listening to Lei Zhan's self-praise, Zhuge-ku couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he just wanted to ask, what does Su Chen's extraordinary talent have to do with you, Lei Zhan? Your brilliance? However, thinking of Lei Zhan's position as the director, Zhuge-ku ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. After a while, Lei Zhan finally calmed down and regained his composure. Has Su Chen's treatment been properly arranged? We can't let the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall and the officials know that we are stingy. It's all set. Zhuge-ku nodded. I have already signed an A-level contract with Su Chen. Good. However, just having an A-level contract is not enough. He has just become a martial artist and should be in need of money right now. Arrange for him to become a combatant in my Extreme Martial Arts Hall so that he won't face financial difficulties. In addition, pay more attention to safety matters. The intelligence of fierce beasts is increasing, and many human geniuses have been killed by fierce beasts disguised as humans. You should send someone to keep an eye on things. It's not easy for our Lin City to produce a genius, we must protect him well. Lei Zhan looked seriously at Zhuge-ku, who was standing not far away, and urged him, I understand, Director. I'll arrange it right away. In the room, after a round of comparison and selection, Su Chen finally chose the martial skill he wanted. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. This was an attack-type martial skill that matched the Azure Dragon martial arts technique. After a round of comparison, Su Chen ultimately selected this sword technique. Once mastered, this martial skill could not only unleash powerful force but also create sword shadows during the burst, allowing the martial artist to multiply their attack power several times. Cultivating this martial skill to its peak could even unleash 81 sword shadows at once, resulting in 81 times the attack power. Such attack power was nearly unstoppable by martial artists and fierce beasts of the same realm. The 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash and the Azure Dragon martial arts technique could be said to be a perfect match. After placing the order, soon, staff from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall arrived to deliver the martial skill. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately threw the Azure Book 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash into the nearby black hole. At the same time, a system prompt sounded, destroying a complete volume of 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. Compensation, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash proficiency plus 20. Along with it came a fragment of inexplicable memory. Still in the same room, a slender figure held a long knife, with a devout expression, swinging it day and night. Time passed until, at a certain moment, a blue light flickered from the tip of the knife. A loud roar suddenly echoed in the room. In an instant, 2 faint azure knife lights appeared in the void, flashing past, and the room was instantly devastated, with a massive crack appearing in the void. Watching all this, the slender figure in the image revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. A flash of blue light flickered in his gaze, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, as if a long knife existed in his hands. Only after realizing he was gripping nothing did he come back to his senses. Slowly withdrawing from that state, I'll go buy a long knife soon and test the power of the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon / he said, opening the system interface. Name, Suchen Realm, First Stage Warrior, Body Refinement Stage, Martial Arts, True Dragon Stance Proficiency, 100%, reached Perfect Realm, Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Accomplishment, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon / 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Accomplishment, Vitality, 200, needs 200 Vitality to upgrade to Second Stage Warrior, Physique, 100, can be improved through practicing martial arts. Looking at the system interface, Suchen nodded in satisfaction at the already initiated 9 Heavens Azure Dragon / before closing the interface. I have martial arts and attack type skills now, all that's left is weapons and movement type skills. Martial arts, attack type skills, movement type skills, and weapons are essential for novice warriors. Only after training these to a certain level can novice warriors attempt to leave the town and head to the beast battlefield to hunt ferocious beasts. Hunting ferocious beasts is a common way for most warriors to earn money. This is because hunting ferocious beasts is simple and profitable, and through it, warriors can enhance their practical combat experience. Of course, besides this, the official promotion and support are also significant reasons for warriors to venture into the beast battlefield. After all, since the sky changed and animals mutated into ferocious beasts, these beasts have become humanity's greatest enemy, constantly threatening human survival. Not to mention, during the time of the sky change, countless people died at the hands of ferocious beasts. Even now, it is unknown how many people die each year under the tide of beasts. For this reason, the authorities have always been promoting warriors to leave the towns and hunt ferocious beasts in the battlefield. After reopening the Extreme Path home and selecting the mall page, Suchen began to check the relevant information on movement type skills and weapons. I originally had 20,000 in savings, plus the 20,000 Uncle Zhang gave me, and the 110,000 from Huang Feng and Supervisor Zhuge, along with the 2 million bonus from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. These funds total 314,000. I just spent 50,000 on the rock-solid martial arts, leaving me with 264,000. But I can sell the rock-solid martial arts for cash. 300,000 should be enough to buy a decent weapon and a good movement type skill. With this thought in mind, Suchen began to browse through the relevant weapons and movement type skills carefully. However, when he truly started to look at the weapons and movement type skills, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So expensive!" Seeing that weapons and skills in the mall often cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, Suchen suddenly felt that his earlier thoughts were somewhat presumptuous. A D-grade movement type skill costs tens of thousands, while a C-grade one exceeds 100,000. The prices of weapons vary greatly. This is just two. It must be said that the prices of martial skills and weapons made Suchen feel somewhat discouraged. He hadn't felt it when he was exchanging earlier. But now, when using his own money to purchase, Suchen realized he had overestimated the purchasing power of 300,000. Why does it feel like becoming a warrior has made me poorer instead? Isn't there anything cheaper? He muttered, and couldn't help but open the warrior forum to explore how to buy cheaper martial skills and weapons. As Suchen searched, relevant information quickly popped up. I believe that friends seeing this message are all warriors who have been shocked by the Extreme Path Home Mall. Well, it doesn't matter. Seeing me is already a blessing for you. For new martial artist friends, whether it's martial arts techniques, skills, or weapons, all of these are very important. But what should we do if the things from the Extreme Path family are too expensive? No worries, next I will recommend a place with great quality at a reasonable price. The Martial Artist Market. Here, new martial artist friends can definitely find affordable martial arts techniques and weapons. The Martial Artist Market has everything, whether it's martial arts techniques, skills, or weapons. For martial artist friends looking to save money, you can definitely give it a try. The Martial Artist Market. Reputable sellers. We have all the martial arts techniques and skills you want. Welcome to the Liuguang shop. The Martial Artist Market is definitely the friendliest place for new martial artists. Glancing over the information, Suchen quickly discovered a place that many martial artists had mentioned multiple times. The Martial Artist Market. After carefully searching for information, Suchen found that the Martial Artist Market is actually a place for many martial artists to communicate and exchange items. Here, many martial artists share their gains, communicate with others, or sell to other martial artists. There are even shops in the Martial Artist Market that specialize in selling martial arts techniques, skills, and weapons. The Martial Artist Market. Ha! It might be worth a visit. With this thought, Su-Chen closed the page of the Extreme Path family and stepped towards the martial artist market. The martial artist market was not far from where Su-Chen was. In fact, it was located within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall itself. This market was originally established by the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall for martial artists to communicate, but it gradually evolved into a market with commercial trading attributes. After leaving the room and sending a message to Zhuge to inform him of this matter, Su-Chen walked towards the location of the martial artist market he had found. Soon, Su-Chen arrived at the corresponding floor of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall for the martial artist market. After verifying his martial artist identity, Su-Chen walked towards a large door. As he entered, he could see many people heading to the martial artist market just like him in the distance. Whoosh, stepping in felt like crossing through time and space. When Su-Chen opened his eyes again, he saw a bustling and vibrant large venue. Martial arts techniques on sale. Martial arts techniques on sale. We have all the martial arts techniques you want here. Weapons. From D-grade alloy weapons to B-grade treasures. We have everything. Sword techniques. Body techniques. Knife techniques. Come and take a look. Beast meat. Affordable and high-quality beast meat. The clamorous voices continuously rang in Su-Chen's ears, making him suddenly feel as if he had arrived at a vegetable market. There are places like this for martial artists? The lofty filter Su-Chen originally had for martial artists began to shatter at this moment. Shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts in his mind, Su-Chen stepped towards a nearby stall selling martial arts techniques. Sir, I have all kinds of martial arts techniques and skills here. You can take a look. As he stood in front of the stall, Su-Chen heard the stall owner speak. Su-Chen's gaze swept over the neatly arranged martial arts manuals, and then he spoke. Can I take a look? The owner glanced at Su-Chen and nodded. Sure. Casually picking up a martial arts manual, Su-Chen began to flip through it. It was a C-grade knife technique manual. Unconsciously, Su-Chen began to compare it with his own practice, the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. However, after comparing, Su-Chen found that this knife technique was not only far inferior in terms of level and power compared to his Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, but the manual itself was also incomplete. This technique has problems, right? After putting the knife technique manual back in its original place, Su-Chen looked back at the stall owner. Looks like this is your first time here. The shopkeeper appeared very friendly, lacking any sharpness typical of a martial artist. In response to Su-Chen's questioning, he was not angry but instead explained kindly. There's no problem with this manual, it was written by experienced martial artists. It's just that the content is not complete. After saying this, the shopkeeper continued. You must have purchased martial arts manuals from the Extreme Path House, so you should have some understanding of matters related to martial arts manuals. To write a complete martial arts manual, one must fully comprehend a martial art, and achieving that is quite difficult, so some martial artists take shortcuts, only writing about the martial arts content they have grasped. The manuals I have here are of this kind. They were written by martial artists who have not fully comprehended the manuals. Although the content is somewhat lacking, it is absolutely authentic. After that, the shopkeeper added, not just me, but almost all the manuals here are like this, otherwise, they wouldn't be sold so cheaply. After the shopkeeper's explanation, Su-Chen suddenly recalled what he had seen earlier on the martial artist forum. At this moment, he began to understand why, despite the existence of the Extreme Path House, there was still a martial artist market. Due to the uniqueness of martial arts, to make progress in a martial art, one must carry the manual around and study it constantly. However, the martial arts manuals sold by the Extreme Path House are too expensive, posing a heavy burden for ordinary martial artists, especially newcomers. In this situation, the martial artist market naturally emerged, where the martial arts manuals sold, although incomplete, were sufficient for most martial artists. Incomplete manuals? Looking at the neatly arranged manuals, Su-Chen couldn't help but murmur. At the same time, he unconsciously thought, I wonder if I can directly master this imperfect manual with my talent. If I can master it directly, then, at this thought, a spark of excitement flashed in Su-Chen's eyes. Boss, how much is this martial arts manual? Su-Chen suddenly spoke, looking at a martial arts manual placed on the stall. He wanted to test what the system would compensate for a damaged and incomplete martial arts manual. 100,000. The shopkeeper casually replied, looking at the D-grade martial arts manual Su-Chen was holding. This price was less than 1/5 of what the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall charged for their manuals. Without haggling, after paying, Su-Chen took the martial arts manual and hurried to a less crowded place. Then he summoned the teleportation portal and tossed the purchased manual into it. Shortly after, Su-Chen heard the system's prompt sound in his ear. Damaged a defective Qingfeng martial arts manual. Compensation, Qingfeng martial arts manual proficiency plus 10, as the prompt sounded. A strange memory suddenly appeared in Su-Chen's mind. Not bothering to consider the content of the memory, Su-Chen immediately opened the system interface. Name, Su-Chen Realm, First Stage Martial Artist, Body Refinement Stage, Martial Arts, True Dragon Posture, 100%, Reached Perfect Realm, Xinglong Martial Arts Manual, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Achievement Realm, Jotian Xinglong / 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Achievement Realm, Qingfeng Martial Arts Manual, 10%, needs 10% proficiency to upgrade to Entry Realm. Reaching Entry Realm allows for the condensation and removal of this technique. Qi in Blood. Value, 200, needs 200 Qi in Blood value to upgrade to Second Stage Martial Artist. Physique, 100, can be improved through practicing martial arts manuals. Seeing that the Qingfeng Martial Arts Manual indeed appeared in the system interface, Su-Chen's mood instantly became excited. In that moment, he turned to look at the many small stalls in the martial artist market and the continuous calls coming from them. Su-Chen could no longer feel any noise or confusion, nor did he have the mistaken perception that this was a vegetable market. At this moment, Su-Chen felt that this place was a treasure land. Is it only the incomplete martial arts manuals that can provide comprehension, or can all techniques do so? Also, if they are similar martial arts manuals, will the proficiency merge? While feeling happy, Su-Chen's heart was also filled with many doubts and speculations. I should go buy some martial arts manuals and give them a try. With that thought, Su-Chen immediately stepped towards the various vendors. After purchasing numerous manuals based on his guesses from the small stalls, Su-Chen found a corner and began to experiment one by one. Destroying a damaged Qingfeng martial arts manual. Compensation for Qingfeng martial arts proficiency plus 10%. Destroying a worn martial arts manual. Compensation for Qinglong martial arts proficiency plus 0.1%. Destroying a damaged Thunder Blade technique. Compensation for Thunder Blade proficiency plus 10%, destroying a worn blade manual. Compensation for Thunder Blade proficiency plus 1%, after destroying all the martial arts manuals he had purchased. Su-Chen gradually summarized the compensation rules of talent. For the same type of martial arts technique, destroying it would yield proficiency compensation for that same technique, enhancing his understanding of it. Destroying different types of techniques would allow him to directly master the corresponding technique. Moreover, if the technique was severely damaged, it would turn into a random proficiency compensation for a similar technique he had mastered. Additionally, depending on the level of the technique, the proficiency compensation received would vary. The higher the level of the technique, the lower the proficiency compensation he could obtain. At the same time, after conducting experiments, Su-Chen discovered that if his proficiency in a technique reached 20%, which was the entry-level stage, he could directly eliminate the technique when mastering a similar one. Furthermore, the eliminated technique would be returned to Su-Chen in the form of a complete technique. This is not just a martial artist market, this is clearly paradise. At this moment, looking up at the many vendors in the martial artist market, Su-Chen's expression completely changed. Countless ideas began to swirl in his mind. Acquiring severely damaged martial arts manuals to enhance his proficiency in the Qinglong martial arts. Purchasing similar martial arts techniques. Accumulating enough proficiency. Condensing and eliminating them, then selling them here for profit. A thought process that balanced making money and cultivating began to slowly form in Su-Chen's mind. After briefly running through the idea in his head, Su-Chen immediately stood up, ready to put his thoughts into action. Of course, Su-Chen also knew that there were many issues to consider when implementing this plan, and it required careful deliberation. Therefore, his main purpose for this visit was to understand the situation of the various stalls in the martial artist market and to inquire with the stall owners. He needed to know what precautions were necessary for setting up a stall here. During this process, Su-Chen also selected and purchased some martial arts techniques in beast meat. Some of these martial arts techniques were intended to enhance his martial arts and combat proficiency, while others were meant to be condensed and eliminated into complete techniques for future sale here. As for the beast meat, it was because after breaking through to become a martial artist, Su-Chen's consumption capacity had greatly increased. He needed to eat beast meat to maintain his daily life and training. After circling around the martial artist market, Su Chen had a general understanding of the situation. Not everyone setting up stalls here is a martial artist, many are actually non-martial artists, or they act as representatives for martial artists, helping them sell things here. Moreover, selling items here requires paying a certain fee to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. In addition, because there are so many stalls and the items sold are quite similar, to have a good business, one needs to find ways to advertise and increase visibility. Also, besides the vendors, there are legitimate shops here that sell complete martial arts manuals. After inquiring around and gathering relevant information, Su Chen gradually calmed down. It seems I was thinking too simplistically. After recording the relevant information in his notes, Su Chen couldn't help but think, even with the advantage of having the synthesized martial arts manual, opening up the situation is probably not that easy. After some thought, Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. This matter needs to be remembered for the long term. Holding the beast meat he had bought in his left hand and various martial arts techniques in his right, Su Chen stepped out towards the martial artist market. He had been at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy for quite a while, and it was getting late. So, Su Chen planned to go home first to solve the problem of his hunger. As for setting up a stall at the martial artist market, he intended to plan it out carefully after returning home. After passing through that door and experiencing that feeling of traversing time and space again, Su Chen returned to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Stepping out of the academy, he glanced back at the towering building and the ancient-style plaque above it. Su Chen withdrew his gaze. Although only a day had passed, it felt as if several months had gone by in his heart. The main reason was that he had experienced too much today. First, he had broken through to the perfect realm of the true dragon posture, and then he had broken through to become a martial artist in the junkyard. At the same time, he had met the martial artist Huang Feng, and through his introduction, he chose to go to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy for martial artist certification. Of course, the encounter with Zhugeku during the certification left a deep impression on Su Chen. After all, it was because of Zhugeku that he could become a contracted martial artist of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He also gained the right to exchange for A-level martial arts techniques and A-level martial skills, which allowed him to cultivate the Azure Dragon martial arts and Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. In addition to the martial arts techniques and skills, the 2 million bonus from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the 1 million bonus given by Zhugeku were also a great help to Su Chen. After all, without this money, Su Chen's plan to set up a stall would have been impossible to carry out. After withdrawing his gaze, Su Chen turned around and walked towards the community where he lived. Once, Su Chen's biggest goal was to become a martial artist and achieve a leap in social class. It seemed that once he became a martial artist, all his difficulties would be easily resolved. However, after truly becoming a martial artist, this idea faded significantly, because after becoming a martial artist, Su Chen encountered new difficulties. Everything seemed unchanged. Of course, Su Chen understood in his heart that everything had actually changed. He was very clear that if he hadn't become a martial artist, Huang Feng wouldn't have treated him with such an attitude. If he hadn't become a martial artist, Zhugeku wouldn't have been so polite to him. Moreover, if he hadn't become a martial artist, he wouldn't even have had the opportunity to practice martial arts techniques and skills, let alone enter the martial artist market. Becoming a martial artist had indeed changed a lot. But these changes were merely what the former Su Chen had longed for. For the current Su Chen, they no longer held such a significant impact. When Su Chen returned to the community, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. The heat was gradually receding, and more people were around in the community. Walking through the community, children occasionally passed by Su Chen, and seeing them added a few more layers of joy to his already happy mood. Just as Su Chen was about to step towards his residential unit, he suddenly heard a voice beside him. "The garbage over there is full. Remember to take care of it, brother." Turning to look, Su Chen found that the speaker was the boy he had met a couple of days ago while cleaning up the community's garbage. "Okay, I'll go take care of it right now." Not annoyed, Su Chen nodded with a smile. He then walked towards the direction of the garbage bin. Soon, Su Chen arrived at a garbage bin. Placing the items he was holding aside, he picked up the garbage and threw it into the nearby black hole. Damaged a broken charger. Compensation for vitality plus 0.007. Destroying a dimly lit Diga doll. Compensation for vitality plus 0.01. As the system's prompt sounded, a ripple appeared in Su Chen's eyes. and a smile crept onto his lips. After breaking through to become a martial artist, Su Chen had been busy with martial artist certification and practicing martial arts techniques, leaving him no time to enhance his vitality. At this moment, feeling the gradual increase of vitality within him, a sense of happiness welled up in Su Chen's heart. The feeling of becoming stronger brought him joy. Due to his breakthrough as a martial artist, Su Chen's work efficiency had greatly improved. Thus, in just a short span of 10 minutes, he had cleared all the garbage in the neighborhood. Glancing at the system interface, he noticed his vitality value had increased from 200 to 204. Su Chen frowned slightly, picked up the martial arts manual and beast meat, and headed home. After returning home, Su Chen first went to the kitchen to process the beast meat, then threw the inedible parts left over from the processing into the black hole, destroying a piece of a beast's broken organ. Compensation for vitality plus 0.01. Hearing the system's enhancement sound, Su Chen's expression brightened. After quickly stewing the processed beast meat in a pot, Su Chen then stepped into the living room. Once in the living room, he directly sat cross-legged on the sofa. He then began to plan what he would do next. In the martial artist forum of the Extreme Path family, Su Chen had taken the time to understand what new martial artists typically chose to do after becoming martial artists. Since new martial artists had not yet mastered martial arts techniques, their combat abilities were not strong at this time. They lacked the strength to hunt beasts on the battlefield. Therefore, the first thing most new martial artists did after becoming martial artists was to find a job, accumulate wealth, and match their martial arts techniques in weapons. Only after forming a certain level of combat power would they choose to go to the beast battlefield to hunt beasts, earning money while improving their combat abilities. Thanks to the system, I don't need to take this path. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Su Chen spoke softly. He had already figured out what he wanted to do in the coming days during his time at the martial artist market. For me, the fastest way to make money is undoubtedly by selling martial arts manuals. While gathering information at the martial artist market, Su Chen had also learned about the selling prices of complete martial arts manuals. Although the prices of martial arts techniques at the martial artist market were not as high as those in the Extreme Path family's store, they were still close to 90% of the price. For Su Chen, obtaining a complete martial arts manual only required paying 40% of its price. This way, even if he sold it at 80% of the price, he would still reap a profit of 100%. This approach is feasible. However, there are still a few issues to address in order to accomplish this. First, it's difficult for me to manage everything on my own. Although the allure of making money by setting up a stall was great, Su Chen was well aware that as a martial artist, he also needed to focus on another matter, improving his strength. In this situation, it was impossible for him to spend all his time on the trivialities of setting up a stall. At the very least, I don't need to personally handle the acquisition of broken manuals. So the most important thing to do right now is to find someone to help me complete these trivial tasks, while I only need to focus on the main aspects of this matter. Soon, Su Chen clarified his thoughts. Finding someone to assist him in this endeavor was the most pressing issue for him. Who should I look for? Su Chen frowned in contemplation. Many years ago, Su Chen's parents had died in a beast disaster. Aside from his parents, he had no relatives. Therefore, seeking help from family was clearly not an option. As for friends, the original Su Chen had a few friends in class, but ever since his talent awakened and he discovered that his talent was a waste, things had changed. Su Chen had gradually drifted away from them, so the path of friendship was no longer viable. Who else is there? Thoughts flowed through his mind as Su Chen began to ponder if there was anyone suitable among the people he knew. Soon, a simple, honest middle-aged figure slowly emerged in his mind. Right, I can ask Uncle Zhang? Suddenly, Su Chen remembered Uncle Zhang Russian, whom he had met at the South Wind garbage dump in the past few days. From their interactions, Zhang Russian seemed to be a steady and reliable person. Moreover, there was one more thing Su Chen had noticed during their conversations. Although he was not a martial artist, Zhang Russian had always researched matters related to martial artists. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been able to notice the changes in Su Chen's body due to his practice of the true dragon posture so quickly. Besides, Uncle Zhang has been inclined to get closer to me, so I believe he will agree if I reach out to him. When they were at the garbage dump, after realizing that Su Chen might become a martial artist, Zhang Russian had immediately shown a friendly demeanor. This was also why Su Chen thought of him so quickly. Without hesitation, Su Chen picked up his phone and called Zhang Russian. Hello, Uncle Zhang. There's something I want to discuss with you. On the other end, in an old building, Zhang Russian appeared somewhat restless. As soon as he sat down, he found himself standing up again. What's wrong with you? Ever since you got home, you've been so distracted. You're not usually like this. Seeing Zhang Russian's absent-mindedness, his wife couldn't help but speak up. Glancing at his wife, Zhang Russian wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and ultimately didn't say anything. Yet, the events from the garbage dump kept echoing in his mind. A martial artist. He really has become a martial artist. As he watched his wife leave, Zhang Russian's expression turned dazed. Although he had suspected that Su Chen might become a martial artist ever since he discovered that Su Chen's true dragon posture had reached a breakthrough, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. I just wonder if he still remembers the promise. Just thinking about this made Zhang Russian feel anxious again. He feared that Su Chen had forgotten his promise to him. Ever since he failed to get into the martial arts university and entered society after school, Zhang Russian's dream had shifted from becoming a martial artist and achieving a class leap to trying to curry favor with a martial artist to achieve a class leap. However, as he grew older, Zhang Russian understood that the chances of realizing his dream were becoming increasingly slim. This was also the reason he chose to financially support Su Chen after discovering that he might become a martial artist, because this could very well be his only opportunity in this lifetime. Yet, Zhang Russian hadn't anticipated that Su Chen would become a martial artist so quickly. Because of this, he became increasingly anxious. He feared that after becoming a martial artist, Su Chen would forget about him. Although their recent interactions had made Zhang Russian clear that Su Chen was not the kind of person to be ungrateful. Just as Zhang Russian was feeling uneasy, his phone suddenly rang. Reacting instinctively, he immediately picked up the phone. Su Chen? Seeing the name on the caller ID, Zhang Russian quickly answered the call. It's me. I'm Zhang Russian. I can't take the title of Uncle Zhang. Just call me Lao Zhang. I'll wait for you at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall tomorrow. You need me to help with something? Okay, I'll definitely go tomorrow. Alright, send me the details to my phone, and I'll look into it right away. After hanging up, Zhang Russian looked at his phone with an excited expression, feeling as if he were in a dream. He contacted me. Su Chen contacted me. I can't be dreaming, can I? Zhang Russian widened his eyes, looking around, afraid to discover that he was indeed dreaming. Although Su Chen hadn't specified what he wanted him to do over the phone, just the fact that Su Chen was willing to call him made Zhang Russian realize that he had made the right decision today. He was about to soar to great heights, achieving success. What are you doing? So startled, came his wife's voice from the kitchen, prompting Zhang Russian to instinctively reveal a simple smile. It's nothing, just encountered something happy. As he spoke, he stepped into the kitchen and tightly embraced his wife from behind. Xiao Fang, from now on, I won't let you suffer anymore. What nonsense! When have I ever suffered? It's always you who bears the hardships at home. As she spoke, the woman paused her actions, turned off the heat, and slowly leaned back against Zhang Russian. Although she didn't know what had happened, she understood that her husband needed her at that moment. Su Chen was unaware of the impact his words had on Zhang Russian. After hanging up the phone, his thoughts sank into other matters. With Uncle Zhang's help, setting up the stall will be much easier. Su Chen's mind wandered as he began to contemplate what he still lacked. What I currently lack are the necessary permits for setting up the stall, potential funding shortages, and promotional efforts after starting the stall. But these issues are all quite solvable. For funding shortages, I can start on a smaller scale, or I can find a job to earn some money first. As for promotion, I can attract attention from martial artists through price wars. After sorting out his thoughts, Su Chen's mood noticeably relaxed. He stepped over to the various martial arts manuals placed nearby and murmured to himself, now that everything is ready, I'll first synthesize the martial arts manuals I need, so I can sell them tomorrow. With that thought, Su Chen picked up the martial arts manual in his hand and tossed it into the black hole beside him. At the same time, the system's notification began to ring in Su Chen's ears. Destroying a damaged Qingfeng martial arts manual. Compensation Qingfeng martial arts proficiency plus 10%. Destroying a damaged Qingfeng sword technique. Compensation Qingfeng sword technique proficiency plus 10%. Destroying a damaged Thunder martial arts manual. Compensation Thunder martial arts proficiency plus 10%. Destroying a damaged martial arts manual. Compensation Qinglong martial arts proficiency plus 0.1%. As the system notifications rang out, Su Chen's mind suddenly filled with many inexplicable memories. Ignoring the changes in his memories, he focused solely on tossing the manuals in his hand into the black hole. Before long, the manuals in Su Chen's hands had completely vanished. In their place were more than 10 martial arts manuals and techniques. Of course, accompanying them was the Qinglong martial arts proficiency, which had already risen to 21%. Looking at the manuals in his hands, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he also caught a faint aroma wafting from the kitchen. Is the meat done? With that remark, Su Chen stepped toward the kitchen. Upon entering, he lifted the pot lid, and a rich fragrance immediately filled the air. He scooped the beast meat from the pot onto a plate, took the plate, and headed to the living room to begin enjoying his meal. The beast meat not only contained immense energy that could help martial artists maintain their normal lives, but its quality was also excellent. Even with just simple seasoning, Su Chen found it delicious. While savoring the beast meat, Su Chen didn't forget to take out his phone, open the Extreme Path Home app, and check for information related to martial artists. Just as he opened the app, he saw a message from Zhugaku. Fighter? Su Chen murmured softly as he looked at the term mentioned in Zhugaku's message. What is this? Filled with curiosity, Su Chen opened a link sent by Zhugaku. Fighter is a position specially set up by the Extreme Path Martial Arts School to cultivate talented martial artists. To become a fighter at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, one must regularly participate in scheduled beast competitions and fighter competitions each month. The treatment for fighters is extremely generous, with not only a high base salary but also substantial bonuses for each match won. From the link sent by Zhugaku, Su Chen learned that the fighters at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall are specifically tasked with battling fierce beasts and engaging in combat with other fighters. The requirements for this position are extremely high. One could say that every fighter is a martial arts genius. In fact, the existence of this position is to cultivate these martial arts talents. Therefore, the benefits of this job are quite generous. Zhugaku sent this message to Su Chen with the intention of inviting him to become a fighter at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Fighter? Sounds pretty good. I can agree to that. After understanding the situation of the fighters, Su Chen became more curious about the position and sent a reply of agreement to Zhugaku. Of course, in Su Chen's mind, he didn't take this matter too seriously. After all, no matter how generous the benefits, could it compare to him setting up a stall to sell martial arts techniques and make money quickly? So after replying to the message, Su Chen put this matter aside and continued browsing the martial arts forum. Registration details for setting up stalls at the martial artist market. How to improve the core competitiveness of your stall. Just learn this one thing, and customers will come to your stall continuously. 10 things new martial artists need to pay attention to. 3 tips for hunting fierce beasts. 6 major precautions for going to the fierce beast battlefield. One message after another flashed before Su Chen's eyes, giving him a deeper understanding of the martial artist world. After a while, once he had grasped the information he wanted to know, Su Chen closed the Extreme Martial Arts Home. Then he habitually opened the class group. I also want to go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to watch the competition. When can I become a martial artist? I envy Zhongyu, who can freely enter the Extreme Martial Arts Hall every day. Is this the martial arts arena competition at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? This person is so strong. Is a first-tier martial artist really this powerful? Don't talk nonsense. Although a first-tier martial artist is slightly stronger than a first-tier fierce beast, the gap can't be that big. The reason he is so strong is that he is a fighter at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a true martial arts genius. Opening the group chat, Su Chen found the class group in a noisy uproar. After browsing through the chat history, Su Chen discovered that the excitement in the group was because Zhongyu from their class had gone to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall today and recorded a video of what he saw to share in the group. It was this reason that stirred everyone's excitement. Su Chen was naturally familiar with Zhongyu. He was one of the top 3 martial arts geniuses in Su Chen's class, having awakened a B-level talent and recently becoming a martial artist. He was the kind of existence Su Chen had always aspired to be. Zhongyu? I wonder what his current strength is. After a day, Su Chen was no longer the naive person who knew nothing about martial arts. He understood well that although Zhongyu had been a martial artist for some time, it was hard to say how strong he really was. After all, according to the Martial Artist Forum, a new martial artist typically needs at least 6 months to initially form combat power. Mastering martial arts techniques and skills. And Zhongyu had only been a martial artist for about 4 to 5 months at most. Thinking about this, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps he couldn't even take one of my moves? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Su Chen looked back at the chat group and found that Zhong Yu was vividly recounting his experiences at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall today. What caught Su Chen's attention the most was the martial arts arena competition he had watched there. It was a battle between a fighter in white and a fierce beast. Although they were of the same tier, the white-clad fighter easily ended the fierce beast's life with a simple swing of his sword. Perhaps due to the powerful strength displayed by the white-clad fighter, Zhong Yu specifically recorded this segment and posted it in the class group. And in the words exchanged, there was an utmost admiration for the youth, as if the other was regarded as an idol. Martial arts arena, combat warrior? This video piqued Su Chen's interest. Of course, it wasn't because of the strength of the white-clad combat warrior. Su Chen felt that his current strength was not inferior to the other. What truly intrigued Su Chen was the clothing worn by the other. So the arena competitions can also be used for advertising. Looking at the logos of businesses emblazoned on the white-clad warrior's attire, Su Chen suddenly recalled something. In the martial artist forum, someone had indeed mentioned the idea of hiring combat warriors for advertising. In that case, I can try the arena competition tomorrow. With this thought, Su Chen briefly skimmed through the chat content before turning off his phone and stepping towards a nearby open space. In fact, for Su Chen now, checking the class group content was more of a habit. As for the classmates' comments in the group, they no longer stirred any emotional waves within him. After reaching the open space, Su Chen sat cross-legged and began to practice the Qinglong martial arts method. Early the next morning, after getting up, Su Chen headed straight to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. After all, what he was going to do today was crucial for his future development. When he arrived at the entrance of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Su Chen spotted a familiar figure waiting at the door from a distance. Uncle Zhang. Approaching Zhang Russian, Su Chen greeted him politely. Su, Lord Su, you are now a distinguished martial artist, so you can't call me Lord anymore. In this meeting, Su Chen could clearly sense Zhang Russian's nervousness and restraint. Compared to the Zhang Russian he had seen a few days ago at the South Wind garbage dump, he seemed like a completely different person. Uncle Zhang, you know my character, there's no need to be like this. Su Chen waved his hand and spoke softly. You can still call me Xiao Su, I'm not used to being called Lord. Su Chen's words made Zhang Russian hesitate for a moment. Then he said, then I'll call you Boss Su. Calling you Xiao Su doesn't seem appropriate. That works too. Seeing this, Su Chen decided not to insist further and nodded in agreement. Then his expression turned serious. Uncle Zhang, you saw the content I sent you yesterday, right? As he spoke, Su Chen looked up at Zhang Russian. After confirming the stall arrangement with Zhang Russian over the phone yesterday, Su Chen had organized the relevant matters into a document and sent it to him. It included Su Chen's upcoming plans and what he needed Zhang Russian to do next. I saw it, don't worry, boss, I will definitely complete the tasks you assigned. Hearing Su Chen talk about serious matters, Zhang Russian's expression also became earnest. For him, being able to connect with Su Chen was already a stroke of good fortune. Therefore, he took the tasks Su Chen assigned very seriously. He had spent the entire night studying the matters Su Chen had outlined. By now, he wasn't just confident, he was sure he wouldn't make any mistakes. Alright, then let's go into the martial arts hall to handle the paperwork. With that, Su Chen led Zhang Russian towards the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. After yesterday's experience, Su Chen was now quite familiar with the place and quickly brought Zhang Russian to the martial artist market. This is the martial artist market? Just like Su Chen's first visit here yesterday, Zhang Russian entered the martial artist market with a look of shock. Once Zhang Russian's expression calmed down, Su Chen nodded and said, that's right, this is the martial artist market. From now on, this will be the place where we strive. Su Chen's words excited Zhang Russian. Upon hearing the prices of martial arts manuals being called out from various stalls, his expression grew even more animated. After all, for him, even if he worked hard his entire life, it was uncertain whether he could save up 2 million. Here, a random martial arts technique can cost hundreds of thousands, with the expensive ones even reaching millions or tens of millions. Zhang Russian had never seen such a scene, and when he thought about how Su Chen would soon take him here to seek development, he couldn't help but feel excited. It was like when Su Chen was first brought into the financial industry by a friend in his previous life. Let's go. I'll take you to handle the relevant procedures first. Su Chen's words calmed Zhang Russian down. Remembering what Su Chen had instructed him yesterday, he immediately followed Su Chen's footsteps toward the place to handle the procedures. Due to the well-established system and policies, and since most of the people coming here to conduct business were martial artists, the staff handling the business were also very polite. Thus, Su Chen quickly completed the relevant procedures. Once everything was ready, Su Chen followed the staff's lead to the stall assigned to him. Behind Su Chen, Zhang Rushan followed closely, not forgetting to think about the matters the staff had mentioned during the procedure, which he needed to pay attention to when setting up the stall. After all, Su Chen had already briefed him on these matters yesterday. Su Chen would later hand over these related tasks to him. Zhang Rushan didn't want to disappoint Su Chen, nor did he want to miss this unique opportunity to turn his life around. In such circumstances, he naturally wanted to do his best to make this work. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, Su Chen arrived at the stall. Master Su, this is your stall. From now on, this area is yours, and you can dispose of it as you wish, said the young staff member respectfully to Su Chen as they arrived at the location. Those who work at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, especially in the profitable department of the martial artist market, are all very perceptive. They know who they cannot offend and who they need to treat with respect. Someone like Su Chen, who became a martial artist at such a young age, is someone they absolutely cannot offend. Therefore, throughout the process, whether handling business or chatting, the staff remained very respectful, even to the point of being overly courteous. Thank you, that's very kind of you. Hearing the young woman's words, Su Chen smiled and nodded. Not at all, not at all, she said, waving her hands repeatedly, then added perceptively, I'll take my leave now. Master Su, if you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time. Alright, Su Chen replied with a nod. After receiving Su Chen's response, the woman turned and slowly walked away. From now on, this will be our place, Su Chen said softly to Zhang Rushan after the woman left. Uncle Zhang, as I mentioned yesterday, since I have my own training to focus on, most of the stall matters will have to be handled by you. Don't worry, boss, I will do my best, Zhang Rushan replied. Nodding, Su Chen continued, let me reiterate. Next, you only have 2 tasks. The first is to purchase incomplete or damaged martial arts manuals at the lowest possible price, prioritizing martial arts techniques and sword techniques. In addition, you will sell the martial arts techniques and skills that I give you. Su Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Besides these 2 points, while you are acquiring martial arts techniques, please also keep an eye out for any channels for purchasing beast meat at a lower price. I need that. If you find a channel, let me know immediately. Understood, boss. The acquisition and sale of martial arts techniques would be the core business of the stall, so Su Chen emphasized it. As for asking Zhang Rushan to pay attention to the beast meat channels, it was because Su Chen planned to rely on the destruction of beast meat to gain blood compensation to increase his own blood value. The reason for this was that Su Chen discovered that after breaking through as a martial artist, the compensation for destroying ordinary trash had slowed down significantly. Compared to that, the blood and energy compensation from the destruction of ferocious beast meat is much greater. After completing the transaction, Su Chen's gaze shifted back to the vacant stall. Although it was called a stall, the place in front of Su Chen resembled a small house, much like the food stalls he often saw in his previous life. It stood there, square and solid. Should I give it a name? Su Chen suddenly spoke, looking at the empty stall. After a brief pause, he continued, let's call you the Qinglong stall. This name was derived from the martial arts technique Su Chen practiced, the Qinglong martial arts technique. Qinglong stall? Behind Su Chen, Zhang Rushan murmured, his face beaming with a smile. His gaze towards the stall was filled with a strong sense of belonging. For him, this stall represented the future of his family and the starting point for realizing his dreams. Then, Uncle Zhang, I'll leave these martial arts techniques for you to sell. Retracting his gaze, Su Chen handed the martial arts techniques he held in his right hand to Zhang Rushan. During the earlier formalities, Su Chen had already helped Zhang Rushan with the agency paperwork. Therefore, at the martial artist market, Zhang Rushan could act on Su Chen's behalf to conduct transactions for the martial arts techniques. Alright, boss, leave it to me. Hearing Zhang Rushan's words, Su Chen nodded and then stepped towards the exit of the martial artist market. Although the stall was now open, not many people knew about it. Su Chen's goal was to help the stall gain recognition. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Zhang Russian's gaze became resolute. He clenched his fists and silently vowed to do a good job, not to let Su Chen's expectations and trust go to waste. After all, as he passed by various stalls earlier, Zhang Russian had realized the preciousness of martial arts techniques. The techniques he held were probably worth millions. Since Su Chen could entrust such valuable items to him, he naturally could not betray Su Chen's trust. Su Chen, who was leaving, was unaware of Zhang Russian's thoughts. If he had known, his mood would have improved even more. In fact, Su Chen could confidently hand over the martial arts techniques to Zhang Russian because he understood this point. From their interactions over the past few days, Su Chen knew that Zhang Russian was not a heartless person who would forget loyalty for profit. Of course, aside from this, there was another reason: the difference in status. In a world where martial arts are divine, a non-martial artist would never dare to play tricks or betray a martial artist. After all, when facing ordinary people, although martial artists do not have the right to kill or seize, they absolutely have the right to act first and report later. When an ordinary person dares to offend a martial artist, it can be said that this ordinary person has already paved their way to death. This is the privilege of martial artists. Following the signs from the martial arts hall, Su Chen soon arrived at a vast, empty arena. The area was enormous, decorated in a solemn and cold manner, giving off a battlefield-like iron-blooded feeling. In the middle of the arena, a few people stood scattered, seriously watching, while on one side of the vast area, some staff members were busy. After scanning the arena, Su Chen walked towards the area where the staff were located. "Sir, what kind of match would you like to see?" A staff member greeted Su Chen with a warm expression. "We have ferocious beast arena matches, martial artist arena matches, and matches between martial artists and ferocious beasts. Besides that, there are also combat arena matches. Please let me know which match you would like to see. Arrange for me the nearest combat arena match." Before coming here, Su Chen had already learned about the martial arts arena matches from the Martial Arts Forum. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall's arena matches were specifically set up in a large area, which was further divided and provided with seating for the audience. The purpose of this arrangement was to attract more people to watch the arena matches. The arena competitions themselves are categorized into different types: the Beast Arena Competition, where fierce beasts fight against each other; the Warrior Arena Competition, where warriors battle one another; and the Combat Arena Competition, where fierce beasts face off against warriors. Of course, aside from these regular arena competitions, there is another type. That is the Combat Arena Competition involving genius warriors from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. It can be said that every participant who becomes a combatant of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is an absolute martial arts genius. The minimum talent awakened on the day of awakening is at least B grade. Throughout the entire Lin City, the number of combatants in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is hardly more than 30. Because of this, whenever a combatant participates in a combat arena competition, it attracts a lot of attention from warriors. After all, being able to become a combatant itself signifies being a martial arts genius, and they have their own unique insights into martial arts laws and techniques. Watching the matches of combatants can be quite beneficial for many warriors. "Alright, sir." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the woman quickly nodded and began operating the machine in front of her. In a short while, she handed Su Chen a piece of paper resembling a movie ticket. This was the pass to watch the arena competition. This combat arena competition is a match between Li Yao, known as the Sword Madman, and the second-tier fierce beast, the Night Grey Wolf. After receiving the pass from the woman, Su Chen stepped towards the area corresponding to this arena competition. Upon arriving, Su Chen could see many doors resembling those leading to a warrior market. Passing through the doors, Su Chen arrived at the arena competition venue. The venue was quite large, capable of accommodating thousands of people if filled to capacity. However, the seating for the audience was not many, only about 500 to 600 seats. Su Chen speculated that this was because the audience attending the arena competition were all warriors. With their noble status, the Extreme Path Martial Arts School naturally would not let them suffer any indignities. Following the guidance of the pass, Su Chen quickly found his seat. As soon as he sat down, a mechanical prompt sounded beside the arena, asking Su Chen if he wanted to mute the voices of others. After some thought, Su Chen chose to decline. After all, watching the arena competition, the cheers of other spectators also contribute to the atmosphere. Moreover, Su Chen wanted to take this opportunity to understand the thoughts of other warriors. Sure enough, as soon as Su Chen sat down, He heard the discussions of warriors not far away. Who do you think will win this arena competition? The sword madman or the night grey wolf? It's hard to say. Combatants generally have combat power far exceeding their peers, although the sword madman is still a first-tier warrior. In terms of strength, he has already reached the level of a second-tier warrior. But the night grey wolf is not an ordinary fierce beast. There are not many second-tier fierce beasts stronger than it, so this match is unpredictable. Alright, you claim to have some insight, but if that's the case, I'll just place a random bet. Go ahead, I'll place a random bet too, just for fun. Their discussion drew Su Chen's attention from the arena to a nearby electronic screen. It displayed two avatars, one of which was a young man dressed in white, carrying a long sword, but his face was obscured as he had his back turned. On the other side, the image depicted a fierce grey beast with a menacing appearance. The main purpose of this screen was to allow warriors to place bets, predicting which side would win. If guessed correctly, they could receive rewards, otherwise, they would lose their stake. The rules during this period were somewhat similar to betting in Su Chen's previous life. This rule was unique to the combat arena competition, designed to stimulate everyone's interest in watching the matches. It also encouraged combatants to participate more in the combat arena competitions. After all, if a combatant wins the arena competition, they can draw a share from the prize pool. Should I place a bet too? With a mindset for entertainment, Su Chen also placed a bet. He bet on Li Yao to win. After all, how should one say it? He is now a fighter, and in a way, he is considered an ally of Li Yao. After Su Chen placed his bet, a blinding white light flashed in the center of the arena, and at the same time, a figure in white appeared in the middle of the stage. Su Chen looked over and saw a young man dressed in a white long robe, carrying a long sword, standing coldly in the center of the arena. Is it him? At the sight of the young man, Su Chen's eyes moved slightly. He had seen the other party before, to be precise. He had watched the other party's battle videos, the white-clad fighter that Zhongyu had praised to the skies in the class group yesterday. I wonder if Zhongyu is here today. Minister, the arrangements for Su Chen's fighter arena competition have been completed. As soon as the people arrive, we can start immediately. In the office, a man dressed in the staff uniform of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall slightly bent over and reported respectfully. Good. Then you arrange the publicity first. When Su Chen arrives, let him start the arena competition directly. Behind the desk sat a burly man with an expressionless face. Hearing the staff's report, he nodded. Upon hearing the burly man's words, the staff member said yes and was about to step out to handle the relevant matters. However, after taking 2 steps, he hesitated and stopped. But, Minister, do we really have to arrange for Su Chen to face the Dark Knight Grey Wolf, which has peak second-tier strength, as his opponent in the arena competition? Su Chen has just been certified as a martial artist, arranging for a ferocious beast with peak second-tier strength. What if something unexpected happens? The staff member looked up at the burly man sitting behind the desk, his superior Zhuo Yi, showing a worried expression. When he received the task to arrange the arena competition for Su Chen, he specifically checked Su Chen's information, and upon discovering that Su Chen had only been certified as a martial artist yesterday, he felt a deep concern. Because if Su Chen had just been certified as a martial artist, it meant that although he was a fighter, his strength might not even match that of some martial artists who had been immersed in the first tier for a long time. Not to mention the Dark Knight Grey Wolf, whose strength far exceeded that of first-tier martial artists and was even stronger than most second-tier martial artists. Facing the Dark Knight Grey Wolf, Su Chen would likely be no match at all. After all, a martial artist's strength is composed of martial arts techniques, martial skills, and combat experience. And since Su Chen had only just been certified as a martial artist yesterday, it meant that he had never practiced martial arts techniques or martial skills before. In this situation, facing the Dark Knight Grey Wolf would be tantamount to seeking death. If this were a regular martial artist, the staff might have turned a blind eye due to the authority of their superior. But when it comes to fighters, he absolutely dared not. After all, every fighter possesses extraordinary martial talent and will grow to become a pillar of the human race in the future. Because of this, the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall is very careful with every fighter. Sometimes even the hall master would personally inquire. In this case, if something were to happen to Su Chen because of his actions, he could not bear the responsibility. With me here, what are you afraid of? Zhuo Yi raised his head, coldly glanced at his subordinate, and said coldly, just do as I instructed. I will personally be on site to oversee things and won't let anything happen to him. Yes. Hearing Zhuo Yi say this, the staff member could only nod in agreement and slowly retreated. Once the staff member's figure disappeared, Zhuo Yi couldn't help but coldly say, rushing to participate in the arena competition right after becoming a martial artist. Does he really think this place is a playground? Relying on a bit of talent, does he really think he is invincible? This time, I will make sure he learns a lesson, so he doesn't drag others down when he goes to the ferocious beast battlefield in the future. Zhuo Yi was naturally aware of Su Chen's situation. The reason why Su Chen was arranged to face a second-tier ferocious beast when it was discovered that he was a new martial artist was actually intentional on Zhuo Yi's part. As the person in charge of the arena competition, Zhuo Yi had always had reservations about the existence of the combat arena. He wanted to eliminate the special group of combat warriors or to apply the gambling rules of the arena to other competitions. In this way, the arena could bring substantial benefits to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, and as the person responsible for the arena, he would naturally benefit as well. This would greatly enhance his status and influence within the school. However, the existence and rules of the combat arena were determined by the headquarters, and a group of people within the school, led by Zhuge Ku, had always opposed his proposals. Under these circumstances, Lei Zhan, the head of the martial arts school, would naturally not heed Zhuo Yi's advice to break this rule. It was also for this reason that Zhuo Yi had long harbored grievances against Zhuge Ku and the group of combat warriors. In this situation, Su Chen, who had just become a combat warrior, sought him out to participate in the combat arena. This was undoubtedly a collision with Zhuo Yi's intentions. He wanted Su Chen to suffer a setback. It was precisely for this reason that Zhuo Yi arranged for Su Chen to face a second-tier ferocious beast. He wanted Su Chen to experience hardship, venting his inner frustrations. As for what was happening here, Su Chen was unaware. Upon seeing the white-clad youth Li Yao, known as the Sword Madman, take the stage, Su Chen's gaze shifted to the arena. Ever since becoming a martial artist, Su Chen's strength had greatly increased. After mastering both the Qinglong martial arts and Nine Heavens Qinglong Slash, Su Chen felt that he could easily defeat his former self. However, he did not have a precise definition of his current strength. He had come to observe the battle to find a reference point to determine his current abilities. As Su Chen's gaze fell on the martial arts arena, a massive roar suddenly erupted. A wu accompanying the roar, a gigantic gray figure, 1 meter tall, appeared on the stage. The second-tier ferocious beast, the night gray wolf, emerged, its eyes glowing red with a bloodthirsty hue. It seemed that in the next moment, it would pounce and tear Li Yao, who stood on the other side of the arena, to shreds. The moment the night gray wolf appeared, Li Yao, who had maintained a stern expression, also became serious. Although he was confident he could defeat the night gray wolf, the gap in realms was still evident. While he had the confidence to fight above his level, he also understood that the strength difference between him and the night gray wolf was not significant. Su Chen watched the standoff between the man and the beast, and at one moment, he saw the night gray wolf seemingly transform into a shadow, charging towards Li Yao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The air seemed to be torn apart, and a tremendous howling sound rang in Su Chen's ears. The night gray wolf is attacking. Be careful, some martial artists in the audience whispered instinctively. On the arena, the moment Li Yao saw the night gray wolf attack, he too transformed into a beam of swordlight, drawing his long sword and charging at the night gray wolf. Watching the two figures rush towards each other from opposite directions, Su Chen finally understood the origin of Li Yao's title, the Sword Madman. Slash! Crackle! The silver-white sword light sliced through the air, intertwining with the night gray wolf, producing a sharp, piercing sound. In an instant of collision, the man and the wolf quickly separated. However, at this moment, both Li Yao and the night gray wolf were evidently injured. Drops of bright red blood fell onto the arena, further inciting both the man and the beast, and soon their figures intertwined once more. Sword Madman! Sword Madman! Kill it! Kill this beast! Under the arena, some warriors seemed to have already been drawn into the fight, unable to contain their cheers at this moment. Compared to the fierce beasts, the human enemy, those present clearly hoped for Li Yao's victory. Crack! The sounds of intense clashes echoed continuously on the stage. Su Chen sat in the audience, his gaze fixed seriously on the arena. After several rounds of confrontation, Su Chen had already discerned the situation. On the stage, Li Yao and the Night Grey Wolf were actually evenly matched in strength. However, their strengths lay in different areas. The Night Grey Wolf, due to its higher realm, displayed superior power, speed, and defense compared to Li Yao. Although Li Yao appeared to be engaging directly with the Night Grey Wolf, Su Chen could see that during real confrontations, Li Yao often chose to use sword techniques to avoid direct conflict with the Night Grey Wolf. If the Night Grey Wolf's strength lay in its foundational power and speed, then Li Yao's strength was rooted in practical experience and martial arts skills. It was precisely because of his superb martial skills that he could contend with the peak second-tier strength of the Night Grey Wolf without falling behind. Li Yao's sword technique may not compare to my cultivated Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, but it is definitely a B-level martial skill. Su Chen thought silently as he watched the duel between the man and the wolf on the stage. While Su Chen was contemplating, the confrontation on the stage had reached its final phase. Both Li Yao and the Night Grey Wolf had suffered severe injuries after this period of fighting. In this situation, both were eager to kill the other. Thus, at this moment, their battle became perilous, as if victory or death was about to be decided in the next instant. Suddenly, at a certain moment, just as Li Yao and the Night Grey Wolf were about to clash, a white light burst forth in the air, reminiscent of a vehicle on a night drive suddenly turning on its high beams. It was blinding. On the stage, the Night Grey Wolf clearly did not anticipate such a turn of events. Instinctively, it paused for a moment. In that fleeting instant, a silver flash streaked through the air. Li Yao's long sword, like lightning, swept across the Night Grey Wolf. It then quietly fell back into his hand. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the stern-faced Li Yao sheathed his sword and walked away without looking back towards the other side of the arena. From Su Chen's perspective, all he could see was Li Yao's retreating figure. Meanwhile, the Night Grey Wolf seemed to freeze, standing motionless in the center of the arena. Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the Night Grey Wolf's body slammed heavily onto the stage. At the same time, a thin line of blood appeared on its body, accompanied by a slow trickle of blood. In that brief exchange, the Night Grey Wolf ultimately fell to Li Yao's hand. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted into intense cheers. Sword Madman! Sword Madman! Ah! Li Yao is so strong! Damn the fierce beast! Serves it right. Although everyone present were warriors, many couldn't help but shout in excitement at the sight before them. After all, the clash of blades and the dance between life and death easily stimulated one's nerves. Moreover, Li Yao had fought beyond his tier, defeating the peak second-tier fierce beast, the Night Grey Wolf, with his first-tier cultivation. Naturally, this stirred great excitement among those present. Compared to others, Su Chen's emotions remained relatively stable. He turned his head to glance around and then stood up, walking towards the exit of the venue. Having finished watching this arena match, it was time for him to participate in his own competition. On his way to watch the martial arts arena match, Su Chen had communicated with the head of the arena department based on the message Zhugako sent yesterday, confirming his participation in the upcoming match. Now that the battle between Li Yao and the Night Grey Wolf has ended, it is almost time for Su Chen to participate in the arena competition. I wonder who my opponent is and how they compare to the Night Grey Wolf. After the recent arena match, Su Chen has gained a relatively clear understanding of his own strength. Compared to the strength displayed by Li Yao and the Night Grey Wolf, Su Chen feels confident that he is at least as strong, if not stronger. After stepping out of the venue, Su Chen quickly found the staff responsible for the arena competition. Following the information he received, Su Warrior, the staff from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School were very polite in front of Su Chen. Seeing him approach, they hurriedly handed him a set of clothes. This is the outfit you requested. Su Chen took the clothes and looked at the embroidered words Qinglong Stall and the flying dragon depicted below. He nodded in satisfaction. This was something he specifically requested when he confirmed his participation in the arena competition. After all, while the excitement of the arena competition was alluring, he had not forgotten his ultimate goal for participating, to advertise the Qinglong Stall and facilitate the collection and sale of martial arts techniques. After changing into the outfit in a nearby lounge, Su Chen returned to the previous location. Upon his return, the staff quickly handed him a long knife. This is the weapon you requested, Su Warrior, and here is the information on the ferocious beast you will be battling. You can familiarize yourself with it first. Once you're ready, you can step through that door and head to the arena competition. Following the staff's guidance, Su Chen saw a large silver-white door. Retracting his gaze, He looked at the information detailing the ferocious beast he would face. Night Grey Wolf? Seeing his opponent's information, Su Chen frowned slightly, then a smile slowly appeared on his face. Putting away the information, Su Chen stepped toward the arena. He felt confident about facing the Night Grey Wolf. Arriving at the silver door, Su Chen stepped inside, and a sensation of weightlessness washed over him as he traversed through time and space. When Su Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar scene, the martial arts arena. However, unlike before, he was now standing on the arena stage. At the same time, Zhuge had just arrived at the lounge where Su Chen had been. Where is Su Chen? Upon entering the lounge and not seeing Su Chen, Zhuge immediately asked. His expression was unusually serious. It was no wonder he felt this way. Upon hearing that Su Chen was scheduled to battle a second-tier ferocious beast, Zhuge was nearly scared to death. Others might not understand Su Chen's situation, but he was all too clear. Just yesterday, Su Chen had been certified as a martial artist, and his current strength could be said to be among the weakest of martial artists. Even against an ordinary first-tier ferocious beast, Su Chen would likely struggle, let alone the peak second-tier strength of the Night Grey Wolf. Going up against it would be almost like seeking death. To put a martial arts genius who has perfected the true dragon posture, with a physique surpassing 100, and capable of training in A-grade martial arts techniques in such a dangerous situation. Zhuge Yi, I think you're really asking for trouble. At this moment, Zhuge's face was as cold as ice, both angry and fearful. He couldn't bear to think about what consequences he would face if anything happened to Su Chen. After all, he was a martial arts genius with the potential of a martial god. He has already gone up to the martial arts arena. Seeing Zhuge's furious expression, the staff cautiously replied. Having been with the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School for many years, it was the first time he had seen Zhuge so angry. You better pray that Su Chen is okay. Otherwise, every single one of you in the martial arts arena department can forget about having a good time. After saying this, Zhuge stepped toward the silver door. At this moment, he was praying that the arena competition would not start. In the lounge, the staff looked anxiously at the disappearing figure of Zhuge, standing there in a daze. Get Shui Yi to come see me. At that moment, Zhuge's voice echoed again at the door. On the martial arts arena, Su Chen looked around and noticed that quite a few people were already seated in the audience. At this moment, these people were discussing him. I didn't expect to be so lucky today to see 2 arena matches. It really is luck. But I haven't heard of this fighter named Su Chen before. Is he a new fighter? He shouldn't be. If he were a new fighter, how could his opponent be the second-tier ferocious beast, the Night Grey Wolf? That's true. Even if a fighter has great talent, it's impossible for a newly minted martial artist to have the strength of a second-tier peak. Let's just watch and see. I wonder what martial skills this fighter excels in and if he can give me some inspiration. Let's place some bets first. In one of the seats in the audience, a broad-shouldered youth was talking to himself while recording a video. Today is really lucky. Not only can I see my idols fight, but I can also watch another fighter's arena match. As the youth spoke, his gaze turned to Su Chen on the arena. However, the moment he saw Su Chen, he seemed to be struck by a huge impact. His eyes instantly filled with shock. Su Chen? How could it be him? The youth exclaimed in astonishment. Momentarily frozen in place, Su Chen merely glanced at the reactions of the crowd below before retracting his gaze. He looked to the other side of the arena, where the ferocious beast would appear. At that moment, a hint of anticipation arose in Su Chen's heart. After all, since becoming a martial artist and practicing martial arts and techniques, he had yet to engage in a real battle. This arena match could be considered the first fight of his life. Just as Su Chen was pondering this, a massive roar erupted from the other side. A huge gray figure appeared on the arena. Seeing the Night Grey Wolf on the martial arts arena, Su Chen tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand and began to focus on channeling his martial arts techniques. With the appearance of the Night Grey Wolf, a wave of intense commotion erupted from the audience. Kill it! Slay this beast! The fighter must win! Compared to the ferocious beast, a human enemy, it was clear that the martial artists present were more supportive of Su Chen. Of course, there were also some rational spectators discussing the likelihood of victory between Su Chen and the Night Grey Wolf. The Night Grey Wolf probably has a greater chance of winning. After all, it's a second-tier peak ferocious beast. The fighter Li Yao just now only gained the strength to slay the Night Grey Wolf nearly a year after becoming a fighter. And even if this Su Chen has greater talent, But he just became a fighter. I imagine his martial arts techniques are only at the beginner level, so he probably isn't a match for the Night Grey Wolf. These rational martial artists were well aware. A rookie martial artist, even a talented one, would find it difficult to contend with the Night Grey Wolf. Let's just see how long this Su Chen can hold out. On the arena, Su Chen was unaware of the discussions from the audience. After the Night Grey Wolf appeared, all his attention was already focused on his opponent. Roar the Night Grey Wolf stood on the other side of the arena, not launching an attack immediately. Instead, it remained in place, shaking its massive head, its bloodthirsty eyes scanning Su Chen for weaknesses, seemingly looking for a chance to strike and kill him in one blow. Since you're not making a move, then I will. Coldly staring at the Night Grey Wolf, Su Chen raised the long knife in his hand, simultaneously channeling the Azure Dragon martial arts and Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. In that instant, Su Chen felt his entire body filled with power. In his hand, the long knife transformed into a conduit of power. As he swung the long knife, a streak of blue light accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the arena. Moo on the stage, a blue shadow instantly attached itself to the long knife, while Su Chen's figure appeared before the Night Grey Wolf like a flash of lightning. He then swung the long knife, aiming to strike down the Night Grey Wolf. On the other side, upon sensing Su Chen's movement, a fleeting excitement flashed in the Night Grey Wolf's eyes. Its bloodthirsty gaze was momentarily filled with crimson. The grey figure dashed forward, leaving afterimages in its wake, rushing towards Su Chen. Su Chen at this moment was brimming with weaknesses. Seizing this opportunity, it could kill him. Slash! In the next instant, accompanied by a piercing sound, the man and wolf intertwined in an instant. At that moment, a dazzling blue light appeared on the stage, illuminating half of the arena. What's happening? Who won? What an intense battle! Under the brilliance, the audience could no longer see the situation on the stage. At this moment, they began to discuss among themselves. Of course, while debating, their hearts were also surging with passion and excitement. Clearly, this battle was even more thrilling than the previous one. After a moment, as the light faded, the crowd finally saw the situation on the stage. Su Chen still stood there in a simple long robe, his expression calm, holding the long knife in his right hand, which had somehow been sheathed. On the other side, the once bloodthirsty Night Grey Wolf lay motionless on the ground. A pool of blood began to flow from its body, spreading around the arena. A closer look revealed that the Night Grey Wolf had been cleaved in half from top to bottom. When this scene met the eyes of the crowd, a brief silence fell over the audience. Then came the fervent cheers. Su, the fighter, is too strong. The fighter is invincible. The beast died well. With one strike, he killed the Night Grey Wolf. This strength is probably comparable to a third-tier warrior. What exquisite knife technique! Is this the A-class martial skill Nine Heavens Blue Dragon Slash? When will I ever possess such powerful strength? The intense cheers reverberated throughout the arena, yet Su Chen's expression remained calm. In fact, he felt somewhat bored inside. The beast's strength is average. With a disdainful glance at the corpse of the Night Grey Wolf, Su Chen withdrew his gaze and stepped towards the side of the arena, preparing to leave and return to the resting room. However, before he could step away, a figure in a grey robe appeared on the stage. The arena match hasn't started yet, has it? Zhuge Ku, who appeared on the stage, looked at the unharmed Su Chen and let out a long breath. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the Night Grey Wolf's body, now split in two, with blood seeping into the arena floor. At that moment, Zhuge Ku's eyes froze as he turned to Su Chen. It's dead? He couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes betraying his shock. The Night Grey Wolf was a peak second-tier beast, and Su Chen, a newly certified warrior, had actually killed it? Soon, as if realizing something, Zhuge Ku urged, "Let's go, we need to leave here." With that, he stepped back, leaving the martial arts arena. Seeing this, Su Chen followed suit. Passing through the void gate, Su Chen and Zhuge Ku returned to the resting room where Su Chen had headed before the arena match. As soon as they appeared in the room, Su Chen heard Zhuge Ku's urgent voice ringing in his ears. Have you mastered the basics of martial arts and techniques? Zhuge Ku's eyes were fixed intently on Su Chen. Just now, he had figured it out. There was indeed a situation where Su Chen could kill the Night Grey Wolf. That was if Su Chen had entered both the A-level martial arts method and A-level martial skills. However, Su Chen had only certified as a martial artist yesterday. and he had only been practicing the martial arts method and martial skills for a full day. How could this be possible? Su Chen looked at Zhuge Ku, whose expression he was very familiar with, as he had seen it not long ago. It was when Zhuge Ku had asked him to confirm whether the true dragon posture was perfected. I've entered. Su Chen nodded gently, and after that, he added softly, I've entered both the Azure Dragon martial arts method and Nine Heavens Azure Dragon / although he had already had some suspicions in his heart. Upon hearing Su Chen's exact reply, Zhuge Ku was still shocked beyond measure. This is a true martial arts genius. At that moment, a complex emotion rose in Zhuge Ku's heart, one that was hard to describe. There was excitement and comfort in discovering a martial arts genius, but also a sense of loss as the waves of the sea rise behind the waves in front. When Su Chen and Zhuge Ku returned to the lounge, on the other side, the audience in the martial arts arena was already in a heated discussion. Was that Zhuge's supervisor just now? With such strength and talent, it's normal for Zhuge's supervisor to be alarmed. Looking at Su's appearance just now, he must have been practicing the A-level martial arts method and A-level martial skills. You all should know what this means. Perfected true dragon posture? Is there really someone who can achieve that? It seems that our Lin City is about to have another martial arts powerhouse. I noticed just now that this Su warrior has a symbol called Azure Dragon Stall on his chest. I might as well visit that little shop later. No matter what, it counts as making a good connection. Let's go together. I wonder if there's a chance to meet Su warrior, because the Beast Clan constantly threatened the survival of humanity. As martial artists, when they saw Su Chen's talent, everyone not only felt no jealousy but was rather pleased. After all, for every additional powerhouse among humanity, the pressure they had to bear was slightly less. The chances of humanity defeating the beasts increased a bit more. Amidst the laughter, many observing martial artists stood up and headed to the martial artist market to search for a shop called Azure Dragon Stall. For these martial artists, since Azure Dragon Stall was connected to Su Chen, investing in Azure Dragon Stall was tantamount to investing in Su Chen. Whether it was to get closer to this genius martial artist or out of public spirit to invest in a human genius, they were all willing to do so. Of course, among these martial artists, there was a robust young man who did not leave the audience seats. Instead, he sat there with a face full of entangled melancholy. His expression was as if he had seen something incredible that he was unwilling to believe. Is he really Su Chen? But how could that be? Didn't his talent turn into waste? How did he suddenly become a martial artist with such strong power? Zhongyu slumped in his seat, utterly perplexed. He couldn't understand how his classmate, who had previously lost his talent, had suddenly become a martial artist. Moreover, he had become a fighter in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and possessed such formidable strength. No, I can't be the only one feeling conflicted. After a while, Zhongyu suddenly sat up, as if he had thought of something. He took out his phone, opened the video he had just recorded, then clicked share, found the class group, and quickly sent the video content to the group. Moreover, seemingly worried that his classmates wouldn't see the news in time, he kindly chose to at all members. Since it's painful, let's all suffer together. Zhongyu's face showed an expression of let everyone be destroyed, and he said fiercely, he knew that over the years, many classmates had mocked Su Chen when they discovered his talent was a waste. He was very curious about what their expressions would be like upon learning that Su Chen had become a martial artist. Shortly after Zhongyu sent the video, the class group chat quickly became lively. Is this Su Chen? Our class's Su Chen? Zhongyu, where did you see this? How could Su Chen have such powerful strength? Wasn't his talent supposed to be a waste? How could he still become a martial artist? This can't be a synthesized video. Su Chen actually became a martial artist? Su Chen was unaware of everything happening here. At this moment, he was facing Zhuge Ku. After a long period of calming down and accepting that Su Chen had indeed mastered the entry level of the A-level martial arts, Qinglong martial arts and Jotian Qinglong / Zhuge Ku finally regained his composure. He looked up at Su Chen and said softly, "Come, I'll take you to meet someone." After saying this, Zhuge Ku turned around and stepped outside the lounge. He was going to take Su Chen to meet Lei Zhan, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Zhuge Ku knew very well that if before, when he discovered Su Chen had perfected the true dragon posture, he, as a senior member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, still had the right to arrange Su Chen's future development. Now, upon discovering that Su Chen had only spent a day mastering the entry level of Qinglong martial arts and Jotian Qinglong Jugaku clearly understood that he no longer had the right to interfere in Su Chen's matters. Even within the entire Lin City Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, it seemed that only Lei Zhan, as the head, still had the authority to intervene and arrange matters related to Su Chen. Although Su Chen was unsure where Jugaku was taking him, he was confident that the other party would not harm him, so he did not ask and simply followed closely behind Jugaku. Soon, under Jugaku's guidance, Su Chen arrived at the door of Lei Zhan's office. At this moment, Jugaku turned around and explained to Su Chen, "I'm going to take you to meet the head of the Lin City Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. His name is Lei Zhan." The head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall? Jugaku's words made Su Chen's pupils shrink involuntarily. As the world's #1 martial arts hall, even if it was just the head of the Lin City branch, that was still an absolute big shot. In the entire Lin City, in terms of status, he could definitely rank in the top 3. In terms of status, only the city lord of Lin City could barely surpass him. Hearing that he was going to meet such a big figure, even though he was no longer the same as before, Su Chen's emotions inevitably stirred for a moment. However, he quickly calmed down and restored his tranquil expression. Su Chen was confident that one day, he too could be as powerful as the other party, or even stronger. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Su Chen followed Jugaku into Lei Zhan's office. Soon, he saw a robust man. Unlike Jugaku's scholarly demeanor, Lei Zhan appeared much more fierce. If Jugaku gave the impression of an ancient strategist, then Lei Zhan exuded the aura of a battlefield warrior. It was a temperament forged through countless experiences of life and death. Blades and blood. Head. "I've brought Su Chen," Jugaku said, slightly bowing his head upon seeing Lei Zhan. On the way to meet Lei Zhan, Jugaku had already informed him of the relevant situation. So upon hearing Jugaku's words, Lei Zhan nodded slightly. "All right, I understand." After speaking, Lei Zhan's expression paused, and a hint of contemplation seemed to flash in his eyes. Then he continued, "Since you've brought him here, you can go handle other matters. It's time for some people to understand the rules of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall." Hearing Lei Zhan's words, Jugaku's expression tightened, and he nodded. "I understand, head." After saying this, Jugaku stepped out of Lei Zhan's office. At that moment, Lei Zhan's gaze turned to Su Chen. "You must be Su Chen." The moment he saw Su Chen, a smile appeared on Lei Zhan's lips, and his expression softened a bit. "Come, sit over here." Lei Zhan pointed to a nearby seat and then walked toward a place set up for guests. Following Lei Zhan's indication, Su Chen took a seat beside him. "Zhuge has already informed me about your situation. First of all, welcome to our Extreme Martial Arts Academy, talented warrior." Lei Zhan displayed a very favorable attitude towards Su Chen. A martial arts genius with the potential to become a martial god was someone worth treating with care, even for him. Moreover, according to Jugaku, Su Chen possessed extraordinary comprehension in martial arts. In just one day, he had managed to grasp the basics of 2 A-level martial arts, even with a perfect martial foundation built on the true dragon posture. Such progress was indeed rare. Even with Lei Zhan's experience, he had never heard of anyone achieving such a feat. In Lei Zhan's mind, he had already concluded that as long as Su Chen did not falter along the way, he would inevitably become a formidable warrior in the future. "It is also my honor to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy." In response to Lei Zhan's kind demeanor, Su Chen smiled as well. Human feelings are mutual. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lei Zhan's expression turned serious. "Su Chen, I called you here today mainly to discuss 2 matters. The first matter is that with your current displayed talent, it is no longer suitable for you to continue under the original A-level contract. I will upgrade your signing level to S level. As the world's top martial arts academy, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was not just a simple martial arts institution. In addition, it bore the responsibility of nurturing warriors. The signing of warriors was a system specifically introduced by the academy to cultivate talented fighters. Depending on the talent displayed by the warriors, the academy would sign contracts of corresponding levels and provide appropriate resources to help them transition through the novice stage more quickly and grow faster. Su Chen was able to sign an A-level contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy because he had perfected the true dragon posture, establishing a flawless martial foundation. With the potential to become a martial god, Su Chen was granted the treatment of an A-level signed warrior. An A-level signed warrior was already a high-level signing status within the academy. However, Upon discovering that Su Chen had grasped the basics of 2 A-level martial arts in such a short time, both Zhuge and Lei Zhan, as the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, felt that the A-level treatment was no longer commensurate with Su Chen's talent. It was for this reason that Lei Zhan mentioned upgrading Su Chen's signing level to S-level, which was a higher level than A-level, and would provide even greater support for his development. S-level? Su Chen asked, puzzled. The S-level signing status is a higher level than A-level, and the support and benefits you receive will also be better. I will send you the detailed information through the martial arts home shortly. After hearing Lei Zhan's explanation, Su Chen nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter. However, he was curious about the specific benefits that the S-level signing status would provide. Besides this matter, there is one more thing. Just as Su Chen was pondering, Lei Zhan spoke again. His tone became extremely serious, and Su Chen could even sense a chilling aura in Lei Zhan's voice. As a novice warrior, you encountered a second-tier ferocious beast during your first arena match. I will give you an explanation regarding this matter. Lei Zhan's words were firm and resolute. What happened today had indeed touched Lei Zhan's sensitive spot. He dared not think about it. If Su Chen really encountered any accidents on the arena today, or worse, died at the hands of a ferocious beast, what face would he have left to continue serving as the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? A genius martial artist with the potential to become a martial god, who did not die on the battlefield against ferocious beasts, but instead fell victim to infighting among his own people. If the ferocious beasts learned of this, they would surely laugh their heads off. As the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he had always considered the bonds of friendship, especially since the management within the academy was composed of those who had come from the front lines against the ferocious beasts. Therefore, even though these people often overstepped their bounds, Lei Zhan mostly chose to turn a blind eye. However, tolerance did not mean indulgence, and what Jue Yi had done this time had already crossed Lei Zhan's bottom line. He had decided to no longer tolerate it. Lei Zhan's words made Su Chen furrow his brows. From the moment he learned that his first opponent in the arena battle would be the second-tier ferocious beast, the Night Grey Wolf, Su Chen had harbored doubts. Yet, due to his confidence in his own strength, he ultimately chose to step onto the arena. Initially, Su Chen thought he was overthinking it. Perhaps arranging for a second-tier ferocious beast was a common practice, a way to give new combatants a wake-up call. But now it seems that may not be the case. With this thought, a glimmer of cold light appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Although he usually treated others gently, it did not mean that Su Chen was weak or easily bullied, nor would he allow someone with harmful intentions to roam freely. In fact, Su Chen had always been a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. He had never been that magnanimous towards those who sought to harm him. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Chen looked up at Lei Zhan. I leave it all to the head's discretion. Hearing Su Chen's calm and unwavering response, a hint of appreciation appeared in Lei Zhan's eyes. He liked this kind of character. After leaving Lei Zhan's office, Su Chen hurried towards the martial artist market. Having delayed for so long, he wanted to see if the business at the Qinglong stall had improved. Of course, besides that, Su Chen also wanted to purchase some ferocious beast meat at the martial artist market to enhance his vitality. Although he had easily slain the Night Grey Wolf in their earlier battle, Su Chen was well aware that it was due to the power of the Qinglong martial arts technique and Nine Heavens Qinglong Slash. In terms of true realm, he was no match for the Night Grey Wolf. Moreover, it's time to prioritize learning about weapons and other martial skills. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen quickened his pace towards the martial artist market. Meanwhile, as Su Chen was heading to the martial artist market, in an office, Zhuge was looking coldly at Jue Yi. Jue Yi, do you know what you are doing? Zhuge's expression was heavy, his tone filled with disappointment. He had known Jue Yi for many years, but the matter of the martial arts arena competition had created some distance between them. Zhuge had not originally taken this to heart. After all, it was merely a difference in working methods and ideas. In Zhuge's view, this was a normal occurrence. However, he never expected that this matter would lead Jue Yi to take such a reckless action, allowing a new combatant to face a second-tier ferocious beast. This behavior undoubtedly placed the combatant in danger. For the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, which viewed combatants as the future of humanity, this was unforgivable. You know what a combatant means, Jue Yi. How dare you put a combatant in danger? I think you've truly lost your mind. Facing Zhuge's reprimand, Jue Yi remained unfazed. Zhuge, I think the one who has lost their mind is you. You actually dare to reprimand me over a mere combatant? Zhuo Yi looked at Zhu Gaku in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Zhu Gaku would scold him over just one combatant. Not to mention that the arena competition hadn't even started, that combatant was in no real danger. Even if something did happen, what is a mere combat warrior worth? A martial arts genius. Only those who have grown into geniuses are truly geniuses. The dead are nothing more than a pile of bones. Over the years, he has seen too many so-called geniuses die at the hands of ferocious beasts due to their arrogance and pride. And what do you mean by me letting him take risks? I just want him to be grounded and recognize himself. But just becoming a combat warrior and coming to participate in the arena competition, does he really think martial arts competitions are child's play? I just want him to learn a lesson, to let him know the terrifying aspects of ferocious beasts, because after the arena competition ended, Zhu Gaku went straight here. So until now, Zhuo still hadn't received any news about Su Chen slaying the Night Grey Wolf, and this was also his reason for being unafraid. In his view, the result of this arena competition was nothing more than Su Chen fearing the strength of the Night Grey Wolf and choosing to concede. He couldn't imagine, nor dare to think, that this arena competition actually started normally and ended with Su Chen slaying the Night Grey Wolf. You, sigh. Forget it, forget it. Looking at Zhu Yi, who still showed no signs of repentance, Zhu Gaku sighed. Zhu Yi, I think you are no longer suitable to be in charge of the martial arts arena. From today onwards, I am removing you from your position as the head of the martial arts arena. You should go home and reflect. Zhuo Yi seemed to have heard something unbelievable. He looked at Zhu Gaku in disbelief. You want to remove me from my position? Zhu Gaku, who do you think you are? Do you really think of yourself as the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall? Remove my position? On what grounds? Just as Zhu Gaku was about to speak, a powerful voice suddenly boomed in the air. On the grounds that this is my directive. At the entrance, the robust Lei Zhan stepped in. He looked at Zhuo Yi with cold eyes and said in a chilling tone, moreover, it's not just about removing your position. I also want to expel you from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. At that moment, seeing Lei Zhan suddenly appear, a sense of panic finally rose in Zhuo Yi's heart. The head? This is impossible. On the other side, when Su Chen rushed back to the martial artist market and arrived at the Qinglong stall, he found that a group of martial artists had already gathered around it. Is there any complete Qingfeng martial arts method? I want one. No more. No more. The Qingfeng martial arts method has sold out. What about the Thunder Blade technique? Is there any left? None left either. Now there's only the last copy of Pancher martial arts method. Then give me a copy of Pancher martial arts method. Sorry, sir, you came too late. The last copy of Pancher martial arts method was just bought by that gentleman. Sigh. What a pity. Came a step too late and missed such a good martial technique. Yeah, it's hard to find such a complete martial arts method outside the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Boss, when will there be martial arts methods for sale here again? Well, I'm not sure. I need to ask my boss. I originally thought of taking care of Su the Combat Warrior's business, but unexpectedly, we ended up benefiting instead. As Su Chen got closer, he heard the discussions of the crowd. There were voices from many martial artists gathered around the Qinglong stall, as well as Zhang Ruzhan's voice. The content of their conversation made Su Chen smile, because from their discussions, Su Chen already knew that his martial arts methods had sold out. After discovering that the martial arts methods at the Qinglong stall had sold out, many martial artists began to slowly disperse. Of course, some martial artists who were interested in the martial arts methods specifically left Zhang Ruzhan's contact information, wanting to be notified when new martial arts methods became available. As many martial artists slowly dispersed, some noticed Su Chen's presence. Someone smiled and greeted Su Chen. Hello, Su the Combat Warrior. As fellow martial artists, although they appreciated Su Chen and were optimistic about his future, they would not lower themselves to associate with him. Moreover, since Su Chen had come to the martial artist market, it was likely he had his own matters to attend to. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to disturb him. Thus, these martial artists merely exchanged simple greetings before leaving one after another. Once everyone had dispersed, Su Chen finally strolled over to the Qinglong stall. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, Zhang Rushan revealed a hearty smile. Boss, all the martial arts techniques have been sold out. Although Zhang Rushan tried to suppress his excitement, Su Chen could still sense his mood through his expression. He was very happy. Indeed, this was Zhang Rushan's true feeling at the moment. The fact that all the techniques had sold out meant that he had not let Su Chen's trust down. It seems the promotional effect of the combat arena competition is quite good. Hearing Zhang Rushan's words, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Just a moment ago, he had overheard many martial artists discussing the situation. He understood that the rapid sales of the techniques were primarily due to the strength he had displayed in the combat arena competition, which had attracted these martial artists. Their purchase of the techniques was more of a goodwill gesture, a kindness from powerful martial artists towards newcomers. This goodwill can only be earned through strength. Su Chen had a clear understanding of this. After all, in the past, whether from classmates or others, their attitudes towards him were often filled with pity or disdain, rather than the goodwill he experienced now. Having gone through the experience of being seen as a talentless waste, Su Chen felt a deeper resonance with the change in others' attitudes towards him at this moment. Ultimately, strength and talent are the foundation of my existence. With this thought, Su Chen raised his head and looked at Zhang Rushan. Uncle Zhang, you must be tired after a busy morning. Let's go have a meal together. Smiling at Zhang Rushan, Su Chen waved his hand, signaling him to join for a meal. Within the martial artist market, besides shops selling martial arts techniques and various weapons and pills, there were also restaurants. Of course, the restaurants here were different from those outside. The main clientele of the restaurants in the martial artist market were martial artists. Therefore, the ingredients used in the meals typically included beast meat or other materials that provided benefits to martial artists. Upon entering the restaurant, they casually found a seat. Soon, a young and beautiful server approached them. "Gentlemen, may I ask what you would like to eat?" As she spoke, the server extended her slender fingers and handed 2 menus to Su Chen and Zhang Rushan. Since this restaurant catered to martial artists, the servers were not only young and beautiful but also had excellent service attitudes. After receiving the menu, Su Chen glanced over it and casually ordered 2 or 3 dishes. With the successful start of the arena competition and the complete sale of all techniques at the Qinglong stall, Su Chen had made quite a bit of money. Therefore, he was in a good mood today and didn't care about the prices of the meals. On the other hand, Zhang Rushan, after receiving the menu, was shocked by the prices listed, causing him to hesitate in placing his order. "It's all right, Uncle Zhang. We made a lot of money today, let this meal be a celebration." Seeing Zhang Rushan's expression, Su Chen spoke with a smile. Su Chen's words eased Zhang Rushan's hesitation a bit, and after searching the menu for a while, he finally managed to order a dish with difficulty. He then hurriedly returned the menu to the server. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head and didn't say anything further, simply adding 2 more dishes to his own menu. "All right, that's it." After finishing his order, Su Chen nodded in confirmation. The server quickly transmitted Su Chen's order through the internal network to the kitchen, while she continued to inquire if Su Chen and Zhang Rushan needed any other services. After confirming they did not, she quietly stood to the side. In the interval while waiting for the dishes to be served, Su Chen took out his phone and began checking his account balance. After seeing the 5.13 million in his account, he nodded slightly. When handling the relevant business for the Qinglong stall, Su Chen had also activated the payment function for himself. Therefore, as Zhang Rushan sold out all the martial arts techniques, the profits from the sales had all entered Su Chen's personal account. Of course, the actual earnings from selling the techniques were more than 5.13 million. The reason Su Chen only had this amount in his account was that during the transaction of the techniques, the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall took a cut, and taxes were deducted, leaving Su Chen with this remaining sum. However, such earnings were already satisfying for Su Chen. After all, in just one day, his money had nearly doubled. But I need to think about how to spend this money to maximize its value, Su Chen thought. Although he chose to sell martial arts manuals to make money, his fundamental goal was to enhance his own strength. Thus, for Su Chen, what mattered was not making money, but spending it wisely. How to spend money to quickly elevate his strength was the key. First is the increase in vitality. This thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. For me, the best way to enhance my vitality is undoubtedly to destroy beast meat to gain vitality compensation. With his breakthrough as a martial artist, Su Chen realized that the vitality gained from destroying ordinary trash was too little to support his rapid increase in vitality. For Su Chen now, destroying beast meat to obtain vitality compensation was a better method. Although the cost is relatively high, money is not an issue for me, because today, with the Qinglong stall's martial arts manuals sold out, Su Chen knew that his plan to make money was viable. With this stable source of income, he no longer felt a significant psychological burden when spending money. So, first is to buy beast meat. Secondly, the purchase of martial arts manuals cannot be neglected. Destroying martial arts manuals can yield proficiency compensation for martial arts. This not only pertains to Su Chen's martial arts and skills improvement but also relates to his sales of martial arts for profit. Therefore, spending in this area naturally cannot be overlooked. In addition, I also need to purchase weapons. Although proficiency in martial skills can be enhanced by destroying martial arts techniques to gain system proficiency compensation, weapons are indispensable in actual combat. Today, during the battle with the Night Grey Wolf, Su Chen could clearly feel the impact a weapon had on his strength. Moreover, I need to improve my combat system. A mature martial artist not only cultivates martial arts and attack-type skills but also practices movement techniques, defensive skills, or some special martial skills. Only in this way can a martial artist cope with most combat environments. Otherwise, when faced with special combat situations, some severely lacking martial artists might find their strength diminished to almost nothing, easily killed by their opponents. Currently, Su Chen had only cultivated the martial arts technique Qinglong martial arts and the attack-type skill Jiutian Qinglong slash, which clearly illustrated this situation. As these thoughts flashed through Su Chen's mind, he suddenly realized that 531 million was not much at all. In fact, this amount was insufficient to purchase even a B-grade martial skill or a C-grade weapon. After all, even the cheapest B-grade martial skill costs over 10 million, and the same goes for C-grade weapons. I'm broke, Su Chen exclaimed suddenly. At this moment, he also understood why so many people, after becoming martial artists, were eager to rush to the beast battlefields to hunt beasts. There simply was no other way to earn so much money besides hunting beasts. Although there were many thoughts in his mind, Su Chen quickly made a decision. As the saying goes, money should be spent wisely. Su Chen decided to temporarily use all his funds to purchase martial arts manuals and beast meat. The reason for this was that buying martial arts manuals was related to the Qinglong stall, which in turn was connected to future earnings. Only by maintaining the Qinglong stall well could he ensure a steady flow of income. After that, he could gradually accomplish everything he needed to do. Moreover, purchasing martial arts manuals would also help Su Chen improve his proficiency in the Qinglong martial arts and Nine Heavens Qinglong slash. This was also very important to him. As for buying beast meat, the reason was even simpler. It would increase Su Chen's vitality. It would allow him to advance to a second-tier warrior more quickly. After all, in this world, strength was fundamental. As for weapons and a complete combat system, while they were also important, Su Chen was not planning to go to the beast battlefield for the time being, so those matters could wait. While Su Chen was pondering, the waiter began to bring the dishes to the table one after another. Uncle Zhang, let's eat. He waved to signal Zhang Russian to start eating, and Su Chen began to take action. Although switching the food to beast meat meant that Su Chen wouldn't feel hungry as quickly as before. He had been busy all morning and had just gone through a battle, so at this moment, Su Chen still felt a bit hungry. Therefore, upon seeing the food served, he began to eat heartily. Of course, while eating, Su Chen also explained his thoughts to Zhang Russian. That was, after finishing the meal, they would go to buy beast meat and damaged martial arts manuals. Zhang Russian naturally had no objections to Su Chen's plan. During this process, Su Chen also confirmed his salary with Zhang Russian, 100,000 a month. This amount was determined after Su Chen's comprehensive consideration. Compared to Zhang Russian's previous job, this salary was almost 10 times what he earned before. This was indeed a lot of money. However, for a warrior, a monthly salary of 100,000 was not considered much. Moreover, it should be noted that Zhang Russian had done Su Chen a favor. If it weren't for Zhang Russian's care in the junkyard, Su Chen wouldn't have been able to cultivate the true dragon posture to perfection so quickly. Perhaps for Zhang Russian at that time, it was just a small effort, but for Su Chen, it was indeed a great help. Of course, Su Chen did not give Zhang Russian a higher salary because of this. After all, he understood the principle of a great favor can lead to enmity. Although he was relatively close to Zhang Russian now, he had not yet reached the level of complete trust. After several rounds of refusal, Zhang Russian finally agreed to the salary Su Chen offered him. After finishing their meal, Su Chen and Zhang Russian quickly took action. They began to rush between various stalls, purchasing damaged martial arts manuals and beast meat. Because there were many stalls selling martial arts manuals and beast meat in the warrior market, Su Chen and Zhang Rushan soon spent all of their 5 million funds, and they also obtained a large bag of martial arts manuals and several hundred pounds of beast meat. "Boss, we look forward to your next visit," the owner of the beast meat stall said with a smile after they paid. "Also, boss, you could actually buy a storage equipment, it would make carrying things much more convenient." The owner's words made Su Chen's expression change. In fact, he had seen storage equipment for sale in the Extreme Path family's shop before. He had just been too busy exchanging for martial arts manuals to pay much attention to those. Now, due to the beast meat and the owner's suggestion, Su Chen realized that having a storage equipment could indeed be very convenient. "Thank you, boss, I'll come again next time." After greeting the boss with a smile, Su Chen led Zhang Rushan out of the martial artist market. Since the martial arts manuals needed to be destroyed before they could be sold, Su Chen was preparing to head back even though it was only noon. As for synthesizing techniques within the martial arts market, Su Chen might have considered it before. After all, ever since he awakened his talent, various powerful abilities had emerged in the world. Attributing the creation of martial arts techniques to talent was entirely feasible. However, after the incident at the battle arena, Su Chen's vigilance had increased significantly. He felt it was better to be low-key and cautious in his future endeavors. Not all martial artists would harbor good intentions towards him. If he encountered some malicious martial artists, the consequences would be unbearable for Su Chen. For Su Chen, who had already become a martial artist, carrying several hundred pounds of beast meat was nothing. Even with such a heavy load, he walked briskly. Soon, he returned to the happy community. After habitually destroying the trash in the community, Su Chen finally headed home. Of course, while Su Chen was busy, his actions caught the attention of others in the community. "Little Su, what are you doing, carrying such a big package? What a good kid. What's little Su's vitality value now? He looks fine carrying such a heavy load. This child seems to be in a good mood lately. Has his talent recovered?" Due to Su Chen's recent strange behavior, the residents began to gossip. However, Su Chen paid no mind to their chatter. Years of living in a low valley had taught him an important lesson. At any time, doing well for oneself and living a good life is the most important thing. Once home, Su Chen eagerly opened the package and got busy, destroying a piece of beast meat's broken organ. Vitality plus 0.01, destroying a piece of night gray wolf beast meat. Vitality plus 0.01, destroying a piece of flame leopard beast meat. Vitality plus 0.02. As Su Chen moved, the system's notification sound rang in his ears again. At the same time, Su Chen opened the system panel. Name, Su Chen Realm, First Stage Martial Artist, Body Refinement Stage, Martial Arts, True Dragon Posture, 100%, Reached Perfect Realm, Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 21%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment Realm, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 21%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment Realm, Vitality Value, 205, needs 196 Vitality to upgrade to Second Stage Martial Artist, Constitution, 100, can be improved through martial arts training. Glancing over the system interface and seeing the slowly increasing vitality value, Su Chen withdrew his gaze. His hands continued to move, destroying a piece of jungle giant lizard beast meat. Vitality plus 0.01, destroying a piece of thunder tiger beast meat. Vitality plus 0.02. 2 hours later, Su Chen tossed the last piece of beast meat into the nearby black hole, destroying a piece of beast meat's broken organ. Vitality plus 0.01. Upon hearing the system notification sound, Su Chen stopped his actions and summoned the system interface. Name, Su Chen Realm, First Stage Martial Artist, Body Refinement Stage, Martial Arts, True Dragon Posture, 100%, Reached Perfect Realm, Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 21%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment Realm, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 21%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment Realm, Vitality Value, 228, needs 172 Vitality to upgrade to Second Stage Martial Artist, Constitution, 100, can be improved through martial arts training. Looking at the vitality value that had risen to 228 on the system interface, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. The compensation from the destruction of fierce beast meat is indeed greater. At this rate, in just a few days, I will successfully break through and become a second-tier warrior, but the cost is too high. Furrowing his brows, Su Chen said somewhat painfully, After all, the fierce beast meat he had just destroyed had cost him over $1 million. Of course, this huge expense was only in comparison to Su-chen himself. Compared to others who used blood essence pills, it was still much cheaper. Moreover, Su-chen was even more efficient and quicker. After this, I can have Uncle Zheng keep an eye out for which fierce beast meat is sold cheaply. With this thought, Su-chen gathered his thoughts and turned his gaze to the package placed on the other side. Inside the package was a damaged martial arts manual that Su-chen had purchased at the martial arts market, which he used to improve his proficiency in martial arts and to synthesize martial arts techniques. After a short rest, Su-chen opened the package and continued to get busy, destroying a damaged rock martial arts manual. Proficiency in rock martial arts plus 10%, destroying a damaged martial arts manual. Proficiency in Azure Dragon martial arts plus 0.1%, destroying a damaged flame blade technique. Proficiency in flame blade technique plus 10%, destroying a damaged blade technique manual. Proficiency in thunder blade technique plus 1%, as Su-chen busied himself. The system's notification sound rang in his ears once again. At the same time, some martial arts insights began to slowly emerge in Su-chen's mind. In the room, Su-chen sat cross-legged, a blue light swirling around his body like a swimming fish. Suddenly, memories shifted, and Su-chen began to practice the blade technique with a long knife in hand. His gaze resolute, the over a meter-long blade swung in Su-chen's hands. Time passed, day by day, and Su-chen's blade technique became increasingly proficient. The blue blade shadows began to linger beside the long knife in Su-chen's hand. In the mountains and fields, Su-chen seemed to transform into a spring breeze, blending with the entire natural world. At the peak of the high mountains, gray-brown rocks stood tall, and Su-chen seemed to merge with the mountains, the color of his skin gradually changing. Various memories began to flow through Su-chen's mind, and with the emergence of these memories, many complete martial arts manuals also appeared in his hands. Of course, in addition to this, the proficiency of the Azure Dragon martial arts and Nine Heavens Azure Dragon / he practiced also increased significantly. After spending nearly an hour, Su-chen completed the destruction of all martial arts techniques. In their place, over 20 complete martial arts techniques appeared in Su-chen's hands. Naturally, in addition to this, the Azure Dragon martial arts and Nine Heavens Azure Dragon / he practiced also saw great improvement. After adapting to his increasingly powerful body, Su-chen suddenly seemed to remember something. He muttered to himself, "Right, I wonder what changes have occurred since my contract level upgraded from A to S." When Su-chen joined the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, due to the perfect realm of true dragon posture, he directly signed an A-level warrior contract. However, after showcasing his extraordinary talent in the martial arts competition today with both the Azure Dragon martial arts and Nine Heavens True Dragon / entering the threshold, his original A-level contract was directly upgraded to S-level. But after returning to the martial artist market, Su-chen had been busy and hadn't had the chance to check the relevant details. Thinking of this, Su-chen opened the Extreme Martial Arts home, and soon saw a contract agreement sent from the back end. Su-chen opened the contract, his gaze sweeping over it, quickly understanding the differences between the S-level contract and the A-level contract. Compared to the A-level contract, the S-level contract added 2 A-level martial arts exchange permissions and 1 B-level weapon exchange permission on top of the A-level contract. In addition, the original annual reward fund of 3 million was raised to 10 million per year. Looking at the benefits and rewards of the S-level contract, Su-chen's mood improved significantly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In that case, for a short period, I just need to focus on improving my vitality and martial arts proficiency. The rewards from the S-level contract eased Su-chen's mind a bit, although his ability to earn money had significantly improved compared to before. With the help of his talent, Su-chen could even make over 1 million in a day. However, as his earning capacity increased, his spending also surged, not to mention other expenses. Just gathering the various martial arts techniques needed to form a combat system required hundreds of millions in funds. Additionally, there were weapons and the beast meat Su-chen needed to enhance his vitality. Nevertheless, the improved contract benefits helped Su-chen address his immediate financial concerns. At least for the time being, he no longer had to worry about martial arts techniques. After scanning the contract details and confirming there were no issues, Su-chen quickly completed the entire signing process. Once the contract was signed, he looked at the newly acquired A-level martial arts exchange rights and B-level weapon exchange rights within the Extreme Path House. Su-Chen couldn't wait to open the Extreme Path House Mall and start searching for the martial arts manuals he wanted. Of course, as a newly minted martial artist, he wasn't yet familiar with the martial arts combat system, so when purchasing martial arts manuals, Su-Chen also researched relevant information on the martial arts forum. Under the recommendation and guidance of a powerful martial artist, Su-Chen ultimately selected the martial skills and weapons that suited him. First, for martial skills, Su-Chen chose a movement technique called Purple Sky Thunder Escape, which specialized in speed. Just by entering the basics, it could double a martial artist's movement speed. Once cultivated to perfection, it could allow the martial artist to transform into a Purple Sky Thunder, achieving speeds nearly comparable to light. In addition to this movement technique, Su-Chen also purchased a physical technique called Heavenly Gang Profound Skill. This technique focused on tapping into physical strength, significantly enhancing one's power and defense after reaching the basics. Once cultivated to the peak, it could unleash the body's strength to the utmost, transforming the practitioner into a giant that could block out the sun, exhibiting a power akin to that of a god or demon, capable of world-destroying might. Besides martial skills, Su-Chen also exchanged for a B-level weapon called the Guandao. The Guandao is 2.4 meters long, entirely silver-white, resembling the legendary figure Guan Shangzhenjuan, hence its name. This blade was forged and polished by a blacksmith using a special or called silver-quenched stone. Due to its unique material, the Guandao is exceptionally sharp, easily cutting through the defenses of even a 9th-tier ferocious beast. It can be said that this is a weapon that can be used all the way up to 9th-tier martial artists. In the Extreme Path House Mall, this blade was priced at 120 million. If it weren't for the weapon exchange rights, even with the thriving business of the Qinglong stall, Su-Chen would need at least several dozen days to earn enough to buy this knife. The reason Su-Chen chose to purchase the Guandao was entirely due to a recommendation from a martial artist named Guan Yun on the Extreme Path House Martial Artist Forum. From their conversations, Su-Chen learned that the other party was also a powerful practitioner of Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. Because of this, Su-Chen decided to exchange for the Guandao. After confirming the exchange, Su-Chen quickly operated on the Extreme Path House Mall interface. Before long, he had finished everything. Now I just have to wait for the martial skills and weapon to be delivered. As he murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Su-Chen's eyes. After all, once he mastered Purple Sky Thunder Escape and Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, Su-Chen's combat system would be initially established. At that time, regardless of facing any martial artist or ferocious beast, Su-Chen would have the strength to fight back. Moreover, with the support of the broadsword, Su-Chen's combat power could rise to a new level compared to now. While waiting for the martial skills and weapons to arrive, Su-Chen noticed another message sent by Zhugaku. It was a notice of punishment. The Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. The arena manager Zhui Yi has been removed from his position as arena supervisor and expelled? Su-Chen squinted at the content of the punishment. From the fact that Zhugaku specifically sent him this message, Su-Chen easily guessed the reason. The reason he had to face the Night Grey Wolf, a fierce beast of the night, in his first appearance at the martial arts arena was likely due to Zhui Yi. So all of this was orchestrated by this person named Zhui Yi? Su-Chen frowned slightly, looking at the face in the notification. He deeply etched the person in the photo into his mind. Then he greeted Zhugaku and closed their chat interface. In fact, Su-Chen didn't have many thoughts about Zhui Yi. Although the other party's actions endangered Su-Chen's safety, Zhui Yi had not caused him any substantial harm given his own strength. Therefore, Su-Chen didn't dwell on the matter too much. The only feeling he had was perhaps that there were bad people within the human race. Not all martial artists could be trusted. Of course, Su-Chen was also curious about one thing, why Zhui Yi would do this. However, since this might involve internal matters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, and Zhugaku hadn't mentioned it, Su-Chen naturally wouldn't ask. For Su-Chen, rather than probing why others plotted against him, it was better to use that time to enhance his own strength. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks would be laid bare. While thinking about this, Su-Chen opened the martial artist forum of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. He found that there were martial artists discussing Zhui Yi's removal and expulsion from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. In the comments below the post, many martial artists were chattering away. Zhui Yi is the overall manager of the martial arts arena competition in the Linqing branch of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Why is he suddenly being expelled? Does anyone know what's going on? I have a friend in the Linqing Martial Arts Hall. and he said this involves internal struggles within the Lincheng branch. Zhuo Yi has been wanting to abolish the special training system for combat warriors and completely promote the gambling battle system, but many people in the hall disagreed. This time, Zhuo Yi suddenly arranged for a newcomer combat warrior to face a second-tier fierce beast, and I don't know what got into him. His actions angered the head of the Lincheng branch, which is why he was expelled. Well, he deserves it. The combat warrior system was a policy set by the hallmaster. How dare he question the hallmaster? Over the years, how many strong warriors has the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall trained through the combat warrior system? Not to mention anything else, many high-ranking officials at the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall have grown through the combat warrior system. Zhuo Yi must be crazy to want to abolish it. If it really gets abolished, the people from the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall will probably be overjoyed. Zhuo Yi must be out of his mind. He deserves to be expelled. I actually think this guy's idea of promoting the gambling battle system has great potential, otherwise, the martial arts arena competition wouldn't be so deserted. Am I the only one curious about what happened to the combat warrior facing the second-tier fierce beast? Upstairs, I know the situation. That combat warrior is a martial arts genius who has perfected the true dragon posture and is also training an A-level martial arts technique and an A-level attack martial skill. The Night Grey Wolf couldn't withstand a single move and died. True dragon posture perfected? The form of a martial god? A martial arts genius capable of training A-level martial arts techniques? No wonder the punishment notice came out in less than a day. A genius with the form of a martial god? Zhuo Yi really has guts. If I were the hall master, I would directly punish him to serve a lifetime on the front lines of the fierce beast battlefield. This kind of genius, how many years will it take for the entire Lin City to produce another? If there's a slip-up, the Lin City branch will be taken down from top to bottom. I wonder what realm this genius will reach in the future. Looking at the discussions in the martial arts forum, Su Chen suddenly realized. It turned out that Zhuo Yi was targeting him because of the internal conflicts within the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. After casually browsing through the news and understanding the basic situation, Su Chen closed the Extreme Path homepage. Out of habit, Su Chen opened the chat app. His intention was to see if his classmates in the group were discussing anything. Over the years, this had become a habit for Su Chen. However, after opening the chat app, Su Chen noticed that there were many unread messages in his main chat interface. A quick glance revealed that most of these unread messages were sent by classmates. Why are they messaging me? Furrowing his brows in confusion, Su Chen casually opened the chat interfaces of two classmates and found that their messages were basically the same. Su Chen, you've become a martial artist? Has your talent recovered? Is that person in the video that Zhongyu posted in the class group you? After reading the messages from the two classmates, Su Chen didn't check the messages from others. He could guess that the content they sent would be largely similar. Not wanting to look further, Su Chen directly opened the class group. As soon as he opened the group chat interface, he noticed that the top right corner displayed 999 plus unread messages. Moreover, the chat messages in the class group were still refreshing continuously. What's going on? How did Su Chen suddenly become a martial artist? And so strong at that? He cut down a second-tier fierce beast with one strike. I doubt anyone in our class can match that except for Ran Qingxue. Could it be a mix-up? This person isn't Su Chen, right? How could it be so coincidental? They look the same and are both named Su Chen. Don't doubt it, that's our classmate Su Chen. Then why are so many of us at him? And he's not saying anything in the class group? Su Chen is already a martial artist and a combatant of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. You think he's like you, doing nothing all day but spamming the group? I really didn't expect it. Su Chen actually became a martial artist. With his strength, not to mention a top-tier martial university, he probably has a good chance at a key martial university. Su Chen was originally an A-grade talent. Isn't it normal for him to become a martial artist? What's the big deal? What do you mean by that? Didn't Su Chen's talent turn into waste talent? Does that even need to be asked? Looking at the current situation, Su Chen's talent has clearly recovered. After briefly browsing through the chat records, Su Chen realized that his classmates knew about him becoming a martial artist because of a video shot by Zhongyu of him fighting the Night Grey Wolf. So he also watched the combat arena match today. Remembering that Zhongyu had also posted videos of other combatants in the group before, Su Chen nodded in understanding. Closing the video and looking at the ongoing discussions in the group chat, Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to reply. That's right, the person in the video is me. I've already become a martial artist. After sending the message, Su Chen closed the group chat interface and ignored their increasingly heated discussions. Before becoming a martial artist, Su Chen had thought about how he would face those classmates who often mocked him once he became one. He had considered returning the mockery, pointing out their flaws in the group, and enjoying the feeling of being admired. He had even thought about becoming an object of admiration, like a star surrounded by the moon. But after truly becoming a martial artist, he found that he no longer had such thoughts. Looking back now, he even felt that his past self was too naive. I am no longer from the same world as most of them. With a faint murmur, a glimmer of determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes. For Su Chen now, cultivating, becoming stronger, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, and becoming the top warrior of the human race is what he yearns for. Feeling bored, Su Chen closed the group chat. Just then, a video call invitation suddenly popped up on the chat software. Xiaolong? Seeing who was calling, Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Xiaolong was the homeroom teacher of Su Chen's class and also the martial arts instructor who had guided Su Chen's class in martial arts training for the past 2 years. Of course, due to issues with his talent, which had rendered him a waste, Su Chen had always been a minor character in the class, with little interaction with his homeroom teacher, Xiaolong. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen still answered the video call. Soon, a robust figure resembling a grizzly bear appeared on the screen. Looking at the person in the video, Su Chen greeted, "Teacher Xia." Indeed, this strong man, resembling a grizzly bear, was Su Chen's homeroom teacher. Unlike in Su Chen's previous life, where martial arts were not prevalent, in this world, all the teachers in the school were martial artists. And because martial artists trained in martial skills, they generally had a more robust physique than ordinary people. Just like Su Chen, after becoming a martial artist, his temperament and physique had undergone significant changes. Su Chen. On the other side, Xiaolong greeted Su Chen after he answered the video call. Then he couldn't wait to ask, "Have you become a martial artist?" When he asked this question, Xiaolong's feelings were extremely complex. He both hoped to hear a positive answer and did not want to truly hear that Su Chen had become a martial artist. Before today, Xiaolong did not have a deep impression of Su Chen. The only memorable point about Su Chen for Xiaolong was his wasted talent. Other than that, Xiaolong had basically no other impression of Su Chen. Yet, such a student, who had not been taken seriously, suddenly became a martial artist. It was even possible that he would be the first student under Xiaolong to be admitted to a key martial arts university, which was a significant shock to Xiaolong. This was also the reason for Xiaolong's complex feelings. You can plant flowers with your heart, but they won't bloom. You can plant willows without intention, and they will provide shade. When faced with such a situation, the person involved may not be entirely happy. "Yes, teacher." Su Chen nodded slightly and affirmed, "I have become a martial artist." After receiving Su Chen's affirmative answer, it was as if a matter had been settled, and Xiaolong said with a bitter smile, "I really have been a negligent teacher." Shaking his head, Xiaolong quickly adjusted his mindset and said with a smile, "Congratulations on becoming a martial artist, your life will never be the same." As he spoke, Xiaolong paused and continued, "If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can contact me anytime." "I will, teacher." After a brief exchange, Xiaolong ended the video call. After all, there was only a teacher-student relationship between him and Su Chen, without any real teacher-student bond. Now that Su Chen had become a martial artist and was a combatant at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, to say his future was bright would be an understatement. In this situation, even though Xiaolong was now stronger than Su Chen, he could not provide Su Chen with any substantial help. Thus, Xiaolong naturally would not engage in too much conversation with Su Chen. After Xiaolong hung up the video call, Su Chen happened to notice that someone had sent a message. Ran Xingxue. Looking at the contact's name, Su Chen couldn't help but whisper softly. At the same time, a stunning figure with silver hair flashed through his mind. Is it her? Ran Xingxue was the class flower of Su Chen's class and also the most talented and powerful person in the class. Since entering high school, whether in talent or martial arts cultivation, she had always been far ahead of others. It was already the second semester of high school when she became a martial artist. Now, no one knew what level she had reached. Everyone in the class had only one impression of her: strong, a clear step ahead of the others. Opening the chat window, Su Chen saw a simple message: "You're a martial artist now?" This sentence reminded Su Chen of when he first awakened his portal talent. The other party had said something similar back then. An A-level talent? At that time, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue had a pretty good relationship. It was only after he discovered that his talent had turned into a useless one that Su Chen took the initiative to distance himself from her. Back then, Ran Qingxue had even tried to get closer to Su Chen, but his indifferent attitude ultimately made her choose to give up. Yes, I'm a martial artist now. Coming back to reality from his memories, Su Chen lightly moved his fingers and replied, "If there's a chance, let's spar." As soon as the message was sent, he received a reply, "Sure." However, after sending this message, it was as if it had sunk into the sea, and there was no further response. No reply? Su Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the still chat window, and he immediately put away his phone. A woman must not affect his martial arts training. Not long after putting away his phone, Su Chen heard a knock on the door. He walked over and opened it to find a man in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy uniform. "Sir, this is the item you purchased." As he spoke, the man handed a box to Su Chen. Taking the box, Su Chen softly thanked him. "Thank you, it's my duty." After handing the box to Su Chen, the man in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy uniform stepped away. Watching the man's figure disappear, Su Chen took the box to the living room and sat down. After verifying, he opened the box and saw 2 martial arts manuals quietly placed inside, along with a small knife that was about 10 centimeters long. "What is this?" Frowning at the small knife in the box, Su Chen reached out to take it out. As the knife left the box, the originally 10-centimeter long knife instantly transformed into a 2-meter long broadsword. Looking at the silver-white long sword in his hand, a smile unconsciously appeared on Su Chen's face. "Is this the Guan now?" Su Chen showed no surprise at the transformation of the small knife into a long sword. At this moment, he was instead fully focused on observing the long sword in his hand. Since becoming a martial artist and practicing the Qinglong martial arts method, Su Chen's physical strength had greatly increased, making him incomparable to his past self. Now, even lifting several hundred pounds of beast meat with one hand felt weightless to him. However, holding the Guan Dao in his hand, Su Chen felt a heavy sensation. Looking at the blade, the light streaming in through the window illuminated it, and Su Chen could feel the sharpness of the blade. At that moment, he had an impulse to swing the Guan Dao. However, he ultimately suppressed this impulse. The room he was living in could not withstand the force generated by his swing. If he wasn't careful, swinging the sword could even cause the entire building he lived in to collapse. Su Chen could not bear such responsibility. "Looks like I need to find a new place to live." Glancing around the room, Su Chen reluctantly put away the long sword. With his action, the long sword in his hand returned to its original 10-centimeter length. The size-changing ability was a feature of the Guan Dao, based on the principle that the weapon was inscribed with spatial runes during its forging. This allowed the weapon itself to have the ability to grow larger or smaller. Generally speaking, B-level weapons would have this feature for the convenience of martial artists. It was a technology specially researched by weaponsmiths. However, due to the high cost of this technology, it had not been fully popularized. After putting away the broadsword, Su Chen's gaze turned to the purple martial arts techniques and the silver martial arts techniques placed inside the box. Taking the martial arts techniques out of the box, the first thing that caught his eye were the large characters, Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique and Heavenly Gang Profound Skill. "Ha! My combat system is about to take shape." He chuckled lightly, no longer hesitating, and immediately threw one of the martial arts techniques aside. At the same time, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the air, swallowing the technique Su Chen had thrown. At that moment, the system's prompt sound followed. Destroying a body technique martial arts technique Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique. Compensation, proficiency in Purple Sky Thunder Shield Technique plus 20. As the voice sounded, Su Chen's mind was suddenly filled with many inexplicable memories. On a vast expanse of land, the sky was a bright green. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed dramatically, and a violent rumble echoed across the horizon. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded from the sky, while a thin figure sitting on the ground suddenly closed his eyes. Then, lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire world. The thin figure on the ground, however, began to dash like lightning under the thunder. A fierce howling sound swept past him, yet the boy seemed oblivious, as if the thunderclaps in the sky had become mere background noise. Under the stormy sky, the boy moved with the thunder, his form like electricity. At one moment, the boy seemed to merge with the heavens and earth. transforming into purple lightning. Boom! Su Chen opened his eyes, and in an instant, a bolt of purple lightning burst through his gaze, shattering the air. At the same time, a light and agile feeling instantly filled his body. In that moment, Su Chen had only one thought in his mind: I can fly. Of course, Su Chen knew this was just an illusion. However, he was well aware that if he wanted to, he could momentarily hover in the air. Whoosh! His figure moved like a shadow, and in an instant, Su Chen appeared on the other side of the room. After briefly adapting to the changes in his body, Su Chen picked up another martial arts technique in his hand. He then threw it into the black hole, destroying a complete Heavenly Gang Profound skill. Compensation: proficiency in Heavenly Gang Profound skill plus 20. As inexplicable memories appeared in his mind, Su Chen felt that his body had become much stronger compared to before. Coming back to his senses from the memories, Su Chen simply felt the changes in his body. He then looked at the system interface. Name: Su Chen Realm, First Stage Warrior, Body Refinement Stage, Martial Arts, True Dragon Stance, 100%, Reached Perfect Realm, Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 23%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment Realm, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 22%, needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment Realm. Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 20%, needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment Realm. Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 20%, needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 228, needs 172 Chi and Blood Value to upgrade to Second Stage Warrior. Constitution, 101, can be improved through martial arts training. Weapon: Broadsword. Seeing the Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique and Heavenly Gang Profound Skill appear in the martial arts section of the system interface, Su Chen nodded slightly and then withdrew his gaze. I wonder how strong I am now, he murmured softly, suddenly recalling the martial arts arena competition he would participate in today. Perhaps I can give it a try tomorrow. Early the next morning, after getting up, Su Chen headed straight to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, since he had already made an appointment with Zhang Rushan. When Su Chen arrived at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, he saw Zhang Rushan's figure from a distance. Boss! Seeing Su Chen approach, Zhang Rushan hurriedly greeted him. Uncle Zhang! Su Chen called out lightly, handing the package in his hand to Zhang Rushan. This was the complete martial arts technique Su Chen had worked hard to synthesize yesterday, intended for sale at the Azure Dragon stall today. After receiving the package, Zhang Rushan couldn't wait to head towards the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Seeing this, Su Chen followed him. Soon, the two entered the martial artist market and arrived at the location of the Qinglong stall. Once they got there, Su Chen didn't need to say anything. Zhang Rushan busied himself right away. When everything was ready, the Qinglong stall began to receive martial artists one after another. Seeing this, Su Chen and Zhang Rushan exchanged greetings and stepped towards other stalls. After the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall upgraded the A-level contract to an S-level contract, Su Chen received an additional 7 million in funds. Su Chen understood one principle very well: money only has meaning when spent. So he planned to take this opportunity to buy some martial arts techniques and beast meat. This way, he could continue to enhance his vitality and synthesize beast meat later. After a few days, Su Chen had become familiar with the martial artist market. He first went to the stall where he bought beast meat yesterday. He said, "Boss, give me 1,000 pounds of the cheaper beast meat." "Sure thing, boss," the stall owner shouted, then cheerfully began to get busy. Of course, while busy, the owner started chatting with Su Chen. "Which stall are you the owner of?" the owner asked, pointing towards the Qinglong stall. "That's right," Su Chen replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He had never thought to hide the fact that he was the owner of the Qinglong stall. In fact, he wished everyone could know about it. After all, this way, the business of the Qinglong stall would improve. "You really are the owner. What a pity, what a pity," the meat stall owner sighed regretfully upon hearing Su Chen's acknowledgement. "What do you mean by that?" Su Chen looked at the owner curiously, not understanding why he said that. If the other party was also selling martial arts techniques, Su Chen could understand, but as a seller of beast meat, what was there to regret about him being the owner of the Qinglong stall? "Of course, it's a pity I can't ask you to advertise for me." The owner raised his head, glanced at Su Chen, and continued, "I saw your battle video with the Night Grey Wolf on the Martial Artist Forum of the Extreme Path House yesterday. With the talent and strength you've shown, you will surely grow into a powerful martial artist in the future. I was thinking of collaborating with you to promote my little stall, but since you are the owner of the Qinglong stall, that's naturally impossible." After the owner said this, Su Chen finally understood the reason for the owner's sigh. In fact, ever since Su Chen's battle with the Night Grey Wolf yesterday, many martial artists had begun to pay attention to him. After all, although they didn't know all the details about Su Chen like Zhugeku did, the things Su Chen displayed in that battle were enough to convince them. As long as he didn't falter midway, Su Chen would surely grow into a top-tier powerhouse in the future. He might even become a martial god. While ordinary martial artists were amazed by Su Chen's talent and strength, many stall owners and martial artists in the market naturally focused on the commercial value Su Chen himself possessed. In this situation, the Qinglong stall naturally entered their sights. Last night, who knows how many people envied the owner of the Qinglong stall for finding such a strong ally, and who knows how many were secretly praying that Su Chen was not the owner of the Qinglong stall, because if the Qinglong stall and Su Chen were only in a cooperative relationship, they would still have a chance to poach him. But if Su Chen was indeed the owner of the Qinglong stall, given the current profitability of the stall, even if they had the intention to poach, they wouldn't have the capability to do so. "We can't collaborate on advertising, but we can still collaborate on buying meat." The owner's words couldn't help but make Su Chen laugh. He jokingly said, "I need a large amount of beast meat every day from now on. I wonder if the boss will take this order. How much do you need?" The boss, seeing that Su Chen wasn't joking, became serious. "Currently, it's 2,000 pounds of beast meat every day." "Alright, for that quantity, I can give you a 20% discount. Then it's settled. The boss just needs to deliver the beast meat to the Qinglong stall every day." Amidst the laughter, a deal was struck. In fact, the idea of establishing a long-term agreement with a beast meat stall had been brewing in Su Chen's mind for some time. It was just that back then, he didn't have enough funds. Today, with money in hand and having heard the boss mention cooperation, Su Chen seized the opportunity to express his thoughts. Of course, he was satisfied with this outcome. After the cooperation was agreed upon, the boss shook off his earlier gloom, and even his movements while cutting the meat appeared much more agile. "Su boss, please wait a moment, I'll get the meat ready for you." "Of course, if you're busy, you can go ahead and take care of other things. Once the meat is ready, I'll have someone deliver it to the Qinglong stall." Hearing the boss say this, Su Chen didn't decline. After settling the payment on the spot, he headed towards other stalls selling martial arts manuals. It's worth mentioning that when he paid, the boss charged him at the discounted price, saying that the contract was effective immediately. Su Chen didn't refuse this. As he left the beast meat stall, a smile lingered on his lips. Next, he began to wander in front of other stalls selling martial arts manuals, searching for suitable martial arts techniques. During this process, many people recognized Su Chen, and even some stall owners, like the beast meat stall owner, mentioned cooperation. Thanks to a fighting arena competition, Su Chen felt a sense of being well known. However, during conversations with other martial artists, Su Chen learned something. The reason so many martial artists recognized him was not only due to the attention the fighting arena competition garnered and his evident talent, but also because of one person, Zhuo. After all, it was because of Su Chen that Zhuo, a well-known 6th-level martial artist in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, was expelled from the academy. Hey, I guess this can be seen as a blessing in disguise. I just wonder how Zhuo will feel when he finds out about this. Shaking his head, Su Chen continued to wander in front of the martial arts manual stalls, looking for suitable techniques. At the same time, due to his cooperation with the beast meat stall owner, he was also paying attention to the specifics of each stall while selecting suitable martial arts techniques. He wanted to establish a partnership with a fixed martial arts manual stall, just like with the beast meat stall. However, since martial arts techniques differ from beast meat, despite this idea, Su Chen didn't find a suitable partner in a short time. It seems today I won't find a suitable partner. When all his funds were exhausted and he still hadn't found a suitable partner, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Well, since the martial arts market is over, it's time to participate in the fighting arena competition. Stepping out of the martial artist market, a fiery light burst forth from Su Chen's eyes. Ever since he obtained the broadsword yesterday, he had been eager to test its sharpness. However, considering the power of the broadsword, he had been suppressing his thoughts. Now, as he was about to enter the fighting arena, Su Chen finally stopped hiding his true feelings. As Su Chen walked out of the martial artist market, A sharp aura emanated from him like a blade. Everyone passing by him felt as if they were being pricked by a thorn. Arriving at the waiting room before entering the fighting arena, staff members were already waiting there. Taking the clothes from the staff, Su Chen changed and picked up the guandao, stepping towards the martial arts arena. A day has passed. I wonder if Su Chen's strength has changed. In the office, Zhuge looked up at the enormous virtual screen in front of him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Since the incident with Zhu Yi, Zhuge had taken over the affairs related to the martial arts arena of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. After assuming this responsibility, his primary focus had been on Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was expected to become a martial god, the most talented fighter in the school. Besides this, there was another reason for Zhuge's anticipation. Both times he had met Su Chen, the young man had left him greatly shocked. During their first meeting, he discovered that Su Chen had actually perfected the true dragon posture, possessing the most solid martial arts foundation. Zhuge had thought that was already a tremendous surprise, but during their second meeting, he found an even greater surprise waiting. Su Chen had managed to grasp the basics of 2A grade martial techniques, Azure Dragon Martial Arts and Nine Heavens True Dragon Slash, in just one day. This is our third meeting. I wonder what surprises you will bring me this time. As he watched Su Chen's figure disappear from the lounge, Zhuge anticipation grew even stronger. Meanwhile, shortly after Su Chen arrived on the arena, a massive, entirely red beast, resembling flowing lava, suddenly appeared. Lava giant? Su Chen couldn't help but picture an image that he had seen earlier while checking information on ferocious beasts. It depicted the second-tier ferocious beast, the lava giant. Who seeing the giant beast on the arena, Su Chen let out a long breath. Then, with a shake of his right hand, a long knife, gleaming silver, appeared in his grasp. This was Su Chen's weapon, the guandao. As Su Chen faced off against the lava giant, the audience, who had come to watch the match after hearing about Su Chen's participation, began to murmur among themselves. I can't believe it's the lava giant. This is a top-tier second-tier ferocious beast. I thought with Su Chen's strength, this would be a sure win, but now that the opponent is the lava giant, the situation is uncertain. The lava giant, although a second-tier beast, is actually not weaker than some third-tier beasts. I wonder who will win this match. I feel the lava giant has a greater chance of winning. After all, Su Chen is still just a first-tier warrior. Su Chen's martial arts realm is too low. With the appearance of the lava giant, the audience members who had initially believed Su Chen would win began to lose confidence. As many martial artists discussed, in one corner of the audience, a silver-haired woman with a frosty expression was also intently watching Su Chen on the arena. Can you win? As she gazed at the standoff between Su Chen and the lava giant, a ripple appeared in Ran Qingshue's eyes. At that moment, an image involuntarily flashed through her mind. On the massive talent awakening arena, a slender young man stood quietly. At a certain moment, a deep light suddenly appeared behind the young man, completely enveloping him. In that instant, although the young man still looked frail, he appeared immensely powerful in everyone's eyes, because that light represented A-grade talent. That image, even though it had passed long ago, still often echoed in Ran Qingshue's mind. I believe in you. Her red lips parted as the girl spoke softly. Meanwhile, after a long standoff, Su Chen finally chose to take the initiative. The long knife in his hand spun, and Su Chen's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, reaching the lava giant in an instant. At the same time, Su Chen's long knife arced through the air like a setting sun. He slashed towards the lava giant beast. At the same time, Su Chen pushed the Qinglong martial arts and Nine Heavens Qinglong slash to their limits, while the Tiangang Xiangong was held in reserve, ready to unleash even greater power. Whoosh whoosh, the long knife moved like lightning, showcasing its beauty. As the gentle breeze blew, it resembled falling leaves touching the ground, and two faint azure lights burst forth from the edge of the blade. Roar the lava giant beast, seeing Su Chen daring to take the initiative to attack, seemed to be enraged. It began to roar at the sky. Then, its body shot forward like a massive cannonball, tearing through the air, advancing towards Su Chen instead of retreating. It aimed to kill this weak creature to assert its dominance. Put! As the lava giant beast moved, the air seemed to flow like water, then was ruthlessly torn apart by it, producing a tremendous sound. At that moment, the lava giant beast resembled the mythological figure Fu chasing the sun, shouting at the heavens and the earth. Yet this roar was destined to receive no response. The only thing awaiting the lava giant beast was a silver long knife shimmering with azure light. Boom whoosh, the long knife collided with the ferocious beast, not with the fierce clash one might imagine, but rather like a gentle breeze passing through a gap. Su Chen's long knife seemed to find the beast's weakness, cascading down its body. The blade entered the beast, instantly splitting it in two. What's going on? How could the lava giant beast? Did Su Chen win? What kind of sword technique is this? How is this possible? In the audience, those who had been focused and waiting for an intense clash were suddenly stirred into a commotion upon witnessing the brief encounter between Su Chen and the lava giant beast, which seemed rehearsed countless times, abruptly come to a halt. How is this possible? This can't be. The lava giant beast's body is tougher than steel. How could it be so easily cut? Am I dreaming? Is this something a first-level warrior can do? This strength is too overwhelming. I would believe you if you told me Su Chen is a third-level warrior. Can someone tell me if Su Do is no longer a first-level warrior and has broken through? They couldn't believe that Su Chen, a first-level warrior, could defeat a lava giant beast with strength comparable to a third-level warrior so easily, as if he had killed it with a single slash. In a room, Zhuge stared intently at the virtual screen. His heart was unable to contain the excitement. Su Chen has already mastered the Nine Heavens Thunder escape technique, and that change on his body surface. Is that the Tiangang Xiangong? As a powerful warrior, although Zhuge had not practiced the Nine Heavens Thunder escape technique or the Tiangang Xiangong, he was well aware of their great reputation as A-level martial arts. Many powerful warriors had trained in them, so Zhuge was naturally clear about their characteristics. Therefore, upon seeing the battle between Su Chen and the lava giant beast, he understood that Su Chen had already entered the threshold of mastering these two martial arts. This was also the reason for Zhuge's inner excitement. He seemed to foresee the rise of a human powerhouse. Su Chen's martial arts comprehension is probably unmatched in the entire Lin City. Looking at Su Chen on the screen, this thought suddenly appeared in Zhuge's mind. Suddenly, as if recalling something, a smile crept onto his lips. He then turned and left the room, suddenly remembering that Lei Zhan had previously instructed him to arrange security matters for Su Chen. He had yet to address this. Given Su Chen's displayed talent, Zhuge naturally dared not delay this matter. Meanwhile, on the martial arts arena, Su Chen took a brief glance at the fallen lava giant beast before stepping off the stage. What Su Chen did not know was that at the moment he left the arena, in the audience of the arena, the silver-haired Ran Xingxue also stood up and left her seat. Her purpose for coming to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall today was to observe Su Chen's strength up close. Now that her goal had been achieved, she was naturally ready to leave. However, compared to when she arrived, Ran Xingxue's steps were much more hurried. Although Su Chen's current display of strength was not enough to pose a threat to her, she had already sensed a significant danger from him. Su Chen, although your talent is stronger than mine, the difference in strength is not solely determined by talent. I will never lose to you. With this thought in mind, Ran Xingxue left the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. She needed to train hard to maintain her lead over Su Chen. Su Chen was unaware of all this. After stepping off the martial arts arena, he returned to the lounge. After a brief rest, he headed to the martial artist market to collect beast meat and martial arts techniques before leaving the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. For Su Chen, the most important thing now was to enhance his own strength. Since the matters at the Qinglong stall had been settled, he had also satisfied his desire to test his strength in the battle arena. What he needed to do now was to go back and continue improving his vitality, as well as the synthesis of martial arts techniques and the proficiency of his skills. After all, this was the most fundamental thing for Su Chen. Leaving the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Su Chen immediately activated the Nine Heavens Thunder escape technique, and in an instant, his body seemed to transform into a gentle breeze, merging into the air. He then sped homeward. Although he was carrying over 1,000 pounds of beast meat, it did not hinder Su Chen's movements at all. Soon, he returned to the happy community. However, unlike a few days ago, this time Su Chen rarely stopped in front of the trash can. This was because, with the increase in his vitality, destroying ordinary trash no longer provided him with much of a boost. Under these circumstances, Su Chen no longer had the idea of cleaning up the trash. Retrieving his gaze from the trash can, Su Chen quickly returned to his home. Just like yesterday, the first thing Su Chen did after getting home was to take out the beast meat from the package. Then, a black hole appeared beside him as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Just like when he worked at the junkyard, Su Chen's hands moved like lightning. quickly tossing the beast meat into the black hole beside him. Soon, the system's notification sound rang in Su Chen's ears. Destroyed a piece of the night gray wolf's broken organ. Compensation vitality plus 0.01. Destroyed a piece of lava giant beast meat. Compensation vitality plus 0.01. Destroyed a piece of lightning fox meat. Compensation vitality plus 0.02. At the same time, Su Chen felt a warm current flowing within his body. This feeling was familiar to him. It only appeared when his vitality increased. Time passed, and a few hours later, looking at the now empty room where the beast meat had been, Su Chen summoned the system interface. Name: Su Chen Realm, First Stage Martial Artist, Body Refinement Stage, Martial Arts, True Dragon Posture, 100%, Reached Perfection, Qinglong Martial Arts Technique, 23%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment, 9 Heavens Qinglong Slash, 22%, needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment, Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment, Heavenly Gang Profound Art, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment, Vitality, 247, needs 153 Vitality to upgrade to Second Stage Martial Artist, Physique, 101, can be improved through martial arts training, Weapon, Guan Dao. Looking at the system interface, seeing his vitality change from 228 to 247, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. At this rate, it won't be long before I break through to become a second stage martial artist. By then, there probably won't be anyone in the class who can match me. Thinking this, Su Chen couldn't help but recall a silver-haired figure in his mind. That was the only person in the class whom Su Chen lacked the confidence to defeat. However, Su Chen was confident that once he broke through to become a second-tier warrior, he would definitely be able to overcome the opponent. Continue to improve my martial arts proficiency and synthesize martial arts techniques. Soon, Su Chen gathered his thoughts and turned his gaze to the martial arts techniques placed nearby. These were the martial arts techniques Su Chen had specifically selected at the warrior market that morning, partly to enhance his own martial arts proficiency and partly to synthesize martial arts techniques for Zhang Rushan to sell for profit. With this in mind, Su Chen quickly took action. His hands moved in a blur, and purple light flickered between his hands. At the same time, one martial arts technique after another fell into the black hole beside Su Chen like a continuous stream from the Milky Way. Destroying a damaged thunder martial arts technique. Compensating thunder martial arts proficiency plus 10%. Destroying a damaged martial arts technique. Compensating Azure Dragon martial arts proficiency plus 0.1%. Destroying a damaged flame blade technique. Compensating flame blade proficiency plus 10%. Destroying a damaged blade technique manual. Compensating rock blade proficiency plus 1%. Soon, the system's notification sound rang in Su Chen's ears again. For the next few days, Su Chen's life became very regular. Every morning after getting up, Su Chen would first go to the warrior market of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to have a simple work handover with Zhang Rushan. He would hand over the synthesized martial arts techniques to Zhang Rushan. He would also purchase damaged martial arts techniques and beast meat at the warrior market to enhance his martial arts proficiency and vitality. Of course, aside from the Azure Dragon stall, in order to clearly grasp his own strength in martial arts realm, and also to promote the reputation of the Azure Dragon stall, Su Chen would participate in several battle arena matches every day. As the number of matches increased, Su Chen gained a deeper understanding of the fierce beasts. Originally, Su Chen thought that with his current strength, he could easily defeat second-tier and even third-tier fierce beasts. However, after encountering a special fierce beast in a battle arena match, Su Chen changed his mind. It was a fierce beast called the Silverlight Fox, which was entirely silver-white and somewhat resembled the fox from Su Chen's past life. It was a second-tier fierce beast. In terms of direct combat strength, the Silverlight Fox was far weaker than the other fierce beasts Su Chen had faced. It was even inferior to the night gray wolf he encountered during his first arena match. Yet, this surprisingly weak fierce beast almost caused Su Chen a great loss. The reason for this was that although the Silverlight Fox had weak combat abilities, it possessed a special innate ability called Heart Bewilderment. This was a mental attribute ability that could induce illusions in opponents, immersing enemies in the illusions it wove. As a result, their minds would relax, defenses would be abandoned, and they would be struck down in one blow. When Su Chen encountered the Silverlight Fox in the arena match, he was momentarily distracted due to his lack of understanding of its abilities. This brief moment of distraction nearly led to Su Chen's defeat. In that match, When Su Chen regained his focus, the Moonlight Fox was already beside him. He even saw the sharp claws it extended towards him. If it weren't for relying on the Nine Heavens Thunder escape technique to instantly flash away from his original position and avoid the strike, Su Chen would have been defeated by such a small fierce beast that he had underestimated. It was this battle that made Su Chen put away his previous contempt for fierce beasts. As Su Chen participated in more battle arena matches, his reputation within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall grew louder. By now, almost no warrior in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall did not know Su Chen. Even the warriors from the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, as well as the official warriors, had heard of Su Chen. They knew that a genius warrior had emerged from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Because of this, the business at the Qinglong stall also flourished, attracting many warriors. Of course, aside from participating in the arena competitions and paying attention to the Qinglong stall's business, the most important thing for Su Chen was the improvement of his strength. Over the course of a few days, aside from his time at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Su Chen spent most of his waking hours enhancing his martial skills and increasing his vitality. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. With Su Chen's efforts, both his vitality and martial skill proficiency saw significant improvements. That morning, after returning from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Su Chen habitually turned his gaze to the system interface in front of him. Name: Su Chen Realm, First Stage Warrior, Body Refinement Stage, Martial Arts, True Dragon Stance, 100%, reached Perfect Realm, Qinglong Martial Arts, 42%, needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Jiutian Qinglong / 45%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Zhixiao Thunder Escape Technique, 38%, needs 2% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Accomplishment Realm, Tiangang Mysterious Skill, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Vitality, 387, needs 13 Vitality to upgrade to Second Stage Warrior, Constitution, 107, can be improved through practicing martial arts, weapon, Guan Dao. Looking at the information displayed on the system interface, Su Chen whispered softly, 387 Vitality, just 13 more Vitality to reach 400 and breakthrough to become a Second Stage Warrior. After speaking, Su Chen turned his gaze to the beast meat he had just brought back from the warrior market. If all goes well, I will soon break through to become a Second Stage Warrior. In these days, Su Chen had been busy every day. Almost as soon as he opened his eyes, he began to rush between home and the martial arts hall. All of this was to elevate his martial arts realm and skill proficiency. After such a long period of effort, seeing his cultivation about to break through to become a Second Stage Warrior, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Shaking his head slightly to dispel the distracting thoughts, Su Chen looked at the beast meat beside him and quickly began to take action. His hands sliced through the air, creating afterimages. The black hole beside Su Chen instantly transformed into a blood-red river formed by the continuous beast meat. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ears. Destroy a piece of Silver Light Fox's broken organ. Compensation Vitality plus 0.01. Destroy a piece of Flame Leopard beast meat. Compensation Vitality plus 0.01. Destroy a piece of Night Giant beast meat. Compensation Vitality plus 0.02. Feeling the warm current of vitality rising within him, Su Chen's movements became even faster. If a martial arts expert were beside Su Chen at that moment, they would clearly see that his vitality was rapidly increasing. That feeling was much more intense than consuming vitality pills to boost his vitality. In fact, it seemed even faster than absorbing some rare materials to enhance his vitality. And in that process, at a certain moment, as a piece of beast meat fell into the black hole, destroy a piece of Greystone Bear beast meat. Compensation Vitality plus 0.01. Su Chen suddenly felt an unusual sensation within him, as if the vitality in his body had come alive, gaining its own consciousness. It began to flow spontaneously within his body, altering his physical structure. What is this? Feeling the strange sensation within his body, Su Chen immediately recalled the feeling he had when he broke through to become a warrior a few days ago. At the same time, the Qinglong martial arts began to operate spontaneously, and the various changes and precautions regarding breaking through to the Second Stage Warrior recorded in the martial arts appeared one by one in Su Chen's mind. Unlike the breakthrough to become a warrior, each stage of breakthrough after becoming a warrior would have distinct changes and differences. Just as a first-tier warrior breaks through to become a second-tier warrior, the vital energy and blood within the warrior's body will flow from the limbs and bones to spread into the internal organs. If we compare the warrior's vital energy and blood to a river, then during the first tier stage, this river only flows within the warrior's limbs and bones. Once they break through to become a second-tier warrior, the flow of this river expands to include the internal organs. With the vital energy and blood flowing through the internal organs, both the warrior's strength and defense will experience a qualitative enhancement. If a first-tier warrior, compared to an ordinary person, has their limbs and bones tempered, possessing strength and defense far superior to that of an ordinary person, it is as if they naturally wear a layer of armor or a full suit of mecha. Becoming a second-tier warrior is more akin to a complete reshaping of the body. From the inside out, the overall tempering of the body occurs from the internal organs to the limbs and bones, allowing one's life level to leap forward. When the apocalypse arrives and martial arts rise, people have another term for martial arts, the path of evolution. This is because cultivating martial arts is itself a process of continuous evolution of the human body. When one grows into a true peak powerhouse, the strength and characteristics displayed are no different from those of legendary immortals. Immortality, chasing the wind and the moon, being close yet far, controlling thunder and lightning. As time passes, the changes in Su Chen's body become increasingly evident, until at a certain moment, a faint azure light begins to circulate around Su Chen's body, and at the same time, a subtle sound seems to arise in the air. At this moment, if someone practicing the Azure Dragon martial arts were present, they would recognize it. This is an anomaly that only appears after successfully cultivating the Azure Dragon martial arts. The Azure Dragon's chant. As the Azure Dragon's chant resonates, Su Chen slowly opens his eyes. Taking a deep breath, the faint azure light in Su Chen's eyes gradually dissipates. Sitting cross-legged, Su Chen feels the vital energy and blood flowing within him like a river, and an uncontrollable smile appears at the corner of his mouth. Is this what it feels like to become a second-tier warrior? Su Chen tightly clenches his fists, his fingers interlocked, and he can clearly feel the changes in his body. Accompanied by the flow of vital energy and blood within, Su Chen seems to have gained an unprecedented understanding of all the changes in his body. No wonder the martial arts forum says that warriors have 9 tiers, with each tier representing a new heaven. My current strength, compared to before the breakthrough, is simply incomparable. Although Su Chen had high hopes for breaking through to the second tier, he did not expect his strength to increase significantly after the breakthrough. After all, when he had just broken through to the first tier, he was able to defeat a peak second-tier ferocious beast. Not to mention, after further breakthroughs in martial arts cultivation and techniques, even against most third-tier ferocious beasts, Su Chen could easily prevail. Therefore, in his heart, Su Chen did not hold too much expectation for the breakthrough to the second tier. Now that I think about it, it's not that the breakthrough to the second tier offers little enhancement to strength, but rather that my own strength is too formidable, so much so that second-tier ferocious beasts, even third-tier ferocious beasts, find it hard to be my opponents. With this thought, a smile involuntarily appears at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. I just don't know how strong my true strength is now, he murmurs softly, and then as if recalling something, he shakes his head and turns his gaze forward. At the same time, a virtual interface appears before Su Chen's eyes. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/241. Realm, second stage warrior, refining organs. Realm, martial arts. True dragon stance, 100%, reached perfect realm, Azure Dragon martial arts, 42%, needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to great accomplishment. Realm, 9 heavens Azure Dragon / 45%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to great accomplishment. Realm, Purple Cloud Thunder escape technique, 38%, needs 2% proficiency to upgrade to minor accomplishment. Realm, Heavenly Gang profound skill, 41%, needs 19%. Proficiency to upgrade to great accomplishment. Realm, Vitality, 400, needs 600 vitality to upgrade to third stage warrior. Physique, 107, can be improved through practicing martial arts. Weapon, Guan Dao. Su Chen's gaze fell on the system interface, and he quickly noticed the newly appeared age column. Age, 17, this should be my current age. 241? That should be my theoretical lifespan limit? After a quick glance, Su Chen's gaze shifted downward to the realm column. He was not surprised at the prospect of living to 241 years. The path of martial arts is inherently a path of evolution. As one's martial realm improves, the body also enhances. Naturally, the lifespan will increase accordingly. Given Su Chen's understanding of his physical condition, living to 200 was not a problem at all. Refining organs realm? I need 600 vitality to upgrade to 3rd stage warrior, compared to the vitality needed to upgrade to 2nd stage warrior. This increase is quite significant. Although he felt a bit surprised, Su Chen did not dwell on it. He turned his gaze back to the remaining beast meat beside him and took action again. Destroy a piece of night grey wolf beast meat. Compensation vitality plus 0.01. Destroy a piece of dark night giant beast meat. Compensation vitality plus 0.02. After he had destroyed all the remaining beast meat, Su Chen's gaze shifted to the package beside him. He stepped over and opened the package, revealing the martial arts techniques inside. Once the martial arts techniques are synthesized, I will go to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to find Uncle Zhang. In recent days, the business at the Azure Dragon Stall had stabilized. Under these circumstances, Su Chen and Zhang Russian had agreed on a daily meeting time and work distribution. Generally, every morning, Su Chen and Zhang Russian would meet. Su Chen would hand over the martial arts techniques he had synthesized the night before to Zhang Russian. At the same time, he would purchase some necessary beast meat at the warrior market to enhance his vitality. In addition, he would go to the battle arena to participate in martial arts competitions against beasts, testing his martial progress while also advertising the Azure Dragon Stall. After finishing these tasks, Su Chen would return home to destroy beast meat to increase his vitality. Then he would destroy damaged martial arts techniques to synthesize the required martial arts techniques. After completing all this, it would be around noon. At this time, Su Chen would go out again to the warrior market to find Zhang Russian, repeating the morning's process. It was this rigorous self-discipline that allowed Su Chen to quickly grow into a 2nd stage warrior. Destroy a damaged flame blade technique. Compensation flame blade technique proficiency plus 10%. Destroy a worn-out blade technique manual. Compensation rock blade technique proficiency plus 1%. As the system's prompt sounded, Su Chen quickly immersed himself in the grand task of destroying martial arts techniques. Once he finished everything, Su Chen tidied up the various martial arts techniques and stepped outside. Upon exiting the community, due to his breakthrough in cultivation, Su Chen rarely slowed his pace, observing everything on both sides of the street. Unlike the towering buildings before the apocalypse, after the apocalypse, due to the presence of beasts, tall buildings were rarely seen in the city. Even the tallest buildings did not exceed 10 stories. Moreover, the post-apocalyptic city had also seen a reduction in many entertainment venues and facilities. Not to mention the warriors, almost everyone was immersed in improving their martial arts and heading to the beast battlefields to slay beasts. Even ordinary people are diligently contributing their strength in their respective jobs. In this era, it is rare to see individuals like Su Chen from his past life, who were aimless and laid back. Everyone here is striving to live actively. Just as Su Chen was attentively observing the people and things on both sides of the street, a sudden, piercing sound rang in his ears. Whoa, this is the citywide warning sound. Upon hearing the sound, Su Chen's expression changed immediately. This warning is only issued when the entire Lin city is under threat, meaning the lives of all its residents are in danger. What's going on? At that moment, Su Chen's face turned unusually serious. Although he had never experienced a citywide warning since his arrival, he had memories of the scenes that followed such a warning. Each time the warning sounded, all residents faced a life and death crisis. In fact, his original parents had perished during one such crisis after a warning was issued. I wonder what this warning is for. Su Chen scanned his surroundings with a grave expression. The precondition for a citywide warning is that all residents are facing a life-threatening crisis. However, Su Chen was still unclear about the source of the crisis and the reason for the warning. The reasons for the warnings varied each time. Unbeknownst to him, a blade had already appeared in Su Chen's hand. Tightly gripped, he remained vigilant, watching for any potential threats. The people who had been working on both sides of the street now wore expressions of panic. Yet, amidst their fear, they hurriedly rushed towards safety. The warning has sounded. Hurry, everyone go to the protection zone. Quick, this way, everyone stay calm and orderly head to the designated protection area. The warriors are here. With the warriors present, we mustn't panic. Chaotic voices echoed in Su Chen's ears. Meanwhile, the residents on both sides of the street were being guided by officials, making their way orderly to the protection zone. The protection zone was established to respond to citywide crises, created collaboratively by the officials and the two major martial arts schools to ensure the safety of residents. However, Su Chen did not follow the crowd to the protection zone. The purpose of the protection zone was to safeguard ordinary residents. and warriors were not included in that category. Moreover, during such disasters, warriors had the duty to protect ordinary citizens. Suddenly, as Su Chen was gravely surveying his surroundings, a sharp sound pierced his ears. Is that a void crack? Upon hearing the sound, Su Chen's expression changed. He turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. There, in his line of sight, a massive, pitch-black crack had appeared in the air. It resembled a giant mouth ready to devour, indiscriminately swallowing everything around it. As it absorbed everything nearby, the void crack expanded at a visible speed. Whoosh, 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 like a gigantic black hole. Everything around was being consumed by this crack. The once tidy street was instantly thrown into chaos under the rampage of the black hole, with buildings collapsing in an instant. Some residents who hadn't managed to escape were caught off guard by the disaster and were buried beneath the crumbling debris. Son, run, don't worry about me. Mom, it hurts so much. Am I going to die? Child, Mommy is here. Mommy will protect you. Watching the tragic scenes unfold before him, Su Chen could only do his best to help those around him. Not far from Su Chen, other warriors were doing the same. Relying solely on a few warriors is ultimately like a drop in the bucket. Damn it! These damned beasts. Watching the ever-expanding void cracks, Su Chen's mind began to recall related memories. These void cracks did not appear out of thin air. The fundamental reason for their emergence in the city was that a powerful beast from the Beast Clan was using supernatural powers to open a void passage leading here. Once these void passages were successfully opened, the beast powerhouses would unleash the beasts into the city, initiating a plan for extermination, to eradicate all life within the city. This was a common tactic used by the beasts. Compared to the human race, the beasts were not harmonious among themselves. They were still under the ecological law of survival of the fittest. In such circumstances, the death of some beasts was even welcomed by the strong among them. If the death of the beasts could serve a purpose, taking some humans down with them would be even better. For this reason, beast powerhouses often like to use void cracks to send beasts into human cities, allowing the beasts to attack and carry out extermination plans. Every year, countless lives are lost worldwide due to beast attacks on cities. The human race deeply detests this. However, faced with such a life-for-life siege method, the humans had no other means of response besides preparing defenses and mobilizing strong warriors to eliminate the attacking beasts as soon as possible. With my strength, I am utterly powerless to destroy the black hole. I can only watch helplessly as the void passage forms, Su Chen said unwillingly, gazing at the enormous black hole in the distance. At the same time, similar situations were occurring in other parts of Lin City. The massive black hole was indiscriminately devouring everything around it, continuously expanding. Within the range of the black hole, some residents who could not escape were swept up and instantly torn apart. Run! Quickly escape the black hole's range and head to the protective zone. Run! The beasts are coming. These damned beasts. When I become a warrior one day, I will definitely kill all of you. At this moment, various voices echoed throughout the city. In just a moment, the once peaceful Lin City was thrown into chaos, and everyone within the city faced a life and death crisis. The howling wind roared through the air, and Su Chen looked gravely at the distant black hole. As time passed, the black hole's spread finally stopped. At the same time, intense roaring sounds began to erupt. Soon, one beast after another emerged from the black hole, appearing in Lin City. A cacophony of sounds spread through the air, reaching all directions. Su Chen also restrained his movements, gripping his broadsword tightly and looking ahead. He understood that it was time for him to uphold his duty as a warrior. A massive roar erupted, and soon a dark figure appeared before Su Chen. Nightshade Grey Wolf? Su Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at the beast that had appeared not far in front of him. Gripping his long knife, he stepped forward towards the Nightshade Grey Wolf. Everything he had just witnessed flashed through Su Chen's mind. Those tragic scenes continuously stimulated his nerves, and his killing intent had reached its peak. He wanted to kill these beasts. Whoosh! The long knife sliced through the air as if it had been cleaved in two. The silver blade, bathed in blood red, became even sharper. The knife's shadow flashed, and the originally fierce and savage beast was instantly severed in two. Die for me! With a loud shout, Su Chen brought his knife down. On the other side, another beast that had just charged at Su Chen was also instantly severed in two, crashing to the ground. The enormous black hole in the distance now seemed to have transformed into a portal. An endless stream of beasts passed through the black hole, descending into this place. then, wantonly destroying everything around while pursuing the traces of humanity, intending to exterminate all humans. Damn beast! Watching the ferocious beast wreaking havoc in the distance, Su Chen's killing intent grew stronger. He activated the Azure Dragon martial arts, allowing his vital energy to flow freely within his body. At the same time, the broadsword in his hand formed a flurry of blade shadows, recklessly slashing at the beast. Since becoming a martial artist, Su Chen had never fought with all his strength. Although he often participated in martial arts competitions at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and battled ferocious beasts, their limited strength had never forced him to go all out. This time, however, the beast's attack on the city and the heinous crimes it committed truly enraged Su Chen, prompting him to unleash all his power. The Azure Dragon martial arts had been pushed to its limits, and the vital energy within him flowed like a raging river, providing him with an endless source of strength, making him seem like an unyielding war god. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, which he had already mastered to a small degree, now displayed its true power. The pale blue blade light slashed down upon the ferocious beast. No beast could withstand its sharpness. Often, upon contact, the beast would be cleaved in two. Die! At this moment, Su Chen was blinded by rage. Wielding his broadsword, he charged through the beasts, leaving countless corpses in his wake. Run! Help! Come over here! Mom! I'm so scared! Some people who had not managed to evacuate could not help but cry out for help in such an environment. There were also martial artists like Su Chen, who, while slaying the beasts, did not forget to find ways to save those left behind. Quick! Hide here, I've killed all the beasts in this area. There are still some people over there, hurry and save them! Roar moo boom! While the martial artists were rescuing people, some ferocious beasts continued to destroy everything around them. Those who had not managed to escape were ruthlessly killed by the pursuing beasts. Roar! After slaughtering the humans, the ferocious beasts howled to the sky, as if celebrating. Such actions stimulated the nerves of many martial artists. Su Chen witnessed everything. He immediately activated the Nine Heavens Thunder Escape technique, his figure flickering as he charged toward the howling beast. It was a beast resembling a cheetah, entirely crimson. The Nine Heavens Thunder Escape technique, which he had already mastered to the entry level, allowed him to unleash 4 times his normal speed when fully activated. So, although there was still a considerable distance between them, after Su Chen activated the technique, that distance seemed to vanish. In an instant, he arrived before the Crimson Beast. Die for me! With a loud shout, Su Chen raised his broadsword, accompanied by a flash of pale blue light. The Crimson Beast fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Faced with this, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, his gaze shifting as he quickly began searching for his next target. Just as Su Chen was rampaging through the beasts, wantonly hunting them down, a martial artist in black not far away suddenly changed his expression. Yuan Yuan, the man in black, Long Yu, called out urgently, then looked at his wrist. On his wrist was a pitch-black watch, which was now flashing with intense red light. Long Yu knew very well what this meant. His wife, Yuan Yuan, was currently facing a life-and-death crisis. I have to save her. Realizing this, Long Yu immediately said. As he spoke, he was about to step toward the direction where his wife was, but after taking just 2 steps, he seemed to think of something and stopped, looking toward Su Chen not far away. Su Chen is still here. Long Yu turned to look at Su Chen, who was slaying the beasts in the distance, his expression changing repeatedly. The reason he is here is that he was specifically arranged by Zhuge to protect Su Chen. It can be said that ensuring Su Chen's safety is now Lang Yu's job. This is also why he suddenly stopped. The strongest beast here is only at the 3rd level, and it can't harm Su Chen, so even if I leave for a short while, there shouldn't be any issues. His gaze swept around, and Long Yu's expression changed several times before quickly firming up. Once I save Yuan Yuan, I'll rush back immediately, it should be fine. Moreover, with the beasts attacking the city, Lin City is in chaos, and the beast experts shouldn't target Su Chen. It was as if he was trying to reassure himself. Lang Yu murmured a couple of times, then turned around and headed towards his wife without looking back. For Long Yu, who lost his parents at a young age, his childhood sweetheart was the person he cared about most in this world. He would never allow anything to happen to her. Yuan Yuan, I'm coming to save you, you must wait for me. Praying in his heart, Long Yu fully activated his martial arts and body technique, darting like lightning towards the direction where his wife was. Long Yu's movement briefly caught Su Chen's attention. He lifted his head to glance in Long Yu's direction. Who is he? What incredible speed! A momentary doubt arose in his heart, but Su Chen quickly refocused on the beast in front of him. Whoosh! The long knife slashed down, like a meteor falling from the sky. Accompanied by a flash of silver light, the beast crashed to the ground. You beasts, die! After slaying the beast with one strike, Su Chen's figure shifted, quickly moving towards the next beast. However, what Su Chen didn't know was that at that moment, his figure had already caught the eye of another beast. Is he Su Chen from the bounty list? A silver beast, about the size of a gray wolf, was watching Su Chen from a distance of several meters. Its eyes glimmered with a hint of light. If I kill you, the Lord will reward me, helping me enhance my bloodline, and then I will have a chance to break through to become a Lord-level beast. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in the silver beast's eyes. For beasts, bloodline is the most important thing. The strength of the bloodline determines what level of beast they can eventually become. Only beasts with a Lord's bloodline have the possibility of breaking through to become Lord beasts. This was also the reason it risked its life to participate in the siege plan. Before the siege, the Lord had already announced that any beast that could kill a genius on the bounty list would have the opportunity to enhance their bloodline. Because of this, many spirit-level beasts that had awakened intelligence, like it, participated in the siege plan. Their goal was to kill the human geniuses on the bounty list and gain the chance for bloodline enhancement. As thoughts flowed, the silver beast confirmed Su Chen's identity and began to move towards him. It aimed to achieve a one-hit kill and eliminate this human genius. Su Chen was unaware of the lurking danger. At that moment, he was fully focused on the beast before him. Having witnessed many of his compatriots perish at the hands of beasts, Su Chen's killing intent towards the beasts had reached its peak. In fact, since the beasts descended upon the world, humans and beasts had been in a state of opposition. It was either you die or I live. Almost every human alive today has relatives who died at the hands of beasts. It can be said that beasts represent a true racial hatred for humans, a mortal enemy. Every human harbors a deep-seated hatred for beasts, wishing to devour them alive. This is evident from the cheers that erupt every time Su Chen kills a beast in the martial arts arena. However, most of the time, humans bury this hatred deep within their hearts and do not express it. Su Chen was no different. As the ferocious beasts attacked the city, countless human compatriots were slaughtered right before Su Chen's eyes. This completely ignited his killing intent. As the saying goes, new grudges add to old hatreds. At this moment, Su Chen's heart was filled with the desire to kill all the ferocious beasts before him. Die for me! With a loud shout, Su Chen swung his broadsword, creating a flurry of silver blade shadows that swept away the ferocious beasts in front of him. He then stepped forward, charging towards the next beast. Die! Boom! With the slash of his long knife, another ferocious beast fell under Su Chen's blade. After killing this beast, Su Chen's gaze moved forward and he spotted a silver-white ferocious beast. Silver-light fox? Looking at the distant silver beast, a hint of confusion flashed in Su Chen's eyes. It was the first time he had seen such a large silver-light fox. Perhaps it has mutated. Many ferocious beast species do not have a fixed appearance. They can undergo mutations for various reasons, such as absorbing rare materials or interbreeding with different beasts. There are many reasons for the mutation of ferocious beasts, so Su Chen didn't think too much about it and simply held his long knife, walking towards the silver beast. Regardless of whether it was a mutated beast or not, killing it was the only option. As Su Chen approached the silver beast, excitement flickered in the beast's eyes. It hasn't run away? Heaven is helping me, the silver beast thought excitedly. It had originally worried that Su Chen would flee upon discovering it, which was why it had concealed itself and approached Su Chen until it felt capable of killing him before revealing its form. Who would have thought that upon seeing it, Su Chen not only didn't run but instead came closer. Lord's bloodline, here I come. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the silver beast's eyes. Unable to contain its thrill any longer, it leaped into the air, its limbs leaving the ground, like an arrow released from a bow. Flying towards Su Chen, it aimed to kill Su Chen to gain the opportunity to enhance its bloodline. Seeing the silver beast soaring through the air, Su Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. At this moment, he also sensed something unusual. This beast seemed different from the others. Does it have intelligence? Is this a spirit-level beast? Beasts are classified from low to high as ordinary beasts, spirit-level beasts, and lord-level beasts. Ordinary beasts refer to first to third-tier beasts. corresponding to 1st to 3rd tier warriors. Spirit level beasts refer to 4th to 6th tier beasts, corresponding to 4th to 6th tier warriors. Lord level beasts correspond to 7th to 9th tier warriors. Of course, above Lord level beasts, there are King level beasts, which correspond to the martial god strongmen among humans. Upon realizing the anomaly of the silver beast, Su Chen's expression became vigilant. A beast with intelligence is at least a 4th tier beast. It seems I need to go all out. Thinking this, Su Chen instantly began to operate the Azure Dragon martial arts, while simultaneously activating the Heavenly Gang Profound skill. After several days of effort, both the Azure Dragon martial arts and the other 3 martial skills had been cultivated to a minor completion stage by Su Chen. For example, after reaching the minor completion stage of the Heavenly Gang Profound skill, Su Chen could unleash 4 times his normal attack power when using this technique. With this 4-fold explosive power, combined with the solid foundation built by the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash and the Azure Dragon martial arts, Su Chen was confident that even against a 5th tier beast, he would have the strength to fight. Boom! The silver beast leaped into the air, charging towards Su Chen. As it drew closer, its heart began to shout, "Die, human! Become the stepping stone on my path to becoming a Lord Beast." The silver beast's eyes were filled with excitement, as if it could already see itself killing Su Chen, returning to its clan, being summoned by the king, and receiving the Lord-level bloodline. Watching the approaching silver beast, Su Chen's expression remained vigilant. Then, with all his strength, he activated the Qinglong martial arts technique, and the Jiutian Qinglong slash, along with the Tiangang Shenggong, and unleashed a single strike directly towards the silver beast. Boom! As the long knife fell, a violent sound echoed through the air. It was like thunder crashing, a tremendous noise that resonated in all directions. Even the beast beside him seemed to be intimidated, not daring to approach. On the other side, the silver beast, which had been full of confidence and aimed to kill Su Chen, showed a look of panic upon seeing this strike. What is this? The silver beast stared in bewilderment at the incoming blow. Is this the power that a 2nd-tier warrior can unleash? The moment it saw Su Chen, the silver beast had carefully observed him. It confirmed that he was indeed a 2nd-tier warrior. Even if his strength surpassed that of other warriors, it could only be comparable to a 3rd-tier beast. Such strength might be formidable against the surrounding 2nd-tier beasts, but against it, a 4th-tier beast, it was nothing. In the eyes of the silver beast, it would only take a bit more effort to kill Su Chen. This was also the reason it chose to attack head-on. But now, what did it see? A strike comparable to the attack power of a 5th-tier beast? Roar! Hiss! Hiss! A fierce roar erupted from the silver beast's mouth. It seemed to be saying, "You son of a bitch, that's not how martial ethics work." However, Su Chen did not understand the beast's words, so he was unaware of what it was saying. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to chop this beast to death. Whoosh! The long knife fell, and a cool breeze swept through. A line of blood cut through the air, scattering in all directions. A massive head soared away. It was the silver beast's head, and at this moment, its eyes were still filled with confusion and panic. How could a 2nd-tier warrior be this strong? This can't be real. Don't kill me! Su Chen could not understand the beast's words, nor could he comprehend its thoughts. Upon seeing the suspected spirit-level silver beast fall, he immediately turned his gaze to the other beasts. Perhaps I misunderstood. It is just a particularly ordinary beast. This thought flashed through his mind as Su Chen, holding the long knife, continued to charge at the other beasts. All of you, die! With a cold shout, Su Chen's long knife slashed down, like flowing light, recklessly weaving through the beasts. As Su Chen slaughtered the beasts, his movements also attracted the attention of other warriors not far away. Su the warrior? Such strong power, this strength could probably rival that of a 5th-tier warrior. Those who can become warriors are indeed monsters. I saw him participate in the battle arena a few days ago. He didn't have such strength then. Is he Su Chen from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School? His talent is truly terrifying. Due to participating in many battle arena matches recently, Su Chen had gained quite a reputation in the warrior circle of Lin City. Therefore, when he killed the beasts, some warriors recognized him. Among them, a middle-aged man in black looked at Su Chen's figure weaving through the beast horde from a distance, his eyes unable to hide his shock. How long has it been? Su Chen already has such strong power? It seems I underestimated his talent back then. Huang Feng, dressed in black, gazed at Su Chen in the distance. His mind involuntarily recalled the scene from a few days ago when he first met Su Chen at the Nanfeng garbage dump. At that time, Su Chen had just broken through to become a warrior and appeared very inexperienced. Because of their similar experiences, he had specifically given Su Chen a sponsorship of 100,000. Although he had heard Su Chen's name multiple times since then and even seen videos of his battles on the Extreme Path family's martial arts forum, he had been too busy to personally attend Su Chen's battle arena matches. In other words, this meeting was still the first since their encounter at the garbage dump. Huang Feng was seeing Su Chen for the first time again. But now, he is completely different. A hint of sigh flashed in his eyes, and Huang Feng immediately focused his mind, redirecting his attention back to the ferocious beast. Although he wanted to step forward and reminisce, the presence of the beast made it an inappropriate time. Huang Feng withdrew his gaze and looked at the beast charging towards him, raising the spear in his hand. Then he swept it horizontally. Die for me! A cold light flickered in his eyes, and at that moment, a strong killing intent erupted from Huang Feng. He was a true warrior returned from the battlefield against ferocious beasts, with rich experience in battling them. So, although his strength was somewhat inferior to Su Chen's, his efficiency in slaying beasts was not much lower. Boom! As Huang Feng unleashed a powerful offensive, one beast after another fell to the ground. At this moment, what Su Chen and Huang Feng were experiencing was happening all over Lin City. Although the beast attack came suddenly, no warrior chose to retreat in the face of the ferocious beasts. They all threw themselves into the battle against the beasts. In the hearts of all the warriors, there was a common goal: to slay all beasts and protect our human race. In the core area of Lin City, a towering building stood tall. This was the location of the Lin City Lord's residence. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in white, with a handsome face, stood inside the residence, his expression grave. His name was Bai Shu Yuan, the city lord of Lin City, the primary responsible person for the city. At this moment, Bai Shu Yuan looked to his side and spoke in a low voice. What is the current situation in various parts of Lin City? In front of the man, a huge virtual screen projected countless images showing the current state of Lin City. The suddenness of this beast attack has left us unable to respond in time. So currently, apart from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall located in the East and West cities, as well as the city center where the city lord's residence is, the North and South cities are in a very difficult situation. Over 10,000 civilians have already died at the hands of the beasts, and even dozens of warriors have fallen heroically. Beside the man in white, a man dressed in gray robes, with an ancient demeanor, spoke with a heavy expression. He was responsible for coordinating the city lord's business with various departments within the city lord's residence. After the beast attack began, he immediately connected with the relevant departments to obtain information, ensuring he could understand the situation in Lin City at the first opportunity. South City and North City. Hearing the report from the man in gray, Bai Shu Yuan's expression flashed with pain. As the city lord of Lin City, the suffering of any civilian within the city was enough to grieve him. Moreover, with the beast attack, the casualties were not just one person, it was tens of thousands of casualties. Such losses, if they occurred in normal times, would be enough to leave him heartbroken. But in the current situation, Bai Shu Yuan knew very well that as the city lord of Lin City, this was not the time for him to grieve. What he should do now was to find a way to quell this beast disaster. Rescue personnel from other cities will arrive soon. Once they arrive, take them directly to South City and North City. At the first moment the Void Fissure phenomenon occurred in Lin City, Bai Shu Yuan had already sent out a rescue message. According to the timeline and feedback, the rescue personnel were about to arrive. So at this moment, Bai Shu Yuan also spoke to his assistant in a deep voice. Understood. City Lord. The man in gray nodded. Seeing this, Bai Shu Yuan said no more and took the lead, stepping towards the northern part of the city. Previously, when the Void Fissure had just appeared, he was unsure whether a peak lord level beast would be transmitted from the other side, so he had been waiting in the city lord's residence to prevent a lord level beast from appearing in the city center and causing destruction. But now, as time passed, it was clear that no lord level beasts would be transmitted over. In this case, he naturally had no need to linger here any longer. A total of 4 peak lord level beasts? With a single step forward, an endless cold light flickered in Bai Shu Yuan's eyes. Just moments ago, in the Lord's mansion, he had restrained his boundless killing intent due to his identity. Now, having left the Lord's mansion, he no longer concealed it. The frenzied killing intent, accompanied by his emotions, erupted completely. As Bai Shu Yuan strode past, the fierce beasts beside him seemed to have experienced 1,000 cuts, exploding with a thunderous roar, splattering blood everywhere. Beasts deserve a beast's end. Bai Shu Yuan spoke calmly, his expression unchanged, as he headed north toward the city. As he moved, he soon found himself in front of a massive beast, towering dozens of meters high, resembling a wild bull. "Savage Great Lord, your opponent is me," Bai Shu Yuan coldly declared, looking at the bull-like beast. In front of the savage bull, several powerful warriors who had been engaged in battle with it took the opportunity to retreat. "Lord!" The warriors stood behind Bai Shu Yuan, their gazes icy as they looked at the savage bull. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "You all go below, this bull is mine." Watching the warriors leave, the savage Great Lord remained still, its gaze now heavy as it looked at the figure in white standing not far away. "Bai Shu Yuan?" The savage Great Lord's mouth opened and closed, a voice like thunder resonating through the air. Once a beast tribe breaks through to become a spirit-level beast, it gains complete intelligence. When they break through to become Lord-level beasts, their wisdom is no less than that of humans. In fact, compared to most ordinary people, Lord-level beasts possess even greater intelligence. Just like the savage Great Lord, although it is a beast, it has completely mastered the human language through the beasts it has killed, allowing it to communicate normally with humans. "They say you are powerful. Today, Old Bull will let you know what it means that there is always someone stronger." The savage Great Lord spoke, its voice booming like thunder, echoing through the void. As it finished speaking, it raised its hooves, then charged forward like a galloping bull. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, it charged toward Bai Shu Yuan. "Moo!" Savage split heaven. The thunderous voice, along with the savage lord's form, rushed toward Bai Shu Yuan. Although its tone was arrogant, the moment it struck, the savage lord unleashed its ultimate move. Clearly, it did not underestimate Bai Shu Yuan, on the contrary, it regarded him with great importance. Facing the savage lord's attack, Bai Shu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he extended his right hand and drew his weapon. Whoosh, accompanied by a gentle breeze, a long sword, cold and forged from cold iron, appeared in Bai Shu Yuan's hand. Meanwhile, as the savage Great Lord clashed with the Lord of Lin City, in the east of the city, Lei Zhan, dressed in a blue robe and with a robust figure, was engaged in a fierce battle with a giant beast resembling a gray bear. Heavenly thunder descends. Holding a purple long knife, Lei Zhan seemed to transform into a thunder god. Surrounded by endless lightning, he directed his blade, and countless bolts of thunder rained down upon the gray bear beast. Boom! The tremendous sound shook the heavens and the earth. Facing Lei Zhan's killing move, the gray bear beast let out a long howl. Roar! The massive roar echoed, making the air feel almost tangible, rippling with countless waves. "Lei Zhan, you shall die!" The thunder struck down upon it, exploding continuously, inflicting significant injuries on the gray bear beast. It was evident that the once smooth, satin-like fur of the gray bear had been torn apart. A massive wound had been ripped open on its right arm, with blood flowing steadily from the injury. Bear dominates the sky. With a long howl directed at the sky, the massive gray bear pounded the ground with its fists, then leaped towards the direction where Lei Zhan was. It aimed to close in on Lei Zhan and deliver a fatal blow to completely kill him. "You fool! Do you think I would let you get close?" Lei Zhan scoffed, looking disdainfully at the bear lord not far in front of him, his tone casual. As he spoke, his figure flickered and reappeared hundreds of meters away from the bear lord. Although Lei Zhan had a robust physique and often spoke boldly, even wielding a long knife suited for close combat, only those familiar with him knew that his true strength lay in ranged attacks. Compared to a martial artist, he resembled a mage more. This was also related to Lei Zhan's talent. As the possessor of the A-grade talent, Son of Thunder, he had gained the ability to control lightning since his talent awakened. It was this ability, combined with the powerful martial arts talent granted by his A-grade talent, that allowed Lei Zhan to break through to become a 9th-tier martial artist, just one step away from ultimately breaking through to become a martial god. Boom! Where Lei Zhan had dodged, the bear lord appeared and struck violently at the air. This strike seemed to make the very earth and sky tremble. It produced a loud noise, accompanied by ripples and dark cracks appearing, a sign of space tearing. Just one blow could rip apart space, showcasing the bear's immense power. In close combat, it would be hard for anyone of the same level to match it. Unfortunately, The opponent it faced was Lei Zhan, a martial artist skilled in ranged attacks. As it saw its strike miss again, a flash of unwillingness crossed the bear's eyes. Looking at Lei Zhan in the distance, it ultimately chose to move away. As it departed, it raised its neck and let out a long howl. Roar! The massive sound spread through the air, quickly echoing throughout the entire Lin City. At the same time, similar sounds came from two other directions. It was as if they were responding to the Bear Lord. In fact, this was true. It was the retreat signal agreed upon by several Lord-level beasts. Before attacking Lin City, they had made an agreement in front of their king. If any one of the great lords issued this signal, the other lord beasts had to respond and organize the retreat of other beasts from Lin City, ending the siege. As the signal sounded, the beasts that had been fighting the human martial artists in Lin City seemed to receive the signal, withdrawing from the battle and heading towards the void cracks they had come from. They needed to pass through the void cracks to leave Lin City and return home. Finally retreating. In the air, watching the departing gray bear, Lei Zhan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But why are there only the sounds of three great lord beasts? A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Lei Zhan's figure flickered as he charged towards a regular lord beast that was preparing to retreat on the ground. Lin City was not a place one could come and go as they pleased. Allowing the bear lord to leave was because Lei Zhan did not have the strength to kill it. However, he clearly would not tolerate these ordinary lord beasts retreating just like that. The beast disaster had caused countless casualties in Lin City. Like other martial artists, Lei Zhan was filled with anger and killing intent at this moment. So, as he rushed towards the ordinary lord beast, he rarely chose his preferred ranged attack. Instead, he wielded his long knife and directly charged at the beast. Poochie! A sharp sound erupted, accompanied by a burst of purple lightning. The beast's figure halted, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Boom! The massive beast's body fell to the ground, producing a thunderous noise. Taking advantage of this moment, Lei Zhan already held his long knife and charged towards another beast. Death! The cold voice exploded like thunder in the ears of the ferocious beast. At the same time, the beast's body burst apart. As Lei Zhan slaughtered the beast, venting his fury, ferocious beasts began to gather one after another at the spatial rifts around Lin City. After several lord-level beasts sent out signals, those who received the signals began to withdraw from the battlefield. They then proceeded to the spatial passage, using it to leave Lin City. Before one enormous spatial rift, the massive bear lord, resembling a gray bear, cast a reluctant glance at Lin City. With a heavy heart, it stepped toward the rift. Similarly, in other parts of Lin City, several other beasts also wore reluctant expressions as they passed through the spatial rifts to leave. Inside the Lord's mansion at the center of Lin City, within a formation glowing with crimson light, powerful warriors began to appear one after another as the light flickered. Lord Lin, you have arrived, said Suan, the gray-clad assistant to the Lord, who was waiting outside the teleportation array. Seeing the many powerful warriors emerging, he stepped forward to greet them. How is the situation in Lin City now? A man dressed in a black short shirt, with a serious expression, stepped out of the teleportation array and looked at Suan, speaking in a deep voice. He was the head of the reinforcements sent to Lin City. Upon arriving through the teleportation array, his first task was to understand the current situation in Lin City and then arrange the reinforcements accordingly to rescue Lin City, ensuring the safety of its people to the greatest extent. Currently, the situation in the East City and West City is relatively stable, but the South City and North City have suffered severe casualties. The Lord instructed before leaving that as soon as the reinforcements arrive, they should immediately support the South City and North City. Seeing the man in black ask, Suan, as the Lord's assistant, immediately responded, "All right, I will arrange for the relevant personnel to provide support. Please send me the specific information." After a brief exchange, the man in black quickly began to organize the people within the teleportation array, sending them to the South City and North City for support to ensure the safety of Lin City's residents. Not long after the man in black and his group left, a figure in white stepped into the Lord's mansion of Lin City, shut down the citywide alert and arranged for rescue operations. Bai Xiu Yuan, dressed in white, said as he descended from the sky, addressing Suan, "The major lord-level beasts responsible for the siege have already left, and the remaining beasts won't last much longer. The crisis in Lin City has been temporarily averted." As he spoke, a shadow of darkness unconsciously flickered in Bai Xiu Yuan's eyes. The retreat of the beasts was not something to celebrate for him. After all, Countless lives had been lost in this battle within Lin City, making it hard for Bai Shu Yuan, as the Lord, to feel any joy. Understood, Lord, I will arrange it right away. Unlike Bai Shu Yuan, upon hearing the news of the beast's retreat, Suan, as the assistant, showed a look of relief on his face. For him, the retreat of the beasts was a tremendous piece of good news. As for the casualties in Lin City, he had no time to think about that at the moment. Also, if Lei Zhan and Si Kongji come over later, have them find me here, Bai Shu Yuan said, suddenly recalling something as he turned to leave. If Director Lei and Director Si Kong arrive, I will inform them that the Lord is here. Lei Zhan's identity goes without saying. He was the director of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall in Lin City. Si Kongji was the director of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, on par with Lei Zhan. As he spoke, Suan turned to leave. Although the retreat of the major Lord-level beasts indicated a temporary end to the beast disaster, it did not mean that the calamity was over. Some remaining beasts still needed to be dealt with. In addition, the destruction caused by the beasts to the city and the casualties also required him to contact the relevant departments for follow-up. So after finishing his conversation with Bai Shu Yuan, Suan hurriedly left the Lord's mansion. He needed to arrange the related matters. Meanwhile, as the Lord Beasts retreated, Lei Zhan, after venting his frustrations, also stopped his movements. Looking at the few remaining beasts around, Lei Zhan sheathed his long knife. At that moment, Zhuge Ku, dressed in a gray long robe, stepped up to his side. Director, the Lord Beasts have retreated, and the beast disaster has ended, Zhuge Ku said solemnly as he stood in front of Lei Zhan. Although there were still many residual beasts in Lin City, with the retreat of the Lord Beasts, these remaining beasts found it difficult to stir up trouble in the face of the many martial artists in Lin City. Therefore, at this moment, for them, the beast disaster had indeed come to an end. It's finally over, Lei Zhan said in a deep voice, letting out a long sigh. Although the siege by the beasts did not last long, that brief period had placed immense pressure on him. He couldn't bear to think about what would have happened if Lin City had not withstood the beast disaster. There were 3 million humans in Lin City. If these martial artists had failed to fend off the invasion of the beasts, then all 3 million would have perished. Such a result, even if Lei Zhan himself had died, would have been unbearable. Fortunately, that outcome did not occur. Thanks to the efforts of thousands of martial artists in Lin City, they ultimately resisted the invasion of the beasts. What is the casualty situation of our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall? After calming down, Lei Zhan turned to Zhuge Ku and asked in a low voice. When he spoke, he had shed his usual flamboyant demeanor, and his voice sounded extremely subdued. Currently, it has been reported that 103 martial artists from our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall have fallen heroically in this beast disaster, Zhuge Ku replied after a moment of hesitation. The number of casualties among the martial artists has not yet been fully counted. Hearing Lei Zhan's inquiry, Zhuge Ku spoke, but his voice was tinged with an uncontrollable sorrow. The total number of martial artists in the Lin City branch of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall had just surpassed 1,000. In this battle against the Beast Siege, the number of deaths among the martial artists reached 103. This meant that 1/10 of the martial artists in the Lin City Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall had died in this war. Such a result, even for someone as seasoned as Zhuge Ku, inevitably stirred a deep sorrow within him. After hearing Zhuge Ku's words, Lei Zhan fell silent for a long time. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke softly. You compile the specific situation, and once everything settles down, I will personally see them off. As he spoke, Lei Zhan's gaze unconsciously drifted to a spot in the distant sky, where the void crack had previously been located. A gentle breeze blew by, slightly easing Lei Zhan's sorrow. He then continued, what about the combatants? Are there any casualties? Especially Su Chen, he should be unharmed, right? As the director of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Lei Zhan had to consider the development of the hall. Therefore, after calming his emotions, the first thing that came to his mind was the combatants who represented the future of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Especially Su Chen, who had the potential to become a martial god, was someone he paid special attention to. I will contact these combatants immediately to understand their situation, Zhuge Ku said as he began to take action. However, he did not appear flustered. The reason for this was that the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, valuing the combatants, had arranged for relevant guards for some exceptionally talented martial artists early on. So even though he had not yet contacted these combatants, Jugaku was well aware that with the protection of the guarding martial artists, the combatants should not have suffered significant casualties. The first person Jugaku contacted was the warrior Long Yu, who was responsible for Su Chen's safety. "Hey, Long Yu, how's it going over there? Su Chen isn't hurt, right?" After dialing the number, Jugaku immediately asked. His expression was relatively normal while speaking. However, upon hearing Long Yu's reply, his expression changed instantly. "What? You're not by Su Chen's side?" On the other side, where Su Chen was, after slaying the silver beast, he continued to immerse himself in his emotions, relentlessly killing the beasts. One giant beast after another fell around him, and he lost track of time. When Su Chen finally came to his senses, he realized that the once seemingly endless tide of beasts had now become sparse. It was as if the tide had receded, leaving only a few beasts fleeing in panic on one side of the city. But ultimately, they were caught up with and slain by the pursuing warriors. What is this? Looking at the scene where the beasts had dispersed, leaving behind a devastated street, Su Chen softly spoke. Is the beast disaster over? In Su Chen's memory, he had impressions of the beast disaster. He understood very well what the scene before him represented. It meant that the Lord Beast leading the siege had retreated, and the beast disaster was about to end. All that was left was to kill the remaining beasts, and this beast disaster would be completely over. At this moment, not far from Su Chen, some warriors also stopped their actions. It's finally over. These damned creatures have finally retreated. I wonder how many people died in this beast disaster. At last, it's over. You bastard. Didn't you say you would live and die with me? Why did you die first? Get up, brother Yunlong. Don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate in the future and slay all the beasts in the world. The sounds of grief, curses, and lamentation echoed in Su Chen's ears. With the beast disaster, far too many people had died. Now that the beasts had retreated, these people could finally feel the weight of their sorrow. Curses, wails, laughter, everything was merely a facade to mask the endless pain within. After slaying a beast in front of him, Su Chen looked around and saw that there were no living beasts left. He sheathed his weapon. Then, he stood numbly by the side of the street, watching everything unfold before him. At this moment, Su Chen's mindset was somewhat strange. He felt like an outsider, standing from a god's perspective, observing everything. His emotions were devoid of any ripples. This was the first time Su Chen had experienced such a painful scene, although there were similar scenes in the memories of his original self. After his transmigration, Su Chen had not personally experienced it. Without experience, he could not empathize. Thus, in the past, Su Chen always felt a layer of separation between himself and this world. He could not fully integrate into it. It wasn't just because his talent had mutated and turned into a waste talent. More so, it was his mindset. He did not possess that sense of urgency, nor did he have that deep-seated pain regarding the beasts. In the past, all Su Chen saw were his classmates working hard, diligently cultivating. It seemed everyone was striving to become stronger. At that time, Su Chen thought he understood their thoughts. He believed these people wanted to become stronger to enjoy the privileges that came with being a warrior, to realize their life's value and escape the lower strata of life. But at this moment, after experiencing the beast disaster, Su Chen suddenly understood that perhaps his past thoughts were wrong. Every person in this world, the reason they worked hard to cultivate, perhaps was not entirely for themselves. They also harbored a sense of collective belonging to humanity. Deep within, they held a profound hatred for the beasts. They have lost too many relatives, too many friends, too many companions to the hands of ferocious beasts. They strive to cultivate, simply wanting to become strong, hoping to achieve something one day. Then they will slay all the ferocious beasts in the world, avenging their friends, their relatives, their companions. They also aim to carve out a bright sky for humanity, so that future generations do not have to live in the perilous environment they once faced, where life was uncertain. At this moment, Su Chen's ingrained thoughts began to change quietly. It was as if, from this moment on, he truly understood this world and integrated into it. It turned out that this was not just a world of martial arts and divinity. At the same time, it was also a world where warriors shed blood to protect humanity. Martial arts is the path of offense, but it is also the path of guardianship, guarding until the bright moon sees the sunrise, guarding until humanity slaughters the beasts. At this moment, a thought began to slowly sprout in Su Chen's heart. Su Chen! Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a voice rang in his ear. He turned to see a middle-aged man in black standing in front of him. Lord Huang. The person standing beside Su Chen was someone he recognized. It was Huang Feng, the first warrior he met after becoming a martial artist. Hey! I can't accept that title. Hearing Su Chen's address, Huang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Then he said, "If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Huang." Just now, Huang Feng had witnessed Su Chen's strength firsthand. Although martial artists do not always judge seniority solely by strength, given their relationship and the gap in their abilities, he truly felt embarrassed to accept the title of Lord Huang from Su Chen. In fact, even being called Brother Huang by Su Chen made him feel unworthy. Brother Huang. Upon hearing Huang Feng's words, Su Chen did not insist further. "I just saw you standing here in a daze. This must be your first experience of a ferocious beast siege, right?" Huang Feng looked at Su Chen and spoke softly. Su Chen remained silent, turning to look at Huang Feng. As a martial artist, it was indeed his first time experiencing such a scene. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Huang Feng knew he was right, but he was not too surprised. After all, Su Chen had not been a martial artist before. It was indeed difficult for him to experience such a scene. Generally, a ferocious beast siege is led by a great lord beast. If the great lord beast gains the upper hand, they will continuously teleport ferocious beasts to attack the city. Conversely, if they are at a disadvantage, the great lord beast will immediately organize a retreat. The current scene clearly indicates that the great lord beast has retreated. So what we need to do now is to clean up the remaining low-level ferocious beasts, and also to clear the battlefield and collect the spoils. As he spoke, Huang Feng's gaze fell on the many corpses of ferocious beasts left on the street. These beast corpses should be worth quite a bit. After saying this, Huang Feng stepped forward and began to gather the scattered corpses of the ferocious beasts. These things could be considered their spoils of war. Huang Feng's words made Su Chen come to his senses as he watched him collect his spoils into his storage equipment. Su Chen seemed to have thought of something. He stepped forward, and beside him, a black hole appeared. Su Chen casually picked up a ferocious beast he had just slain and tossed it into the black hole, destroying a wild giant bull. Compensation, +0. 5 vitality. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Su Chen's mood improved. A smile appeared on his lips. This can be considered the little value of existence for you beasts. Thinking this, Su Chen used both hands to begin tossing the ferocious beasts he had just slain into the black hole formed by his talent. Destroying a silver fox. Compensation, +0. 3 vitality. Destroying a complete thunder giant lion. Compensation, +1 lifespan. Destroying a night gray wolf. Compensation, +0. After becoming a warrior, in addition to a significant enhancement in physical constitution, gaining stronger strength and defense, Su Chen's memory and the speed of his thought processes have also greatly improved compared to the past. Although he had just been immersed in slaying ferocious beasts, it was only a brief moment, and Su Chen had already memorized that those beasts were slain by him. Along the street, retracing the path he had just taken, Su Chen picked up the ferocious beasts he had killed one by one and tossed them into the black hole. The system's prompt sounds continuously echoed in his ears. Damaged a piece of the silverlight fox's broken organ. Compensation for vitality +0. 0-1. Damaged the corpse of a flame leopard. Compensation for vitality +0. 12. Damaged the corpse of a night giant beast. Compensation for vitality +0. 21. During this process, Su Chen could clearly feel his vitality slowly increasing. The vitality within his body flowed through his limbs and organs like a surging river, becoming increasingly powerful. Su Warrior, thank you for saving my life just now. The warrior's strength is impressive. Is this your talent? Truly suited for cleaning the battlefield. Su Chen, we should form a team to go to the ferocious beast battlefield when we have the chance. Su Warrior, I see you need ferocious beast meat. Let me give you these beasts I killed. I have no use for them. As Su Chen cleaned up the ferocious beasts he had slain to enhance his vitality, some people who recognized him waved and greeted him. Su Chen responded to everyone's politeness one by one, while Su Chen was busy clearing the battlefield and collecting the beast corpses. In another part of Lin City, a silver-haired figure stood in the center of a pile of beast corpses. She looked coldly around, her slender figure contrasting sharply with the blood pooling on the ground. Ran Xingxue scanned the area and, upon seeing that all the ferocious beasts had been slain by her, she slowly sheathed her blood-dripping sword. Finally over. She spoke softly, but a handsome figure holding a silver long knife flashed unconsciously in her mind. I wonder how he is doing, if he has been injured. Frowning slightly, hesitating for a moment, Ran Xingxue took out her phone and found an account saved as only rival. She opened the chat box and typed a message. Are you injured? Then she clicked send. Watching the interface show that the message was sent successfully, Ran Xingxue was about to put her phone away. However, when her gaze fell on the dilapidated street not far ahead, a cold light unconsciously flickered in her eyes. After a moment's thought, she typed another message in the chat interface. If you have time, shall we team up to go to the ferocious beast battlefield? Although the ferocious beasts had been repelled, the anger and killing intent in many warriors' hearts had not dissipated. On the contrary, because the beasts had retreated, many warriors found their killing intent had nowhere to vent. At this moment, countless warriors felt the urge to head to the ferocious beast battlefield and continue slaying beasts. They wanted the ferocious beasts to understand what it meant to repay blood with blood. They aimed to return the harm inflicted by the beasts on everyone in Lin City, doubled. Only then could they quell the killing intent in their hearts. On the street where Su Chen was, he was still busy cleaning the battlefield and collecting the beast corpses. As the corpses of the beasts disappeared into the black hole, Su Chen's vitality continued to rise. Once all the corpses he had slain on the street vanished and transformed into his vitality, Su Chen reluctantly stopped his actions. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Chen summoned the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17 of 253. Realm, second stage warrior, refining organs. Realm, martial arts. True Dragon Stance, 100%, reached perfection. Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 42%, needs 18% proficiency to advance to Great Accomplishment. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 45%, needs 15% proficiency to advance to Great Accomplishment. Purple Cloud Thunder Escape Technique, 38%, needs 2% proficiency to advance to Minor Accomplishment. Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to advance to Great Accomplishment. Vitality Value, 479, needs 521 Vitality Value to upgrade to Third Stage Warrior. Physique, 107, can be improved through practicing martial arts. Weapon, Guandao Vitality Value 479? Su Chen looked at the vitality value displayed on the system interface and nodded in satisfaction. After a busy period, his vitality value had risen from 400 to 479, an increase of 79. By circulating his internal vitality, Su Chen could clearly feel that he had become stronger than before. Besides that, there's also age. Shifting his gaze to the age section of the system interface, Su Chen discovered that his age limit had increased from 241 to 253, a boost of 12 years. I didn't expect that damaging the complete corpse of a fierce beast could actually raise the age limit. A glimmer flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he looked at the change in the age limit on the system interface. This was something he had discovered during the process of damaging the fierce beast's corpse. This was the third type of compensation granted by his talent, following the vitality compensation and martial arts proficiency compensation. It seems I need to study my talent more thoroughly later to see what other functions it has. Su Chen couldn't help but think as he gazed at the system interface. Since the mutation of his talent, it had already brought him too many surprises. After a moment, Su Chen withdrew his gaze from the system interface and looked back at the ruined street before him. After everyone's busy efforts, the fierce beast corpses on the street had mostly been cleared away. Now, all that remained were the collapsed and damaged buildings and the desolate street. Since there were still some scattered fierce beasts in the city, Lin City was still in a dangerous situation. Therefore, the ordinary citizens who were not warriors had not yet returned to the area. This also resulted in the sparse presence of people on the street. Meanwhile, as Su Chen began to clear the fierce beast corpses and used his talent's black hole to damage the beasts for vitality compensation, Huang Feng was also cleaning up the fierce beasts he had slain. By the time Su Chen finished his tasks, Huang Feng had just completed his as well. After finishing everything, Huang Feng stepped over to Su Chen's side. However, after standing still, Huang Feng couldn't help but look at Su Chen with confusion. He felt that Su Chen's strength seemed to have grown even more powerful than before. Perhaps this is what a genius warrior is, always improving and getting stronger. Huang Feng thought to himself as he considered how Su Chen had gained such formidable strength in such a short time. Shaking his head slightly to dispel these chaotic thoughts, Huang Feng finally spoke. The city lord's mansion will send people to carry out a unified restoration and repair of the city, so we don't need to worry about that. seeing Su Chen's gaze fall on the collapsed buildings on both sides of the street. Huang Feng assumed he was concerned about the citizens in the city, so he explained. Hearing Huang Feng's voice, Su Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at him, nodding slightly. He then sighed. It's easy to repair, but hard to restore. Those who have died cannot come back to life. Su Chen's words were tinged with undeniable sadness. The so-called empathy for one's kind made it difficult for Su Chen to completely calm his emotions as he witnessed so many compatriots dying right before his eyes. It's all the fault of those damned fierce beasts, Huang Feng said fiercely upon hearing Su Chen's words. Compared to Su Chen, Huang Feng was older and had been a warrior for a longer time. Accordingly, he had experienced much more. It is precisely because of this that Huang Feng's hatred for the ferocious beasts has intensified. Therefore, when he heard Su Chen's words, the killing intent in his eyes could no longer be suppressed and began to spread. This matter will not just be let go. After a long while, Huang Feng coldly said, wait until everything in the city calms down. I believe the city lord's mansion will soon organize an extermination plan against the ferocious beasts. At that time, let this group of beasts pay with blood for blood, and with their lives. Huang Feng's words made Su Chen's eyes flicker. If before, his ideal was merely to strive to improve his cultivation and hope to one day become a martial god, standing at the peak of martial arts, then at this moment, after the battle against the ferocious beasts, Su Chen's thoughts had already changed. Beyond the idea of becoming a martial god and standing at the peak of martial arts, Su Chen had a new ideal. One day, after achieving his cultivation, he would eradicate the ferocious beasts and protect humanity. Just as Su Chen and Huang Feng were conversing, suddenly Su Chen's phone vibrated. He opened his phone and found that Zhuge was sending him a video call request through the Extreme Path House. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, and Su Chen immediately answered the video call. Soon, he saw Zhuge, dressed in a gray long robe, appear on the other side of the screen. Su Chen, are you okay? Upon seeing Su Chen on the screen, Zhuge visibly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Does Supervisor Zhuge need something from me? Su Chen shook his head and replied, it's good that you're fine. Zhuge waved his hand. He had called just to confirm Su Chen's safety. Seeing that Su Chen was unharmed, he felt relieved. After hanging up, Zhuge turned to Lei Zhan, who stood silently beside him, and said softly, Director, I contacted Su Chen, and he's fine. Lei Zhan nodded. It's good that he's fine. Receiving the news that Su Chen was safe, Lei Zhan also breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since it was confirmed that Su Chen had the potential to become a martial god, he had placed great importance on him. In fact, in Lei Zhan's heart, Su Chen's significance had already surpassed that of many high-ranking officials in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. It was precisely for this reason that he had specially asked Zhuge to arrange for someone to protect Su Chen and ensure his safety. However, who would have thought that there would be a lapse in this process? During such a dangerous time as the ferocious beasts attacking the city, Cold Yu, who was supposed to be Su Chen's guardian, was actually not by his side. Zhuge, I expect a reasonable explanation from you. After stabilizing his emotions, Lei Zhan turned to Zhuge and spoke in a calm tone. The matter with Zhui Yi had just passed, and now such a thing had happened. Even for the usually tolerant Lei Zhan, there was a hint of anger in his heart at this moment. Without waiting for Zhuge to explain, he stepped towards the city lord's mansion. With the battle against the ferocious beasts concluded, he needed to meet with Bai Shu Yuan at the city lord's mansion to discuss the aftermath. At the same time, they also needed to discuss plans against the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts invading the city had caused such great damage to Lin City, this matter clearly could not be easily brushed aside. Not to mention that Bai Shu Yuan, as the city lord of Lin City, was already filled with killing intent. Even if he could tolerate everything, the tens of thousands of citizens who died in this war, the hundreds of martial artists, and their surviving relatives would not agree. Watching Lei Zhan's departing figure, Zhuge's expression was emotionless. After a moment, he coldly spoke. Cold Yu? There was an uncontainable anger in Zhuge's tone. Originally, assigning the task of protecting Su Chen to Cold Yu was out of respect and trust in him. Who would have thought that Cold Yu would abandon Su Chen during such a dangerous time as the ferocious beasts attacking the city, disregarding Su Chen's safety? Fortunately, Su Chen did not encounter any particularly powerful ferocious beasts. This can be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Thinking of Su Chen being unharmed, Zhuge couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. Of course, in his heart, He believed that the reason Su Chen was unharmed was also due to the circumstances during the ferocious beasts' attack on the city. Su Chen did not encounter any particularly powerful beasts, which is why he escaped this calamity. But I wonder if the other fighters were as lucky. Just as Zhuge was talking to himself, a man dressed in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy uniform stepped up from a distance and came to Zhuge side. "Supervisor Zhuge, the situation is not good," the man said in a low voice as he approached. Seeing the man's expression, an ominous thought rose in Zhuge heart. What exactly is going on? What are the specifics? In this siege, it seems the Beast Clan had already plotted and prepared a plan targeting the fighters, so our fighters suffered significant casualties. As he spoke, the man paused and looked up at Zhuge. Significant casualties? What exactly is the reason? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Zhuge immediately turned his gaze. Because Su Chen had safely passed through the beast disaster, Zhuge did not think much of it. He assumed this beast siege would be like the previous ones, where the beasts were repelled. The casualties among the fighters should not be too severe. It's like this, Supervisor Zhuge. According to the compiled data, many fighters were subjected to planned attacks by the beasts. Because of this, the casualties among the fighters in this beast siege were quite high. While speaking, the subordinate in black handed a tablet to Zhuge. On it were videos of fighters being attacked. Some fighters were lucky enough to escape the beast's attacks, but others, due to their insufficient strength, ultimately died at the hands of the beasts. Among these videos, there were also scenes of Su Chen fighting the silver beast. So Su Chen wasn't lucky, he didn't encounter a powerful beast, but rather, he himself was strong enough to slay the beast that attacked him? Although he was concerned about the fighters being attacked by the beasts, when Zhuge saw the footage of Su Chen slaying the silver beast with a single strike, a look of shock inevitably crossed his face. Su Chen was someone he had watched grow step by step. In fact, he had been the one to guide Su Chen through his martial artist certification. When he learned that Su Chen had broken through to become a martial artist with the perfected true dragon posture, Zhuge knew that Su Chen would inevitably grow into a powerful martial artist in the future. Later, Su Chen quickly mastered the Azure Dragon martial arts and Nine Heavens Azure Dragon / easily slaying the Night Grey Wolf, which confirmed this point. But at this moment, watching Su Chen slay the silver beast with a single strike, Zhuge couldn't help but feel shocked. This is a 4th-tier beast. The power of Su Chen's strike is probably already at the level of a 5th-tier martial artist. Even if his overall strength is still not comparable to a 5th-tier martial artist, among 4th-tier martial artists, there are probably few who can rival him. In just a few days, he has gained such strength. This is what it means to be a genius. Thinking that Su Chen had only been a martial artist for a few days and had already achieved such strength, Zhuge couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. He remembered that in the past, he had also been called a martial arts genius, but compared to Su Chen, what kind of martial arts genius was he? He was clearly a waste. It seems Su Chen has already become a 2nd-tier martial artist, and his martial skills have made significant progress compared to before. Looking at Su Chen in the footage, Zhuge seemed to think of something, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. I remember Su Chen just started his senior year this year, with his strength. I wonder if he can compete for this year's Tianjin Martial Arts Champion. Lin City hasn't produced a martial arts champion in many years. As soon as he said this, Zhuge shook his head repeatedly. I really am a bit delusional. Thinking of those past martial arts champions with monstrous talents, Zhuge's fervent feelings gradually extinguished. After calming down, Zhuge shifted his gaze away from the tablet in front of him. He then said in a deep voice, "So many warriors were attacked at the same time. This is clearly a plan that the ferocious beasts have been plotting for a long time. This matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. Also, the fact that Su Chen's strength has improved must be reported to the director for his decision." With a flicker in his eyes, Zhuge waved his hand to dismiss the black-clad subordinate beside him, and he himself stepped towards the direction of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Lei Zhan had just gone to the city lord's mansion and wouldn't be back for a while, so the report had to be postponed. At this moment, Zhuge still needed to oversee the aftermath of the ferocious beast siege. On the other side, after clearing the battlefield, Su Chen waved goodbye to Huang Feng and then hurried towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Originally, his destination was the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, but the incident with the ferocious beasts had delayed his journey. Now that the beasts had retreated, Su Chen naturally continued with his original plan. After all, Zhang Rushan was still waiting for him at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. With such a significant event having occurred, Su Chen needed to check on the situation with Zhang Rushan. However, before heading to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Su Chen first called Zhang Rushan to confirm if he was alright. "Boss, I've been at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and I'm uninjured." After confirming that Zhang Rushan was unharmed, Su Chen hung up the phone. At that moment, he noticed a message from Ran Qingxue. Looking at the caring message, Su Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I'm fine, how about you?" After sending the message, Su Chen put away his phone and then quickened his pace towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. With the improvement in his martial arts realm and vitality, Su Chen's strength had been comprehensively enhanced. As he moved, his body seemed to transform into a gentle breeze. In an instant, he covered a considerable distance. During his journey, Su Chen could distinctly feel that the atmosphere in the city was different from usual. The once peaceful and harmonious ambience was gone, replaced by expressions of sorrow on everyone's faces. On both sides of the road, and even in the center, there were scenes of devastation. Perhaps the only comforting point was that, due to the presence of martial artists, aside from those who had died in the disaster caused by the ferocious beasts, there were no people trapped and in need of rescue after the calamity. As he passed by, Su Chen saw that the officials responsible for maintenance and repairs had already begun their work. They were systematically restoring Lin City to its former state. Buildings can be restored, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. This thought flashed through Su Chen's mind as he quickly arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Similar to the city, the atmosphere inside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was markedly different from usual. Everyone's expressions were heavy. However, unlike in the city, everyone here not only bore sorrow but also harbored a cold killing intent. Passing through the crowd, Su Chen soon arrived at the martial artist market. Yet, unlike usual, the market today was noticeably sparse. The bustling noise that he used to hear during his visits was absent this time. "Boss." From a distance, Su Chen spotted Zhang Rushan standing at the Qinglong stall. "Uncle Zhang." Upon reaching Zhang Rushan, Su Chen waved to greet him. "Boss, are you alright?" Seeing Su Chen come over unscathed, Zhang Rushan let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried about Su Chen ever since the citywide alert sounded, fearing that something might have happened to him. After all, Zhang Rushan knew very well that when the alert sounded, Su Chen, as a martial artist, would need to charge to the front lines. Fortunately, Su Chen was fine now. "I'm fine." Su Chen waved his hand. Looking at Zhang Rushan, who was hiding his anxiousness, he continued, "Now that the ferocious beasts have retreated, everyone will be able to travel normally soon. Uncle Zhang, you can contact your family first, you'll be able to go back shortly." Understanding Zhang Rushan's family situation, Su Chen was well aware of his concerns for his loved ones. Zhang Rushan shook his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "It's nothing, I've already contacted them, they're fine." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly added, "By the way, boss, because of the beast attack on the city, the price of beast meat in the market has plummeted. You can take this opportunity to buy more." When he had followed Su Chen before, he had been instructed to pay attention to the price of beast meat. This point had always been on Zhang Rushan's mind. Even after experiencing the beast attack, he did not forget it. The price of beast meat has plummeted? Zhang Rushan's words caught Su Chen off guard. He quickly realized that due to the beast attack, the quantity of beast meat in the city had indeed increased significantly. The price of beast meat would likely drop. After all, although the martial artists in the city would usually go out to hunt beasts, it was difficult to hunt them, and not all the beasts killed would be brought back to the city. This had kept the price of beast meat within a certain range. However, this time, due to the beast attack, a large number of beasts had died in the city. The martial artists who killed them had little use for the beast meat, and ultimately, this meat would flow into the market. As a result, the price of beast meat would naturally be affected. "This is actually a good thing for me," Su Chen murmured softly as he came back to his senses. He then looked at Zhang Rushan and said, "In that case, I'll go buy some beast meat first. Uncle Zhang, if you want to go back, you can check at home first." "Alright, boss, you take care." After greeting Zhang Rushan, Su Chen stepped towards the stall selling beast meat. Compared to the quiet martial arts stall, the stall selling beast meat was also somewhat quiet, but overall, the situation was much better than that of the martial arts stall. "Boss, what do you want? We're having a big sale at low prices." Seeing Su Chen approach, the owner immediately broke into a smile. He was a big customer who had been taking care of his business during this time. "Boss, I want some beast meat," Su-chen said directly as the owner came over. "Boss, how much do you want? If you buy a lot, I'll give you a 50% discount today. I'll take a look at the beast meat you have here first. And it's only a 50% discount now?" After some haggling with the beast meat owner, Su-chen finally bought a large amount of beast meat at a very low price. However, because the quantity was too much, he couldn't transport it all back by himself. Fortunately, he started processing the beast meat in the owner's storage room. With his increased strength, Su-chen no longer minded revealing his black hole talent. After all, he was the owner of an A-grade talent. Having some unusually powerful abilities was completely reasonable. Arriving at the storage room where the owner kept the beast meat, Su-chen stepped over to the beast meat he had purchased. As the black hole appeared beside him, he immediately began to act. Damaged a Silverlight Fox's corpse, compensation vitality plus 0. 11 damaged a Flame Leopard's broken organs, compensation vitality plus 0. 02 damaged a Night Giant Beast's corpse, compensation vitality plus 0. 21 damaged a complete Savage Giant Bull's corpse, compensation lifespan plus 1. As Su-chen continued his actions, a series of continuous system prompt sounds soon rang in his ears. While damaging the beast meat, Su-chen noticed that some of the beast corpses were still warm. These beasts must be the ones that attacked the city just now. A thought flashed through his mind. Su-chen did not stop his movements and continued to throw the beast meat in his hands into the black hole beside him. Meanwhile, the system prompt sounds continued to ring in Su-chen's ears. Damaged a six-legged gray wolf's broken organs, compensation vitality plus 0. 02 damaged a thunder leopard's corpse, compensation vitality plus 0. 1 destroying a complete corpse of a dark night gray wolf, compensation lifespan plus 1. Just as Su-chen was busy enhancing his vitality, in another part of the city lord's mansion, Bai Shu Yuan, the city lord, sat expressionless at a round table. At various positions around the table sat several extraordinary men. Bai Shu Yuan, are you about to break through to the martial god realm? Lei Zhan, sitting to Bai Shu Yuan's right, looked seriously at Bai Shu Yuan, who occupied the head position. When Bai Shu Yuan took over as the director of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall's Lin City branch, he had already become the city lord of Lin City. Over the years, Lei Zhan, as the director of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, had interacted frequently with Bai Shu Yuan. Throughout their interactions, Lei Zhan had always harbored a sense of caution towards Bai Shu Yuan. The fundamental reason was simple: he lacked confidence in defeating him. However, despite such thoughts, Lei Zhan believed that Bai Shu Yuan's strength was only slightly above his own. Who would have thought? You actually have the strength to slay a great lord-level beast. On the other side, a man dressed in a light blue long robe also looked at Bai Shu Yuan with shock. He was Sikong Ji, the director of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall in Lin City. The reason both of them looked grave at this moment was due to Bai Shu Yuan revealing his ability to slay a great lord-level beast during the previous beast siege. A great lord-level beast was just a step away from breaking through to become a king-level beast, comparable to the martial god strongmen of the human race. It was no wonder that Lei Zhan and Sikong Ji thought he was about to break through to become a martial god strongman. I am still far from breaking through to the martial god realm. Bai Shu Yuan shook his head and said lightly, denying Lei Zhan's earlier statement. After that, he continued, let's talk about the beast siege this time. Seeing that Bai Shu Yuan did not want to elaborate, Lei Zhan did not pursue the topic further. With a serious expression, Lei Zhan spoke. In this beast siege, our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall suffered huge losses, with over 100 martial artists killed and more than 300 injured. As soon as Lei Zhan finished speaking, Sikong Ji on the other side added, the situation in our Thunder God Martial Arts Hall is similar, with over 100 martial artists killed and the number of injured exceeding 300. After that, both Lei Zhan and Sikong Ji turned to look at Bai Shu Yuan. Although the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall were powerful, the ultimate authority in Lin City still lay with Bai Shu Yuan, the city lord. Moreover, in terms of strength, the city lord's mansion surpassed either of their martial halls. The casualties among the martial artists of the city lord's mansion are similar to yours, Bai Shu Yuan said solemnly as he noticed Lei Zhan and Sikong Ji looking over. At the same time, the city lord's mansion has also counted the casualties among the ordinary citizens. He paused briefly before continuing. The death toll exceeds 50,000, and the number of casualties surpasses 500,000. As Bai Shu Yuan's words fell, a brief silence enveloped the room. For a moment, the air seemed to grow heavy and oppressive. These damned beasts must not be let go. Lei Zhan's voice suddenly broke the silence, his suppressed anger erupting. This matter cannot just be left as is. On the other side, Si Kong Ji, the director of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, also spoke at this moment. His voice was calm, but everyone present could feel the powerful killing intent behind his words. In this war against the beasts, Lin City had lost over 1,000 martial artists, and the casualties among ordinary citizens were in the hundreds of thousands. As part of Lin City's management, they clearly could not turn a blind eye to this outcome. They would not easily accept it either. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, we must retaliate no matter what. Bai Shu Yuan, sitting at the head of the table, spoke coldly. Since the ferocious beasts dare to attack our Lin City, I dare to kill them in their lair. A chilling killing intent permeated through Bai Shu Yuan's words, spreading to every corner of the room. In that moment, the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. By the way, Inspector Luo, what is the attitude of the Tianjin Prefecture city? After Bai Shu Yuan made his stance clear, Lei Zhan turned his gaze to the last person in the room, dressed in a black short shirt. The inspector from the prefecture, Luo Yang, was also the leader of the martial artists sent to rescue Lin City. As he felt the gazes from Lei Zhan and the others, Luo Yang surveyed the crowd before speaking. Before coming here, the prefect had already instructed me that I could act according to the situation once I arrived. Since you all intend to take revenge on the ferocious beast clan, I naturally won't dampen your spirits. Luo Yang's voice was steady and powerful, giving a sense of unwavering determination. The ferocious beast clan has indeed gone too far this time. It's time to wipe out a few small clans to teach them a lesson. Luo Yang's words drew the attention of Bai Shu Yuan and the others, who turned to look at him. They had thought this inspector was a calm person who would remain silent, but who knew he was so ruthless with his words? So this one is the real killing god. This thought flashed through Bai Shu Yuan and the others' minds. Although they were eager for revenge, they only considered organizing martial artists to kill a few ferocious beasts. Unlike this Inspector Luo, who spoke of exterminating entire clans. Regaining his composure, Bai Shu Yuan scanned the people present and then said in a deep voice, "Since everyone is in agreement, let's discuss the specific plan against the ferocious beasts." As for everything happening in the city lord's mansion, Su Chen was unaware. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly engaged in the destruction of ferocious beast meat. This was, after all, his first time destroying ferocious beast meat so freely and wantonly. Destroying a broken organ of a flame leopard. Compensation for vitality plus 0.02. Destroying the corpse of a night giant beast. Compensation for vitality plus 0.21. Destroying a broken lightning leopard corpse. Compensation for vitality plus 0.06. Listening to the continuous system prompts in his ears and feeling the vitality within him growing stronger like tributaries merging into a river. Su Chen's mood became much more pleasant. At this moment, Su Chen felt as if he had returned to the south wind garbage dump, recklessly destroying garbage to enhance his vitality. Thanks to the ferocious beasts for their selfless contribution. Throwing the ferocious beast meat into the black hole, Su Chen thought to himself, destroying a broken organ of a flame leopard. Compensation for vitality plus 0.02. Destroying the corpse of a savage giant beast. Compensation for lifespan plus 1. As Su Chen continued his actions, the ferocious beast meat in front of him slowly decreased. 2 hours later, accompanied by a long breath from Su Chen, the ferocious beast meat before him was finally completely destroyed. Finally done. Throwing the last piece of ferocious beast meat into the black hole, he felt the increasingly surging and powerful vitality within him. Destroying a silver fox corpse. Compensation for vitality plus 0.11. Su Chen summoned the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/271. Realm, second stage martial artist. Refining organs. Realm, martial arts. True dragon stance, 100%. Reached perfect realm, Azure Dragon martial arts, 42%. Needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to great accomplishment. Realm, 9 heavens Azure Dragon slash, 45%. Needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to great accomplishment. Realm, purple sky thunder escape technique, 38%. Needs 2% proficiency to upgrade to minor accomplishment. Realm, Heavenly Gang profound skill, 41%. Needs 19% Proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Vitality Value, 564, needs 436 Vitality to upgrade to Second Stage Martial Artist, Physique, 110, can be improved through martial arts training, Weapon, Guan Dao. Looking at the Vitality value displayed on the system interface, Suchen spoke softly. I already have 564 Vitality points, just 436 more and I can break through to become a third-tier warrior. As he finished speaking, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Suchen's mouth. Initially, he thought that after breaking through to become a second-tier warrior, his rate of improvement would slow down. After all, the Vitality points required for a second-tier warrior to break through to a third-tier warrior are even higher than those needed for a non-warrior to advance to a second-tier warrior. Who would have thought that after breaking through to a second-tier warrior, Suchen's cultivation speed would actually be faster than when he was a second-tier warrior? I have to thank these fierce beasts, he muttered to himself, and an idea suddenly arose in his mind. Perhaps I can also go to the fierce beast battlefield to hunt fierce beasts. That way, my strength might improve even faster. Most people, after breaking through to form combat power as warriors, would head to the fierce beast battlefield. This is done both to hone their practical combat skills and to accumulate cultivation resources more quickly. These resources are used to break through to higher martial realms. Suchen originally did not have this idea. With his black hole talent, he could rely on his innate abilities. Even without going to the fierce beast battlefield, he could still enhance his practical combat skills and martial realm. However, after experiencing the fierce beast siege battle, Suchen's thoughts changed. Cultivating as a warrior is not just about becoming stronger, one must also bear the responsibilities that come with being a warrior. Slay fierce beasts, protect humanity, he whispered softly, and Suchen's gaze gradually became resolute. Moreover, compared to staying in the city, perhaps going to the fierce beast battlefield would allow my talent to play a greater role, and my strength would improve even faster. In the storage room of fierce beast meat, Suchen's slender figure seemed to suddenly grow taller. He clenched his fists tightly, standing still, but a boundless killing intent towards the fierce beasts surged within him. But if I want to go to the fierce beast battlefield, I still need to prepare a lot of things. After a while, Suchen calmed down. He took out his phone, opened the Extreme Path Home app, and entered the Warrior Forum. Suchen planned to search for relevant strategies for going to the fierce beast battlefield. Before heading to the fierce beast battlefield, he needed to be well prepared. In this fierce beast siege, Lin City suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties, with over 1,000 warriors dead. I wonder if the City Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools will take action next. Is there any need to say? Revenge is certain. This fierce beast siege caused such great casualties in Lin City. Even if the City Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools want to let it go, others probably won't agree. That's right, my brother died in this fierce beast battle. If the City Lord's Mansion doesn't take action, I will never agree. Me too, absolutely not. If the City Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools don't take action, then I'll go to the fierce beast battlefield alone and kill all these beasts. I'll go too. Is there anyone else going? Let's form a team. I see that the person upstairs doesn't understand the personalities of the City Lord and the two school leaders. Not taking revenge is not their character. I guess they are already formulating a revenge plan. Yes, we just need to wait for the notification and then go wipe out those beasts. When Suchen opened the Warrior Forum, what greeted him was a flurry of excited discussions among warriors in the Lin City section. All these voices were directed at the recent fierce beast siege. Every word from the warriors in the forum was filled with killing intent, as if they couldn't wait to rush to the fierce beast front lines and eradicate the beasts. Suchen's fingers scrolled, his gaze sweeping over the many warriors' comments. He found that besides the boundless killing intent towards the fierce beasts and discussions about when the City Lord's Mansion would announce the plan to slay the beasts, there were also some discussions regarding the fierce beast siege battle itself. In this fierce beast siege, the casualties among the people and warriors of Lin City are enormous. Not only that, I've heard that the fierce beasts specifically targeted talented warriors this time, and many talented warriors suffered attacks, resulting in significant casualties. I wonder what the reason behind this is. Speaking of which, because of this reason, the recent battle against the ferocious beasts has allowed many talented martial artists to showcase their true strength. Do you know Suchen, who participated in the combat arena competition a few days ago? The strength he displayed against the ferocious beasts this time is probably no less than that of a fourth-tier martial artist. And there's Xiangbu from Lincheng Martial Arts High School, his strength is also not to be underestimated. That little girl with silver hair has terrifying strength as well. Indeed, the new generation is pushing the old generation forward. As Su Chen scanned the martial arts forum, he gathered a lot of useful information. The first point is that due to the ferocious beasts attacking the city, it is likely that the City Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools will soon join forces to launch a plan against the ferocious beasts. This aligns perfectly with my thoughts of heading to the battlefield of the ferocious beasts. This plan is naturally welcomed by Su Chen, as he already had the intention of going to the battlefield. In addition, Su Chen learned that there are many powerful ferocious beasts in this attack on the city, which have specifically targeted some talented martial artists. This reminded Su Chen of the silver ferocious beast he had slain. That must be the ferocious beast targeting me, but its strength was too weak. Shaking his head, Su Chen muttered to himself. However, Su Chen also knew in his heart that if he only had the strength of a second-tier martial artist, he would probably be in grave danger facing that silver ferocious beast. After all, that beast was a fourth-tier ferocious beast. Of course, because of this plan by the ferocious beasts, many talented martial artists, like Su Chen, showcased their powerful abilities. Among them, martial artists like Xiang Bu and Ran Qingxue revealed their strength at the mid-tier level. Some martial artists even specially recorded their battle videos and posted them on the forum. Notably, there was also a video of Su Chen fighting the ferocious beast, including the footage of him slaying the silver ferocious beast. I remember Su Chen just became a combat warrior not long ago. How is he already this strong? You can only compare goods by throwing them away. You can only compare people by making them die. Compared to these talent freaks, I instantly feel like I've been training like a dog. The lethality of Su Chen's strike could probably injure a fifth-tier ferocious beast. With just this one strike, he can dominate among fourth-tier martial artists. Even I, a 50-year-old veteran martial artist, would probably not withstand this strike. Under Su Chen's battle video, a group of martial artists were discussing fervently, amazed by Su Chen's talent and strength. Of course, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to these comments. After a brief glance, he closed the thread. I should first check what I need to pay attention to when heading to the battlefield of the ferocious beasts. Su Chen did not forget the purpose of opening the martial artist forum. After entering the keyword precautions for going to the battlefield of the ferocious beasts in the forum, relevant posts quickly appeared before Su Chen's eyes. The top 10 precautions for going to the battlefield of the ferocious beasts. What preparations are needed before heading to the battlefield of the ferocious beasts? What level of strength should new martial artists reach to go to the battlefield of the ferocious beasts? Looking at the titles of the posts, Su Chen selectively clicked in based on his needs and began to read. First, a complete martial arts system is necessary, whether it's attack, defense, or movement techniques. One must cultivate corresponding martial skills to respond effectively when facing ferocious beasts. In addition, appropriate equipment is essential. Weapons are a must, along with food, combat clothing, and special medicines for nighttime defense against ferocious beast attacks. It's best to cultivate a powerful explosive martial skill, so that when encountering a ferocious beast one cannot handle, one can escape in time. New martial artists are best off joining a martial artist team. Hunting ferocious beasts in pairs will be more efficient and safer. As Su Chen browsed through the precautions needed for going to the battlefield of the ferocious beasts, most martial artists in Linchang were also browsing the martial artist forum at that moment. Due to the damage caused by the beast attack on Lin City, every martial artist within the city is filled with a murderous intent towards the beasts. The martial artist forum, which has traditionally been the place for the city lord's office and the two major martial arts schools to release announcements, is where these waiting martial artists are now vigilantly gathered. They hope to be informed the moment the city lord's office announces the extermination of the beasts. However, as the wait for the announcement becomes increasingly tedious, these martial artists also click into various posts to engage in discussions. In a lavishly decorated room, the robust Zhongyu is browsing the messages on the martial artist forum. After narrowly escaping the beast attack during the day, his heart is now filled with rage. Although he has just become a martial artist and is still weak, Zhongyu is diligently scanning the martial arts forum for any official plans against the beasts. He hopes that even if he cannot personally go to the battlefield, knowing the plans will ease his heart. Li Yuan, Zhang Heng, Zhongyu whispers, calling out the names of his classmates. Although they don't interact much during school, they are still his classmates, and he feels a connection to them. I will avenge you. Thinking of the message from their homeroom teacher, Xiaolong, In the class group that Li Yuan and Zhang Hong had died in the beast disaster, Zhongyu clenches his fists. At this moment, he cannot suppress his murderous intent. He wants to go to the beast battlefield and avenge his fallen classmates. But I'm not Su Chen, I don't have his powerful strength. Zhongyu's clenched fists quickly relax. His gaze unconsciously shifts to the virtual screen in front of him, which is currently playing a battle video featuring a slender figure wielding a silver long knife. As the knife swings, a pale blue light spirals, and the silver beast on the other side collapses instantly. Watching Su Chen in the video, a hint of envy unconsciously appears in Zhongyu's eyes. When will I ever possess such powerful strength? He mutters, looking at Su Chen in the video. The video is from the martial arts forum of the Extreme Path House that Zhongyu had seen. When he first saw the video, he almost thought he was seeing things. He couldn't believe Su Chen's strength was so formidable. The beast that had him cornered and nearly killed fell before Su Chen as if it were made of paper, unable to withstand even a single strike. Although Zhongyu knew Su Chen was strong from watching his battles in the arena, he still didn't expect Su Chen to be this powerful. According to the martial artists on the forum, Su Chen's current strength surpasses that of most fourth-tier martial artists. He mutters to himself. The envy in Zhongyu's eyes grows even stronger. He doesn't understand why, despite being classmates, Su Chen's strength is so much greater than his own. During the holidays, my strength was still far beyond his. At this moment, a sense of grievance suddenly rises within Zhongyu, but this feeling comes quickly and fades just as fast. Soon, his expression turns resolute. However, with Su Chen around, he can help Li Yuan and Zhang Hong get their revenge. As he speaks, Zhongyu suddenly remembers something and his expression changes. Right, I can send this battle video to the class group, it might lift everyone's spirits. Thinking of this, he immediately picks up his phone and starts forwarding the video he downloaded from the martial arts forum to their class group. In the class group, ever since their homeroom teacher Xiaolong announced that Li Yuan and Zhang Hong had died at the hands of the beasts, the group has fallen silent. Every classmate who sees the message feels a deep sense of sorrow. Classmates who have known each other for years and spent every day together have suddenly died at the hands of beasts. No one can accept this. After sending the video to the group, Zhongyu also tagged all the members. Rather than being downcast and wallowing in self-pity here, it's better to work hard on our training. Like Su Chen, slaying fierce beasts to avenge Li Yuan and Zhang Hong. After Zhongyu sent the message to the class group, the previously silent group finally came alive again. Su Chen's strength has become this strong? Such powerful strength. Slaying fierce beasts is like chopping vegetables. When will I have such strength? Su Chen's progress is so fast. Yes, Zhongyu is right. Instead of being sad here, we should work hard on our training, striving for the day we can also become martial artists, then head to the fierce beast battlefield to slay fierce beasts and avenge Li Yuan and Zhang Hong. Exactly. Rather than being sad, we should work hard on our training. Su Chen had issues with his talent before. At that time, his strength was not even comparable to any of us. It was precisely because he persevered that he has the strength he has today. Since Su Chen can do it, why can't we? We should also learn from Su Chen, becoming strong like him and slaying fierce beasts. That's right, learn from Su Chen. As Zhongyu sent Su Chen's battle video in the class group, the atmosphere instantly changed. The previously somber and sorrowful mood transformed into one of passion and fervor. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm and fighting spirit, eager to learn from Su Chen and strive to become powerful martial artists one day. Then they would head to the fierce beast battlefield to slay fierce beasts and avenge their classmates. In a luxuriously decorated room, Xiaolong withdrew his gaze from the phone screen. Zhongyu, you did well this time. Watching Zhongyu dispel the sadness in the class group with just a few words and ignite everyone's passion, a faint smile appeared on Xiaolong's lips. Compared to the classmates, as the homeroom teacher and a martial artist, Xiaolong had long been accustomed to death over the years. Too many brothers and comrades had fallen beside him. Therefore, when faced with the news of a student's death, his emotions were much calmer. Of course, while praising Zhongyu's actions, Xiaolong's mind also flashed to Su Chen's strike. Has Su Chen's strength really become this powerful? A hint of uncontrollable astonishment crept into Xiaolong's voice. The image of that lightning-fast strike flashed in his mind, and Xiaolong questioned himself. Even if he were the one facing that strike, it would probably be hard to evade. Is this what a true martial arts genius looks like? He recalled that just a few days ago, Su Chen had only just become a martial artist. In just a short span of days, Su Chen had gained such formidable strength. With such a rate of progress, Even Xiangbu might not compare. At this moment, Xiaolong unconsciously compared Su Chen with the school's top genius, Xiangbu. The result of the comparison was clear. In terms of talent and training speed, Su Chen surpassed Xiangbu, who was known as the school's top genius. Could this be my midlife turning point? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xiaolong's mind. No, I need to inform the principal. With the talent and training speed Su Chen has shown, he should definitely be given some resources for training. Without hesitation, Xiaolong picked up his phone and began calling the principal. In fact, it wasn't just Zhongyu and Xiaolong. As everyone browsed the martial arts forum, countless martial artists in Lin City were now paying attention to Su Chen, the rising martial arts genius. Su Chen was unaware of all this. At this moment, his mind was still focused on preparing for the fierce beast battlefield, gathering equipment and martial skills, space ring, protective suit, special medicines to prevent fierce beasts, and martial skills for explosive power. All of these have been purchased. Now, I just need to wait for the supplies to arrive. After a busy half-day, Su Chen finally had all the equipment and supplies needed for the fierce beast battlefield ready. After placing the order, Su Chen set off towards the place where the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall sold goods. Because it was at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Su Chen chose not to have the staff deliver the goods this time, but instead opted to pick them up himself. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the place where goods were sold at the school. With Su Chen's arrival, a young woman quickly came to his side. Mr. Su, your items are over here, I'll take you to collect them. Under the guidance of the young woman, Su Chen soon reached the location where his items were stored. After checking the items, Su Chen placed them into the newly purchased storage space ring and then left the sales area. Upon returning to the Qinglong stall, Su Chen took out the items he had just purchased. He did not pay much attention to the other items. His gaze immediately fell upon a book that emitted a grayish glow. Burning Life Tribulation. Su Chen whispered softly, looking at the strange gray light emanating from the book. Burning Life Tribulation was a special martial technique that Su Chen had chosen to purchase. This technique was powerful and also quite sinister. The reason it was considered powerful was that once mastered, it could enhance the abilities of other martial techniques practiced by the martial artist. For example, Su Chen's 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash had just reached a minor success, and if he used Burning Life Tribulation while activating 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, then at that moment, Su Chen's 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash would unleash the power of the major success realm. This was the strength of Burning Life Tribulation. Furthermore, if Su Chen could cultivate Burning Life Tribulation to perfection, even if he only had a minor success in 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, he could still unleash the power of the perfected 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. This represented a leap of 3 realms in strength enhancement. The power of Burning Life Tribulation was evident. As for why Su Chen found Burning Life Decision sinister, it was because, unlike ordinary martial techniques, activating Burning Life Decision required not chi and blood, but rather lifespan. That's right. Burning Life Decision was activated at the cost of one's lifespan. Each time Burning Life Decision was activated, the martial artist would consume their own lifespan. Because of this, many martial artists who wished to cultivate Burning Life Decision faced the problem of lifespan depletion before even mastering the technique. Therefore, even in the martial artist forums, the introduction to this sinister technique was summed up in one sentence: only those unafraid of death can cultivate it. Looking at the martial arts technique in his hand that emitted a sinister glow, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. What others avoid like the plague is nothing to me. He said this because today, when he destroyed the corpse of a fierce beast, Su Chen discovered that destroying a complete fierce beast's body could enhance his lifespan limit. This was also the reason Su Chen chose the sinister technique Burning Life Tribulation, because for him, as long as there were fierce beast corpses, his lifespan could continue to increase. Consuming lifespan was not a concern for Su Chen. In his view, this technique was practically tailor-made for him. Looking at the technique in his hand, Su Chen did not hesitate much and immediately threw the technique aside. At the same time, a black hole appeared beside him, whoosh accompanied by a sound like a gentle breeze. Burning Life Tribulation was swallowed by the black hole, destroying a complete Burning Life Tribulation technique. Compensation for proficiency in Burning Life Tribulation plus 20, with the system prompt sounding. Su Chen's mind suddenly filled with some inexplicable memories. In a pitch-black room, a thin young boy sat cross-legged, seemingly deep in thought. The surroundings were as dark as ink, and for the boy, there seemed to be no difference between opening and closing his eyes. The boy sat there, cross-legged, as if meditating or praying to an unknown powerful existence. Whoosh, a desolate and decaying aura began to manifest around the boy's body. Visibly, the boy's body started to age. But for all of this, the young boy seemed completely unaware. He continued to sit cross-legged in place, quietly pondering and reflecting. After a long time, the boy appeared to be tired. He wanted to open his eyes. Just as his eyes began to open, he immediately slapped himself. Persevere. I will definitely become an immortal. The boy muttered to himself, then slapped himself again. He closed his eyes once more. Thus, in the pitch-black room, only the boy sat cross-legged, deep in thought and meditation. After a long time, even the dark space seemed to grow silent, and the boy transformed from his original appearance into an old man with a head full of white hair. Whoosh, at a certain moment, it seemed as if a gentle breeze had blown through. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the boy had opened his eyes, and at that moment, the originally dark room suddenly filled with light. I have succeeded. Haha, a strange laughter began to echo throughout the small room. The once pitch-black room now shone as bright as day, as if one were standing in the sun. At this moment, Su Chen, who was in the Qinglong stall, slowly opened his eyes. A light darker than the starry sky flickered in his gaze. After a long time, Su Chen finally came back to his senses from his memories. Talent! He exclaimed softly, summoning the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/271. Realm, Second Stage Warrior, Refining Organs. Realm, Martial Arts. True Dragon Stance, 100%, Achieved Perfect. Realm, Qinglong Martial Arts, 42%, needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Nine Heavens. Qinglong / 45%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Zixiao Thunder Escape Technique, 38%, needs 2% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment. Realm, Tiangang Mysterious Skill, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Life-Consuming Tribulation, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment. Realm, Vitality Value, 565, needs 435 Vitality to upgrade to Second Stage Warrior. Physique, 110, can be improved through martial arts training. Weapon, Guan Dao. Looking at the information displayed on the interface, Su Chen finally came to his senses. What a strange martial art. After practicing so many martial arts techniques, it was the first time Su Chen encountered such a terrifying situation. Thinking of that dark and gloomy place in his memories, Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. I wonder what that place was. He took a deep breath and shook his head. No matter what, I have ultimately succeeded. With this, I now have the capital to head to the beast battlefield. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, he suddenly heard a loud commotion outside. The city lord's mansion and the two major martial arts schools have announced a plan against the beasts. Everyone, hurry and look. Killing beasts can earn points as rewards, which can be exchanged for items from the treasury established by the city lord's mansion. Extreme Martial Arts School and Thunder God Martial Arts School. Blood Origin Pills, Spirit Source Grass, Martial Arts Techniques, and even insights for breaking through to the Martial God realm. There are even divine level techniques? I'm heading out of the city to fight the beasts. What a grand initiative! This time, all the warriors in the city will probably be attracted. Such generous rewards will likely draw warriors from neighboring cities as well. The discussions of the crowd caught Su Chen's attention. Beast extermination plan? Hearing the discussions, Su Chen seemed to recall something and immediately opened the Martial Artist Forum of the Extreme Martial House. Entering the Lin City section of the forum, Su Chen's eyes were drawn to the pinned crimson text. Beasts invade our homeland, killing our human race, they must be exterminated. The crimson words struck Su Chen, and he felt a sharp killing intent wash over him. It was a powerful killing intent aimed at the beasts, vowing to eradicate them completely. What swift action! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment as he looked at the information before him. Since the battle against the ferocious beasts, Su Chen had heard more than once discussions among martial artists about the city lord's office formulating plans to deal with the beasts. However, he thought it would take a few days for the plan to be released, yet unexpectedly, it had come out in less than half a day. His gaze swept over the introductory section before focusing on the core content. Killing ferocious beasts can earn points, which can be exchanged for items from the treasury established jointly by the City Lord's Office, the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, and the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. Su Chen whispered softly and immediately began to check what items were included in this joint treasury. Blood Yuan Dan, Spirit Source Grass, Martial Arts Technique Exchange Permissions, Insights on Breaking Through to the Martial God Realm. As he looked at the items in the treasury, an uncontrollable expression of amazement appeared on Su Chen's face. Many of the items listed were unfamiliar to him. For instance, Blood Yuan Dan was a higher grade pill for enhancing vitality compared to Qi Blood Dan, and due to its powerful effects, it was highly sought after even among martial artists, usually hard to come by. Spirit Source Grass was even more precious than Blood Yuan Dan, as it could enhance one's constitution, which was crucial for a martial artist's future development. The value of Spirit Source Grass was self-evident. Besides Blood Yuan Dan and Spirit Source Grass, which were beneficial for cultivation, the exchange permissions for techniques and insights on breaking through to the martial god realm were also extremely valuable. Of course, among these items, the most valuable was undoubtedly the divine-level martial arts techniques. As they were above A-grade martial arts techniques, it was said that only martial god experts and exceptionally talented martial artists would practice such techniques. Looking at the rewards in the treasury, especially the Spirit Source Grass that could enhance his constitution and the technique exchange permissions, Su Chen's desire to head to the ferocious beast battlefield to slay beasts intensified. Both of these items could rapidly enhance his martial arts strength. The technique exchange permissions would allow Su Chen to quickly refine his martial skills to perfection, significantly boosting his combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Spirit Source Grass, as a medicinal herb for enhancing constitution, would make his martial path smoother in the future. Naturally, aside from these two treasures, the insights on breaking through to the martial god realm and the divine-level martial arts techniques were also highly attractive to Su Chen, though they felt somewhat distant. However, to participate in this activity, one must join a martial artist team and pass the assessment requirements set by the City Lord's office. Perhaps concerned that martial artists would rush to the ferocious beast battlefield en masse after the plan was announced, leading to unnecessary casualties, the City Lord's office also stipulated specific requirements for participation. The first requirement was to form a martial artist team. The ferocious beast battlefield was extremely dangerous, often encountering various unexpected situations or strange beasts with unusual abilities. In such cases, even powerful martial artists could not guarantee their safe return. Considering this, the City Lord's office, after discussions with the two major martial arts halls, decided to add this regulation. Based on the casualty statistics of martial artists over the years, the death and injury ratio among team members was lower than that of solo martial artists. As for the assessment requirements, the reason was even simpler. To prevent underqualified martial artists from recklessly heading to the ferocious beast battlefield and causing casualties, the City Lord's office imposed certain restrictions on the strength of participating martial artists. Only those whose strength reached a certain level could participate. Third-tier martial artist strength. After glancing at the minimum strength requirements set by the City Lord's office, Su Chen withdrew his gaze. Although his realm was still only that of a second-tier martial artist, in terms of strength, even an ordinary fourth-tier martial artist would not be his match. Su Chen was confident he could pass the assessment. Of course, not every martial artist possessed Su Chen's level of strength and confidence. After seeing the regulations from the Lord's mansion, some first and second-tier warriors who were originally eager to try suddenly turned into wilted eggplants. Aren't second-tier warriors still warriors? Why not set the threshold at second-tier warriors? Hey, brother upstairs, have you considered the feelings of first-tier warriors? First-tier warriors? Do they have rights? Aren't you second-tier warriors also unable to go? This is strength discrimination. It's blatant strength discrimination. I'm going to make a fuss. Welcome to cause a ruckus at the Lord's mansion. Support! Support! Under the post released by the Lord's mansion regarding the beast plan, a group of second and first-tier warriors began to stir. Of course, their commotion was only limited to the warrior forum. No warrior dared to truly cause trouble at the Lord's mansion. After all, the Lord Bai Shu Yuan's temper was not something to be trifled with. He would really deal with them. Anyone who dared to cause trouble at the Lord's mansion would learn what it meant to be unable to eat and walk away. My strength is sufficient, but I still need to find a strong enough warrior teammate. In the Qinglong stall, Su Chen frowned and thought. With his strength, passing the Lord's mansion's assessment was not a problem. However, aside from the strength assessment, the Lord's mansion had another requirement for participating in the plan: finding teammates to form a warrior team. Since he had only recently become a warrior, Su Chen hardly knew any warriors, so this matter became a dilemma for him. The only warriors I know are just a few. Huang Feng's strength is too weak, he probably doesn't even qualify to participate in the plan. Zhuge, the supervisor, has sufficient strength, but the gap between our strengths is too large, and aside from those two, there's only my homeroom teacher Xiaolong and Ranqingxue. A few warriors he knew flashed through his mind. Su Chen's eyes gradually brightened. Right, I can team up with Ranqingxue. At this moment, Su Chen remembered that after the battle against the beasts, Ranqingxue seemed to have mentioned this matter to him. Without hesitation, Su Chen picked up his phone and began to send a team invitation to Ranqingxue. Have you seen the news released by the Lord's Mansion? I'm preparing to participate in the plan to go to the beast battlefield and slay the beasts. Do you want to join? On the other side, the silver-haired Ranqingxue was also browsing the messages in the warrior forum. After experiencing the battle against the beasts, she had intended to go to the beast battlefield to slay the beasts. Upon seeing the plan announced by the Lord's Mansion, her heart immediately became eager. However, like Su Chen, Ranqingxue also encountered the problem of not being able to find teammates. The warriors I know are either too strong, with a gap too large between us, or too weak, unable to even meet the threshold to participate in the plan. Warriors with similar strength have average martial arts talent, making them unsuitable for teaming up to go to the beast battlefield. In her room, Ranqingxue's beautiful brows slightly furrowed. Now, the only suitable teammate left is probably just Su Chen. Thinking of Su Chen, the image of him slaying a silver beast with one strike flashed unconsciously in her mind. His strength is similar to mine, and his talent is comparable to mine, or even better than mine, but I already invited him before. After the battle against the beasts, Ranqingxue had invited Su Chen to go to the beast battlefield together. However, Su Chen did not respond to her invitation. Should I invite him again? Ranqingxue frowned slightly and whispered softly. Normally, with her personality, she would never do such a second invitation. But right now, she truly couldn't find a suitable teammate. Just as she hesitated whether to send Su Chen another team invitation, she suddenly saw an account labeled Only Rival send her a message. Su Chen? Looking at the account that sent the message, Ranqingxue whispered softly, then quickly opened the chat interface. She then saw the team invitation from Su Chen to go to the beast battlefield. That's great. Looking at the message sent by Su Chen, a smile blossomed on Ranqingxue's stunning face, like ice and snow melting under the gentle spring breeze. On the other side, seeing the message from Ranqingxue agreeing to team up, Su Chen nodded slightly. With this, everything is ready. We just need to pass the assessment from the City Lord's Mansion tomorrow, and then we can head to the beast battlefield. The thought of going to the beast battlefield made Su Chen's heart flutter with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Living in such an era, the beast clan constantly threatened the survival of humanity. Within the human race, there was a widespread feeling of hatred towards the beast clan. Of course, alongside this hatred, everyone understood the power of the beasts. As the ancient saying goes, your opponent often knows you best. As the adversary of humanity, the beast clan was deeply understood by the human race. Su Chen could comprehend the strength of the beast clan and knew that going to the beast battlefield would inevitably involve danger, which was why he felt anxious. As for the anticipation, it stemmed from the hatred he had accumulated towards the beast clan after experiencing the battle against them. The thought of going to the beast battlefield to take revenge on his enemies and avenge his compatriots naturally filled Su Chen with expectation. Besides that, he was also looking forward to the countless beasts in the beast battlefield. Those beasts should help me quickly break through to become a third-tier warrior. After experiencing the battle against the beasts and feeling the rapid increase in strength from their corpses, Su Chen naturally had great expectations for the countless beasts in the beast battlefield. However, after the excitement, his mood gradually calmed down. But before heading to the beast battlefield, I need to arrange things for the Qinglong stall. Although he had decided to go to the beast battlefield, Su Chen was not prepared to give up the profitable path of selling martial skills at the Qinglong stall. After all, even though he wouldn't need to buy beast meat to enhance his vitality anymore, there were still other expenses. For example, purchasing martial arts techniques to improve his skill proficiency and buying other martial equipment. With this in mind, Su Chen immediately left the Qinglong stall and headed towards other stalls selling martial skills. After a period of adjustment, the martial arts market had regained about 70 to 80% of its previous liveliness. Due to frequently purchasing martial arts techniques these days, buying techniques had become second nature to Su Chen. Soon, He found the incomplete martial arts technique he wanted. Because he was about to head to the beast battlefield, Suchen didn't save any money for himself this time. He almost converted all the money in his account into martial arts techniques. Of course, for this reason, when purchasing techniques, Suchen also targeted some martial arts techniques he needed based on his current training progress. The goal was simple: to improve his weaknesses to cope with the perilous environment he would face in the beast battlefield. After converting all the money in his account into martial arts techniques, Suchen left the extreme martial arts hall and headed home. Fortunately, the community where Suchen lived had not suffered much damage during the battle against the beasts. After repairs by the city lord's mansion personnel, when Suchen returned to his community, it had completely restored to its original state. Walking through the community, Suchen suddenly noticed something interesting. It had been quite some time since he became a warrior, and his strength had grown to rival that of a fourth-tier warrior. Yet, he still hadn't moved or changed his residence. I must be the most unfortunate warrior around. Suchen shook his head and laughed at himself. In reality, he had spent all his money on training. Moreover, he didn't have much thought or requirement for his living environment, and having lived there for many years, he had developed feelings for it. Although some time has passed since he became a martial artist, Suchen still had not moved away from his original residence. Upon returning home, Suchen eagerly took out the martial arts techniques from his storage ring. He then began to throw the martial arts techniques into the black hole beside him. As Suchen moved, the system's notification soon rang in his ears. Destroying a damaged Thunder martial arts manual. Compensation: Thunder martial arts proficiency plus 10%. Destroying a damaged martial arts manual. Compensation: Azure Dragon martial arts proficiency plus 0.1%. Destroying a damaged Flame Blade technique. Compensation: Flame Blade proficiency plus 10%. Destroying a damaged blade technique manual. Compensation: 9 Heavens Azure Dragon / proficiency plus 0.1%. At the same time, Suchen's mind filled with many inexplicable memories. He closed his eyes and began to absorb these martial arts insights. While Suchen was striving to improve his martial arts proficiency, on the other side, in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Zhugeku was looking coldly at the young martial artist in front of him. Long Yu, do you know your mistake? As he spoke, a deep disappointment showed in Zhugeku's eyes. Originally, assigning the task of protecting Suchen to Long Yu was out of respect and appreciation for him. After all, although protecting Suchen carried certain dangers, it was also an opportunity to build a relationship with him. If one day Suchen became a powerful martial god, Lang Yu would benefit greatly from this connection. Such an opportunity was something others could only dream of. But what about Lang Yu? Zhugeku had already placed the opportunity before him, yet he did not cherish it. At this critical moment, when the ferocious beasts were attacking the city, he left Suchen, putting him in danger. I was wrong. Faced with Zhugeku's reprimand, Lang Yu did not explain or refute. He knew he had indeed made a mistake, even though there were countless reasons in his heart. At that moment, what he needed to do most was to stay by Suchen's side and protect his safety, because that was the task assigned to him by the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Lang Yu's attitude softened Zhugeku's expression. I know you left Suchen to save your wife, and I can understand that from your perspective, Zhugeku said, looking at Lang Yu with a serious tone. However, understanding or not, if you make a mistake, you must face punishment. At this point, Zhugeku paused slightly before continuing. Given that you left your post and failed to fulfill your duty to protect Suchen, I will impose the following punishment on you. However, the situation has changed, and the punishment will not be executed for now. Additionally, the Martial Arts Hall has assigned you a top-secret task. If you successfully complete it, the hall may consider reducing your punishment. As he spoke, Zhugeku handed a document to Lang Yu. Taking the document from Zhugeku, Lang Yu looked down. His gaze swept over the document, and soon he saw the new task assigned to him by the Martial Arts Hall. Exterminate the Moonlight Fox clan? After handing the document to Lang Yu, Zhugeku waved his hand and said, "All right, go prepare." Putting away the document, Lang Yu turned to leave. As he walked away, the guilt in his eyes gradually dimmed. Behind him, watching Lang Yu's departing figure, Zhugeku whispered softly, "I hope this time, you won't disappoint me again." Once Lang Yu's figure completely disappeared, Zhugeku's brow furrowed slightly. Who should I assign to protect Suchen now? Lang Yu had made a mistake and was sent to carry out another task. However, the matter of protecting Suchen could not be set aside like that. At this moment, Jugaku began to think about who to send to protect him. With Su Chen's current strength, the person protecting him must be at least a 6th-tier martial artist. This is a bit difficult. Standing still, Jugaku's mind was racing as he considered who would be suitable to protect Su Chen. Perhaps, I really can consider him. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Jugaku's mind. Not long ago, the other party had actively applied to protect Su Chen, but at that time, Jugaku had rejected the request. But, Jugaku's expression appeared hesitant, and after a long while, he finally made up his mind. Let's talk to him first. Su Chen was completely unaware of the events happening at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. He didn't know that because of him, Lun Yu was punished and sent to carry out a secret mission. At this moment, Su Chen was at home diligently destroying martial arts techniques to synthesize them and improve his martial arts proficiency, destroying a damaged body technique manual. Compensation for Zhixiao Thunder Escape Proficiency plus 0.1%, as Su Chen threw the last martial arts technique into the black hole formed by his talent. The system's prompt sound echoed in his ears once again. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen's gaze fell on the complete martial arts techniques piled up before him. Finally done. As he spoke, Su Chen turned to look at the black hole beside him. With his gaze fixed, the black hole began to slowly dissipate. Once the black hole formed by his talent completely vanished, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief and summoned the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/271. Realm, 2nd stage martial artist. Refining organs. Realm, martial arts. True dragon stance, 100%. Reached perfect realm, Qinglong martial arts, 43%. Needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to great accomplishment. Realm, Jiutian Qinglong / 45%. Needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to great accomplishment. Realm, Zhixiao Thunder Escape, 40%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Tiangang Mysterious Skill, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Burning Life Tribulation, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Accomplishment. Realm, Vitality, 565, needs 435 Vitality to upgrade to 2nd Stage Martial Artist. Physique, 110, can be improved through practicing martial arts. Weapon, Guandao. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he scanned the system interface. The Zhixiao Thunder Escape has finally reached the Minor Accomplishment realm. This increases my chances of success in the Beast Battlefield. Due to the upcoming journey to the Beast Battlefield, Su Chen had specifically purchased more body technique martial arts to cultivate the Zhixiao Thunder Escape to the Minor Accomplishment realm. This way, even when encountering powerful beasts in the Beast Battlefield, Su Chen would be able to maneuver more freely. With Su Chen's current cultivation level, combined with the minor accomplishment realm of the Zhixiao Thunder Escape, his running speed would likely surpass many 4th-stage martial artists. And once Su Chen activated the Burning Life Decision, many 5th-stage beasts, and even some 6th-stage beasts, would probably find it hard to catch up with him. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Chen withdrew his gaze. Now I just need to wait for tomorrow's assessment at the City Lord's Mansion, and I can head to the Beast Battlefield. With that thought, a hint of anticipation appeared in Su Chen's eyes. The next morning, Su Chen got up, packed his things, and headed straight to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. The night before, he had specifically communicated with Zhang Rushan and agreed to meet at the entrance of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School that morning. Uncle Zhang, boss. At the front of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, Su Chen met Zhang Rushan. Uncle Zhang, I told you everything last night. I'm about to head to the Beast Battlefield to hunt beasts. During this time away from the city, you'll need to take care of the Qinglong stall. Here are some martial arts techniques, Uncle Zhang. You can sell them as you see fit in the next few days. After a brief conversation with Zhang Rushan to clarify things, Su Chen turned to head towards the City Lord's Mansion. The assessment location for the Beast Battlefield was at the City Lord's Mansion, where Su Chen had also agreed to meet Ran Qingxue. Boss, you must be careful. Watching Su Chen turn around and prepare to leave, Zhang Rushan suddenly spoke up. Ever since Su Chen became a martial artist, Zhang Rushan had consciously adjusted his position. When facing Su Chen, he had always adopted the demeanor of a subordinate in front of a boss. However, at this moment, seeing Su Chen about to head to the Beast Battlefield, Zhang Rushan couldn't help but speak out. At that moment, a scene from their first encounter at the South Wind garbage dump flashed through Zhang Rushan's mind. Back then, Su Chen was alone, his youthful figure standing out awkwardly among the other garbage collectors. That scene touched Zhang Rushan. stirring a sense of concern from an elder towards a younger one within him. Thus, he had shown more care and attention to Su Chen afterward. However, as Su Chen became a martial artist, Zhang Rushan had buried that feeling deep within his heart. Yet now, seeing Su Chen about to face danger, that repressed emotion surged up again, prompting his words. Su Chen's figure shifted slightly at Zhang Rushan's words. He turned to look at him. "Uncle Zhang, I'll be careful, don't worry." As he spoke, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Then, he turned and headed straight for the Lord's mansion. Behind him, Zhang Rushan watched Su Chen's back intently. It wasn't until Su Chen's figure completely disappeared that Zhang Rushan withdrew his gaze. The Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall was located in the east of Lin City, while the Lord's mansion was situated in the heart of the city. The distance between the two was not short, about 20 to 30 kilometers. However, this distance was nothing to Su Chen. Using the Purple Cloud Thunder escape technique, he quickly arrived at the Lord's mansion. As he approached, Su Chen saw a stunning figure with silver long hair standing there from afar. Like a beautiful landscape, she attracted the attention of everyone around. Even though he had seen Ran Qingxue many times, the moment he saw her, Su Chen still felt a sense of awe. "Su Chen, you're here." As Su Chen arrived, the previously expressionless Ran Qingxue managed to smile. She spoke softly. After calming his emotions, Su Chen nodded at her. "I'm here. I've already inquired about the requirements for the assessment. Come with me." Although Ran Qingxue was a woman, her personality was decisive and efficient. After greeting Su Chen, she immediately spoke. "All right." In response, Su Chen didn't say much and followed Ran Qingxue towards the Lord's mansion. Soon, they arrived at a massive arena, resembling an ancient gladiatorial arena. Standing on the outskirts, Su Chen could see martial artists and fierce beasts battling in the center of the arena. "What is this?" Su Chen looked towards the center, his brows slightly furrowing. As if sensing Su Chen's confusion, Ran Qingxue explained. "This is the assessment venue of the Lord's mansion. The rules for the assessment are simple. Arrange for martial artists to fight against third-tier fierce beasts. Winning means passing the assessment. Losing means failing." Listening to Ran Qingxue's explanation, Su Chen nodded slightly. "That over there is the assessment entrance. Let's go." Seeing that Su Chen understood the rules, Ran Qingxue immediately spoke. Having watched Su Chen's battle videos on the martial artist forum, she was not worried about whether he could pass the assessment. On the other hand, as Su Chen followed Ran Qingxue to the assessment venue, he looked at her with a hint of curiosity. Although they were classmates, the vast difference in strength meant that no one in Su Chen's class, except for their homeroom teacher Xiaolong, knew Ran Qingxue's true strength. Of course, just as Ran Qingxue believed Su Chen could pass the assessment, Su Chen was also confident that Ran Qingxue would pass hers. Soon, Ran Qingxue and Su Chen arrived at the assessment entrance. "The martial artist here has just left. You can go in for the assessment." Under the staff's guidance, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue were quickly assigned to different arenas for their evaluations. Upon entering the assessment arena, Su Chen discovered that his opponent was a third-tier ferocious beast, the flame leopard. Su Chen was not unfamiliar with this beast. During the time he had been purchasing ferocious beast meat to enhance his vitality, he had bought a lot of flame leopard meat. Additionally, just yesterday, during the battle against the ferocious beasts, Su Chen had also slain several flame leopards. Because the previous martial artist had failed to defeat the flame leopard in the assessment, it had developed a strong sense of confidence. So when Su Chen stepped onto the arena, the flame leopard on the opposite side began to roar fiercely at him, as if proclaiming its strength. Roar in response to its roar, Su Chen merely cast a feint glance. He then raised his right hand and activated the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, a wool with a flash of pale azure light. In an instant, the previously fierce roaring flame leopard was split in two and fell to the ground. Glancing at the corpse of the flame leopard, Su Chen turned and walked back to where he had come from. After Su Chen left, a young man in a white work uniform arrived at the arena to clean up the flame leopard's body. As he worked, he muttered to himself, "These brutes can't hold back their strength. This assessment isn't a battlefield for ferocious beasts." However, Su Chen obviously couldn't hear his mutterings. At this moment, Su Chen had arrived at the verification area for the assessment. After being verified by the staff, Su Chen stepped out of the assessment area. As he emerged, he saw a figure with flowing silver hair following closely behind him. "Did you pass?" Ran Qingxue asked softly. looking at Su Chen standing in front of her. I passed. Seeing Su Chen nod, a smile appeared on Ran Qingshue's lips. Good. In that case, we can head to the ferocious beast battlefield. As she spoke, Ran Qingxue paused slightly and then looked at Su Chen, asking, have you been to the ferocious beast battlefield before? No. In that case, let me briefly introduce you to the situation of the ferocious beast battlefield. Seeing Su Chen shake his head, Ran Qingxue pondered for a moment and said, the ferocious beast battlefield can be roughly divided into several areas from the outside in. First is the outermost safe zone. This area is a buffer zone between Lin City and the ferocious beast battlefield. Because it is maintained by the Lord's Mansion, there are basically no ferocious beasts present in this area. Most martial artists, for convenience or safety reasons, will also go to the safe zone to rest after entering the ferocious beast battlefield. Ran Qingshue's words were as concise and efficient as her personality, using simple language to outline the basic situation of the ferocious beast battlefield for Su Chen. Moving forward from the safe zone is the outer area of the ferocious beast battlefield, which can also be called the low-level ferocious beast zone. In this area, most of the beasts are low-level, and there are rarely any beasts above the third tier. Of course, it's not that there are no high-tier ferocious beasts here, it's just that this area is close to Lin City, and high-tier ferocious beasts generally possess intelligence. For safety reasons, they mostly do not stay here. Even if there are some that are not afraid of death and refuse to leave, they have already become the souls under the blades of powerful martial artists. Listening to Ran Qingshue's explanation, Su Chen nodded in understanding. Further in from the outer area is the inner area of the ferocious beast battlefield, where the strength of the beasts is higher compared to those in the outer area. Even mid-level martial artists need to be cautious here. Continuing deeper into the inner area is the core zone, where many powerful high-tier ferocious beasts exist. Even many high-level martial artists do not dare to venture there alone. As Ran Qingxue continued her explanation, Su Chen gained a basic understanding of the situation in the ferocious beast battlefield. Of course, aside from these situations, Ran Qingxue also shared some simple precautions with Su Chen. During combat, you must never be careless, especially when facing a pack of ferocious beasts. Remember to resolve the battle quickly, otherwise, once you are surrounded, unexpected incidents can easily occur. Also, when resting at night, you cannot let your guard down. Besides the necessary medicines to fend off approaching beasts, it's best to have someone on watch. While explaining the situation on the battlefield of the ferocious beasts, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue kept moving. Just as Ran Qingxue finished introducing the basic conditions of the battlefield, they arrived at the city gate. Please show your identification. Upon reaching the gate, a warrior stationed there spoke up. Here. After the verification was completed, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue stepped out of Lin City, heading towards the outermost safe zone of the battlefield. Once they exited the city gate, a completely different scene unfolded before Su Chen's eyes. Compared to the orderly environment inside Lin City, the outside gave a completely different impression. Vast, dim, dilapidated, and chaotic. The moment Su Chen stepped out of the city, this feeling surged in his mind, as if he had traversed time and space to arrive in a primitive era. Outside the city, besides Su Chen and Ran Qingxue, there were other warriors also heading to the battlefield to hunt ferocious beasts. As they walked along the road, these warriors were engaged in lively discussions. This time, we must teach these beasts a lesson, so they know the cost of infringing upon our human race. These damned beasts, we must give them a lesson this time. I still need some money to buy a B-grade weapon. This is a good opportunity. I just need a bit more money to change my martial arts technique. This time, I must slay enough ferocious beasts. Blood chi pills, source spirit grass. These are good things. I didn't expect the city lord's mansion to release such treasures this time. I must seize this opportunity. I must obtain the insights for breaking through the martial god realm this time. I must have the divine level martial arts technique. Within the safe zone, the thoughts of the warriors were relatively relaxed. Su Chen could see many warriors filled with killing intent, discussing among themselves. Besides Su Chen, Ran Qingxue remained unchanged in expression. She had been to the battlefield of ferocious beasts several times before. She had enough understanding of the situation here, so she appeared confident and took the lead. Under Ran Qingxue's guidance, Su Chen continued to delve deeper, and soon the originally visible figures of warriors began to thin out. Eventually, in the areas he could see, there wasn't a single warrior in sight. The reason for this was that the battlefield of ferocious beasts was vast, almost covering all areas outside Lin City. Depending on their needs, warriors would venture into different areas to slay ferocious beasts. I'll take you to a place I used to frequent. There are many second-tier ferocious beasts, the night gray wolves, lurking there. Let's go practice on them first. Once the figures of other warriors disappeared, the silent Ran Qingxue finally spoke. Although your strength is formidable, you have never been to the battlefield of ferocious beasts. You haven't experienced the atmosphere of the battlefield, so we'll start with the night gray wolves. Once you adapt to the environment of the battlefield, we can continue deeper. Despite having an exceptional martial arts talent and powerful strength at a young age, Ran Qingxue's swift and decisive style concealed a cautious personality. Knowing that it was Su Chen's first time at the battlefield, she did not act recklessly. Instead, she chose to practice on the weaker night gray wolves, allowing Su Chen to acclimate to the battlefield's conditions. Alright, hearing Ran Qingxue's words, Su Chen did not try to show off but nodded in agreement. Although he was confident that his strength was sufficient to handle the situation on the battlefield of ferocious beasts, but as Ran Qingxue said, this was his first time coming to the beast battlefield. He should first adapt to the environment. Under Ran Qingxue's guidance, Su Chen quickly arrived at a dilapidated city. Everywhere Su Chen looked, there were various collapsed walls and ruins. The surroundings were desolate and silent. From Ran Qingxue, Su Chen learned that before the apocalypse, there was a small city here called Victory City. However, with the arrival of the apocalypse, people either died or fled, and ultimately, this city became a paradise for beasts. A wo meow. As he got closer, Su Chen could hear some strange sounds occasionally echoing through the ruined city. Be careful, beasts may appear at any time. As Su Chen stepped into the crumbling city, his feet crunching on the worn road, he heard Ran Qingxue's voice beside him. Just after her words finished, Su Chen saw two massive beasts, radiating a dark glow, appear before him. Night gray wolves? Seeing the beasts not far in front of him, Su Chen's expression turned serious. He raised his right hand and took out the guandao stored in his spatial ring. Whoosh! As the breeze blew, the guandao instantly enlarged, transforming into a gigantic silver blade. On the other side, the night gray wolves seemed to sense the hostility emanating from Su Chen. A wo with a roar, the two giant beasts charged at Su Chen from left and right. Seeing this, Su Chen stood his ground, wielding the long knife, and charged towards the two beasts. Boom! As Su Chen swung the long knife, it seemed even the air thickened. Then, with a tremendous force, he cleaved through it. The long knife continued, aiming at the night gray wolf on Su Chen's right. Thud! With a loud crash, the night gray wolf was split in two. The other night gray wolf, seeing this, was about to turn and flee, but Su Chen clearly would not give it that chance. With a swing of the long knife, he struck at it. Thud! With the sound, this night gray wolf also followed the path of the one before. Shaking his wrist, Su Chen sheathed the long knife. He stepped over to the bodies of the two night gray wolves, exerted force with both hands, and tossed the corpses aside. Whoosh! As a black hole appeared, the two bodies were immediately swallowed. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ear. Destroyed a night gray wolf's corpse. Compensation, Qi and blood plus 0. 2. Destroyed a complete night gray wolf. Compensation, lifespan plus 1. Feeling the slight increase in his Qi and blood value, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Thanks for the selfless contribution, my friend. Just as Su Chen's gaze drifted, preparing to search for the next lucky friend, a surprised voice suddenly rang in his ear. What is this? Hearing the voice, Su Chen turned to see Ran Qingxue looking at the black hole beside him with curiosity. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "This is my talent, a teleportation portal." As you've seen, when Su Chen awakened his A-grade talent, the teleportation portal, it caused a great stir in the entire Lin City martial arts school. After all, there were fewer than 3 people in the entire school who had awakened A-grade talents. Ran Qingxue remembered this even more clearly. After all, a genius like her had only awakened a B-grade talent. Su Chen was the only one in the class whose awakened talent surpassed hers. Therefore, she had a deep impression of Su Chen's talent. Has your talent recovered? Ran Qingxue's gaze shifted from the black hole to Su Chen, her eyes shimmering with a hint of expectation. Ever since Su Chen became a martial artist, the topic of his talent recovery had become a focal point of discussion among his classmates. In their view, if it weren't for the recovery of his talent, There would be no way to explain how Su Chen could become a martial artist. It was just that Su Chen had never responded to this matter. Although the classmates in the class were curious, they couldn't get a definite answer. Ran Xingshue's feelings were the same as those of the other students. This was also the reason why she spoke up as soon as she saw Su Chen using his talent. However, facing Ran Xingshue's hopeful gaze, Su Chen shook his head. It hasn't recovered. Su Chen's answer caused a flicker of surprise in Ran Xingshue's eyes. Like the other classmates, she thought Su Chen could become a warrior because his talent had returned to normal. She never expected. It hasn't recovered. Then your strength. As she spoke halfway, Ran Xingxue seemed to realize the ambiguity in her words. After a pause, she continued, warriors ultimately rely on strength, talent is just an aid. Hearing the encouragement in Ran Xingxue's words, Su Chen smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Although my teleportation talent hasn't recovered, it has undergone a mutation that allows me to absorb the essence of fierce beasts, which speeds up my cultivation. When he decided to team up with Ran Xingxue to go to the fierce beast battlefield, Su Chen had considered his talent issue. Spending time together, he knew his talent situation would inevitably be discovered by Ran Xingxue. In this case, Su Chen simply decided to lay his cards on the table and directly tell Ran Xingxue about his talent mutation. Of course, Su Chen's revelation wasn't to tell Ran Xingxue the actual effect of his talent. Instead, he disguised his talent effect as a reasonable talent and then shared this normal talent effect with Ran Xingxue. The talent effect of damaging fierce beast flesh to enhance cultivation speed was what Su Chen found reasonable. Or rather, the talent effect he decided to disguise. Talent mutation? Su Chen's words caused a flash of astonishment in Ran Xingxue's eyes. Talent mutation refers to a situation where a person's talent ability undergoes a change under special circumstances. Talent mutations can be good or bad. Some talents become stronger after mutation, which is called a positive mutation, while others weaken, known as a negative mutation. Strictly speaking, Su Chen's previous talent anomaly could also be considered a type of talent mutation. However, that mutation was a negative one, a deterioration. Of course, whether it is a positive or negative mutation, the overall probability of such occurrences is not high. Most people's talents, once awakened, generally become fixed, and aside from ability development making the talent stronger, the talent itself does not undergo mutation. It is precisely because of this that Ran Xingxue was astonished when she heard Su Chen's words. After all, experiencing a talent mutation once is already a rare occurrence, and such a rare event happened to Su Chen consecutively. No wonder his strength has increased so much in such a short time. At the same time, Ran Xingxue also realized why Su Chen could suddenly become a warrior and why his strength improved so rapidly. It turned out to be because of the new ability of his mutated talent. Of course, at this moment, Ran Xingxue also understood why Su Chen was so eager to throw the fierce beast into his talent black hole after killing it. With such a talent, she would probably make the same choice. With this talent, you must be like a fish in water on the fierce beast battlefield. Hearing Ran Xingxue's words, Su Chen glanced at her. He didn't expect the usually cold Ran Xingxue to tease someone. On a serious note, since your talent has such an effect, then the task of cleaning up the battlefield will be left to you from now on. Seeing Ran Xingxue return to seriousness, Su Chen nodded. Alright, I'll take care of it. Damaging fierce beast corpses was Su Chen's favorite thing to do. So, while speaking, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. After a brief rest, the two continued forward, and soon several night gray wolves appeared before Su Chen. Because Ran Xingxue brought Su Chen here to help him adapt to the situation and environment of the beast battlefield, she still did not intervene this time. Whoosh, 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 the long knife swung, and the blade light, like flowing light, sliced through the air. Soon, the fierce beasts blocking Su Chen and the others were almost all slain. Seeing the corpse of the dark night gray wolf, Su Chen immediately stepped forward to pick it up and threw it into the talent black hole, destroying a dark night gray wolf corpse. Compensation vitality plus 0. 2. Destroying a dark night gray wolf corpse. Compensation vitality plus 0. 2. Destroying a complete dark night gray wolf. Compensation lifespan plus 1. As several dark night gray wolf corpses were destroyed one by one, they transformed into vitality points. Now in a state of focus, Su Chen stood up, stepped forward, and continued to search for the next fierce beast. Soon, at the entrance of a dilapidated street, Su Chen saw several other fierce beasts. However, compared to earlier, Su Chen's expression was much more serious this time. The reason for this was that the fierce beast he encountered this time was no longer the second-tier Dark Knight Grey Wolf. Dark Knight Giant Wolf? Su Chen murmured as he looked at the few beasts standing at the intersection ahead, which were clearly much larger than the Dark Knight Grey Wolves he had fought earlier. The strength of fierce beasts is not fixed. Just like humans, they can also cultivate or consume other fierce beasts and spiritual herbs to evolve their bloodlines and enhance their strength. Just like the second-tier fierce beast, the Dark Knight Grey Wolf, which can evolve its bloodline into that of the Dark Knight Giant Wolf through cultivation or by consuming other fierce beasts and spiritual herbs, thus breaking through to become a third-tier fierce beast. Good beast. Looking at the few fierce beasts in the distance, Su Chen did not back down, holding his long knife and charging towards the Dark Knight Giant Wolf. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long knife sliced through the air, making a fierce sound. This time, Ran Qingxue, just like before, stood not far away, watching Su Chen attack the fierce beast. However, unlike before, this time her gaze began to focus on Su Chen. This was her first time seriously observing Su Chen battle the fierce beasts. Whoosh. The long knife sliced through the air, making a fierce sound. Then it collided head-on with a charging Dark Knight Giant Wolf. Boom! With a loud crash, the Dark Knight Giant Wolf that collided with Su Chen was sent flying backward, unable to withstand Su Chen's attack, its body being pushed back by his strike. After being repelled by Su Chen, the fierce beast fell heavily to the ground, and a look of despair and sorrow appeared in its eyes. A low howl sounded, and soon this Dark Knight Giant Wolf unwillingly collapsed to the ground. After seeing their companion fall, the other Dark Knight Giant Wolves did not retreat. Instead, after exchanging glances, they collectively charged at Su Chen. The fierce howls echoed as the 5 remaining Dark Knight Giant Wolves rushed towards Su Chen one after another. Die for me! Facing the attacking fierce beasts, a cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Holding the long knife, it was like the setting sun over a long river. Suddenly, the green blade light slashed towards the fierce beasts. Soon, this battle turned into a massacre. Although the strength of the Dark Knight Giant Wolf was stronger than that of the Dark Knight Grey Wolf, in front of Su Chen's 9 Heavens Azure Dragon slash, they were as fragile as paper. Su Chen easily cut them down like vegetables. Before long, the Dark Knight Giant Wolves were effortlessly slain by Su Chen, their corpses scattered everywhere like rags. Step by step, Su Chen called forth the black hole, ready to throw the Dark Knight Giant Wolf's corpse into it to increase his vitality points. But at that moment, Ran Qingxue's voice rang out from the side. Wait! Su Chen turned to see Ran Qingxue with silver hair stepping up beside him. You wait a moment. Walking up to Su Chen, Ran Qingxue crouched down, a small knife appearing in her hand, and began to fiddle with the body of the Dark Knight Giant Wolf. After a while, Su Chen saw Ran Qingxue stand up. She was holding a bloody heart. The heart of the Dark Knight Giant Wolf is a good thing. It's a material for making blood origin pills. There are companies that specifically buy it, and you can sell it for quite a bit of money. As she spoke, she tossed the bloody heart to Su Chen. On the other side, Su Chen, who caught the heart, was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had seen Ran Qingxue like this, cold and indifferent, just like a female assassin from a movie. While Su Chen was lost in thought, Ran Qingxue continued. Third-tier ferocious beasts are different from second-tier ones. They have some value beyond just their meat. Third-tier ferocious beasts have begun to refine their internal organs, so there are some valuable things that grow inside them. Many companies buy these things. For example, the heart of the Dark Knight Giant Wolf can be used to refine blood origin pills. So before feeding your talent, you can take the useful things from the ferocious beasts and sell them when you return to the city. Coming back to his senses, Su Chen smiled and nodded at her. Thank you. In fact, Su Chen had learned about what Ran Qingxue mentioned before coming to the ferocious beast battlefield from the martial arts forum. It was just that he had just arrived at the battlefield and, due to not having adapted yet, he had momentarily forgotten. Since we're in a team, we are comrades, this is only right. Ran Qingxue waved her hand and stepped towards the other ferocious beast corpses. Let me help you deal with these ferocious beast bodies. Su Chen nodded, bent down, and threw the ferocious beast body that Ran Qingxue had just processed into the nearby black hole, destroying a damaged Dark Knight Giant Wolf corpse. Compensation Qi and blood plus 0.3. Feeling the increase in his Qi and blood, Su Chen stepped towards the other Dark Knight Giant Wolf corpses. With Ran Qingxue's help, Su Chen quickly cleaned up the area of ferocious beast bodies, destroying a damaged Dark Knight giant wolf corpse. Compensation chi and blood plus 0. 3. Destroying a damaged Dark Knight giant wolf corpse. Compensation chi and blood plus 0. 3. Destroying a damaged Dark Knight giant wolf corpse. Compensation chi and blood plus 0. 3. Meanwhile, the system's notification sounds kept ringing in his ears. Once everything was done, Suchen took a moment to glance at the system interface and found that his chi and blood had risen to 569. In just this short time, my chi and blood value has increased by 4 points. The ferocious beast battlefield is truly a great place. Suchen smiled. His mood was like when he first discovered he could make money from broken martial arts manuals at the martial artist market. Filled with excitement, let's go to the next place. Waving his hand, Suchen stepped forward, ready to hunt the next ferocious beast. To the next place. Ran Qingxue nodded and followed Suchen's pace. However, during their journey, Ran Qingxue pointed out the shortcomings in Suchen's previous battle. Your fighting style should be more proactive. Also, you need to learn to relay. There's no need to face many ferocious beasts at the same time. It's fine now since the ferocious beasts are weak. But in the future, when you encounter stronger ones, this fighting style will put you at a disadvantage. When fighting ferocious beasts, besides relying on your own strength, you should also learn to use the terrain to your advantage, even leveraging your opponent's power. As they traveled, Ran Qingxue began to explain Su Chen's shortcomings in the previous battle while sharing some of her own fighting methods. In response, Su Chen listened attentively, absorbing and digesting the information. Compared to Ran Qingxue, he was a complete novice in the ferocious beast battlefield and indeed had much to learn. For a while, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue continued to search for ferocious beasts, slay them, process their bodies, and destroy the corpses, going through this cycle repeatedly. During this cyclical process, Su Chen's combat skills and practical experience in dealing with ferocious beasts continuously improved. At the same time, his internal vitality was also on the rise. 569, 571, 574, 577, 581, 593. In just a few hours, Su Chen's vitality had increased by a full 24 points, destroying a damaged night giant wolf corpse. Vitality compensation plus 0. 3. Destroying a damaged night giant wolf corpse. Vitality compensation plus 0. 3. Beside a dilapidated house. As Su Chen tossed 2 damaged night giant wolf corpses into the black hole, Ran Qingxue spoke up. Your combat experience is basically proficient now. After we refine it a bit more, we can go hunt a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Su Chen did not refuse Ran Qingxue's suggestion. Alright, as he agreed, a look of eagerness appeared in Su Chen's eyes. After killing ferocious beasts for so long, he was already itching to fight against a more powerful one. However, on one hand, Su Chen was aware that his practical combat ability was indeed lacking. On the other hand, he feared that if they rushed in and something unexpected happened, it would implicate Ran Qingxue. But now that Ran Qingxue had brought it up, Su Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. Seeing the eager look in Su Chen's eyes, Ran Qingxue smiled lightly and shook her head. She understood Su Chen's feelings well. When she first came to the ferocious beast battlefield, she too had been eager to rush into the core area of the battlefield, but due to her strength, she had never been able to do so. Then let's go. With a soft voice, Ran Qingxue stepped forward, a spark of fire appearing in her eyes. This time coming to the ferocious beast battlefield, Su Chen had been the one fighting all along, and she hadn't made a move yet. Now, she was also feeling a bit impatient. Leaving the collapsed house behind, the two continued forward, and soon they encountered another group of ferocious beasts, still the night giant wolves, but this time, there are quite a few of them. Looking at the dozens of night giant wolves rushing towards them like waves, Su Chen drew out his broadsword. At that moment, since entering the ferocious beast battlefield, Ran Qingxue, who had never made a move, also drew out a silver longsword. There are too many ferocious beasts, let's strike together and finish this quickly. Ran Qingxue's cold voice rang in Su Chen's ears. Before Su Chen could respond, he saw a silver flash zip past him. Immediately, he watched as the ferocious beasts rushing from a distance split apart like waves meeting an obstacle, scattering to the sides. What is this? Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he observed this unusual scene. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Ran Qingxue was like a legendary war god, already charging into the midst of the ferocious beasts. The beasts in the center had all been slain by her. turning into corpses. As for the other ferocious beasts, upon seeing this situation, they instinctively retreated to the sides. Boom! Soon, a violent sound came from ahead, with the loud crash of beasts falling and their roars echoing. Amidst the roars of the beasts, Su Chen could clearly hear their inner panic. Such strong power. Watching Ran Xingxue, who was slaughtering through the group of ferocious beasts as if in a realm of her own, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. After his moment of awe, Su Chen, holding his long knife, joined the battle. Swish! The long knife tore through the air, then slashed at a night giant wolf, accompanied by a flash of bright red. The night giant wolf before Su Chen fell in response. Moving swiftly, Su Chen soon found himself in front of another beast. The silver longsword flashed like flowing light, and with another silver gleam, the beast before Su Chen fell again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ran Xingxue's speed in slaying beasts was no less than Su Chen's. As a pale blue light flashed, the ferocious beasts in front of her seemed to be under a freezing spell, standing still, offering no resistance. He was easily killed by Ran Xingxue wielding her long sword. This was the effect of Ran Xingxue's ice talent, which could freeze her opponents, rendering them immobile. At higher levels of mastery, she could even make her opponents lose their ability to move. Boom! The loud sounds continued to echo as, under the combined efforts of Su Chen and Ran Xingxue, the ferocious beasts that had surged like waves were quickly slain, turning into corpses. With a swish as the long knife cut down the beast in front of him, Su Chen looked up again and found that, apart from him and Ran Xingxue, there was not a single creature left standing on the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen sheathed his long knife and began to clean up the beast corpses on the ground, preparing to move forward in search of the next beast. Handling the corpses and then tossing them into the talent black hole had become Su Chen's instinct after spending most of the day doing so. Extracting the heart of the night giant wolf, Su Chen casually threw its corpse into the black hole, destroying a damaged night giant wolf corpse. Compensation, +0. 3 vitality. When the system's prompt sounded, Su Chen stepped forward, heading towards the next corpse. However, when he arrived before this night giant wolf's body, he discovered that it was not yet fully dead. A low growl came from the night giant wolf's mouth, as if it were begging for mercy. Faced with this, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. He clenched his fist, ready to end its life. The brutal scenes from the beast's siege still lingered in Su Chen's mind, so he could not show mercy to the beasts. Showing mercy to the beasts was cruelty to humanity. With his fingers tightly clenched, Su Chen swung his fist towards the night giant wolf's head, sensing its impending death. The sorrowful sounds from the night giant wolf grew more intense. Just as Su Chen's fist was about to land on the night giant wolf's head, he suddenly stopped. His gaze turned to the floating talent black hole beside him, a thoughtful expression appearing in his eyes. Meanwhile, the night giant wolf lying on the ground, upon seeing Su Chen stop, flashed a moment of human-like joy in its eyes, as if celebrating its chance to survive. Yet beneath the joyful facade lay boundless hatred and murderous intent. It lowered its head, concealing its emotions, but secretly vowed that if it ever became powerful, it would kill these 2 bipedal creatures and all the other bipedal creatures as well, who just as the night giant wolf was plotting its revenge, it suddenly felt someone grab its neck from behind. With a cry of despair, the night giant wolf raised its head to see the bipedal creature that had been about to strike it, now gripping its neck and dragging it towards a dark circular hole. Instinctively, the night giant wolf felt a surge of terror at the sight of the cave. At that moment, it shook its body and struggled desperately, trying to escape Su Chen's grasp, but against Su Chen's strong hands, it felt like a small boat in a storm. Even with all its might, it was of no use. Whoosh! With a sound, the night giant wolf's body was completely engulfed by the black hole. Su Chen focused intently on the black hole, destroying an injured night giant wolf. Compensation, +1 lifespan. Hearing the system's prompt, a look of surprise appeared on Su Chen's face. It really works, he unconsciously spoke as he looked at the talent black hole in front of him. He had initially approached it with a mindset of experimentation, curious to see if the talent black hole could destroy living beasts. Unexpectedly, it had succeeded immediately. Of course, after calming down, Su Chen realized, this is actually normal. There's no reason that destroying beast corpses would yield compensation, but destroying living beasts wouldn't. Since the mutation of my talent, Su Chen has never tried to do this before. At this moment, Su Chen's mind began to awaken. When fighting fierce beasts, He could use the black hole talent as a shield to withstand their attacks. He could even use the black hole talent as a powerful weapon, luring the fierce beasts into the black hole and then eliminating them. In that instant, numerous new applications for his talent appeared in Su Chen's mind. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Ran Qingshue's voice came from the side. "What are you thinking about?" Ran Qingxue held several broken fierce beast corpses in her hands, casually tossing them into the black hole before looking at Su Chen. Her gaze held a hint of curiosity. She didn't understand why Su Chen was just standing there instead of dealing with the beast corpses. Destroying a broken night giant wolf corpse. Compensation +0. 3 vitality. Destroying a broken night giant wolf corpse. Compensation +0. 3 vitality. Destroying a broken night giant wolf corpse. Compensation +0. 3 vitality. Listening to the prompt sounds ringing in his ears and feeling the slow increase of his vitality, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. I encountered something happy. Something happy? Just as Ran Qingxue was puzzled by Su Chen's words, he had already stood up, quickly moving through the battlefield using the purple sky thunder escape technique. As Su Chen moved, the corpses of the fierce beasts that had just been slain quickly disappeared. At the same time, the system's prompt sounds continued to ring in Su Chen's ears. Destroying a broken night giant wolf corpse. Compensation +0. 3 vitality. Destroying a broken night giant wolf corpse. Compensation +0. For vitality, destroying a broken night giant wolf corpse. Compensation +1 lifespan. However, this time, Su Chen did not pay attention to the increase in his vitality. Instead, he hurriedly walked forward. He needed to verify his thoughts. What's wrong with you? Are you even giving up the heart of the Grey Wolf? Seeing Su Chen's unusual actions, a hint of confusion flashed in Ran Qingshue's eyes. Just follow me for now, I'll tell you later. Su Chen's voice floated back from ahead. Seeing this, Ran Qingxue immediately moved towards Su Chen's direction. Now a second-tier warrior, Su Chen, using the purple sky thunder escape technique, could move at a speed of several dozen meters per second. Such speed was difficult even for some ordinary 5th-tier warriors to achieve. With the enhancement of the purple sky thunder escape technique, Su Chen quickly arrived at another fierce beast den. Looking at the group of night giant wolves gathered in the distance, a glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He then moved towards the direction of the night grey wolves. However, this time, Su Chen did not draw his long knife. Instead, he summoned his talent, the black hole, beside him. As Su Chen moved, the black hole talent quickly surged towards the direction of the night giant wolves. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure sliced through the air. Due to his incredible speed, the air seemed to solidify, rippling like water waves. Awoo! On the other side, the night giant wolves that were lurking also noticed Su Chen's arrival. The moment they saw him, these fierce beasts instinctively began to roar, seemingly trying to intimidate Su Chen in this way. However, their actions clearly did not frighten him. Facing the roars of the night giant wolves, Su Chen acted as if he hadn't seen them at all. Carrying the black hole, he charged straight towards the night grey wolves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! As he moved, the surroundings seemed to whip up a fierce wind, the howling sounds continuously echoing. At that moment, Su Chen's figure was already close to the night giant wolves. In the next instant, Su Chen's palm moved, and with his action, the black hole beside him seemed to have gained consciousness and began to move. On the other side, upon seeing Su Chen charging in, the night giant wolf could no longer hold back and started to counterattack. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the night giant wolf leaped forward like a soaring lion, pouncing towards Su Chen. Just as it was about to close in on Su Chen, a pitch-black hole appeared before the night giant wolf. Awoo! At the sight of the gaping hole, the night giant wolf instinctively wanted to retreat, sensing a strong threat emanating from it. Awoo! Terrified howls erupted from the night giant wolf's mouth. Meanwhile, a smile appeared in Su Chen's eyes. With a single hand, he exerted force, and the black hole beside him shifted slightly, quickly appearing in front of the night giant wolf. Accompanied by a soft sound, the night giant wolf's body was directly engulfed by the black hole. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in Su Chen's ears. Destroy 1 night giant wolf. Compensation, +1 physique. Listening to the system prompt and glancing at the system interface where his physique data had increased by 1 point, Su Chen's lips curled into a devilish smile. Destroying living beasts can actually enhance my physique? So this is the correct way to unlock my talent? Calculating the difficulty of increasing his physique by 1 point and the rare materials required, a flash of realization crossed Su Chen's mind. Simultaneously, A thought that had been suppressed deep within him was suddenly released. Su-chen immediately looked with shining eyes at the other night giant wolves moving around him. Then, he fully activated the purple sky thunder escape technique, and in the next moment, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, moving rapidly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fierce wind howled in Su-chen's ears. His body began to move quickly, accompanied by the taloned black hole floating beside him. Awoo as Su-chen moved. The other night giant wolves instinctively retreated, sensing the threat. However, Su-chen clearly would not give them a chance to escape. Su-chen's figure shifted and instantly appeared in front of another night giant wolf. Then, the black hole surged forward, directly devouring the night giant wolf. Destroy one night giant wolf. Compensation, +1 physique. Soon, the system prompt sounded in Su-chen's ears. Feeling his body gradually growing stronger, Su-chen's gaze turned directly to the next beast. Whoosh 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 like a flash of lightning. In the next moment, Su-chen's body appeared in front of another night giant wolf. Awoo faced with the sudden appearance of Su-chen, the night giant wolf seemed to anticipate its fate and began to howl in despair. Yet its cries were abruptly cut off as Su-chen's taloned black hole advanced. Destroy one night giant wolf. Compensation, +1 physique. When the system prompt sounded, Su-chen's body had already moved to the next location like a flash of lightning. Awoo for a period of time afterward, the broken city echoed with the howls of the night giant wolves. Meanwhile, the system prompts in Su-chen's ears rang out like a torrential downpour. Destroy one night giant wolf. Compensation, +1 physique. Destroy one night giant wolf. Compensation, +1 physique. Destroy one night giant wolf. Compensation. By the time Ran Qingxue arrived, what she saw was a battlefield completely cleared by Su-chen, along with the last night giant wolf's body that had been devoured by him. What is this? You've already killed them all? Looking up at Su-chen not far away, a hint of astonishment flashed in Ran Qingxue's eyes. She hadn't expected that in such a short time, Su-chen had managed to slay all the beasts in the area. Su-chen did not answer Ran Qingxue's question, as he was currently checking the system interface. Name, Su-chen. Age, 17/296. Realm, Second Stage Warrior, Refining Organs. Realm, Martial Arts, True Dragon Stance, 100%, Reached Perfect Realm, Azure Dragon. Martial Arts, 43%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, 9 Heavens. Azure Dragon Slash, 45%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Purple Cloud Thunder Escape Technique, 40%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Burning Life Tribulation, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Accomplishment. Realm, Vitality, 597, needs 403 Vitality to upgrade to Third Stage Warrior. Physique, 123, can be improved through practicing martial arts. Weapon, Guan Dao. Looking at the system interface, Su-chen couldn't help but smile as his physique increased from 110 to 123 points. The importance of physique in martial arts cultivation goes without saying. Firstly, at the beginning of becoming a warrior, the initial physique of a warrior determines their choice of martial arts. For instance, warriors with a physique of only 60 can only practice C-level martial arts. Compared to those practicing B-level martial arts at the same realm, their strength is several times weaker. Not to mention those practicing A-level martial arts at the same realm. This is precisely why the True Dragon Stance, which determines a warrior's initial physique, is highly valued. When it was learned that Su-chen broke through to become a warrior with the perfect realm True Dragon Stance, Zhuge placed great importance on him and directly signed an A-level warrior contract, granting him numerous privileges. This was because Su-chen, having broken through with the perfect realm True Dragon Stance, could directly practice A-level martial arts. Practicing A-level martial arts not only grants significantly greater strength compared to those practicing other martial arts at the same realm, but also offers a better future for development. All of this stems from the differences in physique. Moreover, it's not just at the beginning of becoming a warrior. Throughout the process of martial arts cultivation, the enhancement of physique is also crucial. The main point is that to break through to a fourth stage warrior and become a middle realm warrior, a physique of at least 200 points is required. Of course, after becoming a warrior, the enhancement of physique is no longer as difficult as it was before. Once a warrior, simply practicing martial arts will lead to an increase in physique, although this improvement is quite slow. Take Su-chen as an example. He practices the A-level martial arts Azure Dragon martial arts and has already reached the minor accomplishment realm. Yet, even so, it has been a long time since he became a warrior, and his physique has only increased by 10 points. This illustrates how difficult it is to enhance physique. It is precisely because of the difficulty in improving physique that many warriors were so excited when the city lord's office announced the beast plan, which included treasures that could enhance physique. This relates directly to their martial arts cultivation and development. Once they obtain the treasure that enhances physique, their future martial arts path can be much broader. Originally, Su Chen shared the same thought. After all, for him, the speed of enhancing physique through practicing martial arts was simply too slow. But now, it's no longer necessary. Looking at the physique section of the system interface, Su Chen whispered softly. After all, he had just used a mere 10 minutes to increase his physique by 13 points. Compared to that, how much could the treasures that enhance physique actually increase it? Retracting his gaze from the system interface, Su Chen turned to look at Ran Qingxue. Nodding slightly, he said softly, "That's right, I've already dealt with them. Let's go to the next place." After discovering that defeating living beasts could enhance his physique, Su Chen was eager to move on to the next location to find more beasts. It can't be helped. Ran Qingxue glanced at Su Chen speechlessly. What else could they do? All the beasts here had already been killed by Su Chen. However, it was clear that these low-level beasts no longer served any purpose for Su Chen's training. Ran Qingxue simply spoke up. Then let's head towards the inner perimeter of the beast battlefield. The beasts there are stronger, and we can earn more points by slaying them. When the beast plan was announced, the city lord's office also released the details of the rewards for slaying beasts. Slaying a first-tier beast grants 1 point, while slaying a second-tier beast grants 5 points, and so on. Generally, slaying a beast 1 tier higher yields 5 times the points of a lower-tier beast. If crossing a major realm, the points can reach 10 times. Considering the points, with Su Chen and Ran Qingxue's strength, they would naturally slay higher-tier beasts, which is more profitable for them. After all, slaying a 4th-tier beast can earn 250 points, which is 10 times that of a 3rd-tier beast. In other words, slaying 1 4th-tier beast is equivalent to slaying 10 3rd-tier beasts. This way, the speed of accumulating points would naturally be faster. Hearing Ran Qingxue's words, Su Chen did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go. For Su Chen, the compensation in vitality and physique from defeating higher-tier beasts would also be greater. He was naturally eager to slay more powerful beasts. After reaching a consensus, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue simultaneously activated their movement techniques and began heading deeper into the beast battlefield. As they ventured further, the surrounding scenery began to change. Compared to the outer perimeter of the beast battlefield, where remnants of broken cities remained, the deeper they went, the fewer traces of cities were left. This was because the deeper into the beast battlefield, the stronger the beasts became, and their intelligence increased as well. In this situation, the beasts' hatred for humanity grew deeper. In their eyes, humans were their sworn enemies. Many of their kin had perished at the hands of humans. Because of this, these powerful and intelligent beasts would actively destroy the remnants left by humanity, including the remains of cities. For this reason, the deeper they went into the beast battlefield, the fewer traces of humanity remained. About 2 hours later, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue arrived at a dense forest. Observing the surroundings, Ran Qingxue took the initiative to slow down. Slow down. We've reached the inner perimeter of the beast battlefield. There might be mid-tier beasts hiding around here, so we need to be careful. Compared to when they were at the outer perimeter, Ran Qingxue was clearly much more cautious now that they had entered the inner perimeter. She not only slowed her pace but also appeared more vigilant, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings constantly, on guard for any beasts that might appear at any moment. Seeing this, Su Chen also slowed down, and he waved his right hand, producing a long knife. Although Su Chen had already discovered that the talent black hole could be used to enhance his martial arts strength and for combat, both activating the talent black hole and shifting its position required time. In contrast to the talent black hole, a broadsword was evidently more practical for dealing with sudden situations. This was also the reason Su Chen took out the long knife. On the other side, a long sword emitting a cold light appeared in Ran Qingxue's hand. Next, we might encounter some powerful beasts, so to better coordinate in battle, let me explain my current strength. I have just become a 4th-tier warrior, practicing the B-level martial arts technique Ice Martial Arts, and I also have the attack martial skill Ice Sword technique and the defense martial skill Ice Body. In addition, I have the movement martial skill, gentle breeze technique, and the explosive martial skill ice break. As Ran Xingxue explained, Su Chen gained a general understanding of her strength. 4th tier martial artist, cultivating B-grade martial arts and multiple B-grade martial techniques. Such strength could probably defeat a 5th tier ferocious beast, truly deserving of being the top person in the class. Su Chen felt a bit amazed inside. Having just witnessed Ran Xingxue's skills, Su Chen knew of her progress in martial arts and techniques. Whether in martial arts or techniques, she had at least reached the minor success stage. Such strength was enough for Ran Xingxue to battle above her tier and defeat a 5th tier ferocious beast. In fact, she was even stronger than Su Chen's current conventional combat power. But once I use Burning Life Calamity, who is stronger or weaker is still uncertain. Moreover, with the speed of my strength improvement, I believe it won't be long before I become a 3rd tier martial artist. By then, even without using Burning Life Calamity, I could easily defeat her. With this thought flashing through his mind, Su Chen began to introduce his situation. I have already become a 2nd tier martial artist and am about to break through to become a 3rd tier martial artist. I am cultivating the A-grade martial arts Azure Dragon martial arts, and I also practice the attacking martial technique 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash and the body technique Heavenly Gang Profound Skill. In addition, I have also cultivated the movement technique Purple Cloud Thunder Escape and the explosive technique Burning Life Calamity. Under normal circumstances, my strength can rival that of a 4th tier martial artist. Although Ran Xingxue was somewhat aware of Su Chen's situation, she couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment upon hearing his words. Cultivating A-grade martial arts, yet a 2nd tier martial artist possessing strength comparable to a 4th tier martial artist. All of this could only be described as extraordinary talent. Compared to Su Chen, she, who had always been known as a genius martial artist, suddenly felt overshadowed. Perhaps the only thing I can be thankful for is that my current strength is still stronger than his. After calming her emotions, Ran Xingxue seemed to remember something and looked at Su Chen, asking, "Did you break through to become a martial artist using the perfected True Dragon stance?" As she asked this, anticipation appeared in her eyes. Ever since Su Chen showcased his A-grade martial arts in the battle arena, many had speculated that he had broken through to become a martial artist using the perfected True Dragon stance. After all, only with the initial physique obtained from the perfected True Dragon stance could one cultivate A-grade martial arts. However, Su Chen had never publicly acknowledged this, making it a mystery. No one knew whether Su Chen could cultivate A-grade martial arts because he had perfected the True Dragon stance and established a perfect foundation in martial arts, or if he had consumed rare materials and fortuitously raised his initial physique to 100 points. Ran Xingxue was equally curious about this. Having gone through the stage of cultivating the True Dragon stance herself, she understood the difficulty of mastering it. She had once considered breaking through to become a martial artist using the perfected True Dragon stance. However, although the True Dragon stance was a foundational martial art, reaching the perfected stage was extremely challenging. Despite her efforts, she had still failed to break through. Ultimately, she could only break through to become a martial artist using the peak stage of the True Dragon stance. So, facing a classmate who might have broken through using the perfected True Dragon stance, Ran Xingxue was filled with curiosity. "That's right," Su Chen nodded, saying nonchalantly. The people from the Extreme Path Martial Academy had long known about this, so Su Chen felt no need to hide it from Ran Xingxue. However, Su Chen's indifferent expression made Ran Xingxue clench her fists involuntarily. That was a realm that countless martial artists dreamed of achieving. How could he be so indifferent? If they weren't currently in the ferocious beast battlefield, Ran Xingxue would have really wanted to teach Su Chen a lesson. As Su Chen and Ran Xingxue conversed, their figures continued to delve deeper into the ferocious beast battlefield. Soon, they arrived in a dense forest. The dense forest ahead obscured the road, and if they wanted to continue, they would have to forge their own path like pioneers. On the ground, there were scattered traces left by other warriors. "Be careful. We might encounter mid-level ferocious beasts here," Ran Xingxue said, observing the situation. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded, gripping his broadsword tightly, his gaze cautiously scanning everything around. Although he was confident in his own strength, this was, after all, a battlefield for ferocious beasts. Many powerful beasts lurked here, and there were even lord-level beasts with strength comparable to Lei Zhan, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, and Bai Xiu Yuan, the lord of the city. Just as Su Chen and Ran Xingxue continued deeper, A massive ferocious beast appeared ahead in the jungle. Looking at the gray-brown giant beast that stood over 3 meters tall, Ran Qingshue's expression turned serious. A man-bull beast? On the other side, Su Chen's mind began to fill with information about the man-bull beast. The man-bull beast was a pack-dwelling, 4th-tier ferocious beast with large bull horns, adept at using its horns to attack enemies, and it was a relatively common 4th-tier beast. Stay alert! As soon as she spotted the man-bull beast, Ran Qingxue immediately spoke up. If it were just a single 4th-tier man-bull beast, Su Chen and Ran Qingshue's strength would naturally not warrant concern. However, as a pack-dwelling beast, man-bulls typically lived in groups. The appearance of one man-bull beast likely meant that there were other 4th-tier beasts nearby. There might even be a 5th-tier beast, the man-bull leader, with a bloodline breakthrough lurking around. Su Chen nodded to indicate he understood. He then activated the Purple Sky Thunder escape technique and charged toward the man-bull beast. Whoosh! The sound of wind howled, and a loud noise filled Su Chen's ears. He swung his broadsword straight at the man-bull beast. The man-bull beast in the jungle, seeing Su Chen charge at it, seemed to be provoked. With a mighty roar, it moved its powerful limbs and charged toward Su Chen. Its pair of horns glowed with a gray light, a heavy aura emanating from it, as if to signify its strength. Accompanied by a light sound, Su Chen's broadsword fell like the setting sun, striking down. In the next moment, the once ferocious man-bull beast was instantly severed in two. Is that all? Su Chen said with a faint smile. He continued to wield his long knife, quickly dismembering the man-bull beast, then summoned a black hole. He tossed the dismembered pieces of the man-bull beast's body into the black hole beside him. Dismembered the man-bull beast's limbs. Compensation +1. 3 vitality. Dismembered the man-bull beast's organs and torso. Compensation +1. 5 vitality. Dismembered the man-bull beast's head. Compensation +1. 2 vitality. As the man-bull beast's body was thrown into the taloned black hole, Su Chen immediately felt a surge of vitality within him. This was a situation that occurred when vitality rapidly increased. Dismembering a 4th-tier ferocious beast can actually boost my vitality this much. Watching his vitality value rise by 4 points in an instant, Su Chen was pleasantly surprised, and his heart was filled with excitement. This was much faster than dismembering a 3rd-tier beast. He raised his head and looked toward the dense forest ahead. With a loud shout, he declared, "I want to kill 10. It was as if the ferocious beasts heard Su Chen's words. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound erupted from the forest ahead. Soon after, Su Chen saw a group of man-bull beasts charging toward him in formation. At the front of this group was a man-bull beast with crimson sharp horns. The man-bull leader? The moment Ran Qingxue saw this giant beast, her expression turned grave. Unlike ordinary man-bull beasts, the man-bull leader was a 5th-tier ferocious beast. Even with her strength, defeating a man-bull beast was quite challenging. Su Chen was unaware of Ran Qingxue's thoughts. When he saw a group of ferocious beasts charging towards him, he instinctively activated the Purple Cloud Thunder escape technique and rushed forward. After the recent stimulation, Su Chen's heart was filled with excitement. In his eyes, the beasts ahead were clearly a moving source of vitality. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sound of fierce wind whistled past his ears as Su Chen began to fully utilize the Purple Cloud Thunder escape technique. His body transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing in front of the group of ferocious beasts in an instant. At the same time, the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash began to operate on its own. Boom! As Su Chen swung down his long knife, a loud sound echoed through the air. This was the sound of the long knife slicing through the air. Meanwhile, a pale blue light surrounded the blade, directly slashing towards the Savage Bull beast in front of Su Chen. Having cultivated the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash to a minor success, Su Chen could unleash an attack power 16 times greater than normal when fully utilizing this technique. Rumble! Rumble! A violent noise erupted in front of Su Chen as the long knife in his hand fell like a descending moon. Swoosh! With a sound, the long knife plunged into the beast's body. In an instant, the beast facing Su Chen was cleaved in two. Boom! Even amidst the chaotic scene of the attacking beasts, the loud crash of the Savage Bull beast falling could be heard. After slaying this beast, a black hole naturally appeared beside Su Chen, instantly swallowing the fallen beast's corpse. Damaged half of the Savage Bull's torso. Compensation vitality +1. 9. Damaged half of the Savage Bull. Compensation vitality +1. 7. Feeling the vitality flowing within him like a mighty river, Su Chen's mood grew even more exhilarated. After slaying this savage bull beast, he did not retreat but advanced. He immediately activated the purple cloud thunder body technique again. Whoosh, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound, Su Chen's figure appeared in front of another ferocious beast. Boom! The blade radiating azure light aimed straight at this savage bull beast. The savage bull beast seemed to sense the impending danger. Instinctively, it began to wail. Moo, but its cries clearly could not save it. With a loud swoosh, the savage bull beast was instantly decapitated. It fell to the ground. Only at this moment did the other savage bull beasts seem to react, each looking at Su Chen with eyes full of hatred. Moo! Moo! The other savage bull beasts on the scene all looked at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes, roaring continuously as if to say, "You damned beast, we will definitely kill you." As ferocious beasts, once they break through to become fourth-tier beasts, they gain intelligence. Thus, beasts above the fourth tier are collectively referred to as spirit-level beasts. All the savage bull beasts present were spirit-level beasts, each possessing intelligence not inferior to that of humans. Therefore, upon witnessing Su Chen slay their companion, these beasts were filled with rage, wishing to kill Su Chen immediately, especially the one in the center, which was significantly larger and had a crimson horn. As the leader of the savage bull clan, it not only possessed greater strength but also higher intelligence. Thus, upon seeing Su Chen swiftly slay two of its kin, it realized that for the many kin present, aside from itself, any attempt to attack Su Chen would be a path to death. Understanding this, it raised its head and began issuing commands to the other kin. "You all go surround and kill that girl, I will deal with him." Through its roar, the savage bull leader began to command its fellow kin. After receiving the command from the leader of the barbaric bulls, the other ferocious beasts, though unwilling, still glared at Su Chen with hatred. However, their bodies began to move towards Ran Xingxue. Boom! As the many barbaric bulls moved, a loud rumbling sound immediately filled the scene. What are they doing? Watching the movements of the barbaric bulls, Ran Xingxue seemed to understand something. She immediately spoke. "I'll deal with this barbaric bull leader, you focus on killing the other barbaric bulls." Without waiting for Su Chen's response, she transformed into a silver light and charged towards the barbaric bull beast. Swish! The silver-white long sword sliced through the air, producing a series of light sounds. Ran Xingxue's figure descended before the barbaric bull leader like a goddess of ice and snow. The barbaric bull leader, originally prepared to attack Su Chen, saw Ran Xingxue appear before it and immediately charged towards her. Barbaric bull charge! A crimson light appeared atop the red horn of the barbaric bull leader. Then, the massive barbaric bull leader charged straight at Ran Xingxue like a giant mountain on the attack. It wanted to quickly kill this bipedal creature before moving on to slay another. Concerned that Su Chen would continue to kill its kin, the barbaric bull leader unleashed its ultimate move right away. On the other side, Su Chen, who had intended to confront the barbaric bull leader, hesitated for a moment after hearing Ran Xingxue's words, then turned to attack the other barbaric beasts. "You hold off the barbaric bull leader first. Once I finish off these beasts, I'll come to help you." Boom! As he spoke, Su Chen swung the long knife in his hand and charged at the other barbaric beasts. Back when he had just reached the second-tier warrior level, Su Chen already possessed strength comparable to most fourth-tier warriors. Now, after a period of training, his vitality had significantly increased. Su Chen's strength was now nearly invincible among fourth-tier warriors. Thus, even though he faced fourth-tier ferocious beasts that were 2 tiers above him, he still charged into the barbaric bulls like a wolf among sheep. No one could stand against him. Boom! Pf, rumble! Moo! As Su Chen plunged into the herd of barbaric bulls, chaos erupted, and various chaotic sounds filled the air. There were sounds of barbaric bulls falling, the loud clang of the knife striking the beasts, the noise of the bulls running, and the cries of these beasts begging for mercy. Accompanying these sounds, the barbaric bulls surrounding Su Chen fell to the ground like harvested wheat. During this process, Su Chen even had the opportunity to summon his talent, the black hole, to inflict damage on the barbaric bulls. Damaged half a barbaric bull, vitality +1. 7. Damaged the massive head of a barbaric bull, vitality +1. 1. Damaged the limbs of a barbaric bull, vitality +1. 5. With the system's prompt, Su Chen's vitality began to surge wildly. The vitality flowing within him resembled a river with tributaries continuously merging, becoming increasingly powerful. The vitality value on the system interface rapidly jumped, constantly approaching the corresponding 1000 vitality value of a third-tier warrior. Rumble! A loud noise echoed. And soon, all the barbaric bulls in the dense forest were killed by Su Chen. They all died just like that? Is that all they can do? Looking at the fallen barbaric beasts that had turned into vitality, Su Chen curled his lips. Just a moment ago, when they charged in groups, he thought these bulls had some strength. He didn't expect them to be so easy to kill. While muttering, Su Chen turned to look in the direction where Ranxing Xue was. A massive barbaric bull was now charging wildly, its red horn glowing bright red, as if it were about to bleed. Mu you beasts! The leader of the barbarian bulls looked at Ranxing Xue in front of him, then glanced at Su Chen not far away. A flash of sorrow and pain crossed his eyes. While engaging with Ranxing Xue, he had been keeping an eye on the situation of his fellow clan members, watching as one by one they were killed by Su Chen. His heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife, filled with immense suffering. Now, seeing that Su Chen had killed all his clan members, and with a human in front of him who was even stronger than himself, the leader of the barbarian bulls knew that this was not the time to show off his strength. What he needed to do now was to escape from here, because only by fleeing and diligently training to become stronger could he one day take revenge for his clan. Otherwise, today he would likely follow the same path as his fellow clan members, killed by these two human beasts. Mu with a roar to the sky, the leader of the barbarian bulls raised his head, his hooves thundering against the ground. Then, his body charged toward Ranxing Xue like a giant mountain, as if he intended to fight her to the death. Seeing the leader's movement, Ranxing Xue frowned slightly. Although her strength was somewhat greater than that of the leader, she could not withstand his full-force attack. After hesitating for a moment, she immediately activated her movement technique and swayed to the side. She planned to dodge the strike before counterattacking. After fighting me for so long, his stamina must be greatly depleted. He probably can't hold out much longer. With this thought, Ranxing Xue retreated to the side. Thus, the leader of the barbarian bulls, originally charging at Ranxing Xue, became like a train that had lost its target, rushing straight ahead. However, what puzzled Ranxing Xue was that, in this situation, the leader did not adjust his strength or change direction. Instead, he gathered his strength and continued to charge forward, looking as if there were still an enemy ahead. No, he's trying to run. After a moment of confusion, Ranxing Xue quickly realized, the leader of the barbarian bulls was trying to take the opportunity to escape. Understanding this, she immediately activated her movement technique, her body transforming into a silver streak of light as she pursued the direction in which the leader was fleeing. On the other side, a glimmer of relief appeared in the leader's eyes. I made it out. Beneath the sorrow, despair, and resentment, a sense of survival after a disaster emerged in the leader's eyes. Whoosh! Just then, as a gentle breeze blew by, he seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Then, he saw a silver light appear before him. A loud sound echoed, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh. You think you can run in front of me, Su Chen? In the final moment of his life, the leader of the barbarian bulls heard a faint voice ringing in his ears. He widened his eyes and looked forward, only to see a slender figure holding a long knife. The leader was very familiar with this figure. It was him, the one who had killed many of his clan members. The leader of the barbarian bulls wanted to say something, but the scene in his eyes began to change. It felt like the world was spinning. Thud. Then, a loud sound of a massive object hitting the ground echoed. If it weren't for you, he would have escaped. Ranxing Xue approached Su Chen, looking at the giant head of the leader of the barbarian bulls that had fallen to the ground, and said softly. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Su Chen, revealing an undeniable shock. What had she just witnessed? Su Chen, a second-tier martial artist, had slain the leader of the barbarian bulls, a fifth-tier ferocious beast. Although this fifth-tier beast had lost more than half of its peak strength due to fighting her, and was in a weakened state after just using a powerful move, it was still a fifth-tier ferocious beast, an existence that an ordinary second-tier martial artist would need to flee from. But Su Chen? Not only did he not flee, but he also killed the opponent with a single strike. Even though she had already overestimated Su Chen's strength in her heart, but at this moment, Ranxing Xue's heart was still deeply shaken. The strength that Su Chen had just displayed was such that even she might not be his match. While Ranxing Xue was in shock, Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Just a small matter. After a pause, Su Chen continued. Besides, with your strength, even without me, it wouldn't escape. He glanced at the head of the barbarian bull leader on the ground. Then Su Chen squatted down and began to act. First, He severed the most important material from the barbarian bull leader, its massive horn. Next, he chopped the barbarian bull leader's body into several pieces and tossed them aside. Long before Su Chen and Ran Xingxue had confessed their innate abilities to each other, they had already discussed this. Regardless of who it was, after killing a ferocious beast, the meat of the beast would belong to Su Chen. As for this portion of the benefit, Su Chen would offset it for Ran Xingxue in other ways. Whoosh! As the body of the barbarian bull leader was swallowed by the black hole, the system's prompt sound immediately rang in Su Chen's ears. Destroy the head of the 5th-tier ferocious beast, barbarian bull leader. Compensation vitality plus 12. Destroy the limbs of the 5th-tier ferocious beast, barbarian bull leader. Compensation vitality plus 15. Destroy the right half of the 5th-tier ferocious beast, barbarian bull leader. Compensation vitality plus 17. Destroy the 5th-tier ferocious beast, barbarian bull leaders. As the system's prompt sounded, Su Chen suddenly felt as if the vitality within him had come alive. It transformed into a river of vitality, spontaneously circulating within him, refining his internal organs. The reason for this phenomenon was entirely due to the significant increase in Su Chen's vitality value in a short period. His body naturally reacted to adapt to the rise in vitality value. Looking at the system interface showing a sudden increase of several dozen points in vitality, Su Chen's eyes brightened. I didn't expect that a 5th-tier ferocious beast could provide so much vitality. At this rate, it won't be long before I can break through to become a 3rd-tier warrior? With this thought, Su Chen put away the system interface, turned around, and prepared to continue forward. He wanted to go to the next place to continue slaying ferocious beasts. This way, he would soon be able to break through to become a 3rd-tier warrior. However, just as Su Chen was about to take a step, Ran Xingxue's voice floated over from the side. How about we take a break? Having already taken a step, Su Chen turned his head upon hearing Ran Xingxue's words. At that moment, he realized that Ran Xingxue was looking at him with a strange expression. It felt less like she was looking at a person and more like she was looking at a ferocious beast. Ran Xingxue looked at Su Chen, her heart filled with confusion. She couldn't understand, did Su Chen not feel tired? Where did he get such abundant energy? In the more than half a day since entering the ferocious beast battlefield, Su Chen had either been fighting or on his way to fight. As a 2nd-tier warrior, where did he get so much energy? Even now, he still looked vibrant, wanting to continue slaying ferocious beasts. This made Ran Xingxue, who had just fought the barbarian bull leader and was now utterly exhausted, begin to doubt herself. Could it be that there's something wrong with me? Of course, it was simple for such doubts to arise in Ran Xingxue's heart. As a warrior cultivates and grows stronger, they do gain a stronger physique and greater power. Even their life limit would increase accordingly. However, correspondingly, the consumption of the warrior themselves would also increase significantly, especially during battles. After experiencing a fight, if one cannot replenish and recover in time, relying solely on natural recovery would take a long time for a warrior to return to a normal state. As for why Su Chen could continue fighting for so long and still appeared full of energy, it was because the Qinglong martial arts method he practiced had a very strong recovery ability, allowing warriors to recover faster after battles. In addition, Su Chen also practiced the martial skill Tiangang Shengon within his body. This made Su Chen's recovery ability even stronger. Of course, besides that, there is one more thing, which is the destruction of the fierce beast meat. During this time, Su Chen's vitality value had been continuously increasing. As a result, Su Chen naturally appeared full of energy. Then let's take a break for a while. Although Su Chen's heart longed to delve deeper into the fierce beast battlefield to slay the beasts, seeing the fatigue on Ran Xingxue's face, he ultimately nodded. While speaking, Su Chen pointed to a slightly open area nearby. Let's rest over there. As he spoke, Su Chen walked in the direction he pointed. Upon hearing this, Ran Xingxue also walked towards the spot Su Chen indicated. Once they reached the place and sat down, Su Chen began to take out the food he had brought from his storage ring. Knowing that this trip to the fierce beast battlefield would take several days before they could return, Su Chen had prepared a lot of food beforehand. On the other side, Ran Xingxue was doing the same thing as Su Chen. In fact, having visited the fierce beast battlefield several times before, her preparations were even more abundant than Su Chen's. Among the food she took out, Su Chen could even see some snacks. Spreading a blanket on the ground, Ran Xingxue placed the food she brought one by one on it. Before long, The blanket was covered with food. Watching Ran Xingxue, who was like a little girl arranging the food, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes. In his view, whether from past memories or after their encounters, Ran Xingxue had always given him a sense of coolness. Her current appearance was clearly somewhat unexpected for Su Chen. "You can come over and try some too." After a while, once Ran Xingxue finished everything, she waved her hand at Su Chen, inviting him. Faced with this, Su Chen did not refuse and immediately stepped over to sit beside Ran Xingxue. Life in the fierce beast battlefield is very monotonous. Either you are searching for fierce beasts or slaying them, and besides that, you have to guard against sudden attacks from the beasts. Such a situation can even make a person's mental state become abnormal. So when I used to come to the fierce beast battlefield alone, I would bring some snacks. This is also a way to adjust life, to keep my spirit from being too tense. After sitting down, Su Chen listened as Ran Xingxue spoke slowly. While talking, Ran Xingxue also looked at Su Chen with a strange expression, because she did not see any negative impact from the fierce beast battlefield on Su Chen. It was as if the special environment and atmosphere of the fierce beast battlefield had no effect on him at all. This situation, Ran Xingxue had heard some martial artists mention before, but to say she had truly seen it, Su Chen was the first. Su Chen was unaware of the thoughts in Ran Xingxue's mind. As for what Ran Xingxue said about the fierce beast battlefield possibly making people mentally unstable, Su Chen found it even more absurd, at least for him. It was not applicable. After all, in Su Chen's eyes, this was a place that could quickly enhance his vitality value and make him stronger. How could it evoke negative emotions in him? So that's how it is. You can try this. After that, the two of them chatted casually. However, while talking, it seemed that Ran Xingxue remembered something and suddenly took out her phone. "Since we have some time now, I can upload the battle videos first." While speaking, Ran Xingxue began to operate her phone. Although they were currently in the fierce beast battlefield, because decades ago, a human strongman had developed the Tianqing system. The network models within the human realm could be established relying on the Tianqing surrounding the starry sky. Thanks to this technology, even in the fierce beast battlefield, the phone could still be used normally. Of course, this was limited to areas outside the core region of the fierce beast battlefield. Within the core area, due to the presence of stronger king-level fierce beasts, even the Tianqing system found it difficult to establish a signal network in front of the king-level beasts. Upload the battle video? Hearing Ran Xingxue's words, Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then took out his phone and began to take action. The battle videos were released along with the regulations when the City Lord's Mansion announced the plan against the ferocious beasts. In the ferocious beast plan, slaying a ferocious beast could earn points that could be exchanged for treasure rewards. To verify the authenticity of the slaying, martial artists needed to upload the battle videos of the slaying to the City Lord's Mansion system. This was not only explained when the plan was announced. After passing the strength assessment at the City Lord's Mansion, relevant staff had also explained this to Su Chen. They even specially equipped Su Chen with a recording device, a recorder the size of an eyeball. After taking the recorder and importing the video information into his phone, Su Chen quickly skimmed through it, cutting out some unimportant parts or those related to talent. Only then did he send the battle video and relevant explanations to the City Lord's Mansion based on the battle situation. Of course, the most important point in the explanation was still about the 5th-tier ferocious beast, the bull leader, because that was the beast Su Chen and Ran Xingxue had jointly slain. Su Chen chose to add a written explanation, primarily to share the credit for slaying the bull leader with Ran Xingxue. After all, compared to him, Ran Xingxue had contributed much more to the slaying of the bull leader. In fact, even without him, Ran Xingxue alone might have been able to slay the bull leader. After uploading the battle video and text to the City Lord's Mansion system for tallying military merit points, Su Chen put away his phone. Then, as if recalling something, he summoned the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/293. Realm, 2nd-tier martial artist, refining organs. Realm, martial arts. True Dragon Stance. Skill level, 100%, reached perfect. Realm, Azure Dragon martial arts, 43%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon / 45%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Purple Cloud Thunder Escape Technique, 40%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Heavenly Gang Profound Art, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment. Realm, Burning Life Calamity, 20%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to minor accomplishment realm. Vitality, 723, needs 277 vitality to upgrade to third tier martial artist. Physique, 131, can be improved through practicing martial arts. Weapon, broadsword. Looking at the system interface showing 723 points of vitality, Suchen smiled slightly. Just 277 more points of vitality to break through to third tier martial artist. If I work hard, maybe I can break through tomorrow, at worst the day after. While slaying ferocious beasts and destroying them, Suchen also paid attention to the vitality compensation given by different levels of ferocious beasts. After summarizing for most of the day, Suchen found that the vitality compensation from initial tier ferocious beasts was not much, at most not exceeding 1 point. However, once the ferocious beast level reached the intermediate tier, the vitality compensation from destroying ferocious beasts would rise sharply. For example, the bull beast Suchen just slayed. After destruction, the vitality compensation from any ferocious beast was several times that of a third tier ferocious beast. So, next, I need to focus on slaying higher tier ferocious beasts. That way, my vitality will increase faster, Suchen thought. In addition, it seems that the talent rewards may vary based on the life state of the destroyed ferocious beast. During the process of slaying ferocious beasts and destroying their flesh, Suchen kept an eye on the changes in the compensation given by talents, wanting to find the underlying patterns. After a day's observation, Suchen indeed discovered some internal rules. First, if it was the destruction of ferocious beast flesh, there was a high probability that it would provide vitality compensation, which was the most common type of vitality compensation. In addition, there could also be lifespan compensation, but the frequency of lifespan compensation was very low, compared to the destruction of dead beasts. If living beasts are destroyed, the compensation will mainly be in the form of physical rewards. In addition, there will also be some rewards in terms of lifespan and vitality points. Suchen furrowed his brows, summarizing the rules of talent compensation. In that case, I need to learn to apply the ability of the talent black hole in combat. His gaze fixed on the physical attributes section. Suchen thought to himself, for martial artists, physical attributes are as important as vitality points. They not only relate to the choice of martial arts techniques but also concern the breakthroughs in a martial artist's cultivation. According to the information Suchen saw on the martial artist forum, to break through to a 4th tier martial artist, at least 200 points of physical attributes are required. As the cultivation level increases, the physical requirements for breakthroughs also rise. This is why many martial artists have sufficient vitality points but are limited by their physical attributes and cannot break through their realms. However, with the existence of my talent ability, improving my physical attributes shouldn't be a problem for me. He looked at the physical attributes section on the system interface. He recalled that when he entered the beast battlefield, he only had 110 points of physical attributes. Suchen pursed his lips and then murmured to himself, "Next, I just need to work hard to slay beasts. I believe it won't be long before I successfully break through to become a 3rd tier martial artist, or even a 4th tier martial artist." Just as Suchen was organizing his situation, on the other side, Ran Xingxue, after eating, sat cross-legged in place. Soon, strands of blue light, like misty rain, appeared around her. They began to swirl around her body. At the same time, it seemed that an invisible gas was slowly flowing in the air, entering Ran Xingxue's body. Suchen quickly noticed the anomaly on Ran Xingxue's side. He raised his head to look at the cross-legged Ran Xingxue and the phenomenon surrounding her. His brows furrowed slightly, and then a look of understanding flashed across his face. Is she cultivating? After breaking through to become a martial artist, one can absorb the air to enhance their vitality points and physical attributes through cultivating martial arts techniques. This allows for breakthroughs in cultivation, enabling one to reach higher martial arts realms. This is a path that the vast majority of martial artists choose. However, due to his talent ability, Suchen rarely cultivates using martial arts techniques. The blue mist surrounding Ran Xingxue is a phenomenon formed by her activating her talent ability. As for why Ran Xingxue would do this, it is due to the uniqueness of her talent ability. For martial artists, talent ability is a special power granted by the world. It also serves as a bridge between a person and the world. Therefore, when a martial artist activates their talent ability, they can align more closely with the world and integrate into it. In this state, not only can the cultivation speed be accelerated, but the talent ability can also be enhanced. This is why most martial artists will activate their talent abilities while cultivating. Of course, this is also why high-tier talent users find it easier to become powerful martial artists compared to low-tier talent users. The talent abilities of high-tier talent users allow martial artists to align more easily with the world. But this has nothing to do with me. Looking at the phenomenon around Ran Qingxue, Suchen shook his head slightly. Due to the bug in his talent, even when he activates his talent ability during cultivation, there will be no enhancement whatsoever. After noticing that Ran Qingxue was cultivating, Suchen glanced around. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he withdrew his gaze. Let's check the martial artist forum. Since he didn't need to cultivate and had nothing to do, Suchen simply took out his phone and opened the Extreme Path Home. He wanted to understand the specific situation of the beast battlefield in detail, so he could more easily find the beasts next. Opening the Lin City section of the martial arts forum, he was greeted by the discussions of many martial artists. Let this group of beasts know the consequences of offending my human race. In just one morning, I've slain over a dozen ferocious beasts, and the spoils are as follows. It feels like tens of thousands of ferocious beasts are flooding into the battlefield. Battles break out wherever you go. Let's see who can kill more ferocious beasts. I've just slain another 4th-tier ferocious beast. Do you think our curator will take action this time? And the curator of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, or the City Lord. If they take action, it could be interesting. Combined, they might be able to slay a few major Lord-level ferocious beasts. I only heard. This time during the Ferocious Beast Siege, the City Lord killed a major Lord-level ferocious beast. I've heard about this too, but I don't know if it's true. Speaking of the Ferocious Beast Siege, it reminds me of something. It seems that this time, there was a plot from a Ferocious Beast clan involved, and many talented martial artists were attacked during this siege. It seems so. I wonder how the talented martial artists from the 3 major martial arts middle schools are faring. On our side, many talented martial artists have been attacked. I've heard that several fighters from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall have died in this Ferocious Beast siege. Damn ferocious beasts. Is there anyone who wants to team up with me to venture into the inner perimeter of the Ferocious Beast battlefield and kill a few mid-tier ferocious beasts? Speaking of talented martial artists, I just encountered Xiangbu on the way. He was fighting a 6th-tier ferocious beast. From the looks of it, he has probably broken through to become a 5th-tier martial artist. Xiangbu from Lin City Martial Arts Middle School. I've heard of this first prodigy of Lin City Martial Arts. I didn't expect him to have such powerful strength already. Speaking of Xiangbu from Lin City Martial Arts, Leijin from Lin City's first martial arts middle school is also not weak. I've heard he has also broken through to become a martial artist. And Lin Shuang from Lin City Advanced Martial Arts Middle School. Her strength is also not to be underestimated. I wonder whose strength is stronger. This time, the Ferocious Beast mission might reveal the truth. Suchen opened the Lin City section of the martial arts forum and saw that it was filled with discussions about this Ferocious Beast mission. Because of the Ferocious Beast siege, the martial artists in Lin City have accumulated immense hatred towards the ferocious beasts. So after the City Lord's office announced the Ferocious Beast plan, almost all martial artists rushed to the battlefield. Under such circumstances, the discussion topics in the martial artist forum have also changed dramatically. Everywhere is filled with talk of slaying ferocious beasts. Of course, in addition to that, the forum is also discussing whether some powerful martial artists will participate in this plan, as well as the strength of some talented martial artists. Xiangbu, Lin Shuang, Lei Jin. Looking at the names mentioned in the forum, Su Chen murmured softly. He had heard of these names before. Xiangbu goes without saying, as the first prodigy of Lin City Martial Arts Middle School, he possesses A-grade talent. Since entering high school and awakening his A-grade talent, he has been a celebrity at Lin City Martial Arts Middle School. In just half a year, he became a martial artist, and his strength has soared since then. Now, his strength has surpassed that of many teachers in the school. Su Chen had also heard of the name Bu, and to him, it could be said to be quite renowned. If Xiangbu were in Su Chen's past life, he would definitely be the kind of child everyone admires, a genius-level figure. In this world, he is undoubtedly a genius who can enter a key martial arts university. As for Lin Shuang and Leijin, they are equally renowned prodigies on par with Xiangbu, also expected to be key martial arts university candidates. However, because they are not in the same school as Su Chen, their names do not resonate with him as much as Xiangbu's does. I wonder how strong their true strength is and how big the gap is between us. Su Chen gazed at the phone screen, momentarily lost in thought. Once, his greatest goal was to one day become a martial artist and escape the hardships of the lower class. As his strength grew, Su Chen's thoughts quietly began to change. The battle against the ferocious beasts during the siege made Su Chen understand the responsibilities of a martial artist. So, after the city lord's office issued the announcement about the ferocious beasts, Su Chen chose to step out of Lin City and head to the battlefield of the ferocious beasts. In terms of mindset, he had now reached the second tier of martial artists and was about to step into the third tier. In terms of overall strength, Su Chen could rival the vast majority of fourth-tier martial artists and could even fight against fifth-tier ferocious beasts. Naturally, a competitive spirit arose within him. What once seemed unattainable to Su Chen, the genius of martial arts, had now transformed into a goal he wished to pursue and even surpass. After a moment, Su Chen calmed his mind and began searching for information about locating ferocious beasts. He had not forgotten the main purpose of opening the martial artist forum: distribution of ferocious beast locations. How to find ferocious beasts, the habitats chosen by ferocious beasts of different strengths. As Su Chen searched, several posts related to ferocious beasts quickly appeared before him. Seeing this, Su Chen clicked in and began to understand the relevant information. Meanwhile, on the other side, a man in black was also searching for the locations of ferocious beasts. The moonlight foxes on the outskirts have been almost wiped out. Next, we need to go into the inner battlefield of the ferocious beasts. Lang Yu lowered his head and glanced at the information recorded on his phone, unconsciously furrowing his brow. After a moment, he raised his head, moved his feet, and walked in one direction. Like other martial artists, after the city lord's office announced the ferocious beast plan, Lang Yu immediately entered the battlefield of the ferocious beasts to start slaying them. However, unlike other martial artists, Lang Yu's slaying of ferocious beasts was targeted. This was because, before coming to the battlefield, he had already received a task assigned to him by the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Handle the Moonlight Fox clan in the battlefield of ferocious beasts, eliminate them completely upon encountering. Although he was puzzled as to why the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall would issue such an order, the fact that he had failed to protect Su Chen during the siege made this command not just a task for him, but also a punishment. Therefore, after receiving the order, Lang Yu meticulously began to execute this task. However, because the Moonlight Fox clan was dispersed, even though he had been in the battlefield for some time, the actual number of Moonlight Foxes he had killed was not many. Su Chen, as he stepped toward the inner battlefield of the ferocious beasts, the lean figure flashed through Lang Yu's mind once again. If it weren't for Su Chen, he wouldn't have taken on such a troublesome task. Su Chen was unaware of everything happening with Lang Yu. At this moment, he was still reviewing the relevant information about the battlefield of the ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts choose different places to inhabit based on their living habits. Some ferocious beasts are solitary. Although they are powerful, they are easier to deal with because there are no other ferocious beasts around. Some ferocious beasts, although weak, are social creatures, and provoking one can lead to an entire clan. Most importantly, some social ferocious beasts possess special abilities, and even many powerful martial artists may encounter unexpected situations when facing them. Su Chen flipped through the explanatory materials about ferocious beasts while also understanding the potential ferocious beasts that might exist around his current location. Moonlight Fox? During his review of the materials, Su Chen discovered that not far from him, there was a group of ferocious beasts residing. This was a clan of ferocious beasts called Moonlight Foxes, similar to the barbarian bull clan he had encountered before. It was also a fourth-tier ferocious beast clan, although he had identified a target ferocious beast clan. Since Ran Xingxue was still cultivating, Su Chen marked this clan and continued browsing other information. Su Chen meticulously recorded the information about the ferocious beasts in his current location from the martial artist forum, to facilitate a quick response after Ran Xingxue finishes her rest. Su Chen is ready to head out for the kill. Just as he is collecting and organizing information on the ferocious beasts, a notification suddenly pops up on his phone. Is this the points statistics system of the City Lord's mansion? Su Chen's eyes flicker as he looks at the software that has displayed the notification. He opens it and sees that the battle videos he uploaded earlier have been marked as reviewed. Additionally, his account information shows an increase in points, totaling 3,362. This is the reward he earned from slaying ferocious beasts over the past half day. Looking at the points information on his phone, Su Chen casually opens the marketplace interface of the software to check the prices of the items listed. 3,000 points? that can be exchanged for a complete B-grade martial arts manual. His gaze sweeps over the various items in the marketplace, and Su Chen quickly understands the approximate value of 3,000 points. By comparing the City Lord's Mansion's marketplace with the Extreme Path House's store, Su Chen discovers that the value of points is roughly in a 1 to 10,000 ratio with federal currency. In other words, 1 point can be exchanged for goods worth 10,000 federal currency in the City Lord's Mansion's marketplace. At this rate, it won't be long before I can save enough points to exchange for a copy of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Manual. As an A-grade martial arts manual, the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Manual is priced extremely high at the Extreme Path House, with one copy costing over 100 million. According to the points and federal currency ratio, exchanging for an A-grade martial arts manual requires 100,000 points. Su Chen quickly calculates this, just as he is figuring out his points and planning his next steps. On the other side, Ran Qingxue slowly opens her eyes. As her eyes flutter open, a faint blue light seems to flash between them. At the same time, the blue radiance swirling around her begins to gradually converge. In a short while, the phenomenon surrounding Ran Qingxue completely disappears. Upon opening her eyes, she sees Su Chen standing not far in front of her, looking at her. "Are you done with your training?" Su Chen asks, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Shall we set off again?" Hearing this, Ran Qingxue's eyes flicker, momentarily not grasping the meaning of Su Chen's words. After a brief pause, she realizes that Su Chen means they should continue to hunt ferocious beasts. She glances at Su Chen, momentarily speechless. A single word flashes through her mind. Madman. Indeed, at this moment, in Ran Qingxue's heart, Su Chen has become a complete madman. Who else but a madman would be so obsessed with slaying ferocious beasts? However, despite her speechlessness, since Su Chen has already brought it up, Ran Qingxue hesitates for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, let's set off immediately." Upon hearing Ran Qingxue's response, a smile appears on Su Chen's face. He casually summons his broadsword and grips it in his hand, and a spark suddenly ignites in his eyes. Just as Ran Qingxue finishes her training and Su Chen prepares to embark on the path of slaying ferocious beasts again, on the other side, Long Yu, dressed in black, finally finds the location of the Moonlight Fox clan recorded in the information. This is the place. After glancing down at the information in his hand, Long Yu raises his head to look at a tranquil forest. As he speaks, he puts away his phone and steps into the depths of the dense forest. Not long ago, Long Yu's cultivation had already broken through to the 4th stage, becoming a 5th stage warrior. Therefore, he does not regard the Moonlight Fox, a 4th stage ferocious beast clan, as a threat. In his view, exterminating the Moonlight Fox clan is merely a bit of trouble for him. There is no real danger involved. Once I eliminate this group of beasts, the Moonlight Foxes in this area will be mostly wiped out. At that point, I will need to set off for a few other places. A thought flashed through his mind, and Lang Yu casually summoned a long spear, then stepped forward into the depths of the dense forest. As Lang Yu entered, the forest instantly transformed. It was as if he had stepped into a hallucinatory world. With each step he took, the original forest vanished without a trace. What appeared before Lang Yu instead was a hazy, dreamlike urban scene. At that moment, it felt as if he had returned to Lin City. Yuan. Suddenly, a figure in a light blue long dress, with a gentle expression, appeared before Lang Yu. The moment he saw the woman, Lang Yu couldn't help but speak softly. But just as the words left his mouth, his expression changed drastically. "No, I'm in the beast battlefield. How could Yuan be here? This is an illusion." In that instant, Lang Yu realized, and instinctively swung the long spear in his hand, sweeping it forward. In an instant, the enchanting scene before him vanished completely. Along with it disappeared the gentle woman in the light blue dress who had just stood before him. As the scenery shifted, what reappeared before Lang Yu's eyes was still the deep, dense jungle. The only difference was that now, within this jungle, there was an enormous silver fox, standing a full meter tall. Moonlight Fox leader. The moment he saw this silver fox beast, Lang Yu's expression turned grave. He recognized the identity of this silver fox. The Moonlight Fox clan had broken through the bloodline restrictions and advanced to a 5th-tier beast, the Moonlight Fox leader. Just like the bull leader that Su Chen had slain before. As Lang Yu's words fell, the silver-white Moonlight Fox leader on the other side looked at the uninvited guest, Lang Yu, with cold eyes. A whoosh sharp howl erupted from its mouth. "Kill this damned intruder." Accompanied by the Moonlight Fox leader's wail, many silver-white moonlight foxes of various sizes emerged from other parts of the forest. At this moment, they all looked at Leng Yu with icy gazes. Seeing this scene, Leng Yu's heart sank involuntarily. He had completely lost the confidence he had when he first entered the forest. Because Leng Yu knew very well the difference in strength between a 4th-tier beast group led by a 5th-tier beast and a simple 4th-tier beast group. It was a difference that could be described as worlds apart. It's already impossible to retreat. Looking around at the Moonlight Fox group that had surrounded him, Leng Yu couldn't help but think, "Now, I can only fight to the death and break out." Whispering to himself, Leng Yu turned the long spear in his hand, then chose a direction and charged forward. Boom! The silver spear sliced through the air, unleashing tremendous power. On the other side, after Ran Qingxue completed her training and underwent a brief rest, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue set off again, preparing to continue hunting beasts. The Moonlight Fox is in this direction. Before setting off again, Su Chen had already shared his thoughts with Ran Qingxue, and regarding Su Chen's plan, Ran Qingxue did not object. The two had teamed up to come to the beast battlefield precisely to slay beasts. Previously, it was only because it was Su Chen's first time in the beast battlefield, and he needed to adapt and hone his skills, that they had lingered in the area of lower-tier beasts. Now, after this period of adjustment, coupled with the recent battle against the bull beast, Ran Qingxue could see that Su Chen had fully adapted to the environment of the beast battlefield. Under these circumstances, the target beasts they chose to hunt naturally changed as well, from lower-tier beasts to now middle-tier beasts. Therefore, Ran Qingxue had no reason to oppose Su Chen's choice of the 4th-tier Moonlight Fox clan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of the wind howled in their ears, and like two streaks of light, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue moved swiftly across the beast battlefield. Just as the two were preparing to charge towards the location of the Moonlight Fox clan, a sudden vibration echoed in their ears. "What is this?" Hearing the sound, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue exchanged glances, and then, as if realizing something, they immediately stopped. "Is someone calling for help?" Su Chen looked at Ran Qingxue, his tone carrying a hint of uncertain surprise. To protect the safety of martial artists, before heading to the beast battlefield, the city lord's mansion where the two major martial arts schools would equip martial artists with a rescue system. When a martial artist finds themselves in a life-threatening situation, they can activate the rescue system. Subsequently, the system will automatically send out a rescue signal to other nearby martial artists. After receiving the rescue signal, martial artists in close proximity will rush to provide assistance. Before coming to the beast battlefield, Su Chen had learned about this situation on the martial artist forum. Moreover, during the city inspection, staff members had reminded him of this. However, since it was his first encounter with such a situation, Su Chen instinctively sought advice from Ran Qingxue. By the time Su Chen asked this question, Ran Qingxue had already picked up her vibrating phone to check the relevant information. Soon, she put down the phone and looked at Su Chen. "A martial artist from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is calling for help. His location is exactly where we were planning to go. The Moonlight Fox territory. There are two Moonlight Fox leaders in the Moonlight Fox Beast clan, both 5th-tier beasts. In addition to a dozen or so 4th-tier Moonlight Foxes, the trapped martial artist is a 5th-tier martial artist." After briefly sharing the information she had gathered with Su Chen, Ran Qingxue continued, "Should we go over?" Although it was a question, a determined look had already appeared between her brows. A human martial artist was calling for help, and she had the ability to rescue. Under such circumstances, she could not possibly ignore it. However, based on the information in the rescue signal, there was indeed a certain risk involved in going to the rescue. This was also the reason Ran Qingxue sought Su Chen's opinion. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go." Su Chen's actions conveyed his answer to Ran Qingxue. By the time she finished speaking, he had already transformed into a purple flash, charging ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of fierce wind roared in Su Chen's ears as his gaze fixed on one direction. That was the location of the Moonlight Fox clan. He had intended to go and slay the Moonlight Foxes, and now knowing that a martial artist was surrounded by them, Su Chen had even less reason not to go. Of course, understanding the strength of the Moonlight Fox clan also made Su Chen's heart a bit more cautious. After all, strictly speaking, his current strength was only that of a 2nd-tier martial artist. Although due to practicing A-level martial arts and A-level techniques, His strength could already be compared to an average 5th-tier martial artist. He still could not match the Moonlight Fox clan, which had 2 5th-tier beasts. Even with Ranqing Xue, they might not necessarily be able to take on the Moonlight Fox clan. After all, Su Chen still did not know the specific situation of the trapped 5th-tier martial artist. If the other party has strength, that would be fine. If not, then I will need to divide my attention to look after him. This thought flashed through Su Chen's mind as he continued to rush towards the direction of the Moonlight Foxes. However, if we really can't win, I could try the power of Burning Life Calamity. As an explosive martial technique, Burning Life Calamity was strange and powerful. At the entry level, it could push Su Chen's small success level 9 Heaven's Azure Dragon Slash to the great success level. With Su Chen's current strength, if he operated the great success level 9 Heaven's Azure Dragon Slash, it would be enough to unleash an attack power close to that of a 6th-tier martial artist. With such power, let alone just 2 5th-tier beasts, even if there were 2 more, Su Chen would not need to take them seriously. Since mastering Burning Life Calamity, I haven't truly used this martial technique. Gathering his thoughts, Su Chen hurried along the path, quickly arriving at the location of the Moonlight Fox clan. When he got there, he saw chaos all around. Several beast corpses lay on the ground, still bleeding. It was clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. On the other side of the scene, 2 massive silver foxes were surrounding a young warrior dressed in black. The young warrior's face was pale, with several wounds bleeding profusely. He was clearly in a life-threatening situation. In front of the man, the eyes of the 2 silver foxes were filled with bloodlust and cruelty. "You damned human! You actually killed so many of my kin. I will tear your body apart and let you die in agony," said the Moonlight Fox leader on the left, looking at the fallen Longyu with a cold voice. Its tone was filled with indifference and murderous intent. This damned human had killed its kin. Die! As it spoke, it extended its sharp claws and swung them towards Longyu. It wanted to shred this detestable human before it. Watching the scene unfold, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in Longyu's eyes. He had thought that the Moonlight Fox clan only had 1 5th-tier beast, and he was almost breaking through. But who would have thought that just as he was about to escape, another 5th-tier beast had emerged and ambushed him, severely injuring him. Looking at the silver giant fox before him, Longyu slowly closed his eyes, and a figure in green clothing unconsciously appeared in his mind. It was his childhood sweetheart, his one true love. Yuan, I can't be with you anymore," he whispered softly, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. "Perhaps this is a punishment for me." In the final moments of his life, Longyu couldn't help but recall the siege battle from not long ago. At that time, he had abandoned Su Chen to rush to save his wife. Now that he thought about it, what Su Chen faced back then was the very situation he was experiencing now. Only Su Chen was powerful enough to overcome it with his own strength, while he lacked the ability to break through. Su Chen gazed at the 2 Moonlight Fox leaders approaching the man in black not far away, a cold light flashing in his eyes. 2 beasts. With that, Su Chen raised his long knife, and at the same time, the Azure Dragon martial arts and Heavenly Gang Profound technique within him began to operate simultaneously. In an instant, his body seemed to crack like a mountain stone, rapidly expanding. In a moment, Su Chen's stature grew significantly taller. Boom! The silver-white long knife flowed, and at that moment, Su Chen activated the life-consuming decision. With a rush of the sensation of life ebbing away, the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, which had already reached a minor success, broke through its original constraints in an instant. At the same time, Su Chen's mind inexplicably filled with many insights regarding the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. The technique, which had only reached a minor success, was instantly elevated to a major success. With a movement, Su Chen, using the Purple Sky Thunder escape technique, shot forward like a purple lightning bolt, tearing through the air towards the 2 Moonlight Fox leaders. Rumbling before he arrived, the knife struck first. In the next moment, the silver-white long knife, like thunder, sliced through the air, heading straight for the Moonlight Fox leader. A faint azure light swirled around the blade, making Su Chen appear as if he had transformed into the legendary True Martial Emperor, exuding an aura that was inviolable. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the blade light struck like a bolt from the blue towards the Moonlight Fox leader. The 2 Moonlight Foxes, who were about to move forward to kill Longyu, seemed to sense something and turned to look at Su Chen. "This is..." One of the Moonlight Fox leaders could only scream in panic. Then the silver-white blade light fell upon it. The long knife pierced through the body of the Moonlight Fox leader, producing a violent sound. The other Moonlight Fox leader's eyes instantly narrowed at this sight. The depths of its eyes were filled with endless panic, staring blankly at the glint of the blade before it, having lost the ability to think. Yet, its body's instincts compelled it to retreat. A fierce whistling sound echoed in its ears just before the silver-white long knife was about to strike. The Moonlight Fox leader barely dodged the attack. Once it was out of Su Chen's attack range, the Moonlight Fox leader finally regained its senses. Its gaze, filled with anger and fear, fixed on Su Chen. "I will kill you, beast." The howl conveyed the Moonlight Fox's current emotions. However, as its gaze swept to the ground where its wife lay decapitated, an unavoidable sorrow appeared in its eyes. "Ha! You actually dodged?" Su Chen retracted his long knife, glancing in surprise at the silver-white Moonlight Fox leader that was fleeing in the distance. Ignoring the hatred in its eyes, he muttered to himself. He hadn't expected that this Moonlight Fox leader would evade a strike from his perfected Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. With the increase in his vitality, Su Chen's strength had improved compared to when he had just broken through to become a second-tier warrior. If he had just broken through to the second tier, his maximum burst could only elevate his attack power to that of a fifth-tier warrior. Now, with the enhancement of his vitality, in a state of maximum burst, Su Chen could almost unleash power comparable to a fifth-tier warrior. Even in this burst state, his attack power was such that even an average fifth-tier warrior would have to avoid it. Not to mention that at this moment, Su Chen was operating the life-consuming decision, which had elevated his Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash to perfection. His full-powered strike could now rival the attack power of an ordinary sixth-tier warrior. This was also the reason for Su Chen's astonishment. After all, whether it was a warrior or a ferocious beast, a one-tier difference in level meant a vast disparity in strength. The Moonlight Fox leader was merely a fifth-tier beast, yet it could evade a strike with sixth-tier power. This naturally surprised Su Chen, but with one more strike, it will be dead. With narrowed eyes, Su Chen sheathed his long knife and immediately moved, charging once more at the Moonlight Fox leader. Of course, fearing that the Moonlight Fox leader would escape, Su Chen converted the enhancement of the life-consuming decision to the Purple Sky Thunder escape technique for this next attack. In the next moment, it was as if he had mastered this movement technique to perfection. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the Moonlight Fox leader. Boom! The long knife whirled as Su Chen swung it fiercely at the Moonlight Fox leader. This was, in a true sense, his first battle against a fifth-tier ferocious beast. The blade swung round, like the moon falling from the sky, directly aimed at the Moonlight Fox leader. The air was torn apart, producing a violent sound. On the other side, the Moonlight Fox leader, which had previously harbored hatred, was now left with only panic. Damn thing! With a howl, the Moonlight Fox leader immediately retreated, wanting to escape. At this moment, in its eyes, Su Chen had become synonymous with a demon. It only wanted to flee. While Su Chen was engaged with the Moonlight Fox leader, Long Yu, lying on the ground, noticed that the Moonlight Fox leader had not attacked for a long time. He couldn't help but open his eyes in confusion. Then, a surprising scene unfolded before him. Is that Su Chen? Watching Su Chen in the distance, wielding a long knife and pursuing the Moonlight Fox leader, Lang Yu closed his eyes repeatedly, then opened them again. He felt as if he had fallen under the illusion of the Moonlight Fox leader. Otherwise, how could he see Su Chen here, chasing a ferocious beast with fifth-tier strength? Was this a joke? Long Yu, who had once protected Su Chen, knew very well that his strength was merely that of a second-tier warrior. Even with exceptional talent, he could at most possess strength comparable to a fourth-tier ferocious beast. This level of power was not even a match for the Moonlight Fox leader's single strike, let alone chasing the Moonlight Fox leader. That was simply a fool's dream. But, it still looks like this. After closing and opening his eyes several times, the same scene remained before him. At this moment, Lang Yu seemed to remember something, whispering in disbelief, "This can't be real, can it?" As he spoke these words, Lang Yu felt he was going insane. Just as his voice fell, on the other side, Su Chen raised the broadsword in his hand, like an executioner at the gallows. He swung down directly at the Moonlight Fox leader right in front of him. Boom! The long knife sliced through the air with a violent roar. Then, without pausing, the blade instantly pierced through the neck of the Moonlight Fox, splitting it in two amidst its panicked gaze. Put! At this moment, the sound of the blade cutting through flesh and blood slowly echoed. Following that, with a thud, The corpse of the Moonlight Fox leader crashed to the ground. Just then, Ran Xingxue arrived at the scene. She widened her eyes, staring at Su Chen in the distance, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. You killed it? Ran Xingxue looked at the scene before her in disbelief. She never expected that in such a short time, Su Chen had already slain the 5th-tier beast, the Moonlight Fox leader. At this moment, Ran Xingxue's expression turned dazed. Was this the strength a 2nd-tier warrior could possess? While Ran Xingxue was lost in thought, Su Chen had already sheathed his long knife and stepped forward to continue hunting the other Moonlight Foxes. What are you standing there for? Get moving! Su Chen's gaze swept over the dazed Ran Xingxue, and he couldn't help but shout sternly. As he spoke, his figure flickered like a bolt of lightning, chasing after the Moonlight Foxes. A black hole appeared beside him, and the long knife flowed in his hand. At this moment, Su Chen resembled the legendary god of war, charging into the remaining Moonlight Foxes like a wolf among sheep. Destroy 1 4th-tier beast, Moonlight Fox. Compensation physique +6 facing ordinary Moonlight Foxes. Su Chen, who now possessed strength comparable to a 5th-tier warrior, could easily crush them even without using his killing moves. Therefore, at this moment, Su Chen chose to attack using his innate abilities. The black hole emerged, resembling a desperate abyss. As Su Chen approached, the fleeing Moonlight Foxes were instantly devoured by the black hole. Destroy 1 4th-tier beast, Moonlight Fox. Compensation lifespan +4 in the distance. The other Moonlight Foxes saw this scene and began to howl in terror. Devil! He is a devil! Run! I don't want to die! Help! Leader! Various screams erupted from the mouths of the Moonlight Foxes, each one fleeing deeper into the dense forest. However, facing Su Chen, who was using the Purple Sky Thunder escape technique, none of these Moonlight Foxes could escape. Whoosh! A fierce whistling sound rang in Su Chen's ears, and soon he caught up with the fleeing Moonlight Foxes. The black hole appeared, devouring these beasts one by one. Meanwhile, the system's prompt continued to sound in Su Chen's ears. Destroy 1 4th-tier beast, Moonlight Fox. Compensation physique +6 destroy 1 4th-tier beast, Moonlight Fox. Compensation physique +6 destroy 1 4th-tier beast, Moonlight Fox. Compensation lifespan +4 in the face of the Moonlight Fox's wails. Su Chen appeared like a cold-faced killing god, showing no signs of emotion. In his mind, he still remembered the scene of the beasts attacking the city not long ago. In that war, countless humans had died at the hands of the beasts. He didn't know how many human warriors had perished on the battlefield resisting the beasts, including classmates he was familiar with. At that time, Su Chen had secretly vowed to go to the beast battlefield to avenge them. So now, facing this great enemy of humanity, even as they showed panic and fear, Su Chen felt not a shred of pity. In fact, their behavior only strengthened his resolve to kill, because compared to the fear, anxiety, and death brought by the ferocious beasts, he was more afraid of such things happening to the human race. By killing one more ferocious beast, his fellow humans would face one less danger in the future. With this thought in mind, a cold light flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He was like a cold-faced reaper, wielding the scythe of death, recklessly harvesting the Moonlight Foxes present. On the other side, Ran Xingxue, awakened by Su Chen's cold shout, quickly reacted. Once she regained her senses, she summoned her long sword. Then, her figure flickered as she charged towards the Moonlight Foxes in the arena. The silver-white longsword shimmered with a faint blue light, and as it drew near, the Moonlight Fox seemed to be frozen in place, no longer moving. With a flash of silver light, a line of blood appeared. The Moonlight Fox fell dead on the spot. As a B-grade talent holder with the ice talent, Ran Xingxue had a significant advantage in close combat. Anyone who approached her would be affected by her ice talent, thus limiting their movements. Therefore, in close combat, few could match her. When facing opponents of a lower level, she could display a crushing slaughter. After wantonly slaying 3 or 4 Moonlight Foxes, the shock in Ran Xingxue's heart from Su Chen killing the Moonlight Fox leader in such a short time finally eased. She regained her confidence and looked up at Su Chen. She, Ran Xingxue, was not inferior to Su Chen. But when she looked up and saw that Su Chen had already killed all the other Moonlight Foxes, her recently restored confidence wavered again. He's only slightly stronger than me. In a corner where no one could hear, Ran Xingxue silently added this sentence. Then she sheathed her long sword, gathered the slain beasts, and stepped towards Su Chen. Here, these beast corpses are for you. When she reached Su Chen, Ran Qingxue tossed the Moonlight Fox's corpse over. Seeing this, Su Chen did not stand on ceremony. After receiving the corpse, he tossed the Moonlight Fox into the taloned black hole beside him, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Moonlight Fox. Compensation Vitality +7, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Moonlight Fox. Compensation Vitality +9, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Moonlight Fox. Compensation Vitality. After completely destroying all the corpses, Su Chen summoned the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/298. Realm, 2nd-tier warrior, refining organs. Realm, martial arts. True Dragon Posture, 100%, reached Perfect Realm, Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 43%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 45%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 40%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 41%, needs 19%. Proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Life Burning Calamity, 21%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Accomplishment Realm, Vitality Value, 833, needs 167 Vitality to upgrade to 3rd-tier Warrior, Constitution, 163, can be improved through martial arts training, Weapon, Broadsword. Only 167 Vitality points away from breaking through to become a 3rd-tier Warrior. Seeing that he was just over 100 Vitality points away from reaching 1,000 to break through to 3rd-tier Warrior, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Of course, aside from the Vitality value, Su Chen also noticed the change in his constitution, because when facing the 4th-tier Moonlight Fox, Su Chen mostly relied on his talent abilities to kill. Therefore, after this battle, his constitution had also improved significantly, increasing by a full 30 points. I'm almost at the 200 constitution needed to break through to 4th-tier warrior, he whispered softly, then looked again at the age section. And age, that's a pleasant surprise. One must admit that Life-Burning Calamity truly lived up to its bizarre and powerful reputation. With this powerful martial skill, Su Chen was able to slaughter the 5th-tier beast, the Moonlight Fox leader, with ease. However, the side effects of this martial skill were indeed significant. After just a short period of use, Su Chen had already lost 7 years of his lifespan. If it were any other warrior, they would probably die young after just a few uses. After using Burning Life Calamity for the first time, Su Chen finally understood why such a powerful martial skill was rarely practiced. Life was too short to afford it, but this consumption is something I can bear. Looking at the battle aftermath, the number representing his lifespan limit not only hadn't decreased but had actually increased a bit. A smile spread across Su Chen's face. For someone like him, whose talent could enhance his lifespan limit, sacrificing a bit of life was nothing. If this is the only side effect, I could use Burning Life Calamity as a regular move in the future. Thinking of the immense power he had while using Burning Life Calamity, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. As this thought flashed through his mind, he stepped towards the man in black nearby. At that moment, Lang Yu finally came to his senses, realizing that everything happening before him was real, and that it was indeed the Su Chen he knew. He had slain 2 Moonlight Fox leaders and killed other Moonlight Fox beasts, saving him in the process. However, because of this, when he saw Su Chen approaching, a complex expression appeared in Lang Yu's eyes. Not long ago, during the Beast Siege battle, he had abandoned Su Chen and left alone in a dangerous situation, disregarding Su Chen's life and death, putting him in peril. Yet now, Su Chen had saved his life. Although Su Chen might not even know about this, Lang Yu was acutely aware of it, making his feelings very complicated, gratitude mixed with shame. Thank you, Su Warrior, for saving my life. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, as Su Chen drew near, they transformed into a single expression of gratitude. As fellow humans, this is only natural. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. In the face of such a great enemy as the beasts, all humans should unite. Since this matter had come to Su Chen, he naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lang Yu felt even more ashamed. After all, not long ago, he had acted as a coward for his own selfish reasons. Su Chen was unaware of Lang Yu's complex emotions and glanced over his injured body. Su Chen then asked, "How are your injuries? Do you need us to escort you back to the city?" Lang Yu shook his head and replied, "No need. I'll rest for a while until my injuries recover a bit, and then I'll go back myself." As he spoke, Lang Yu paused and continued, I noticed that Su warrior seemed to need beast meat earlier. I have some here that I don't need, so I'll give it to you as a token of my gratitude for saving my life." As he spoke, Lang Yu activated the storage ring on his hand, and numerous pieces of beast meat appeared on the ground. Since he had taken on the task of exterminating the Moonlight Fox clan, most of the beasts he had slain were from that clan. Therefore, the corpses on the ground were mostly Moonlight Foxes, with a few other beast corpses mixed in, which he had encountered and slain along the way. "Then I won't be polite." Su Chen accepted the gift from Lang Yu without hesitation, activating his storage ring to collect the beast meat. Although saving fellow humans was an obligation for every warrior, the rescued warriors could accept it with composure. However, generally speaking, the rescued warriors would offer some cultivation resources to the warrior who saved them as a token of thanks. This had become an unspoken rule. After accepting Lang Yu's beast corpses, Su Chen and Lang Yu exchanged a few more words. After noticing that his body had recovered somewhat, Lang Yu took the initiative to speak. "My body has recovered, so I won't disturb you two any longer." After bidding farewell to Su Chen, Lang Yu immediately turned and walked towards the direction of Lin City. Given his current injuries, it was clear that he could no longer continue to eliminate the ferocious beasts. Therefore, Lang Yu planned to return to the city to heal his wounds before heading back to the battlefield against the beasts. Also, I need to inform Supervisor Zhuge about Su Chen's strength. Thinking of the powerful abilities Su Chen had displayed when facing the Moonlight Fox leader, a spark of fire flashed in Lang Yu's eyes. As Su Chen's former protector, Lang Yu was very familiar with his situation. But it was precisely because of this that he understood more clearly what Su Chen's earlier display of strength meant. He was a true martial arts prodigy, possessing a talent greater than any warrior he had ever seen. The emergence of such a prodigy among the human race, in Lin City, was a stroke of luck for everyone in the city. Similarly, if such a prodigy did not receive the best training, it would be a loss for the higher-ups of Lin City. Understanding this, Lang Yu wanted to return to Lin City as soon as possible to inform Zhuge about Su Chen's situation. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the wind howled, creating a violent noise. At that moment, Lang Yu even disregarded his own injuries, exerting all his strength to rush towards Lin City. As Lang Yu hurried towards Lin City, not far from Su Chen, a towering figure was hidden in the shade of the trees. His gaze was fixed on Su Chen in the distance, his eyes betraying an undeniable shock. Such strong power, such strong martial arts talent. As Su Chen's new guardian, he had been following Su Chen since he left the city. Because of this, he had witnessed everything that happened to Su Chen. When Su Chen first fought against the ferocious beasts, facing low-level beasts and cutting them down like vegetables, the towering man did not react much. This was because he had learned about Su Chen's strength when he took over as his protector, which was enough to rival a fourth-tier warrior. It was normal to display a one-sided slaughter against low-level beasts. When Su Chen fought against a fourth-tier ferocious beast, directly slaying the savage bull beast, the towering man still did not react much. It was normal for a fourth-tier warrior to slay a fourth-tier beast. However, when Su Chen swung his blade to kill the fifth-tier savage bull leader, the towering man began to feel that something was off. A second-tier warrior killing a fifth-tier beast? What kind of myth is this? Nevertheless, the towering man ultimately convinced himself that it was due to the savage bull leader's poor condition and Su Chen's successful sneak attack, allowing him to reluctantly accept everything he had seen. But when he witnessed Su Chen effortlessly kill 2 fifth-tier Moonlight Fox leaders and over a dozen fourth-tier Moonlight Fox beasts, as if he were chopping vegetables, he could no longer convince himself. Something's not right. This is fucking not right. The towering man slapped himself hard, and after confirming that he was not dreaming, he took out his phone to start sending messages to Zhuge. "It's getting intense. Encountered a monster." As he sent the message, fire flashed in the man's eyes. He seemed to have already envisioned a year later, when Lin City would produce a new champion of the Tianqin martial arts. 10 years later, Lin City would once again see the emergence of a martial god. Su Chen was completely unaware of the actions of Lang Yu and the towering man. After watching Lang Yu's figure disappear, he immediately took out the ferocious beast corpses he had just put away. Then, Su Chen bent down, and as a black hole appeared beside him, he immediately began to act. Destroy a fourth-tier ferocious beast savage bull. Compensation plus 7 health. Destroy a fourth-tier ferocious beast Moonlight Fox. Compensation plus 6 health. Destroy a fourth-tier ferocious beast Thunderclaw Leopard. Compensation plus 8 health. Destroy a fourth-tier ferocious beast Moonlight Fox. Compensation. With Su Chen's movements, a series of dense system notification sounds suddenly began to ring in his ears. At the same time, Su Chen felt his internal energy and blood, as if boiling, starting to circulate rapidly. If someone could see inside Su Chen's body, they would discover that his energy and blood levels were rising rapidly. Moreover, these energies seemed to possess a form of intelligence, constantly wandering between Su Chen's organs, helping them grow stronger. The once robust and vast energy, like a mighty river, now seemed to have been tamed, becoming dense and pervading every corner of Su Chen's internal organs, making them even more powerful. Visibly, as the energy swirled, the organs within Su Chen appeared to come alive, beating with increasing strength. The bright red color within Su Chen's body shimmered vibrantly. At the same time, the Qinglong martial arts method began to operate spontaneously. As the Qinglong martial arts method activated, the energy and blood within Su Chen seemed to receive a command, becoming orderly and starting to circulate rhythmically within him. In the dense forest, Su Chen had already stopped his actions. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to operate the Qinglong martial arts method. A faint blue light appeared around him, illuminating him like a divine being from the heavens, sacred and inviolable. After Long Yu left, Ran Xingxue, who had intended to approach Su Chen for a conversation, seemed to understand something upon witnessing this scene. Her eyes widened slightly. Is he about to break through? As a fourth-tier martial artist, Ran Xingxue had experienced the transition from second-tier to third-tier martial artist herself. Therefore, she understood very well what this scene represented. Su Chen was about to break through to become a third-tier martial artist. However, upon realizing this, Ran Xingxue's heart became even more shocked. She clearly remembered that Su Chen had only officially broken through to become a martial artist just over 10 days ago. In just over 10 days, Su Chen was about to break through again, and this time to become a third-tier martial artist. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, Ran Xingxue would never have believed it was true. At this moment, Ran Xingxue couldn't help but recall her own time breaking through to become a third-tier martial artist. It had taken her over a year to progress from a first-tier to a third-tier martial artist. Even then, she was considered a genius. Initially, she felt quite proud and self-satisfied about this. But now, after witnessing Su Chen's cultivation speed, Ran Xingxue felt like a clown. If I'm a genius, what is he? A monster? A deity? Shaking her head, Ran Xingxue suppressed her shock and began to seriously observe everything around her, on guard against any fierce beasts that might attack Su Chen. When shock becomes the norm, one can become numb. After being continuously astonished by Su Chen, Ran Xingxue's emotions had begun to dull. At this moment, she had reached a reconciliation with herself. I shouldn't compare myself to this guy, he's not even human. At this rate, I would believe he could become a martial god in a year. As Ran Xingxue muttered to herself. On the other side, Su Chen's breakthrough had also reached a critical stage. As streams of blue light flowed within Su Chen, a sound like a dragon's roar emanated from him at a certain moment. Meanwhile, the rapidly circulating river of energy and blood within him, after swirling around his organs for a long time, seemed to have found an outlet, rushing towards a specific direction. During this process, Su Chen's originally pure white bones appeared to be stained with a touch of sunset glow, turning bright red. At the same time, Su Chen, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, slowly opened them. As a faint blue light flashed in his eyes, the blue light that had been swirling around him began to dissipate slowly. Ha! I've finally broken through. After taking a light breath, Su Chen slowly began to speak. He instinctively summoned the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/351. Realm, 3rd Stage Warrior, Bone Forging Realm, Martial Arts, True Dragon Stance, 100%, Reached Perfection, Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 43%, needs 17% proficiency to advance to Great Accomplishment, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 45%, needs 15% proficiency to advance to Great Accomplishment, Purple Cloud Thunder Escape Technique, 40%, needs 20% proficiency to advance to Great Accomplishment, Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to advance to Great Accomplishment, Life Burning Calamity, 21%, needs 19% proficiency to advance to Minor Accomplishment, Vitality Value, 1013, needs 987 Vitality to upgrade to 4th Stage Warrior, Physique, 182, needs 18 Physique to upgrade to 4th Stage Warrior. Can be enhanced through martial arts training, weapon, Guan Dao. As his gaze swept across the system interface, Su Chen realized that with the breakthrough in his cultivation, both his age limit and physique had improved to varying degrees. Indeed, after becoming a middle-stage warrior, cultivation is no longer just about increasing vitality. As his gaze lingered on the physique section, a knowing expression appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Previously, when he browsed the martial arts forum, he had already learned that unlike the cultivation of initial stage warriors, breaking through to become a middle stage warrior, and even the cultivation thereafter, was related to physique. In other words, only by simultaneously enhancing both physique and vitality could a warrior break through to the next cultivation realm. Nodding in understanding, Su Chen did not dwell on it further. Instead, he turned his attention to the realm section. For someone with a talent system like him, increasing vitality or enhancing physique actually made little difference. It was merely a matter of killing more ferocious beasts. Bone Forging Realm? His gaze fell on the realm section, and Su Chen murmured softly, "The Bone Forging Realm is the title for third-stage warriors. As the name suggests, the focus of third-stage warrior cultivation is to forge the bones within their body. Just as first-stage warriors temper their bodies, and second-stage warriors refine their internal organs, the primary focus of third-stage warriors is to forge their bones, thereby making their warrior bodies even stronger." With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen slowly closed his eyes and began to feel his body. As he closed his eyes, it was as if he could see the vast vitality flowing naturally within him, as well as the internal organs that had been condensed and solidified, as firm as steel. And there were the pale bones that glimmered with a hint of red. Even with the same martial arts realm, the cultivation methods differ, leading to different martial bodies. This is also the reason for the disparity in strength among different warriors, because different martial arts methods have varying capabilities for refining and strengthening a warrior's body. Take the first stage warrior's body refinement realm as an example. If a warrior practices a D-grade martial art, the strength of the martial body they forge is far inferior to that of a martial body strengthened by an A-grade martial art. For instance, if the martial body formed through a D-grade martial art has a strength equivalent to that of a wooden board, then the martial body cultivated through an A-grade martial art would have a strength comparable to steel. Thus, even with the same level of cultivation, the practical combat abilities can differ greatly. Moreover, this is not only true for first-stage warriors, the same applies to the second-stage warrior's internal organ refinement and the third-stage warrior's bone-forging cultivation. Because of the different martial arts practiced, the enhancement of internal organs and bones also varies. Based on my current body strength, my physical power might already rival that of an ordinary fourth-stage warrior. Su Chen mused to himself, feeling the powerful feedback from his body. As he spoke, he slowly opened his eyes and then looked up at the vigilant Ran Xingxue on the other side. "Have you finished your training?" Seeing Su Chen's gaze, Ran Xingxue immediately spoke up. After a period of easing, she had accepted the fact that Su Chen was a monster, so her expression at this moment seemed quite normal. "It's over." Su Chen nodded and continued. "The effort was not in vain. I successfully broke through to the third rank of martial artist." Effort? Hearing Su Chen's choice of words, Ran Xingxue couldn't help but glance at him oddly. She hadn't noticed that. However, she didn't voice her thoughts, as she knew very well that even if she did, it would only bring herself discomfort. "What about you? Are you all set?" Su Chen stood up from the ground, glanced at Ran Xingxue, and then asked, "There's nothing to rest for." Ran Xingxue shook her head. The Moonlight Fox leader had already been completely slain by Su Chen before she arrived. After she came, she had only killed 3 or 4 fourth-rank Moonlight Foxes. With her strength, this little bit of fighting didn't require any rest. "Alright, since that's the case, let's continue on." After receiving Ran Xingxue's answer, Su Chen nodded and said, "I checked earlier, and not far ahead, there's a group of 4th-rank ferocious beasts. Let's go clear them out." Okay. After spending a day together, Ran Xingxue had gradually adapted to Su Chen's way of doing things. Therefore, upon hearing Su Chen's suggestion, she readily replied, "Then let's set off." With Ran Xingxue's agreement, Su Chen immediately activated the Purple Sky Thunder escape technique, transforming into a streak of purple lightning as he headed deeper into the ferocious beast battlefield. Since the changes in the world, all kinds of creatures had undergone dramatic transformations, not to mention the animals that had mutated into powerful ferocious beasts. Even the most ordinary flowers, grasses, and trees had experienced significant changes. Lin City, where Su Chen was located, was relatively fine because of the inspections and cleanups by the city lord's mansion, making these changes less noticeable. But in the ferocious beast battlefield, these changes were quite evident. As Su Chen moved forward, all sorts of bizarre and enormous flowers and plants came into his view. Some trees, when looked at from a distance, were dozens or even hundreds of meters tall, resembling the legendary trees that connected the realms of gods and humans. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Underneath these massive trees, Su Chen and Ran Xingxue appeared like tiny figures. At this moment, the two transformed into a blue and a purple streak of light, racing swiftly towards the deeper parts of the ferocious beast battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Zhuge was looking down at the content in the Martial Artist Forum. Xiang Bu, Lei Jin, Lin Xuan. This batch of students has produced some promising talents. Even before the official start of their senior year, so many fifth-rank martial arts geniuses have emerged. After the city lord's mansion and the two major martial arts halls jointly announced a plan against the ferocious beasts, Zhuge, as a senior member of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, had been closely monitoring the progress of this plan. During this process, he also discovered several martial arts prodigies that had recently appeared in Lin City. In the last batch of students, only 2 fifth-rank students emerged by the time of the martial arts college entrance examination. This year, even before the senior year has started, several fifth-rank students have already surfaced. It seems that the quality of this year's students far exceeds the previous batch. Besides those few, there's also Su Chen. Although Su Chen was only a second-rank martial artist, with a significant gap in strength compared to Xiang Bu and the others, Zhuge believed that it wouldn't be long before Su Chen's strength would catch up to them. There was even a high probability that he would surpass several of them. As he scanned the various discussion topics in the martial arts forum, watching the debates over which genius was the strongest, a thought suddenly flashed through Zhuge's mind. Perhaps, I can use this ferocious beast plan to organize an event facing them. Doing so would not only motivate them but also encourage them to train harder. At the same time, it can be considered as their training, allowing them to achieve better results in the martial arts college entrance examination a year later. As he spoke, Zhuge unconsciously nodded. He felt that this plan had a high feasibility. With that thought, he was about to seek out the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Lei Zhan, to discuss the plan with him. However, just as Zhuge took a step forward, he felt a vibration beside him. It was a notification sound indicating an important message had been received. Is it him? Taking out his phone, he saw that the message was from Su Chen's new guardian. Zhuge frowned and quickly opened the chat window. He was worried that something had happened to Su Chen. Monster. Killing a 4th-tier beast is like killing a chicken. Torturing the 5th-tier beast, the Moonlight Fox leader. After reading the message sent by the other party, Zhuge's brows furrowed tightly. Killing a 4th-tier beast like killing a chicken. Torturing the 5th-tier beast, the Moonlight Fox leader. What is this? Today is not April Fool's Day. Is he making such a joke? Although Zhuge recognized Su Chen's talent and believed he had a great chance of becoming a martial god in the future, that was ultimately the future. The current Su Chen was just a young man who had just broken through to become a 2nd-tier martial artist. Saying he had 4th-tier strength, Zhuge could believe that he could desperately kill a 4th-tier beast, but killing a 5th-tier beast, or even torturing it, wasn't that just a dream? Although Su Chen had achieved the feat of killing a 4th-tier beast in the previous defensive battle against beasts, not to mention the huge strength gap between 4th-tier and 5th-tier beasts, even if Su Chen could kill that 4th-tier beast in the defensive battle, it was because the beast had been careless. It did not expect a 2nd-tier martial artist to unleash an attack comparable to that of a 5th-tier martial artist. In its carelessness, it was killed by Su Chen. If it were a direct confrontation, it would actually be very difficult for Su Chen to kill that 4th-tier beast. Zhuge had watched the battle video of Su Chen killing the 4th-tier beast. It was precisely because he had seen it that he became even more convinced that Su Chen's guardian was joking. After all, the defensive battle had just passed. Su Chen could not have relied on just these 2 days to raise his strength from being no weaker than a 4th-tier martial artist to a level comparable to a 5th-tier martial artist. Moreover, it was the level of a strong 5th-tier martial artist. After all, ordinary 5th-tier martial artists do not have the strength to torture 5th-tier beasts. Just as Zhuge was about to send a message to reprimand the other party, a sudden urgent knocking sound came from outside the door. Come in. Turning to look at the door, Zhuge spoke in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a young figure in a black work uniform step in. "Why are you back?" Seeing the person who entered, Jugaku couldn't help but frown. "Have you completed the task I assigned to you?" Looking at the cold you who entered, Jugaku's tone was serious. In fact, he had originally valued cold you quite a bit at a young age. He had the strength of a fifth-tier martial artist. Although he couldn't compare to martial arts geniuses like Xiang Bu, Lei Jin, or Su Chen, he still had some talent. With training, he could become a pillar of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall's Lincheng branch in the future. It was for this reason that Jugaku had entrusted the important task of protecting Su Chen to Coldyu, hoping to pave the way for his future development. Who would have thought that Coldyu would betray his good intentions? At such a critical time during the city defense battle, he abandoned Su Chen and left alone. His actions left Jugaku completely disappointed in him. So now, seeing Coldyu again, Jugaku's attitude was extremely cold. "I was injured while completing the task, so I returned to the city to rest for a while before continuing the task." Hearing Jugaku's question, Coldyu quickly replied. He sensed the coldness in Jugaku's words, so after finishing, he hurriedly added, "Moreover, I made a significant discovery during this trip to the beast battlefield, and I returned to the city to inform you." After speaking, Longyu looked up at Jugaku. He was an orphan, and over the years, very few people had truly cared for him. Aside from his childhood sweetheart of a wife, Jugaku had become one of those few. Since he joined the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Jugaku had taken great care of him, even making an exception to allow him to become a combatant when he was in school. It was precisely because of the resources he obtained as a combatant that he was able to advance and eventually gain admission to the martial arts university, cultivating the skills he had today. Therefore, Longyu felt deeply grateful to Jugaku, treating him almost like a close elder. Thus, when faced with Jugaku's change in attitude, Longyu felt a deep sense of loss. However, he also knew that abandoning Su Chen during the defensive battle was indeed his fault. Important news? Longyu's words slightly improved Jugaku's demeanor as he turned his gaze to Longyu, asking in confusion, "What news?" "It's like this. When I went to the beast battlefield to hunt the Moonlight Fox beast, I encountered Su Do, who is now incredibly powerful. Even when facing the fifth-tier beast, the Moonlight Fox leader, he could easily slay it." After receiving Jugaku's permission, Longyu immediately recounted everything he had seen and heard on the beast battlefield. As Longyu narrated, Jugaku's expression began to change gradually, first frowning, then showing confusion, followed by shock, and finally, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. If it were just Longyu telling him this, Jugaku would naturally not believe it. After all, not long ago, Su Chen had just been certified as a martial artist under his guidance. It was already somewhat unexpected that Su Chen could possess strength comparable to a fourth-tier martial artist in such a short time and unleash the power to slay a fourth-tier beast during the defensive battle. In this situation, how could he still believe that Su Chen's strength had improved further, reaching the level of a fifth-tier martial artist in such a short time? But he did say something like that earlier. Just thinking about how Su Chen's guardian had said the same thing made Jugaku feel compelled to believe it. What Longyu said might indeed be true. After pondering for a moment, Jugaku seemed to recall something and turned to Longyu, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Do you have any evidence?" "Yes, I have the battle video of Sudo slaying the Moonlight Fox leader." While on the beast battlefield, Longyu had kept his combat recorder on to conveniently document his points for slaying beasts. The scene of Su Chen slaying the Moonlight Fox leader had occurred right before his eyes, and naturally, it had been recorded. With a few operations from Longyu, Jugaku soon saw the footage of Su Chen slaying the Moonlight Fox leader and the scenes of the Moonlight Fox clan. Such strong power. Watching the strength Su Chen displayed in the video, Jugaku couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Is this the perfected Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash? Although he had never practiced this martial skill himself, Jugaku knew other martial artists who had. Therefore, he was very familiar with the characteristics of this skill. Thus, the moment he saw Su Chen's battle video, Jugaku realized that Su Chen had cultivated the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash to perfection. No wonder he could slay the fifth-tier beast, the Moonlight Fox leader. That makes sense. Watching the battle footage, Jugaku couldn't help but whisper softly. However, even though he understood the reason, the astonishment in his eyes could not be contained. After all, according to Jugaku's understanding, Su Chen had only been exposed to the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash for just over 10 days. To cultivate an A-grade martial skill to perfection in such a short time was a talent that could no longer be described as genius. At this moment, a word that he had just seen flashed through Jugaku's mind. Monster. It truly was a monster. If it weren't a monster, how could one cultivate an A-level martial skill to perfection in just over 10 days? One must know that for an ordinary martial artist, achieving such progress would take at least several years. I originally thought that although Su Chen had great talent, he would still need quite some time to catch up to Xiangbu and the others, but now it seems that even at this moment, Su Chen's strength, while perhaps not as good as theirs, is not far off. But this is good, it just happens to push forward the plan I was thinking about earlier. By then, if Su Chen can take the lead. As he thought this, a glimmer of light flashed in Jugaku's eyes. Su Chen was unaware of everything happening within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. He did not know how many people were shocked by the strength and talent he had displayed. Even less did he know that because of his demonstrated power, Jugaku's yet-to-begin event was already anticipating Su Chen to take the lead. Not far ahead is where the ferocious beasts are located. In the dense forest, Su Chen spoke in a low voice. Once we arrive, we will strike quickly and aim to kill them all as soon as possible. After a day of interaction, Ran Xingxue had already gotten used to Su Chen's way of doing things. She knew that when it came to exterminating ferocious beasts, he was almost like a madman. So upon hearing Su Chen's words, she nodded in agreement, saying, I understand. After a pause, she continued, however, when facing a 5th-tier ferocious beast, I still can't guarantee a one-hit kill. So, when we encounter a 5th-tier ferocious beast later, I will need your help. After the earlier battle with the Moonlight Fox beast, Ran Xingxue had a new understanding of Su Chen's strength. She knew that Su Chen's current power was already above hers. Therefore, when discussing the upcoming battle, she proactively mentioned letting Su Chen handle the more powerful 5th-tier ferocious beasts. No problem. Leave the 5th-tier ferocious beasts to me. Su Chen nodded. That was exactly what he was thinking. As they spoke, the two moved swiftly and soon arrived at a forest shimmering with mist. Ahead is where the ferocious beasts reside. Be careful. Seeing the mist that suddenly appeared in the dense forest ahead, Su Chen immediately spoke up. Although he had enough confidence in his own strength, this was after all a battlefield for ferocious beasts, where dangers lurked everywhere. Not to mention Su Chen, even a 9th-tier powerhouse like Lei Zhan, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, could encounter danger here. So as they were about to face the ferocious beasts, Su Chen waved his hand to signal Ran Xingxue to be cautious. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ran Xingxue, who was following beside him, slowed her pace. At the same time, her eyes were fixed intently on the misty forest ahead. The ice blade had already appeared in her hand. Though she might not match Su Chen in strength, her earlier cultivation as a martial artist gave her more combat experience in the battlefield against ferocious beasts. Seeing Ran Xingxue ready for battle beside him, Su Chen also summoned his broadsword and gripped it in his hand. After exchanging a glance, the two moved towards the dense forest. As they approached, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed in their ears. The sound was like the grunting of wild boars, continuous and unending. However, compared to the sound of wild boars, this noise was much larger, almost like thunder. As they got closer, Su Chen also saw several massive black ferocious beasts moving within the mist-covered forest. It's the ironback black boar beast. Upon seeing the few ferocious beasts moving in the dense forest, Su Chen immediately spoke softly. He had already done some research on this type of beast before coming, so he was not surprised to see the ironback black boar beast. The weakness of this beast is in its chest, so try to attack its chest area as much as possible. When Su Chen found out that the ferocious beast he was tracking was the iron-backed black boar, he had already researched this creature. The iron-backed black boar is a type of beast that mutated from the black-backed wild boar before the disaster. After the mutation, the back of this beast became extremely hard, and ordinary blades could not cut through its skin. Thus, it was named the iron-backed black boar. Of course, although the iron-backed black boar has a hard back that is difficult to injure with blades, the skin on its chest is just like normal skin. Therefore, the chest area became a weak point for the iron-backed black boar. Good. Nodding, Su Chen and Ran Xingxue transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards the location of the iron-backed black boar. Someone has invaded the territory. Be on guard. Quick, wake the other boars. Leader, a beast has invaded our territory. Although the iron-backed black boar appeared very clumsy, in reality, this beast had a high level of vigilance and intelligence. As soon as Su Chen and Ran Qingxue stepped into their territory, the iron-backed black boars began to roar, and they appeared to be very organized. Some iron-backed black boars went to wake their companions, some went to alert the leader, while the rest formed a defensive formation. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Previously, when encountering ferocious beasts, they would often panic and flee the moment they saw him. Even the relatively well-behaved Moonlight Fox beast was in chaos when he charged into their territory. This was the first time Su Chen encountered a beast like the iron-backed black boar that was so orderly. Compared to Su Chen, Ran Qingxue seemed to have experienced such situations before. Observing the iron-backed black boar's behavior, she immediately said, "Act quickly, finish it fast, don't give them time to regroup." With that, Ran Qingxue charged ahead, her sword emitting a faint blue light. As she moved, a chill spread through the air. "Die!" With a light shout, Ran Qingxue wielded her sword and attacked an iron-backed black boar. The pale blue sword transformed into a powerful killing intent. As the sword flashed, the air seemed to freeze. The iron-backed black boar facing Ran Qingxue showed a hint of panic at this scene. Boom! 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 Just as it was dazed, several other iron-backed black boars nearby had already charged towards Ran Qingxue. This sudden change forced Ran Qingxue to retract her sword and defend herself. Meanwhile, upon seeing Ran Qingxue charge in, Su Chen also raised his broadsword and attacked in the direction of the iron-backed black boar. At that moment, the broadsword seemed to transform into a silver streak of light, shooting towards the iron-backed black boar like a meteor. At the same time, Su Chen began to activate the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, a pale azure light swirling around his broadsword like mist. A faint dragon's roar echoed, adding to Su Chen's imposing presence. Boom! As the broadsword struck down, the air seemed to be sliced apart, producing a violent sound. What powerful force! We can't withstand it, we're going to die. Don't be afraid, our leader is coming soon. We can use our backs are indestructible. In front of Su Chen, the iron-backed black boars facing him had already begun to panic. Scattered roars escaped their mouths. As these roars continued, the iron-backed black boars in front of Su Chen began to move. Their movements were very practiced, as if they had rehearsed before. First, the iron-backed black boars directly in front of Su Chen began to turn around, presenting their iron backs to him. The other iron-backed black boars began to search for various angles, charging towards Su Chen. Our backs are the hardest things in this world, he can't break through. When the leader arrives, he will be dead. Hold on. As they moved, the iron-backed black boars continued to howl. If someone who understood ferocious beasts were to observe the expressions of the iron-backed black boars at this moment, they would even see their smugness. Faced with the changes before him, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he still held his long knife. Like the setting moon on the horizon, it fell straight down. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept by, creating endless ripples. As Su Chen's long knife struck the iron-backed black boar in front of him, a fierce sound erupted. Crack like hard steel shattering under intense impact. As Su Chen's long knife fell, the iron-backed black boar blocking his path was instantly split in two. Like water waves, it was cleaved apart. In an instant, bright red blood gushed from the back of the iron-backed black boar. Along with it came the painful wails of the iron-backed black boar. The heart-wrenching pain radiated from the wound to the brain of the iron-backed black boar, causing it to continuously roar. However, as the blood flowed, its wails grew weaker. The situation unfolding with this iron-backed black boar was witnessed by the other iron-backed black boars. The smug expressions that had been present in their eyes were completely transformed. In that moment, with the death of their companion, the smugness in their eyes turned to fear, because there was a leader about to break through to the 5th tier and become a 6th-tier ferocious beast. In this area, the iron-backed black boars had always been a tyrannical presence. Almost no ferocious beasts dared to provoke them, and even if some did, they could easily repel them due to their innate abilities and the combat skills taught by their leader. It was precisely because of this reliance that they had developed a proud character. Even when faced with the invasion of Su Chen and Ran Qingxue, they remained indifferent. They were confident that Su Chen and Ran Qingxue could not harm them. Moreover, these invaders would soon be killed by their leader. However, Su Chen's strike before them made them realize the reality. It turned out that they could die. There truly were enemies capable of killing them. Therefore, upon witnessing Su Chen slay their companion, these ferocious beasts finally panicked. Run! This beast is powerful. Quickly find the leader. It's too painful, we are no match for him. Let the leader take revenge for us. In an instant, the once united ironback black boars fell into chaos, scattering in all directions. This chaos even affected the ironback black boars fighting Ranqing Shui, causing them to become disordered and flee. Seizing this opportunity, Ranqing Shui would naturally not let it slip by. Originally facing a tricky situation with the ironback black boars, she immediately pursued them with her long sword as she saw them begin to flee. In their panic, the ironback black boars forgot even the most basic defense, exposing their most vulnerable chests. This provided Ranqing Shui with a chance. Whoosh, the long sword danced, like a gentle breeze whistling by. As the light blue long sword sliced through the air, one ironback black boar fell to the ground with a thud. Blood flowed from its chest, staining the ground red. While Ranqing Shui was pursuing the ironback black boars, Su Chen naturally would not miss this opportunity. Seeing these ferocious beasts in disarray, he immediately summoned his innate black hole. Then, he moved, wielding his long knife as he charged towards the ironback black boars. Boom! As the long knife fell, a violent sound erupted in the air. At the same time, the fleeing ironback black boar beast was slain by Su Chen with a single strike, and its corpse was subsequently devoured by the innate black hole, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Ironback black boar beast. Compensation for vitality +4, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Ironback black boar beast. Compensation for lifespan +2, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Ironback black boar beast. Compensation for vitality +3, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Ironback black boar beast. Compensation. As the innate black hole consumed the beast's corpse, Su Chen immediately felt the once silent river of vitality within him begin to surge. Boom! The long knife sliced through the air, causing the surrounding airflow to stir violently, followed by a sound akin to a thunderstorm. In front of Su Chen, a group of ironback black boar beasts howled in panic. Run! I don't want to die. Leader, the leader is over there. Leader, come save us. At this moment, these ironback black boar beasts completely lost the dignity of being the regional ferocious beast overlords. They began to flee in a disheveled manner, entirely devoid of the nonchalance they had shown when they first saw Su Chen. Faced with this situation, Su Chen showed no mercy. Instead, he began to operate the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash to its utmost limit. Even the dormant, life-burning calamity was now eager to try. However, considering the possible presence of the ironback black boar beast leader, Su Chen held back slightly. He feared revealing too much of his strength, as the ironback black boar beast leader, like its soft-boned kin, also fled. Whoosh! As he moved, the sound of fierce wind rushed past his ears. The guandao in his hand glowed with a faint azure light, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. At this moment, it was as if it had transformed into a world-destroying divine blade. With each swing of Su Chen, an ironback black boar beast fell, turning into a corpse, then being swallowed by the black hole, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Ironback black boar beast. Compensation for vitality +4, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Ironback black boar beast. Compensation for lifespan +2, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Ironback black boar beast. Compensation for vitality +3, destroying a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Ironback black boar beast. Compensation. Immersed in the process of slaying the ferocious beasts, Su Chen could feel his vitality rapidly increasing. Boom! With another swing of the long knife, yet another ironback black boar beast was slain. And just as Su Chen prepared to move to chase the next beast, a sudden sound like an earthquake erupted. Boom! At this moment, the ground seemed to tremble. The towering trees nearby began to sway. Sensing the abnormality around him, Su Chen immediately looked up ahead, and then he saw a beast as massive as a mountain. The ironback black boar beast leader? Looking at the ironback black boar beast that stood 3 to 4 meters tall in the distance, Su Chen's expression turned grave. A 6th-tier ferocious beast? He whispered softly, feeling the powerful aura emanating from it. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. He realized that although the beast's aura was strong, it did not possess the almost tangible presence of a 6th-tier ferocious beast. In other words, the ironback black boar beast leader before him was still a 5th-tier ferocious beast. Although he confirmed that the ironback black boar beast leader had not yet broken through to the 6th tier, Su Chen did not let his guard down. After all, judging by the aura it emitted, this beast was not far from breaking through to the 6th tier. Exhaling deeply, Su Chen tightened his grip on the guandao, and at the same time, the life-burning calamity within him began to operate naturally. As the technique circulated, the vitality within Su-chen flowed forward like a mighty river, continuously swirling within him, helping him to cultivate even greater power. Meanwhile, Ran Xingxue, who had been fighting the ironback black boar beasts, also noticed the anomaly. She raised her head and looked at the ironback black boar beast leader striding towards her, her expression becoming extremely serious. "Be careful, the ironback black boar beast leader is coming," she said, her voice dropping a few notches. "Should we retreat first and take a breather?" Ran Xingxue also sensed the powerful aura emanating from the ironback black boar beast leader. She questioned whether she was a match for this fierce beast, and thus her heart involuntarily began to waver. "No need. Leave this fierce beast to me, you handle the other ironback black boar beasts." Su-chen waved his hand dismissively. Since his cultivation breakthrough, he hadn't fought with all his strength. The ironback black boar beast leader before him was just the opportunity he needed. Rumble. While Su-chen and Ran Xingxue were talking, the massive ironback black boar beast leader had already stepped within 10 meters of Su-chen. The few ironback black boar beasts that had fled earlier were now surrounding it, lowly growling as if reporting his situation. "Leader, it was these two bipedal creatures that killed our kin, you must avenge them." Kill them, kill them. "Leader, be careful, his strength is formidable and can break our backs." The gigantic, pitch-black ironback black boar beast leader listened to its kin's reports. Its eyes unconsciously turned a bright red. Just like the human race, the fierce beast clan also had its own kinship. Among the same fierce beast species, the bonds were deep, and as the leader of the ironback black boar beast clan, it had always treated the other ironback black boar beasts as family. On ordinary days, it not only taught them how to fight and cultivate but also often patrolled the territories of other fierce beasts to prevent powerful fierce beast clans from emerging and harming its kin. This time, it had gone out to seize a spirit herb for its own cultivation breakthrough. But who would have thought that in such a short time away, such a thing would happen back home? Roar. After hearing the reports from its kin, the massive ironback black boar beast leader immediately opened its enormous mouth and let out a thunderous roar. "Damn humans, I want you to pay for my kin's lives." The voice of the ironback black boar beast leader thundered in Su-chen's ears. Although Su-chen couldn't understand the meaning of its words, he could feel the anger radiating from it. However, in the face of this, Su-chen remained unfazed, even a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Anger? Interesting. Then let me gauge your strength and see if you have the right to be angry," he whispered softly, and then Su-chen began to fully activate the purple sky thunder escape technique. In the next moment, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, charging towards the direction of the ironback black boar beast leader. Rumble. His form pierced through the air, creating a violent sound. At that moment, it felt as if the void itself was about to explode. On the other side, seeing Su-chen retreat instead of advancing, the blood-red color in the ironback black boar beast leader's eyes deepened. It let out a massive roar, then charged towards Su-chen like a small mountain, its hooves pounding the ground. Rumble. The ground immediately began to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. Shockwave. The ironback black boar beast leader's roar, accompanied by the earth-shaking sounds, echoed in Su-chen's ears. Su-chen's response was, "Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash." The 2-meter-long broadsword was raised high by Su-chen at that moment. Within him, a vast surge of vitality, accompanied by a faint flow of light, transferred to the blade's edge. In the next moment, a dazzling azure light flickered at the forefront of the broadsword. Moo. The sound, like a dragon's roar, exploded in the air. At the same time, a powerful cyclone erupted from the blade's edge, forming a massive sphere that enveloped Su-chen, and the other things that were originally within the range of this sphere. At this moment, it was as if they had all been crushed in an exclusionary reaction. Bang splash. The chaotic sounds continued to ring out, the noise of surrounding objects being completely destroyed. What immense power! On the other side, after Su-chen's words fell, Ran Xingxue, who had re-entered the battle, was unconsciously raising her head to look at Su-chen, influenced by his fight. Then she saw this shocking scene. Is this the power of an A-level martial skill? Ran Xingxue stared blankly at the scene in the distance. Meanwhile, Su-chen, the one involved, had already shifted his thoughts to the ironback black boar beast leader on the other side, because along with his ultimate move, the ironback black boar beast leader seemed to transform into a pitch-black small mountain, charging towards him. Boom. Rumble. In that instant, at the center of the battle, intense sounds erupted continuously. The ironback black boar beast leader moved, creating a huge noise as it broke through the air. There was also the massive sound of Su Chen's long knife slicing down, cutting through the void. And in this chaotic situation, the ironback black boar beast leader and Su Chen finally collided in midair. Boom! A loud bang echoed, and then the entire world seemed to fall silent. Whether it was the ironback black boar beast leader or Su Chen, even Ran Qingxue, who was watching from the side, their bodies seemed to be frozen in place, motionless. Rumble after a long while, accompanied by another loud bang. Everything seemed to return to normal, and changes began to appear again. The ironback black boar beast leader, facing Su Chen's Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, ultimately found itself unable to withstand the force. Its body involuntarily began to retreat. Bang! 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 The massive paws of the ironback black boar beast leader stomped on the ground, creating a tremendous sound. The surrounding trees also rustled from the shock. What a powerful sword technique! In the distance, a figure hidden in the shadows watched as the ironback black boar beast leader was forced back by Su Chen's strike. Looking again at Su Chen, who stood firm with his long knife, showing no signs of retreat, the man couldn't help but exclaim. As Su Chen's new guardian, he had originally contemplated whether he should step in to protect Su Chen upon seeing the ironback black boar beast leader approach. However, at this moment, after witnessing the scene before him, the man completely extinguished that thought. With things being this way, what need was there for him to intervene? What would he go out for? He couldn't possibly protect the ironback black boar beast leader. At this rate, it won't be long before I lose my job as a guardian. Watching Su Chen take a brief rest and then, like a madman, raise his long knife to strike at the ironback black boar beast leader again, the burly man hidden in the shadows muttered to himself. As he spoke, he picked up a recording device, starting to film the battle before him, sending the video to Zhuge-ku at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. On the other side, after forcing back the ironback black boar beast leader with a single strike, Su Chen simply took a moment to rest before raising his long knife once more, charging at the ironback black boar beast leader. Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. With a loud shout, the long knife in Su Chen's hand once again burst forth with brilliant azure light. On the other side, the previously aggressive ironback black boar beast leader, upon seeing this scene, involuntarily revealed a hint of fear in its eyes. Don't come over here. A deep growl escaped the ironback black boar beast leader's mouth. At this moment, it had long lost its earlier domineering arrogance. For the first time, fear appeared on the face of the ironback black boar beast leader, who had long occupied this fierce beast battlefield as the uncrowned king, because through the earlier confrontation, it had already realized that it was absolutely no match for this terrifying human before it. Unlike its kin, the ironback black boar beast leader, as a fifth-tier ferocious beast, was aware of the terrifying human race. From the mouths of the ferocious beasts it had killed, it had heard of this powerful and fearsome race. However, the ironback black boar beast leader had never taken these words to heart. In its view, the reason those ferocious beasts were afraid and anxious was simply due to their lack of strength. For this reason, when it first encountered Su Chen, the ironback black boar beast leader was even somewhat eager to try. It wanted to slay these so-called humans in battle to declare and affirm that it was the strongest ferocious beast. But, don't force me to use my ultimate move. The ironback black boar beast leader looked at Su Chen, its voice deep, as if threatening him. Yet, in Su Chen's eyes, this threat held no deterrent power. As a faint green light burst forth from Su Chen's long knife, he shot towards the ironback black boar beast leader like a purple lightning bolt. Die for me. Facing the ironback black boar beast leader, Su Chen, after breaking through to the third tier, was excited to unleash his full power for the first time. At this moment, he had pushed the techniques of Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash and Life-Consuming Calamity to their limits. The Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, which was originally only at the minor achievement level, had now stepped into the major achievement level. As Su Chen's long knife slashed down, it seemed as if 36 faint green lights burst forth into the air, heading straight for the ironback black boar beast leader. With the appearance of the faint green shadows, the air was instantly torn apart, becoming fragmented. Boom! An immense sound echoed through the heavens and earth. At this moment, this tranquil little world seemed to have undergone the baptism of the apocalypse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the green shadows sliced through the air and, in the next moment, appeared right in front of the ironback black boar beast leader. The ironback black boar beast leader, which had been threatening and howling, upon seeing this scene, seemed to have come to terms with reality. It raised its head and let out a tremendous roar. Roar roar, the earth-shattering roar resounded, and then a terrifying black light emanated from the ironback black boar beast leader's body. Subsequently, instead of advancing, the ironback black boar beast leader charged towards Su Chen. Boom! Soon, the knife shadow collided with the body of the ironback black boar beast leader, producing a violent sound. Facing the green knife shadow, the ironback black boar beast leader resisted with all its might. Bang! Quickly, a knife shadow shattered under the ironback black boar beast leader's fierce resistance. At the same time, faint traces of blood appeared on the leader's head. This indicated that it had been injured. Bang! 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 Soon, the second, third, and fourth loud sounds followed. The blood began to flow down from the ironback black boar beast leader's head. At this moment, it could no longer suppress the pain and began to howl. Mmmawu, the sound of pain and despair came from the ironback black boar beast leader's mouth. Meanwhile, in the air, the remaining green knife shadows continued to attack the ironback black boar beast leader. Bang! 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 Soon, several more sounds rang out. At this moment, only a dozen knife lights remained in the air, but the ironback black boar beast leader's condition had also worsened. Bright red blood flowed continuously down its massive head, and one could even see its exposed white bones. That was its skull. At this moment, its skull had cracked, seemingly on the verge of completely shattering. However, in this situation, it still had to withstand the remaining dozen knife lights. Woo! At this moment, the ironback black boar beast leader seemed to have accepted everything. It raised its head and let out a roar. A massive airflow swirled around, and it resolutely charged towards the dozen knife lights in the air. Bang! 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 Then, the air was filled with the sound of blades shattering. As the sound faded, the massive body of the ironback black boar beast leader crashed to the ground. Bang! With a loud thud, the corpse hit the ground, producing a tremendous noise. Su Chen watched all of this unfold, stepping towards the corpse of the ironback black boar beast leader. Step, step, step. His footsteps echoed heavily on the ground. At that moment, the fallen ironback black boar beast leader seemed to experience a moment of clarity. Opening its eyes, a glimmer of pleading appeared in its gaze. Let my kin go, okay? A deep, mournful wail arose, and although Su Chen could not understand its words, he grasped the meaning in his heart. In that moment, as the leader of the ironback black boar beast clan, it had shed its arrogant demeanor and lost its power to threaten. Yet, it still cared for its kin. Thus, in the final moments of its life, it lowered its proud head and began to plead with Su Chen, asking him to spare its kin. Faced with the leader's plea, Su Chen chose silence. The sorrow and desperation of the creature indeed touched him. However, at this moment, Su Chen couldn't help but recall the recent battle in Lin City. In that battle, the death toll reached hundreds of thousands. Among them were young martial arts geniuses with bright futures, seasoned warriors who had endured the trials of the beast battlefields, and ordinary people who once had happy families and dreams for tomorrow. There were also classmates Su Chen knew, with whom he had shared bonds of friendship. Each of these vibrant lives had fallen in that war. Beasts and humans are mortal enemies. Su Chen's voice grew somber as he looked at the ironback black boar beast leader before him, slowly stepping forward. Step, step, step. The sound of his footsteps felt jarring in the now quiet forest. On the other side, the ironback black boar beast leader, lying on the ground and nearing death, seemed to understand Su Chen's words. Its once bright eyes slowly dimmed. Endless thoughts surged in its mind. When it was young, just born, its parents had always kept it close, protecting it at all times, until that day when its parents died in a conflict with other beasts, and although it escaped under their protection, it became a solitary beast. It was the other clan members who protected it and helped it grow. This experience planted a seed in its heart, that when it grew up, it must protect its kin. As time passed, it grew stronger and began to realize its ideals. Under its leadership, the ironback black boar beast clan became increasingly powerful. Gradually, no other beasts could rival the ironback black boar beast clan. Its kin grew under its protection. Originally a third-tier species, the ironback black boar beast gradually evolved into a fourth-tier beast clan under its leadership. Even the leader itself had broken through to become a fifth-tier beast. It had thought everything would continue to develop this way, and when it broke through to become a sixth-tier beast, life for the ironback black boar beast clan would improve. Unfortunately, I'm going to die. It took a lingering glance at its surroundings. The ironback black boar beast leader slowly closed its eyes. It is my incompetence that I cannot protect you. The leader turned its gaze to the few remaining ironback black boar beasts not far away. Suchen stepped in front of the ironback black boar beast leader. He slowly raised his long knife and softly said, "Let me send you on your final journey." As the words fell, Suchen lifted the blade in his hand. Whoosh, the cool breeze blew by, and the silver-white guando in the air instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, slicing towards the leader of the ironback black boar beast, accompanied by a soft sound. The leader of the ironback black boar beast, who was on the brink of death, was suddenly decapitated. The other ironback black boar beasts, witnessing this, began to wail uncontrollably. Humph, 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 leader, leader, the leader is dead. Leader, we have brought you down. At the moment they saw their leader fall, the other ironback black boar beasts even gave up their resistance, staring blankly at the body of their leader not far away. He, good temperament. In the distance, within the shadows, the robust guardian observed Suchen's actions. At this moment, a hint of appreciation unconsciously appeared in his eyes. He did not find Suchen's choice to be cold-blooded, rather, he admired it. The reason was simple: ever since the heavens changed, the beast clan and the human clan had been mortal enemies. Over the years, countless people had died at the hands of the beasts, not to mention the previous beast siege, which resulted in hundreds of thousands of casualties, and that was just one of many inconspicuous wars. If one were to count all the deaths and injuries caused by the beast clan to the human clan, the number would exceed billions. It could be said that the beast clan was the absolute mortal enemy of the human clan. There was no room for negotiation between the two. Since the appearance of the beasts, there had been moments when the human clan felt pity for them, but the facts proved that such pity only led to endless casualties. By now, every warrior had understood one principle: for the human clan, the best beast is a dead beast. This piece of wisdom was the advice of every seasoned warrior to those newly entering the battlefield against the beasts. Just now, when the leader of the ironback black boar beast begged for mercy, the robust man had thought Suchen would feel compassion. He was even prepared to intervene. But unexpectedly, Suchen had already come to this realization himself, while the man was pondering. On the other side, after slaying the leader of the ironback black boar beast with a single strike, Suchen did not stop. He immediately used the guandao to chop the leader's body into several pieces. Then, stepping forward, he began to throw these corpses into his talent black hole. He had worked hard for so long just for this moment, destroying the head of the 5th-tier beast, ironback black boar beast. Compensation for vitality plus 23, destroying the limbs of the 5th-tier beast, ironback black boar beast. Compensation for lifespan plus 21, destroying the torso of the 5th-tier beast, ironback black boar beast. Compensation for vitality plus 26, destroying the body of the 5th-tier beast, ironback black boar beast. Compensation. As Suchen moved, a series of system notification sounds rang in his ears. At the same time, the river of vitality within him began to boil. That was a phenomenon that occurred when vitality rapidly increased. Feeling the changes within him, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Suchen's mouth. Bang bang bang! At that moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted beside Suchen. He turned to look and found that Ran Xingxue had thrown several ironback black boar beast corpses beside him. "These are for you." Seeing Suchen looking over, Ran Xingxue said with a light laugh. After a pause, she then spoke with a hint of envy. "But your talent is really useful. You can enhance your cultivation speed with these useless beast corpses. It's really..." As she spoke, Ran Xingxue couldn't help but shake her head. "It feels even stronger than your original teleportation talent. Also, how did you cultivate this martial skill? Is there any trick to it? I remember you haven't been a warrior for long. This power, even for an A-grade martial skill, probably requires a mastery level to achieve such might, right?" Just now, when Suchen was fighting the leader of the ironback black boar beast, Ran Xingxue could hardly contain her curiosity about this matter. Now that everything was over, she finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Suchen did not answer Ran Xingxue's question, still busy with his own tasks. Mainly, he didn't know how to respond. He couldn't just say, "I have a cheat." If he said that, Ran Xingxue wouldn't believe him. Destroying a 4th-tier fierce beast, ironback black boar beast. Compensation for vitality plus 4, destroying a 4th-tier fierce beast, ironback black boar beast. Compensation for lifespan plus 2, destroying a 4th-tier fierce beast, ironback black boar beast. Compensation for vitality plus 3, destroying a 4th-tier fierce beast, Ironback Black Boar Beast. Compensation. On the other side, seeing that Su Chen did not respond, Ran Qingxue did not continue to ask. Instead, she spoke to herself. Indeed, there are differences in talent among people. Moreover, the fact that Su Chen was able to awaken an A-grade talent ability from the beginning already indicates that he has an extremely strong martial arts talent. Even if he has wasted many years, once his talent is restored, he can still catch up. As she spoke, Ran Qingxue's expression unconsciously became somber. Over the years, she had worked hard to cultivate. She had long since become a fourth-tier warrior, and although she had never mentioned this to anyone, she felt quite proud of it. She believed that her martial arts talent was not inferior even to those with A-grade talents. However, at this moment, when the true A-grade talent Su Chen appeared before her, she realized how naive her thoughts were and how great the gap between her and A-grade talent holders truly was. On the other side, Su Chen was unaware that his silence had led Ran Qingxue, once the top student in their class, to develop a misunderstanding, causing her to feel low for a time. At this moment, Su Chen was still cleaning up the corpses of the slain Ironback Black Boar beasts. As the corpses were destroyed one by one, Su Chen's physique and vitality points were rapidly increasing. Once he had destroyed all the fierce beast corpses on the ground, Su Chen finally sat cross-legged on the ground and summoned the system interface. Name: Su Chen. Age: 17/397. Realm: 3rd tier warrior. Bone refining stage: martial arts. True Dragon Posture, 100%, reached Perfect Realm, Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 43%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 45%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 40%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Life Burning Calamity, 22%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Accomplishment Realm, Vitality Points, 1352, needs 648 Vitality Points to upgrade to 4th Tier Warrior, Physique, 234, needs 166 Physique to upgrade to 5th Tier Warrior. Can be improved through martial arts training. Weapon, Guan Dao. When the system interface appeared before him, Su Chen's gaze immediately fell on the Vitality Points section, because the Vitality Points were related to Su Chen's martial arts breakthrough. 1352? Upon seeing his current Vitality Points, a smile unconsciously appeared on Su Chen's lips. Although he had already sensed that his vitality must have increased significantly from the changes in his body while destroying the fierce beast meat, feeling it was still not as intuitive as the data. This battle has raised my Vitality Points by over 300. If I have 2 more battles like this, won't I be able to directly break through to become a 4th tier warrior? Looking at the Vitality Points on the system interface, Su Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Before encountering the Ironback Black Boar Beast group, he had just broken through to become a 3rd tier warrior. At that time, his Vitality Points were only around 1,000, but after the battle with the Ironback Black Boar Beast group, Su Chen's Vitality Points had directly risen to over 1,300. In just this short time, his vitality had increased by more than 300 points. This was also why he could say that after 2 more battles, he would break through to become a 4th tier warrior. And my physique has finally broken through 200 points. With this thought, Su Chen's gaze turned to the physique section. Seeing that his physique had finally surpassed 200 points, reaching 234 points, Su Chen nodded. To break through to a 5th tier warrior, 400 physique is needed? He frowned slightly and did not look further, instead shifting his attention to the age section. Unlike other warriors who needed to cultivate to increase their physique, he had a talent ability. For Su Chen, 400 physique was not a big deal. At 397 years of age, I've increased again compared to last time. Looking at the age limit that had risen since the battle with the Ironback Black Boar Beast tribe, Su Chen pursed his lips. This really makes it seem like I have to use Burning Life Calamity as a regular move. The reason he said this was clear. As a special explosive martial skill, activating Burning Life Calamity required consuming lifespan. This time, when facing the leader of the Ironback Black Boar Beast, Su Chen had activated Burning Life Calamity to quickly resolve the opponent, which consumed quite a bit of his lifespan. The reason his lifespan had still increased after the battle was that after the beast meat was destroyed, his talent ability compensated for his lifespan. This compensation not only made up for the consumption of Burning Life Calamity but even allowed Su Chen's lifespan to reach a new high. Shaking his head, Suchen softly said, "But this is a good thing." Although he was only 17 and not yet at the age to worry about his life, an increase in lifespan was, in any case, a good thing for Suchen. With these thoughts, Suchen slowly retracted the system interface. He then turned his gaze to his right hand. At that moment, in Suchen's right hand, he was holding a herb that emitted a faint golden light. Is this golden light grass? Looking at the herb in his hand, Suchen pondered for a moment before speaking. While browsing the Extreme Path Martial Arts Museum's shop, he had looked into related products, so he recognized the herb before him. What good luck! As he spoke, Suchen's gaze fell to the ground, the very spot where he had just slain the leader of the Ironback Black Boar beast. This herb was found on the corpse of the beast. If I had come a few days later, by the time it absorbed and digested this herb, it would probably have broken through to become a 6th-tier beast. At that time, killing it would be very difficult. Golden light grass is a herb that can enhance both physique and vitality. When consumed by a warrior, it can significantly boost their physique and vitality. If consumed by a beast, it can greatly enhance their strength as well. Given the strength of the Ironback Black Boar beast leader Suchen encountered, if it consumed golden light grass, there was a high probability it could successfully break through to become a 6th-tier beast. This was also why Suchen said what he did. Just as Suchen was contemplating the golden light grass, on the other side, a robust figure had already sent the recorded video of Suchen's battle to Zhuge Ku, who was far away in Lin City. Director Zhuge, this is the latest intelligence on Suchen. Please check it. After sending the message, the robust man put away his phone and then smiled as he looked at Suchen not far away. As a member of the human race, his greatest joy was seeing talented warriors emerge among them. And now, Suchen was clearly the talented warrior he was most pleased to see. In Lin City, within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Museum, Zhuge Ke walked out of the director's office with a beaming smile. Finally, I've settled this matter. As he walked, Zhuge Ke muttered to himself. He had just gone to find the director of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Museum, Lei Zhan, with the purpose of implementing the plan he had thought of earlier. That was to promote a competition among the younger generation of warriors in Lin City. On one hand, it would stimulate the enthusiasm of these talented warriors, and on the other hand, it would also serve as an opportunity to cultivate the younger generation of warriors in Lin City. After a discussion with Lei Zhan finally agreed to Zhuge Ke's proposal. This was also the reason why Zhuge Ke wore a beaming smile. I wonder what kind of results Suchen will achieve this time. Is there a possibility of taking first place? The reason Zhuge Ke was so enthusiastic this time was also related to Suchen. After all, Suchen was a martial arts genius he had discovered himself. It could be said that the greater Suchen's achievements, the higher his sense of accomplishment. In fact, this could even be considered his merit. Therefore, when promoting this plan, Zhuge Ke naturally hoped that Suchen could achieve good results. According to the discussion with the director just now, if we can secure first place in this competition, there will be a reward of a talent enhancement gem. If Suchen can obtain it, his future development will be limitless. The talent enhancement gem, as the name suggests, is a gem used to strengthen one's innate abilities. In fact, a person's martial arts talent is not fixed. For instance, Suchen's talent initially experienced an accident after awakening, turning into a waste talent. Later, other mutations occurred, transforming it into the current talent ability. Of course, such naturally occurring talent mutations are rare. More often, talent mutations are caused by human intervention. In this world, there are treasures that can enhance a person's innate abilities, making them stronger and even allowing them to break through level limitations to become a higher tier of talent. The talent enhancement gem is one such treasure, a precious item that enhances a martial artist's innate abilities. Such treasures are extremely valuable, even for powerful martial gods. Speaking of which, it's also fortunate. Thinking of this, Zhuge Ke couldn't help but recall the earlier discussion with Lei Zhan about the competition plan. After Zhuge Ke laid out the plan, Lei Zhan immediately contacted the director of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, as well as the city lord Bai Shu Yuan and the inspector Luo Yan who had come from Tianjin Prefecture. Upon hearing about the plan, both the director of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall and city lord Bai Shu Yuan were quite supportive. After all, in the defensive battle, the casualties among Lin City's martial artists were significant. If they could take this opportunity to cultivate the younger generation of martial artists, it would help compensate for the losses of Lin City's martial artists. More importantly, this approach would also cultivate future strength for Lin City. After confirming the plan, the four of them reported it to Tianjin Prefecture. I didn't expect this plan to attract the attention of the big shots in the prefecture. Remembering what Lei Zhan had just told him, Zhuge Ke couldn't help but whisper softly. After reporting the plan to Tianjin Prefecture, Lei Zhan and the others quickly received a response. The prefecture agreed to the plan and even specially sent a talent enhancement gem as a reward for the first place in this competition. Of course, Zhuge Ke also learned from Lei Zhan that this gem was actually a personal gift from a big shot in the prefecture who had noticed the plan. However, with this, the competition for this plan will likely become extremely fierce. I just don't know who will ultimately receive this gem. Whispering softly, Zhuge Ke walked towards his office. Halfway there, he suddenly heard the sound of a message notification. Frowning, Zhuge Ke took out his phone, opened it, and found that the message was from Su Chen's guardian. Opening the chat box, Zhuge Ke quickly saw the battle video sent by the other party. Watching the video, he saw Su Chen, like a god of war, slaying the 5th-tier ferocious beast, the Ironback Black Boar leader, along with a group of Ironback Black Boars. Zhuge Ke was stunned for a moment. Then, his lips quickly broke into a smile, and as time passed, this smile became even more radiant. Slaying a peak-level 5th-tier ferocious beast, Su Chen's current strength, even compared to Xiang Bu and the others, is probably quite similar. I was originally a bit worried about whether Su Chen could win, but now it seems I was overthinking it. With such talent and such strength, if he still can't secure first place, then, thinking this, Zhuge Ke raised his head and looked towards the direction of the ferocious beast battlefield. Through countless mountains and rivers, at this moment, Zhuge Ke seemed to have already seen Su Chen in the distance. Su Chen, this time, you must help me suppress the City Lord's Mansion and the Thunder God Martial Hall for the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Ha ha, with this thought, Zhuge Ke couldn't help but laugh out loud. In his view, it was already a certainty that Su Chen would take first place in this plan. On the other side, Su Chen was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was still studying the golden light grass in his hand. Should I swallow it? Or should I destroy it? Considering the effects of the golden light grass, Su Chen's gaze turned to the talent black hole beside him. Logically speaking, he should naturally swallow and absorb the golden light grass to enhance his martial arts cultivation. However, due to the ability of the talent black hole, Su Chen hesitated. After all, based on past experiences, destroying the golden light grass with the talent black hole often yielded better compensation. How about I give it a try? After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen picked up the golden light grass and then threw it towards the talent black hole beside him. Whoosh! As a gentle breeze blew by, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ear. Destroyed a spiritual herb, golden light grass. Compensation, vitality plus 413, constitution plus 25, age plus 36. As the prompt echoed in his ears, Su Chen felt as if his body was about to expand. Within him, a vast river of vitality began to operate spontaneously, and besides that, Su Chen could feel his body undergoing drastic changes. It was as if it was transforming from sand to stone, becoming more resilient and powerful. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Chen immediately sat cross-legged and began to operate the Azure Dragon martial arts method. As he started to operate the Azure Dragon martial arts method, the vitality within him began to gradually stabilize. A faint dragon's roar lingered around Su Chen, making him appear mysterious. In the dense forest, Su Chen sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint azure light. This was an anomaly that only appeared when operating the Azure Dragon martial arts method. After a long time, when the abnormalities within him gradually calmed down, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened, a flash of azure light flickered in Su Chen's gaze. What a powerful effect! Feeling the changes in his body, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. While speaking, he unconsciously opened the system interface again. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/423. Realm, 3rd tier martial artist, bone forging realm, martial arts. True Dragon Stance, 100%, reached perfect realm, Azure Dragon martial arts method, 43%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment realm, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 45%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment realm, Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 40%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment realm, Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 41%, needs 19%. Proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment Realm, Life Burning Tribulation, 22%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Small Accomplishment Realm, Vitality Value, 1765, needs 235 Vitality Value to upgrade to 4th Tier Martial Artist, Constitution, 259, needs 166 Constitution to upgrade to 5th Tier Martial Artist. Can be improved through martial arts training, weapon, Guandao. Looking at the interface, Su Chen found that his age, vitality, and constitution had all significantly increased. I didn't expect that destroying the spiritual herb would yield such great compensation from the talent. Even Su Chen, who had already become accustomed to his innate abilities, felt a bit shocked at this moment. The enhancement brought by the destruction of the golden lightgrass had already surpassed the cultivation boost he received from slaughtering the entire clan of ironback black boars. With this, I have a new option for improving my cultivation in the future. His gaze flickered, and at this moment, Su Chen couldn't help but have many new thoughts in his heart. Moreover, since the destruction of spiritual herbs can provide such a significant compensation, I wonder if other rare materials can do the same. Just as Su Chen was sensing the changes in his body, on the other side, Ran Xingshue's expression had become somewhat numb. From the phenomenon of Su Chen's cultivation just now, it was clear that he had gained a lot from this session. At this rate, it won't be long before he breaks through to become a 4th tier warrior. Looking at Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, Ran Xingxue couldn't help but think back to the morning when they participated in the assessment together, when Su Chen was still a 2nd tier warrior far inferior to her. Now, looking at him, his cultivation was already catching up to hers. This made Ran Xingxue's feelings quite complicated. When did cultivation become so easy? Was it the world that had changed, or was Su Chen just abnormal? Su Chen was unaware of Ran Xingxue's thoughts. After finishing his cultivation and calming his emotions, he stood up and looked over at Ran Xingxue. Before he could speak, she was the first to say, "It's getting late, we should find a place to rest. Let's hunt the fierce beasts tomorrow." Ran Xingxue spoke first because her day spent with Su Chen had given her a deeper understanding of his character. In her eyes, Su Chen was a madman with monstrous talent, tirelessly focused on fierce beasts. It seemed as if he had a deep-seated grudge against them. No, it was even more serious than that. Hearing Ran Xingxue's words, Su Chen glanced around and noticed that, at some point, the sky had begun to darken. Even with his current eyesight, it was difficult to see far ahead. "That's fine, we'll rest first and continue our actions tomorrow." Although Su Chen felt a bit reluctant, he had learned about the fierce beast battlefield before coming and knew that the danger level at night was far greater than during the day. At night, some fierce beasts that preferred to act in the dark would roam around, hunting their opponents. Unlike the fierce beasts that were active during the day, they had a strict sense of territoriality. Generally speaking, they would operate within a fixed range and rarely ventured outside their territory unless in special circumstances. For this reason, human warriors, when heading to the fierce beast battlefield during the day, faced very little danger as long as they did not intrude into the territory of powerful fierce beasts. However, the situation was different at night, as fierce beasts that were active at night typically did not have a strong sense of territory. These nocturnal beasts would move around freely, hunting enemies. In such circumstances, if a warrior were to act at night, they could easily encounter these fierce beasts and face unforeseen dangers. Because of this, very few warriors would choose to hunt fierce beasts at night. Of course, aside from the potential encounters with nocturnal fierce beasts, another reason warriors made this choice was that they also needed rest. As the saying goes, work and rest should be balanced. Resting well at night would lead to higher efficiency in hunting fierce beasts during the day. Seeing Su Chen agree, Ran Xingxue let out a long sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid that Su Chen would say something like, "It's no big deal at night, let's continue hunting fierce beasts." If that happened, she wouldn't know what to do. At this moment, perhaps even Ran Xingxue herself had not realized that, as her time with Su Chen increased, she had shifted from a primary role to a secondary one. At first, Su Chen cooperated with her, but now she was the one cooperating with Su Chen. Of course, this change ultimately stemmed from Su Chen's increase in strength. In the world of martial artists, the weak have always followed the strong. During their conversation, Su Chen took out all the equipment he had purchased before arriving at the beast battlefield from his storage gear. Aside from the camouflage house used for resting, there were also medicines to prevent beasts from approaching. Meanwhile, Ran Xingxue was doing the same thing. Soon, their busy preparations came to an end. Then, Su Chen and Ran Xingxue began to sit inside the camouflaged house, which blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, to discuss and summarize the gains of the day. Today, we encountered a total of 7 beast clans. Aside from the initial low-level beast clan, the main ones were the Beast Moonlight Fox clan, the Savage Bull Giant clan, and the Ironback Black Boar clan. Sitting cross-legged in the house, Su Chen was sorting through the day's harvest. The reason he specifically mentioned these clans was that they were all 4th-tier beast clans, and their leaders were even 5th-tier beasts. For Su Chen and Ran Xingxue, only beasts of this level held some value. As for the beasts they encountered at the beginning of their entry into the beast battlefield, in their eyes, they were utterly worthless. After speaking, Su Chen looked at Ran Xingxue and slowly said, "All the beast corpses we've slain along the way belong to me, so in the distribution of the spoils, I will lean a bit more towards you." As he spoke, Su Chen waved his hand, placing the spoils from his storage gear onto the ground. Just as Su Chen and Ran Xingxue decided to rest and began to distribute the spoils, they were unaware that at this very moment, the martial artist community of the Extreme Dao House was in an uproar. The reason for this was the joint event organized by the City Lord's Mansion, the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, and the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, Youth Martial Artist Beast Competition. In the Martial Artist Forum of the Extreme Dao House, a post with this title was prominently displayed in the Lin City section. Entering the post, the martial artists from Lin City were discussing fervently the Youth Martial Artist Competition. "Too bad I've aged out, otherwise, I would definitely participate. The rewards are so generous, not to mention the top 10 treasures. The first place actually gets a talent enhancement gem. That's a huge deal. I wonder who will take the top spot this time and claim that reward. I think Xiangbu has a great chance. I encountered him recently in the beast battlefield, and ordinary 5th-tier beasts are no match for him. His strength has already reached a level where he could enter the top martial arts university, so winning this event shouldn't be a problem. That's not certain. The Lasian I encountered today is no pushover either. His lightning techniques are almost the true inheritance of the Thunder Hall Master. Ordinary beasts are simply not his opponents. It's hard to say who is stronger between Xiangbu and him. Don't forget about Lin Shuang. His strength is also formidable. Su Chen from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall is also a strong contender. Although Su Chen has great talent, in terms of strength, he probably still has a significant gap compared to the others. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, someone suddenly said, "Stop arguing, the City Lord's Mansion has already released the specific rankings. Who is strong and who is weak is clear at a glance." As soon as this was said, the already heated debate became even more intense. "I just checked, Xiangbu is indeed in first place. This ranking is only temporary. You didn't see that it's calculated based on points. I think it won't be long before Lei surpasses him. Although Lin Shuang is currently third, he also has a good chance of moving up. Once this ranking is out, it will probably lead to fierce competition. First place gets a talent enhancement gem. If I weren't already too old, I would want to participate myself. Let's wait and see who can take the first place in this event." While the Martial Artists Forum was in heated debate, on the other side, in the beast battlefield, a young man dressed in a purple long robe, holding a pitch-black long sword, was glaring at his surroundings with a face full of hostility. "A mere 5th-tier beast dares to surround me?" Under the dark night, it was still clear to see that several enormous beasts lay quietly around the young man. Thick blood flowed from their wounds, soaking into the ground. These beasts were evidently dead, turned into corpses. After speaking, the young man in purple stepped forward, casually swinging his sword to slice through the corpses of the beasts in front of him. He then took away the most valuable parts from these beast corpses. While doing this, the young man appeared to be quite familiar with the process, as if he had done it many times before. And in fact, he had. As an A-grade talent, the owner of the Thunder Sun talent, the young man had displayed an extremely powerful talent early on. By the end of his first year of high school, his cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd tier. After another year of training, his cultivation had now surpassed the 5th tier, making him a genuine 5th-tier martial artist. Such talent and strength easily made him the uncrowned king of the first martial arts school in Lin City. Moreover, his formidable power allowed him to navigate the perilous beast battlefield, a place that other martial artists feared, with ease. After dealing with the beast corpses, the young man stepped forward, continuing towards the next gathering of beasts. Although the beast battlefield at night was more dangerous than during the day, The young man clearly did not take this to heart. Whoosh as the cool breeze blew, the young man's figure vanished like a flash of purple lightning. Xiangbu, the first position should belong to me. As the young man's figure disappeared, a voice began to echo softly in the night of the beast battlefield. Meanwhile, in another part of the beast battlefield, a similar scene was unfolding. In a gathering place of beasts, a young man in white was wielding a light blue long knife, engaged in a life and death struggle with the beast in front of him, accompanied by the flash of the light blue blade. The beast before the young man fell like wheat in the wind. Bright red blood splattered onto the ground, dyeing it a deep crimson. First, it should belong to me. Lin Xuan. Xiangbu, you think you deserve it. As the long knife swung, the young man's cold voice rang out. In the moonlit beast battlefield, a young man dressed in a black long robe, with a calm expression, was stepping forward. Step, step, step. His footsteps on the ground made a heavy sound. The young man's expression remained unchanged as he walked on. In his hand, he tightly gripped a massive weapon over 2 meters long, resembling an ancient halberd from history. Heavy and domineering, it exuded a strong sense of intimidation. As the young man advanced, a gigantic beast soon appeared in his line of sight. Howl. The sound of a wild bull's roar echoed as a massive beast, resembling a small mountain, blocked the young man's path. It completely sealed off his way forward. Moreover, the eyes of the clawed golden-striped tiger glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. Little brat, die! The deep roar was laced with a hint of cruel bloodlust. The powerful 6th-tier beast, the clawed golden-striped tiger, moved its strong limbs towards the young man in black. It intended to devour the little brat before it. Whoosh as the clawed golden-striped tiger moved. It was as if a strong wind swept through the jungle, causing the surrounding trees to sway. Boom! It seemed as if these trees could fall at any moment. Facing the 6th-tier beast, the clawed golden-striped tiger, charging directly at him, the young man's expression remained unchanged. As the massive beast's body was about to touch him, the young man slowly raised his right hand. Following that, the weapon he held, the Fang Tianhua Ji, began to move as well. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and in that moment, it felt as if the void itself was about to be torn apart. Rumble! The pitch-black Fang Tianhua Ji seemed to transform into a mountain, heading towards the claw gold pattern tiger. In its eyes, the figure of the Fang Tianhua Ji grew larger and larger, until at one moment, it completely filled its gaze. Howl. A deep and heavy sound resonated through the jungle. This was the roar of the 6th-tier beast, the claw gold pattern tiger. However, the originally majestic and powerful roar now sounded somewhat panicked. Faced with the approaching Fang Tianhua Ji, even the 6th-tier beast, the claw gold pattern tiger, could not help but feel a sense of retreat. Just as it lifted its foot to prepare to back away, the mountain-like Fang Tianhua Ji suddenly accelerated. Rumble! The sound of the air being torn apart echoed, and in the next moment, the Fang Tianhua Ji appeared right in front of the claw gold pattern tiger. It then came crashing down heavily on its head. Bang! A loud sound erupted. Like a mountain collapsing, a thunderous roar resounded. At that moment, the 6th-tier beast, the claw gold pattern tiger, which dominated this jungle, suddenly stiffened. Boom! In the next moment, its massive body fell straight to the ground with a loud crash. Only when the body fell could one see that the earlier collision had completely shattered the head of the claw gold pattern tiger, the king of the jungle. At this moment, blood flowed slowly from the tiger's head, staining the ground red. In the face of such a result, the young man in black remained expressionless, as if he had grown accustomed to it. He stepped forward, dismembered the claw gold pattern tiger's corpse, and began to collect his spoils. Soon, the battlefield was cleared, and the young man's gaze turned once again to the distant jungle. A 6th-tier beast no longer poses a threat to me. It seems it's time to head deeper into the beast battlefield. As he spoke, the young man in black moved forward, continuing deeper into the beast battlefield. The inner area of the beast battlefield could no longer satisfy him. Therefore, Xiangbu prepared to head to the deeper core area of the beast battlefield. With the city lord's mansion and 2 major martial arts schools announcing the beast competition event, countless young martial artists in the beast battlefield ignited a competitive spirit. At this moment, although it was already late at night, battles were still erupting throughout the beast battlefield. Meanwhile, inside a house, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue had also completed the distribution of their spoils. The distribution of spoils is complete, so next we will upload today's battle video. Ran Qingxue said after the distribution was done. The reason she reminded him was that she was worried Su Chen would forget. After spending the day together, Ran Qingxue had already labeled Su Chen as a reckless and crazy person. In her mind, Su Chen was a ruthless killing machine only interested in slaying beasts. Su Chen glanced at Ran Qingxue speechlessly. He naturally understood the hint in her words. However, he said nothing more and simply opened his phone to start uploading today's battle video. Just as Su Chen began to operate, he suddenly heard Ran Qingxue's exclamation from the side. Youth Martial Artist Beast Competition? Su Chen, look at the martial arts forum of the Extreme Path House. Hearing Ran Qingxue's words, Su Chen, filled with curiosity, opened the martial arts forum of the Extreme Path House. Upon entering the forum, Su Chen understood why Ran Qingxue was so surprised. Youth Martial Artist Beast Competition. In the Martial Artist Forum's Lin City section, a post with this title was prominently displayed. Inside the post, there was a detailed introduction about the event. To cultivate the young generation of martial artists in Lin City, this beast competition is specially held. This event lasts for 15 days, and participants must be under 20 years old. After the event, the top 100 martial artists can receive rewards provided jointly by the Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools. The first place can receive a reward of 100,000 martial artist points, 10 blood essence pills, and 1 talent enhancement gem. The second place can receive a reward. The third place can receive a reward. The post contains detailed rules for this event, as well as the rewards for ranking. Below the post, Su Chen can see many martial artists discussing fervently, debating who will take first place in this competition. Have you finished reading? Just as Su Chen finished reading the details of the competition and was preparing to look for the latest leaderboard based on the comments of many martial artists, he heard Ran Qingxue's voice beside him. Looking up at Ran Qingxue, Su Chen noticed that her expression was serious. I've finished. Su Chen nodded, then looked at Ran Qingxue with curiosity, waiting for her explanation. This event is probably organized by the Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools because the casualties in the defense battle were too great. They are specifically conducting this to cultivate a new generation of martial artists. Combining the content of the previous post and the current situation, Ran Qingxue began to analyze. In fact, her analysis was quite close to the truth. Jugaku initially wanted to hold this event to cultivate a new generation of martial artists. Moreover, whether it was the two major martial arts schools or the Lord's Mansion, or even the Tianjin city that agreed to this event, the fundamental reason was the same. After all, the casualties in the last defense battle in Lin City were indeed too severe. In this situation, Tianjin City naturally needed to provide some resource compensation to Lin City. Agreeing to this event was, in a sense, a form of compensation. Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. The casualties in this defense battle were significant, with many experienced martial artists losing their lives. It could be said that because of this battle, the overall strength of Lin City's martial artists had dropped to its weakest level in years. In this context, the Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools, as the leaders of Lin City, naturally had to find a way to change this situation. Thus, the competition was born. This is a rare opportunity for us. If we can seize this chance and obtain compensation in martial arts resources, we might be able to enter a top martial arts university in a year. As she spoke, a glimmer of light shone in Ran Qingxue's eyes, filled with expectation and longing. As a martial arts student, no one does not aspire to enter a top martial arts university. Top martial arts university? Hearing Ran Qingxue's words, Su Chen couldn't help but ponder. Just like in Su Chen's previous life, where universities varied in quality, martial arts universities are no different. The martial arts universities around the world can generally be divided into 4 levels. First are the most ordinary martial arts universities, which are the most numerous and easiest to enter. One only needs to meet the blood energy requirements in the martial arts entrance exam to successfully enroll. Above the ordinary martial arts universities are the first-class martial arts universities, which are significantly fewer in number compared to ordinary ones. Moreover, the difficulty of entering a first-class martial arts university is higher, requiring a blood energy value close to that of a martial artist to succeed. Above the first-class martial arts universities are the key martial arts universities. The number of key martial arts universities is already quite small, and each one has a grand reputation among the human race. The difficulty of entering a key martial arts university is also extremely high. For example, last year, The passing line for entering a key martial arts university required a third-tier martial artist's strength. However, key martial arts universities are not the hardest to enter, because above the key martial arts universities, there are even higher-level martial arts universities, known as top martial arts universities. The number of top martial arts universities is extremely rare, with only 2 such institutions within the entire human race. They are the Divine Martial University located in the Imperial Capital Province and the True Martial University in the Heavenly Martial Province. These 2 universities are also known as the Cradle of Martial Gods, because students who are admitted to these martial arts universities, except for those martial artists who die prematurely, all inevitably become martial gods. Of course, correspondingly, the difficulty of gaining admission to these top martial arts universities is also extremely high. For example, last year, the threshold for entering a top martial arts university was to possess strength comparable to a 6th-tier martial artist. This requirement is unimaginable for ordinary martial arts students. However, for martial arts geniuses, such a requirement does not intimidate them. Instead, it ignites their desire even more. And Ran Xingxue is clearly one of them. Given her strength and talent, even a year later, it would be very difficult for her to meet this requirement. After all, she has just broken through to become a 4th-tier martial artist, and to break through 2 tiers in less than a year is nearly impossible for her. But now, with the announcement of the competition plan by the City Lord's Mansion and the 2 major martial arts schools, the rewards offered have reignited her expectations. As long as I can place in the top 3 and obtain the rewards, then I might have the chance to become a 6th-tier martial artist in a year. At that time, I will have the opportunity to apply to a top martial arts university. Thinking of this, Ran Xingxue turned her gaze to Su Chen, because she knew that with her own strength, it would be difficult to enter the top 3 of the competition. This is indeed an opportunity. Su Chen nodded. Although he was confident that with his innate abilities, even without additional resources, he could still gain admission to a top martial arts university in a year, he would not refuse such an opportunity. Moreover, if I can secure first place, the reward of the talent enhancement gem might make my innate abilities even stronger. After seeing the rewards for the beast competition, Su Chen had already looked up the effects of the talent enhancement gem. Upon learning that it is a treasure that can strengthen innate abilities, Su Chen was immediately intrigued, because his black hole ability is, strictly speaking, also a type of talent. Since the talent enhancement gem can enhance innate abilities, it means it might strengthen Su Chen's black hole talent. Although this is just Su Chen's speculation, for him, even a mere guess is enough to motivate him. After all, the power of the black hole talent is evident. He is transformed from an ordinary martial arts student into a 3rd-tier martial artist in a short time. A promising genius with hopes of entering a top martial arts university. On the other side, seeing Su Chen's expression change, Ran Xingxue immediately spoke up. Then let's team up to hunt the beasts and strive to secure a good ranking. Alright, let's work together to win this competition. Su Chen replied with a smile upon hearing Ran Xingxue's words. In his eyes, a brilliant light burst forth, making even the bright moon in the sky seem dim in comparison. Although Su Chen and Ran Xingxue had already become teammates before, it only represented their obligation to help each other in the beast battlefield. It did not mean that they had to work together to accomplish other tasks. But now, with Su Chen agreeing to Ran Xingxue's request, their alliance undoubtedly deepened. This also caused Ran Xingxue to look at Su Chen with increasingly warm eyes. I have already checked the current leaderboard. Currently, the first place on the leaderboard is our school's Xiangbu. His current score is 47,250. As they spoke, Ran Xingxue looked seriously at Su Chen and slowly said, he is also our biggest competitor at the moment. 47,250? Upon hearing the number from Ran Xingxue, Su Chen repeated it. The City Lord's Mansion released the plan just a day ago, and he already has nearly 50,000 points. This means he might have killed 6 fierce beasts? Early this morning, Su Chen and Ran Xingxue entered the fierce beast battlefield. Throughout the day, Su Chen was almost entirely focused on hunting fierce beasts. Under such circumstances, the total points Su Chen could earn would probably just exceed 10,000. Yet, Xiangbu's points could be several times that of Su Chen, which naturally indicated something significant to Su Chen. Of course, when he guessed that Xiangbu's strength might have reached the level of a 6th-tier warrior, Su Chen's expression was not as grave as Ran Xingxue's. Instead, A spark of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Ever since gaining the black hole talent ability, Su Chen's strength had been improving by leaps and bounds. During this time, whether it was participating in the combat arena at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall or entering the Fierce Beast battlefield, it had been smooth sailing for Su Chen, with hardly any challenges. For this reason, upon discovering Xiangbu's strength, Su Chen not only did not shrink back but instead seemed eager to try. Xiangbu, let me have a go at you and see who will ultimately claim the title of the champion of this competition. Just as Su Chen was contemplating a showdown with Xiangbu, on the other side, Ran Xingxue continued to introduce the situation regarding the points leaderboard. Following Xiangbu are Lei Jin and Lin Shuang, with points of 34, 229, 750 respectively. They are the highest scorers aside from Xiangbu. They are currently ranked second and third on the leaderboard. Based on the situation, both of them must have the strength to kill 5th-tier fierce beasts. Their true strength is probably not inferior to yours. So aside from Xiangbu, we also need to be wary of these two. Of course, your points have also entered the top ranks of the leaderboard. Currently sitting at 36th place, my ranking is even lower, only at 67th place now. Since the points from the fierce beast kills in the afternoon had not yet been verified, neither Su Chen nor Ran Xingxue had high rankings. In fact, neither of them had even entered the top 30. I just got the information on the top 10 rankings, and in addition, I've also collected data on the fierce beasts around us. Tonight we can take a look and understand the specific situation. This will also help us tomorrow when we hunt fierce beasts and accumulate points. With the release of the fierce beast competition, Ran Xingxue seemed like a different person, becoming unprecedentedly proactive. She began actively planning the hunt for fierce beasts. Hearing Ran Xingxue's words, Su Chen also started to check the messages she had sent. Of course, the information Su Chen focused on was mainly about the fierce beasts in the surrounding area. As for the so-called competitors on the leaderboard, Su Chen had no interest in looking at them, because in Su Chen's mind, he had never regarded these people as competitors. With the black hole talent, how could I lose to them? In just one day since entering the fierce beast battlefield, Su Chen's strength had risen from a second-tier warrior to a third-tier warrior. This brought Su Chen a strong sense of confidence. He believed that it wouldn't be long before his cultivation would reach a higher level. By then, even when facing 6th-tier fierce beasts, he could easily defeat them. At that time, these so-called competitors would mean nothing to Su Chen. Among these people, perhaps only Xiangbu could pose a slight threat to me. Of course, Su Chen thought this way because the duration of this competition was short, lasting only 15 days. If time were to stretch a little longer, even Xiangbu and Su Chen would not be on his mind. As night fell, the sky over the beast battlefield gradually darkened. After discussing the relevant matters clearly, Su Chen and Ran Xingxue began to take turns resting. Soon, a night passed. The next day, after eating a simple meal, Su Chen and Ran Xingxue were ready to set off to hunt the ferocious beasts. However, before departing, Ran Xingxue habitually opened the leaderboard to take a look. She then discovered that Xiangbu, who had been ranked first before going to bed last night, had now dropped to second place. In his stead, the person now in first place was Lei Jin, who had originally been in second. Lei Jin? Upon seeing the new leaderboard, Ran Xingxue's brows furrowed even deeper, because from the total points, it was evident that Lei Jin also possessed the strength to slay 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to surpass Xiangbu, who had been in first place, in just one night. What's wrong? Su Chen, preparing to set off, softly asked upon seeing Ran Xingxue frozen in place. After understanding the reason, Su Chen smiled and said, "This makes it more interesting, doesn't it?" With that, he took the lead and walked into the depths of the dense forest. A new day was to begin with the hunting of ferocious beasts. Utilizing the purple sky thunder escape technique, Su Chen's figure moved like a bolt of lightning, swiftly heading towards the next gathering place of ferocious beasts. Having strategized with Ran Xingxue the night before, Su Chen quickly found a location where the beasts were congregating. Divine Light Zebra? This was a group of ferocious beasts that resembled zebras from Su Chen's past life. In reality, these beasts were mutated from zebras that existed before the apocalypse. This was also a 4th-tier beast clan. Make your move. The moment she spotted the clan, before Su Chen could speak, Ran Xingxue eagerly urged. Ever since witnessing the competition yesterday, Ran Xingxue's attitude had completely changed. her enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited. Now, when facing the ferocious beasts, she appeared even more proactive than Su Chen. Snowstorm, holding her long sword, a pale blue light surrounded Ranqing Xue. At that moment, she seemed to transform into a goddess dancing amidst the snow. Amidst the gently drifting snowflakes, she wielded her long sword. Each swing of the sword brought forth a faint blood light. That was the blood of the ferocious beasts. And with the appearance of this blood light, the attacked divine light zebras fell lifelessly to the ground. Run! The human race is coming! You damned humans! There will be beasts to avenge us! Panicked voices echoed within the zebra clan, but Ranqing Xue showed no reaction. She continued to swing her long sword, like the grim reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of these ferocious beasts. Shifting his gaze away from Ranqing Xue, Su Chen also raised his long knife and charged towards the divine light zebra clan. Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. As he swung the long knife, a faint azure light spread from the blade. It then cut through the air, heading towards the fleeing divine light zebras. As an offensive martial technique, Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash possessed immense power, ranking among the top even within the same A-class martial techniques. At this moment, as Su Chen executed this knife technique against a group of ferocious beasts far inferior to him, the scene resembled a wolf entering a flock of sheep. As the blade light flashed, the ferocious beasts fell to the ground like dry grass. However, unlike Ranqing Xue, Su Chen was also responsible for collecting the corpses while slaying the beasts. As the ferocious beasts were killed, a black hole appeared beside Su Chen, devouring the fallen beast corpses. Along with this, a series of system notification sounds rang in Su Chen's ears. Damaged 4-stage Fierce Beast Divine Light Zebra. Compensation Vitality +4 damaged 4-stage Fierce Beast Divine Light Zebra. Compensation Lifespan +2 damaged 4-stage Fierce Beast Divine Light Zebra. Compensation Vitality +3 damaged 4-stage Fierce Beast Divine Light Zebra. Compensation. As the system prompt sounded, Su Chen immediately felt the vitality within him begin to swell once more. Not only that, but his body was also growing increasingly powerful. Whoosh! With a swing of his long knife, a gentle breeze swept through, and soon the divine light zebra herd was cleared away by Su Chen and Ranqing Xue. After watching Su Chen clean up the battlefield, Ranqing Xue couldn't wait to speak. Let's go! Head to the next place. As Ranqing Xue said this, Su Chen's gaze was fixed on his talent panel in front of him. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/442. Realm, 3-stage warrior, bone forging realm, martial arts. True dragon posture, 100%, reached perfect realm, Azure Dragon martial arts, 43%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to great success realm, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 45%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to great success realm. Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 40%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Great Success Realm. Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Great Success Realm. Life Burning Calamity, 22%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Success Realm. Vitality Value, 1930, needs 70 Vitality to upgrade to 4-stage Warrior. Constitution, 278, needs 122 Constitution to upgrade to 5-stage Warrior. Can be improved through martial arts training. Weapon, Guandao. Just 70 more vitality points to break through to 4-stage warrior? Su Chen muttered to himself while looking at the system interface. As he spoke, Su Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Ranqing Xue beside him, saying, "Let's go." With that, Su Chen transformed into a purple flash of lightning, heading towards the nearest fierce beast habitat. Seeing this, Ranqing Xue immediately activated her movement technique and followed suit. In the shadows, watching Su Chen and Ranqing Xue leave, the imposing figure of Su Chen's guardian couldn't help but murmur, "Is it really necessary to be so intense for a little activity?" After muttering a few words, he also moved, heading towards the place where Su Chen and the others had just left. Of course, it wasn't just Su Chen and Ranqing Xue, due to the fierce beast competition. On this day, nearly all young warriors were doing their utmost to slay fierce beasts. The goal was to secure a good ranking in the fierce beast competition. Naturally, as these individuals began to get busy, the competition on the leaderboard also intensified. It was evident that everyone's scores on the list were changing rapidly. The total scores of the top 10 warriors were increasing at a terrifying speed. This competition is really fierce. The City Lord's Mansion understands us, specially arranging personnel to tally the scores of these young warriors so that we can see the score changes in real time. Currently, Leijin is still in the lead. Xiangbu should be able to catch up to first place soon. The top 10 are still these few people. I wonder when new faces will appear. With the Fierce Beast competition officially underway, the leaderboard released by the City Lord's Mansion instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, this list not only relates to many precious rewards but also reveals who the true strong among the younger generation of Lin City are. Of course, there's another point. Conflict has always been something everyone likes to pay attention to. Now, the Fierce Beast competition can be said to be a contest involving all young warriors, which naturally attracted a lot of attention. Whether it was on the Extreme Path Family's Warrior Forum, or the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, or the official Warrior Forum of the City Lord's Mansion, discussions about the competition were everywhere. In this discussion, the most concerning question for everyone is still who will take the first place in this competition and become the top figure of the younger generation in Lin City. Inside the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, ever since the plan was announced, Jugaku has been closely monitoring the rankings. Su Chen's ranking has risen again, he is now in 15th place. It won't be long before he enters the top 10. Looking at the rankings, with Su Chen now at 15th place, a smile appeared on Jugaku's face. The reason he pays such close attention to this ranking is twofold. On one hand, the ranking reflects the competition between his Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. On the other hand, it is because of Su Chen's presence. Su Chen is a genius, he discovered himself, and with the information he received from Su Chen's new guardian, Jugaku is already aware of Su Chen's true strength. Under these circumstances, he naturally hopes Su Chen can achieve a good result, even securing first place. However, the strength of Xiangbu, Lei Jin, and Lin Shuang is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations. From the speed at which their points are increasing, these individuals should already possess strength comparable to 6th-tier martial artists. If that's the case, it might be a bit difficult for Su Chen to take first place. With this thought, Jugaku couldn't help but frown. Initially, when he learned from Su Chen's guardian that Su Chen's true strength was comparable to the strongest among 5th-tier martial artists, Jugaku thought Su Chen might have a chance to secure first place. But now, as Xiangbu and the others reveal their true strength, Jugaku realizes that his earlier thoughts might have been biased. Shaking his head, Jugaku sighed. However, it's a good thing that Xiangbu and the others have such strength. As a high-ranking member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Jugaku views issues from the perspective of the entire Lin City, and even the human race. So, although the true strength of Xiangbu and the others makes Su Chen's chance of taking first place seem slim, he is still pleased that they possess such strength. But this means that the hope of securing first place must now rest on Lei Jin. With this thought, Jugaku turned his gaze to Lei Jin, who is currently at the top of the rankings. Like Su Chen, Lei Jin is also a member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Moreover, he is the nephew of the hall's master, Lei Zhan. Thanks to the guidance of his uncle, Lei Zhan, Lei Jin has displayed impressive prowess since he began training in martial arts. Whether in training speed or combatability, he far surpasses his peers. While Jugaku worries about Su Chen's strength and feels he has no chance of taking first place in the competition, at this moment, Su Chen is still slaughtering his way through the beast battlefield. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. With a cold shout, a faint azure light appeared beside Su Chen. Then, he charged into the group of beasts with his broadsword. Boom! A loud sound echoed as the entire beast horde had almost no chance against Su Chen, quickly falling to the ground, turning into corpses. At the same time, a black hole appeared beside Su Chen, beginning to devour these corpses one by one, destroying 4th-tier beast, Flower Shell Crocodile Turtle. Compensation for Vitality +4, destroying 4th-tier beast, Flower Shell Crocodile Turtle. Compensation for Lifespan +2, destroying 4th-tier beast, Flower Shell Crocodile Turtle. Compensation for Vitality +3, destroying 4th-tier beast, Flower Shell Crocodile Turtle. Compensation. While Su Chen was slaughtering through the beast horde, on the other side, Ran Qingxue was not to be outdone. Holding a long sword, she appeared like a female killing god, showing no mercy to the beasts. The beasts that appeared before her were quickly killed one by one. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, Su Chen slashed down the last beast in front of him, who a breeze blew as the corpses of the beasts in front of Su Chen were swallowed by the black hole created by his talent. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to operate the Azure Dragon martial arts method. Whoosh! A faint sound of wind echoed around Su Chen, swirling continuously around him. Threads of azure light appeared, enveloping Su Chen's body. moo and the sound of the wind. One could even hear the roar of a dragon, who after slaying the ferocious beasts, Ran Xingxue let out a breath. She stood up, just about to rest, when she suddenly sensed a change beside her. She turned around to look at Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Watching Su Chen from a distance, Ran Xingxue's expression suddenly changed. After a long while, she hesitantly spoke. Is he about to break through again? Remembering the scene of Su Chen's recent breakthrough, it had only been a day since then. Su Chen was about to break through again. Even Ran Xingxue, who had become numb from Su Chen's talent, felt her heart race at this moment. She picked up her long sword and slashed at her right hand, waiting until she felt a twinge of pain before murmuring, "This isn't a dream," staring blankly at Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged. After a while, Ran Xingxue finally came back to her senses. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who was operating the Azure Dragon martial arts method, was fully immersed in his cultivation. Unlike the previous 3 realms of cultivation, the martial arts techniques only serve to strengthen one's body. When a martial artist reaches the 4th stage, stepping into the realm of a mid-level martial artist, the direction of their cultivation begins to change. Instead of merely strengthening their martial body, it shifts to condensing true qi. In simpler terms, it means refining true qi from the blood and energy within oneself. Unlike blood energy, true qi, which is refined from blood energy, can leave the body and strike outward. Some powerful martial artists can unleash a single strike that splits mountains and seas, thanks to the assistance of true qi. Because of this assistance, although there is only one realm difference between a 3rd stage and a 4th stage martial artist, the gap in strength between the two is vast. Except for true martial geniuses, even if there are differences in martial arts methods, it is still difficult to fight across realms. At this moment, within Su Chen, the blood energy seemed to transform into a long river, continuously swirling within him. The already tightly refined internal organs and bones stood firm under the roar of the river, like towering mountains. Yet, the speed of the flowing blood energy river was constantly accelerating. Boom boom. Even standing beside Su Chen, one could hear the sound emanating from within him, like waves crashing against the shore, producing a violent noise. Is he about to break through? Ran Xingxue, who had returned to normal, quietly murmured as she stared at his location. Although neither her martial foundation nor the martial arts method she practiced could compare to Su Chen's, the reactions to a martial artist's breakthrough were the same. Having experienced breaking through to the 4th stage, Ran Xingxue could already guess from the changes around Su Chen that he was about to break through and become a 4th stage martial artist. Thinking of this, a complex expression appeared on her face. After all, she had worked hard for many years and had only just broken through to become a 4th stage martial artist. Yet Su Chen, having regained his talent, had only taken a short time to reach the same level as her. Moreover, compared to her, Su Chen's strength and martial talent were far superior. Is this the gap between people? At this moment, Ran Xingxue finally understood why the other classmates in her class looked at her with such complex expressions. When Su Chen was a 3rd stage martial artist, his strength already surpassed that of most 5th stage martial artists. Once he breaks through, his strength will likely not be weaker than that of a 6th stage martial artist. At that time, even 6th stage ferocious beasts will not be his match. With such strength, among the younger generation in Lin City, there are probably very few who can match Su Chen. Perhaps he has a chance to win 1st place in this beast battle competition. At this moment, Ran Xingxue's gaze towards Su Chen gradually flickered. She remembered the ongoing beast battle competition. With Su Chen's current strength, participating in this competition would likely lead him to victory. Su Chen was unaware of Ran Xingxue's thoughts. At this moment, all of Su Chen's focus was on his cultivation. Boom! The vast river of blood energy swirled within Su Chen's body, until at a certain moment, it seemed to undergo a transformation. Wisps of white gas began to rise from this river, and at that moment, Su Chen began to fully operate the Azure Dragon martial arts. At the same time, a faint azure light appeared within Su Chen, enveloping the white gas that had just emerged above the river of blood. Whoosh! It was as if a gentle breeze was blowing. In the next moment, the white gas was dyed azure. Then, this azure gas began to circulate above the blood-red river. Splash! The sound of flowing water echoed, as if the azure gas was communicating with the blood-red river below. Accompanied by this sound, countless white gases began to rise above the blood-red river. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! If someone could see inside Su Chen's body at this moment, they would see countless white gases appearing above the blood-red river, like rainwater flowing backward. As the azure light flowed, these gases quickly transformed into azure roar at a certain moment. The sound of an azure dragon's roar echoed. A vague, illusory image began to appear outside Su Chen. The swirling and dancing figure resembled the legendary divine dragon, noble and mysterious. Roar a woe at a certain moment. The sounds in the air suddenly became intense. At this time, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a beam of azure light burst forth from his gaze. Then, two beams of azure light, like lasers, shot out from Su Chen's eyes. With a loud bang, they struck a large tree in the distance. The tree then fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, as if it were a shattered house, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Watching the tree fall in the distance, sending dust flying around, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Is this the true Qi realm? Lowering his head, feeling the true Qi flowing continuously within him, Su Chen murmured to himself. The true Qi realm is the title for a fourth-tier martial artist. As he spoke, Su Chen summoned the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17 of 435. Realm, 4th tier martial artist. True Qi realm, martial arts. True Dragon Stance, 100%. Reached perfect realm, Azure Dragon martial arts, 43%. Needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment realm. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 45%. Needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment realm. Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 40%. Needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment realm. Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 41%. Needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Great Accomplishment realm. Life-Consuming Tribulation, 22%. Needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Accomplishment realm. Blood Value, 2103. Needs 2897 blood value to upgrade to 5th tier martial artist. Physique, 259. Needs 166 physique to upgrade to 5th tier martial artist. Can be improved through martial arts cultivation. Weapon, Guan Dao. Looking at the realm section, his cultivation had indeed transformed into a 4th tier martial artist. A smile immediately appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. However, soon, the smile began to fade. But, after the breakthrough, my martial skill realm is somewhat low. When he arrived at the beast battlefield, Su Chen's strength was only that of a 2nd tier martial artist. At that time, the various martial skills he had cultivated had already reached the minor accomplishment stage. Such a martial arts realm was a significant advantage for Su Chen in confrontations of the same realm. This was also the capital that Su Chen could use to fight beyond his level. However, the original capital was significantly reduced when Su Chen broke through to become a 3rd tier warrior. Now, with Su Chen's cultivation breaking through to a 4th tier warrior, this advantage could be said to have vanished completely. In fact, with Su Chen's current martial arts realm, he was merely at the minor achievement level of martial arts comprehension, which was considered a relatively low martial arts realm. In that case, I need to quickly improve my martial arts realm, Su Chen thought as he looked at his martial skills realm. Due to continuously slaying numerous ferocious beasts, although the corpses of these beasts were completely devoured by Su Chen's innate black hole, he had retained some valuable materials from the beasts. Moreover, in addition to that, the points gained from slaying ferocious beasts could also be exchanged for martial arts techniques. Based on Su Chen's gains over the past 2 days, he already had enough to purchase some martial arts techniques. For Su Chen, having martial arts techniques meant that his technique realm could be improved. However, with the resources I currently have, it is somewhat difficult to fully elevate my martial skills realm. Just as Su Chen was frowning and pondering while looking at the system interface, a sudden intense sound came from afar. The rumbling sound shook the mountains and made Su Chen turn his head to look. Turning his head, Su Chen saw the trees in the distance swaying as if an earthquake was occurring. Soon, he discovered the cause of this phenomenon. A 6th tier ferocious beast. Su Chen murmured to himself as he sensed a powerful aura approaching from afar. The strength of this aura was something Su Chen had never encountered before. In terms of aura alone, it was even stronger than the strongest ferocious beast he had previously faced, the Ironback Black Boar leader. Under Su Chen's gaze, a golden ferocious beast, exuding a powerful presence, soon appeared in his sight. Even though it was still quite a distance away, Su Chen could still feel a strong aura pressing towards him. A 6th tier ferocious beast, the Golden Heavenly Tiger. Upon seeing the figure of the beast, Su Chen finally recognized its identity and understood the reason for the changes happening around him. Just in time for a breakthrough. I can test my skills on you. At the moment he saw the golden heavenly tiger, Su Chen was not flustered. Instead, he showed an eager expression. If he were still a third-tier warrior, encountering the sixth-tier ferocious beast, the golden heavenly tiger, Su Chen would naturally not be as calm as he was now. However, after breaking through to become a fourth-tier warrior, although he did not have a clear understanding of his own strength, Su Chen felt that his current strength was definitely not weaker than that of the golden heavenly tiger before him. With this thought flashing through his mind, Su Chen immediately waved his right hand. A silver long knife appeared in his hand, extending with the wind. It was indeed a broadsword. As Su Chen prepared to make his move, on the other side, Ran Xingxue, who also saw the golden heavenly tiger, had a serious expression. Unlike Su Chen, although Ran Xingxue was also a martial arts genius, her fourth-tier warrior realm was certainly not a match for the sixth-tier ferocious beast, the golden heavenly tiger. Su Chen, be careful. Drawing her long sword and holding it in her hand, Ran Xingxue remained vigilant while reminding Su Chen beside her. However, just as her words fell, she felt a gust of wind blow past her. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the wind howled, and Ran Xingxue saw a purple lightning flash past her. Immediately after, a voice like thunder rang out. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. The thunderous voice came from not far away. Ran Xingxue looked up and saw a dazzling azure light flickering from the distance. From her perspective, she saw a slender figure holding a long knife high, like a legendary celestial being, wielding the divine blade that opened up the world. Boom! With a deafening roar, an endless burst of brilliant blue light erupted. A slender figure, holding a long knife, struck heavily towards the distant golden tiger. Awoo! The sound of the tiger's roar echoed. The golden tiger looked coldly at the human that appeared before it. Its claws, raised high, glinted sharply in the sunlight. Damn human! Dare to block my path. Die! Awoo! The fierce roar seemed to penetrate time and space, shaking the surrounding jungle violently. It felt as if the apocalypse was about to descend. In the jungle, at that moment, Ran Xingxue could only see a golden figure in the distance colliding violently with a pale blue light. Moo! Beneath the blue light, the sound of a dragon's roar resounded. Awoo! Beneath the golden light, the sound of a howl shook the mountains and forests. As the two lights clashed, everything around began to tremble incessantly. Boundless air currents spread out between the two lights, creating massive waves that rolled outward like tides, one after another. Boom! The sound of thunderous roars, accompanied by the sound of the forest collapsing, echoed continuously in the dense woods. As the collision ended, Su Chen activated the purple cloud thunder escape technique and retreated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! As he moved away from the battlefield, Su Chen turned to look at the golden figure not far in front of him. At that moment, the golden tiger, which had just been looking down on everything like a ruler of the jungle, now had a wary look in its eyes. Damn it, why is my luck so bad? I barely escaped from that human's pursuit, and now I run into him. A flash of hostility crossed the golden tiger's gaze. However, this hostility was forcibly suppressed when it saw Su Chen not far in front of it. Instinctively, it turned to look in the direction it had come from, as if sensing the presence of someone there. After a glance, it reined in its expression and let out a roar at Su Chen. Awoo! I was just passing by. Let me go. After the roar, the golden tiger moved its body and began to run to the right side of Su Chen. It seemed ready to leave just like that, but as it wanted to leave, Su Chen was unwilling to give it that opportunity. Watching the golden tiger pass by him, about to leave, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Since we've met, it proves we are fated. If we are fated, why leave? The calm words flowed from Su Chen's mouth, spreading through the empty jungle. Instantly, it drew a series of responses. Originally relieved to see the golden tiger take the initiative to leave, Ran Xingxue's heart tightened again at that moment, just as she turned to Su Chen, preparing to persuade him not to act impulsively. After all, the opponent was a sixth-tier ferocious beast, not easy to provoke. Suddenly, she saw a rich blood-red light burst forth from Su Chen's body, burning life calamity. A calm yet indifferent voice sounded, like the whisper of death. In the next moment, Su Chen, who had still appeared as a normal human, suddenly expanded several times in size. His figure looked as if it had been magnified by a giant magnifying glass. In an instant, his body had grown several times larger. Die for me! As Su Chen's body expanded, the guandao in his hand also grew to a length of 5 meters. The long knife swung, instantly producing a fierce whistling sound. It felt as if a tornado was approaching. With a cold shout, Su Chen's long knife swiftly slashed towards the golden tiger. Boom! As the long knife fell, the air was split in two, creating a vacuum. The golden tiger, which had regained its hostility due to Su Chen's obstruction, reappeared in its eyes. At this moment, the hostility in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a heavy seriousness. With a howl, the golden tiger began to change. Two beams of light burst forth from its ribs, transforming into a pair of golden wings, tear the sky and split the stars. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a brilliant golden light erupted from the golden tiger. The wings that spread out at this moment seemed to turn into boundless blades, heading towards Su Chen. Ran Xingxue stood quietly to the side, watching the battle not far away. At this moment, her gaze had become fixed. No matter how she tried to persuade, the words could not come out, because both Su Chen and the golden tiger displayed strength beyond her imagination. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Flames of color enveloped Su Chen's body. Boundless azure light rose from him. With the increase in his cultivation, Su Chen finally showcased the ferocity and uniqueness of the A-class martial arts. An imposing aura radiated from him, driven by the burning life calamity. The Azure Dragon martial arts, which had reached a great mastery, caused Su Chen's body to undergo a tremendous transformation. At this moment, Su Chen seemed to have transformed into a humanoid azure dragon. Although he still appeared human, both his strength and attack power had surpassed past limits. Moo! Like a mythical dragon's roar, the sound echoed through the depths of the forest. At this moment, even the robust man hiding in the shadows, responsible for protecting Su Chen, showed signs of shock on his face. Su Chen's strength has become this powerful? The muscular man stared at the fierce confrontation between Su Chen and the golden tiger, his gaze blank. He couldn't find the words. After witnessing the scene before him, the sense of superiority he felt from his own strength had quietly vanished. Boom! Thunder roared as the long knife sliced through the air, colliding with the golden tiger. The towering trees around them collapsed under the immense shockwave. The golden tiger, with its wings flapping as if to envelop the starry sky, instinctively retreated in the face of the violent clash. So strong. As it stepped back, the golden tiger's wings began to slowly retract. The divine light in its eyes gradually faded. After a moment, accompanied by a loud crash, the golden tiger fell to the ground. Huff! Finally dead. Looking at the fallen golden tiger, Su Chen sheathed his knife and stepped forward to stand before it. Bang bang bang! But when Su Chen arrived in front of the golden tiger, the once intact body suddenly emitted a series of sounds, and blood began to flow slowly from the wounds. If one looked closely, they could see that the golden tiger's body had seemingly been split apart. However, upon seeing this scene, Su Chen frowned. In the end, it was the use of burning life calamity that allowed me to slay it. Su Chen murmured as he looked at the lifeless body of the golden tiger. It seems my strength still needs to be strengthened. Compared to when he had just broken through to become a second-tier warrior and could easily slay a fourth-tier beast. Now, having become a fourth-tier warrior, facing a sixth-tier beast, it was not just about easily slaying it, even defeating it was somewhat difficult. My current strength is still too weak. Shaking his head, Su Chen said softly. Just then, Ran Xingxue, having composed herself, came to his side. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, her expression changed several times, but in the end, she held back and did not speak. Weak? Is there still a way to live? In fact, Ran Xingxue had a question in her heart, but after comparing the strength gap between the two, she wisely chose not to voice it. Of course, another reason for her silence was that at this moment, her thoughts were still immersed in the grand scene of Su Chen battling the golden sky tiger. Although Ran Xingxue had seen strong fighters clash before, none of those previous battles had impacted her as profoundly as Su Chen's had. Fearless and invincible. This was the feeling that surged in Ran Xingxue's heart during Su Chen's fight with the golden sky tiger. Due to her talent and personality, Ran Xingxue had always been a calm and composed person. She only engaged in battles with opponents she was confident she could defeat. She had always considered this a strength, as it was precisely because of this trait that she had repeatedly avoided danger and survived until now. However, just now, witnessing Su Chen's battle with the golden sky tiger, this belief in her heart was shaken to its core. From Su Chen's fearless fight, Ran Xingxue suddenly understood a principle. Battle is not only a contest of strength but also a contest of momentum. When the strength is similar, the clash of momentum is the true key to determining the outcome of a battle. Just like in Su Chen's fight with the golden sky tiger, As an observer, Ranqing Xue could see clearly that the Golden Sky Tiger's strength was not necessarily weaker than Su Chen's. It was just that Su Chen's momentum was stronger, and with the initiative on his side, the Golden Sky Tiger ultimately perished. Perhaps my fighting style should change as well. A thought slowly rose in Ranqing Xue's mind as her gaze flickered. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Ranqing Xue was lost in thought, a sudden round of applause erupted from the side. Looking up, she discovered that a young man in white had appeared beside the forest at some point. At this moment, he was clapping his hands together in applause towards them. Just then, Su Chen also turned to look at the young man in white. Upon seeing him, Su Chen's brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. He sensed a strong threat emanating from the other party. It was the feeling of someone whose strength was not inferior to his own, and could even be said to be stronger. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Xuang. Just as Su Chen was pondering who the newcomer was, the young man in white suddenly spoke softly. Lin Xuan? The moment Su Chen heard this name, a flash of recognition crossed his mind, recalling the leaderboard of the Beast King competition, where the name Lin Xuan was ranked third. Hello. Gathering his thoughts, Su Chen looked at Lin Xuang with a serious expression. I am Su Chen. Upon hearing Su Chen's introduction, Lin Xuang revealed a slight smile, making one feel as if they were basking in spring breezes. Su Chen? After taking a deep look at Su Chen, Lin Xuan continued. You have good strength, we should have a chance to spar. After saying this, he glanced at the Golden Sky Tiger lying on the ground. Then, his figure flickered like a light breeze, disappearing into the forest. Ranqing Xue snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the corpse of the Golden Sky Tiger on the ground, still unable to believe what she was seeing. A sixth-tier fierce beast was a powerful existence she wouldn't dare confront directly, yet Su Chen had killed it head-on. This isn't a dream, is it? For the first time, Ranqing Xue clearly recognized the gap in strength between herself and Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen's attention had shifted from the Golden Sky Tiger. His gaze was fixed on a certain direction. Although Lin Xuang's movements were mysterious, Su Chen still caught the direction in which he had left. Lin Xuan? Is this the strength of the top genius of Lin City? Although Lin Xuang had not made a move from his appearance to his departure, Su Chen felt a powerful threat from him. Moreover, whether the other party suddenly appeared or suddenly left, they displayed an extremely profound level of martial arts and agility. As the saying goes, seeing a part reveals the whole. From this, Su Chen could glimpse some of Lin Xuang's strength. It seems that my strength indeed needs to be improved. At this moment, a thought that Su Chen already had in his heart became even more resolute. I must quickly enhance my martial skills. While thinking about this, Su Chen stepped forward and approached the Golden Sky Tiger. He casually took out his broadsword and split the Golden Sky Tiger lying on the ground into several pieces, collecting the more valuable golden feathered wings into his storage ring. Afterward, Su Chen sat cross-legged, picked up the corpse of the Golden Sky Tiger, and threw it into the talent black hole beside him. Whoosh, accompanied by a gentle breeze, the corpse of the Golden Sky Tiger, still stained with traces of blood, was completely devoured by the talent black hole. Damaged a Golden Sky Tiger's right half that died with eyes open. Compensation plus 136 vitality. Damaged a 6-tier ferocious beast's Golden Sky Tiger remains. Compensation plus 164 vitality. Damaged a Golden Sky Tiger's remains that were dismembered by blade light. Compensation plus 148 vitality. Damaged a 6-tier ferocious beast Golden Sky Tiger. Compensation. As the system's prompt sounded, Su Chen immediately felt the vitality within him becoming more abundant. Not only that, as the vast river of vitality flowed, more true energy was condensed within Su Chen, swirling in a light blue hue. Gradually, it permeated out of Su Chen's body, enveloping him in a layer of jade-like radiance. From a distance, Su Chen appeared mysterious and majestic. On the other side, Ranqing Xue, after regaining her composure, intended to approach Su Chen to speak, but upon seeing his actions, she halted her steps. After a moment, Su Chen, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. A faint blue light burst forth from his gaze, and within his eyes, one could even see a faint shadow of a blue dragon swirling. With the elevation of his martial arts realm, the A-level martial arts technique Blue Dragon Martial Arts gradually revealed its extraordinary nature. Just like the blue dragon shadow appearing in Su Chen's eyes, it could be used in combat. If an ordinary martial artist were to make eye contact with Su Chen, they would easily be captivated by the blue dragon phenomenon in his gaze. At that time, their ability to perform would inevitably be affected. If it were a critical moment in battle, it would even influence the outcome. Whoosh, exhaling a long breath, Su Chen slowly stood up. That person just now was Lin Shuang. Once Su Chen finished his busy work, Ran Xingxue finally came to stand beside him. It was him. Su Chen nodded, thought for a moment, and added, "His strength is very strong." The reason the Golden Sky Tiger suddenly appeared might be because of him. In fact, Su Chen had already noticed this during the battle with the Golden Sky Tiger. The state of this ferocious beast was not at its peak. It felt as if it had already gone through a fierce battle beforehand. Later, with Lin Shuang's arrival, Su Chen became even more certain of his suspicions. And when he dissected the corpse of the Golden Sky Tiger and discovered the lingering injuries on it, Su Chen finally confirmed this point. "Are you saying the Golden Sky Tiger was chased here by him?" Ran Xingxue understood the implication of Su Chen's words and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Originally, she thought that with Su Chen's displayed strength, after this breakthrough, he would surely be able to easily secure the championship in the ferocious beast competition. Yet, she didn't expect that within Lin City, there were martial arts geniuses whose strength was on par with Su Chen. Moreover, since Lin Shuang has such strength, what about Lei Jin and Xiangbu, who are of equal fame? As she thought about this, a sense of helplessness rose in Ran Xingxue's heart. She had thought that with a freak like Su Chen, there would only be one in the world. Who would have thought that in the small Lin City, there were 3 freaks weaker than Su Chen? How could an ordinary martial artist like her survive in such a world? Su Chen nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be like this." As he spoke, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. "But this makes the beast battle competition much more interesting." A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. If they weren't in the beast battlefield, he would have stopped Lin Shuang from fighting the opponent just now. Ever since he became a martial artist, he had never encountered a rival. Lin Shuang was the only one among his peers who posed a sense of threat to him. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Ran Xingxue rolled her eyes. She didn't have Su Chen's strength, nor did she share his optimism. In her heart, if possible, she wouldn't want even Su Chen to exist, let alone Lin Shuang. Competing with such a freak was too unfair for them, who had mediocre talents in martial arts. Of course, Ran Xingxue also knew that this was impossible. "Stop thinking about that. What should we do next? Should we continue searching for beasts? Or?" Ran Xingxue looked at Su Chen with a questioning expression. Unknowingly, the leadership of the team had shifted to Su Chen. "Let's take a break first." After thinking for a moment, Su Chen said, "In the past 2 days, we've accumulated quite a few resources and points. I plan to exchange some of them for cultivation resources to enhance our strength. Then we can go hunt beasts." "Exchange for cultivation resources?" Ran Xingxue exclaimed in surprise. She had thought Su Chen would continue hunting beasts, but after a moment's thought, she realized Su Chen's words made sense. Converting the martial resources they had gained into cultivation materials to improve their strength would indeed increase the efficiency of slaying beasts. As the saying goes, fight to sustain the fight. "Alright, then let's take a break first." After receiving Ran Xingxue's agreement, Su Chen nodded. "Let's upload the battle videos first in exchange for points." With that, Su Chen stepped aside, sat cross-legged, and began uploading the battle videos of their beast slaying to the City Lord's system. Seeing this, Ran Xingxue also sat down cross-legged and started uploading her battle videos. Meanwhile, in the City Lord's mansion, a staff member responsible for point statistics suddenly exclaimed, "Who is this fierce person, slaying a 6th-tier beast with 1 strike? Slaying a 6th-tier beast? Who else could it be besides those 3? Could it be a newcomer? There can't be that many freaks in this world." Another staff member said nonchalantly. As the beast battle competition unfolded, to facilitate the contestants in knowing their real-time rankings, the City Lord's mansion had assigned dedicated staff to tally the beast points of the participating young martial artists. So as soon as Su Chen uploaded the battle video, it caught the attention of the staff. "If it were those 3, I wouldn't be surprised. This time it's a newcomer. I wonder which faction they belong to." The first staff member who spoke now began to check the personal information of the contestant who uploaded the battle video. "Su Chen? So it's him. I didn't expect that in such a short time. He already has the strength to slay a 6th-tier beast." Upon recognizing the protagonist in the battle video, the staff member couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. After all, Su Chen had previously ranked among the top in the points leaderboard. So after confirming his information, The staff member quickly recalled his previous achievements. Not one of those three? It's actually a newcomer. Su Chen, the one who used a knife and previously ranked in the teens? The extreme martial arts school has struck gold. I heard this Su Chen hasn't been a martial artist for long. I didn't expect him to slay a 6th-tier beast so quickly. What a freakish growth rate. I originally thought this beast battle competition would be a 3-way standoff. Now it seems it will turn into a 4-way competition. Although they are all slaying 6th-tier ferocious beasts, looking at Su Chen, his strength is clearly at a disadvantage compared to the others. If he were given some more time, perhaps he could catch up. But right now, competing with the others seems quite difficult. Martial arts geniuses have always been able to turn the impossible into reality. Who can say for sure? I actually have high hopes for Su Chen. Even if he can't take first place, he can definitely make it into the top 3. No matter what, it's a good thing for Lin City to have a martial arts genius. Do you think Lin City will really produce someone who can get into a top martial arts university this time? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up with the ranking updates. Yes, hurry up with the updates. With Su Chen's ability to slay 6th-tier ferocious beasts, he should be able to enter the top 10 with this ranking update. It's already updated. Su Chen's current total score is 31,700 points, ranking 6th. It seems like there will soon be another fierce competition. We also need to report this to the City Lord. As Su Chen uploaded his battle video, the department responsible for score statistics in the City Lord's mansion was immediately stirred, and discussions erupted. Of course, amidst the discussions, the staff also published Su Chen's new score in the official system of the City Lord's mansion. With the system update from the City Lord's mansion, soon the martial artists in Lin City saw the latest leaderboard for the Ferocious Beast competition. Ever since the City Lord's mansion collaborated with 2 major martial arts schools to launch the Ferocious Beast competition, this event has attracted the attention of almost all martial artists in Lin City. Those who can stand out in this competition are all martial arts geniuses. In the future, they will also become the backbone of Lin City. In this context, whether they are powerful martial artists or ordinary ones, they will naturally pay attention to them for future training and networking. It can be said that at every moment in Lin City, someone is watching this leaderboard. In a spacious room, the tall and burly Xiaolong, resembling a gray bear, was intently gazing at the display screen in front of him. Xiaolong is a martial artist from the Thunder God Martial Arts School, and at this moment, he was browsing the information on the Thunder God Home Martial Arts Forum. Half a day has passed. I wonder how Qingxue and Su Chen's scores are doing. After opening the martial arts forum, Xiaolong headed straight for the leaderboard. As a teacher at the martial arts high school, Xiaolong had started paying attention to this event since the Ferocious Beast competition began. At first, he hoped that Ran Qingxue would achieve a good result in this event. After all, since the beginning of school, Ran Qingxue had shown exceptional martial arts talent, whether it was her training speed, combat ability, or martial arts aptitude. Ran Qingxue was far ahead in her class. Even in the entire Lin City First Martial Arts High School, Ran Qingxue's strength could rank among the top. For this reason, Xiaolong was confident that Ran Qingxue would secure a place in this event, and the results did not disappoint him. As soon as the competition began, Ran Qingxue's total score entered the top 30 of the leaderboard. Of course, while Ran Qingxue's performance was expected, Su Chen's results were a complete surprise to Xiaolong. He recalled that after seeing Ran Qingxue's ranking, he casually flipped through the leaderboard and found Su Chen ranked in the top 20. A smile unconsciously appeared on Xiaolong's face. With a smile, Xiaolong began to browse the leaderboard again. I hope Qingxue and Su Chen can rise even higher in the rankings. With this thought, Xiaolong looked at the leaderboard, and his eyes fell on the names in the top 10. The top 3 were still Xiangbu, Lei Jin, and Lin Xuan. It seems Xiangbu's strength is still superior. Seeing Xiangbu from the Thunder God Martial Arts School reclaim the first position, Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing, Xiaolong casually glanced at the other positions in the top 10. He naturally turned the leaderboard to the second page. Compared to the scores of Xiangbu and others, Xiaolong was more concerned about the results of his closer students, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue. After all, they were his direct students, and his direct students clearly wouldn't make it into the top 10. No way. Just as his finger slid to turn the page, Xiaolong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He quickly swiped right, flipping the page back. Then he looked at the leaderboard for the top 10 scores. His gaze fixed on the name in 6th place, What the hell? Su Chen! When he saw the name in 6th place, Xiaolong let out a curse. He reached out in disbelief and rubbed the name in the 6th position on the leaderboard, as if doubting that dust on the screen had caused him to misread it. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and murmured in a daze, "It's real. It's really real." As he spoke, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it's real. It's really real. My student, Su Chen, is 6th in the competition rankings. Ha ha ha." At that moment, Xiaolong laughed like a child weighing hundreds of pounds. He completely forgot his identity as a martial artist and a teacher. He even forgot that he had hardly taught Su Chen anything. At this moment, he only remembered that he was Su Chen's martial arts teacher. He only knew that Su Chen was now ranked 6th on the competition leaderboard. From now on, let's see who dares to say I, Xiaolong, can't teach students and am unworthy of being a teacher. He gritted his teeth and muttered a few words. Xiaolong immediately picked up his phone and started calling people he knew. "Hello, did you hear that my student Su Chen got 6th place in the competition rankings? Su Chen, he's my student. 6th place is a very auspicious number. My teaching level is just average, but I managed to produce a student who was 6th in the competition. You say you're the principal, so you must know Su Chen is my student. Ah, you're the principal. If you have something to say, you say you want to reward Su Chen? No problem, I'll contact him right away." While Xiaolong was sharing Su Chen's strength and achievements with others, in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Zhugeku also learned about Su Chen's ranking change. So fast, his strength has improved again. Now he already has the strength to slay a 6th-tier ferocious beast. What will he achieve in a few days? After watching the battle video of Su Chen slaying the 6th-tier ferocious beast, the Golden Sky Tiger, Zhugeku couldn't help but exclaim. Although ever since he met Su Chen, the latter had repeatedly shattered his understanding. Seeing that just a day had passed and Su Chen had gained the strength to slay a 6th-tier ferocious beast still left Zhugeku in shock. At this rate, it won't be long before Xiangbu and the others are no match for Su Chen. It seems that in this event, Su Chen has a great chance of taking 1st place. No, I need to tell the hall master about this. With the talent and strength Su Chen has shown, we should continue to increase our training efforts for him. Also, Su Chen's security needs to be strengthened. After muttering to himself a few words, Zhugeku immediately set off towards Lei Zhan's office. He wanted to help Su Chen secure greater training support. The reactions of Xiaolong and Zhugeku were just a small reflection of the many martial artists in Lin City. As Su Chen's ranking rose to 6th place, everyone who knew and understood Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Of course, Su Chen was temporarily unaware of all this, because at this moment, Su Chen was doing something very important. That was exchanging martial arts techniques. After uploading the battle video and converting it into points, Su Chen began searching in the treasury established jointly by the City Lord's Mansion and the 2 major martial arts schools to exchange for suitable martial arts techniques. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Su Chen realized that his current proficiency in martial arts was no longer sufficient to support his combat. This was evident from his battle with the Golden Sky Tiger. When he was still a 3rd-tier martial artist, Su Chen could almost sweep through 5th-tier martial artists. No 5th-tier beast was a match for him. However, after breaking through to become a 4th-tier martial artist, the situation changed. Su Chen found that he could not achieve a one-hit kill even against a 6th-tier beast that was not in its peak state. He even needed to activate the extreme burst of burning life catastrophe to kill the opponent. This was certainly due to the fact that as his realm increased, the strength of the beasts grew significantly, making cross-realm combat more difficult. But a large part of the reason was that Su Chen's proficiency in martial arts had not improved alongside his martial arts realm. It was precisely because he understood this that after slaying the Golden Sky Tiger, he rarely continued to hunt beasts and instead chose to rest. Su Chen's purpose for resting was to improve his martial arts proficiency. Qinglong Martial Arts Technique, Jiutian Qinglong / Zixiao Thunder Escape. Fixing his gaze on the martial arts treasury, Su Chen began to exchange for the martial arts techniques he needed. Due to his innate ability, Su Chen only needed to destroy the same type of martial arts technique or similar techniques to improve his proficiency. Therefore, when exchanging martial arts techniques, he chose those that were the same as his main cultivation technique. Unfortunately, there are only over 30,000 points. During the process of exchanging points, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. When the City Lord's Mansion launched activities against the beasts, they made special regulations regarding the value of points. 1 point was equivalent to 10,000 federal coins. Because of the replicability of martial arts techniques, their prices were lower compared to other cultivation materials of the same level. Even for A-level techniques, the exchange price was only 10,000 points. Thus, with 30,000 points, Su Chen could directly exchange for 3 A-level martial arts techniques. However, Su Chen felt dissatisfied with this. After all, 3 A-level techniques could not allow him to fully elevate his martial arts to perfection. With this feeling of discontent, Su Chen clicked to place the order. While Su Chen was exchanging for cultivation techniques in the martial arts treasury, on the other side, Ran Xingxue was doing the same thing, albeit for different reasons. Ran Xingxue primarily exchanged for cultivation materials. After completing her exchanges, Su Chen walked over and stood beside Ran Xingxue. When he saw her retract her gaze and prepare to get up, Su Chen finally spoke. "Finished exchanging?" "Yes." Ran Xingxue nodded. Seeing this, Su Chen said solemnly, "In that case, let's go to the safe zone and wait for the supplies to arrive." Purchasing martial arts materials in the beast battlefield naturally could not be as convenient as having them delivered in the city. After all, the beast battlefield was fraught with danger. Therefore, in the beast battlefield, regardless of what was purchased, martial artists had to personally go to the safe zone at the city gate to collect their items. The staff would only deliver the items there. "Alright, let's head to the safe zone first." Hearing Su Chen's words, Ran Xingxue nodded. She then stepped forward, heading towards the safe zone. Seeing this, Su Chen also began to activate Zixia Thunder Escape, rushing towards the safe zone alongside Ran Xingxue. "Once I have the martial arts techniques and my proficiency improves, my strength should be able to sweep through 6th tier beasts." With this thought, Su Chen transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, speeding towards the safe zone. As time passed, a desolate and ruined area soon appeared before Su Chen's eyes. At the same time, many other martial artists came into view. Is that Su Chen? His ranking just rose to 6th. How could he have rushed back to the safe zone? Is he going back to the city? At this time, shouldn't he be pressing his advantage to catch up to the 5th place? Geniuses have their own thoughts. Don't try to guess what people like them are thinking. Perhaps he wants to take a break before going back. His ranking suddenly increased so much, it's likely he's been hunting fierce beasts during this time. Returning to the city to rest is quite normal. As Su Chen's figure appeared in the safe zone, it immediately attracted attention and discussion, with Su Chen's name appearing in 6th place on the leaderboard. More and more martial artists recognized him and became aware of his existence. Thus, as Su Chen appeared in the safe zone, he drew the attention and discussion of many martial artists. Faced with this, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued forward, lost in his own thoughts. During those years when his martial arts talent was wasted, the criticisms from others had forged a strong heart within him. He was very clear that everything he possessed today was built upon his strong talent and strength. If he were to lose his current talent and strength, he would immediately fade into the crowd, becoming an ordinary martial artist who was laughed at just a month ago. Adoration and praise are reserved for the successful who possess great strength. What he needed to do was not to enjoy all of this, but to work hard to make his strength even greater, so that the voices of praise could continue. He would not indulge in this fleeting fame at the expense of his martial arts training, ultimately returning to where he once was. Ran Xingxue followed Su Chen, listening to the discussions around them, her expression complex as she looked at Su Chen. She recalled how in the past, she would feel a sense of pride from the praises of others. Comparing that to Su Chen's calmness at this moment, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. It turns out that the gap between him and me is not just talent and strength. There's also mindset. Soon, Su Chen and Ran Xingxue arrived at the city gate of Lin City. At this moment, the area was bustling with noise. Fierce beast meat. We have cheap fierce beast meat. Weapons. All kinds of weapons. Don't miss out. Martial arts techniques. Come take a look at my martial arts techniques. We have all kinds. The noisy scene reminded Su Chen of the martial artist market within the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Where there are people, there is a world of martial arts. With the City Lord's office collaborating with 2 major martial arts halls to conduct fierce beast hunting activities, the martial artists in Lin City rushed to the fierce beast battlefield. In this situation, some quick-witted martial artists discovered a business opportunity. They began setting up stalls at the city gate to sell fierce beast meat, martial arts techniques, weapons, and other supplies needed by martial artists. Imitating one another, the number of vendors at the city gate quickly began to increase. Before long, it formed the current martial artist market. Of course, Su Chen did not linger much at the martial artist market, he simply glanced around. Su Chen then stepped towards the city gate. When he placed his order for martial arts techniques, he had chosen the city gate as the transaction location. Step, step, step. Moving his feet, Su Chen soon arrived at the city gate of Lin City. At that moment, a martial artist dressed in white also spotted Su Chen. Mr. Su, here are the training materials you exchanged. Stepping in front of Su Chen, the staff member in white politely said, "Thank you." As Su Chen took the materials from the man's hands and was about to turn to leave, he suddenly felt a vibration beside him. Picking up his phone, he realized it was a video call request from Zhugaku. With curiosity, he answered the video call, and he saw Zhugaku, dressed in a long robe, with an elegant demeanor, appear on the screen. Su Chen, Supervisor Zhuga. After a slight nod and greeting, Su Chen curiously asked, "What brings you to find me, Supervisor Zhuga?" Su Chen felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhugaku in his heart. He owes much of his current strength to Zhugaku's support behind the scenes. Whether it is the Qinglong martial arts method he is currently practicing, or the Nine Heavens Qinglong Slash and Tiangang Shengong, or even his current weapon, the Guandao, all have a certain connection to Zhugaku. Although everything Zhugaku has done is also due to the rules of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, as the saying goes, one cannot replace the feelings of others. Moreover, Zhugaku had actively helped Su Chen in the beginning. Sensing Su Chen's friendly attitude, a smile appeared on Zhugaku's face. "I have good news for you." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Due to your outstanding performance in the Beast competition, the martial arts school has decided to reward you. The director asked me to contact you and deliver the reward." It turned out to be because of the Beast competition. Zhugaku's words made Su Chen understand this. However, faced with this, Su Chen appeared hesitant. After all, the Beast competition represented his own participation, and strictly speaking, it had nothing to do with the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. In this situation, accepting a reward from the school felt somewhat. It seemed that Zhugaku saw through Su Chen's thoughts. He quickly spoke up. "Don't worry, other outstanding martial artists will also receive rewards. This is also the Extreme Path Martial Arts School's encouragement for you." "Okay." Seeing Zhugaku say this, Su Chen nodded. "Where are you now? I'll bring the reward to you right away. I'm at the city gate." After agreeing with Zhugaku, Su Chen hung up the phone. He then turned around to improve his martial skills, but at that moment, the vibration sound beside him rang again. "What now?" With confusion, Su Chen picked up his phone again. This time, it was his homeroom teacher, Xia Long, calling. Upon answering, Su Chen saw a tall figure resembling a gray bear appear on the video. Su Chen. As soon as he saw Su Chen, Xia Long immediately smiled broadly. He even seemed a bit awkward in his movements. After all, compared to Su Chen, who had at least 5th tier strength, Xia Long, although his martial arts teacher, was still at the 4th tier level. Moreover, Xia Long was well aware of Su Chen's current talent. 5th tier strength was just the beginning. Su Chen's future could be described as limitless. In such a situation, even as a teacher, Xia Long couldn't help but feel a sense of unattainability when he saw Su Chen. Consequently, their conversation naturally felt a bit awkward. Looking at the tall figure in the video, Su Chen's expression remained quite indifferent. Although Xia Long was his martial arts teacher, their relationship couldn't be described as close. After all, in the past, Su Chen's strength and talent were merely transparent in the class. How could he attract the attention of his teacher, Xia Long? Of course, Su Chen held no resentment about this. From another perspective, it was simply human nature. Naturally, Su Chen also felt no gratitude towards Xia Long. To Su Chen, Xia Long was just a familiar acquaintance, more familiar than a stranger. There were no other special emotions involved. So at this moment, Su Chen's expression and gaze towards Xia Long appeared very plain. "It's like this, Su Chen." Facing Su Chen's indifferent gaze, Xia Long unconsciously bent his body slightly. "The school learned that you ranked in the top 10 of the Beast competition, so they specifically asked me to contact you and deliver some rewards." In that moment, Su Chen gained a deeper understanding of the saying, "When poor, no one asks, when rich, distant relatives come." As Su Chen climbed to the 6th position on the leaderboard, both the Extreme Path Martial Arts School and the Lin City Martial Arts High School actively offered him rewards. After a brief conversation with Xia Long to finalize the details, Su Chen hung up the phone. At the same time the call ended, Ran Xingshue's voice came from the side. Teacher Xia Long also called you. A complex expression flashed in Ran Xingshue's eyes as she spoke. Since she had been nearby, she had seen Zhugaku and Xia Long's attitude towards Su Chen. That kind of respect, even a hint of restraint. Yes. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Not keeping Su Chen waiting for long, he soon saw a figure in a gray long robe appear at the city gate. Supervisor Zhuge. The moment he saw the figure, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He stepped forward and approached Zhugaku. This is the reward from the martial arts school for you. As soon as he saw Su Chen, Zhugaku handed a square wooden box directly into Su Chen's hands. Thank you, martial arts school. Thank you, supervisor. Hearing Su Chen's words of gratitude, a smile appeared on Zhugaku's lips. This is what you deserve. After encouraging him, Zhugaku quickly added, I know your time is precious now. The items have been delivered, so I won't disturb you any longer. After the competition ends and you return to Lin City, we will meet again. Okay. Zhugaku came quickly and left just as fast. After delivering the items, he stepped away. Not long after, Xia Long also arrived, bringing the school's reward. This is the reward from the school. The items are delivered. I will take my leave now. Like Zhugaku, Xia Long also left quickly after delivering the items. After the two left, Su Chen looked at Ran Xingxue beside him. Before Su Chen could speak, Ran Xingxue took the initiative to say, I will protect you first, and after you finish your training, I will train myself. Although they were now in a safe zone and not on the beast battlefield, they were still outside the city, which posed certain risks. In this situation, it was natural to take precautions while training. Then I will trouble you. Su Chen did not stand on ceremony with Ran Xingxue and immediately agreed. After discussing, Su Chen took the martial arts techniques he had purchased, along with the rewards from the martial arts school and the school, and stepped aside. Soon, he arrived at a quiet place. After sitting cross-legged, Su Chen glanced at Ran Xingxue, who was standing guard not far away. He then took out the martial arts techniques he had exchanged for. Qinglong Martial Arts Method, 9 Heavens True Dragon / Purple Cloud Thunder Escape Technique. Looking at the several martial arts techniques in his hands, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Su Chen's eyes. With these techniques, my martial arts realm should be able to break through to the great achievement realm soon. He whispered softly and looked at the wooden box beside him. That was the reward from the extreme martial arts school that Zhugaku had just delivered. Opening the wooden box, Su Chen saw a flash of green light. Armor? Seeing the item in the box, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He took out the item from the box and unfolded it, discovering that it was actually a piece of armor. This is B-grade armor. After carefully feeling it, Su Chen quickly recognized the quality of the armor in his hands. The extreme martial arts school really is generous. After realizing this, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, weapons and armor, like martial arts techniques, are also divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. A grade is the best, B grade is next, D grade is the worst. However, even the lowest quality D grade items have a high price, far exceeding that of martial arts techniques of the same grade. For example, B grade weapons and armor can be worth over 100 million. The Guandao Su Chen used, for instance, was priced at 150 million in the Extreme Martial Arts House. Of course, due to the craftsmanship involved, armor is generally more expensive than weapons. The armor Su Chen held, named Xingyu armor, was priced at 200 million in the Extreme Martial Arts School. This was also why Su Chen felt that the Extreme Martial Arts School was indeed generous. After putting on this precious armor, even ordinary 6th-tier ferocious beasts would find it hard to harm me. Even against 7th-tier ferocious beasts, relying on the special effects of this armor, I could withstand half of their power. After studying the effects of the jade armor, Su Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. I must thank the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for this. With this armor, it will be much easier for me to slay ferocious beasts in the future. Gently touching the jade armor in his hands, Su Chen whispered softly. During this time of hunting ferocious beasts, Su Chen had also discovered his own shortcomings. Out of fear of being injured by the beasts, he often chose to strike for a guaranteed kill when facing them. Although this approach was effective, it significantly increased his energy consumption. As a result, it inadvertently reduced Su Chen's combat effectiveness. With this armor, I no longer need to worry. Murmuring to himself, Su Chen donned the armor. He then opened another box beside him, which was the item that Xia Long had just delivered. It was a reward given to Su Chen by the school. As soon as the box was opened, a rich fragrance wafted out. This is blood essence pill? The moment he saw the item in the box, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. The characteristics of this item were too obvious. It was the blood essence pill, used to enhance the strength of one's vitality. It was a favorite among martial artists, far more effective than the vitality pill. However, in the face of something that all martial artists loved, Su Chen's expression was quite indifferent. But this has no significance for me. Glancing at the pill in the box, Su Chen closed the lid. For someone with his innate abilities, enhancing his vitality only required defeating ferocious beasts. There was no need to consume blood essence pills at all. However, I could give it to Ran Xingxue. With this thought, Su Chen put away the pill box. He then turned his attention back to the several martial arts manuals placed to the side. It's time to improve my martial skill proficiency. Looking at the martial arts manuals, Su Chen's gaze focused, and then he picked up the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Manual, which was glowing with a blue light. As a gentle breeze blew by, he threw the martial arts manual into the black hole formed by his innate ability, destroying a complete Azure Dragon Martial Arts Manual, compensating Azure Dragon Martial Arts proficiency plus 20, as the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Su Chen suddenly found himself filled with many inexplicable memories. On a distant divine mountain, a giant azure pill radiating blue light stood atop a towering tree. Whoosh, the breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. The giant egg atop the towering tree glimmered with a faint blue light in the wind. At a certain moment, the giant egg swayed slightly. Gurgle, 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 a faint sound emerged. And at a certain moment, the swaying of the giant egg grew more pronounced. Rumble, the sensation of shaking felt as if someone was pushing the giant azure egg standing on the towering tree. And at a certain moment, the swaying suddenly came to a halt. Accompanying this was a crisp cracking sound. Crack! With this sound, a fissure suddenly appeared in the originally smooth giant egg. Crack, crack, crack. Following that, the sound grew increasingly loud and continuous, until at a certain moment, accompanied by a tremendous roar, the giant egg completely shattered. Moo, like the combined roar of countless wild bulls, the sound reverberated through the heavens. Then, the giant egg, radiating azure light, suddenly exploded. Boom! The deafening sound far surpassed the roar of thunder atop the towering tree, and as this sound erupted, a brilliant azure light suddenly shot forth from the tree. This azure light, like a flowing river, began to gather countless brilliant rays towards the giant egg in a certain pattern. Moo, the loud sound came again, and then a colossal azure shadow soared into the sky from within the giant egg, flying towards the heavens above. At this moment, if there were anyone outside the giant tree, they would see a massive figure spreading across the sky like thunder, with a qilin head, a carp tail, long whiskers, antlers like a deer, and claws like an eagle. A blue light enveloped its entire body, and an infinite aura of vitality burst forth from it. It was as if it were the source of the vitality of heaven and earth. This scene marked the birth of the Azure Dragon. Su Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, and at this moment, boundless blue light also erupted around him. This light spiraled around his body, continuously transforming him, making him stronger. Not far away, Ran Xingxue watched her surroundings with a vigilant expression, guarding against potential crises. At the same time, when her gaze turned to Su Chen, she couldn't help but show a look of shock and envy. Although she didn't understand what the phenomenon around Su Chen represented, she knew one thing: Su Chen's strength had greatly improved compared to before. In the boundless sky, Su Chen felt as if he had transformed into the Azure Dragon, freely soaring through the heavens. Feeling the powerful sensation emanating from his body, he could sense that this world was responding to him with every breath. This feeling of power, it seems that even a martial god would be no match for this. Su Chen was immersed in this sensation, a feeling of strength he had never experienced or seen before. Thunder rumbled as his figure moved through the sky, stirring up boundless thunder. As if the heavens and earth could not bear his current power, the endless blue light spiraled around him, representing the vitality of the azure wood. At this moment, Su Chen seemed to have become the Azure Dragon God, who wielded the power of wood in myth and legend. With a long howl towards the sky, Su Chen suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness. Meanwhile, in the safe zone, the seated Su Chen opened his eyes. With a whoosh, a beam of blue light shot out from his eyes, tearing apart the air ahead. In Su Chen's gaze, the shadow of the Azure Dragon could still be seen wandering, time passed, and after a long while, Su Chen slowly emerged from his memories. "I'm back." Looking down at his hands, Su Chen whispered softly. Then, he noticed the changes in his body. He could now feel endless vitality within him. It seemed as if an infinite amount of life force was hidden deep within his body. No matter what injuries he sustained, he could instantly recover to his peak state. Is this the feeling of mastering the Azure Dragon martial arts? Su Chen thought, quickly summoning his talent panel. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/453. Realm, 4th stage martial artist. True Chi realm. Physique, Azure Dragon martial body. Boundless vitality resides within me. The ethereal Azure Dragon shapes my fate. Now please begin your performance. Martial arts phenomenon, Azure Dragon Divine Eye, a rare martial arts phenomenon formed by practicing the Azure Dragon martial arts. Those who achieve this phenomenon can borrow the pressure of the Divine Lord to intimidate opponents. Martial skills, True Dragon Stance, 100%. Reach the perfect realm, Azure Dragon martial arts, 63%. Needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to peak realm. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 45%. Needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to Great Success Realm. Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 40%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to Great Success Realm. Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Great Success Realm. Life Burning Calamity, 22%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to Minor Success Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 2543, needs 2457 Chi and Blood Value to upgrade to 5th Stage Martial Artist. Physique, 274, needs 126 Physique to upgrade to 5th Stage Martial Artist. Can be improved through practicing martial arts. Armor, Azure Jade Armor Weapon. Guandao Su Chen's gaze swept over the talent panel, and he quickly noticed the differences. In addition to the proficiency of the Azure Dragon martial arts reaching the Great Success Realm, there were also 2 new special abilities. Azure Dragon Martial Body, Azure Dragon Divine Eyes. Looking at the system interface, Su Chen instinctively began to operate the Azure Dragon martial arts method. Then he felt a continuous flow of vitality circulating within his body, as if he had transformed into a god of life, redeeming the world. This is the power of the Azure Dragon martial body. Boundless vitality contained within, even if injured. One can recover in an instant, and during battle, one need not fear injury at all. Su Chen murmured softly, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. As his cultivation level increased, the Azure Dragon martial arts method gradually revealed its strength as an A-grade martial arts technique. At this moment, Su Chen truly understood the power of A-grade martial arts. It was not merely about the speed of cultivation, it allowed for a more efficient refinement of vital energy. In terms of practical combatability, A-grade martial arts far surpassed ordinary martial arts. Compared to ordinary martial arts, A-grade martial arts could be said to be comprehensively superior. No wonder every martial artist wishes to break through to the perfect realm of True Dragon Stance. At this moment, Su Chen began to understand the feelings of Zhugaku when he first met him. However, the cultivation of True Dragon Stance is arduous. Over the years, the number of practitioners who have reached the perfect realm in Lin City is few and far between. From Zhugaku, Su Chen had also learned about the situation of the perfect realm practitioners of True Dragon Stance in Lin City. There, Su Chen knew that the last practitioner to reach the perfect realm had done so 10 years ago. But if one cannot break through to the perfect realm of stance, then to cultivate A-grade martial arts, one must find a way to transition after becoming a 4th-tier martial artist. Thoughts flowed through his mind. Su Chen's gaze quickly fell on the martial arts phenomena section. Azure Dragon Divine Eyes. As he murmured, a flash of azure light passed through Su Chen's eyes, and then a faint silhouette of an azure dragon appeared in his gaze. This was the martial arts phenomenon of the Azure Dragon Divine Eyes that he had just cultivated. In fact, this phenomenon had manifested earlier, but its effects were not obvious until now. When Su Chen's Azure Dragon martial arts method had reached a great level of mastery, the Azure Dragon Divine Eyes had truly taken shape. With the might of the Azure Dragon, suppress the unyielding in the world. If this move is not anticipated, even a 6th-tier martial artist would likely fall victim. After feeling the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Eyes, Su Chen slowly retracted the phenomenon in his gaze. He then turned his attention to the other 2 martial arts manuals placed nearby. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. Picking up the martial arts manual beside him, Su Chen immediately summoned the talent black hole. Whoosh with a sound, the martial arts manual in Su Chen's hand vanished into the black hole. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ear. Destroying a complete 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. Compensation, 9 Heavens Azure Dragon / proficiency plus 20, as this voice echoed. Su Chen's mind was suddenly filled with many inexplicable memories. In an expansive world, Su Chen held a silver-white broadsword. After a moment, absorbing the memories, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He then turned his gaze to the other martial arts manual, Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique. Destroying a complete Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique. Compensation, Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique proficiency plus 20, with Su Chen's action. The Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique in his hand quickly entered the black hole beside him. Soon, inexplicable memories emerged in Su Chen's mind. Beneath boundless thunder, Su Chen bathed in the rain, as if merging with the heavens and earth. After a long while, when Su Chen absorbed the relevant memories of the Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, he slowly opened his eyes. As he did, a faint purple-black light began to spread around him, as if the flickering thunder from deep within the sky had solidified, surrounding Su Chen. Whoosh! Feeling the sensations within him, Su Chen let out a long breath. This feeling, my strength now is simply incomparable to what it was just a moment ago. At this moment, Su Chen could clearly feel his own power. Compared to before, it was like night and day. If I encounter the Golden Sky Tiger again, even in its peak state, it probably wouldn't be my match. Whispering softly, Su Chen summoned his talent panel. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17 of 453. Realm, 4th stage warrior, True Chi realm. Physique, Azure Dragon. Martial body, boundless vitality resides within me. The ethereal Azure Dragon forges my fate. Now please begin your performance. Martial arts phenomenon, Azure Dragon's Eye, a rare martial arts phenomenon formed by practicing the Azure Dragon martial arts. Those who achieve this phenomenon can borrow the Divine Lord's pressure to intimidate opponents. Body like thunder, the martial body can briefly transform into thunder. Executing a secret technique that spans 1,000 miles in an instant. Martial skills, True Dragon Stance, 100%, achieved perfection. Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 63%, needs 17% proficiency to reach peak realm. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon / 65%, needs 15% proficiency to reach peak realm. Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 60%, needs 20% proficiency to reach peak realm. Heavenly Gang Profound Art, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to reach great success. Burning Life Tribulation, 22%, needs 19% proficiency to reach minor success. Vitality value, 2543, needs 2457 vitality to upgrade to 5th stage warrior. Physique, 274, needs 126 physique to upgrade to 5th stage warrior. Can enhance physique through martial arts practice. Armor, Jade Armor Weapon, Guan Dao. Compared to before, Su Chen noticed changes in the system interface this time. Body like thunder. This is the ability gained after achieving great success in the Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique. Looking at the talent interface before him, Su Chen whispered softly, just like that Azure Dragon martial arts. As his realm increased, the Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique also revealed its extraordinary aspects. Just like the secret technique of body like thunder that Su Chen had cultivated. Once used, Su Chen's body would transform into a bolt of lightning, unleashing a speed akin to thunder. At that time, not to mention warriors of the same realm, even 7th stage and 8th stage warriors would likely be outpaced by Su Chen in that state. Of course, aside from the Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, with the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon / reaching great success, its power had also significantly increased. With my current realm, I can unleash 36 blade lights in one go. Such attack power would likely be unbearable for most 6th stage warriors. Feeling the enhancement of his martial arts realm, a hint of azure light unconsciously appeared in Su Chen's eyes. I really want to find a 6th stage ferocious beast to test my strength right now. An eager expression appeared on Su Chen's face. With his strength enhanced, he was itching to experience just how strong he had become. However, he quickly suppressed the urgency in his eyes. Then Su Chen turned to look at Ran Xingxue, who was responsible for guarding not far away. Standing up, he stepped towards her. Step, step, step. Upon seeing Su Chen's movement, Ran Xingxue also walked towards him. I've finished my training. You go train. I'll guard you. As she spoke, Su Chen waved his hand in acknowledgement and walked towards the spot where Ran Xingxue had just been standing. Earlier, the two had already agreed to take turns training. Now that Su Chen had finished, it was naturally time for Ran Xingxue to take her turn. Just now, Su Chen had suppressed his eagerness because he remembered this point. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ran Xingxue nodded, then sat down in the spot where Su Chen had been meditating. Taking a deep breath, she calmed the chaotic thoughts that had arisen from Su Chen's training. After adjusting her state, she prepared to begin her training. Just then, she heard Su Chen's voice beside her. "By the way, this is for you." Looking up, Ran Qingxue saw Su Chen throw a square wooden box towards her. She caught the box and opened it, revealing pills that were crystal clear and blood red in color. "This is blood yuan pill?" The moment she saw the pills, Ran Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim softly. As she spoke, she looked up at Su Chen, opening her mouth as if to say something, but all she saw was Su Chen's back. A hint of gratitude appeared in her eyes, and Ran Qingxue ultimately withdrew her gaze, tucking the pills into her arms. "Thank you, Su Chen," she whispered, a determined look emerging in her eyes. She then closed her eyes and began her formal cultivation. On the other side, seeing Ran Qingxue start to cultivate, Su Chen nodded, withdrew his gaze, and began to survey the surroundings. Although they were currently in a safe zone, the possibility of fierce beasts appearing nearby was relatively low. However, being in a fierce beast battlefield, one still needed to be cautious. A flash of green light flickered in his eyes as Su Chen looked around warily, the shadow of a green dragon shimmering in his gaze. An endless aura of majesty erupted from within, and as his gaze swept across, everything around him seemed to have nowhere to hide. In a part of the jungle, a majestic figure hidden in the dense forest was watching the situation on Su Chen's side. At the moment the green light flickered in Su Chen's eyes, an involuntary sense of crisis rose in his heart. "This is..." He looked in Su Chen's direction, a chilling feeling rising inexplicably within him. "Could it be that I've been discovered?" At that moment, disbelief appeared in the eyes of the majestic figure. While Su Chen and Ran Qingxue took turns cultivating, the other participants in the fierce beast competition were frantically killing fierce beasts to secure a better ranking. In a dark part of the jungle, Lin Shuang, dressed in white and wielding a blue long knife, coldly stared ahead. Right in front of him lay a massive corpse. The flame lion leader is finally dead. Looking at the enormous lion's body that still burned with fierce flames even in death, Lin Shuang couldn't help but murmur. The flame lion leader was a 6th-tier fierce beast. Unlike other 6th-tier fierce beasts, this lion had achieved its status a long time ago, making it an absolute powerhouse even among 6th-tier beasts. In terms of true strength, it far surpassed the golden sky tiger. Moreover, with a group of 5th-tier flame lions assisting it, even Lin Shuang, despite his formidable strength, had to expend considerable effort to slay it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shuang stepped forward to the flame lion leader's body and began to dissect it, collecting important parts. However, while he was busy, his brow unconsciously furrowed. Now, there are fewer and fewer 6th-tier fierce beasts in the battlefield, and those that are still alive are quite difficult to deal with. This won't do. A troubled expression appeared on Lin Shuang's face as he spoke. With the city lord's mansion collaborating with 2 major martial arts schools to launch a plan against the fierce beasts, the martial artists in Lin City rushed into the fierce beast battlefield en masse. As a result, the fierce beasts were suffering greatly. In a short time, the number of fierce beasts in the battlefield had been drastically reduced. The lower-tier fierce beasts were manageable due to their larger numbers, but for 5th-tier and 6th-tier beasts, which were already scarce, their numbers quickly diminished under the onslaught of martial artists. Now, finding a 6th-tier fierce beast was far more difficult than before. "I need to think of a way to speed up the hunting of fierce beasts, otherwise, I might find it hard to secure first place in this competition." While pondering, Lin Shuang opened the official martial artist forum to check the latest leaderboard. First place, Xiang Bu. Second place, Lei Jin. Third place, Lin Shuang. Sixth place, Su Chen. Lin Shuang's gaze swept over the leaderboard, and he found that the top 3 positions were still occupied by the 3 of them. So he didn't linger too long and began to shift his focus to the lower ranks. He didn't pause at the 4th and 5th positions, but he did stop for a long time at the 6th position. "Su Chen," he whispered softly. At that moment, an image of a figure in a blue long robe, wielding a cold, dark blade, unconsciously appeared in Lin Shuang's mind. Is it him? The moment he recalled Su Chen, Lin Shuang's expression turned serious. Having witnessed Su Chen's prowess, he knew very well that Su Chen's strength was not inferior to that of a 6th-tier warrior. Even compared to him, there wasn't much of a gap. This is a formidable opponent. In an instant, such a thought flashed through Lin Shuang's mind. Although this idea had already formed when he saw Su Chen slay the golden sky tiger, it wasn't clear at that time. But as Su Chen's ranking in the competition gradually approached Lin Xuang, this thought became completely clear. And with this clarity, the sense of urgency in Lin Xuang's heart grew stronger. Perhaps I should venture deeper into the beast battlefield. He raised his head and looked toward the front of the beast battlefield, where his gaze fell upon a deep, dark expanse. The beast battlefield consisted of a safety zone, an outer area, an inner area, and a core area. Previously, due to the risks involved, Lin Xuang had been lingering in the inner area, hunting beasts. However, as the number of beasts in the inner area decreased, he gradually found it difficult to locate suitable targets. This led Lin Xuang to develop the idea of heading to the core area of the beast battlefield. Initially, it was just a thought, but after seeing the leaderboard and realizing that not only were there others ahead of him, but Su Chen was also relentlessly pursuing him from behind, Lin Xuang finally made up his mind to head to the core area. Without hesitation, he collected his thoughts, sheathed his long knife, and then moved like the wind toward the core area of the beast battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, a young man in a purple long robe, exuding an air of arrogance, rushed toward the core area after slaying a powerful beast with a single sword strike. Xiang Bu, I will not lose to you. The first place in this beast competition can only be mine. Lei Zhen's voice boomed like a mountain, giving a sense of unwavering determination. His words were imbued with immense confidence. As his voice fell, an overwhelming aura of no one but me erupted from Lei Zhen. As Lin Xuang and Lei Zhen hurried toward the core area of the beast battlefield, they were unaware that at that very moment, within the core area, a figure clad in black armor was already wielding a halberd, beginning to slay the beasts within. Die for me! The thunderous voice echoed throughout the beast battlefield, and as the sound faded, the halberd held by the young man in black armor crashed down upon the beast before him like an immense mountain. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, as if the air itself were being torn apart. At the same time, the beast in front of the young man was shattered by the overwhelming force of the halberd. Su Chen was oblivious to everything happening in the beast battlefield. At this moment, he was coldly staring at a majestic figure not far away in the dense forest. Who? A cold voice fell, and then Su Chen's long knife appeared in his hand. True energy flowed within him, and in an instant, countless azure lights began to swirl around Su Chen's body. Meanwhile, the long knife in his hand radiated endless brilliant light, as if the Milky Way were cascading down from the heavens. In an instant, Su Chen activated the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash and struck towards the figure in the dense forest. Ever since Su Chen's cultivation had broken through, he had been vaguely aware of a feeling of being watched. However, due to his limited strength, he had never been able to pinpoint the source of this feeling. Now, with the Azure Dragon martial arts reaching a perfected state, Su Chen had manifested the Azure Dragon Divine Eye martial arts phenomenon. With the help of this phenomenon, he finally located the source of the feeling of being spied upon. Die for me! The long knife slashed out, unleashing boundless azure light, countless blade lights accompanying Su Chen as they surged towards the imposing figure in the distance. On the other side, the imposing figure's expression changed upon witnessing this scene. At this moment, he had no time to ponder how Su Chen had discovered him. This is bad. He cursed inwardly, immediately channeling all his internal true energy. The true energy within him, flowing like liquid, was fully mobilized, transforming into a light barrier that appeared before him to block Su Chen's incoming strike. Boom boom boom, and the next moment after the light barrier appeared, the azure blade light descended. Subsequently, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. This was the sound generated by the blade light attacking the barrier. After withstanding several attacks, the barrier ultimately shattered with a resounding crash. At this moment, the previously composed imposing figure finally changed his expression drastically. He drew out a long spear and began to laboriously fend off the remaining blade lights. Meanwhile, he directed his gaze towards Su Chen, who was charging at him. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. I am here to protect you. Su Chen, sent by the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. The voice of the imposing man was filled with urgency. He wanted to clarify that he was actually sent by the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall to protect Su Chen, not with ulterior motives. While explaining, Zhuo Yi's face still bore a look of frustration. After all, begging for mercy from a boy who was over a decade younger than him was not a glorious thing. Moreover, he was originally supposed to be Su Chen's guardian, yet now he was being attacked by him. Protect me? On the other side, upon hearing Zhuo Yi's words, Su Chen frowned slightly. He looked closely at the other side and, Upon confirming that the person was indeed from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, he finally eased his offensive. As Su Chen's attack slowed, Zhuo Yi on the other side let out a long sigh of relief. Few after laboriously breaking the residual waves of Su Chen's attack with his spear, Zhuo Yi finally looked at Su Chen with a face full of trepidation. At this moment, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. Zhuo Yi could clearly sense that Su Chen had not used his full strength during the previous attack, yet even so, he had nearly been unable to withstand it. If Su Chen had unleashed his full power, Zhuo Yi dared not imagine what his fate would have been. Of course, as he thought of this, Zhuo Yi couldn't help but feel complicated. Although he had anticipated that Su Chen's strength would greatly increase after finishing his training, the feeling was not strong. The earlier confrontation had given him a direct sense of it. It was terrifyingly strong. After so many years of martial training, it feels like I've trained to the level of a dog. A complex expression flashed in his eyes as Zhuo Yi composed himself and stepped towards Su Chen. Hello, Su Dozhan. I am here to ensure your safety, sent by the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Upon reaching Su Chen, Zhuo Yi spoke in a deep voice, but halfway through, he found it hard to continue. After all, as a protector, being discovered was one thing, but being defeated by the person he was supposed to protect was quite embarrassing. As Zhuo Yi began to explain, Su Chen blinked and looked at the imposing figure before him, softly saying, "You are Zhuo Yi, the supervisor?" Su Chen gazed at the imposing figure in front of him, a look of curiosity and vigilance appearing in his eyes, while his right hand unconsciously tightened around the knife. The reason for this is that Su Chen recognized Zhuo Yi's identity. When he first participated in the battle arena, it was Zhuo Yi who arranged for him to face the second-tier fierce beast, the Dark Knight Grey Wolf. Because of this, he was punished by being removed from his position and expelled from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. At that time, this incident caused quite a stir within the school. With such a past, they now reunited in the special place of the Beast Battlefield, and the reunion was not very friendly. Even though Zhuo Yi explained the reason, Su Chen still found it hard to believe his words. Compared to that, Su Chen was more inclined to believe that Zhuo Yi had malicious intent and had come for revenge. With this thought, Su Chen's killing intent surged, and the Azure True energy cultivated from the Azure Dragon martial arts began to flow rapidly within him like a river. It seemed that in the next moment, it would transform into unmatched blades of light, striking towards Zhuo Yi. At the moment Su Chen had this thought, Zhuo Yi felt a chilling cold rise from his heart. He looked at Su Chen with a gaze that seemed to recall something. He hurriedly spoke. "I'm not lying to you, it's all true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhugaku." As he spoke, Zhuo Yi waved his hands repeatedly, his face showing a look of panic, as if he feared Su Chen would attack him. Right now, he was not Su Chen's opponent. With a mix of doubt, Su Chen glanced at Zhuo Yi and ultimately called Zhugaku. A minute later, after learning the truth from Zhugaku, Su Chen awkwardly looked at Zhuo Yi. "I'm sorry, Minister Zhua." Seeing Su Chen finally sheath his long knife, Zhuo Yi finally felt relieved. He let out a long breath, somewhat weakly waving his hand. It's fine, it's all a misunderstanding." To be honest, Zhuo Yi was genuinely scared just now. He was truly afraid that Su Chen would act against him without regard for the situation. If he couldn't fight back, losing face was minor, but losing his life was major. "No, I must work hard to cultivate when I return this time and break through to become a 7th-tier warrior as soon as possible." At this moment, Zhuo Yi silently vowed in his heart. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding." Su Chen nodded repeatedly in agreement. Just as Su Chen and Zhuo Yi were talking, a sudden loud noise came from the side. Clang, clang. A crisp sound like metal clashing abruptly rang out, filled with a noble and majestic aura. Upon hearing the sound, both Su Chen and Zhuo Yi turned to look in the direction of the noise. Before their eyes, endless ice enveloped Ran Xingxue. At that moment, Ran Xingxue's figure was completely wrapped in ice. Outside the ice, Su Chen could still see a figure soaring and dancing like a legendary phoenix. The special sound he heard earlier was emitted by this ice phoenix. Clang, clang. In the next moment, Su Chen saw the ice phoenix raise its head again and let out a long cry. Then, a noble and majestic voice echoed throughout the place. "This is the Ice Phoenix martial arts." Zhuo Yi, who had also turned to look, involuntarily spoke when he saw the strange phenomenon in the distance. "She is reforming her martial arts?" As he muttered to himself, a look of shock appeared on Zhuo Yi's face. During this time, as Su Chen's protector, he had been following Su Chen. Therefore, he naturally recognized Ran Xingxue, who was traveling with Su Chen. However, previously, Jue Yi had not paid much attention to Ran Xingxue. After all, although Ran Xingxue was good, her strength and talent were far inferior to Su Chen's. When she was with Su Chen, she seemed like a flickering candle, her light completely overshadowed by Su Chen. This made it naturally difficult for people to notice her existence. But at this moment, upon discovering that Ran Xingxue was reforming her martial arts, and judging by her appearance, she had clearly succeeded. Jue Yi finally noticed Ran Xingxue's presence. Reforming her martial arts? Su Chen whispered softly. After hearing Jue Yi's muttering, he also understood what was going on. So that's how it is. Su Chen nodded, a look of realization appearing on his face. The cultivation of martial arts is not something that becomes unchangeable after practice. Once a martial artist reaches a certain level in their martial arts cultivation and enhances their physique, they can switch to a similar martial arts style with close attributes. Ambitious martial artists, after reaching a certain level, often choose to switch to more powerful martial arts to broaden their path in martial arts. However, the conditions for switching martial arts are extremely harsh, and very few martial artists can successfully make the switch. This was also the reason why Jue Yi was shocked when he saw Ran Xingxue about to succeed in switching her martial arts. Not bad at all. Looking at Ran Xingxue, who was sitting cross-legged amidst countless icy crystals in the distance, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Su Chen's eyes. At that moment, a confident silver-haired figure flashed through Su Chen's mind. Although her innate strength was not as good as Su Chen's, Ran Xingxue was also a martial arts genius in her own right. My blood origin pill isn't wasted after all. Under the gaze of Su Chen and Jue Yi, the phenomena surrounding Ran Xingxue began to slowly converge. The swirling ice and snow around her gradually dissipated, and soon the phenomenon vanished completely. Then, the ice phoenix that surrounded her also slowly faded away like the wind. At the same time, Ran Xingxue, who was sitting cross-legged, gently opened her eyes. With a deep breath, as her eyes opened, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her gaze. Then, a look of surprise appeared on her face. I finally succeeded. As she spoke to herself, her face was filled with excitement and joy. Ever since she broke through to become a fourth-tier martial artist, she had been planning to switch her martial arts style. For this, she even delayed her martial arts training. However, although Ran Xingxue was very focused on this matter, she had been stuck at a critical step in switching her martial arts cultivation, unable to make any progress. As a result, she had not been able to successfully switch her martial arts style. Also, this time I owe it to Su Chen's blood origin pill, otherwise, I might have really failed. Thinking back to the thrilling moment she experienced during her cultivation, Ran Xingxue couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Switching martial arts is equivalent to changing one's martial arts foundation, and the process can be extremely dangerous. During cultivation, one needs to mobilize all their true energy and blood energy. In this process, a slight misstep could lead to failure due to insufficient true energy or blood energy depletion, and it could even result in death. Just earlier, Ran Xingxue encountered such a situation during her cultivation. In the end, it was her quick thinking that led her to take the blood origin pill given by Su Chen, which allowed her to overcome this crisis and successfully switch her martial arts. That is why she spoke this way now. Taking a deep breath and calming her mind, Ran Xingxue looked ahead. Who is he? Minister Zhuo? In front of her, Su Chen stood in a blue long robe. What puzzled Ran Xingxue was the imposing figure standing beside Su Chen. Seeing Ran Xingxue's gaze fall on Jue Yi, Su Chen explained, "He is Jue Yi from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, just passing by here." Jue Yi, who was about to speak, smiled awkwardly after hearing Su Chen's explanation. "Yes, I happened to pass by here and saw you cultivating, so I stopped for a moment." After saying this, before Ran Xingxue could respond, Jue Yi eagerly said, "Since you have finished your cultivation, I won't stay any longer." After speaking, Jue Yi immediately activated his movement technique and headed towards Lin City. Behind him, Ran Xingxue watched Jue Yi's departing figure, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Why did it feel like Jue Yi was running away? Shaking her head to dispel the strange thought, Ran Xingxue turned back to Su Chen, her eyes filled with inquiry. "My cultivation is complete. What is our plan next?" "Next?" Su Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. "Naturally, we will continue to the beast battlefield to hunt fierce beasts. As he spoke, an eager look had already appeared in his eyes. After his strength had increased, Su Chen had yet to unleash his full power. Now, he was keen to find a powerful beast to test his current abilities. Alright, upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ran Xingxue immediately nodded. Then let's continue to the beast battlefield. With that, Ran Xingxue began to pack her things. Once everything was ready, Su Chen activated the perfected Purple Sky Thunder escape technique and headed deep into the beast battlefield. Seeing this, Ran Xingxue quickly followed. As they moved, the surrounding scenery soon turned dark and desolate, with traces of beast activity visible throughout the dense forest. In some places, one could even see the stark white bones left behind by beasts that had died long ago. Ran Xingxue followed Su Chen silently, her thoughts unspoken. However, as she looked at Su Chen's back, she felt a mix of emotions, wanting to say something but hesitating. After a long while, just as they were about to pass through a dense thicket, Ran Xingxue finally mustered her courage and softly said, "Su Chen, thank you for the blood essence pill earlier." After a pause, she quickly added, "But don't worry, I will return it to you later." Su Chen stopped in his tracks at her words. He turned to look at Ran Xingxue, who was now gazing at him with serious light blue eyes. She appeared very earnest. Clearly, Ran Xingxue meant what she said, coming from the heart. However, Su Chen shook his head dismissively. "There's no need for thanks or repayment. With that thought, you should focus more on how to improve your own strength. If you can avoid holding me back in the future, that would be the greatest thanks to me." Su Chen's calm words left Ran Xingxue momentarily stunned. She froze in place, the courage and gratitude she had been building up dissipating in an instant. Instead, a surge of embarrassment and anger began to rise within her. "Su Chen, don't be so arrogant. One day I will catch up to you." Ran Xingxue's cold voice rang out. Yet, from her tone, Su Chen could clearly hear a hint of frustration. "Ha ha, I look forward to that day." With a hearty laugh, Su Chen activated the Purple Sky Thunder escape technique, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning as he sped deeper into the beast battlefield. Seeing this, Ran Xingxue said nothing more and similarly activated her movement technique to follow him into the depths of the beast battlefield. As they continued deeper, the two soon crossed over the outer area of the beast battlefield and arrived at the inner region. At this point, Su Chen naturally stopped and turned to Ran Xingxue. "Let's sort out the situation of the beasts around us and discuss our route for hunting them." This trip to the beast battlefield was partly to enhance his own strength. On the other hand, Su Chen also aimed to secure first place in the beast competition. To achieve both, one crucial task was to slay more beasts. Thus, Su Chen and Ran Xingxue needed to strategize before taking action. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ran Xingxue began to search for and organize information, then projected a virtual screen in front of Su Chen. From the information gathered on the martial arts forum, the known 4th and 5th tier beasts are roughly distributed in these areas. As she spoke, Ran Xingxue gestured with her finger, drawing several circles on the virtual screen. Su Chen's gaze fell on the places she had marked. The virtual screen displayed a map of the inner area of the beast battlefield, clearly showing the general situation within. Looking at the places Ran Xingxue had just outlined, Su Chen nodded to indicate he understood. Seeing this, Ran Xingxue continued. "In addition to the 4th and 5th tier beast groups, these areas require special attention, because there are traces of 6th tier beasts active in these areas." Upon hearing this, Ran Xingxue whispered softly, "6th tier ferocious beasts?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen quickly waved his hand and said, "There's no need to worry about 6th tier ferocious beasts. With my current strength, ordinary 6th tier ferocious beasts are no match for me." As he spoke, Su Chen paused for a moment and continued, "Moreover, given the current situation, if we don't hunt down 6th tier ferocious beasts, with the intensity of the ferocious beast competition, I won't be able to secure first place." Ran Xingxue thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. On the way here, she had specifically checked the leaderboard for the ferocious beast competition. From the list, Ran Xingxue learned that the top 3 were Xiangbu and a few others. Their scores had all surpassed 80,000. With Xiangbu, who ranked first, exceeding 100,000. With such high scores, if it were merely a matter of hunting 4th tier or 5th tier ferocious beasts, Su Chen would have no chance of claiming first place in the competition. "So what do you mean?" With her thoughts turning, Ran Xingxue looked at Su Chen with a questioning gaze. She wanted to know Su Chen's current thoughts. The bolder the person, the greater the harvest. Next, we will focus on hunting 5th-tier ferocious beast groups and 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Only in this way can we turn the tide and achieve victory. Su Chen's words made Ran Qingshue's expression grow serious. After all, although she had successfully transitioned to martial arts and her strength had improved compared to before, her martial arts realm was still at the true Qi stage. Facing 5th-tier ferocious beasts was manageable, but if she encountered 6th-tier ferocious beasts, there was a real possibility of death. Don't worry, I'll handle the 6th-tier ferocious beasts, you only need to deal with the 5th-tier ones, Su Chen said, noticing the concern in Ran Qingshue's eyes. 5th-tier ferocious beasts? A flicker of hesitation passed through her eyes, but soon Ran Qingxue nodded and said, "All right, I agree with your plan." In that brief moment, Ran Qingxue thought of many things. She was currently hovering around the 20th position on the leaderboard. If she didn't take a risk and only considered her own safety by hunting weaker ferocious beasts, she would ultimately end up with the same result, and as time passed, her rank might even drop. This was not what Ran Qingxue wanted to see. Ran Qingxue was also a martial arts genius. She had her own aspirations. She wanted to earn rewards from this competition to further enhance her strength, and then strive for a top martial arts university in the martial arts college entrance examination a year later. In this situation, she naturally wouldn't be content with her current results. The path of martial arts is about living through death, with progress and no retreat. This was something Ran Qingxue had understood since she began her training. So, after a brief hesitation, she agreed with Su Chen's opinion. "All right, let's set off." Hearing that Ran Qingxue had agreed to his plan, Su Chen nodded immediately. He then shifted his gaze from the virtual screen in front of him to a direction deep within the dense forest. Whoosh! With a flash of purple lightning, Su Chen's figure sped towards that direction like a bolt of lightning. During Ran Qingxue's introduction, Su Chen had already learned that there was a 5th-tier ferocious beast group in the direction he was heading. Roar! In a flat clearing, countless dense little grasses grew all around. Beside the grassy area was a gently flowing stream. At this moment, a group of enormous beasts was gathered by the stream. These giant beasts were all tall and imposing, giving off a powerful sense of oppression from a distance. On the heads of these beasts were huge, drill-like horns. At this moment, these similarly shaped beasts were lounging in the jungle. Some were resting, some were drinking water, and others were exercising. "Can you be a little quieter? Don't disturb my sleep. I'm drinking water, can you move aside? Exercising to strengthen my power. Have you heard? Recently, that terrifying race known as the human race has appeared again. It seems many fierce beasts have died at their hands." Roar! 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 The rising and falling roars are the fierce beasts communicating. If a knowledgeable warrior were to see these monsters, they would recognize them. They are the 5th-tier fierce beasts known as golden horned dragons. Besides these ordinary golden horned dragons of similar size, in a corner of the open space, there lies a particularly gigantic golden horned dragon resting on the ground. It is the leader of the 5th-tier fierce beast golden horned dragon clan, a 6th-tier fierce beast, the golden horned dragon leader. Compared to ordinary golden horned dragons, the leader, having broken through to become a 6th-tier fierce beast, is not only much larger but also possesses a golden horn in the center of its head that is even more massive than those of other golden horned dragons. The golden horn, nearly a meter long, makes the golden horned beast leader appear exceptionally fierce. A dangerous aura continuously spreads from its body. Human race? Observing the discussions of its kin around, the golden horned beast leader lowered its head and let out a low growl. At the same time, a flash of hatred crossed its eyes. Memories of the past flooded the mind of the golden horned beast. Back when it was just an ordinary golden horned beast, it encountered a human warrior. The warrior it faced was also at the 5th tier. During their confrontation, the golden horned beast was no match for the human warrior. Sensing its defeat, it decisively retreated. However, the human warrior relentlessly pursued it. Had it not been for the assistance of other golden horned beasts from its clan, it might have died at the hands of that human. Because of this, the golden horned beast leader has always harbored deep hatred for the human race. It has been seeking opportunities to avenge the grievances of that year. After breaking through to become a 6th tier fierce beast, this desire within it has only intensified. "I hope someone will come to me. Then, I will let you feel the fear of being dominated by death." A cruel glint flashed in the eyes of the golden horned beast amidst the roars. Unlike other fierce beasts who panicked at the news of humans approaching, the confident golden horned beast leader felt a sense of anticipation. It hoped that human warriors would come soon, then I can have a good feast. Just as the golden-horned beast leader was filled with expectation, suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound of footsteps hit the ground. At the same time, Su-chan summoned his long knife, and a sharp aura that seemed to cut through the sky burst forth instantly. This sharpness then transformed into boundless azure light. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. A whisper, like the murmur of death, resonated. Following that, endless azure light swept across the sky. In that moment, the originally dark and gloomy forest became bright and dazzling. Moo. At this moment, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the air. In the dense forest, countless azure streams of light transformed into continuous blade shadows, slicing through the air towards the golden-horned beast leader. Watching the boundless azure light rushing towards it, filled with an endless aura of slaughter, the expectation in the eyes of the golden-horned beast leader solidified. At this moment, its massive head lost the ability to think, becoming blank. The golden-horned beast leader stared blankly at everything before it. Meanwhile, the other golden-horned beasts in the forest were already in chaos. Whether resting, drinking, or exercising, the golden-horned beasts were now frantically howling. Humans, a human expert is coming. Run, we are no match. It's over, we're going to die. Usually, under the protection of the golden-horned beast leader, they were the uncrowned kings of this area. In this area, few ferocious beasts dared to provoke them. This had led this group of ferocious beasts to develop a pampered nature, and thus, with Su-chan's arrival, a crisis descended. In an instant, the entire golden-horned beast clan was thrown into chaos. Damn human race? After a brief moment of panic, the strongest and most experienced leader of the golden-horned beasts was the first to regain composure. It let out a roar, and a fierce killing intent erupted from its eyes. I will kill you. Although the attack before it made it feel a strong sense of danger, the hatred in its heart, combined with the anger of being attacked, compelled the golden-horned beast leader to choose to strike first. Divine Wind Golden Light Horn. With a thunderous roar, the massive body of the golden-horned beast charged forward like a bulldozer towards the blade light slashed by Su-chen. At the same time, the enormous sharp horn on its head radiated a brilliant golden light. In an instant, as the golden-horned beast charged, it seemed to transform into a beam of golden light, directly facing the azure blade light that Su-chen had unleashed. Soon, the golden light formed by the golden-horned beast collided with the azure blade light slashed by Su-chen. Boom! With a tremendous sound of collision, the golden light and azure blade light crashed together like two prehistoric giants clashing. The surrounding golden-horned beasts, who were running in panic, turned to look at the center of the battle. Leader, you must win. Kill this human. Some golden-horned beasts couldn't help but start to roar, cheering for their leader. There were also some clever golden-horned beasts who seized this opportunity and began to approach Su-chen, preparing to launch a sneak attack. However, whether it was the cheering golden-horned beasts or those preparing to ambush, they failed to notice that another figure was hidden on one side of the dense forest, with silver hair cascading down her shoulders. Ran Qingxue watched the chaotic scene as Su-chen made his move. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Then, a long sword appeared in her hand. Snowstorm. With a light command, a noble phoenix phantom appeared behind Ran Qingxue. Immediately, countless snowflakes began to spread across the jungle. The golden-horned beasts focused on the battle between Su-chen and their leader did not notice this. Whoosh! Like snowflakes falling to the ground, the ice and snow quickly spread, freezing everything around. As a result, both the cheering golden-horned beasts and those preparing to ambush Su-chen were inevitably affected. Even the golden-horned beast leader, who was engaged in battle with Su-chen, was distracted by this scene. Now is the time. Su-chen, who had witnessed everything, had a flash of purple light in his eyes. Then, he moved like a bolt of lightning, wielding his silver-white long knife towards the golden-horned beast leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he moved, an endless gale rushed past his ears. He passed through the curtain of light formed by the azure blade light, then raised his broadsword high, aiming directly at the golden horn atop the golden-horned beast leader's head. Thud! The sound of the long knife-piercing flesh rang out. Following that, a splash of bright red blood gushed from the leader's head. Then, the golden horn, which was innate to the golden-horned beast leader, fell straight to the ground like a deflated ball. Just then, a black hole appeared, swallowing the golden horn whole. In Su-chan's ears, the system's prompt sounded. Destruction of the 6th tier ferocious beast golden horned beast leader's innate golden horn. Compensation physique plus 20. After checking, the host has cultivated the special physique of the Azure Dragon martial body, and the physique attributes begin to merge. Merging completed. After merging, the physique attributes will be displayed in sync with the Azure Dragon martial body attributes. The 105th pleading ferocious beast, the lost Zhuo. Su Chen seemed to ignore the system's prompt entirely. His gaze coldly fixed ahead. He saw the golden horned beast leader's life horn fall with a single slash. At this moment, the massive head of the golden horned beast leader was already stained red with blood. In pain from the blow, the golden horned beast leader let out an uncontrollable howl. Awah! The anguished cries echoed through the dense forest, causing all other sounds within several miles to vanish in an instant. The cruel look in the golden horned beast's eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by boundless fear. It looked in terror at Su Chen, who stood before it with a long knife. In this moment, the golden horned beast leader couldn't help but recall when it was a 5th tier ferocious beast, encountering that human warrior and being chased. The fear of death surged in its heart once more. Moreover, compared to that time, the sense of impending death was even more intense this time. Panic spread within as Su Chen, holding the long knife, charged at it again. The golden horned beast leader's fear reached its peak. Thud! Suddenly, a loud crash resounded. Su Chen saw the golden horned beast leader, like a giant mountain, collapse to the ground as if a jade pillar had fallen. Please spare me, Great One! A whimpering cry came from the golden horned beast leader's throat. Although Su Chen couldn't understand what the golden horned beast leader was saying, he clearly grasped its intent. This scene left him momentarily stunned. This was the first time Su Chen had seen such a cowardly ferocious beast. The ferocious beasts he had encountered before would never beg for mercy even when a knife was at their necks, unlike the golden horned beast leader before him. So afraid of death. Shameful creature. Su Chen lightly scolded, raising his long knife and channeling the Azure Dragon martial arts to strike at the golden horned beast leader once more. Boom! The long knife sliced through the air, an endless azure light suffusing the jungle with vitality. But in the eyes of the golden horned beast leader, only an overwhelming sense of death approached. Put! Accompanied by a soft sound, the guando in Su Chen's hand plunged directly into the golden horned beast leader's body. Then, endless blood gushed forth, transforming into a rain of blood. Boom! With a loud crash, the golden horned beast leader's body, like a towering mountain, crashed to the ground, creating a violent noise that shook the surroundings. Su Chen glanced indifferently at the corpse of the golden horned beast leader and softly said, "Next time you beg for mercy, make sure to find the right person." With that, Su Chen turned away, his gaze shifting to another battlefield. At this moment, a silver-haired Ranqing Xue appeared like a goddess of ice and snow, holding a silver long sword. She was engaged in fierce battle with the golden horned beast clan amidst endless wind and snow. The long sword sliced through the golden horned beast's flesh, producing a sharp sound, but accompanying it were the fearless attacks of other ferocious beasts. Roar! These ferocious beasts had seen their leader die at Su Chen's hands. Therefore, at this moment, they only wanted to escape from this terrifying land. However, this place had already been sealed off by Ranqing Xue's ice and snow barrier, blocking all other exits. The only remaining paths were those where Ranqing Xue and Su Chen stood. Naturally, they did not dare to confront Su Chen, the demon who had slain their leader. So Ranqing Xue's position became their only breakthrough. Thus, at this moment, all the golden horned beasts were fiercely attacking Ranqing Xue without fear of death. At first, Ranqing Xue could barely fend off these attacks, but after using her ultimate move, she quickly found herself unable to withstand the onslaught of these ferocious beasts. "Su Chen, come quickly!" Therefore, upon seeing Su Chen slay the golden horned beast leader, Ranqing Xue's voice soon reached him. Hearing her call, Su Chen, who stood beside the golden horned beast leader, moved. In an instant, he transformed into a purple lightning bolt, charging towards Ranqing Xue's direction. Who as the gentle breeze blew, Su Chen's broadsword seemed to transform into a scythe of death. With a swift slash, one golden horned beast after another fell lifeless, just as Su Chen and Ranqing Xue joined forces to slay the golden horned beasts. On the other side, in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Zhuo Yi, who had returned to the hall, sought out Zhuge. "Why are you back?" Seeing Zhuo Yi's sudden return, Zhuge asked with some confusion. "Didn't I send you to protect Su Chen?" Zhuge's question reminded Zhuo Yi of the earlier battle. His expression froze for a moment, and then he spoke in a somewhat exasperated tone. Protect Su Chen? Do you think with Su Chen's strength, he still needs my protection? If he really encounters danger, who knows who will protect whom? Of course, when he said the last sentence, Zhuo Yi's voice was very low. He was someone who cared about his reputation. Zhuo Yi's reaction left Zhuge momentarily stunned, and he looked at Zhuo Yi with a strange expression. Curiously, he asked, "What happened?" As he spoke, he blinked, observing the changes in Zhuo Yi's expression. After all, it was rare for Zhuo Yi to be this flustered. Even when Zhuo Yi had been stripped of his position at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall a few days ago, he hadn't been this agitated. Therefore, Zhuge was very curious about what had happened to make Zhuo Yi appear this way. If possible, Zhuo Yi really didn't want to reveal the embarrassing fact that he had been defeated by Su Chen in one move. However, as Su Chen's guardian, his sudden departure needed a reasonable explanation. Moreover, given Su Chen's current displayed strength, Zhuo Yi felt he should inform Zhuge and even the hall master, Lei Zhan, about Su Chen's current abilities. It's like this. So, after a brief hesitation, Zhuo Yi looked at Zhuge with a serious expression. It's like this. Su Chen returned to the safe zone to rest, right? You just saw Su Chen. You should know about this. I know. And then? Seeing the change in Zhuo Yi's expression, Zhuge's demeanor also became serious as he cast a probing gaze at Zhuo Yi. After returning to the safe zone, Su Chen exchanged the points he earned for training materials, and then he began to cultivate. This time, he gained a lot from his cultivation. After finishing, I continued to observe his situation as before, but who knew he discovered my presence, and then he attacked me. At this point, the scene of his earlier confrontation with Su Chen flashed through Zhuo Yi's mind again, causing his tone to falter. After a moment, he spoke with a complex tone. In one move, I couldn't even withstand a single strike from Su Chen. Zhuo Yi turned to face Zhuge, placing his right middle finger in front of him. He said softly, "So, you should understand why I came back. What did you say?" Although Zhuo Yi's expression made Zhuge take him a bit more seriously, he still didn't think much of what Zhuo Yi was about to say. After all, cultivation. What else could it be? Su Chen couldn't have just effortlessly broken through, could he? However, after hearing Zhuo Yi's account, Zhuge's expression changed entirely. He looked at Zhuo Yi in shock, as if his expression was saying, "You can't be serious." I said, "Su Chen defeated me in one move." After confessing this, the pressure in Zhuo Yi's heart instantly eased. When Zhuge asked, he simply repeated, "Defeated in one move? You've been a 6th-tier martial artist for many years. If he can defeat you in one move, what level of strength does Su Chen have now? He can't possibly have reached the strength of a 7th-tier martial artist." Coming back to his senses from the shock, Zhuge suddenly realized the problem in Zhuo Yi's words. 7th-tier strength. That shouldn't be the case. Zhuo Yi shook his head. Seeing that Zhuge seemed somewhat skeptical, he simply took out the battle video from his earlier confrontation with Su Chen. Just take a look at the specific situation yourself. As Su Chen's guardian, in addition to protecting Su Chen, Zhuo Yi also bore the responsibility of reporting Su Chen's strength to Zhuge. While with Su Chen, Zhuo Yi had kept the recording device on. Because of this, he happened to record a video of the battle between Su Chen and himself. Taking the phone handed to him by Zhuo Yi with a mix of skepticism, Zhuge began to watch the battle video. As the footage played, his doubtful expression gradually faded. It's actually true. Watching Zhuo Yi struggle against Su Chen's onslaught, Zhuge couldn't help but murmur. At that moment, he finally believed what Zhuo Yi had just said. After a while, Zhuge sighed. "So, this is why you came to find me?" Zhuo Yi nodded. "Yes, with Su Chen's current strength, he no longer needs my protection." After saying this, Zhuo Yi's expression turned serious. "I came back this time to report this matter to you and the director, to see who should be arranged to protect Su Chen. Although his strength is formidable now, the beast battlefield is perilous. If he were to be targeted by a lord-level beast." As he spoke, Zhuo Yi fixed his gaze on Zhuge. The reason he hurried back to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was due to concerns for Su Chen's safety. The beasts today are different from those in the past. They possess intelligence like humans and specifically target talented martial artists of the human race. This was Zhuo Yi's worry. In fact, in the past, Zhuo Yi did not believe in the existence of martial arts geniuses in this world. In his view, As long as one worked hard, anyone could become strong. The martial arts resources in the hall should be evenly distributed among all those who wish to cultivate. Because of this, he had once had significant disagreements with Jugaku. Even back then, he arranged for Su Chen to fight the second-tier beast, the Night Grey Wolf, for this very reason. However, with Su Chen's emergence, Zhuo Yi's convictions began to crumble bit by bit. Over the past 2 days of protecting Su Chen, watching him grow stronger at an astonishing speed, Zhuo Yi's inner resolve completely changed. By now, he had fully understood one truth: people are different. In this world, there truly exist martial arts geniuses. They are beings that ordinary people cannot comprehend and are difficult to catch up with. After Zhuo Yi finished speaking, Jugaku looked at him in surprise. After years of knowing Zhuo Yi, Jugaku understood his philosophy well. In the past, he would never have said such obviously biased words. But at this moment, the implication of Zhuo Yi's words was clear. He wanted the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to give Su Chen greater attention and resource allocation. I understand this matter. After retracting his gaze, Jugaku nodded. At this point, he had calmed down. Then let's report this matter to the director as soon as possible. Zhuo Yi's meaning was very clear: to inform Lei Zhan, the director, to make a decision on this matter. After all, compared to him and Jugaku, as the director of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Lei Zhan far surpassed the two in terms of authority and strength. It might not be possible to inform the director. What surprised Zhuo Yi was that after hearing this, Jugaku shook his head, denying his suggestion. Facing Zhuo Yi's puzzled gaze, Jugaku immediately smiled wryly. Because the director is currently not in the hall. Not in the hall? Zhuo Yi exclaimed in surprise. Jugaku nodded and continued. That's right, the director went to the beast battlefield with the city lord and the head of the Seikong family. The beast battlefield? After hearing Jugaku's explanation, Zhuo Yi's expression changed as if he thought of something. Are they planning to encircle and kill a lord-level beast? Jugaku's response confirmed Zhuo Yi's suspicion. That's right. This defensive battle has resulted in over 100,000 casualties in Lin City. This was merely a hunting plan targeting ferocious beasts, and it clearly cannot erase the anger in the hearts of the city lord and the two esteemed directors. As he spoke these words, Jugaku's tone was calm and unruffled. Yet within this calmness lay an endless killing intent. This plan is currently the highest secret of Lin City, known only to a few. As he spoke, Jugaku turned his gaze towards Zhuo Yi. So, you need not worry too much about Su Chen's safety. The great lord ferocious beasts on the battlefield are struggling to protect themselves. How could they have the energy to target Su Chen? Ha! With that, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Jugaku's mouth. In that case, my worries were indeed unfounded. Jugaku's explanation relieved Zhuo Yi, and thinking of the actions of Lei Zhan and the others, a smile also appeared on his lips. I just wonder if the esteemed directors will have a smooth operation this time. Jugaku shook his head. That is not something we should be concerned about. After a pause, he quickly added, however, since you have returned, there happens to be something for you to do. What is it? To properly handle the point statistics and rescue work for the participants of my Extreme Martial Arts Hall on the ferocious beast battlefield. At the same time, pay close attention to the situation of Su Chen and several other talented martial artists. If anything changes, inform me immediately. Alright, I'll take care of it. While Jugaku and Zhuo Yi were discussing the relevant matters, on the other side, Su Chen, wielding a long knife, quickly slaughtered all the golden-horned beasts. As Su Chen sheathed his long knife, the ground around him was already soaked in blood and littered with corpses. Phew! Finally killed them all. Exhaling deeply, Su Chen casually put away his weapon. He then turned his gaze to the other side, where Ran Qingxue, having finished her battle, was also sheathing her sword. However, compared to Su Chen's ease, Ran Qingxue's face looked somewhat pale at this moment. How are you? Are you alright? Su Chen asked with concern as he looked at Ran Qingxue. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. A short rest will do. Ran Qingxue waved her hand, explaining, earlier, to prevent other golden-horned beasts from attacking Su Chen, she had used a secret technique to trap the entire golden-horned beast group. However, this had also led to a significant drain on her energy. As a result, after only a short fight, she had already exhausted her true energy and her face was pale. Then you should rest first, I'll protect you. Seeing Ran Qingxue say this, Su Chen immediately spoke up, but after saying that, he couldn't help but add, however, Your strength needs to be improved. You couldn't hold on for even this short while. Ran Xingxue, who had initially felt a bit touched, clenched her fists upon hearing this. She glared fiercely at Su Chen. How had she not noticed before that Su Chen was so sharp-tongued? Of course, she merely looked. In the end, Ran Xingxue did not speak up to defend herself, being weaker than others. Saying more would only be self-deprecating. Yet in her heart, she silently vowed, "One day, when my strength surpasses yours, I will make you regret it." With this thought, Ran Xingxue sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to cultivate to recover her depleted true energy. Su Chen, seeing this scene, smiled and then began to clean up the battlefield. He first walked to the corpse of the deceased golden-horned beast leader, swinging his knife to split the body apart. Then, using both hands, he began to throw the corpses in front of him into the nearby black hole, destroying a spineless golden-horned beast leader's right half. Compensation for vitality plus 136, destroying a 6th-tier ferocious beast golden-horned beast leader's remains. Compensation for Qinglong martial body plus 21, destroying a golden-horned beast leader's remains that attempted to beast rape. Compensation for vitality plus 148, destroying a golden-horned beast leader's body that lacked insight. Compensation. With Su Chen's movements, the system's prompt sound soon echoed in his ears. At the same time, Su Chen could clearly feel that the blood and true energy within him began to rapidly strengthen. Not only that, but Su Chen's physical strength also started to slowly increase. The most obvious change was that his skin began to shine, and even in the dark environment, he could sense a faint blue light flickering. Accompanied by the flickering blue light, Su Chen could distinctly feel that the vitality within him was becoming increasingly rich. Is this the Azure Dragon martial body? Su Chen thought leisurely as he sensed the changes in his body. He could clearly perceive the differences in his body compared to before. If he had been injured in battle previously, it would take him 1 or 2 months to recover to his peak state. Now, as long as he wasn't mortally wounded, Su Chen could perfectly recover in the blink of an eye. With the power of the Azure Dragon martial body, no one of the same strength, whether a martial artist or a fierce beast, would be my opponent. With these thoughts, Su Chen stood up and walked towards the corpses of the other golden-horned beasts, destroying a 5th-tier fierce beast golden-horned beast corpse. Compensation Azure Dragon martial body plus 7, destroying a 5th-tier fierce beast golden-horned beast corpse. Compensation blood and true energy plus 63, destroying a 5th-tier fierce beast golden-horned beast corpse. Compensation. With Su Chen's actions, he quickly used his innate ability to destroy all the golden-horned beast corpses scattered on the ground. Once everything was finished, Su Chen turned his gaze to the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/472. Realm, 4th-tier martial artist. True energy realm, physique, Azure Dragon martial body, 421, needs 579 more physique to cultivate to the great completion realm. Martial arts phenomenon, Azure Dragon's Eye, a rare martial arts phenomenon formed by practicing the Azure Dragon martial arts. Those who achieve this phenomenon can borrow the Divine Lord's pressure to intimidate opponents. Body like thunder, the martial body can briefly transform into thunder, executing a secret technique that spans 1,000 miles in an instant. Martial skills, True Dragon Stance, 100%, has reached the perfect realm. Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 63%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to the peak realm. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 65%, needs 15% proficiency to upgrade to the peak realm. Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 60%, needs 20% proficiency to upgrade to the peak realm. Heavenly Gang Profound Art, 41%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to the Great Completion Realm. Burning Life Tribulation, 22%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to the Minor Completion Realm. Blood and True Energy Value, 3,462, needs 1538 blood and true energy value to upgrade to a 5th-tier martial artist. Armor, Azure Jade Armor Weapon, Guandao, just 1538 more blood and true energy value, and I can cultivate to a 5th-tier martial artist. Seeing his current blood and true energy value, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Su Chen's eyes. With the increase in blood and true energy value, he could feel that his strength had significantly improved compared to before. At this rate, it won't be long before I can cultivate to become a 5th-tier martial artist. Nodding, Su Chen then turned his gaze to the physique section. I didn't expect my physique to undergo such a change. Looking at the Azure Dragon martial body displayed in the physique section, Su Chen couldn't help but whisper softly. He was referring to the fusion of his physique and the attributes of the Azure Dragon martial body caused by destroying the golden-horned beast leader's life source. In fact, Su-chen had already known about this change since the system's mutation. It was just that at that time, he was busy slaying fierce beasts and didn't check the specific situation. It seems that the information displayed on the system interface is not static, it adjusts itself according to my cultivation progress. The reason for this change this time is likely because I have cultivated the Azure Dragon martial body. Looking at the system interface in front of him, Su-chen nodded thoughtfully. After realizing this, he withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Ran Xingxue beside him. Seeing that she was still cultivating, Su-chen pulled back his gaze. He then took out his phone and began to plan his upcoming itinerary. Of course, during this process, Su-chen also conveniently uploaded the battle video of his recent kill of the Golden Horned Beast tribe to the official system. Currently, there are not many 6th-tier ferocious beasts left in the inner area, and the closest one to here is the Azure Lake in the southwest, where a 5th-tier ferocious beast tribe of the Yangtze ancient crocodile is lurking. Su-chen murmured to himself while looking at the ferocious beast distribution map he had just organized with Ran Xingxue. He then frowned. The reason for this was that Su-chen discovered that the few 6th-tier ferocious beasts still recorded on the map were quite difficult to deal with. Take the Yangtze ancient crocodile tribe, which is closest to him, for example. Although this tribe is only a 5th-tier ferocious beast tribe, due to their living habits, most of the time, these beasts would hide in deep water and rarely move on land. As a result, to deal with this tribe, one would have to enter the water as well. But with my current strength, once I enter the water, my abilities will definitely be greatly reduced. Thinking about the need to enter the water to fight the Yangtze ancient crocodile tribe, Su-chen frowned. Just as Su-chen was feeling troubled by the Yangtze ancient crocodile tribe, the Points Statistics Department in the City Lord's Mansion received the battle video uploaded by Su-chen. Su-chen has killed another 6th-tier ferocious beast? After this points update, his ranking will probably rise to 4th place, and then it will truly be a competition among the top 4. He killed a 6th-tier ferocious beast, so Su-chen has also gone to the core area? No, Su-chen is still in the inner area of the ferocious beast battlefield. The beast he killed this time is the Golden Horned Beast Leader. The Golden Horned Beast Leader? That's a tough opponent. Its innate golden horn not only has powerful attack capabilities but can also launch long-range attacks. Ordinary 6th-tier martial artists are no match for it, even strong 6th-tier martial artists can defeat it easily, but killing it is quite difficult. Indeed, not long ago, Lei Jin, who was ranked 2nd, encountered it and couldn't kill it. I didn't expect it to die at Su-chen's hands. Doesn't that mean Su-chen's strength is greater than Lei Jin's? Not necessarily. I watched the battle video. The reason Su-chen was able to kill the Golden Horned Beast Leader was that his talent restrained the leader's golden horn, which allowed him to successfully slay it. I see. No wonder. However, after the Golden Horned Beast Leader's death, there aren't many 6th-tier ferocious beasts left in the inner area of the battlefield. I wonder what choice Su-chen will make next. I guess he will most likely head to the core area. Given Su-chen's strength and performance during this time, he will definitely compete for the 1st place. Now, the remaining 6th-tier ferocious beasts in the inner area of the battlefield are all tough opponents, just like the Yangtze ancient crocodile leader, which, taking advantage of its terrain, is difficult for even 7th-tier martial artists to kill. In this situation, if Su-chen wants to achieve a good result, he can only go to the ferocious beast battlefield. Yes, the 6th-tier ferocious beasts still alive in the inner area of the battlefield are all tough opponents. If it weren't for this, Xiangbu and the others wouldn't risk going to the core area. Enough talk, let's first tally the points and update the rankings as soon as possible. Update the rankings, update the rankings. The results are out. Su-chen has indeed climbed to 4th place. 4th place, just as expected. Now we just wait for Su-chen to head to the core area. Ha, let's sit back and wait for the show to begin. It's our luck to witness so many talented individuals competing. As Su-chen uploaded the battle video, the members of the Points Statistics Department immediately began to discuss. Naturally, they were in a good mood. After all, as members of Lin City, they were pleased to see martial arts geniuses emerging. For them, the stronger Su-chen's displayed strength, the happier they were. Meanwhile, as the Points Department updated the rankings, on the other side, under Zhugaku's arrangement, Joy E has taken on his new job position. In such a short time, I changed 3 job positions. It's quite something. While understanding his work responsibilities, he realized this was already the 3rd job he had taken on during this period. Joy E couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. And speaking of which, the reason for this is all because of Su Chen. It was because of Su Chen that he was initially removed from his position as the person in charge of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall's arena competition. It was also because of Su Chen that he returned to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to take on the role of a guardian. Similarly, it was because of Su Chen that he began to handle the scoring and rescue work for this competition at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Let's first check the situation of this group of martial artists. As he spoke, a virtual screen appeared before Zhuo Yi. Then, it began to display various information about the talented martial artists from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Xiang Bu, Su Chen, Ran Xingxue. His gaze moved from top to bottom as Zhuo Yi started to understand the information of the martial artists participating in this competition. Xiang Bu is currently ranked first in total points, and he is now in the core area of the Beast battlefield. Following closely is Su Chen, who is currently ranked fourth. Zhuo Yi's gaze lingered slightly on Su Chen. He has already reached fourth place? As Su Chen's previous guardian, Zhuo Yi naturally had an understanding of Su Chen's situation. He clearly remembered that before returning to rest, Su Chen's points ranking was still in sixth place. And now, in such a short time, Su Chen's ranking had already risen to fourth place. What a terrifying rate of improvement! Although he had witnessed Su Chen's rise in strength multiple times and even had the experience of being defeated by Su Chen, he still couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at Su Chen's rapid progress. After his moment of reflection, Zhuo Yi gathered his thoughts and began to check other information, but soon his brows furrowed tightly. But why is Su Chen still in the surrounding area of the Beast battlefield? Looking at the information indicating Su Chen's current location, Zhuo Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. As a 6th-tier martial artist, although he hadn't gone to hunt the beasts, he was still aware of the situation in the Beast battlefield. He knew that with the influx of martial artists from Lin City into the Beast battlefield, the number of beasts had begun to decrease rapidly. In the surrounding area of the Beast battlefield, the number of surviving 6th-tier beasts was now very few. For this reason, when he saw Su Chen's ranking rise to 4th place in such a short time, Zhuo Yi instinctively thought that Su Chen must have gone to the core area of the Beast battlefield to achieve such results. Who would have thought that Su Chen was still in the surrounding area of the Beast battlefield? I wonder if Su Chen has dealt with that tough opponent. With a slight frown, Zhuo Yi couldn't help but murmur. He was also clear about the situation in the surrounding area of the Beast battlefield. Zhuo Yi knew that the surviving 6th-tier beasts in the surrounding area of the Beast battlefield were quite difficult to deal with. Some of these 6th-tier beasts were as challenging to kill as 7th-tier beasts. It was for this reason that many powerful martial artists chose to head to the core area of the Beast battlefield. However, given the current situation, it seems Su Chen will soon head to the core area of the Beast battlefield. As thoughts of the few 6th-tier beasts still alive in the surrounding area of the Beast battlefield flashed through his mind, Zhuo Yi couldn't help but speak to himself. In his heart, he didn't believe that Su Chen had the strength to deal with the remaining 6th-tier beasts in the surrounding area. If he couldn't handle these beasts, then Su Chen staying in the surrounding area of the Beast battlefield would lose its significance. Because killing 5th-tier beasts was not enough for Su Chen to secure first place in the competition. This was also the reason Zhuo Yi was so certain. However, just as Zhuo Yi was thinking this, on the other side of the Beast battlefield, Su Chen, who had been pondering for a long time, finally relaxed his tightly furrowed brows. In the end, it's just a 6th-tier ferocious beast and a few 5th-tier ones. I don't believe I can't kill them. A faint voice came from Su Chen's mouth, and a killing intent began to brew within him. This also meant that he had decided to take action against the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan. After some contemplation, Su Chen ultimately decided to act against the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan. Of course, the reason for this decision was also because Su Chen had now cultivated the Azure Dragon martial body. With the powerful recovery ability of the Azure Dragon martial body, Su Chen was confident. Even in underwater combat, he could annihilate the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan. Clang! Clang! Just as Su Chen decided to take action against the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan, a sharp and beautiful scream suddenly rang in his ears. Turning his head, Su Chen saw an ice and snow-colored phoenix phantom soaring in the nearby forest. Its noble and graceful figure made Su Chen's eyes flash with amazement. Even though he had seen this phoenix phantom several times, every time he saw it, he would feel astonished. It was a beauty that could not be described or depicted in words. The moment you see it, an instinctive recognition would unconsciously arise deep within your heart. Beneath this figure, Ran Xingxue was sitting cross-legged. Her tranquil figure resembled a sleeping ice and snow goddess. Whoosh, a gentle breeze blew by, and Ran Qingxue opened her eyes. A cold blue light burst forth from her eyes, causing the air to freeze for a moment. Exhaling a long breath, Ran Qingxue calmed herself and felt the condition within her body. After a while, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Finally recovered. With a soft murmur, Ran Qingxue stood up, and with her movement, the ice and snow phoenix that had been flying around her slowly dissipated. After standing up, Ran Qingxue scanned her surroundings and then looked at Su Chen. Are you done? Naturally, what Ran Qingxue referred to was Su Chen's act of destroying the ferocious beast's corpse. After spending these days in the ferocious beast battlefield, Ran Qingxue had become accustomed to Su Chen destroying the ferocious beast's corpse after the battle. Hence, she asked this question. Done. Su Chen nodded with a smile. What about you? Are you recovered? Ran Qingxue gently nodded. Seeing Ran Qingxue's response, Su Chen's smile brightened a bit. That's good. In that case, we can continue our actions. When he said this, Su Chen's tone was filled with urgency. I just checked the surroundings, and the closest clan to our position is the Yangtze Ancient Crocodile clan by the Azure Lake. Next, I plan to take action against this clan. If you have no objections, we can set off immediately. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ran Qingxue rolled her eyes and said irritably, If I had objections, would you not go? Of course not. Su Chen replied as if it were a matter of course. This answer made Ran Qingxue furious and made her realize once again Su Chen's terrible personality. However, due to the gap in strength, she ultimately did not dare to refute. Ran Qingxue knew very well that Su Chen had no concept of cherishing the fairer sex. If you provoke Su Chen, he would really beat you up. Don't let me surpass you in strength one day, she thought fiercely in her heart. But on the surface, Ran Qingxue smiled and spoke. Alright, then our next opponent is the Yangtze Ancient Crocodile clan. Ran Qingxue's response made Su Chen nod in satisfaction. And then he activated the Purple Sky Thunder escape technique and headed towards the Yangtze Ancient Crocodile clan. Of course, on the way to the Azure Lake, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue also discussed their battle strategy. The Yangtze Ancient Crocodile clan is different from the ferocious beasts we dealt with before. They are amphibious ferocious beasts, and most of the time they live in water. During the battle, I will first enter the water to drive them out. You stay outside, keep a lookout, and prevent them from escaping. Alright, then I'll wait by the lake. Once any ferocious beasts appear, I'll intercept them. After a simple discussion, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue transformed into two beams of purple and white light, heading towards the Azure Lake. The ferocious beast clan has a strong sense of territory. Each group occupies a piece of land as their territory and forbids other ferocious beasts from entering. The Golden Horned Beast Clan, as a fifth-tier ferocious beast group, is a powerful clan even within the ferocious beast battlefield. Moreover, their leader, the Golden Horned Beast Leader, is a sixth-tier ferocious beast. With great strength comes great deterrence, a principle that has remained unchanged since ancient times. In practice, this means that the territory of the Golden Horned Beast Clan is vast. Even with Su Chen and Ran Qingxue's speed, it took them a full 10 minutes to step out of the Golden Horned Beast Clan's territory. After leaving the territory of the Golden Horned Clan, a few more minutes passed. Su Chen's eyes were met with a lake surface as clear and transparent as crystal. From a distance, the lake appeared extremely beautiful, like a massive gem embedded in the earth. However, the moment they saw the lake, both Su Chen and Ran Qingxue revealed serious expressions. Be aware of your surroundings, Su Chen said in a low voice as he looked at the Azure Lake. Okay, Ran Qingxue nodded, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Seeing the Azure Lake meant they had entered the territory of the Yangtze Ancient Crocodile clan. In this situation, they naturally had to be cautious to prevent an attack from the Yangtze Ancient Crocodile clan, and at the same time, they were also on guard against them escaping. As Su Chen focused his gaze, he quickly noticed something unusual on the ground not far away. Whoosh, a gentle breeze blew, and a silver-white broadsword appeared in Su Chen's hand. He then swung the long knife, and a pale blue light shot like a meteor towards the area of anomaly in the distance. Thud! The muffled sound of the blade hitting flesh echoed, and then a splash of bright red color emerged on the grass. This was the color of blood. Upon closer inspection, there was a massive corpse surrounded by the bright red. Its fierce head was covered in pitch-black scales, and even in death, it still emanated a powerful aura. It was a fifth-tier ferocious beast, the Yangtze Ancient Crocodile. Ha! Still trying to ambush? Su Chen coldly scoffed as he withdrew his gaze from the dead Yangtze ancient crocodile. He then moved towards other areas where anomalies were present. The broadsword he held upside down radiated a chilling killing intent. In the dense forest, the Yangtze ancient crocodiles that had been lurking finally revealed themselves after sensing the drastic change before them. Roar! A deep, hoarse sound erupted from their throats, and their figures shot towards the azure lake like arrows released from a bow. Realizing the powerful killing intent emanating from Su Chen, they knew they were no match for him. Thus, these Yangtze ancient crocodiles instinctively chose to return to the lake to evade Su Chen's pursuit. Of course, in their minds, they also harbored the thought of returning to their familiar territory to counterattack Su Chen. A fierce, bloodthirsty light flickered in their eyes as their massive, dark figures rushed towards the nearby lake like a rain of arrows. Su Chen, wielding the silver-white long knife, followed closely behind. The scene before them unfolded like a painting, gradually revealing itself in front of Ran Qingxue. This sight left her momentarily stunned. How brutal, she thought, and with a flash of silver light, her long sword appeared in her hand. Ran Qingxue's figure shot forward like a sharp arrow, heading towards the nearby Yangtze ancient crocodile clan. With the enhancement of her martial skills, Su Chen's strength now ranked him among the absolute strong even among 6th-tier warriors, a level few could rival. With such strength, Su Chen quickly displayed overwhelming dominance against the 5th-tier ferocious beast, the Yangtze ancient crocodile. Faced with Su Chen, these Yangtze ancient crocodiles had no power to resist and could only flee. Soon, except for a few alert ones that escaped into the water, all the Yangtze ancient crocodiles left on the shore were slaughtered by Su Chen, turning into corpses. After all the Yangtze ancient crocodiles on the shore were killed, Su Chen finally stopped his movements. However, he moved to the edge of the azure lake, his gaze fixed on the water. From Su Chen's perspective, he could easily see that countless Yangtze ancient crocodiles were staring at him with cold eyes in the azure lake. Gugugu, if you're not afraid of death, come in. If you have the guts, chase after me. Human, damn human, do you dare to come in? In the azure lake, some Yangtze ancient crocodiles were even taunting Su Chen. They emitted a series of low growls, as if provoking him. In response, Su Chen's expression turned noticeably colder. Tap tap tap. At that moment, footsteps approached Su Chen. What should we do now? Ran Qingxue, who had come to Su Chen's side, frowned and asked as she looked at the Yangtze ancient crocodiles in the lake. No rush, let them be arrogant for a while. Su Chen chuckled lightly and shook his head. He then turned around and walked in the opposite direction of the lake. Seeing this, a hint of confusion rose in Ran Qingxue's eyes. She didn't understand why Su Chen was leaving. This wasn't like his character. The Yangtze ancient crocodiles in the lake observed this scene, thinking that Su Chen was afraid of them. They immediately let out a series of low growls. Gu. The sound was thick with mockery and disdain. In the water of the azure lake, a massive Yangtze ancient crocodile, entirely black and over 3 times the size of an ordinary one, was quietly watching everything on the shore with its huge, bloodthirsty eyes. After seeing Su Chen retreat, a trace of contempt flashed in its eyes. Cowardly human. Thinking this, it withdrew its gaze and began to swim towards the center of the lake. As the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan, it was confident in its strength to easily kill the human on the shore. However, it would never leave the water to engage on land. Never give up your advantage to fight the opponent. This was a principle the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles had always followed. It was precisely because of this that it had survived until now, growing into the king of the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan. On the other side, after leaving the lake's edge, Su Chen bent down to start collecting the corpses of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles he had just slain. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew, and a dark circular shadow appeared beside Su Chen, destroying 4th-tier ferocious beast Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation vitality plus 43, destroying 4th-tier ferocious beast Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation lifespan plus 21, destroying 4th-tier ferocious beast Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation azure dragon martial body plus 18, destroying 4th-tier ferocious beast Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation. As Su Chen moved, the system's notification sound quickly reached his ears. At the same time, the vitality value within Su Chen began to boil, and a faint azure glow started to emanate around him. Indeed, the reason Su Chen suddenly left the shore was to destroy the corpses of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles he had just slain to enhance his own strength. Although Su Chen was confident that with his current strength, He could slay all the Yangtze ancient crocodiles even if he entered the lake. It was better to be cautious. Rather than rashly entering, he chose to further improve his strength before proceeding. It was not about anything else, but about being steady. Seeing Su Chen leave the shore, Ran Qingxue was initially puzzled, but when she saw Su Chen's actions, she quickly realized. So it wasn't about being good, but rather, at the moment when Ran Qingxue's thoughts flashed by, Su Chen had already completely destroyed the corpse of the Yangtze ancient crocodile by the shore. Feeling the increasing abundance of his internal energy and the growing vitality within his body, Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. He then turned to look at the nearby azure lake. A silver-white blade appeared, and Su Chen faced the lake. Stepping forward, "Be on guard, don't let these beasts escape later." A indifferent voice rang in Ran Qingxue's ear. Then, she saw a purple light flash past her. Boom! Soon, a loud sound erupted. A splash of water shot up from the azure lake, reaching several dozen meters high. As Su Chen's figure disappeared, the ripples from the splash lingered for a long time. After leaping into the water, Su Chen, holding a long knife, charged towards the Yangtze ancient crocodile in his line of sight. Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. Su Chen's calm voice echoed like the whisper of death, spreading continuously in the lake. At the same time, sharp azure light burst forth from the blade in Su Chen's hand. Splash! The sound of the lake water splitting came, accompanied by the flash of azure blade light, as the water in front of the blade instantly evaporated, turning into a pitch-black void. Boom boom! The blade light crisscrossed, and at that moment, a violent sound erupted from the lake water within the azure lake. The Yangtze ancient crocodiles, which had been clamoring and provoking Su Chen to enter, now had their expressions frozen. They hadn't even had time to retract their arrogant faces before they saw a sweeping azure blade light coming towards them. In that moment, the eyes of the Yangtze ancient crocodile were filled with this blade light. They hadn't even had time to react or feel fear. The blade light had already sliced through their bodies. To soft sound, and then the massive, pitch-black Yangtze ancient crocodile was split in two, as if paper had been torn apart. Splash splash! Countless bright red blood flowed out from its severed body, dyeing the lake a deep crimson. In the center of the lake, the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles, who was wandering and preparing to rest, sensed the commotion not far away and immediately turned around. Then, it saw a scene that made its eyes widen in disbelief. Roar! Immediately, the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile raised its head. A tremendous roar erupted from its mouth, creating ripples that shook the surrounding lake water. In that instant, immense anger began to brew in the heart of the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile. This was something it had never experienced in its life. Even the powerful thunder warrior who had come 2 days ago had not brought it such humiliation. Right in front of it, in the azure lake, its kin was slaughtered, seeking death. The immense anger simmered within, and then a roar erupted, gurgle like thunder. Even in the water, it created massive ripples. As it moved, the river water seemed to come alive, swirling densely and heading towards Su Chen's direction. Holding the long knife, Su Chen, who was slaying the Yangtze ancient crocodiles in the water, quickly noticed the change. He looked indifferently at the enormous figure of the Yangtze ancient crocodile leader in the distance, disregarding its movements. But soon, he unconsciously furrowed his brows. Countless streams of water seemed to come alive, swirling around him. In an instant, Su Chen felt as if he were trapped in amber, his movements restricted. In fact, since Su Chen entered the water, he had found that both his actions and attacks were greatly limited, if expressed in specific values. Then on land, his explosive attack power would be 10, while in the water, it would only be 8. Not only that, but Su Chen would also be hindered in his movements. His speed underwater was noticeably slower than on land. At first, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to this because he was confident that even with only 80% of his strength, he could defeat the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan in the lake. However, as the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles moved, Su Chen realized that everything had changed. At that moment, Su Chen felt as if the surrounding lake water was being controlled by the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles. It began to suppress his ability to exert power. If at first he could exert 80% of his strength upon entering the water, now, according to Su Chen's estimation, he could probably exert less than 50%. Is this the reason why so many warriors have returned in defeat? When he decided to come to the Azure Lake to deal with the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan, Su Chen had also looked into the information about them. He knew that before this, there had been powerful warriors who had targeted the Yangtze ancient crocodiles, yet, every one of them had failed and returned in defeat. Su Chen had been somewhat puzzled as to why this was the case. At this moment, facing the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles, he finally understood the reason. But if that's all there is to it, it's still not enough. With a faint smile, Su Chen slowly raised his head to look at the distant leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles. His indifferent expression made the leader, who was launching an attack, tremble with unease. But soon, it seemed to feel a great insult. With a tremendous roar, it bellowed. The roar caused the lake water to tremble. As if the lake had come to life at that moment, it began to unleash its power against Su Chen. The boundless lake water seemed to come alive, releasing immense strength to attack Su Chen. In an instant, Su Chen felt his body endure tremendous pressure. Under this oppression, he felt endless injuries arise within him. A flurry of attacks transmitted from around his body to within, manifesting as visible wounds. Su Chen couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. At that moment, he finally witnessed the power of the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles. Within the Azure Lake, the leader was like a god of the lake, able to use the lake's power to attack its opponent at will. Here, it had the advantage of the terrain. Although the leader was only a 6th-tier fierce beast, the power it could unleash was not at all inferior to that of a 7th-tier fierce beast. No wonder. A look of realization appeared in Su Chen's eyes. At that moment, he finally understood the feelings of the many defeated warriors. If an ordinary 6th-tier warrior were subjected to such constraints and pressure, it would indeed be difficult to have any strength left to fight. But that's others, for me. A faint whisper escaped Su Chen's lips, and then he raised his head. Strands of azure light burst forth from his eyes. Su Chen's body, which had been injured and oppressed by the lake water, quickly recovered completely under the flow of azure light. Whoosh! Within Su Chen, the pale azure true energy flowed like a river, circulating freely within his body and growing faster. At that moment, Su Chen began to operate the Azure Dragon martial arts with all his might. The Azure Dragon martial body also displayed powerful recovery abilities at this moment. Under the flow of azure light, not only did Su Chen's internal injuries recover quickly, but his external aura also revealed immense power. Still far from enough, Su Chen's calm voice transformed into thunder, echoing through the lake. On the other side, the Yangtze ancient crocodile saw that the human warrior in the distance, under its attack, was as stiff as the other human warriors it had seen before. A trace of mockery flashed in its eyes. "You killed my kin, today, I will make you pay the price." Thinking to himself, the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile swayed its massive body and began to approach Su Chen. It had already made up its mind on how to ravage the human warrior before it, who was oblivious to the danger. It wanted to tear this human warrior's body into pieces, feeding its kin with his remains. Only in this way could it erase the hatred in its heart. With this thought, the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile's body swayed slowly. The azure lake's water rippled, as if welcoming its master, clearing a path for it to move forward. A cruel and savage expression emerged deep within the Yangtze ancient crocodile. It had already begun to envision the scene that would follow. Just then, a voice like thunder exploded in its ears. Not nearly enough, the booming sound stunned the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile. It raised its head, staring blankly at the human warrior who had just been frozen in place not far away. Then, it saw boundless azure light erupting from the human warrior's body. In that light, it felt an immense vitality. That powerful vitality was something it had never seen in its life. Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. Suddenly, a sweeping blade of light descended from the human warrior enveloped in azure light from afar. It was the same rich azure light, a similar aura of vitality. Yet beneath this boundless vitality, the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile also sensed an endless aura of death. The leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile's massive head stared blankly at everything. It had not yet recovered from the sudden turn of events. Then it saw a sweeping blade of light appear before its eyes. Whoosh, like a gentle breeze, it brushed past its ears. The leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile didn't even feel a hint of pain. The blade of light passed through its body like a soft wind. Gurgle at that moment, the roar it had left in the lake still echoed faintly. However, the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile's massive body had already lost its vitality. Its enormous eyes had completely lost their vigor, no longer exuding the ferocious bloodthirstiness from before. Soon, a loud crash sounded, like a shattering glass bottle. the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile's massive body was instantly dismembered, turning into countless fragments. Bright red blood instantly stained the surrounding lake water a deep crimson. In an instant, the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile was dead. At that moment, its cruelty, coldness, and even its imagined scenarios all seemed to turn into a joke. In the distance, Su Chen watched everything with indifference. To die under my peak 9 heavens azure dragon slash is also your honor. His calm words marked the end of the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile's life. There was no grandeur, no heroism, death came silently. At the same time, the burning life calamity technique circulating within Su Chen gradually came to a halt. Indeed, just now, to slay the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile, Su Chen had activated burning life calamity, temporarily elevating the realm of 9 heavens azure dragon slash to its peak. And 9 heavens azure dragon slash truly lived up to its powerful A-grade martial arts status. With just one slash, it completely killed the formidable leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile. Retracting his gaze from the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile, Su Chen looked towards the other Yangtze ancient crocodiles in the lake. The leader is dead. This is impossible. How could this be? How could this human kill our leader? This must all be a lie. The leader is dead. Run! With the death of the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile, the other Yangtze ancient crocodiles scattered like headless chickens. In an instant, chaos erupted, and they began to flee in all directions. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately activated the purple sky thunder escape technique and began to pursue the group of Yangtze ancient crocodiles. With the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile dead and losing its suppressive attack, although Su Chen still couldn't unleash his full strength, even using only 80% of his power to slay these 5th-tier ferocious beasts was still very easy for him. Die! As the whisper of death echoed, Su Chen transformed into a beam of purple light, chasing after the distant Yangtze ancient crocodile. Whoosh! Countless green blades of light erupted from Su Chen's guandao, slashing down the fleeing Yangtze ancient crocodiles one by one. Some of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles, faced with this situation, had no choice but to flee towards the shore. At this moment, for them, the lake that had once been their lifeline had become a land of death. Staying here meant only one path, death. On the shore of the Azure Lake, Ran Xingxue paced anxiously, glancing worriedly at the water. Although she had confidence in Su Chen's strength, she had also seen the situation in the martial artist forum. The Azure Lake was a perilous place that had caused many 6th-tier martial artists to return in defeat. Ran Xingxue was very worried that Su Chen might encounter an accident. If I had known, I should have dissuaded him. Seeing that Su Chen had been in the lake for a while, Ran Xingxue couldn't help but murmur. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Then, she saw a violent sound erupting from the distant Azure Lake. Turning her head, she saw a massive Yangtze ancient crocodile leaping out of the lake. Yangtze ancient crocodile, Ran Xingxue whispered softly, and then as if she thought of something, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Su Chen succeeded? With this thought, her long sword appeared in her hand, and her figure transformed into a light blue beam, rushing towards the distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a fierce whistling sound arose, and beside Ran Xingxue, a faint blue phoenix phantom emerged, supporting her like a goddess of ice and snow. Ran Xingxue clearly remembered Su Chen's reminder before entering the Azure Lake. Don't let a single Yangtze ancient crocodile escape. With her thoughts racing, Ran Xingxue's figure moved like a light blue breeze, charging towards the Yangtze ancient crocodile that had jumped out of the lake. Thud! With a swing of her sword, accompanied by a loud crash, the Yangtze ancient crocodile was instantly split in two, turning into a corpse. With the increase in strength, ordinary 5th-tier ferocious beasts were no longer a match for Su Chen and Ran Xingxue. Therefore, after the death of the Yangtze ancient crocodile leader, the ordinary Yangtze ancient crocodiles faced a one-sided slaughter at the hands of Su Chen and Ran Xingxue. Under their combined efforts, soon all the Yangtze ancient crocodiles inside and outside the Azure Lake had been slain. Looking at the surrounding water, which had turned into a sea of blood, Su Chen let out a light breath. Finally killed them all. After a long sigh, Su Chen's expression became calm. Next, it's time to reap the rewards. As he spoke, a massive black hole appeared beside him, and he began to collect the scattered corpses of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles in the water one by one, destroying 5th-tier ferocious beast Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation plus 43 vitality, destroying 5th-tier ferocious beast Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation plus 18 physique, destroying the body of the 6th-tier ferocious beast Yangtze ancient crocodile leader. Compensation plus 128 vitality, destroying the powerful 6th tier ferocious beast Yangtze ancient crocodile leader's body. Compensation. As Su Chen moved, the system's prompt soon rang in his ears. At the same time, Su Chen could feel his vitality and the strength of his Qinglong martial body rapidly rising. After he had destroyed all the Yangtze ancient crocodile corpses in the lake, Su Chen then moved his body towards the shore. As Su Chen left, the azure lake returned to a state of tranquility. However, compared to the clear water at the beginning, the azure lake had now turned blood red. When Su Chen emerged from the lake, he saw Ran Xingxue, with her silver hair, sheathing her sword. "So, you didn't let this group of beasts escape, right?" Looking at the scattered corpses of the Yangtze ancient crocodiles by the shore, Su Chen asked Ran Xingxue, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. It felt as if he were doubting her. Originally astonished by Su Chen's strength, Ran Xingxue's expression darkened upon seeing his face. She replied irritably, "They didn't escape. All of them were killed." As she spoke, she rolled her eyes, as if to refute Su Chen's doubts. "That's good." Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Ignoring Ran Xingxue's expression, he immediately walked towards the corpse of the Yangtze ancient crocodile on the ground, destroying a 5th tier fierce beast. Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation for vitality plus 43, destroying a 5th tier fierce beast. Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation for lifespan plus 21, destroying a 5th tier fierce beast. Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation for azure dragon martial body plus 18, destroying a 5th tier fierce beast. Yangtze ancient crocodile. Compensation. A black hole appeared beside him, and Su Chen began the work of destroying the fierce beast again. Of course, during the busy moments, Su Chen also uploaded the battle video of him slaying the fierce beast to the system. In the city lord's mansion, the department responsible for score statistics. As Su Chen uploaded the battle video, discussions erupted once more within the department. "I didn't expect Su Chen actually went to the Azure Lake and exterminated the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan." Looking at his strike against the Yangtze ancient crocodile leader, Su Chen's 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash has probably reached A level, a peak A level martial art. I doubt even Xiangbu, who is currently ranked first in points, has reached this level. Generally, only 9th tier warriors can cultivate a martial skill to its peak. I can't believe Su Chen has achieved this before breaking through to 7th tier. It's truly unbelievable. At this rate, Su Chen might really take first place in this competition. Xiangbu and the others must be getting anxious now. Quick, update the scores and see if Su Chen can rank third after this update. Because Su Chen uploaded the battle video, the score statistics department was immediately filled with exclamations. On one hand, they were amazed that Su Chen could actually slay the tough Yangtze ancient crocodile leader. On the other hand, they were astonished that Su Chen could cultivate the A-level martial art 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash to its peak without even breaking through to become a 7th tier warrior. Of course, they were unaware that their assumptions were a misunderstanding. Su Chen had not cultivated 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash to its peak. The reason he could perform the peak version of 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash was due to the life-burning calamity. However, due to his talent, using life-burning calamity had no side effects for Su Chen. As the score department updated Su Chen's data, the warriors in Lin City immediately noticed this change. Su Chen's points have risen again. Su Chen's points have been increasing rapidly lately, now surpassing 70,000. It won't be long before he catches up to Lin Shuang, who is in third place. I originally thought Xiangbu and the others were secure in the top 3, but now it seems the outcome is still uncertain. Speaking of which, I watched Su Chen grow step by step. The first time I saw him, he was battling 2nd tier fierce beasts, and now he can slay 6th tier fierce beasts. It's truly. Do you think Su Chen will take first place in this competition? If someone had said that 2 days ago, I would have scolded them. But now, it's hard to say. How do you think Su Chen has trained to improve his strength so quickly? Like he's on a rocket? Perhaps that's what genius is. By the way, Su Chen is also a member of our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. If he can make it into the top 3 of the Fierce Beast competition, our school will occupy 2 of the top 3 positions, completely overshadowing the Thunder God Martial Arts School and the City Lord's Mansion. Su Chen really brings honor to our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. In a spacious and luxurious room, Huang Feng, dressed in black, fixed his gaze on his phone. He was watching the discussions about Su Chen on the martial artist forum. A sense of pride appeared on his face. Although I guess that Su Chen had extraordinary talent and would likely grow into a powerful martial artist in the future. I didn't expect his growth to be this rapid, Huang Feng mused, pulling his gaze away from the phone with a sigh. At that moment, memories of his first meeting with Su Chen flooded back to him. Back then, Su Chen was still quite immature. Due to his family circumstances, he even took a part-time job at the South Wind garbage dump to earn some money. When they first met, even facing an ordinary martial artist like Huang Feng, Su Chen's expression was serious. Speaking of which, I once sponsored him because I could relate to his situation. But looking back now, Huang Feng recalled the time he met Su Chen at the South Wind garbage dump, shortly after Su Chen had just broken through to become a martial artist. Because of their similar pasts, he had transferred some money to Su Chen to help him on his martial arts journey. Of course, his initial introduction of Su Chen to Zhugaku was also partly motivated by this. Shaking his head, he said, "Deciding to open this South Wind garbage dump was truly my fortune, otherwise, I wouldn't have formed this bond with Su Chen." Huang Feng stepped toward the window, gazing at the setting sun on the horizon. Feeling the endless radiance it emitted, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. In that sun, he seemed to faintly see Su Chen's figure. Although he cherished that bond from the past, Huang Feng did not reach out to Su Chen. He understood one thing very clearly: given their relationship, he might only have one opportunity in his lifetime to ask Su Chen for something. Such an opportunity, he certainly could not waste. This might be a chance to change the fate of my entire clan, so I must save this request for the right moment. As he spoke softly, Huang Feng looked again at the vast sun in the sky. This time, he widened his eyes, and what he saw became increasingly clear. Indeed, he saw Su Chen's figure in the sun. Perhaps, it won't be long before Su Chen grows into a martial god. A determined look suddenly appeared in Huang Feng's eyes. Not just Huang Feng, but many people familiar with Su Chen in Lin City felt the same realization when they saw the changes in Su Chen's points. However, Su Chen was unaware of all this. At this moment, his thoughts were still focused on the destruction of the fierce beasts. Destroying a 5th-tier fierce beast, Yangtze Ancient Crocodile. Compensation for vitality plus 43, destroying a 5th-tier fierce beast, Yangtze Ancient Crocodile. Compensation for lifespan plus 21, destroying a 5th-tier fierce beast, Yangtze Ancient Crocodile. Compensation for Qinglong Martial Body plus 18, destroying a 5th-tier fierce beast, Yangtze Ancient Crocodile. Compensation. As the system's notification sounds continued to ring in his ears, Su Chen could feel the vitality within him surging more and more. It felt as if a raging fire was burning inside his body, making his strength grow even stronger. In addition, a faint blue light surrounded Su Chen, continuously emanating a vibrant aura, lifting him as if he were the Qinglong from myth and legend. This was the manifestation of the Qinglong martial body during its enhancement. On the other side, Ran Qingxue quietly observed the changes in Su Chen, her expression unchanged. After spending several days with Su Chen, she had grown accustomed to his rapid improvement. Even now, witnessing Su Chen's strength visibly increasing, she felt somewhat numb inside. It was as if she had become used to playing a game while someone next to her was cheating. Just treat it as if we're not playing the same game. What else can we do? Comforting herself in this way, Ran Qingxue ultimately could not suppress her emotions and withdrew her gaze. There was no way, she couldn't stand it, couldn't bear to watch any longer. This scene was simply too stimulating, especially for someone like her, who prided herself on being a martial arts genius. It was a devastating blow, as Ran Qingxue felt her mindset shatter due to Su Chen's rising strength. On the other side, Su Chen quickly finished everything. Then, he stepped over to Ran Qingxue's side. "Let's go." We continue. Looking at Ran Qingxue, Su Chen waved his hand lightly with an indifferent expression, then stepped forward toward another direction in the jungle. That was the next gathering place of fierce beasts. Seeing Su Chen like this, Ran Qingxue seemed to have anticipated it and followed suit. However, she couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. The reason for this was simple. Su Chen's relentless hunting of fierce beasts seemed inhumane to Ran Qingxue. Of course, after gradually adapting to this rhythm, even Ran Qingxue herself did not realize that she had begun to become enamored with this lifestyle. Suppressing her helpless expression, Ran Qingxue's figure quickly transformed into a faint blue light, heading in the direction where Su Chen was. The gentle breeze blew, and the azure lake once again returned to calm. Only the remnants of the battle on the ground seemed to still tell the tale of the fierce fight that had just occurred here. It was a disaster that could be considered a catastrophe for the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan. In the next 2 days, Su Chen and Ran Qingshue's figures almost traversed every corner of the inner battlefield of the Fierce Beast Arena. Each time Su Chen and Ran Qingxue appeared, it also meant that a horrific massacre was about to take place for the powerful Fierce Beast clans living in the inner battlefield. This was a dark moment. They had been living quietly in their territory as usual. Suddenly, inexplicably, Su Chen and Ran Qingxue came to slaughter them. In the martial artist forum, those powerful fierce beasts known as tough nuts did not display the strength mentioned in the forum when facing Su Chen's blade. Accompanied by the flash of a pale blue blade light, almost none of the fierce beasts could withstand it. And in the process of Su Chen continuously hunting fierce beasts, both his blood value and the azure dragon martial body he cultivated were constantly growing stronger. Of course, along with this, there was also Su Chen's ranking on the leaderboard. As Su Chen continued to hunt powerful fierce beasts, his battle points were also steadily increasing. On the second day of Su Chen's hunting plan, his points successfully broke through the 100,000 mark. Correspondingly, on the points leaderboard, Su Chen's rank smoothly entered the top 3. As Su Chen's ranking rose, Ran Qingshue's rank was also continuously improving. Although Su Chen was the main force in exterminating fierce beasts, during this process, Ran Qingxue also killed many 5th-tier fierce beasts, benefiting from which her battle points were rapidly increasing. Correspondingly, Ran Qingshue's ranking was naturally rising quickly as well. Of course, with the actions of Su Chen and Ran Qingxue, the 6th-tier fierce beasts in the inner battlefield were also rapidly decreasing. This anomaly soon caught the attention of other martial artists. In the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Forum, a martial artist raised a question. Have you noticed that the high-tier fierce beasts in the inner battlefield seem to have been quiet these past 2 days? As if they were dead? What do you mean? As if they were dead? They are indeed dead. Dead? Is that true? I can testify that the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile in the Azure Lake is indeed dead. And even the Yangtze ancient crocodile clan has been completely exterminated. Because I saw that the Azure Lake has now been occupied by other fierce beast clans. The Golden Horn Beast tribe should have been exterminated by someone, for the same reason as above. And the leader of the behemoth beasts in the dark forest should also be dead. As soon as a martial artist raised this question, those in the know began to respond. With their discussion, someone quickly discovered the issue. What's going on? This group of ferocious beasts in the battlefield has offended someone, and in such a short time, they've all been wiped out. Could it be that a high-level martial artist took action and killed them? That's impossible. Generally speaking, high-level martial artists wouldn't do such things. Then what is the reason? If it wasn't a high-level martial artist, ordinary martial artists would find it hard to achieve this. Maybe it was a powerful 6th-tier martial artist. How could that be? The 6th-tier ferocious beasts that survive in the battlefield are incredibly strong. An ordinary 6th-tier martial artist would be lucky to save their life in front of them, let alone kill them. Not to mention, not long ago, Lei Jin faced the leader of the Yangtze ancient crocodile and returned defeated. Among 6th-tier martial artists, how many are stronger than Lei Jin? So what's going on? It can't be that the ferocious beasts are fighting among themselves. Perhaps they escaped to the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield? If it were 1 or 2, it might be possible, but so many ferocious beasts together makes it unlikely. I do know a bit of news. Perhaps the disappearance of these ferocious beasts is related to Su Chen. Su Chen? How does he relate to this? Could it be that he killed these ferocious beasts? How is that possible? Why is it impossible? Haven't you noticed that Su Chen's points have been rapidly increasing these past few days? With his rate of increase, the only way to achieve such results is by killing 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Isn't Su Chen already in the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield? How could he have killed those ferocious beasts? Who said that? I saw Su Chen not long ago in the inner area of the ferocious beast battlefield. He was with Ran Qingxue, who was ranked 9th on the points leaderboard. Could it really be Su Chen? Is his strength that formidable? He hasn't broken through to become a 7th-tier martial artist, has he? Maybe it really was Su Chen. I've observed the changes in his points ranking. If it's true, that's terrifying. Strong, strong, strong. Su Chen is the best in the world. The martial artists in the forum were abuzz with discussion, and under their deliberations, they gradually reached a conclusion. That is, the disappearance of the ferocious beasts in the inner area of the battlefield is likely related to Su Chen. Of course, due to the lack of actual evidence, their discussion results were ultimately just speculation. Meanwhile, in the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield, Lin Shuang, dressed in white and wielding a long sword, let out a long sigh after slaying a ferocious beast, finally dead. Looking at the beast that had collapsed before him, Lin Shuang's expression relaxed considerably. I didn't expect that after entering the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield, killing ferocious beasts would become even more difficult, he murmured to himself, frowning. In the inner area of the ferocious beast battlefield, suitable beasts to kill had become scarce, so Lin Shuang initially chose to enter the core area of the battlefield. His intention was to better slay ferocious beasts and improve his ranking on the points leaderboard, not to mention catching up to Xiang Bu. At the very least, he wanted to surpass Leijin. However, who would have thought that after entering the core area, killing ferocious beasts would become even more challenging? The difficulty far exceeded that of the inner area of the battlefield. The reason for this was partly because, compared to the inner area, the distribution of ferocious beasts in the core area was much more scattered. In the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield, there were almost no ferocious beasts appearing in groups. Here, almost every ferocious beast is solitary. These beasts do not have fixed habitats, making it naturally difficult to find one. Of course, there is another reason. The overall strength of the beasts in the core area of the battlefield exceeds that of the inner perimeter. Among them, there are quite a few high-level beasts. Although Lin Shuang is confident in his own strength, he is well aware that he is no match for high-level beasts. Therefore, whether in searching for beasts or in the process of slaying them, Lin Shuang must control his movements to avoid attracting the pursuit of high-level beasts. This naturally increases the difficulty of slaying beasts. I wonder how Xiang Bu and the others are doing. After calming his thoughts, Lin Shuang quickly thought of his two competitors. Remembering them, a shadow of gloom flashed in his eyes. Since the start of the beast competition, Lin Shuang had been working hard to slay beasts, hoping to surpass the two. However, who would have thought that several days had passed, and this goal had yet to be achieved? In fact, the gap in points between them had visibly widened. Under such circumstances, Lin Shuang's mood was understandably poor. Thinking about it, Lin Shuang took out his phone and began to check the latest points ranking. It's fine. Third place is still third. Third place is actually not bad. Comforting himself, Lin Shuang's gaze turned to the latest points leaderboard from the city lord's mansion. How is this possible? He was shocked when he looked at the leaderboard. Where's my third place? I had such a big third place. Looking at the familiar name that was suddenly in fourth place on the leaderboard, Lin Shuang's mind was instantly filled with question marks. He hadn't checked the leaderboard for just one day, and that third place was taken by someone else. Is there no justice left? Is there no law? And why has Su Chen's points increased so quickly? His gaze fell on Su Chen, who was now in third place, and Lin Shuang's mind flashed with the green figure he had seen under the night sky. However, the confusion in his eyes deepened. In just 2 short days, Su Chen's points had not only surpassed his but were also closing in on Leijin, who was in second place. If this rate of increase continued, surpassing Leijin was already a foreseeable outcome. In fact, not to mention Leijin, even surpassing the project was highly likely. Damn! This guy must be cheating. At that moment, Lin Shuang couldn't help but curse. He simply couldn't understand how Su Chen managed to increase his points so significantly in such a short time. He couldn't possibly be recklessly slaying beasts in the core area of the battlefield. But if he really did that, given the strength Lin Shuang had seen in Su Chen that day, he would have probably been crushed by high-level beasts long ago. Or maybe, when I saw him that day, he wasn't using all his strength. Deep confusion lingered in his heart as Lin Shuang withdrew his gaze from the phone. In an instant, a sense of helplessness surged within him. I'm tired, let it all be destroyed. At that moment, Lin Shuang let go of his competitive spirit. The battlefield is left for you freaks. I'll just be an ordinary person. As he whispered softly, Lin Shuang stepped toward the place where the beasts had fallen. Meanwhile, in another part of the core area of the beast battlefield, Leijin, dressed in a purple long robe, also opened the points leaderboard. Then, like Lin Shuang, he looked in shock at the name of Su Chen, who was in third place. Where the hell did this come from? Seeing that Su Chen's points were less than 10,000 away from his own, Leijin was taken aback. For the past 2 days, he had been striving to slay beasts, hoping to surpass the project, and had not checked the points leaderboard during that time. When he opened the rankings this time, he was filled with anticipation. He thought that after tirelessly slaying fierce beasts for the past 2 days, There should be a good result. Perhaps he would surpass Xiangbu's name. However, to his surprise, there was no good result, but a rude awakening instead. Not only did he fail to catch up to Xiangbu, but his old nest was also on the verge of being destroyed. Su Chen? What on earth is going on with him? How did he suddenly catch up? Furrowing his brows, Lei Zhen's gaze was fixed on Su Chen, who was ranked third on the points leaderboard. Only Xiangbu and Lin Shuang had caught Lei Zhen's attention. In his mind, no one else posed a threat to his position. This led to Lei Zhen being unaware of Su Chen's situation. He seems to be from the extreme Dao martial arts school as well. Should I ask my uncle? For the first time, a serious expression appeared on Lei Zhen's face, a look that had only emerged when facing Xiangbu before. As for the reactions of others, Su Chen was oblivious. At this moment, all his thoughts were focused on sensing his own changes. In a secluded area of the safe zone, Su Chen sat cross-legged. A faint blue light surrounded him, exuding an endless aura of vitality. This aura even caused the plants growing around Su Chen to suddenly grow much taller, becoming lush and crystal clear. Not only that, but above Su Chen's head, a grand and sacred figure was also hovering. The faint blue shadow of a dragon radiated a holy aura, floating above Su Chen's head, making him appear like a divine being from myth. Moo in the air, the sound of a distant dragon's roar echoed. Under the shadow, Su Chen sat cross-legged, his expression unchanged. Meanwhile, within his body, his blood and energy surged like a river, continuously swirling inside him. During this boiling process, the faint blue true energy within him became increasingly rich. If before it was merely a mist, at this moment, Su Chen's true energy seemed to have transformed into thick smoke, almost taking on a tangible form. The mist thickened into smoke, and the smoke flowed like a river. At this moment, such a phenomenon was rising within Su Chen's body. In addition to the internal changes, there was also a phenomenon rising in Su Chen's eyes. At this moment, his eyes had turned blue. Within the rich color, a vibrant blue dragon spiraled in his gaze, making Su Chen's eyes appear extraordinarily mystical. At the same time, the blue dragon martial arts technique within Su Chen was operating at full force, causing this phenomenon to become even more dazzling. Whoosh, the air seemed to have turned tangible, swirling like a river. In the distance, Ran Qingxue watched Su Chen's transformation, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. A fifth-tier martial artist. She sighed softly, momentarily lost in thought. She never expected to witness Su Chen breaking through to become a fifth-tier martial artist. The goal I have pursued for so long has actually been realized in Su Chen. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, Ran Qingxue couldn't help but recall the scene from a few days ago when she met Su Chen at the city lord's mansion. At that time, Su Chen was still just a second-tier martial artist, and she had even worried that he would struggle in the fierce beast battlefield, potentially getting injured or even killed by the powerful beasts. Looking back now, those worries seemed somewhat laughable. Of course, equally laughable was her own situation. She had already been a fourth-tier martial artist then. When they first met, she was a fourth-tier martial artist on the verge of breaking into the fifth tier, while Su Chen was merely a newcomer who had just broken through to the second tier, barely qualified to enter the fierce beast battlefield. Yet, in just a few days, everything had changed. She was still the fourth-tier martial artist with hopes of breaking through to the fifth tier, but Su Chen had already begun his official breakthrough to the fifth tier. A genius martial artist. What a ridiculous title. In front of Su Chen, who else has the right to call themselves a genius? As she murmured to herself, Ran Qingxue couldn't help but recall the figure of Xiangbu. That overwhelming presence had left a deep impression in her heart. Even he probably can't compare to Su Chen. At that moment, Ran Qingxue couldn't help but sigh again. Just as her words fell, a phantom of a Xinglong suddenly spiraled up around Su Chen. It was as if it soared into the 9 heavens. At the same time, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Mu, this sound was like an ancient deity proclaiming its return. Looking over, Su Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes at that moment. As his eyes opened, 2 beams of blue-green light burst forth from his gaze. Accompanying this was an immense pressure that swept over everything. Ran Qingxue, who was watching Su Chen cultivate, felt her entire body freeze in place the instant she met his gaze. It was as if a towering mountain pressed down on her, rendering her unable to move. Feeling the pressure on her, Ran Qingxue's originally pale complexion turned instantly flushed. She struggled against the overwhelming force emanating from Su Chen, but no matter how hard she tried, The pressure felt as if it had already enveloped her, crushing her to the point of immobility. Is the gap in strength between him and me already this vast? At that moment, a sense of helplessness surged in her heart. Simultaneously, a thought that had been lingering in her mind grew stronger. Perhaps it is time for me to leave. Giving up the struggle, she opened her eyes and looked at Su Chen in the distance. Ran Xingxue couldn't help but think. Yet, as this thought arose, a sharp pain inexplicably surged in her heart. Although her time with Su Chen had been brief, she had unknowingly developed an attachment to him. Despite often criticizing Su Chen's actions in her mind, she was willing to heed his words deep down. In fact, she had turned listening to Su Chen into a habit. But now, just as Ran Xingxue's thoughts wavered, Su Chen, who had finished his cultivation, slowly exhaled. At the same time, the boundless aura he had been radiating began to gradually recede. Who after a long exhale, the blue-green light in Su Chen's eyes faded, and he opened his eyes to look at his hands, feeling the surging energy and blood within him, along with an unprecedented sense of strength returning from his body. A smile involuntarily spread across Su Chen's lips. I've finally broken through, he whispered softly to himself. I just wonder how my strength compares to that of a 7th-tier warrior now. Although before the breakthrough, Su Chen had few rivals among 6th-tier warriors and could easily slay 6th-tier beasts. Even after his breakthrough, he didn't dare to confidently claim he was a match for 7th-tier warriors. The reason was that although there was still a tier difference between 6th and 7th-tier warriors, the gap in strength was like that between heaven and earth. This was all because 7th-tier warriors were high-tier warriors. The difference in quality between this level of strength and that of mid-tier warriors was significant. In this realm, few could fight beyond their tier. Mid-tier uses energy, high-tier uses spirit. When spirit and energy combine, one becomes a martial deity. The records regarding the distinction of realms from the Qinglong martial arts flowed through Su Chen's mind, causing a flash of blue-green brilliance in his eyes. Who after a long exhale, Su Chen did not rise but instead turned his gaze to the side. There, a delicate wooden box was placed. This was the martial arts technique Su Chen had exchanged for after slaying the beast. After reaching the required levels of vitality and physique, Su Chen returned to the safe zone to break through his martial arts realm. On one hand, it was because the environment here was much safer. On the other hand, it was to conveniently obtain these martial arts techniques. The martial arts realm has been broken through. Next is to improve the proficiency of my skills, he whispered softly, then opened the wooden box beside him. Inside, several books radiating light lay quietly, and Su Chen casually took out one of the technique manuals. He then tossed the manual into the talent black hole that appeared beside him. Whoosh, with a soft sound, the martial arts technique glowing with a blue light vanished into the black hole. At the same time, a familiar prompt sound from the system rang in Su Chen's ears. Destroying a complete Qinglong martial arts manual. Compensating proficiency in Qinglong martial arts plus 20, as the system's prompt sounded. Su Chen's mind suddenly filled with many inexplicable memories. In the vast sky, a colossal figure that reached the heavens spread out. With a qilin head, a carp tail, a long beard, antlers like a deer, and claws like an eagle. The blue light enveloped its entire body, and an infinite aura of vitality burst forth from it. It was as if it were the source of all life in the world. This was the Qinglong in the world. Looking at the towering blue shadow in his memory, which seemed to tear through the sky. Within it, it seemed to contain endless power, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from it, as if even the void were being torn apart. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly felt something. So, the Qinglong is not only the source of life but also the pinnacle of strength. At this moment, Su Chen pondered, from the Qinglong in his memory, he not only felt boundless vitality but also an unmatched power, as if it were unparalleled in the world. This was the might of the Qinglong. Whoosh, his eyes opened, and a faint blue light surged from them. At the same time, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth around Su Chen, illuminating a radius of several hundred meters. Accompanying this light was a resounding roar. Moo, the enormous sound pierced the sky, echoing for hundreds or even thousands of meters. Ran Xingxue, who had been watching Su Chen, noticed the changes happening to him and suppressed her sorrowful emotions. Her expression became solemn. She knew that this time, Su Chen's strength had grown even stronger. After opening his eyes, Su Chen continued his actions, throwing another technique manual beside him into the talent black hole, destroying a complete Zhoutian Qinglong slash, compensating proficiency in Zhoutian Qinglong slash plus 20. As Su Chen continued his actions, memories surged in his mind once again. During this return to the safe zone, Su Chen exchanged all his remaining battle points for technique manuals. The purpose was to further enhance his strength, facilitating his actions in the beast battlefield ahead. Besides the Qinglong martial arts manual, he also exchanged 4 Jotian Qinglong / Zixia Thunder Escape Technique, Tiangang Profound Art, and even the explosive technique known as Burning Life Catastrophe. Thus, in the following time, Ran Qingxue saw Su Chen's aura constantly changing not far away. The phenomena around him frequently shifted. As these changes occurred, Su Chen's strength grew increasingly powerful. In the end, the aura radiating from him forced Ran Qingxue to step back to avoid being overwhelmed by his momentum. Whoosh! Once all the techniques were destroyed and he absorbed and digested the changes from this enhancement, Su Chen finally let out a long breath. He then reined in his actions and stood up. As he rose, Su Chen felt the changes in his body more clearly. Boundless power flowed from within him, allowing Su Chen to distinctly feel his current strength. He felt that he could tear apart the void before him. Just as Su Chen was sensing his own power, a faint voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Are you done with your training?" Su Chen looked up and saw that, at some point, Ran Qingxue had come to stand beside him. At this moment, Ran Qingxue was staring intently at him. "What's wrong?" Su Chen asked, noticing something unusual about her. Although her expression seemed the same as usual, the subtle changes in her emotions were quite clear. Su Chen's sudden question caught Ran Qingxue off guard, and it took her a moment to respond. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing," glancing at her in confusion. Su Chen saw that she was unwilling to elaborate, so he decided not to press further. Instead, he spoke in a low voice, "Then you should go ahead and train, I'll protect you." As he spoke, Su Chen pointed to the side, indicating for Ran Qingxue to start her training. After returning to the safe zone, Su Chen had discussed with Ran Qingxue that he would begin training first while she protected him. After he finished, it would be her turn to train. Now that he had completed his training, it was naturally time for Ran Qingxue to start hers. However, to Su Chen's surprise, Ran Qingxue actually refused upon hearing his words. "No need." Ran Qingxue waved her hand and then looked up at Su Chen, her expression serious. "You don't have to wait for me, I'm planning to return to Lin City to train." This, Su Chen frowned, looking at Ran Qingxue in confusion, not understanding what she meant. Before he could speak, Ran Qingxue continued slowly, "With your current strength, I am no longer suitable to act alongside you. With my strength, following you to the beast battlefield would only be a burden." As she spoke, a hint of sadness appeared on Ran Qingxue's face. If she could, she certainly wouldn't want to part ways with Su Chen, but the situation had come to this. Even if she stayed and followed Su Chen, she would only become a burden to him. This was something Ran Qingxue did not want to see. Not to mention, she didn't want to drag Su Chen down. Furthermore, Ran Qingxue had her own pride. She wouldn't allow herself to become a mere accessory. "You say that?" Ran Qingxue's words left Su Chen stunned. He understood the gap in strength between them. In fact, he had noticed this issue long ago, during their second trip to the beast battlefield when they began to focus on dealing with 6th-tier beasts. At that time, Ran Qingxue could still hold the enemies back, and with her 5th-tier warrior strength, she could help Su Chen avoid potential oversights and prevent some beasts from escaping. After her breakthrough to a 5th-tier warrior and with her strength further enhanced, the gap in their abilities had widened even more. In terms of Su Chen's strength, Ran Qingxue could no longer provide him with any assistance. Although Su Chen understood this in his heart, he was unwilling to acknowledge it. Perhaps it was due to habit. The battles of these past few days had made Su Chen accustomed to Ran Qingxue's presence. Or perhaps it was because he was reluctant. He didn't want Ran Qingxue to leave. But no matter how Su Chen felt inside, with Ran Qingxue bringing up this matter, he already understood that there was no way to turn back. In other words, Ran Qingxue's departure had become a foregone conclusion. "Ha, at least you still have a bit of conscience." Seeing the faint sadness on Su Chen's face, Ran Qingxue suddenly chuckled lightly. She felt a little less distressed inside, because from Su Chen's reaction, she sensed his reluctance to part with her. And for her, that was enough. "Su Chen, neither of us is one to dwell on things. You should understand that since I've said this, it means my decision is made, so you don't need to try to persuade me to stay." Regaining her composure, Ran Qingxue's expression turned serious, her azure blue eyes fixed on Su Chen. Moreover, we will meet again. Just because you are stronger than me today doesn't mean you will still be ahead of me tomorrow. When we meet next time, who is stronger and who is weaker remains to be seen." In the faint words, Su Chen felt the resolute emotions of Ran Qingxue. After she spoke, Ran Qingxue decisively turned around and walked towards the direction of Lin City. The breeze blew, lifting her silver hair, making her silhouette appear even more desolate. Su Chen stood still, staring blankly at the figure of Ran Qingxue as she left. Suddenly his expression shifted. Then he shouted loudly, "Then we shall meet again when school starts." Su Chen's light-hearted words suddenly made the atmosphere at the scene feel strange. At that moment, Ran Qingxue belatedly realized something. Although she and Su Chen had fought fiercely on the beast battlefield, both of them were still students. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before they started school. At that time, Su Chen, as her classmate, would inevitably meet her. This, Ran Qingxue, with her back to Su Chen, blinked. Her moving footsteps suddenly froze, and she stood there in a daze. So awkward. Thinking of her previous words, Ran Qingxue felt her cheeks flush slightly. Then, a wave of inexplicable anger surged from the depths of her heart. Turning around to look at Su Chen not far away, Ran Qingxue coldly said, "Get lost." As her words fell, a white phoenix phantom appeared in the air. With a cry, it charged straight at Su Chen. Bang! However, the attack was shattered by Su Chen with a gentle punch the moment it made contact. When he looked up again, Su Chen saw that Ran Qingxue's figure had already disappeared into the distance. Watching her silhouette vanish, Su Chen took a long time to retract his gaze. Then, he turned around and stepped towards the beast battlefield. On the other side, after walking for a long time, Ran Qingxue finally stopped. She turned around and looked back at the direction she had come from. Her red lips moved slightly. "Su Chen." The faint voice was carried away by the wind, and no one heard it except for Ran Qingxue herself. The surrounding scenery changed, and soon Su Chen saw the familiar sights of the beast battlefield. The ruined city, the remaining streets, and the overgrown grassland all passed before Su Chen's eyes. Whoosh! The sound of fierce wind rushed past his ears as he entered the outer area of the beast battlefield. Su Chen began to operate the purple sky thunder escape technique, and after some enhancement, the realm of the technique had now reached its peak level. As Su Chen fully activated this martial skill, his figure seemed to transform into a purple lightning bolt, racing through the beast battlefield. In the midst of his journey, Su Chen also took the time to summon the system interface to check his current status. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/868. Realm, 5th Stage Warrior, Chi Condensation Realm. Physique, Azure Dragon. Martial Body, 732, needs 268 more physique to reach the Great Completion Realm. Martial Manifestation, Azure Dragon's Eye, a rare martial manifestation formed by practicing the Azure Dragon martial arts, allowing the user to borrow the pressure of a deity to intimidate opponents. Body like thunder, the martial body can temporarily transform into thunder. Executing a secret technique that spans 1,000 miles in an instant. Martial arts, True Dragon Stance, 100%, has reached the perfect realm. Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 84%, needs 16% proficiency to upgrade to the perfect realm. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 86%, needs 14% proficiency to upgrade to the perfect realm. Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 83%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to the perfect realm. Heavenly Gang Profound Art, 81%, needs 19% proficiency to upgrade to the perfect realm. Life Burning Calamity, 42%, needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to the Great Completion Realm. Blood Value, 5,173, needs 4827 blood value to upgrade to 6th Stage Warrior. Armor, Green Jade Armor Weapon, Guandao. After a series of enhancements, Su Chen's Cultivation Realm officially broke through to the Chi Condensation Realm. In addition, the martial skills he practiced also received significant improvements. Aside from the explosive martial technique Burning Fate, Su Chen had already cultivated the other martial techniques, including the martial Dao method, to their peak. I wonder what expression Zhugaku would have if he knew about this. Looking at his current martial arts level, Su Chen couldn't help but recall the first time he met Zhugaku. At that time, because Su Chen had perfected the true dragon posture, Zhugaku had been continuously shocked and amazed upon seeing him. This left a deep impression on Su Chen. Now, seeing that he was about to perfect his other martial techniques, he couldn't help but say this. He. With a light chuckle, Su Chen shook his head, dismissing his idle thoughts. He then turned his gaze to the other sections of the system panel. As expected, After breaking through to become a 6th tier warrior, my age limit has increased again. Looking at the age section displaying an age limit of over 800 years, Su Chen's face showed a knowing expression. Although due to his talent, Su Chen could use beast meat to enhance his age limit. Relying solely on talent would not allow him to raise his age limit to such an extent in a short time. The reason for such a significant increase was also due to the breakthrough in his martial arts realm. The path of martial arts is, after all, the path of life evolution. As one's cultivation level rises, a warrior can not only exhibit various superhuman abilities but also continuously elevate their own life level. Naturally, the lifespan limit would increase accordingly. Not paying too much attention to the age limit, Su Chen's gaze quickly shifted to the vitality section. Just over 4,000 vitality points, and I can break through to become a 6th tier warrior? For Su Chen, his greatest concern was undoubtedly the vitality points, as they were related to his breakthrough in martial arts. Of course, aside from vitality points, Su Chen also noticed that his Azure Dragon martial body had evidently broken through to the minor success stage. After scanning and understanding his current situation, Su Chen immediately withdrew his gaze. He then moved his body towards the beast battlefield. Soon, Su Chen entered the inner area of the beast battlefield. As he delved deeper, he could distinctly feel the changes in the surrounding scenery. It became increasingly desolate and oppressive. The reason for this change was that the deeper one went into the beast battlefield, the fewer traces of warriors remained. In simpler terms, it meant less human presence. Consequently, it appeared even more barren and oppressive. After entering the inner area of the beast battlefield, Su Chen did not stop his steps. He continued moving deeper into the battlefield. During this time, he had almost wiped out the powerful beasts in the inner area of the battlefield. Staying in the inner area of the beast battlefield had become meaningless for Su Chen. Originally, he and Ren Qingxue had discussed entering the core area of the beast battlefield to hunt beasts after their training. However, due to Su Chen's increase in strength, Ren Qingxue chose to leave. Of course, this would not change Su Chen's original plan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce whistling sound rang in his ears as Su Chen's figure darted through the inner area of the beast battlefield like a purple lightning bolt. At one moment, this purple lightning suddenly halted in mid-air, slowly transforming into Su Chen's human form. The core area of the beast battlefield. I've arrived? After stopping, Su Chen looked towards the dark forest ahead and whispered softly. In fact, there was no obvious boundary between the inner area and the core area of the beast battlefield. Even the outer area and the core area were the same. The beast battlefield was a whole, with desolation and decay as its main themes. Although there were no clear boundaries, anyone could distinctly feel the differences between these areas. Take the core area and the inner area of the beast battlefield as an example. Compared to the inner area, the core area feels more oppressive and heavy, as if a dangerous aura lingers in the air. The reason for this is that high-level beasts exist and move within the core area of the beast battlefield. Compared to mid-level beasts, high-level beasts are not only powerful, but each high-level beast has also cultivated its own unique beast domain. Just like the requirement for a 7th-tier warrior to comprehend and establish their own path as a warrior, to become a high-level beast, one must also refine a domain that belongs to them. Only then can they truly step into the realm of high-level beasts. This is precisely why there is such a stark difference between 6th-tier and 7th-tier beasts, despite only a 1-tier difference. Their strengths are worlds apart. Even dozens or hundreds of 6th-tier beasts working together would find it difficult to defeat a single 7th-tier beast. The beast domain is the key. As a unique domain formed by the beast refining its strengths, the beast domain possesses a powerful ability beyond combat prowess. It can modify the surrounding environment, making it more suitable for the beast. It can be said that if a high-level beast stays in one place for a sufficient amount of time, that place will naturally be transformed by the beast domain into the most suitable environment for that beast to fight and cultivate, whether it is a warrior or another beast. In such an environment, overcoming the opponent becomes extremely difficult. Of course, because of this characteristic, the boundaries between the inner area and the core area of the beast battlefield are very clear. That is, the residual aura of the high-level beast's domain. Once such an aura lingers, it indicates the presence of a high-level beast nearby. Thus, this place can be recognized as the core area. Ultimately, the fundamental reason the core area of the beast battlefield differs from the inner area is the presence of high-level beasts. After a brief pause, Su Chen stepped forward. His footsteps echoed dully against the ground. Soon, Su-chen felt an inexplicable sense of oppression wash over him. It felt as if someone from his past life was pointing a sharp weapon at him. Although he knew the other party wouldn't do anything, he instinctively felt a sense of vigilance and caution. Now, Su-chen was experiencing that same feeling. As he stepped into the core area of the beast battlefield, his cultivated azure dragon martial body began to instinctively become alert due to the change in the surrounding environment. A gentle breeze blew, and a broadsword materialized in Su-chen's hand. Although he was confident in his strength, he had never truly fought against a high-level beast. He wasn't sure if he would be a match for a 7th-tier beast. Moreover, the core area of the beast battlefield also housed even more powerful 8th-tier beasts and 9th-tier lord-level beasts. Just as Su-chen entered the core area of the beast battlefield, on the other side, Lin Shuang, also located in the core area, flashed a smile in her eyes. My ranking actually surpassed his. Next to the corpse of a 6th-tier beast, Lin Shuang, dressed in white, looked at the score leaderboard displayed on her phone with some surprise. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems I was overthinking it. Su-chen isn't that terrifying after all, she murmured to herself, put away her phone, and then stepped towards the beast lying on the ground. She needed to deal with the beast's corpse and continue hunting beasts to maintain her current ranking. Originally, as Su-chen swept through the inner area of the beast battlefield, continuously slaying beasts and surpassing Lin Shuang on the leaderboard, Lin Shuang had already resigned herself, feeling that it was impossible for her to reclaim a top 3 position. Who would have thought that the situation would take a turn, and she had already given up? After consecutively slaying several 6th-tier ferocious beasts, his points surpassed Su-chen's. This immediately motivated him. At this moment, Lin Shuang regained his confidence. He felt that Su-chen was nothing special. With his strength, he could suppress Su-chen, but I wonder what that guy has been up to. His points haven't increased for quite a while, he murmured softly, quickly gathering his emotions and eagerly heading towards the location of the next ferocious beast. Coincidentally, at the same time Lin Shuang noticed Su-chen's points had not changed for a long time. Lei Jin, who was in second place, also realized this, looking at the leaderboard, where Su-chen's points had once again widened the gap from his own. Lei Jin couldn't help but smile. Want to catch up to me? You're still too green. Shifting his gaze from Su-chen's name, Lei Jin looked at the name in first place. Compared to Su-chen, Xiangbu is my real opponent. No, I can't rest. I need to continue slaying ferocious beasts to catch up to Xiangbu. After muttering a few words to himself, a sense of urgency suddenly arose in Lei Jin's heart. He cleaned up the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground, then moved his feet, like a bolt of lightning, towards another area of the ferocious beast battlefield. Not just Lin Shuang and Lei Jin. As Su-chen stopped slaying ferocious beasts, many martial artists within Lin City noticed that Su-chen's ranking had not changed. Consequently, everyone began to discuss, why aren't Su-chen's points moving? What's going on? Maybe he hasn't uploaded his battle videos. He wants to accumulate a few battles and then take first place in one go. That's impossible. Su-chen used to upload a video right after finishing a battle. Could it be that Su-chen is taking a break? After all, he has been continuously slaying ferocious beasts for quite a while. Resting is normal. He might also be cultivating. I think I've seen Su-chen's figure in the safe zone. Perhaps he was injured in his previous battles and is now resting to recover. Is it possible that Su-chen, like the other 3, has already entered the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield, but hasn't found suitable ferocious beasts, so his points haven't changed? Who knows what the truth is? Because Su-chen's battle points had not changed for a long time, this phenomenon immediately sparked discussions among the martial artists in Lin City. Various speculations appeared on the martial artist forum, with all sorts of guesses, and just as they were speculating about the reason for Su-chen's stagnant points, in the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield, Su-chen began his actions again. In the dim jungle, Su-chen's gaze was sharp as he looked at the ferocious beast still moving in the distance. A glint flashed in his eyes. Finally found you. Looking at the enormous ferocious beast not far away, surrounded by arcs of lightning and resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex from ancient times, Su-chen couldn't help but whisper. After some time, Su-chen had already sensed the changes between the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield and the surrounding area. Compared to the surrounding area, although the ferocious beasts in the core area were stronger, their numbers were also fewer. Unlike the ferocious beasts that were everywhere in the surrounding area, even encountering any ferocious beast here was quite difficult. No wonder they've been in the core area for several days. yet their points haven't increased much faster than mine. At this moment, a look of realization appeared on Su Chen's face. He quickly gathered his emotions and looked at the enormous ferocious beast not far away. Six-eyed thunder dragon. Detailed information about the ferocious beast flashed quickly in Su Chen's mind. The six-eyed thunder dragon, as its name suggests, is a sixth-tier ferocious beast adept at lightning attacks. In addition, it has 6 eyes, each containing a unique ability. It can unleash 6 types of thunder abilities through these 6 eyes. It is precisely for this reason that the six-eyed thunder dragon has left a significant reputation among all 6th-tier ferocious beasts. However, in the face of this formidable beast with a fearsome reputation, Su Chen's expression remained calm. After a light chuckle, he gripped his long knife and stepped towards the six-eyed thunder dragon. Before his cultivation and martial skills broke through, Su Chen already possessed the strength to sweep through the inner regions of the ferocious beast battlefield. Now, although he had entered the core area of the battlefield, the six-eyed thunder dragon before him still belonged to the 6th tier of ferocious beasts. Its strength was not necessarily greater than that of the 6th tier beast Su Chen had previously slain. As Su Chen stepped out of the dense forest, the six-eyed thunder dragon quickly detected his presence. The moment it saw Su Chen, it opened its massive maw and let out a roar. The tremendous sound echoed like thunder, instantly shaking the entire jungle. Su Chen could even feel the tremors of the surrounding trees. At the same time, he saw 6 enormous eyes suddenly open above the six-eyed thunder dragon's head. These eyes rapidly transformed into a deep purple color. Under the illumination of this shimmering purple light, boundless thunder erupted from the six-eyed thunder dragon. Boom! A violent rumble sounded, and before Su Chen, blue-purple lightning surged towards him like a rushing river. This scene left Su Chen momentarily stunned. It was his first encounter with such a swift attack. Is this the core area? Not afraid of hitting the wrong target. With a soft murmur, Su Chen tightened his grip on the long knife, and a stream of azure light began to swirl within him. It then flowed onto the silver long knife he held. Immediately, the long knife in Su Chen's hand radiated brilliant azure light. From a distance, this glow was enchanting, as if it contained the essence of life, making one reluctant to look away. On the other side, since launching its attack, the six-eyed thunder dragon had been vigilantly watching Su Chen not far away. Its 3 pairs of purple eyes were now filled with caution. The reason the six-eyed thunder dragon had survived to this day was precisely due to this vigilance. Not just it, but one could say that all the ferocious beasts currently surviving in the core area of the battlefield relied on this caution to stay alive. Otherwise, they would have long since turned to bones. After all, the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield gathered the strongest batch of ferocious beasts. Without sufficient vigilance, they would have been slaughtered and devoured by other beasts long ago. Most importantly, besides the ferocious beasts, they also had to constantly guard against the hunting of human warriors. I hope this will scare him off, the six-eyed thunder dragon thought to itself as it looked at Su Chen in the distance. The moment it saw Su Chen, it had already recognized his identity, a human warrior. Based on its years of survival experience, any human warrior appearing in the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield was powerful. None were weaker than him. Some human warriors were even extraordinarily strong, comparable to the lord of this territory, the Overlord. It was because of this self-awareness that the six-eyed thunder dragon launched a full-scale attack right away, hoping to attract the attention of other ferocious beasts to force Su Chen back. However, just as the six-eyed thunder dragon's thoughts were turning, on the other side, Su Chen, operating the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, had already swung his long knife towards the six-eyed thunder dragon. After experiencing this period of fighting, Su Chen had accumulated rich combat experience. Facing the oncoming thunder, he appeared as if he did not see it, his expression unchanged. In his hand, Su Chen held a silver long knife, charging straight at the six-eyed thunder dragon. Boom! Just as Su Chen's figure collided with the six-eyed thunder dragon's attack, his form suddenly changed. In that instant, Su Chen seemed to transform into lightning itself, incorporating the attack of the six-eyed thunder dragon. After passing through the thunderous onslaught, it transformed once again into his gaze, the movement remained unchanged, but on Su Chen's long knife. At this moment, a blade of light radiating a faint blue glow had already shot towards the six-eyed thunder dragon. With Su Chen having cultivated the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash to its peak, this technique not only possessed greater power but also allowed Su Chen to unleash 64 blade lights in one go, erupting with 64 times the attack power. With such an offensive, Su Chen was confident that within the 6th tier, no one could withstand it. However, facing the six-eyed thunder dragon before him, Su Chen did not unleash all 64 blade lights at once, because he was confident that to deal with this ferocious beast, he only needed one strike. Boom! A violent sound erupted, as if the void itself were about to be torn apart, visible to the naked eye. As the faint blue blade light swept through, ripples suddenly appeared in the air. This was a scene that only occurred when the air was completely sliced through. At that moment, the six-eyed thunder dragon's expression froze. It was still immersed in the shock of Su Chen breaking through its lightning attack. Faced with the sudden blade light, it had no time to react. A soft sound came, and then the six-eyed thunder dragon's body froze entirely in place. Whoosh! As the fierce wind generated by the dispersing blade light howled, its body soon fell to the ground. Clearly, just as Su Chen had anticipated, the six-eyed thunder dragon indeed could not withstand Su Chen's single strike, and at the moment the six-eyed thunder dragon fell, not far from Su Chen, in a patch of jungle, a massive ferocious beast with gray-brown skin, almost blending into the surrounding environment, suddenly lifted its head. With its movement, the beast revealed a glimmer of golden hue in its eyes. Its gaze was fixed on the place where Su Chen was battling the six-eyed thunder dragon, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. Little six-eyed? Who is it fighting? When the beast evolved into a 4th-tier ferocious beast and entered the middle realm, it awakened its intelligence and developed wisdom. This wisdom, as their cultivation improved and they encountered more situations, would continue to grow. When a ferocious beast stepped into the high realm, its intelligence was already on par with that of humans. With the growth of wisdom, just like humans, ferocious beasts would also develop social attributes, forming relationships of kinship or enmity. For instance, the golden giant lizard and the six-eyed thunder dragon, due to their territories being close, had developed a deep bond. Therefore, upon noticing the commotion in the territory of the six-eyed thunder dragon, the golden giant lizard showed concern. Could it be that a human warrior has invaded its territory? The confusion in the golden giant lizard's eyes faded, replaced by worry. Let's go take a look. After composing itself, the golden giant lizard's form shifted, and then its gray-brown skin, resembling rock, suddenly lifted off the ground. Boom! With a loud crash, the golden giant lizard's body soared into the air, like a massive cannonball, flying towards the distance. During this process, the color of its exterior began to change, shifting from the earlier gray-brown that blended with the surroundings to a brilliant golden hue. Under the sunlight, it shone dazzlingly. At this moment, the golden giant lizard's form bore a resemblance to the golden true dragon of myth and legend, and this was also the origin of the golden giant lizard's name. In the dark jungle, watching the six-eyed thunder dragon crash to the ground not far away, Su Chen's body relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, 6th-tier ferocious beasts pose no threat to me. As he spoke, he stepped forward, arriving beside the six-eyed thunder dragon. Then, he swung his long knife, slicing the fallen six-eyed thunder dragon into several pieces. A black hole appeared beside him, and Su Chen immediately began to get busy. Damaged the right half of a wronged six-eyed thunder dragon. Compensation for vitality plus 136. Damaged the remains of a 6th-tier ferocious beast, the six-eyed thunder dragon. Compensation for Azure Dragon Martial Body plus 21. Damaged the remains of a highly vigilant six-eyed thunder dragon. Compensation for Vitality plus 148. Damaged the Life Thunder Eye of a 6th-tier ferocious beast, the six-eyed thunder dragon. Compensation. As he moved, a series of system prompts soon echoed in Su Chen's ears. At the same time, Su Chen felt that the Azure Dragon martial arts he practiced began to operate spontaneously, helping his body stabilize the rapidly increasing vitality energy. As the Azure Dragon martial arts broke through to its peak realm, it became increasingly attuned to Su Chen, as if it were tailor-made for him. It naturally adjusted its operation with the changes in his body. Boom! During the operation of the Azure Dragon martial arts, the true energy within Su Chen, which had already turned into thick smoke, began to fill up even more. It felt as if this true energy was about to condense into liquid. Just as Su Chen was immersed in the pleasure of his cultivation improvement, suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his eyes glinting with a blue hue as he looked towards the distant sky. This is, feeling a powerful aura approaching from afar. Su Chen's expression turned serious. A high-tier ferocious beast? He whispered softly, summoning his broadsword with a wave of his hand. He then cautiously sensed the aura coming from the distance. It's coming for me. Realizing that the aura was heading straight for him, Su-chan understood. But why? Just as he was puzzled, a massive body radiating golden light suddenly fell from the sky. Boom, accompanied by a loud noise. The ground seemed to crack. Then, Su-chan saw a gigantic ferocious beast, glowing with golden light and resembling a lizard, appear not far in front of him. A 7-tier ferocious beast, the golden giant lizard? Just as Su-chan recognized the information about the beast before him, a strange, heavy voice suddenly rang in his ears. Where's the six-eyed one? Where did it go? Looking around, Su-chan turned his gaze towards the golden giant lizard nearby, puzzled. Are you the one speaking? As he asked this, a look of astonishment appeared in Su-chan's eyes. Although he had learned from the martial artist forum that when ferocious beasts break through to the 4th tier and become mid-tier beasts, they gain intelligence and develop wisdom similar to humans. He had also experienced this in the past 2 days while slaying ferocious beasts. He could clearly feel that some beasts possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. For instance, the leader of the golden-horned beast clan he had previously slain had even made a gesture of surrender after being defeated by him. Although Su-chan looked down on that behavior, he still sensed the intelligence of high-tier ferocious beasts. Besides the golden-horned leader, Su-chan had also felt the hidden wisdom of other ferocious beasts. However, no matter how profound their intelligence was, Su-chan had never encountered a ferocious beast that could speak human language. It could be said that the golden giant lizard before him was the first. Therefore, upon realizing this, Su-chan's expression became even more serious. It's me. Soon, the strange and heavy voice rang in Su-chan's ears again, confirming his suspicions. I ask you, where's the six-eyed one? As soon as the words fell, the voice of the golden giant lizard echoed in Su-chan's ears once more. This time, Su-chan clearly sensed a hint of killing intent in the voice. Although he had not seen the corpse of the six-eyed thunder dragon, he had already guessed the outcome from the chaotic surroundings. The six-eyed thunder dragon was likely dead. This result inevitably stirred up killing intent within it. Although there was no deep bond between it and the six-eyed thunder dragon, they were still acquainted. The human warrior before him actually dared to slay a ferocious beast it knew. To it, this was already the path to death. Su-chan did not know the thoughts of the golden giant lizard at this moment. He didn't even understand why the golden giant lizard had come. All he knew was that the golden giant lizard was releasing killing intent towards him. Since that's the case, then let me see just how strong a 7th tier ferocious beast really is. It seemed as if a voice was whispering in his heart. But when this whisper echoed in Su-chan's heart, it had already transformed into thunder. The young man looked up, a blue light blooming in his eyes. The six-eyed thunder dragon is dead. I killed it. The indifferent words flowed from Su-chan's lips like the low murmur of death. Then, he raised the silver-white long knife in his hand. The blade faced the golden giant lizard and slashed down with a thunderous roar. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. Moo. At that moment, the roar of a dragon echoed through the sky. Endless azure light painted the dark jungle before him into a sea of blue. The breath of life filled the surroundings. And under this influence, even the withered trees in the jungle seemed to regain vitality. Boom, boom, boom. The massive sound shook the land, and countless beams of light shot from Su-chan's long knife, slicing straight towards the golden giant lizard. On the other side, the golden giant lizard, which already harbored killing intent, had eyes embedded in its massive head that glowed with a rich golden light. At this moment, this golden light revealed a hint of darkness, a human seeking death. A strange roar erupted. Ah woo. Then, a golden light rose around the golden giant lizard, transforming into a massive light shield that enveloped its body. With this action, the surrounding world seemed to begin to change. The earth trembled, and the jungle swirled. The ground began to move in an incomprehensible manner, converging towards the golden giant lizard. Pucci beams of light sliced through the air, aiming at the golden giant lizard. Unlike when he faced the six-eyed thunder dragon, Su-chan held back a bit. In facing the golden giant lizard, Su-chan unleashed his full strength from the very beginning. The 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, which had already reached its peak, was executed to the utmost, and in addition, the Azure Dragon martial arts was also in full operation. Streams of azure light flowed within Su-chan's body, and even his body began to radiate a blue glow. Boom boom! Su-chan, using all his strength, unleashed a total of 64 beams of light in one go. These beams of light formed a sea of azure, charging towards the golden giant lizard with an unmatched posture. Rumble. Soon, the beams of light began to strike the golden giant lizard. However, Just as they were about to touch the golden giant lizard, these beams seemed to be obstructed. They halted in front of the golden giant lizard. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the massive golden light shield surrounding the golden giant lizard that blocked the attack. Bang! 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 The beam struck the golden light shield, producing intense sounds. Yet, despite the loud noise, the golden light shield seemed to harbor endless energy, remaining completely unmoved against the attack of the beams. Rumble soon, the river of azure light formed by the beams completely dissipated under the obstruction of the golden light shield. Is that all? Seeing the beams vanish, a trace of disdain and cruelty flashed in the golden giant lizard's eyes. If that's all the strength you have, then go accompany the six-eyed in burial. A strange voice echoed in Su Chen's ears again. Just as Su Chen was still recovering from his astonishment at the disappearance of the beams, he suddenly saw the golden giant lizard shake its massive head in the distance. Then he saw it open its huge mouth. Roar. As the roar sounded, Su Chen saw a brilliant golden light shoot out from the mouth of the golden giant lizard. Splash! Like a river. Su Chen could even hear the sound of this golden light flowing. But as the golden light passed, everything in its path was dyed a golden hue. It was as if they had been completely assimilated. In an instant, even the air turned into a solid mass of golden light suspended in space. Su Chen's eyes flickered, and a shadow of a blue dragon swam within his gaze. He strained to look at the golden light rushing towards him. Is it the power of the domain? He whispered softly, and then his body seemed to become ethereal. Whoosh! A clear wind howled. Su Chen's body transformed as if it were lightning, appearing on the other side in an instant. This was Su Chen utilizing the purple sky thunder escape technique. Splash! As Su Chen left the spot where he had been standing, he saw the golden light flow past. The place he had just occupied had already turned into a sea of gold. Boom! Just as Su Chen's expression turned contemplative, he suddenly saw the golden giant lizard in the distance raise its head again. Then, the golden scenery that had just been tinted by the golden light began to flow towards him like a river. Soon, this golden river gathered around him, starting to splash around him. To think you could evade my attack. Not bad, but unfortunately, you will die here today. The strange voice of the golden giant lizard echoed in Su Chen's ears once more. He then saw the golden river surrounding the giant lizard begin to flow slowly. But this time, it no longer flowed towards Su Chen in the form of golden light. Instead, it transformed into countless streams. It was as if raindrops were falling from the sky, densely crashing towards Su Chen. Pat pat pat. As these golden raindrops passed through the air, the original air quickly became tinted a golden yellow. In an instant, the air wove together a golden cage. The golden threads, denser than those formed by ultraviolet rays, blocked all of Su Chen's escape routes, leaving him with no way to evade. The crescent blade appeared in his hand, and Su Chen's expression grew serious as he watched the golden threads gradually close in around him. For the first time, he felt pressure from a ferocious beast. Is this the power of a 7th-tier ferocious beast? Suddenly, a clear sound rang out. A visible golden light, like a sharp arrow, struck Su Chen's body. A sharp pain surged through him. Su Chen looked down and saw that the jade armor he wore had sustained slight damage where he had been hit. Such strong attack power. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this scene. It was known that the jade armor, classified as a B-grade treasure, could almost withstand all attacks from beasts below the 5th tier. Even the attacks from 6th-tier beasts, after being weakened by the armor, rarely harmed Su Chen. As for damaging the armor, this was the first time it had been harmed since Su Chen donned it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as Su Chen looked down, countless golden lights sliced through the air, sealing him within. Then, these golden lights seemed to possess intelligence, turning and flying towards Su Chen. Die! In the distance, the golden giant lizard watched the scene, as if it could already see Su Chen's death. Step 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 it turned its body, the golden light swirling around its surface. As it began to walk back in the direction it had come from, the golden giant lizard wanted to return to its territory. Looks like I need to get serious. Inside the cage of golden light, Su Chen watched the golden giant lizard turn away and whispered softly. Boom boom boom. Then, a sound like a surging river echoed from within him, rolling forward. As this sound spread, countless azure lights burst forth from Su Chen's body, enveloping him. Then, clad in azure light, Su Chen charged against the countless golden raindrops towards the direction of the golden giant lizard. Die for me! Boom! The thunderous roar left the retreating golden giant lizard stunned in place. Meanwhile, Su Chen began to fully exert the techniques he had cultivated. As the Blue Dragon martial arts technique was activated, it birthed countless azure life energies, swirling around Su Chen's body. Originally injured by the attack of the golden giant lizard, Su Chen instantly regained his full state. At the same time, the Tiangang Xiangong, which he had rarely used since mastering it, began to operate within him. As the Tiangang Xiangong circulated, the Azure Dragon martial body that Su Chen had cultivated also began to change. The Azure Dragon martial body, which originally shimmered with a rich azure light, was expanding at an unimaginable speed. With the naked eye, it was evident that Su Chen's body had grown significantly larger than before. It was as if he had transformed into a divine being from myth, capable of altering the heavens and the earth. After activating the Tiangang Xiangong, Su Chen's figure suddenly became much taller. In an instant, he had transformed into a giant towering several dozen meters high. The enormous Su Chen now appeared majestic, as if he had become a colossal pillar supporting the sky. As his size increased, the countless golden threads that had surrounded him began to collide with his body. However, the golden light that could once harm Su Chen, now, as he grew larger, had no effect when it struck him. The sound of thuds echoed as the golden light hit his body. Although it made contact, the golden light could hardly inflict any significant injury. Even the minor injuries sustained were quickly healed as the azure light flowed around him. After transforming into a giant, Su Chen swayed his body, feeling an infinite power surging within him. He couldn't help but murmur, "This feeling is truly wonderful." But as soon as the words left his mouth, they transformed into thunder, resonating loudly in the air. Meanwhile, the golden giant lizard, which had initially intended to leave, turned its head in astonishment to gaze at Su Chen, who was now taller than it. A fleeting look of confusion appeared in its eyes. "What is this?" But Su Chen clearly would not give it the chance to comprehend the situation. After adapting to the giant form brought about by the Tiangang Xiangong, he immediately swung his right hand, and the broadsword reappeared in his grasp. With Su Chen's movement, the broadsword grew in size. It quickly transformed into a towering blade that matched Su Chen's gigantic stature. With azure light swirling around the blade, Su Chen looked indifferently at the golden giant lizard in the distance. At that moment, he seemed like a divine king descending from the heavens. "Burn my life!" In the next moment, accompanied by a mighty shout, the ethereal lifespan began to ignite. This was Su Chen activating the burning life calamity, and with the boost from this technique, his understanding of the nine heavens azure dragon slash, which he had already mastered at its peak, reached new heights. In an instant, his comprehension of this technique broke through to perfection. Countless insights into the way of the sword flowed through Su Chen's mind. Even after reaching perfection, the insights continued to pour in like a river. At that moment, Su Chen felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. A gentle breeze blew, and Su Chen opened his eyes, looking at the golden giant lizard not far away. His gaze filled with indifference. The cold gaze snapped the golden giant lizard back to reality, and it stared in astonishment at Su Chen, who stood before it like a towering jade pillar. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from him, the confidence it once had evaporated in an instant. "What is happening?" the golden giant lizard asked in a soul-searching manner. Su Chen clearly had no intention of answering its question. After adapting to his newfound strength, he immediately swung the long blade and charged toward the golden giant lizard. As he moved, it was as if he were tearing through the void. The long blade swung, and countless streams of light flowed between the silver-white blade. "Receive my slash." The blade cut through the air, and Su Chen, like a god of war, swung the long blade toward the golden giant lizard. After a moment of astonishment, the golden giant lizard regained its senses. Immediately, golden light swirled around its body, not retreating but charging towards Su Chen. Boom! In the jungle, two massive figures quickly became entangled in battle. Countless blades of light fell around them, annihilating everything in their vicinity. The golden giant lizard was unyielding, with numerous rays of golden light under its control blocking Su Chen's attacks. The sound of boom 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 echoed continuously. The ground shook, and trees flew through the air. The tremendous noise reverberated for dozens of miles. Amidst the battle, both Su Chen and the golden giant lizard began to sustain injuries. At this moment, Su Chen's green attire had been torn apart, with tattered strips hanging from him, making him look like a beggar. On the other side, the golden giant lizard appeared in a worse state than Su Chen. Bright red blood flowed from its body, staining the ground a deep crimson. Its originally brilliant golden body had now dulled in color. The confident look in its eyes had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Where did this freak come from? From its aura, it could clearly sense that the opponent had not yet stepped into a higher realm, still a 7th-tier warrior. Yet the power displayed was even stronger than that of this 7th-tier beast. The golden giant lizard felt as if the world had changed. It had become unfamiliar. Had the human race already mastered a more powerful path to strength? Just as the golden giant lizard was filled with doubt, Su Chen's figure slightly paused. Then, the long knife in his hand spun, transforming into a streak of silver light. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon. Sever the void. In an instant, a sound that shattered the void resonated through the heavens and earth. Next, Su Chen's figure seemed to transform into a long knife surrounded by azure light. The blade was enveloped in azure radiance, with the phantom of an azure dragon swirling around it. In the next moment, the long knife surged forward in an unstoppable manner, aimed at the golden giant lizard. Boom boom boom, everything in the void along the path of the long knife turned to nothingness. The golden giant lizard looked on in terror at everything before it, letting out a strange roar. Golden light domain. Countless golden rays gathered around it, forming a golden light curtain under its mental control. Appearing before it, it sought to block the incoming attack. Boom! Soon, the long knife collided with the golden light curtain. The sound of the collision echoed continuously, until a moment later, accompanied by a crisp pu, the golden light curtain shattered. Then, the massive silver long knife, surrounded by azure light, descended like a storm, directly slashing towards the golden giant lizard. In the eyes of the golden giant lizard, the clear azure blade light reflected its terror, making its fear all the more evident. In the jungle, Lin Shuang, dressed in a white long robe, moved cautiously. His eyes scanned the surroundings, wary of potential dangers. Yet his steps continued forward. He was searching for a suitable 6th-tier beast to serve as his next target. After checking the leaderboard and discovering that his rank had surpassed Su Chen's, Lin Shuang regained his confidence, reclaiming his determination to defend his 3rd-place position on the leaderboard. This also spurred him to become more proactive in hunting beasts. After slaying one beast, he immediately began searching for the next, aiming to kill as many beasts as possible to protect his ranking. Step step step, his footsteps made faint sounds as he moved through the jungle. Lin Shuang's figure was like a gentle breeze, constantly shifting across the battlefield of beasts. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly raised his head to look at a certain spot on the battlefield. What is that? Lin Shuang looked up and saw a brilliant golden light suddenly rising above the jungle in front of him. Not only that, but a powerful aura was also ascending. A 7th-tier beast? At that moment, upon witnessing this anomaly, Lin Shuang seemed to realize something. His expression immediately became serious. There are fluctuations of battle. Someone is fighting a 7th-tier ferocious beast? From the grand commotion coming from afar, Lin Shuang quickly guessed what was happening. His face changed repeatedly as he hesitated about whether to go over. Should I go take a look? Lin Shuang looked at the scene in the distance, his expression uncertain. If it were just a simple encounter with a 7th-tier ferocious beast, he would naturally have no hesitation and would retreat immediately. After all, with his current strength, he would definitely not be a match for a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Moreover, if he were to be caught by the beast, there was a possibility of losing his life. However, what he encountered now was not just a simple ferocious beast, but one that was engaged in battle with human martial artists. In this situation, he couldn't help but feel the urge to go and see. On one hand, it was to satisfy his curiosity about which human powerhouse was fighting the beast. On the other hand, if the human powerhouse were to be overwhelmed by the beast, he could provide cover for their retreat. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shuang quickly made a decision. Let's go take a look. As soon as he spoke, Lin Shuang immediately activated his movement technique and headed towards the distant jungle. Of course, while rushing to the battlefield, he did not forget to look around, remaining vigilant against attacks from other ferocious beasts. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the wind howled as Lin Shuang moved rapidly, soon arriving not far from the battlefield. As he got closer, he could see more clearly. He could distinctly see the enormous golden figure of the ferocious beast in the distance, as well as the flickering blue blade shadows on the other side. Who could the blade-wielding powerhouse be? High-level martial artists were already considered prominent figures within Lin City. Whether they became official martial artists, joined the Lord's Mansion, or became martial artists in the 2 major martial arts schools, those with 7th-tier strength could ascend to management positions. Therefore, almost every high-level martial artist in Lin City had a significant reputation. Thus, upon seeing the figures engaged in battle from a distance, Lin Shuang began to match their characteristics with the high-level martial artists in Lin City. However, he was puzzled that none of the martial artists' characteristics matched those of the figure before him. Could it be that they are not human martial artists? Just as Lin Shuang's doubts arose, he suddenly saw the blue light in the distance burst forth with intense brilliance. That light even momentarily overshadowed the golden glow emitted by the ferocious beast on the other side. Then, Lin Shuang saw a gigantic figure appear in the distant jungle. The figure held a silver-white long knife, surrounded by blue light, resembling a legendary war god from myth. The moment he saw the figure, Lin Shuang was stunned. Is that Su Chen? Originally pondering the true identity of the combatant in the distance, Lin Shuang suddenly exclaimed upon seeing the enormous figure. Although Su Chen had grown much larger, Lin Shuang, who had only seen him not long ago, recognized him at a glance. Damn! I can't be dreaming. In the next moment, Lin Shuang, who was usually known for his politeness, let out a curse. He looked in disbelief at Su Chen, who was beating down the 7th-tier ferocious beast. He almost thought he was dreaming. Was this the Su Chen he knew? In just a few days, he could overpower a 7th-tier ferocious beast. I must be crazy, actually thinking of competing for rankings with such a freak. Suddenly, Lin Shuang recalled his earlier thoughts. At that moment, he felt he truly had courage. Boom, accompanied by a loud noise. The sky-reaching long knife sliced through the air and then struck the golden giant lizard. With a loud puff, the powerful golden giant lizard was instantly split in two. In the next moment, bright red blood rained down like droplets. Soon after, with a loud crash, the body of the golden giant lizard fell heavily to the ground. With that, the blade flashed, and Su Chen returned to his original form. Holding a broadsword, dressed in blue, he stood there. A gentle breeze swept by, fluttering Su Chen's garments, the blood-red earth contrasting with him like a mountain or an abyss. Finally dead, he gazed at the golden giant lizard, now a lifeless body in the distance, and exhaled softly. Who, since becoming a martial artist, he had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. It had forced him to use all his strength to slay it. After a brief rest, Su Chen stepped forward towards the corpse of the golden giant lizard. Upon reaching the body, he swung his broadsword, first dismembering the golden giant lizard's corpse. Then he prepared to throw this massive body into the talent black hole for destruction, to enhance himself. However, just as Su Chen had dismembered the golden giant lizard's body and was preparing for his next move, his actions suddenly halted. What is this? He looked at the brilliant golden light emanating from the severed head of the golden giant lizard, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately wielded his long knife and struck at the spot on the golden giant lizard's head that was radiating golden light. Put! As Su Chen sliced open the golden giant lizard's head, he saw a pearl-like orb, shining with dazzling golden light, appear before him. The moment he saw this orb, a surge of information flooded into Su Chen's mind, allowing him to recognize the identity of the orb. Essence Pearl? Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the golden orb before him. His mind raced with related information. When a ferocious beast reached the 7th tier and became a high-level ferocious beast, it would naturally condense an essence pearl within its body. This was the essence pearl. The essence pearl was the repository of the ferocious beast's consciousness and soul. After condensing the essence pearl, the originally scattered spiritual consciousness of the ferocious beast would converge from various parts of its body into the essence pearl. Upon reaching a profound level of cultivation and condensing all its soul consciousness into the essence pearl, the ferocious beast could even use secret techniques to separate its essence pearl from its body, performing reincarnation and possession techniques. Thus, the essence pearl became the core of the ferocious beast's life. If the essence pearl were to be attacked, it would harm the very foundation of the ferocious beast, lightly affecting its cultivation and severely risking its life. Moreover, after condensing the essence pearl, the ferocious beast could utilize its essence pearl to unleash its ferocious beast domain abilities. Therefore, for high-level ferocious beasts, the essence pearl was of utmost importance. Even the closest ferocious beasts would never allow others to easily touch their essence pearl. However, since the golden giant lizard was now dead, it no longer had the ability to protect its essence pearl. So at this moment, its essence pearl was left for Su Chen to handle. Reaching out, he took the essence pearl from the golden giant lizard's head into his hand. Su Chen began to carefully observe this orb. It's truly beautiful. The essence pearl, surrounded by brilliant golden light, looked magnificent, emanating a mysterious aura that made Su Chen involuntarily exclaim, "I wonder what rewards I would get from destroying it." As he observed the essence pearl, curiosity began to rise within Su Chen. Over time, he had adapted to the existence of his innate abilities. He discovered that no matter what it was, as long as he destroyed it with his innate ability, he would inevitably receive a high return reward. Therefore, while observing the essence pearl, such thoughts naturally arose in Su Chen's mind. Why not give it a try? Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately threw the golden light-emitting essence pearl aside. At the same time, a circular black hole, a person high, suddenly rose in the air. With a soft sound, the essence pearl was instantly drawn into the black hole. As Su Chen looked on with anticipation, he soon heard the system's prompt in his ear, destroying the essence pearl of the golden giant lizard. Compensation divine intent plus 103. Sensing that the host had received a special reward, the divine intent attribute was activated. Listening to the prompt sound in his ear, Su Chen immediately felt as if his consciousness had been elevated. In an instant, he sensed a significant enhancement in his cognitive abilities. As his thoughts flowed, Su Chen discovered that his thinking capacity had greatly improved. Details he had previously overlooked during his training now came rushing back to him, and he quickly identified areas that could be modified. Additionally, some issues that existed during battles now reflected in his mind. Divine intent attribute? He murmured softly, eagerly summoning his talent panel. Soon, a virtual screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Su Chen. Age, 17/873. Realm, 5th Stage Warrior, Gengchi Realm. Divine Intent, 236. Physique, Azure Dragon. Martial Body, 762, needs 238 more physique to reach the Great Completion Realm. Martial Arts Phenomenon, Azure Dragon's Eye, a rare martial arts phenomenon formed by practicing the Azure Dragon martial arts, allowing the practitioner to borrow the pressure of a deity to intimidate opponents. Body like thunder, the martial body can briefly transform into thunder, executing a secret technique that spans 1,000 miles in an instant. Martial skills, True Dragon Stance, 100%, has reached the perfect realm. Azure Dragon Martial Arts, 84%, needs 16% proficiency to upgrade to the perfect realm. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash, 88%, needs 12% proficiency to upgrade to the perfect realm. Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique, 84%, needs 16% proficiency to upgrade to the perfect realm. Heavenly Gang Profound Skill, 83%, needs 17% proficiency to upgrade to the perfect realm. Burning Life Calamity, 42%, needs 18% proficiency to upgrade to the Great Completion Realm. Vitality Value, 5,573, needs 4,427 vitality to upgrade to 6th Stage Warrior. Armor, Azure Jade Armor Weapon, Guandao. As he scanned through the talent interface, Su Chen's gaze fixed on the Divine Intent Attribute section. Divine Intent Attribute. Looking at the newly appeared Divine Intent section on the talent interface, Su Chen felt a sudden realization. He was not unfamiliar with the Divine Intent Attribute. Just as the Physique Attribute was the key to breaking through to the Intermediate Realm Warrior, the Divine Intent Attribute was equally crucial for breaking through to the High Realm Warrior. In the path of martial arts, there has always been a saying, cultivate the body in the initial realm, cultivate the chi in the intermediate realm, and cultivate the spirit in the high realm. The initial realm's body cultivation is easy to understand. It involves increasing vitality to fill one's body, thereby enhancing combat power. However, this process of becoming stronger changes when one reaches the intermediate realm. Although intermediate realm warriors also need to enhance their vitality, the more important aspect of their cultivation is the refinement of their physique. Only by improving their physique can warriors endure more true chi, and even further condense true chi into gangchi, eventually transforming it into a sea of chi. Thus, for intermediate realm warriors, while cultivating vitality is important, it primarily serves as a means of energy accumulation. The truly crucial aspect is the refinement of the physique, as the physique is the key to carrying true chi. Of course, once one reaches the high realm, both vitality and physique cultivation become secondary. What high realm warriors truly need to cultivate is divine intent. Only by strengthening their divine intent can they manifest their martial path for combat. Therefore, for high realm warriors, the most important aspect of their cultivation becomes enhancing their own divine intent. However, improving divine intent is challenging. Countless warriors have been trapped at the 6th stage, unable to advance, and some even spend their entire lives unable to step into the realm of high realm warriors, becoming masters of martial arts. As thoughts flowed through his mind, a hint of joy appeared on Su Chen's face. My talent is indeed powerful. I have yet to step into the 6th stage warrior, yet I have already touched upon divine intent. Once I achieve the 6th stage warrior, by then, I'm afraid there won't be any need for accumulation. I'll be able to break through the threshold of high realms in one go, becoming a 7th tier warrior and achieving the status of a martial arts master. At this thought, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with light. In his heart, he had already begun to plot the next target for slaying a high-level ferocious beast. Just as Su Chen was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a surprised voice beside him. Su Chen, is that really you? Lin Shuang, who had hurried over from the outskirts of the battlefield where Su Chen was fighting the golden giant lizard, looked at the familiar figure squatting beside the corpse of the golden giant lizard and couldn't help but speak up. Lin Shuang's eyes were filled with shock. Although he had recognized from a distance that the person who had slain the 7th tier ferocious beast was Su Chen, seeing him up close, alongside the 7th tier beast, felt completely different. The difference was akin to hearing someone recount a story versus witnessing it firsthand. The impact of the two experiences was entirely different. Lin Shuang's words pulled Su Chen back to reality. Is that you, Lin Shuang? He turned to look at the familiar white figure standing not far away and spoke softly. Su Chen still had an impression of Lin Shuang. Not long ago, they had met when Su Chen had slain his first 6th tier ferocious beast. At that time, Su Chen had marveled at Lin Shuang's strength, feeling that the other's aura was unfathomable, far stronger than he had been at that time. So he has already broken through to the Qi realm, and it seems he has made some progress in this realm. Seeing Lin Shuang again, at that moment, Su Chen realized that the aura around him was no longer as mysterious as it had been during their last encounter. Now, he could see at a glance the level of Lin Shuang's strength. It's me. Lin Shuang nodded, then pointed to the corpse of the golden giant lizard lying on the ground beside them, asking with a hint of bitterness, "Did you slay this?" Su Chen remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Upon seeing this, Lin Shuang fell silent for a moment. At that moment, he felt a complex emotion that was hard to articulate. He didn't know how to evaluate his current feelings: envy, jealousy, shock, or perhaps a combination of all. Ultimately, these complex emotions coalesced into a single sentence that Lin Shuang uttered softly. Congratulations, Su Chen. Being able to slay a 7th tier ferocious beast, your strength is probably already the best among the younger generation in Lin City. As a young genius from Lin City, Lin Shuang had significant interactions with Xiangbu and Leijun. In fact, their private relationships were quite good. Because of this, Lin Shuang was well aware that although the other two were slightly stronger than him, they had not broken through to become 7th tier warriors. As for slaying a 7th tier ferocious beast, that was even more out of the question. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Shuang made this statement. However, as he spoke, an inexplicable sense of powerlessness surged within him. He thought of his years of hard training and recalled the time they had met not long ago when Su Chen's strength had still been inferior to his. Now, looking at Su Chen standing beside the 7th tier ferocious beast, the golden giant lizard, he felt that human effort sometimes had its limits. As for maintaining the 3rd position on the leaderboard, that thought had already vanished the moment he saw Su Chen. This isn't anything. Su Chen shook his head. Although the 7th tier ferocious beast was powerful, there were still 8th tier and 9th tier beasts above it. Therefore, this achievement of his was hardly significant. If one day I reached the martial god realm, then perhaps that would be worth a congratulations. Of course, Su Chen only thought this in his heart and did not voice it. He knew that saying such a thing might invite resentment. It's nothing. Lin Shuang softly repeated Su Chen's words, but her mood grew increasingly uncomfortable. However, this discomfort only lasted a short while. Lin Shuang replaced it with other emotions. I can't bear this discomfort alone, can I? Thinking of Leijun and Xiangbu, who were still ahead of her on the points leaderboard, a smile suddenly appeared in Lin Shuang's eyes. By now, she had completely adopted a laid-back attitude. She no longer expected to maintain her 3rd position on the points leaderboard. However, as the saying goes, it's better to enjoy together than to enjoy alone. While being uncomfortable was indeed hard, when many people felt the same way, that emotion would fade. After witnessing Su Chen's strength in slaying a 7th tier beast, Lin Shuang quickly thought that, based on Su Chen's current performance, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Leijun and Xiangbu on the leaderboard. So, after calming her discomfort, Lin Shuang's heart began to feel hopeful. Su Chen was unaware of Lin Shuang's thoughts. After greeting him, he focused on his next task, destroying the golden giant lizard. Stepping up to the body of the golden giant lizard, a talent black hole appeared beside Su Chen. Then, he began to act. Whoosh, a gentle breeze blew, and the dimly glowing body of the golden giant lizard was thrown into the black hole by Su Chen, destroying the 7th tier beast, golden giant crocodile's body. Compensation for vitality plus 650, destroying a fearless golden ancient crocodile's body. Compensation for Qinglong martial body plus 135, destroying the head of the 7th tier beast, golden ancient crocodile. For revenge, compensation for lifespan plus 73, destroying the body of the 7th tier beast, golden ancient crocodile. Owner of the metal domain. Compensation. Soon, the system's notification sound rang in Su Chen's ears. With the system's feedback, Su Chen felt his vitality rapidly increasing. Not only that, but the strength of the Qinglong martial body he had cultivated was also continuously rising. Sitting cross-legged, after fully digesting and absorbing his gains, Su Chen finally opened his eyes. Whoosh, a faint blue light burst from Su Chen's eyes, quickly dissipating into nothingness. As Su Chen's cultivation continued to strengthen, his own aura did not keep growing stronger. Instead, it seemed to return to simplicity. On the surface, he appeared just like he did before he became a martial artist. He looked ordinary. However, this ordinariness presented a completely different scene in the eyes of some accomplished martial artists. Not far from Su Chen, Lin Shuang, who had not left, watched the figure in blue from a distance. Although Su Chen looked ordinary at this moment, in her perception, she could clearly feel that his strength had improved compared to before. Whoosh, after exhaling a long breath, Su Chen raised his gaze towards Lin Shuang, who stood not far away, and frowned in confusion. He didn't understand why Lin Shuang was still lingering here. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen asked seriously, "Do you need something?" Faced with Su Chen's question, Lin Shuang opened her mouth but momentarily didn't know how to respond. After all, her desire to stay with Su Chen carried a hint of pleading. Yet, she had rarely asked anyone for anything in her life. Thus, she naturally didn't know how to begin. But deep down, she truly wanted to follow Su Chen, to see his next actions, and to witness him surpassing Xiangbu and the others in ranking firsthand. Two conflicting thoughts clashed in her mind, leaving Lin Shuang momentarily stunned by Su Chen's words. After a while, she stammered, "Why yes, I have something to ask of you. I want to team up with you. No, I hope that in the upcoming actions on the beast battlefield, you can take me with you." As she spoke, Lin Shuang's gaze was fixed on Su Chen, filled with a hint of anticipation. However, her heart was screaming wildly. "How could you do this, Lin Shuang? You are the top student of Lin City Advanced Martial Arts School. How can you act like this?" On the other side, Su Chen glanced at Lin Shuang with some confusion, not understanding why he would say that. However, after thinking for a moment, Su Chen nodded. Sure, with Ran Qingshue's departure, it was indeed a bit inconvenient for him to act alone in the beast battlefield. Having Lin Shuang join him would certainly make things easier. Upon seeing Su Chen agree, Lin Shuang instantly reined in his many thoughts and turned to Su Chen with a beaming smile. "Then I'll have to trouble you in the future. Su Chen, just let me know if there's anything you need me to do." The speed of his change in demeanor surprised Su Chen. "Not for now." Su Chen waved his hand, having just slain the golden giant lizard. He still had some finishing work to do. There wasn't really anything for Lin Shuang to do. While speaking, Su Chen took out his phone and opened the official points system, preparing to upload the video of him slaying the golden giant lizard. Just as Su Chen was about to act, Lin Shuang suddenly appeared beside him. With a cheerful tone, he said, "Su Chen, are you planning to upload the battle video?" Su Chen glanced at Lin Shuang and nodded. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit strange, as he sensed a hint of anticipation in Lin Shuang's eyes. "Did I see that wrong?" Su Chen muttered to himself. If he remembered correctly, Lin Shuang's points ranking was above his. Now that he had slain a 7th tier beast, it was clear that his ranking would surpass Lin Shuang's after the points were updated. This situation should be something Lin Shuang wouldn't want to see. Why would he be filled with anticipation? Shaking his head, Su Chen collected his thoughts and stopped overthinking, continuing with his actions. Meanwhile, as Su Chen began uploading the battle video, Lin Shuang also opened the official website to check the current system rankings. Looking at the list, He saw himself in third place. Lin Shuang's gaze quickly shifted to Leijun, who was in second place. Leijun's points are only 40,000 more than Su Chen's. Given the value of a 7th tier beast, I think after this points update, Su Chen's ranking will surpass Leijun's. I wonder what his expression will be then. As he looked at the points leaderboard, his eyes swept over Su Chen, who was standing nearby. At that moment, Lin Shuang couldn't help but feel a bit more anticipation. As for Su Chen's earlier thoughts about surpassing his points ranking, Lin Shuang had already accepted that since seeing Su Chen again and watching him slay the 7th tier beast, his current thought was simply hoping to see more people like him, which would lighten his mood a bit. Since the points update would take some time, Lin Shuang, with nothing else to do, decided to check the martial artist forum for discussions about the beast competition. It was just that upon looking, I said Su Chen is just a silver-plated spearhead. If it's really impressive, it has to be Lin Shuang from our Lord's mansion. Exactly. Now Lin Shuang not only reclaimed third place but is pulling further away from Su Chen. I think Su Chen has no chance of catching up. To take third place, Su Chen's strength is still lacking a bit. Compared to Lin Shuang, Su Chen's strength indeed falls short. Lin Shuang is one of the few martial arts geniuses of this generation. Even the likes of Xiangbu and Leijun, who rank above him, may not necessarily be stronger than him, let alone Su Chen. Su Chen should practice a bit more. Since Lin Shuang was part of the official forum of the Lord's mansion, as an official martial artist, he belonged to the official camp. Therefore, the voices in the martial artist forum were mostly in favor of Lin Shuang. As soon as he opened the forum, Lin Shuang saw numerous praises directed at him. Looking at these comments, Lin Shuang, the person involved, felt a tightness in his chest. He secretly glanced at Su Chen, who was fiddling with his phone nearby. He began to ponder. What qualifications did he have to overshadow someone like Su Chen, who could slay a 7th tier ferocious beast? He then withdrew his gaze, and Lin Shuang couldn't help but tilt his phone slightly. He was afraid Su Chen would see the comments on it and challenge him to a duel. If that happened, he would be in serious trouble. The bull is what the netizens boast about. The beating is what I took on the spot. And the person was buried this afternoon. Thinking of that scene, Lin Shuang immediately shivered. Then his fingers moved like lightning as he started posting messages on the martial artist forum to refute others' comments. Don't randomly boast for me. Su Chen's strength is 10 times mine. I have no right to compete with him for third place. That spot should belong to Su Chen. No, I think the first place should also belong to Su Chen. The one upstairs is an undercover from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Identification complete. Management, quickly mute him. He's a hater. No, he seems to be Lin Shuang himself. The decisive battle hasn't started. Why does your majesty yield first? Just as Lin Shuang was engaged in a verbal battle with many haters on the martial artist forum. On the other side, Su Chen quickly completed the upload of the battle video. After finishing everything, Su Chen couldn't help but think with anticipation. Slaying a 7th tier ferocious beast. I wonder how many points that will give me. After this points update, I don't know how much my ranking will rise. Just as Su Chen completed the points upload. On the other side, the points statistics department of the city lord's mansion was already in an uproar. What? Su Chen actually slayed a 7th tier ferocious beast. Quick, look. Su Chen has slain a 7th tier ferocious beast. What? Su Chen slayed a 7th tier ferocious beast. Let me see. Is it true? Damn. Su Chen can already slay 7th tier ferocious beasts? Damn. It's actually true. A golden giant lizard. This is a genuine 7th tier ferocious beast. Although it's not considered strong among 7th tier beasts, it is indeed a real 7th tier ferocious beast. And it was just slain by Su Chen? Slaying a 7th tier ferocious beast. Has Su Chen broken through to become a 7th tier martial artist so quickly? Looking at Su Chen's combat methods, it doesn't seem like a breakthrough to 7th tier. It looks more like he fought beyond his level and killed the golden giant lizard with his powerful martial arts realm. If that's the case, isn't that even more terrifying? Genius. Genius. This is a true martial arts genius. What martial arts genius? I think this is a martial arts monster. Yes, it's a martial arts monster. As Su Chen's battle video was transmitted to the points statistics department, the entire department instantly erupted in chaos, with discussions rising to a clamor. What do we do now? Should we directly update the points ranking or? At this moment, a staff member calmed down and cautiously spoke up. This is no longer something we can decide. I think we should quickly report this news to the city lord and let him make the decision. Right. Report to the city lord. Hurry. Report this news to the city lord. After some discussion, the head of the Point Statistics Department quickly made a decision. That was to report the news of Su Chen slaying the 7th-tier ferocious beast to the city lord. In this situation, the news about Su Chen slaying the 7th-tier ferocious beast was soon transmitted to the city lord's mansion. However, since the city lord Bai Shu Yuan had gone to the ferocious beast battlefield with Lei Zhan and others, the news ultimately reached not the city lord Bai Shu Yuan, but his deputy Suan. Inside the city lord's mansion, Suan, dressed in a gray long robe, looked at the report from the Point Statistics Department. The calm expression on his face finally revealed a hint of a smile. Slaying a 7th-tier ferocious beast, truly impressive for the younger generation. Watching the battle footage of Su Chen slaying the golden giant lizard, Suan couldn't help but nod. Ever since the battle against the ferocious beasts began, Suan had been busy handling the aftermath of the situation. The brutality of this battle left Suan in a constant state of unease as he oversaw related matters. Recently, the news of Su Chen slaying a 7th-tier beast was perhaps the only good news for him. Reluctantly pulling his gaze away, Suan looked at the person who had come to report and said in a deep voice, "Go back and tell your minister to update the points normally." Understood, my lord. After receiving Suan's instructions, the staff quickly retreated. Watching the staff's figure disappear, Suan's gaze returned to the video in his hand. Su Chen? With such strength, if properly cultivated, he might have a great chance of becoming a martial god in the future. I should inform the city lord about this. Speaking softly to himself, Suan suddenly raised his head and looked towards a direction outside the city. That was the direction of the beast battlefield. I wonder how the city lord and the others are faring in their mission to slay the lord-level beasts, to avenge the beast siege. After the situation in Lin City stabilized, Bai Shu Yuan, along with the two heads of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, as well as the city patrol envoy Luo Yang, entered the beast battlefield with the intention of encircling and killing the lord-level beasts. Gazing into the distance, Suan pondered for a moment before lowering his head to send a message to Bai Shu Yuan, who was far away in the beast battlefield. After sending the message, Suan withdrew his gaze and whispered, "I wonder if the city lord will receive the message." Unlike other areas of the beast battlefield, the core area was affected by king-level beasts, making it sometimes impossible to receive messages sent by mobile phones. While Suan was sending a message to Bai Shu Yuan, the staff who had returned to the Point Statistics Department quickly relayed Suan's orders. After receiving the command, the Point Statistics Department promptly began updating Su Chen's points ranking. Following the update, Su Chen's overall ranking immediately jumped to second place. He's already in second place. It seems that the first place in this beast competition will undoubtedly belong to Su Chen. Upon seeing this result, the staff in the Point Statistics Department couldn't help but think this way. After all, with Su Chen's ability to slay 7th-tier beasts, there was no one left among the other competitors in the points competition who could rival him. In the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, after leaving Su Chen, Joy Yi was assigned by Zhuge to handle matters related to the participating martial artists in the beast competition. So for the past few days, Joy Yi had been observing the situation of the participating martial artists in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, with particular focus on Lei Zhan and Su Chen. After all, both of them were currently in the top 5 of the points leaderboard. But why hasn't Su Chen's points changed for such a long time? In the office, Zhu Yi, who had been refreshing the points ranking, looked at the leaderboard with some confusion. He had been monitoring Su Chen's ranking for days. Initially, he was pleased to see Su Chen enter the top 3, but his good mood didn't last long, as Su Chen's ranking soon fell back to 4th place. Logically, Su Chen just returned to the safe zone to rest. His strength should have improved further, and his efficiency in slaying beasts should be higher. Why hasn't there been any change in points for such a long time? Could it be that the situation in the core area of the beast battlefield is truly that difficult? Looking at the points leaderboard, Joy Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had been observing Su Chen's situation closely and knew it almost like the back of his hand. He was aware that Su Chen had recently returned to the safe zone for a rest. Based on Joy Yi's understanding of Su Chen, after resting, Su Chen's strength would surely see another boost. The scene he had witnessed not long ago was still vivid in his mind. It is precisely because of this reason that when Joy Yi saw Su Chen's points remain unchanged after his rest, a sense of curiosity inevitably arose in his heart. Of course, Juoyi's confusion did not last long. Soon, he saw that Su Chen's points had been updated. It changed. A one-time increase of 6,000 points. Not bad. It seems Su Chen has once again slain a 6th-tier beast. Upon seeing the points update, a smile appeared on Juoyi's face. However, as soon as he spoke, a look of confusion quickly emerged on his face. Wait a minute. Logically speaking, 6,000 points shouldn't be enough to raise his ranking, especially not to jump to 2nd place all at once. Looking at Su Chen, whose rank had instantly risen to 2nd place after the points refreshed, Juoyi's face was filled with deep confusion. But soon, as if he had discovered something, he stiffly looked at Su Chen's points. No, it didn't just increase by 6,000 points, it's 60,000 points. 60,000 points. What is going on? Could it be that Su Chen single-handedly killed more than a dozen 6th-tier beasts? Or perhaps, he killed a 7th-tier beast? At this point, Juoyi was already frozen in place, unable to believe that Su Chen could slay a 7th-tier beast. Yet the current points situation forced him to consider this possibility. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ran Xingxue, who had returned home to prepare for her training, saw Su Chen's points update and revealed an expression of as expected. Indeed, Su Chen's strength has already reached a level comparable to that of a 7th-tier warrior. Having followed Su Chen closely, Ran Xingxue was very familiar with his strength, so the moment she saw the change in points, she understood the reason behind it. As she murmured to herself, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes, and then she seemed to have made a certain resolution. Shaking her silver hair, she walked towards the secret chamber. She was going to enter seclusion for training. Of course, Ran Xingxue was the only one who reacted this way. Most people, upon seeing Su Chen's points change, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Could it be that the points statistics department made a mistake? Yeah, if there wasn't a problem, how could Su Chen's ranking suddenly rise so much? I calculated it. This time the points update shows that Su Chen's total points increased by 60,000. 60,000 points can only be obtained by slaying more than a dozen 6th-tier beasts. Su Chen couldn't possibly have killed more than a dozen 6th-tier beasts in such a short time. Could he? Actually, there's another possibility. Su Chen killed a 7th-tier beast. A 7th-tier beast? How is that possible? Su Chen has only been a warrior for such a short time. How could he have the strength to slay a 7th-tier beast? Su Chen slaying a 7th-tier beast is probably the funniest news I've heard this year. Slaying a 7th-tier beast sounds even more unbelievable than killing a dozen 6th-tier beasts. As the points department updated the leaderboard, a wave of discussion erupted in the forum. The updated results were so astonishing that even these seasoned warriors found it hard to believe. Of course, this disbelief quickly dissipated when the points department issued a special announcement to clarify the situation. The warriors in the city lord's mansion looked at the announcement from the points statistics department in the warrior forum, which clearly stated that Su Chen's points statistics were accurate, and they fell silent for a moment. No wonder Lin Shuang said such things. He probably knows about Su Chen's strength, which is why he said that. What level has Su Chen's strength reached to be able to slay more than a dozen 6th-tier beasts at once? At this moment, these people finally understood why Lin Shuang had made such statements in the forum. Initially, they were somewhat puzzled, but with the announcement from the points statistics department, everything became clear. These people suddenly felt a sense of realization. It turned out that Lin Shuang knew that his strength was not as good as Su Chen's, which was why he would say such things. Compared to the silence of the official martial artist forum of the city lord's mansion, the martial artist forum of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was in a frenzy after seeing the official announcement. It's actually true. This means Su Chen's points ranking is in 2nd place, and with the strength he has shown now, he probably has a great chance of surpassing Xiang Bu and taking the 1st position. Su Chen has really brought honor to our Extreme Path Martial Arts School. This time we have completely overshadowed the Thunder God Martial Arts School and the City Lord's Mansion. Ha ha ha, do you know how good I feel right now? It's just exhilarating. I didn't expect Su Chen's strength to have improved to such a level. I remember Su Chen seems to have opened a shop called the Azure Dragon Stall in the martial artist market. I need to go check on his business. It would be nice to mention it later. Let's go together. I'll go too. With the update of the points leaderboard and the official announcement confirming it, the people in Lin City finally believed that Su Chen had indeed stepped into the 2nd position on the points leaderboard. After accepting this fact, some people recalled Su Chen's shop in the martial artist market. This thought drove countless martial artists to impulsively rush into the martial artist market. Originally, due to the activities of fierce beasts, All the martial artists in Lin City had gone to the Fierce Beast battlefield, which had caused the customer flow in the martial artist market to hit a new low. There were hardly any customers, and even the merchants had rarely gone to the martial artist market these days. Only a few merchants were still stubbornly setting up stalls. Zhang Russian was one of them. At noon, as usual, after having lunch, Zhang Russian arrived at the Azure Dragon stall. He then took out the martial arts techniques that Su Chen had left him, laid them out one by one, and began selling. However, due to the sharp decrease in customer flow in the martial artist market these days, the business of the Azure Dragon stall had gone from being bustling to hardly anyone showing interest. So, after setting up his stall, Zhang Russian couldn't help but sigh. I wonder when this business will improve. Turning to look at the sparsely populated martial artist market, a look of sorrow appeared on Zhang Russian's face. Although he knew that even if Su Chen was aware of the poor business at the Azure Dragon stall, he wouldn't blame him, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Of course, after feeling melancholic, his gaze unconsciously turned to the entrance of the martial artist market. And when will the boss come back from the Fierce Beast battlefield? As he spoke, a hint of worry appeared on Zhang Russian's face. Although he had heard from other martial artists these days that Su Chen's strength was already remarkable, even among martial artists, he could be considered a strong one. With his strength, it was almost impossible for any accidents to happen. Yet, in Zhang Russian's heart, he still couldn't help but worry. Because of their special acquaintance, he didn't just see Su Chen as a boss, he regarded him as a junior and a benefactor. Because of this, even knowing that Su Chen was now powerful, he still felt an involuntary concern. It felt like parents would inevitably give countless reminders when their children went out. Just as Zhang Russian's emotions were complex, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the martial artist market. The martial artist market has finally arrived. Where is the Azure Dragon stall? Is it open today? Where? The Azure Dragon stall is over there. Hurry up! Let's go! Let's go! From a distance, Zhang Russian heard a chaotic noise, and then he saw a large crowd of people coming over. Moreover, judging by the powerful aura they exuded, it was clear that they were all martial artists. Looking for me? Zhang Russian's face turned pale as he saw a large group of people approaching. He began to quickly reflect on whether he had done anything illegal during this time. However, just as the thought of reflection arose, he saw the crowd had already reached him. Then he heard someone say, "Do you have a copy of Thunder Martial Arts Manual for me? Bring me a copy of Rock Solid Martial Arts Manual. I want a copy of Thunder Blade Technique. And if you don't have it, just give me any blade technique." Coming back to his senses, Zhang Russian heard the martial artists speaking one after another. Zhang Russian stood there in a daze, not understanding what was happening, as this large group of martial artists came to him to purchase martial arts manuals. As for everything happening in Lin City, Su Chen was unaware. After uploading the battle video, Su Chen began to pack his things, and once everything was busy, he immediately waved to Lin Shuang and said, "Let's go find the next fierce beast." With that, Su Chen activated his movement technique and walked deep into the dense forest. Seeing this, Lin Shuang quickly followed suit. Whoosh, a gentle breeze blew, and the place quickly became tranquil, with only the damaged ground and the devastated environment indicating that a great battle had just taken place. Inside the dense forest, Su Chen's figure darted like a purple lightning bolt. Behind him, Lin Shuang transformed into a white light, closely following. After slaying the golden giant lizard, Su Chen gained a deeper understanding of his own strength. So now, even in the core area of the Fierce Beast battlefield, Su Chen's movements appeared extremely unrestrained. After all, with his current strength, he no longer needed to fear 7th tier fierce beasts. The 8th tier and 9th tier fierce beasts above the 7th tier were extremely rare, even in the core area of the Fierce Beast battlefield. Thus, with Su Chen's strength, he could move freely without too much fear. Just as he was moving freely, not long after leaving the territory of the golden giant lizard, Su Chen encountered another 7th tier fierce beast. Looking at the massive creature in the distance, resembling a burning giant peak, Su Chen's expression became serious. He waved his hand to Lin Shuang behind him and said softly, "Stay alert on the side. Be careful of the aftermath of my battle with it." As he spoke, Su Chen transformed into a purple lightning bolt and charged forward. Boom! In mid-air, Su Chen summoned his long knife, which transformed into a several-meter-long giant blade. 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. With a loud shout, 64 blade lights erupted from the edge of the long knife. sweeping towards the distant flame demon ape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of howling winds echoed in the void. As Su Chen slashed, countless blade lights instantly appeared in the air, as if to destroy the heavens and the earth, striking towards the flame demon ape, which was engulfed in flames. The flame demon ape, like the golden giant lizard Su Chen had encountered before, was also a 7th-tier fierce beast. However, unlike the golden giant lizard, the flame demon ape had mastered the domain power of fire, meaning its power was that of the flame domain. Therefore, when faced with Su Chen's overwhelming slash, the flame demon ape pounded the ground with its fists and let out a roar towards the sky. Howl as its roar echoed. Countless purple-black flames appeared around the flame demon ape. This blazing fire instantly illuminated the surrounding environment in a bright red hue. Then, the fierce flames surged forward, charging directly at Su Chen's azure blade light. On the outskirts of the battlefield, after hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Shuang felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to argue a few points. The words were already on the tip of his tongue. It's fine. I can do it. We can face this ferocious beast together. However, Lin Shuang ultimately did not say this out loud. He glanced at the overwhelming scene before him, as if the world were about to be destroyed. Swallowed hard. Consciously following Su Chen's request, he retreated towards the back. At that moment, Lin Shuang felt that Su Chen's words were very correct. He still stepped aside, facing the aftermath of the battle between Su Chen and the flame demon ape. As Lin Shuang retreated to the outer circle of the battle, the magnificent blade light that Su Chen had unleashed quickly collided with the flame demon ape's attack. Boom! With a tremendous sound, countless green lights and flames surged within the jungle, almost painting the sky in shades of green and red. In that instant, the scene could be seen for dozens of miles around. The nearby ferocious beasts, upon witnessing this spectacle, instinctively trembled and ran further away. They feared being caught up in this battle and suffering an unwarranted disaster. Just as these ferocious beasts were fleeing due to the enormous sound, in the deep core area of the battlefield, a figure in white suddenly turned its head, as if sensing something, and looked towards the place where Su Chen was fighting the flame demon ape, who was fighting the ferocious beasts. As he spoke, the figure in white frowned slightly, seemingly pondering who the combatants in the distance were. Just as the figure in white paused to think, a robust man in purple beside him suddenly asked in confusion, "Old Bai, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you searching for that beast Ba Tian's whereabouts? What are you thinking about here?" Lei Zhun stood firm, looking at Bai Shu Yuan with a puzzled expression. Indeed, the two speaking were Bai Shu Yuan, the lord of Lin City, and Lei Zhun, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, both of whom held stable positions among the top 3 in Lin City. Due to the ferocious beasts attacking the city, the casualties among the citizens of Lin City were severe. After handling the aftermath of the battle, Bai Shu Yuan and others formed a team to enter the battlefield of the ferocious beasts, aiming to search for the few Lord-level ferocious beasts that had caused great losses in Lin City. However, these Lord-level ferocious beasts might have realized that Bai Shu Yuan and others could enter the battlefield for revenge. Therefore, after participating in the siege battle, they all concealed their presence. This also led to Bai Shu Yuan and his companions entering the battlefield for several days without any gains. This reason made Lei Zhun, who was already somewhat impatient by nature, feel a surge of frustration. Thus, when he saw Bai Shu Yuan standing there in a daze instead of searching for the Lord-level ferocious beasts, he immediately spoke sharply. Bai Shu Yuan glanced at Lei Zhun and then shook his head, saying, "It's nothing." He had sensed that the human martial artists had the upper hand in the distant battle. Therefore, he extinguished the thought of going to help and naturally wouldn't mention this matter to Lei Zhun. "Let's go. Continue with our work." Withdrawing his gaze and murmuring, Bai Shu Yuan quickly returned to the search for the Lord-level ferocious beasts. Just as Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhun began to busy themselves, on the other side, Su Chen once again pushed his technique to the extreme. Then, Lin Shuang watched in astonishment as Su Chen's figure expanded from over a meter tall to over 20 meters, wielding an enormous long knife towards the flame demon ape. In that moment, from Lin Shuang's perspective, Su Chen seemed more like a villain. Boom, the long knife swung, and countless green blade lights slashed towards the flame demon ape. The overwhelming blade light seemed poised to destroy everything. In the face of this, even the flame demon ape desperately activated its fiery domain. Yet, the light of a firefly could ultimately not withstand the might of the sun. With a loud boom, the massive, battered body of the flame demon ape finally fell to the ground, unwilling to accept its fate. As its form collapsed, A flicker of purplish-red light suddenly shone from its head. Seeing this, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward with familiarity and cleaved open its enormous skull. He extracted the essence core from within. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew by, and the purplish-red essence core taken from the flame demon ape was absorbed into the black hole beside Su Chen. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Su Chen's mind, destroying the essence core of the golden giant lizard. Compensation divine intent plus 114, the system's prompt resonated in his head. Su Chen's violent aura gradually receded, and his once towering figure began to shrink slowly. Soon, Su Chen's body had returned to a size resembling that of an ordinary person, dressed in a green robe. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through, and a desolate atmosphere rose at the scene. At that moment, sunlight filtered through the tall trees, casting light on the distant flame demon ape, adding a touch of bleakness to the surroundings. Su Chen looked calmly at the lifeless flame demon ape in the distance. Feeling the enhancement of his divine intent, his thoughts became increasingly swift, and even his martial skills seemed to gain many insights out of thin air, causing a smile to bloom on his lips. Not bad. His soft voice resembled a deity's appreciation for the mundane humans who dared to resist. In the distance, Lin Shuang stared blankly at everything, his expression dazed, as if his thoughts had frozen. He widened his eyes at the flame demon ape, now lying on the ground as a corpse, disbelief filling his gaze. Lin Shuang couldn't believe that such a powerful creature, which he couldn't even contend with, had died so quickly. In a daze, the scene of Su Chen slaying the flame demon ape echoed in his mind. The endless azure blade light seemed to flash continuously in Lin Shuang's thoughts. I fear I couldn't withstand even one of its strikes. A stammering voice emerged in the silent forest, beginning to echo softly. In a moment of clarity, Lin Shuang seemed to understand one thing: Su Chen was no longer on the same level as him. Meanwhile, Su Chen was unaware of Lin Shuang's inner thoughts. He was still feeling the changes brought about by the enhancement of his divine intent. His gaze fell to the ground, observing a fallen leaf scattered about. With a thought, he watched as the leaf suddenly floated into the air. It felt as if an invisible hand was lifting it. With the help of this invisible hand, the leaf quickly reached Su Chen's hand. He opened his palm and gently grasped the floating leaf. A faint glimmer passed through Su Chen's eyes. Is this the effect of the enhancement of divine intent? Su Chen marveled at the leaf in his hand, and then, like a child, he released the leaf, allowing it to float around under his conscious control. He reveled in the special ability granted to him by the enhancement of his divine intent. No wonder there's such a vast difference in strength between high-level and mid-level martial artists. With the support of divine intent attributes, high-level martial artists can not only greatly reduce their own consumption but also make their attacks more intuitive, making mid-level martial artists no match for them. After a while, Su Chen stopped his actions and whispered softly. As he spoke, the scene of his battle with the flame demon ape still echoed in his mind. As a high-level ferocious beast, the flame demon ape's mastery of the fire domain was derived from divine intent. Within the fire domain, the flame demon ape could freely manipulate its attacks, which not only reduced its own consumption but also made its attacks more mysterious and unpredictable. In this situation, whether it is an ordinary mid-level martial artist or a high-level martial artist, it is naturally difficult for them to be its opponent. Even Su Chen found it troublesome when facing it. If it weren't for his higher proficiency in martial skills, unleashing an attack power far beyond his own realm, using an indiscriminate attack method similar to a cannon barrage, even Su Chen would find it hard to kill the opponent. After enhancing my divine intent, I will be more composed when facing high-level ferocious beasts. And this also counts as accumulating foundation in advance, paving the way for my breakthrough to become a high-level martial artist. Su Chen muttered softly, quickly gathering his thoughts. He then withdrew his gaze and stepped towards the fallen corpse of the flame demon ape. The flame demon ape was dead, and it was time for him to reap his rewards. Whoosh! A silver-white long knife appeared in Su Chen's hand, and he quickly began to get busy. Su Chen started to dismember the flame demon ape and placed some important materials into his storage equipment. Then, he moved both hands simultaneously, beginning to throw the corpse of the flame demon ape into the black hole beside him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A fierce wind began to sound in Su Chen's ears, followed by a series of dense system notification sounds, ringing in his ears like raindrops, destroying the body of the 7th-level ferocious beast flame demon ape. Compensation for vitality plus 650, destroying a wronged flame demon ape's body. Compensation for Azure Dragon Martial Body plus 135 destroying the head of the 7th level Ferocious Beast Flame Demon Ape guarding the territory. Compensation for Lifespan plus 73 destroying the body of the 7th level Ferocious Beast Flame Demon Ape. Owner of the Fire Attribute Domain. Compensation. As the system notification sounds rang out, a powerful aura began to rise from Su Chen. Within him, the Azure Dragon martial arts method began to operate naturally. Whoosh 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 in the air. Faint streams of energy began to slowly enter Su Chen's body. Countless intense and rich azure lights burst forth from Su Chen, making his figure appear sacred and towering. What is this? Not far away, Lin Shuang, finally coming back to his senses from the shock and preparing to approach Su Chen for a chat, was momentarily stunned by Su Chen's sudden actions. At that moment, he unconsciously recalled their recent meeting. It seemed that Su Chen had done something similar then. Only this time he was facing a golden giant lizard. Is this his special hobby? Lin Shuang looked at Su Chen, who was dismembering the flame demon ape, with a strange expression. Then he saw Su Chen sitting cross-legged, and a strange black hole appeared beside him. At that moment, Lin Shuang seemed to suddenly remember something. In astonishment, he said, "Perhaps, this is Su Chen's innate ability." As if he had thought of something, Lin Shuang suddenly fixed his gaze on Su Chen, as if waiting for something. Then he saw a rich azure light flickering around Su Chen, a glow that Lin Shuang was very familiar with. It was the aura of Su Chen's Azure Dragon martial arts method. At this moment, a certain thought in Lin Shuang's mind seemed to be validated, and a look of realization appeared on his face. This is indeed his cultivation method. At that moment, Lin Shuang's expression showed understanding. Although he had never seen anyone like Su Chen who could cultivate using the corpses of ferocious beasts, since the emergence of martial arts, various innate abilities had been born in this world. While Su Chen's talent surprised Lin Shuang, he was not overly shocked. Watching Su Chen enter a state of cultivation, Lin Shuang quickly gathered his thoughts, then summoned his long sword, preparing to guard against the surrounding situation. Despite the myriad of doubts in his heart, he prioritized protection. Lin Shuang did just that. He looked around with a stern gaze, his eyes filled with vigilance, on guard against any ferocious beasts that might appear. This was his responsibility as Su Chen's teammate and also his duty as a member of the human race. Since the great change of heaven and earth, ferocious beasts had been present in the world for over 100 years. For so many years, the human race has evolved from merely surviving to gradually sounding the horn of counterattack. Now, they have nearly reached a point where they are evenly matched with the ferocious beasts, even managing to suppress their offensive and begin to sound the horn of counteroffensive. This has been achieved through the unity of the human race. It can be said that for the humans, when facing the ferocious beasts, there is an almost absolute solidarity. It is precisely because of this spirit that the human race has become as strong as it is today. When Lin Shuang began her patrol, on the other side, Su Chen sat cross-legged, and the green light around him grew increasingly intense. At a certain moment, a brilliant green light suddenly surged from Su Chen's body. This boundless green light shot straight up, at that moment completely enveloping Su Chen's form, like a stream of light soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire world around him. Whoosh above the heavens, it was as if a powerful searchlight had been turned on, suddenly revealing a bright light. Even in the daytime, this radiance appeared dazzling. The change in Su Chen unconsciously drew Lin Shuang's gaze, and she looked over. Observing the transformation occurring in Su Chen, she suddenly seemed to recall something. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "Is Su Chen about to break through to become a 6th-tier warrior?" At that moment, Lin Shuang's tone was filled with shock. The reason for this was that she had witnessed Su Chen directly slay a 7th-tier ferocious beast in a head-on confrontation. This result instinctively led Lin Shuang to believe that Su Chen had already broken through to become a 6th-tier warrior. In fact, she thought he had been on the path of a 6th-tier warrior for quite some time. She never expected that the Su Chen who had so ruthlessly slain the 7th-tier beast as if it were a toy was actually a 5th-tier warrior. How is this possible? Lin Shuang, who had intended to patrol and guard Su Chen, suddenly felt her mindset shatter. Su Chen's cultivation was still ongoing, and the green light bursting forth into the sky began to transform into a green dragon. Roar! A powerful sound resonated across the sky, echoing far and wide. Originally, many ferocious beasts had fled due to Su Chen's battle with the flame demon ape, but upon witnessing this phenomenon, it was as if they saw the apocalypse descending, and they began to flee once more. A green dragon, hundreds of meters long, coiled in the sky, casting the world around Su Chen in a green hue. At that moment, countless ferocious beasts and warriors witnessed the scene. In the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield, a beast resembling a human stood, its eyes flickering with confusion. It gazed faintly at the light rising in the distance. Dumbfounded, it spoke. Is a human warrior breaking through? As it spoke, a savage, bloodthirsty glint unconsciously flickered in its eyes. Daring to break through so ostentatiously in the ferocious beast battlefield? Truly, they do not take me seriously. In its calm words, a hint of coldness flashed in the beast's eyes. At that moment, a chilling killing intent began to spread from its body. As it spoke, it moved, intending to head towards the place where the green light was spreading, preparing to eliminate the warrior in the midst of their breakthrough. However, just as it made a move, it suddenly seemed to sense something and turned its gaze sharply to the right front. Damn it, these humans are chasing again. They always come together. If they have the ability, they should fight one-on-one. Don't let me catch you alone. After muttering a few harsh words, the ferocious beast's form suddenly transformed into that of a giant bear, and it swiftly moved away into the distance. It sought to escape the pursuit of the human warriors. Shortly after the giant bear left, a white figure and a purple figure landed in the spot it had just occupied. Let that beast escape again. After landing, Lei Zhan looked at the lingering aura of Batian in the air and couldn't help but curse. These days, in order to slay the overlord of the dominators, Lei Zhan and Bai Shu Yuan have been searching for each other's whereabouts. However, the overlord is quite cunning. Every time they are about to find him, he manages to escape just in time. Seeing that the opponent has escaped again this time, Lei Zhan finally couldn't help but curse out loud. What puzzled him was that after he spoke, he did not receive a response from Bai Shu Yuan beside him. So he turned his head, looking at Bai Shu Yuan in confusion. He then noticed that Bai Shu Yuan was frowning, staring in one direction. What are you looking at now? Seeing Bai Shu Yuan's actions, Lei Zhan couldn't help but ask in confusion. I'm watching a little guy break through his cultivation. Bai Shu Yuan, who had been watching the distant figure of the azure dragon roaring through the heavens and earth, came back to his senses, turned to Lei Zhan, and said lightly. He continued, no need to search for the overlord's whereabouts anymore. Come with me to a place first. Without waiting for Lei Zhan to respond, Bai Shu Yuan's figure flickered and shot away like an arrow into the distance. Witnessing this scene, Lei Zhan felt puzzled but quickly followed Bai Shu Yuan's figure. As the two moved, Lei Zhan soon understood the reason behind Bai Shu Yuan's earlier words. Is someone breaking through their cultivation? As they approached the location where Su Chen was, Lei Zhan could clearly see the faintly visible azure giant dragon in the vast sky. At this moment, he finally understood what Bai Shu Yuan had meant. Who is this? Which faction's person is breaking through to a 6th-tier warrior with such a grand momentum? This child has limitless potential in the future. Looking at the overwhelming aura that could be felt even from a distance, Lei Zhan couldn't help but speak. At this time, Bai Shu Yuan, who had already sensed the aura of the figure in the distance, recalled the message he had received from Suan not long ago and glanced at Lei Zhan with a strange expression. It was the first time he had seen a curator who didn't even recognize his own people. While Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan were on their way, on the other side, Su Chen, who had completely destroyed all the corpses of the flame demon apes, was fully immersed in his cultivation. He began to operate the Azure Dragon martial arts method with all his might, and under his operation, the Azure true energy within him, which had originally flowed like a vast river, began to grow even stronger. It continuously impacted the Dantian position in his body. Boom, boom, boom. The huge sounds echoed within Su Chen's body, and at a certain moment, it was as if a river had burst its banks, accompanied by a loud bang. With a whoosh, the vast river surged, breaking open the Dantian that had been as solid as a rock. Then, this azure stream seemed to have found its way home, surging towards the Dantian position. Soon, Su Chen's Dantian was filled with the true energy from within him. The once exhausted Dantian now resembled a vast lake, with azure light illuminating all around. This also meant that Su Chen's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 6th-tier warrior, the Qi-Si realm. When a warrior steps into the 4th-tier true energy realm, the blood and energy within them condense into true energy, swirling within the limbs and bones of the warrior. With this true energy, a true energy realm warrior can accomplish many things that were previously impossible, such as walking on air and performing out-of-body attacks. The cultivation of true energy also creates a significant gap between the 3rd tier and 4th tier warriors. An ordinary 3rd tier warrior can easily be defeated when facing a 4th tier warrior. The difference in strength between the two is measured in multiples. When a warrior enters the true energy realm, it marks the official beginning of true energy cultivation. Upon reaching the next realm, which is the 5th tier warrior, the Ganchi realm, the true energy within the warrior condenses into a liquid form, swirling within the limbs and bones. At this point, the true energy within the warrior is no longer in gaseous form but is transformed into a liquid form. Therefore, a 5th tier warrior can also be referred to as a true liquid realm warrior. Compared to true chi realm warriors, true liquid realm warriors unleash martial techniques that not only possess greater attack power but also have a more solid foundation due to the condensation of true chi into liquid form. The combat endurance of true liquid realm warriors is also stronger than that of true chi realm warriors. After stepping into the true liquid realm, what the warrior must continue to do is to increase the amount of true liquid within their body. This continues until their meridians are filled, and with this substantial accumulation, the warrior can attempt to break open their own dantian. The human body itself is like a universe, reflecting the vast starry sky. Though small, it contains a world within. The dantian serves as the entrance to this world. When a warrior can use their true liquid to strike open the world of their dantian, they will be able to see the void world hidden within. What they must do next is to occupy this void world, continuously expanding it until it transforms into a real world. This is the path of cultivation that the warrior will follow next. Just like Su Chen now, after breaking open the dantian world, Su Chen's true liquid will continuously flow into the world of his dantian, forming a blue ocean that will grow larger with his cultivation until it becomes a vast ocean. This is also the origin of the term Qi Si realm. Now, Su Chen has already stepped into this realm. Of course, the Qi Si realm is not the end of martial cultivation. After perfecting the Qi Si realm, the warrior must then construct their martial prototype within their Qi Si world. This is something that high-level warriors must do. When a warrior can completely shape their martial prototype in their Qi Si world, it means they can attempt to break through and become a high-level warrior. Feeling the breath within him gradually calm down, Su Chen slowly exhaled. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. On the other side, upon seeing Su Chen finish his cultivation, Lin Shuang's gaze was already fixed on him. So when Su Chen's gaze turned towards him, it coincidentally collided with Lin Shuang's. "You finished your cultivation?" Seeing Su Chen's gaze, Lin Shuang couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, and he quickly spoke up. However, his tone unconsciously conveyed a sense of insecurity. As if a student had seen their teacher or a subordinate had seen their superior. "Yeah, it's done." Nodding slightly, Su Chen felt that stepping into the 6th tier warrior level didn't bring about much change for him. Aside from his Azure Dragon martial body becoming stronger and the amount of true liquid within him increasing, there were no other changes. As he walked towards Lin Shuang, Su Chen was about to inquire about the cultivation of Qi Si realm warriors and the precautions for breaking through to high-level warriors when suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He turned his head to look at the distant sky, where a powerful aura seemed to be approaching. Could it be a ferocious beast? With this thought, Su Chen's expression became serious. After continuously destroying the essence pills of ferocious beasts and receiving compensation from the system, Su Chen's divine intent attribute had now risen to over 300 points. This level of divine intent attribute was nearly on par with that of an average 7th tier warrior. With this higher divine intent attribute, Su Chen had also mastered many abilities that other mid-tier warriors did not possess, such as being able to manipulate objects with his consciousness. In addition, Su Chen's perception had greatly enhanced, allowing him not only to sense the existence of the surrounding spacetime but also to develop a sort of sixth sense intuition. With his divine intent projected outward, Su Chen could feel from a distance whether someone was targeting him or if a powerful lifeform was approaching. And now, this feeling had arisen in Su Chen's mind. It's not one, but two, and from the looks of it, they should be martial artists of the human race. As the auras in the distance continued to approach, Su Chen's perception of the two auras became increasingly clear. He sensed a strong martial artist's aura from them, and besides that, he also detected the goodwill they were emitting. Human race martial artists, with such powerful auras. I wonder who they are. Looking at the distant sky, Su Chen lowered his guard and then raised his head, gazing curiously into the distance. On the other side, Lin Shuang noticed Su Chen was about to speak, but then suddenly fell silent and looked into the distance. prompting his curiosity to ask, "What's wrong?" After saying that, he looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression, not understanding why Su Chen had suddenly changed. "Is someone coming?" Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly. Meanwhile, as Su Chen discovered Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan also sensed Su Chen's presence as they drew closer. "It's this little guy. I didn't expect that after just a few days. He has already broken through to become a 6th-tier martial artist? And from the looks of it, his foundation is quite deep." As the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Lei Zhan naturally recognized Su Chen. In fact, it wasn't just recognition, he had personally met Su Chen during the arena competition. When he first met Su Chen, he had high expectations for him. After all, Su Chen was the only genius in Lin City in over a decade to have perfected the True Dragon stance. Not only that, but he also demonstrated exceptional talent in both cultivation and combat. In a short time, he not only broke through to become a 2nd-tier martial artist but also possessed the strength to slay 4th-tier ferocious beasts. It could be said that in Lei Zhan's heart, he had long regarded Su Chen as the future hope of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. He believed that as long as Su Chen did not meet an untimely end, there was a great possibility he would become a martial god in the future. But this speed is a bit too fast, isn't it? From a distance, after realizing that the person who had broken through was actually Su Chen from his own martial arts hall, Lei Zhan, after the initial surprise, suddenly felt a daze. The speed of Su Chen's breakthrough was simply too fast, completely beyond his imagination. Lei Zhan's tone was filled with shock. When he sensed that there was a martial artist breaking through, he had speculated about the identity of the person. However, he never expected that it would be Su Chen. So, when he confirmed that the person who had broken through was indeed Su Chen, he was truly astonished. Compared to Lei Zhan, Bai Shu Yuan appeared much calmer, as he had sensed earlier that the person breaking through was Su Chen. Even when he heard the uncontrollable shock in Lei Zhan's tone, he casually remarked, "Finally recognized him?" Bai Shu Yuan's words were in response to what Lei Zhan had just said. When he noticed someone breaking through in the distance, Lei Zhan had asked who the person was and which martial arts hall they belonged to. At that time, Bai Shu Yuan had remained silent, waiting for this moment to mock Lei Zhan. So, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shu Yuan looked at Lei Zhan, wanting to see his comrade's embarrassed expression, which would also serve as a form of vindication for himself after being offended by Lei Zhan's words in recent days. However, Bai Shu Yuan clearly underestimated Lei Zhan. Faced with his somewhat sarcastic remark, Lei Zhan's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "What do you mean finally? I recognized him as Su Chen from our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall long ago. He is a martial arts genius. I discovered myself. In terms of martial arts talent, he surpasses everyone in Lin City. No one from this generation in Lin City can compete with him." Lei Zhan's words were laced with undeniable pride. To an outsider, it might seem like he was speaking the truth, but in reality, the level Su Chen had reached today had little to do with him. In fact, one could say it was almost negligible. Don't say it. Su Chen's improvement in cultivation relies on himself. And even the initial resources obtained from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall are largely due to Zhugaku. It has little to do with Lei Zhan. However, in the face of Lei Zhan's words, Bai Shu Yuan did not refute, because in his heart, he actually recognized Lei Zhan's words. Su Chen is indeed the most talented person among the younger generation. Not to mention Lin Shuang from his city lord's mansion and another martial arts genius from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Lei Jin, even Xiang Bu, who previously had the vague title of the first among the younger generation in Lin City, probably does not compare to Su Chen in terms of martial arts talent. Moreover, it's not just martial arts talent, even in terms of strength, he probably surpasses Su Chen. Thinking of the battle aura he sensed not long ago and the message sent by Suan, Bai Shu Yuan was very clear in his heart. Although Su Chen had just broken through to become a 6th-tier martial artist, his strength had likely already surpassed many 7th-tier martial artists. The fiery demon ape that had just perished here could serve as solid evidence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan were speaking, their figures seemed like two phantoms. In an instant, they appeared in front of Su Chen and Lin Shuang. Originally, Lin Shuang was a bit puzzled as to why Su Chen suddenly stopped speaking and looked towards the sky. It was only when he saw the sudden appearance of Lei Zhan and Bai Shu Yuan that he fully understood why Su Chen acted this way. In fact, upon seeing Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan, Lin Shuang couldn't help but exclaim, "City Lord, Hall Master?" As he spoke, Excitement unconsciously flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan, as the top 3 figures in Lin City, not only held high status but also possessed immense strength. It could be said that within Lin City, the two were almost synonymous with power. Because of this, nearly all martial artists in Lin City regarded Lei Zhan and Bai Shuyuan as their goals to pursue. Students like Lin Shuang, who were still in school, grew up listening to stories about Lei Zhan and Bai Shuyuan. In their eyes, Lei Zhan and Bai Shuyuan were not just the hall master of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall and the city lord of Lin City, they were also figures they admired and aspired to emulate. Therefore, upon seeing the two appear, Lin Shuang's emotions became uncontrollably excited. Lin Shuang, hearing Lin Shuang's words, Bai Shuyuan turned to look at this talented youth from his faction and nodded slightly. Lei Zhan also nodded at Lin Shuang. Then, their gazes unconsciously turned to the young man in green standing on the other side, who was calmly watching them. Hall Master, City Lord. Upon seeing Lei Zhan and Bai Shuyuan's gazes, Su Chen slightly nodded and then softly spoke. However, as he spoke, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. This smile seemed quite abrupt. Su Chen, well done. Lei Zhan did not mind Su Chen's expression. After hearing Su Chen's words, he laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha, you really bring glory to our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. With your current strength, you could easily suppress the people from the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall and the City Lord's Mansion, securing the first position in the beast competition." Looking at Lei Zhan's demeanor, Bai Shuyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, he didn't care too much about who took the so-called first position in the beast competition. After all, no matter who took the first position, it ultimately belonged to the human race, to the people of Lin City. As the City Lord of Lin City, what mattered to Bai Shuyuan was that the martial artists of Lin City were strong. He didn't care whether this strong person was from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall or the City Lord's Mansion. In fact, although the two martial arts halls and the City Lord's Mansion had some competition, when it came to major issues, they often stood together. The martial arts hall model and the official model were merely different developmental paths for martial artists. For the City Lord's Mansion, this boundary was not very clear. Of course, whether he cares or not, at this moment, Lei Zhan's actions ultimately made Bai Shuyuan feel a bit uncomfortable inside. Frowning slightly, Bai Shuyuan glanced at Lei Zhan and then turned his gaze back to Su Chen. If Suan, the second in command of the City Lord's Mansion, were here, he would surely guess from Bai Shuyuan's expression that someone was about to have bad luck. Unfortunately, Suan was not present, and Lei Zhan could not read Bai Shuyuan's expression. At this moment, he was still feeling pleased because Su Chen had earned him some face. "You flatter me, Director. My strength is just average, not comparable to other young geniuses." Su Chen, don't be modest. If I say you can, then you can. Do you not trust my judgment as your director? The only ones who can stand on the stage in the City Lord's Mansion and Leishan Martial Arts Hall are Lin Shuang and Xiangbu, but neither of them is your match. So what I say is the truth. But, in front of Lei Zhan, Su Chen weakly conversed with him. However, during the conversation, a doubt unconsciously arose in Su Chen's heart. How did Lei Zhan, with this personality, become the director of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall? The director of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall can't just be someone with enough strength, right? Su Chen internally complained. Originally, Su Chen had a lot of respect for Lei Zhan. After all, as the director of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Lei Zhan was a role model for all martial artists in Lin City to learn from and pursue. However, after a simple conversation with this role model, Su Chen's admiration shattered into pieces. What a powerful and independent director of the Extreme Dao Hall. He was just a muscle-bound brute with strength. Just as Su Chen was internally complaining while facing Lei Zhan, a calm voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Was the 7th-tier beast here slain by you?" Hearing the voice, Su Chen turned to look and found that it was Bai Shuyuan, the City Lord of Lin City, who had spoken. He nodded slightly and smiled. "Yes, City Lord." As he spoke, Su Chen unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Talking to Lei Zhan was simply too exhausting. A 6th-tier martial artist can slay a 7th-tier beast. You deserve the title of a young prodigy. Bai Shuyuan spoke softly, his gaze fixed on Su Chen, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. As the City Lord of Lin City, he was naturally pleased to see a martial arts prodigy like Su Chen emerge. Only with more martial arts prodigies like Su Chen would the strength of humanity grow stronger. In this way, one day, they could completely eradicate the beasts. You see, even old Bai says so, now you should believe me. Thanks to Bai Shu Yuan's words, the once quiet Lei Zhan immediately picked up the conversation again. However, this time, Bai Shu Yuan could not help but intervene. He raised his head, looked calmly at Lei Zhan, and said softly, "You should be quiet for a moment." As soon as he spoke, a faint white mist began to rise from Bai Shu Yuan's body. Lei Zhan, who was about to argue, suddenly seemed to remember something upon seeing the white mist and promptly closed his mouth with some reluctance. Seeing this, Bai Shu Yuan then turned his gaze back to Su Chen. "As a martial arts prodigy of Lin City, since you have encountered me here, it would be inappropriate for me, as the city lord, to not express anything." After a moment of thought, Bai Shu Yuan suddenly spoke. "I observed the situation here on my way over. I believe you just broke through to the 6th tier martial artist." Bai Shu Yuan spoke in a deep voice. Although he, with his peak 9th tier strength, had not witnessed Su Chen's breakthrough process in its entirety, he had sensed what had happened here through his divine sense. Therefore, his tone was filled with certainty. Su Chen nodded slightly. "Yes." Bai Shu Yuan nodded slightly and smiled. "With your martial arts talent, I believe the cultivation of the 6th tier Qi Si realm will not hinder you, so I won't say much more about the cultivation of this realm. Today, I will tell you about the path of cultivation to break through from the 6th level of martial arts to the 7th level." As he spoke, Bai Shu Yuan moved his feet and walked to the side, quickly arriving at a flat area that had not been damaged by battle. Then sitting cross-legged, he then waved to Su Chen, signaling him, "You sit too." As he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and turned to Lin Shuang, who was standing on the other side, and said, "You come over and listen too." In the distance, Lin Shuang, who had been quietly standing, felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Bai Shu Yuan's words. The lord of the city finally remembered him, a member of his own family. He was truly moved. Complaining in his heart, Lin Shuang quickly came to sit beside Su Chen. Seeing that both Su Chen and Lin Shuang had sat down, regardless of Lei Zhan still standing aside, Bai Shu Yuan began to speak for himself. "I believe you already know that the path of martial arts begins at the 1st level for martial artists, which is the body refining stage, refining the body, refining the organs, refining the bones, step by step, with the goal of forging a martial arts body. Only then can we support ourselves in entering the intermediate realm of martial arts, which is the Qi refining realm. Just like the breakthrough from the body refining realm to the Qi refining realm, to step from the Qi refining realm of the intermediate martial arts into the high realm of martial arts, the spirit refining realm, one must continuously accumulate foundation. Entering the Qi refining realm for the first time, the Qi fills the body, then condensing Qi into liquid, and finally transforming liquid into an ocean. Step by step in cultivation, is all to cultivate a world that can bear our martial arts. It can be said that with the entry into the 6th level of martial arts, the Qi Si realm, you have truly stepped into the world of martial artists, truly beginning your martial artist cultivation. Bai Shu Yuan's words, each pronounced clearly, resonated in Su Chen's ears like a great bell. Although his words were quite simple, as if Su Chen had seen similar content countless times in books, for some reason, when spoken by Bai Shu Yuan, Su Chen felt a different meaning. It was as if, with Bai Shu Yuan's narration, the cultivation of the initial realm of martial arts, the body refining realm, and the intermediate realm of martial arts, the Qi refining realm, gradually appeared in Su Chen's mind, allowing him to clearly see such a cultivation process. Naturally, Su Chen felt completely different. As he spoke to this point, Bai Shu Yuan paused briefly, then raised his head to glance at Lei Zhan, who had unknowingly sat beside Su Chen. He then withdrew his gaze and continued, "Next, I will explain in detail the process of breaking through from the 6th level of martial arts to the 7th level. Unlike the transition from the initial realm of martial arts to the intermediate realm, which only requires a solid foundation for the martial artist's body to naturally generate true Qi, thus entering the intermediate realm of martial artists. To move from the intermediate realm of martial artists to the high realm, the martial artist must have sufficient comprehension, that is, to open up their own martial arts embryonic form. Because only in this way can one open up a sufficiently vast world in the Dantian, the Purple Palace, to bear their divine intent." As Bai Shu Yuan spoke, Su Chen's consciousness unconsciously sank into his Dantian world. At this moment, his Dantian world was filled with a pale blue ocean, a rich aura of upgrading continuously rising and spreading. That was the ocean formed by Su Chen's true essence, which could be said to accompany his breakthrough to the Qi-Si realm. The Dantian world had already become his martial arts foundation. However, while sensing the Dantian world, Su Chen also discovered something. Because of the system's compensation, the gradually emerging divine intent seemed to be entrusted to this place, which was the Dantian world. So, after breaking through to become a high-realm martial artist, the Dantian Purple Palace world is the foundation of a martial artist? In a moment of realization, a sense of clarity rose in Su Chen's heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of something: the essence pills he had obtained from slaying the 7th-level ferocious beasts twice. The Purple Mansion world of humanity is actually equivalent to the essence of the fierce beast's great elixir? As the thought of enlightenment rose in Su Chen's heart, Bai Shu Yuan's explanation continued on the other side. Everyone's path in martial arts is different based on their thoughts, ideas, and strengths, so the martial arts they cultivate are not the same. Just like me, what I cultivate is the sword path. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen immediately felt a strong sense of sharpness emanating around him. Then he saw what seemed like countless dense sword lights filling the air, each fine sword light giving Su Chen the feeling that it could easily kill him. Is this the power of a 9th-tier martial artist? Feeling the endless sharpness and pressure surrounding him, a glint of sharpness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Bai Shu Yuan was the strongest person Su Chen had seen so far. The powerful aura he exuded was what Su Chen had always yearned for and aimed to pursue. No one knew that in Su Chen's heart, he once had grand ideals. He dreamed of one day becoming a peak martial artist, cutting down all injustices in the world. However, after Su Chen had just crossed over, due to his lack of talent, he became indistinguishable from the crowd, regarded as a waste by his classmates and teachers. Even the cultivation he had persistently adhered to seemed ridiculous in the eyes of others. In this way, who would pay attention to or care about the ideals in his heart? Using my martial arts as the source, pouring all my thoughts, ideas, and everything into it. The sword path. As Bai Shu Yuan's voice fell, Su Chen felt an endless aura of sharpness erupting in front of him. At that moment, Bai Shu Yuan seemed to transform into a sword that could pierce through heaven and earth, capable of cutting through everything. The dazzling sharpness not only reflected around, causing the surrounding dense forest to tremble faintly, but also had a tendency to spread outward continuously. In that instant, almost the entire core area of the fierce beast battlefield could feel this powerful aura. Warriors in the core area, who were currently slaying fierce beasts, all turned their gazes toward Bai Shu Yuan's location at that moment, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Such a powerful aura. Who is this? It's the Lord's aura. What is he doing? Could it be that he encountered a Lord-level fierce beast? The Lord is actually exuding such a powerful aura. Not only the human warriors, but many fierce beasts in the core area also sensed the overwhelming powerful aura emanating from Bai Shu Yuan. Faced with this aura, the fierce beasts, known for their ferocity, surprisingly did not roar to the sky. They ran away like quails, each tucking their tails and fleeing to a farther place. In the jungle, the giant bear, Bat Ian, also sensed the aura emitted by Bai Shu Yuan from afar, looking at the distance with some confusion. Why did Bai Shu Yuan go there? Isn't that where that young human is? A moment of confusion appeared in Baishan's large pupils. Originally, after sensing the commotion of Su Chen slaying a 7th-tier fierce beast, he intended to rush to Su Chen's location to kill him. However, before he could act, he was pursued by Bai Shu Yuan and others. Reluctantly, Batian had to flee, but in his heart, he had not given up on this idea. He originally thought that after shaking off the pursuit of Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan, he would go deal with that young warrior. But who would have thought that before he could make it there? He had already seen the situation of Bai Shu Yuan and Su Chen together. It seems Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan value this human very much. A hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes, and soon Batian figured out the logic behind it. In that case, I must deal with this human warrior even more. As he thought this, a cruel expression appeared in Baishan's eyes. Then, it moved slightly and shot towards the place in the distance where a powerful aura was emanating. It was clearly preparing to seek out Bai Shu Yuan. More accurately, it was preparing to find Su Chen. So, during the process of moving, Batian was also carefully concealing its whereabouts. Su Chen was unaware of everything happening in the beast battlefield at this moment. He was quietly listening to Bai Shu Yuan's explanation. In fact, martial arts can be difficult or easy. It's difficult because to comprehend the embryonic form of one's martial path, One needs a complete understanding of the martial laws and techniques they practice, and based on that understanding, combine their strengths to create a martial path that belongs entirely to them. Naturally, this is quite challenging, but looking back, every person's martial path ultimately boils down to their own understanding of martial arts. They just need to condense their thoughts and ideas about martial arts, and in doing so, their martial path will naturally form. Su Chen closed his eyes, with Bai Shu Yuan's voice continuously ringing in his ears. As he spoke, Su Chen's understanding of martial arts deepened. As for Lin Shuang, who was sitting cross-legged beside Su Chen, he had already stepped into the 6th rank of martial artists and was well versed in the breakthrough from 6th to 7th rank. Although Bai Shu Yuan's martial realm was profound, his teachings were different from others' mysteries. However, for Lin Shuang, the impact was still smaller. Compared to what the city lord said, perhaps this is my opportunity. Lin Shuang's gaze was fixed on Bai Shu Yuan, feeling the sharp aura emanating from him, and he couldn't help but become entranced. As a fellow practitioner of the sword path, Bai Shu Yuan, being a peak master of the sword path, fully revealed his sword aura. In Lin Shuang's eyes, it was undoubtedly like having an answer sheet during an exam. At this moment, his eyes were glued to Bai Shu Yuan, continuously absorbing everything needed for sword cultivation from him. During this process of comprehension, a sharp aura began to gradually emerge from Lin Shuang. If one looked closely, it was clear that this was not just a sharp aura, it was obviously the sword energy of the void, the martial path of thoughts, ideas, and reflections. Then what is my martial path? As Lin Shuang gained insights, Su Chen, with his eyes closed, began to ponder. Is it the Azure Dragon? A sudden thought appeared in Su Chen's mind. Ever since he became a martial artist and stepped into the martial path, what he practiced was the Azure Dragon martial law, and even what he excelled at was the accompanying Nine Heavens Azure Dragon slash. Moreover, when Su Chen stepped into the 4th rank and achieved the Azure Dragon body, it was still the Azure Dragon body he attained. One could say that Su Chen's martial path revolved around the Azure Dragon. Therefore, upon hearing Bai Shu Yuan's words, Su Chen naturally associated it with the Azure Dragon martial path. As this thought arose in Su Chen's heart, ripples suddenly appeared on the azure lake within his Dantian's purple realm. It felt as if something had suddenly been born in that lake. Whoosh! A faint sound came, and then the ripples on the azure lake grew larger. Next, a small azure figure suddenly leaped out of the lake. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a snake, had a head like a qilin, long whiskers, antlers like a deer, a body with 5 claws, and a majestic appearance. It was clearly the form of the Azure Dragon. And just as this Azure Dragon figure appeared in Su Chen's Dantian's purple realm, a system prompt sounded in his mind. The host has gained new insights into martial arts and has formed the embryonic form of the Azure Dragon martial path. The voice that appeared in his mind stunned Su Chen for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his lips, because this was the first time the system had given him a prompt without him having destroyed anything. At this moment, Su Chen's consciousness was still immersed in his Dantian space, within an endless azure ocean, where a shadow resembling a blue dragon soared. Looking at this shadow, Su Chen understood that this was his martial path, the blue dragon martial path. However, while feeling this martial shadow, for some reason, Su Chen always felt that something was missing in his understanding of this martial way. He cleared his mind and pondered, but no matter how he thought, he ultimately could not find what this flaw was. What is it? Just as Su Chen felt puzzled about his own understanding of the embryonic form of martial arts, outside, as he condensed the embryonic form of martial arts, a blue dragon shadow naturally spiraled out around him. This figure seemed to have walked out from ancient times, casting a shadow over Su Chen's body, merging into one. With the appearance of this blue dragon shadow, Su Chen seemed to have transformed into the reflection of this blue dragon in the world. Not bad comprehension. Watching the blue dragon shadow spiraling around Su Chen, Bai Shu Yuan smiled slightly. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to look at Lin Shuang, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of Su Chen. At this moment, fine sword lights illuminated around Lin Shuang, giving him an aura reminiscent of the momentum Bai Shu Yuan had just displayed. What a clever little guy. Observing the atmosphere around Lin Shuang, Bai Shu Yuan shook his head with a smile. With his insight, he could naturally see that Lin Shuang's understanding was not due to any insight from what he had just said. Rather, it was more about having a model to learn and imitate after witnessing Bai Shu Yuan's earlier display of momentum. That feeling was like finding an answer and direction. allowing him to condense his own embryonic form of martial arts in an instant. With Lin Shuang's martial foundation, it won't be long before he breaks through to become a 7th-tier martial artist. Looking at Lin Shuang, who was surrounded by sword light, Bai Shu Yuan couldn't help but think, in comparison, Su Chen might be a step slower than him. With that thought, Bai Shu Yuan's gaze returned to Su Chen. He could clearly see that although Su Chen's understanding of martial arts was superior to Lin Shuang's and his combat ability far exceeded Lin Shuang's, in terms of realm, Su Chen was not as advanced as Lin Shuang. Compared to Lin Shuang, who had already stepped into the 6th-tier martial artist realm and had traveled a significant distance within that realm, Su Chen was merely a newcomer martial artist who had just entered the 6th-tier realm. His gaze lingered on Su Chen and Lin Shuang for a long time, seeing that both were immersed in their training. After a while, Bai Shu Yuan withdrew his gaze and stepped aside. However, as he moved to the side, he noticed Lei Zhan looking at him with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" He glanced at Lei Zhan in confusion. Then Bai Shu Yuan heard Lei Zhan speak lightly. "No wonder you can be the city lord, you really know how to handle people." Lei Zhan's words carried a hint of inexplicable meaning. Whether it was regarding Su Chen or Lin Shuang, he and Bai Shu Yuan could be considered seniors. Now, meeting in the beast battlefield, it would have been fine if there had been no indication at all. But now, as the city lord, Bai Shu Yuan was giving guidance to Su Chen and Lin Shuang on their martial paths. In this case, as a fellow senior, if he did nothing, wouldn't that be awkward? After a moment of thought, Bai Shu Yuan understood the meaning behind Lei Zhan's words. A smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and he looked at Lei Zhan with a hint of amusement. He said softly, "I've done all I can, what comes next depends on you. Director Lei." Ha ha. With that, Bai Shu Yuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan had known each other for many years, although there had been competition over the years. Their overall relationship was quite good. However, regardless of their relationship, as longtime friends, who wouldn't want to see the other make a fool of themselves? After all, catching someone in an embarrassing moment can lead to laughter for a long time. "You rascal." Looking at the laughing Bai Shu Yuan, Lei Zhan pointed at him, then quickly let his hand drop weakly. At this moment, it was better to think about how to deal with Su Chen and Lin Shuang when they woke up, rather than bickering with Bai Shu Yuan. After all, if he didn't handle this well, Bai Shu Yuan's laughter would last much longer than just a moment. With that thought, Lei Zhan began to pace back and forth, but his mind was swirling with thoughts. He was contemplating what kind of reward he should give Su Chen and Lin Shuang that would be appropriate for his status, while also not causing him to bleed financially. In the world of the Dantian, Su Chen's consciousness remained there, observing the azure dragon's phantom swirling in the blue lake, pondering what his martial arts still lacked. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen still couldn't find the answer. Perhaps, it's still my lack of accumulation. If I could condense my insights into a book, it might help me identify the problems within. With these thoughts, Su Chen reluctantly withdrew his consciousness, and his eyes slowly opened. As he opened his eyes, the azure dragon phantom that had been circling around him also vanished, retreating into Su Chen's body. Whoosh! A fierce whistling sound erupted as Su Chen opened his eyes and looked ahead. Then, he saw Bai Shu Yuan in white and Lei Zhan in purple, both gazing intently at him. "How is it?" Bai Shu Yuan, who had been observing Su Chen and Lin Shuang, rushed to stand in front of Su Chen as soon as he saw the unusual phenomenon around him disappear. The moment Su Chen opened his eyes, Bai Shu Yuan immediately asked, "Thank you, City Lord. I have successfully condensed the embryonic form of my martial arts." Upon hearing Bai Shu Yuan's question, Su Chen replied immediately, though he did not mention the flaws he felt in his martial arts insights. Just as Bai Shu Yuan had said earlier, the embryonic form of martial arts for each person is essentially their own understanding of martial arts. This understanding cannot be borrowed from others, it can only be realized through one's own comprehension. Therefore, Su Chen knew very well that even if he told Bai Shu Yuan about this, the other party would not be able to help him solve the problem. Thus, Su Chen would not take that unnecessary step. Not bad. Bai Shu Yuan was unaware of Su Chen's current thoughts. In fact, with his perception, he couldn't even tell that Su Chen's understanding of the embryonic form of martial arts was flawed. In his view, Su Chen's recently comprehended Azure Dragon martial arts was extremely compatible with him, and he was even amazed at how quickly Su Chen was able to condense the embryonic form of martial arts. To him, it was astonishing. He couldn't help but feel that Su Chen was indeed a martial arts prodigy. After all, it had taken him over a month to go from cultivation to condensing the embryonic form of martial arts. Unlike Su Chen, who succeeded in an instant. Here are some insights I've compiled regarding condensing the embryonic form of martial arts, as well as experiences related to breaking through to high-level martial artists. You can use them as a reference for your future cultivation. After saying this, Su Chen saw Bai Shu Yuan handing him a scroll. It was a scroll that emitted a faint white light, containing Bai Shu Yuan's insights on breaking through to high-level martial artists, as well as his experiences and insights on condensing the embryonic form of martial arts. Now, Bai Shu Yuan wanted to give all of this to Su Chen as a gesture of care from an elder to a junior. Lei Zhan, standing beside him, watched everything with a twitch in the corner of his eye. At this moment, the more Bai Shu Yuan did, the more it highlighted his lack of understanding of human emotions as the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy, lacking the demeanor of an elder. At that moment, Lei Zhan couldn't help but feel an impulse to go up and cut Bai Shu Yuan down. Yet, it seemed Bai Shu Yuan sensed Lei Zhan's thoughts as he handed over his martial arts insights to Su Chen. Not forgetting to smile at Su Chen, he said, "There's no need to thank me just yet, your curator has something to give you." After saying this, he raised his eyes to look at Lei Zhan, wearing a smile. However, from that smile, Lei Zhan could clearly sense a hint of malice. Yet, facing Su Chen, who was also directing his gaze at him, Lei Zhan ultimately refrained from losing his temper. Instead, after pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "You must be cultivating the Qinglong martial arts method, right?" Looking at Su Chen, Lei Zhan's expression became serious, a rare sight for someone who usually gave off an unreliable vibe. "I have some understanding of this martial arts method." At this point, a hint of nostalgia appeared in Lei Zhan's eyes, as if he were recalling scenes from long ago. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze back to Su Chen and continued, "If I remember correctly, once you master the Qinglong martial arts method, you will develop a martial arts phenomenon called the Qinglong Divine Eye. This martial arts phenomenon, when activated with divine intent, can often display many wonders and immense power." As he spoke, Lei Zhan's gaze was fixed on Su Chen, as if seeking confirmation from him. Upon hearing Lei Zhan's words, Su Chen, who had just put away the martial arts comprehension manual, nodded. The Qinglong Divine Eye was indeed a martial arts phenomenon he had developed after mastering the Qinglong martial arts method. As Lei Zhan had said, this phenomenon possessed many extraordinary qualities. When used in battle, it could even influence the opponent's thoughts. The Qinglong Divine Eye could be said to be a martial arts phenomenon with extremely strong combat power. Seeing Su Chen nod, a smile appeared at the corner of Lei Zhan's mouth, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Soon, he continued, "Although the Qinglong Divine Eye has many extraordinary aspects, to fully reveal its powers, you need the corresponding secret techniques to activate it. Are you aware of this?" At this point, Lei Zhan looked at Su Chen, his eyes showing a calmness as if he were strategizing. "Secret techniques?" Su Chen murmured, his voice laced with confusion. In fact, since mastering the Qinglong Divine Eye, Su Chen had rarely used this martial arts phenomenon. It wasn't because the phenomenon wasn't powerful, on the contrary, Su Chen could feel that it had immense power. If he could unleash it, not to mention opponents of the same realm or fierce beasts, even those of a higher realm would likely be harmed by it. Yet, under such circumstances, Su Chen still seldom used the secret technique, primarily because he couldn't fully control this martial arts phenomenon. He couldn't manage it freely, and he couldn't even control its specific power. In such a situation, Su Chen naturally dared not recklessly use this martial arts phenomenon in battle. After all, in life and death confrontations, a moment's mistake could lead to death. Originally, Su Chen had some doubts about this situation. He had even considered asking someone for the relevant reasons after returning to Lin City. So it turns out that corresponding secret techniques are needed? At this moment, upon hearing Lei Zhan's words, Su Chen understood the reason behind it, and after realizing this, he seemed to grasp something, turning his gaze toward Lei Zhan. Then, he saw Lei Zhan gently nodding. "That's right, secret techniques." As he spoke, Su Chen saw a book emitting a faint blue light appear in Lei Zhan's hand. Then, he watched as Lei Zhan handed the book to him. "This is the relevant secret technique for unleashing the Qinglong Divine Eye, you can cultivate it afterward." Looking at the blue book that appeared before him, Su Chen did not refuse and reached out to accept it, since he had already received Bai Shu Yuan's martial arts experience. He certainly couldn't refuse Lei Zhan's secret technique now. As Su Chen accepted the secret technique, he suddenly felt a violent sound erupting beside him. It was a crashing sound, like dense raindrops pounding down on the earth. This sound echoed all around, and Su Chen instinctively turned to look in the direction from which it came. Soon, he saw not far away, Lin Shuang, dressed in white, surrounded by a dense mass of sword energy. The sword energy swirled around him like fine raindrops. The sound Su Chen had just heard was emitted by this sword energy. When Su Chen looked at Lin Shuang, Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan also turned their gazes in that direction. Lin Shuang has successfully condensed the embryonic form of martial arts too? Lei Zhan's surprised voice rang in Su Chen's ears. Yet, for some reason, Su Chen detected a hint of annoyance in his tone. In contrast to Lei Zhan, Bai Shuyuan appeared to be in a good mood, smiling as he looked at Lin Shuang in the distance. Then, a silver-white long sword appeared in his hand. As fellow practitioners of the sword path, since you have condensed the embryonic form of martial arts today, I will gift you this sword. With that, Su Chen saw Bai Shuyuan wave his hand and throw the long sword towards Lin Shuang, who was not far away. As if realizing something, Su Chen glanced at Lei Zhan beside him. At that moment, a look of pain appeared on Lei Zhan's face. Then, Su Chen saw a talisman glowing with purple lightning appear in Lei Zhan's hand. This is a protective treasure I have held onto before reaching the Grand Master realm. Today, it will be yours, kid. As the words fell, Su Chen saw the talisman, flashing with purple lightning, shoot towards Lin Shuang like a bolt of lightning. After doing all this, Lei Zhan's expression returned to normal, as if he was about to do something. But suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he looked towards a direction in the beast battlefield. Is that the aura of Ba Tian? Then, Lei Zhan's gaze shot like lightning towards the distant dense forest. At the same time, Bai Shuyuan seemed to transform into a sharp bolt of lightning. He looked coldly into the distance and said in a chilling voice, "Dare to show yourself? Let's go kill him." As the words fell, Su Chen saw two beams of light, one purple and one white, flash by. When he looked again, Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan had vanished, leaving only their voices echoing in the air. Cultivate well, and take care of yourself in the beast battlefield. I will deal with that beast. We will meet again in Lin City. The two solemn voices continued to resonate in the air. By the time Su Chen came to his senses, he could no longer see Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan. Looking at the spot where they had just stood, Su Chen murmured softly, "Ba Tian?" This was the name Lei Zhan had uttered before leaving. Su Chen speculated that the reason Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan had departed was likely due to this name. Is it the Lord Ba Tian from the core area of the beast battlefield? Su Chen was not unfamiliar with the name Ba Tian. Before entering the beast battlefield, he had conducted thorough research on it. Among the information regarding the beast battlefield, one crucial piece was about the peak Lord Ba Tian. Unlike ordinary Lord-level beasts, although it possessed complete intelligence, it was still limited by resources and its own physical form. Most of these beasts would remain in their original territories, occupying a space to enhance their strength. However, once a beast stepped into the 9th tier, its reliance on resources would significantly decrease. To break through to become a monarch-level beast, what was needed more was its own comprehension and improvement, while the demand for external resources became secondary. Additionally, when beasts broke through to the 9th tier, they would naturally comprehend corresponding methods, allowing them to contract their bodies and aura. Thus, Lord-level beasts were inherently more mysterious compared to other beasts. As recorded in the information Su Chen had researched about the beast battlefield in the Lin City area, here exists a 9th-tier ferocious beast known as the Overlord of Domination. It is said that the original form of this beast was a giant bear. Its strength is extraordinarily powerful, making even ordinary 9th-tier martial artists no match for it. Therefore, in the martial arts forum of the Extreme Path family, discussions about this beast are often approached with great caution. Of course, because the Overlord of Domination has already entered the realm of 9th-tier ferocious beasts, it can shrink its body and conceal its aura. Thus, while there are many discussions about its existence in the forum, specific accounts are rare. Moreover, it does not have a fixed territory. It could appear anywhere on the ferocious beast battlefield, or even leave this battlefield to venture into other ferocious beast regions. Have the city lord and the curator discovered the trace of the Overlord? From the reactions of Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan just now, Su Chen easily guessed this. In fact, the moment he saw Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan in the ferocious beast battlefield, Suchen already understood their purpose. With the strength of 9th-tier martial artists like Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan, their entry into the ferocious beast battlefield must be aimed at dealing with the 9th-tier ferocious beast. I wonder if they can slay the overlord, Suchen murmured after speculating about their intentions. After a moment of thought, Suchen quickly focused his mind. My strength is still lacking, I must work hard to improve. Retracting his gaze, Suchen looked at Lin Xuan, who was sitting cross-legged nearby. At this moment, Lin Xuan was still cultivating, surrounded by a dense aura of sword energy. Beside him floated a silver sword light and a purple talisman, gifts from Lei Zhan and Bai Shu Yuan before they left. Seeing that Lin Xuan was still in his training, Suchen simply turned his gaze away and lowered his head to look at the book in his hands. Is this the secret technique that can control the divine eye of the Azure Dragon? Suchen's eyes fell on the book, which was now shimmering with a faint azure light. It gave off a hazy feeling, as if the azure light had shrouded the book in a layer of mist, making it difficult to see clearly. In the center of the book, several large characters were inscribed, Eye of the Divine. These three seemingly simple words stirred an unusual feeling in Suchen's heart. Unconsciously, Suchen opened the book and began to read the relevant records about the Eye of the Divine secret technique. A person exists in the world through the combination of essence, chi, and spirit. Essence is the physical body, the foundation of a person's existence. Chi is the source of the world, mingling with heaven and earth, flowing naturally, the essence of heaven and earth. During this process, a fraction of essence combines to form spirit, and spirit embodies divine intent. As he read the records in the book, Suchen unconsciously envisioned an elderly man with long hair appearing before him, earnestly teaching him this secret technique bit by bit. Without realizing it, Suchen began to operate the Azure Dragon martial arts method, and strands of azure light began to flow from his eyes. At that moment, his eyes appeared much more extraordinary. An invisible yet incomparable aura naturally radiated from Suchen's gaze. Initially, Suchen felt powerless to control this aura, but as he comprehended the Eye of the Divine, he discovered that he gradually could master the powerful aura emitted by the Azure Dragon's divine eye. It felt like a strong motivation, prompting Suchen to delve deeper into this secret technique. Why does it feel like there's not much change? However, after a while, Suchen couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Compared to the beginning, he had spent a long time comprehending, yet his progress in cultivating this secret technique was not significant, which made him frown. Forget it, I'll just use the old method. With that thought, Suchen casually tossed the book aside. Soon, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Damage to the secret method of the Divine Mu. Compensation for Divine Mu proficiency plus 20%. As this voice echoed, Suchen immediately felt countless insights rising from the depths of his heart. In a boundless, pitch-black world, everything returned to the void. Here, it seemed that nothing existed, only endless emptiness. At a certain moment, with a strange sound, a blinding blue light suddenly appeared in the void of this world, as if the universe was being created. That light was like the very first one, akin to the origin of all things. With the emergence of this light, the desolate void finally breathed life, and everything in the world began to evolve and grow. Whoosh! In the emptiness, it seemed that the sound of wind arose. Endless blue light began to transform, displaying a spectrum of vibrant colors, which then continued to change. The beginning of the world started to unfold in this void. Gradually, the world evolved from nothingness to desolation, then from desolation to pallor, until at a certain moment, with a roar, it erupted. This signified the birth of life. Time flowed, and the evolution of the world continued, accompanied by the birth of life. As the world seemed to take on a completely new direction of evolution, it began to recklessly transform under the great power of time into a brand new form. Crackle! However, at a certain moment, as if the scroll of time had stuttered, this evolution suddenly came to a halt. In the jungle of the beast battlefield, Suchen snapped back to reality from the ocean of memories. A strange feeling of melancholy rose from the depths of his heart. It felt as if he was regretting the abrupt end of the earlier evolution. Coming back to his senses from this unusual emotion, Suchen couldn't help but whisper softly, with the power of divine intent, reflecting the natural world, comprehending the changes of the universe, to achieve the purpose of controlling human hearts. What a domineering secret technique! After digesting the memories, Suchen finally understood the power of the secret technique called Eye of the Divine that Lei Zhan had given him. Originally, Suchen thought this secret technique was created solely to control the Azure Dragon's eye. as Lei Zhan had said. But now, when he truly learned this secret technique, Su Chen realized that the reality was not so. The truth was that the Eye of the Divine was a powerful secret technique applicable to all eye techniques. Understanding this secret technique could develop one's own eye techniques, granting oneself powerful eye abilities. Now that Su Chen had comprehended this secret technique, he had a new understanding, or rather, development of the Azure Dragon's Eye, reflecting the evolution of the world, evolving the void world, practicing to the extreme. One could even reflect and evolve a completely real world, trapping human consciousness within it, and even completely controlling it. A flash of blue light crossed Su Chen's eyes. At this moment, he had a brand new understanding of the ability of the Azure Dragon's Eye. After digesting and absorbing all he had gained, Su Chen turned to the other side and found that after a period of practice, Lin Shuang had already recovered from his state of cultivation. Has the city lord and director Lei left? Lin Shuang, seeing that Su Chen had finished his training, hurriedly spoke. The confusion in his eyes made Su Chen feel a sense of disorientation. Why did he suddenly feel that this guy was so out of place in this environment? The city lord and the director have already left. However, Su Chen did not say much, just nodded and spoke. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a hint of regret immediately appeared in Lin Shuang's eyes. He felt regretful for not being able to bid farewell to Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan. After all, in his heart, he had always regarded Lei Zhan and Bai Shu Yuan as idols, especially Bai Shu Yuan, who was not only someone he admired but also someone he had always aspired to pursue. Just now, Bai Shu Yuan's guidance had deepened this impression. Now, seeing Bai Shu Yuan leave without saying goodbye, he naturally felt a sense of regret. But this emotion only lingered briefly in Lin Shuang's heart before he quickly emerged from it. He looked at Su Chen and said, "Then you continue your training, and I will guard you." After saying this, Lin Shuang stood up and walked aside. As a martial arts genius, Lin Shuang also had his own pride. Seeing Su Chen, who was of similar age and even had a lower martial arts realm than him, already possessing the strength to slay a 7th-tier ferocious beast, Lin Shuang felt a great shock within. However, due to his personality and the fact that he couldn't see any hope of catching up to Su Chen in the short term, he did not reveal these thoughts. Now, with Bai Shu Yuan's guidance, he had begun to sense the formation of his own martial arts prototype. His strength was about to fully step into the realm of 7th-tier warriors. Under these circumstances, his thoughts naturally began to change. I want to reclaim the 3rd position. No, this time I want to take 1st place. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as Lin Shuang stood to the side, drew the long sword given to him by Bai Shu Yuan, and began to practice. Su Chen glanced at Lin Shuang in the distance but said nothing. After turning back, he took out another book. It was the martial arts insights that Bai Shu Yuan had previously gifted him. Just now, during Bai Shu Yuan's teachings, Su Chen had gained some understanding of martial arts and had even begun to form his own martial arts prototype. Next, he just needed to practice step by step to enter the realm of high-level warriors. However, for some reason, Su Chen always felt that the martial arts prototype he had formed had a sense of flaw, as if something was missing. His gaze swept over the book in his hand, and Su Chen murmured to himself, "I hope I can gain some insights this time." As he spoke, Su Chen immediately threw the martial arts insights in his hand into the black hole that had appeared beside him. As the book was swallowed by the black hole, Su Chen felt countless martial arts insights surge from his heart. At the same time, within Su Chen's Dantian world, the originally illusory Azure Dragon re-emerged from the lake. In the next moment, it seemed as if the Azure Dragon had gained its own consciousness. It began to naturally fly above the lake, and with its movements, an ethereal black hole rose from below it. That black hole seemed to be a manifestation of Su Chen's innate ability. For some unknown reason, it appeared in Su Chen's Dantian Purple Mansion world. Whoosh, 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 a fierce wind began to echo within the Dantian Purple Mansion world, and the pitch-black circular black hole resembled a tangible mouth that devoured the void bit by bit. The Azure Dragon in the void looked at the black hole below it, and instead of feeling fear, it was filled with excitement as it flew towards the black hole. Bang! With a clear sound, the Azure Dragon collided with the black hole. However, what was strange was that after the collision, there was no violent clash between the two. Instead, they strangely fused together, like two different colored waves of water merging instantly upon contact. As this fusion occurred, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ear. Destroying Bai Shu Yuan's martial arts insights. compensating by enhancing related martial arts insights. Azure Dragon martial arts prototype undergoes mutation, transforming into the Devouring Dragon martial arts prototype. And at the moment this voice sounded, a blue divine dragon rose outside Su Chen's body. However, compared to before, this divine dragon's phantom had a darker hue. Not only that, the Azure Dragon's eyes had turned completely black, resembling a void black hole that devours. Not far from Su Chen, Lin Shuang, who had been practicing diligently with his long sword, noticed the commotion here. He immediately turned his head and looked at Su Chen. Is this the martial arts prototype formed by Su Chen? When Lin Shuang saw the Azure Dragon phantom appearing around Su Chen, she couldn't help but speak up. For someone like Lin Shuang, who had long stepped into the realm of a 6th-tier martial artist and had also condensed the embryonic form of martial arts, this was naturally not unfamiliar. Has he condensed the embryonic form of martial arts so quickly? Because she had been in a state of mental emptiness while focusing on her own training, Lin Shuang was unaware that Su Chen had already condensed the embryonic form of martial arts. Therefore, when she saw Su Chen, who had just recently broken through to become a 6th-tier martial artist, had already successfully condensed the embryonic form, her heart was immediately filled with astonishment. After the surprise came a long-lasting sense of melancholy. Damn it, what the hell is this? Thinking back to the recent thought that had arisen in her heart about surpassing Su Chen and even taking the top spot on the leaderboard, Lin Shuang suddenly felt like a clown again. Forget it, let's aim for 2nd place. Just as Lin Shuang felt a sense of loss. In the jungle, Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan were in a very bad mood. In the core area of the beast battlefield, high above in the sky, Lei Zhan was surrounded by purple lightning. The purple-black lightning flickered in the sky, illuminating the entire atmosphere with color. However, Lei Zhan, who was enveloped in the lightning, had a dark and unsightly expression. That beast escaped again. As soon as he spoke, Lei Zhan's face became even more unpleasant. Just a moment ago, he had been conversing with Su Chen, even waiting for Su Chen to express his gratitude. It was only because he sensed the presence of Ba Tian that he hurriedly came over with Bai Shuyuan. The goal was to kill the opponent, but who would have thought that this time they had come over only to find nothing? Forget it, if it ran away, it ran away. Compared to the irritable Lei Zhan, Bai Shuyuan's mindset was relatively calm. At this moment, he glanced at the ground, where the lingering aura of Ba Tian remained, and his brows furrowed slightly. I suddenly have a concern. Frowning as he looked at the ground, Bai Shuyuan suddenly spoke. What is it? This question made Lei Zhan turn to look. Why do you think Ba Tian suddenly exposed its aura? This time we didn't track it. As he spoke, Bai Shuyuan couldn't help but start to ponder everything that had just happened. Unlike the previous times, when he and Lei Zhan had sensed Ba Tian's aura and then tracked its trail, forcing Ba Tian to flee in a panic. This time, he and Lei Zhan had stayed where Su Chen was. They hadn't actively sought out Ba Tian at all. Sensing the opponent's aura was not intentional. This feeling made it impossible for Bai Shuyuan not to think more. In his view, this situation seemed like Ba Tian had actively revealed its whereabouts, prompting the two of them to pursue. Are you saying this is intentional on Ba Tian's part? After a moment of reflection on what had just happened, Lei Zhan couldn't help but speak. However, after thinking for a while, Lei Zhan shook his head and said, but what purpose would Ba Tian have in doing this? Logically, shouldn't it be hiding from us? At this point, Lei Zhan furrowed his brows, unable to come up with a reason for Ba Tian's actions. After all, in terms of strength, Ba Tian was only slightly above him, and even less so compared to Bai Shuyuan. In this situation, if they didn't track Ba Tian, it would already be secretly pleased. What reason would it have to actively expose its aura? I can't figure it out either. Bai Shuyuan shook his head, but from now on, we should be more cautious. Perhaps there are changes in the beast battlefield that we are unaware of. At this point, Bai Shuyuan's expression became a bit more serious. Ba Tian's behavior this time left him puzzled, and his inner vigilance was inevitably heightened. I'll pay attention from now on. Hearing Bai Shuyuan's words, Lei Zhan nodded. Then, as if sensing something, he suddenly looked into the distance. There, he suddenly felt a heavy and powerful aura rising. What is that? Looking at the distant aura, Lei Zhan seemed to think of something and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Is it Xiang Bu from the Thunder God Martial Hall? Has he broken through to become a 7th-tier warrior? Although there was still a considerable distance, Lei Zhan could clearly sense the aura emanating from afar. Hearing Lei Zhan's words, Bai Shu Yuan also turned to look. After confirming the identity of the person, he nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's Xiangbu, he has stepped into the high realm. At this point, Bai Shu Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. The young people of Lin City in this generation are impressive. As he spoke, the figures of Su Chen and Lin Shuang flashed through his mind. Because of him, Lin Shuang had already comprehended the embryonic form of martial arts, and he believed it wouldn't be long before she also stepped into the high realm. In this way, 2 high realm warriors would emerge from Lin City in this generation. Besides the 2 of them, there was also Su Chen, whose talent surpassed both. In Bai Shu Yuan's view, it wouldn't be long before Su Chen could also step into the high realm. Moreover, even as a 6th-tier warrior, Su Chen already possessed the strength to slay 7th-tier ferocious beasts. Once he truly stepped into the realm of 7th-tier warriors, his power would be unimaginable. Should we go take a look? Noticing Bai Shu Yuan's gaze on Xiangbu in the distance, Lei Zhan couldn't help but suggest, "Forget it, let's track down Ba Tian's whereabouts first. His actions make me a bit uneasy." Shaking his head, Bai Shu Yuan dismissed Lei Zhan's idea. He then moved, heading towards the distance, where he could vaguely sense Ba Tian's aura. Seeing Bai Shu Yuan leave, Lei Zhan said no more and immediately followed suit. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Xiangbu, dressed in a black long robe, stood still. An endless aura radiated from him, filled with a domineering essence, as if the surrounding void was about to collapse. Above his head, a dark color surrounded him, casting a heavy and oppressive atmosphere over the entire forest. Boom, boom, boom. Intense sounds continuously echoed from the surroundings, the environment unable to withstand his aura, producing shattering noises. Xiangbu, standing in place, slowly opened his eyes, and as he did, the powerful aura he emitted began to gradually retract. After opening his eyes, Xiangbu let out a long breath. My overlord martial path has finally coalesced. This time, no one should be able to threaten me anymore. As he spoke, a smile finally appeared in his cold eyes. Next, it's time to hunt down 7th-tier ferocious beasts. After retracting his aura, Xiangbu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and then he moved swiftly towards the distance. Behind him, a pitch-black halberd followed his form like a streak of lightning. He was going to slay 7th-tier ferocious beasts to solidify his position at the top of the leaderboard. As Xiangbu set off to hunt the ferocious beasts, in another part of the forest, Su Chen's consciousness was immersed in his purple mansion Dantian world, watching the azure divine dragon floating within. At this moment, he finally understood where the feeling of inadequacy he had always sensed came from. The embryonic form of the devouring dragon martial path. So, what my martial arts embryonic form lacks is my innate ability. Looking at the divine dragon swimming in the azure lake within the purple mansion world, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, Su Chen felt a sudden realization. Sensing the sense of completeness conveyed by the martial arts embryonic form at this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. He withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. As Su Chen opened his eyes, he saw that they were as deep and dark as the eyes of the devouring dragon in his purple mansion world. This color gradually faded after a long time. As the color in his eyes dissipated, Su Chen's gaze returned to normal. Just then, Lin Shuang also arrived beside Su Chen. This feeling made Su Chen momentarily feel as if time had reversed, as if the scene from before was being replayed. The only difference, perhaps, was Lin Shuang's expression. For some reason, Su Chen could see a hint of resentment in Lin Shuang's demeanor. Have you finished your training? Lin Shuang spoke softly, looking at Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged. There was a tinge of melancholy in her tone. Her mood was not good at the moment. The reason was simple. Who wouldn't feel down when they finally saw hope, only for it to be shattered immediately? It's over. Su Chen nodded and then looked at Lin Shuang. What about you? If you're done, then let's continue our mission. As he said this, Su Chen's tone clearly carried a sense of urgency. After training for so long, he was eager to test his strength. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Lin Shuang understood his thoughts. She composed herself and immediately nodded. All right, let's continue. After receiving a positive response, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face, and he began to activate the purple sky thunder body technique. As a purple light flashed through the air, Su Chen's figure vanished into the dark forest. He was eager to see the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Eye and the embryonic form of the Devouring Dragon martial arts in actual combat. Once Su Chen had left, Lin Shuang quickly followed. Whoosh, Whoosh! With 2 gusts of wind, the broken forest soon returned to calm. Under the dark night, 2 figures, one purple and one white, darted through the jungle. In the ruined ancient city filled with countless trees, the ferocious beasts hid their forms under the night sky. Of course, there were also countless ferocious beasts active in the darkness, beginning to emerge from their territories. A wolf howl. Various chaotic sounds echoed through the jungle as Su Chen and Lin Xuan moved among them. Not far ahead, I encountered a 7th-tier ferocious beast before, Lin Xuan said beside Su Chen. Compared to Su Chen, Lin Xuan had entered the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield earlier. Therefore, she was more familiar with the relevant situations, and her opinions were primarily considered in the search for ferocious beasts. Of course, having already condensed the embryonic form of martial arts and about to step into the ranks of high-level martial artists, Lin Xuan's mood was also somewhat stirred. She wanted to fight a 7th-tier ferocious beast to verify her own strength. Under Lin Xuan's guidance, Su Chen and Lin Xuan soon arrived at a place filled with dense, dark-colored flowers. This is where I encountered that 7th-tier ferocious beast, Lin Xuan said after landing, her eyes flashing with a hint of caution. She recalled the scene of passing through here and sensing the presence of that 7th-tier ferocious beast. At that time, Lin Xuan's understanding of martial arts was still shallow, and she had not yet condensed the embryonic form. So upon sensing the beast's aura, she chose to retreat immediately. However, today was different for Lin Xuan, who had now condensed the embryonic form of martial arts and had Su Chen by her side. The ferocious beast that once made her avoid it was no longer a concern. In fact, she was even bold enough to seek it out now. Roar! Just as Lin Xuan began to speak, Su Chen suddenly felt a powerful aura emerge. Then came a series of rumbling sounds. Su Chen looked up and quickly saw a massive figure, towering several dozen meters high, approaching him like a giant mountain. Titanic giant bear? The moment he saw the beast, Su Chen's mind flashed with its information. The Titanic giant bear, a bear-type ferocious beast, was a mutation of the grizzly bear from before the disaster. This type of beast was enormous, possessing great strength and power. The more common ones were 4th-tier and 5th-tier ferocious beasts. Some Titanic giant bears could further enhance their strength through bloodline elevation. It's him! The moment Su Chen opened his mouth, Lin Xuan beside him immediately spoke up. As he spoke, a glimmer appeared in his eyes, reminiscent of the scene when he had seen the Titan bear before. Back then, when he had caught a distant glimpse of the creature and felt its presence, he had already retreated, not even getting a clear look at its full form. Now, he finally saw it. Damn human! At the moment Su Chen and Lin Xuan spotted the Titan bear, it also saw the two of them. Upon seeing them, the Titan bear immediately spoke, its voice like thunder, laced with endless fury. The reason for this was that during this time, it had encountered several humans invading its territory. I will not let you escape today. A rumbling sound erupted, and the Titan bear's massive body charged towards Su Chen and Lin Xuan like a moving mountain. Raising its fist high, it slammed down towards the two with a bang. The power contained within it seemed capable of easily shattering even a high mountain. Let me test its strength. Seeing the Titan bear charging at them, Su Chen had yet to move, but Lin Xuan, standing beside him, spoke up first. Compared to their previous hasty escape, Lin Xuan, now feeling a surge in his own strength, was not only calm but filled with excitement at the sight of the Titan bear's attack. He wanted to personally engage with the Titan bear and test his current abilities. Without waiting for Su Chen's response, Lin Xuan's figure transformed into a streak of swordlight and charged forward. Sword rain like a waterfall. The long sword flowed like a river. In an instant, countless sword energies surged forth in the air. Lin Xuan, amidst it all, seemed to transform into a sword energy, merging with the boundless sword energies into a long river. It surged forward towards the distant Titan bear. Su Chen, who had originally prepared to act, paused upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, stopped the operation of the Azure Dragon martial arts, and then looked up. Although he was eager to test the power of the Azure Dragon's divine gaze, since Lin Xuan had already spoken, he might as well observe Lin Xuan's strength first. Boom! A violent sound erupted, and in an instant, the sword energy river that Lin Xuan had transformed into collided with the Titan bear. The Titan bear's fist struck the sword energy river, momentarily holding its ground. Then, Su Chen saw the once mighty sword energy river instantly shatter. Boom boom boom! A loud crash echoed, and Su Chen saw a white figure fly out from the remnants of the sword energy. Immediately after, he heard Lin Shuang's desperate voice. Su Chen, save me. Su Chen stared blankly at Lin Shuang, who had been flung away not far from him, momentarily unable to react. Wait, brother, weren't you going to slay the beast? Just this? With a speechless glance at Lin Shuang, Su Chen's martial arts, which had calmed down within him, began to circulate again. At the same time, under the urging of his consciousness, Su Chen's eyes instantly transformed from their normal state to a brilliant azure hue. It was as if an endless breath of vitality filled his gaze. Boom! A silent breath circulated, and a barely visible azure light shot out from Su Chen's eyes, immediately darting towards the distant Titan bear. Step, step, step. The Titan bear, towering like a mountain, stomped its massive paws on the ground, creating a thunderous sound. After repelling Lin Shuang with a single punch, its state became increasingly frenzied. Howling with a roar that echoed to the heavens, the Titan bear's form surged forward like a collapsing mountain, charging violently towards Lin Shuang with a force that could shatter mountains and split seas. Watching the Titan bear draw closer, Lin Shuang's face showed panic. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Titan bear's enormous paws waved through the air like giant fans, creating a whirlwind that destroyed everything in its path. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, it fell towards Lin Shuang. In that moment, Lin Shuang could even see the fur between the Titan bear's massive paws and the cruel glint in its eyes. Faced with the Titan bear charging at him, Lin Shuang's face turned ashen. No, if I don't act now, I'm really going to die. Just as this thought arose in Lin Shuang's mind, a barely visible blue light suddenly entered the Titan bear's body. With a soft sound, the once ferocious Titan bear suddenly froze in place. The bloodthirsty look in its two ruby-like eyes began to slowly fade. The Titan bear, which had been filled with murderous intent and intent on killing Lin Shuang, now felt an inexplicable emotion rising within. Why should I kill him? The Titan bear looked at Lin Shuang, who lay on the ground not far away, and this question inexplicably surfaced in its mind. Unconsciously, memories from its childhood emerged in its heart. Back then, it lived within its clan, surrounded by powerful elders and loving parents. Under their protection, it lived a carefree life, only needing to eat and sleep. But then one day, everything changed. Was it an invasion by other clans? Suddenly, the scene from its past resurfaced in the Titan bear's heart. Memories that had long faded, even forgotten, became extraordinarily clear at this moment. Powerful beasts invaded its Titan bear clan, wantonly hunting its kin. Strong clan members chose to resist the invaders to the death to protect it, but in the end, they could not withstand the onslaught. The brutal slaughter continued, and endless blood flowed on the ground. In the last moments of that memory, the Titan bear only remembered the last words its mother had left it. You must become strong in the future. You must protect yourself. You must protect our clan. Endless thoughts surged like a tide in its heart. In that instant, this beast that had lived in solitude for decades suddenly recalled memories long lost. These memories touched it, reminding it of the fallen kin and its mother's last words. The next moment, its bloodthirsty eyes completely softened. It looked gently at the Lin Shuang lying on the ground before it. At that moment, in its eyes, Lin Shuang seemed to transform into a Titan bear, becoming one of its kin, as lonely and helpless as it was. It's okay, I'm here. I will protect you. With its murderous intent reined in, the Titan bear stepped forward, coming to Lin Shuang's side, extending its massive paw towards him, as if to help him up. Faced with this scene, Lin Shuang, who had just calmed down, seemed to have a brain freeze, staring blankly at the moment before him. Why aren't you moving? What are you waiting for? Just then, Su Chen's voice rang out from the side. Oh, right, act now. Su Chen's words snapped Lin Shuang back to reality. Although he still couldn't understand why the powerful Titan bear before him had such a strange change, he knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suppressing all his emotions, Lin Shuang's eyes gleamed coldly. Sword Chi River. With a cold shout, Lin Shuang, holding the silver-white long sword, immediately swung it. In an instant, endless sword energy flew out from his sword, and soon, a phantom of a long sword also floated around Lin Shuang. Upon closer inspection, the phantom of the long sword looked about 80 to 90% similar to the long sword in Lin Shuang's hand, and at the moment the phantom of the long sword appeared, Lin Shuang's figure transformed into a towering long sword that reached the heavens and the earth. Boom! The vast sky was swept away, and boundless sword energy surged like the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens. The sword energy, sweeping across the world, recklessly flew towards the Titan bear. Countless tall trees around seemed unable to withstand its immense power, crashing to the ground in an instant. Boom! At this moment, the sword energy flowed like a river, rushing towards the Titan bear. Yet, facing this overwhelming sword energy, the Titan bear's expression remained gentle. It looked warmly at Lin Xuang, who was charging towards it, and softly said, "Brother, I will protect you." In the Titan bear's gaze, its lonely kin was rising, walking towards it step by step. Seeing this scene, it felt comforted and happy, a smile unconsciously spreading across its face. But in the next moment, that smile froze on its face. Suddenly, it felt a violent pain, as if its bones were being pulled out, radiating from within. Su Chen watched as the sword energy, transformed from Lin Xuang, struck the Titan bear with a thunderous crash. Boom, boom. The intense sound echoed as the Titan bear's resilient body, without resistance, was ultimately cleaved by the sword energy. Streams of blood poured from its body, gathering on the ground into a river of crimson. At this moment, the Titan bear's face still bore a smile, yet, the corners of its smiling mouth were now filled with blood. Its heavy lips moved, and the Titan bear continued to murmur, "Brother, brother will protect you." As the words fell, the towering Titan bear suddenly collapsed to the ground. Boom! A loud crash resounded, and Lin Xuang, now back in human form, stood dazedly in place, staring at the scene before him. A hint of bewilderment flickered across his expression. Did it take me for a brother? Ripples formed in Lin Xuang's eyes, and the Titan bear's words echoed in his mind. A strange feeling rose in his heart, a peculiar sensation, as if he had been unfaithful. Although he did not understand why the Titan bear had suddenly changed so drastically, a sense of guilt inexplicably welled up within him. Just as Lin Xuang stood there in a daze, a series of thud-thud-thud footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Turning to look, he found Su Chen had come to his side. Su Chen gazed at the Titan bear lying in a pool of blood not far away, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "I didn't expect the Eye of the Divine to activate the Azure Dragon's Eye with such power." A peak-level 7th tier beast was killed with almost no resistance. The scene replayed in his mind, where the Titan bear had shown no resistance when facing Lin Xuang. Su Chen couldn't help but express his astonishment. He never expected the Azure Dragon's Eye could unleash such power. Indeed, the reason the Titan bear had suddenly stopped and shown affection towards Lin Xuan was due to Su Chen using the Azure Dragon's Eye technique on it. The Azure Dragon's Eye, activated by the Eye of the Divine, constructed an illusory world in the Titan bear's heart, leading it to a false perception, mistaking Lin Xuan for its long-lost kin. Thus, when facing Lin Xuan, it displayed affection. Even until its death, it remained unaware that its body was being attacked. With such power, there are probably few 7th tier beasts that can resist it. Even ordinary 8th tier beasts might fall victim. Thinking of the Titan bear's lack of resistance against the Azure Dragon's Eye, Su Chen couldn't help but ponder. "Su Chen, was it you who made the move just now?" Beside Su Chen, Lin Xuang, who had just heard his soft words, suddenly seemed to realize something, looking at Su Chen with a shocked expression. In that instant, it was as if a light flashed through his mind. Lin Xuang instantly understood the reason behind the bizarre scene that had just occurred. It wasn't that the Titan bear had suddenly gone mad, it was because Su Chen had made a move. Although Lin Xuang still couldn't comprehend how Su Chen had acted or how he had transformed the Titan bear into that state, at this moment, he was certain that Su Chen had indeed taken action. After coming to this realization, a look of shock inevitably appeared in Lin Xuang's heart. After all, the scene just now had been too horrifying. A powerful 7th tier beast had been killed without resistance by someone like him, an ordinary martial artist. The strange feeling, even now, made Lin Xuang feel a chill run down his spine. "I actually wanted to compete with someone like this. I must be tired of living." While muttering to himself, Lin Xuang couldn't help but shiver. Hearing Lin Xuang's words, Su Chen turned his head, glanced at him, and scoffed. "Wasn't it me who acted? Do you expect to kill it yourself?" Su Chen's words reminded Lin Xuang of what he had said at the beginning of the battle, making him smile awkwardly. "Ha ha. Well, let's clean up the battlefield." Not mocking Lin Xuang any further, Su Chen stepped towards the corpse of the Titan bear. Although he had already comprehended the embryonic form of martial arts, he still couldn't step into the realm of high-level martial artists due to insufficient vitality. For him, the beast's corpse was a rare supplement. Arriving beside the Titan bear, Su Chen immediately took out his broadsword. and with a flash of silver light, the Titan Bear's body was instantly divided into several parts. Casually picking up the Titan Bear's corpse, Su Chen threw it towards the black hole that had appeared nearby. Whoosh! A cool breeze swept over the Titan Bear's massive body as it was thrown into the black hole, destroying the body of the 7th tier beast Titan Bear. Compensation vitality plus 650, destroying the body of a Titan Bear that missed its kin. Compensation for Azure Dragon martial body plus 135, destroying the head of the 7th tier beast Titan Bear that guarded its brother. Compensation lifespan plus 73, destroying the essence pill of the 7th tier beast Titan Bear. Compensation. Following this, a series of dense system notification sounds rang in Su Chen's mind. At the same time, Su Chen felt as if an inexplicable power had emerged within his body, continuously strengthening him. In his Dantian's purple realm, the vast blue lake began to ripple, and the devouring dragon that had been coiling in the lake suddenly leaped out of the water, starting to dance in the lake. Not far away, Lin Shuang watched Su Chen sitting cross-legged, muttering to himself, "This guy's strength has increased again." As he spoke, a trace of envy uncontrollably appeared in his eyes. He genuinely felt envious of Su Chen's training speed. However, Lin Shuang also knew in his heart that this kind of envy was unattainable. So after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. "Forget it, let's check the leaderboard." Retracting his gaze from Su Chen, Lin Shuang opened the leaderboard, wanting to see how Xiang Bu and Lei Zhan's scores had fared after such a long time. Xiang Bu's score is actually this high? But upon opening the leaderboard, the scene that came into view made Lin Shuang's face show an expression of surprise, because at this moment, it was clear to see that Xiang Bu's score was still in first place, far ahead of Su Chen, having already reached 200,000 points. Could it be that he has successfully broken through to become a 7th tier martial artist? Looking at Xiang Bu, who was at the top of the leaderboard, and the score corresponding to his name, Lin Shuang couldn't help but speculate. He probably wants to surpass Su Chen. It seemed as if she had thought of something, and Lin Shuang's lips suddenly curled into a smile. However, even if he breaks through to a 7th tier warrior, it probably won't be of much use. Her gaze turned to Su Chen, who was meditating not far away, and Lin Shuang couldn't help but think, after all, with the strength Su Chen had just displayed, how could an ordinary 7th tier warrior be his opponent? Not to mention 7th tier warriors, Lin Shuang even doubted that an 8th tier warrior would be able to match Su Chen. Unconsciously, Lin Shuang recalled the scene of the battle with the Titan Bear earlier. That image was truly horrifying. Su Chen's training had quickly come to an end, and after finishing, the first thing he did was upload the videos of the 2 battles to the City Lord's office system. As Su Chen took this action, the department responsible for related work in the City Lord's office immediately erupted into a flurry of discussions. What a fierce battle! Xiang Bu has just slain a 7th tier beast, and Su Chen has already made gains here. I wonder who will take first place this time. I think the final first place will be Su Chen. After all, looking at him now, it's clear he hasn't broken through to become a 7th tier warrior yet. In this situation, he has already shown strength not inferior to Xiang Bu. Once he breaks through, his power will surely be astonishing, and surpassing Xiang Bu should be quite easy. I agree. And have you noticed that Su Chen's strength has been rapidly increasing during this time? Now, his strength is comparable to that of a 7th tier warrior, but this is only temporary. Perhaps it won't be long before he breaks through to become a 7th tier warrior, at which point his strength could rival that of an 8th tier warrior. 8th tier warrior? Not necessarily. Once a warrior breaks through to a higher realm, there is a significant gap between each level. Although Su Chen can currently match a 7th tier warrior, whether he can possess the strength of an 8th tier warrior after breaking through is still uncertain. What? Do you think Xiang Bu will win? No, I was just speaking based on past situations. Given the current circumstances, it's almost a foregone conclusion that Su Chen will take first place. Did you notice the secret technique Su Chen used when he killed the Titan Bear? What kind of secret technique was that? It was so strange. As the points auditing department, they had the right to watch the battle videos uploaded by Su Chen. While discussing who could take first place between Su Chen and Xiang Bu, someone noticed the bizarre yet powerful ability Su Chen had demonstrated in battle. That should be a special eye technique. If I remember correctly, it's called God's Eye. Legend has it that this secret technique has the ability to confuse the mind. But the difficulty of cultivating this technique is extremely high, and very few can master it. I didn't expect Su Chen to have time to cultivate such a technique while also improving his strength. His talent is truly terrifying. A staff member who had heard of the God's Eye technique spoke up. Just as the relevant department staff were discussing, the battle points for Su Chen and Xiangbu were quickly updated. In the updated leaderboard, Xiangbu held a slight lead, while Su Chen's points closely followed. As for Lei Jin, his points were significantly lower. After the leaderboard was announced, it immediately sparked a wave of discussions. I didn't expect Su Chen's strength to improve so quickly. It seems that it won't be long before he can claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Looking at the current situation, it's clear that both Xiangbu and Su Chen already possess the strength to slay 7th-tier beasts. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Ha ha ha, having such a martial arts genius in Lin City is truly the fortune of our human race. Glorious is our human race. Who says Su Chen will definitely take first place? My Thunder God Martial Arts Academy's Xiangbu is powerful and exceptionally talented. I believe he will surely be able to suppress Su Chen. With such high strength and talent, how could Su Chen possibly lose to Xiangbu? As the leaderboard was announced, a wave of discussion erupted within Lin City. Some praised Su Chen's power, while others lauded Xiangbu's exceptional talent, and opinions varied widely. The supporters of both sides even began to argue. Of course, this was largely due to the rivalry between the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and the Thunder God Martial Arts School, each unwilling to concede to the other. However, amidst the quarrels, there was a shared joy in witnessing such a situation. After all, whether it was Su Chen or Xiangbu, their display of formidable strength was beneficial to the entire human race. The event organized by the City Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools has been very successful. Even before the event concludes, we already have two such powerful prodigies. I can't imagine how much stronger they will become by the end of the event. These little beasts dare to attack our human race. This time, let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Ha ha, I think we should take this opportunity to eliminate all the beasts outside the city. Thanks to the continuous good news from the beast battlefield and the rise in strength of Su Chen and Xiangbu, the mood of all the humans in Lin City improved. They emerged from the shadows of the previous beast battles and became increasingly excited. Everyone believed that this time, the human race would surely take revenge and even completely eradicate the beasts outside the city. Just as the people in Lin City were filled with joy, Xiangbu, dressed in black, looked at the updated leaderboard in the beast battlefield, his brow furrowing. He actually killed another 7th-tier beast? Looking at the leaderboard, where Su Chen's score was only a hair's breadth away from his own, Xiangbu's expression turned serious for the first time. Although Lin City had 3 geniuses, with Xiangbu, Lei Jin, and Lin Shuang standing side by side as representatives of the city's prodigies, Xiangbu did not consider the other 2 as his competitors. He was well aware that in terms of strength and talent, both were significantly inferior to him. In fact, in their past encounters, neither had ever defeated him. This realization fostered a sense of dominance within Xiangbu. In his mind, no one among the younger generation in Lin City was his match. He had even placed his rivals among the older generation. Because of this, when the beast competition began, Xiangbu was not particularly concerned. In his heart, he already considered himself the champion of this competition. Su Chen, Xiangbu murmured softly. The sudden emergence of Su Chen made him feel pressure for the first time. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he immediately stepped forward, heading deeper into the beast battlefield. No matter what, he had to defeat Su Chen this time. Meanwhile, as Xiangbu prepared to act, Su Chen, who had been busy completing his tasks, also stepped towards the distant forest. He too aimed to continue slaying beasts. As both Su Chen and Xiangbu took action, they were unaware that in a certain area at the core of the beast battlefield, the imposing figure of the overlord of beasts, resembling a bear the size of a human, was currently displaying a dark expression. Human race, this time you have gone too far. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, the overlord of beasts lowered his head to look at a fiery orb in his hand. Hidden within the dark jungle, the overlord's body was nearly invisible from a distance, with only the crimson orb in his hand emitting a faint glow, illuminating everything around it. The overlord's furry face was adorned with a pair of sharp eyes, which were now fixed on the glowing orb in his grasp. In his mind, the words spoken by the Flame King when he had seen him not long ago echoed. Although my beast clan is not like the human race, what the human race has done this time is indeed excessive. If they show no signs at all, the human race will truly think they can dominate this land. Such actions deserve retaliation. Thinking of that figure in his memory, a fierce firelight could not help but appear in the eyes of the overlord of the beasts. Just as the human race reveres the martial god, among the beast clan, or rather in the hearts of all beasts, the king-level beasts are also the existence they yearn for. For every king-level beast, they hold genuine respect. The Flame King entrusted this item to me, intending for me to counterattack the human race. Now that the human race has invaded the core area of my territory, it is time to take action. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in the overlord of the beast's eyes. Then, the light in his eyes flickered, and he swallowed the fiery orb in his hand. As he devoured the fiery orb, flames erupted around the overlord of the beasts, burning fiercely as if they could scorch the heavens. Yet, the overlord, surrounded by flames, seemed oblivious, closing his eyes to feel the changes in his body. At a certain moment, with a puff sound echoing, the flames surrounding the overlord suddenly ignited, an endless torrent of fire bursting forth from his body, continuously spreading to the surrounding dense forest. Soon, everything around was consumed by the flames. When this change occurred on the battlefield of beasts, the human warriors who were originally in the beast battlefield noticed the shift. Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan, who were searching for the overlord of the beasts, stopped their movements and turned to look into the distance. What is that? What a powerful aura! I can sense the presence of a king-level beast. Could it be that a king-level beast has appeared? Looking into the distance, Lei Zhan couldn't help but speculate. From the flames rising in the distance, he felt a powerful aura. Such an aura, he had only sensed from the martial god of the human race. And apart from that, he had only encountered it once during a trial when he saw a king-level beast from afar. Feeling that kind of overwhelming presence, it shouldn't be a king-level beast. Bai Shuyuan also sensed the powerful aura emanating from the flames in the distance. However, as someone who had already made significant progress in the 9th-tier warrior stage, and was not far from breaking through to the martial god realm, Bai Shuyuan's perception was clearly sharper than Lei Zhan's. After witnessing the changes in the distance, he was certain it was not a king-level beast. The aura from afar gave him a sense of unreality. That feeling was definitely not something a king-level beast would possess. Moreover, if it were truly a king-level beast, it would have likely attacked them long ago. How could it still be waiting until now? That situation is more like someone using a special secret treasure. Frowning in thought, Bai Shuyuan quickly seemed to realize something and said, "It might be the overlord's doing, let's go take a look." With that, Bai Shuyuan transformed into a streak of white light and headed towards the distance. Seeing this, Lei Zhan did not hesitate and immediately followed. Meanwhile, in the core area of the beast battlefield, Si Kong-ji, dressed in green, also noticed the changes in the distance. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke to Luo Yang, who was dressed in black beside him. "Shall we go take a look?" As he said this, a serious expression inevitably appeared in Si Kong-ji's eyes. After all, the aura from afar was very powerful, something he could not compare to at all. If it really was the ferocious beast that had emitted that light, it was not good news for them. Let's go take a look. Although, given the current situation, going to investigate was not a wise choice. However, the strength of the ferocious beasts was crucial to the development of the human race, especially since this battlefield of ferocious beasts was close to Lin City. If they couldn't figure out what was happening there, it would put Lin City in a very passive position. Therefore, even if there was a risk in going to investigate, they absolutely had to check it out. In their conversation, Si Kong-ji and Luo Yang quickly headed towards the place where the flames were erupting. Aside from Bai Shuyuan and a few others, the other human martial artists in the battlefield of ferocious beasts also witnessed this scene, but due to their insufficient strength, very few chose to go investigate. At the moment the flames erupted, Su Chen was on the hunt for ferocious beasts. Suddenly, he saw a burst of fire shooting up into the sky in the distance. Beside him, Lin Shuang also noticed the strange occurrence. "What's going on?" Lin Shuang's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly spoke. "I'm not sure." Su Chen shook his head, but his expression turned serious in an instant because he sensed a powerful threat from that distant fire. It was a kind of threat he had never encountered before. Even when he met Bai Shuyuan and Lei Zhan, he had not felt such a strong aura. Could it be the kind of powerful momentum that only a martial god possesses? This thought involuntarily crossed Su Chen's mind. Just as Su Chen and Lin Shuang were discussing, the endless flames in the battlefield of ferocious beasts continued to burn. Within the flames, The figure of the dominator of the sky had transformed from a human-sized form into a giant bear several dozen meters tall. Outside its body, endless flames were burning, yet the dominator of the sky wore a look of enjoyment on its face. This feeling is simply wonderful. Feeling the change in its body and the increase in strength compared to before, the dominator of the sky was filled with exhilaration. This was a sense of power it had never experienced before, just as the dominator of the sky was immersed in this powerful aura. Suddenly, a white light rushed in from the distance. Soon, this light transformed into a white figure holding a long sword. Bai Xiu Yuan, who had arrived, stood firm, pointing his sword at the dominator of the sky, and coldly spoke. Dominator of the sky, do you dare to show yourself? Bai Xiu Yuan's cold voice echoed in the desolate night. The sword he pointed unleashed an endless sharpness, causing the surrounding jungle to collapse under the pressure of the sword's aura. The dominator of the sky, being targeted by the sword's edge, felt an unprecedented sharpness pressing down on it. Looking at Bai Xiu Yuan in the distance, who was pointing a long sword at him, the dominator of the sky's eyes narrowed. It gazed at Bai Xiu Yuan, as if realizing something, a hint of bewilderment flashing in its eyes. No wonder that wild guy died at your hands. It turns out you were already on the verge of a breakthrough. The dominator of the sky looked deeply at Bai Xiu Yuan, its eyes filled with complex emotions. At this moment, it finally understood why the wild dominator had perished in Lin City during the last siege. It was because Bai Xiu Yuan's strength had reached a new breakthrough. Ha, now you know. It's a bit too late. Bai Xiu Yuan coldly smiled at the dominator of the sky not far away. Today, I will make you follow in the footsteps of the wild. Bai Xiu Yuan spoke lightly, yet his words were filled with boundless confidence. Only with a strong confidence in one's own strength could one say such things. The previous failure to slay the dominator of the sky was never due to its strength but rather because the opponent was sufficiently cunning, never allowing him to catch it. Now that it had been cornered, Bai Xiu Yuan was confident that he would definitely be able to slay the dominator of the sky here today. On the other side of Bai Xiu Yuan, Lei Zhan also spoke after Bai Xiu Yuan's words fell. Bat-Ian, to die at our hands is your honor. As he spoke, boundless thunder surged from Lei Zhan's hands. The regret of not being able to slay Bat-Ian during the last battle in Lin City had lingered in his heart. Now that he had the chance to make up for this regret, he was naturally extremely eager. Ha ha, Bai Xiu Yuan, Lei Zhan, you two are being a bit too arrogant. The towering Bat-Ian, standing dozens of meters high, remained unfazed in the face of Bai Xiu Yuan and Lei Zhan's threats, instead coldly responding. As Bat-Ian spoke, his voice echoed like thunder around them. If this were before today, I might have feared you, but today is different. I am not afraid of you too. As his words fell, an immense flame erupted from Baishan's body. Boom! The raging flames instantly incinerated everything around them. Bai Xiu Yuan, Lei Zhan, come at me together. Let's see whose grave this will become today. With his voice, Bat-Ian charged at Bai Xiu Yuan and Lei Zhan like a god of fire, accompanied by boundless flames. Seeing this, Bai Xiu Yuan did not hold back and let out a cold shout. Sword rise, the cold voice rang out, and in the next moment, it was as if the Milky Way poured down from the heavens. Between heaven and earth, a river of sword energy had already dominated the space, and as Bai Xiu Yuan swung his long sword, this boundless river of sword energy surged towards the fiery giant that was Bat-Ian. As the long sword struck down, everything around was obliterated, and in that instant, the core area of the fierce beast battlefield could see a sword that pierced the heavens and the earth descending. At this moment, countless fierce beasts trembled in fear. At the same time Bai Xiu Yuan made his move, Lei Zhan was equally unyielding. Thunder descends upon the world. Lei Zhan's voice rang out, and he seemed to transform into a god of thunder. As his voice fell, the forest engulfed in flames instantly turned pitch black. Above the sky, dark clouds covered the earth, and then countless bolts of thunder rained down, striking towards Bat-Ian. Lei Zhan, being the inheritor of the thunderous talent, gained the ability to control thunder after awakening his gift. Upon stepping into the realm of high-level warriors, he further comprehended the embryonic form of the thunder martial path. Since entering this high realm, he had continuously cultivated the thunder martial path, and now, Lei Zhan had completely condensed it. Thus, the thunder between heaven and earth was like his own body, easily controlled by him. Therefore, as Lei Zhan's words fell, it was as if his words were law. The thunder of heaven and earth instantly responded to him, attacking Bat-Ian. In the distance, since the anomaly had occurred. Su Chen had been observing the changes. What is this? The city lord has made a move? After seeing the flames rise, he soon witnessed endless sword light sweeping across the flames. Su Chen couldn't help but whisper. As a member of Lin City, Su Chen naturally knew that Bai Shu Yuan, the city lord, was most skilled in this. It must be the city lord making a move. I wonder when I will have such strength. Besides Su Chen, Lin Shuang also spoke, looking at Bai Shu Yuan in the distance with a hint of envy in his eyes. As fellow practitioners of the sword path, seeing Bai Shu Yuan, the pioneer, display such powerful strength, Lin Shuang naturally felt envious. Just as Lin Shuang was speaking, Su Chen saw boundless thunder rising again. The sky, once stained red, had now turned pitch black, with countless purple-black thunders descending, covering the original crimson. This is, the curator has made a move? Seeing this scene, Su Chen quickly thought of something and immediately spoke up. At the same time, Xikong Ji and Luo Yang, who were rushing towards the battlefield, also witnessed this moment. They've already engaged in battle, let's hurry over, Luo Yang urged as he looked at the distant sounds of combat. As he spoke, he transformed into a dark figure and sped away, with Xikong Ji quickly following suit. Boom, boom, boom at the battlefield. As Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan made their moves, a violent sound erupted between heaven and earth. It was as if the world was about to shatter. Under the baptism of sword energy and boundless thunder, everything became tumultuous. Glancing at the center of the battle, Su Chen suddenly withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Stop looking, we need to continue our mission, Su Chen coldly said to Lin Shuang, who was staring into the distance. For Su Chen, enhancing his own strength was undoubtedly more important than watching others fight. Alright, let's continue. Coming back to her senses, Lin Shuang was momentarily stunned before responding immediately. With that, Su Chen and Lin Shuang focused their minds and headed towards the distance. They were about to begin hunting fierce beasts again. Not just Su Chen, but after confirming the identities of the combatants in the distance, Xiang Bu, who was also in the core area of the fierce beast battlefield, quickly withdrew his gaze. He then transformed into a wisp of shadow and sped off in a certain direction. He too was going to hunt fierce beasts. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded, while everyone was focused on the battle between Bai Shu Yuan and others. Su Chen and Xiang Bu seemed to be in a competition of their own, recklessly hunting fierce beasts. News of Bai Shu Yuan and the overlord of the fierce beasts battling on the battlefield quickly spread back to Lin City. Those in the core area of the fierce beast battlefield, upon witnessing Bai Shu Yuan and Lei Zhan teaming up to encircle the overlord of the fierce beasts, immediately relayed the information back. The many martial artists in Lin City, upon hearing this news, were naturally overjoyed. The overlord of the fierce beasts has been cornered by the city lord and director Lei. It won't be long before the overlord is dead. The city lord already has the strength to slay the overlord of the fierce beasts, with director Lei's help. It shouldn't take long for the overlord to meet his end. This is truly the best news I've heard in days. These damned fierce beasts dare to attack Lin City. This time, let them know the consequences of offending our human race. Upstairs, your news is outdated. It's rumored that besides the city lord and director Lei, Director Xikong of the Thunder God Martial Hall has also rushed to the battlefield. With 3 9th-tier human experts surrounding him, the overlord is indeed meeting his rightful end this time. If we can defeat the overlord, then our human race's counterattack will be a resounding success. What great news! I need to celebrate. After the news of Bai Shu Yuan and the overlord's battle reached Lin City, everyone was filled with joy. In their eyes, since the overlord had already been located, it was only a matter of time before it met its demise. After all, Bai Shu Yuan had previously achieved victories against overlords of fierce beasts, and now with the assistance of Lei Zhan and Xikong Ji, slaying the overlord should become even easier. No one believed that Bai Shu Yuan and his companions would fail in this battle. Even Su Chen was internally convinced of this. This spurred him to kill fierce beasts even more vigorously. After mastering the secret technique of the Eye of the God, Su Chen's Azure Dragon Eye had greatly increased in power. With its assistance, ordinary 7th-tier fierce beasts were no match for him. Thus, in just 2 short days, Su Chen had already slain several 7th-tier fierce beasts. Of course, such achievements were not only due to the power of the Azure Dragon Eye but also related to Su Chen having condensed the embryonic form of martial arts. For Su Chen, who had already grasped the rudiments of martial arts, he had essentially obtained the key to stepping into the threshold of a 7th-tier warrior. With the secret technique of the Azure Dragon's Eye, combined with Su Chen's own strength, he could easily defeat even some of the top 7th tier ferocious beasts. As Su Chen continued to slay these beasts, his own strength was also steadily increasing. In just 2 short days, Su Chen's cultivation level had risen from the initial stage of a 6th tier warrior to the peak of the 6th tier, nearing the level of a 7th tier warrior. Along with this, Su Chen's ranking on the leaderboard was also climbing rapidly. Thanks to his continuous victories over ferocious beasts, his points were soaring. In a very short time, he had surpassed Xiang Bu, who had originally held the first position, and was quickly pulling away from him. The gap was so significant that even if Xiang Bu exerted all his effort, it would be difficult for him to catch up to Su Chen. In a desolate wilderness, after slaying a ferocious beast, Xiang Bu stared blankly at the leaderboard. How did his points increase so quickly? In the wilderness, Xiang Bu looked in confusion at the points behind Su Chen's name on the leaderboard. After 2 days of slaughter, Su Chen's points had reached 400,000. This score was nearly double that of Xiang Bu's points. If he didn't know that the points were being tallied by the city lord's office, at that moment, Xiang Bu would have started to suspect that Su Chen was cheating. After all, to increase points so much in just 2 days was something even an ordinary 8th tier warrior would find hard to achieve. What kind of monster am I competing against? After a while, Xiang Bu murmured. Over these days, Xiang Bu's mood had gone through several stages of change. From initially being confident about securing first place to later feeling indifferent and then joyful upon realizing that Su Chen posed a threat to his position. At that time, when he saw Su Chen appear, he even felt a bit of joy in his heart. He thought that finally, a genius worthy of his serious attention had emerged in Lin City. However, at that time, Xiang Bu was still very confident that he could secure the first position. Later, when he discovered that Su Chen could actually slay 7th tier ferocious beasts, Xiang Bu truly began to take Su Chen seriously. He felt that Su Chen would become his biggest competitor in this event. To this end, Xiang Bu even chose to break through his cultivation and step into the 7th tier, all to compete with Su Chen and take the first position from him. However, once Xiang Bu truly broke through, he realized that he had overthought everything. Breaking through my cultivation is just about digestion. He thought about how, after his breakthrough, he still struggled to slay 7th tier ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, Su Chen, when slaying ferocious beasts, seemed to do so in bulk, taking down several at once. The corners of Xiang Bu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Forget it, I shouldn't compare myself to him. At that moment, Xiang Bu sighed resignedly, much like Lin Shuang had at that time. He already knew that he had no chance of catching up to Su Chen. Of course, even though he said that, Xiang Bu did not stop his steps. He still needed to continue slaying ferocious beasts. This time, not for first place, but to ensure that when the competition ended, the gap between his points and Su Chen's wouldn't be too far. That way, it would at least look better. With a soft murmur, Xiang Bu moved forward, heading into the distance, and in an instant, his figure vanished like a flash of dark light. Just as Xiang Bu came to terms with reality and decided to concede, in a forest within the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield, Su Chen was sitting cross-legged in place. In his hands, he held 2 orbs shimmering with different colors, which were the essence cores of 2 7th tier ferocious beasts. His gaze swept over the 2 essence great pills, and then Su Chen waved his hands, tossing the 2 pills aside. Whoosh, a clear wind howled, and in the next moment, the 2 essence great pills were swallowed by a black hole. At the same time, a system prompt slowly rang in Su Chen's ears. Destroying the essence great pill of the 7th tier fierce beast silver armored Pishio. Compensation divine intent plus 152. Destroying the essence great pill of the 7th tier fierce beast wild glutton beast. Compensation divine intent plus 123. As the voice sounded, Su Chen instantly felt his consciousness become much more agile. Meanwhile, within the purple mansion Dantian world, the originally coiled dark blue true dragon suddenly soared up from the azure lake. Moo. In the next moment, the sound of dragon roars echoed through the forest. At the same time, an illusory dragon shadow rose from behind Su Chen. On one side of the forest, Lin Shuang looked at the distance with a complex expression. This guy is about to break through again? Looking at Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged surrounded by the illusory blue dragon, Lin Shuang couldn't help but whisper, although he had gotten used to Su Chen's rocket-like speed of improvement since their encounter. At this moment, seeing Su Chen break through again stirred great waves in Lin Shuang's heart. The speed at which Su Chen was advancing was simply too fast, surpassing his understanding. Compared to Su Chen, he, who was once called a martial arts genius, felt like a fierce beast without awakened intelligence. After this time, Su Chen will probably step into the spirit refinement realm. Lin Shuang sighed deeply and spoke leisurely. The path of a martial artist begins with body training, then progresses to chi training, each step representing a new heaven. When reaching the realm of high-level martial artists, the core of improvement and cultivation shifts to divine intent. This realm, compared to the previous two, is an entirely different world. Once stepping into the ranks of high-level martial artists, one can freely control their own divine intent, and with this, martial artists begin to exhibit various extraordinary abilities. Moreover, after entering the spirit refinement realm, due to having condensed the embryonic form of martial artists can display destructive power completely different from mid-level martial artists. It can be said that the transition from mid-level to high-level martial artist is a qualitative leap. In the forest, Su Chen sat cross-legged, feeling the enhancement of his divine intent. As his divine intent improved, he extended his consciousness into the Purple Mansion world, beginning to perceive the divine dragon soaring within the Purple Mansion world more clearly. The heart follows the will, this is the feeling. Watching the divine dragon in the Purple Mansion world move in accordance with his thoughts, Su Chen whispered softly, "At this point, I can truly step into the spirit refinement realm." Whispering to himself, Su Chen waved his right hand, and several books of various colors appeared in his hand. These books were the martial arts insights Su Chen specially purchased from the Extreme Dao House to facilitate his breakthrough. With a casual wave, Su Chen tossed the books aside. With a clear sound, the books were immediately swallowed by the black hole. Following that, a series of system prompts rang in Su Chen's ears. Destroying the martial arts insight of the 7th tier martial artist Yi Fan. Compensation martial arts insight plus 60, destroying the breakthrough insight of the 8th tier martial artist Xiao Yan. Compensation devouring dragon martial arts embryo plus 230, destroying the martial arts condensation insight of the 7th tier martial artist Qin Yu. Compensation martial arts insight plus 80, destroying the martial arts insight of the 7th tier martial artist Yi Ching. Compensation. As the system prompts sounded, Su Chen's mind was suddenly filled with numerous martial arts insights. He then closed his eyes and began to operate the Azure Dragon martial arts method according to this feeling. In the next moment, the true energy within Su Chen's body began to circulate. And not only that, the dark blue true dragon spiraling in the Purple Mansion world seemed to come alive, beginning to move within the Purple Mansion world. As its body swayed, the lake water within the Purple Mansion world suddenly rippled, as if it had come to life. In recent days, with the continuous slaying and destruction of fierce beasts, Su Chen's blood value had already risen to 10,000 points. This meant he had reached the level to break through to a 7th tier martial artist. Now, as Su Chen began to operate his martial arts techniques, an immense true energy, like a vast river, began to circulate within his body. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of rushing rivers echoed continuously within Su Chen. This sound was so loud that even Lin Shuang, who was at a considerable distance, could hear it. At the same time, the true dragon that was spiraling within the Purple Mansion world opened its eyes. The eyes of this true dragon revealed a look of wisdom, and in that moment, it seemed to come alive. With the unity of divinity and intent, it must be time to break through. Within the Purple Mansion world, Su Chen, who had transformed into a true dragon, whispered softly after digesting the many memories in his mind. Immediately, he swayed his body and began to skillfully fly along the direction of the true energy flow. Meanwhile, behind Su Chen in the forest, a phantom of a true dragon appeared. Once this true dragon phantom emerged, it seemed to gain intelligence, continuously spiraling around Su Chen. Mu accompanied by the movement of the phantom, a series of dragon roars echoed. At the same time, around the seated Su Chen, dark hues began to emanate, colors that resembled those of the true dragon spiraling around him. Whoosh, 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 the long wind howled, and visibly, the true dragon phantom circling around Su Chen became increasingly solid. It felt as if this true dragon had crossed the boundary between illusion and reality, truly appearing in this world. Its lifelike body swayed in the vast sky, and even from a great distance, one could feel the imposing aura it radiated. The martial path is condensing. It seems he is about to break through. Not far away, Lin Shuang watched as the true dragon phantom around Su Chen solidified, and couldn't help but murmur, Unlike the breakthroughs of initial and intermediate martial artists, which only require blood value and physical condition to meet certain criteria, to break through to a high-tier martial artist, one must not only meet the requirements of blood value, physical condition, and divine intent but also have a sufficient understanding of their own martial path. Only then can one truly break through and step into the realm of high-tier martial artists, because only with a deep understanding of one's martial path can the embryonic form of that martial path be truly condensed and manifested in the world. The manifested embryonic form of the martial path will become the foundation of the martial artist, even surpassing their life. As long as the condensed martial path exists, even if the physical body is destroyed, the martial artist can be reborn using that power. However, once the martial path is destroyed, the martial artist is truly dead. Therefore, every martial artist treasures the embryonic form of their own martial path. Under Lin Shuang's gaze, it was evident that the true dragon phantom around Su Chen became increasingly solid. At a certain moment, it seemed as if the void was condensing, like the laws of life manifesting. The originally spiraling azure dragon phantom suddenly stopped moving, then its form continuously shrank, and it lightly floated to the top of Su Chen's head. It then slowly settled on Su Chen's shoulder. At this moment, Su Chen also timely opened his eyes, and his gaze met that of the azure dragon resting on his shoulder. At that moment, their eyes locked, and Su Chen's consciousness suddenly experienced a wondrous sensation. In that instant, it felt as if he had grown two pairs of eyes, each seeing different images. One pair saw a dark azure divine dragon sitting on his shoulder, while the other saw himself, condensing the martial path. So this is what it feels like? Su Chen whispered softly, beginning to sense the changes in his body at that moment. He felt as if he had gained an additional body at that moment, his consciousness able to simultaneously manipulate both his original self and the true dragon form to perform different actions. Although he had gained some understanding after digesting and absorbing numerous martial insights, at this moment, when he truly felt this change, Su Chen still experienced a strange sensation in his heart. After a while, Su Chen finally emerged from this state, gradually adapting to the many changes brought about by his cultivation improvement. Su Chen relaxed his mind and looked to the side, where Lin Shuang had already come to stand beside him. "Congratulations, Su Chen," Lin Shuang said softly, her tone unable to suppress a hint of envy. Compared to Su Chen, who had broken through to the 7th rank warrior in such a short time after reaching the 6th rank, Lin Shuang, who had been stuck at the 6th rank for a long time without a breakthrough, naturally felt envious. Although for him, who had already comprehended the embryonic form of martial arts, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time, he still had not achieved it. "Thank you." Upon hearing Lin Shuang's words, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's lips. "I also wish you a breakthrough soon." Su Chen was genuinely pleased about his breakthrough to the 7th rank warrior. After all, it meant he was one step closer to the realm of the martial god. Su Chen's words ignited a spark of expectation in Lin Shuang's eyes. He too was hopeful about breaking through to the 7th rank warrior. Although he knew deep down that even if he broke through to the 7th rank, he would still be far from Su Chen. But one doesn't always need to compare themselves to monsters, right? He only needed to be stronger than his past self, and that was enough. Su Chen was unaware of Lin Shuang's thoughts. After finishing his conversation with her, he turned to look towards the right front direction of the beast battlefield. In Su Chen's line of sight, he could still see several powerful auras rising from the distance. The battle between the city lord and Ba Tian hasn't ended yet? Su Chen couldn't help but murmur as he watched the distant scene of battle. Over the past 2 days, although Su Chen had been busy slaying fierce beasts, as a member of Lin City, he had been paying attention to the battles occurring in the core area of the beast battlefield. In fact, it wasn't just Su Chen. All the warriors in Lin City had been closely following the great battle in the core area of the beast battlefield over these 2 days. This was a clash between the peak martial power of Lin City and the top fierce beasts of the battlefield. To put it bluntly, this was a battle that could significantly affect the fate of the human race in Lin City. If Bai Shu Yuan and the others could defeat the Lord of Ba Tian, it would mean a great victory for Lin City in the fight against the fierce beasts. This battle would wash away all the humiliation Lin City had suffered during the previous siege by the fierce beasts. However, if Bai Shu Yuan and the others were defeated, not only would this plan against the fierce beasts fail, but Lin City could also face another invasion from the fierce beast clan. At that time, Lin City would likely experience the bloodshed and casualties of the previous siege once again, and perhaps even greater suffering due to the defeat of Bai Shu Yuan and the others. In such circumstances, Su Chen, as a member of Lin City, naturally could not help but pay attention to the outcome of this battle. Originally, Su Chen's thoughts were in line with the majority of the warriors in Lin City. He believed that Bai Shu Yuan and the others would soon defeat the Lord of Batian. They might even slay it. After all, not to mention Bai Shu Yuan's past achievements in slaying a Lord-level fierce beast, there were still 4 top human experts facing Batian. With such a lineup, everyone firmly believed that Bai Shu Yuan and the others would surely win. However, as time passed, this belief began to waver. The battle has been going on for 2 days. There shouldn't be any unexpected developments, right? Watching the distant scene of battle, a hint of worry appeared in Su Chen's eyes, because according to his original estimate, this battle should have ended long ago, rather than dragging on until now. Yet this situation had occurred, which made Su Chen think more deeply. Just as Su Chen was anxiously concerned about the battle of Bai Shu Yuan and others in the distance, Lin Shuang beside him also turned her gaze towards the battlefield far away. As the battle progressed, perhaps the fighters were consciously controlling the situation, or perhaps someone had used a sealing technique. In any case, at this moment, the distant battlefield no longer had the overwhelming momentum it had at the beginning. Even though the power had been somewhat restrained, one could still feel the strong aura coming from afar. Like Su Chen, Lin Shuang's eyes also showed a worried expression as she looked towards the distant battlefield. In fact, after the battle had dragged on for several days, at this moment, no warrior in Lin City could remain indifferent. I wonder what the situation of the battle is now, Lin Shuang said softly, frowning. It's a pity that my strength is lacking, otherwise. She did not finish her sentence, as saying it would have no meaning. Although she had already condensed the embryonic form of martial arts and would soon break through to become a 7th-tier warrior, entering the realm of high-tier warriors, there were still distinctions among high-tier warriors. As the saying goes, one level of cultivation is one level of heaven. This saying might not be very apparent at lower levels, but when it comes to high levels, it reveals its true meaning. Let alone stepping into the realm of high-tier warriors, even at the level of mid-tier warriors, wanting to fight across tiers is a very difficult task, not to mention at the level of high-tier warriors. Moreover, at high levels, every breakthrough represents a qualitative leap in the warrior's own strength. Just being able to break through to become a high-tier warrior indicates that these individuals are inherently talented. In such a situation, who could still manage to fight across tiers? Thus, Lin Shuang's words trailed off abruptly, because with his strength, let alone not having stepped into the refining spirit realm, even if he had successfully entered it, he would not have the qualifications to intervene in the distant battle. Unless I have the ability to fight across tiers after entering the refining spirit realm, he whispered softly, shaking his head soon after. But how could that be possible? Are there really warriors in this world who can fight across tiers from 7th to 8th? Let alone intervening in battles of 9th-tier warriors. As he spoke, Lin Shuang withdrew his gaze. Although he was worried inside, he also knew that he was not qualified to intervene in the distant battle at the moment. However, as he withdrew his gaze, Lin Shuang's eyes inadvertently swept over Su Chen's figure. Then he stared at Su Chen intently. In an instant, thoughts surged in Lin Shuang's mind like a tide. Perhaps, there really are 7th-tier warriors who can fight across to 8th-tier warriors in this world. Looking at Su Chen, who was dressed in green, Lin Shuang couldn't help but murmur to himself. Then he looked at Su Chen eagerly and said, Su Chen, you have already broken through to 7th-tier warrior. With your strength, you might be able to intervene in the battle of the city lord and the others. Lin Shuang's words were only halfway through when a cold voice interrupted him. No need for more words. I will go shortly. The cold voice echoed in the forest, leaving Lin Shuang stunned. After coming to his senses, he quickly realized that what he could think of, Su Chen would naturally think of as well. It seems I spoke too much. Su Chen withdrew his gaze from the distance. As he said, with the breakthrough in his cultivation, Su Chen's curiosity about the distant battle situation naturally arose. But from my current strength, I still feel somewhat lacking. Speaking softly, Su Chen waved his right hand, and immediately, several volumes of martial arts techniques appeared in his hand. In the past 2 days, continuously slaying fierce beasts not only greatly enhanced Su Chen's vitality and physique but also earned him enough battle points. Previously, to ensure a smooth breakthrough, Su Chen chose to exchange his battle points for various insights into cultivation. With the help of these insights, Su Chen successfully broke through to the current realm of spirit refinement. Of course, since he still had remaining battle points, He also exchanged some martial arts techniques at that time. The purpose was to elevate all the martial skills he practiced to perfection. Once my martial skills reach perfection, I should have enough strength to investigate the situation, Su Chen murmured softly as he sat cross-legged nearby. He then tossed the book in his hand into the black hole beside him, destroying a volume of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts. Compensating Azure Dragon Martial Arts proficiency plus 20%. Azure Dragon Martial Arts has been cultivated to perfection, destroying a volume of the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash. Compensating Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash proficiency plus 20%. Nine Heavens Azure Dragon Slash has been cultivated to perfection, destroying a volume of the Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique. Compensating Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique proficiency plus 20%. Purple Sky Thunder Escape Technique has been cultivated to perfection, destroying a volume of the Heavenly Gang Profound Art. Compensating Heavenly Gang Profound Art proficiency. As numerous books were destroyed in the black hole, in the next moment, Su Chen's mind was flooded with various martial insights. The Azure Dragon martial arts naturally began to operate, and within the Purple Mansion world, the martial arts embryo that had already taken shape started to swim continuously in the Azure Lake. In the boundless Azure Lake, it seemed as if thunder was flashing. The originally desolate lake began to exude a breath of life at this moment. Countless dazzling azure lights rose from the lake, and at the same time, purple thunder continued to flicker in the heavens above, as if celebrating something. Countless martial insights continuously arose in Su Chen's heart, which he digested and absorbed. At this moment, Su Chen gained new understanding regarding combat. Meanwhile, Su Chen could feel his strength continuously growing. With the elevation of his martial skills, whether it was attack power, defense, or movement speed, there was a significant enhancement. The sound of rumbling echoed within Su Chen's body like the shaking of mountains. Upon seeing Su Chen once again immersed in cultivation, Lin Shuang instinctively retreated to the side. At this moment, he had no mind to concern himself with the distant battle, focusing solely on the changes around Su Chen. Watching the increasingly powerful aura around him, Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Such a powerful aura, not to mention an 8th-tier warrior. He is not far from a 9th-tier warrior, he murmured, and the anticipation in Lin Shuang's eyes grew even more intense. By now, he had completely suppressed any jealousy or envy towards Su Chen. A few days of interaction had made Lin Shuang realize that he and Su Chen were never rivals, nor were they from the same world. Although with his talent, he could be considered a genius even in Tianjin City. Compared to someone like Su Chen, who could truly be called a genius among the entire human race, there was still a significant gap. Lin Shuang had a clear understanding of this point. Perhaps traveling alongside Su Chen is the greatest fortune of my life. This thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Shuang couldn't help but look expectantly at Su Chen in the distance. He hoped Su Chen could elevate his strength to its peak soon, so he could quickly head to the battlefield where the city lord and others were engaged. Just as Lin Shuang was filled with anticipation, on the other side, in the core area of the Fierce Beast battlefield, Bai Xiu Yuan, originally dressed in white, now appeared somewhat disheveled. Holding a silver longsword upside down, Bai Xiu Yuan coldly stared at the distant Lord Batian. At this moment, the towering figure of the Overlord of Domination, originally several dozen meters high, had vanished, transforming into the more common 2-meter tall form. Boundless flames surrounded it, and one could faintly see blood seeping from its chest, flowing steadily. Yet, this blood did not make the Overlord appear disheveled. Instead, it added a fiercer aura to its presence. Bai Xiu Yuan, you are nothing but this. The Overlord stood still, sneering coldly as it shouted. As it opened its mouth, sharp teeth were revealed on its furry face. From a distance, these teeth looked like serrated edges, giving off an impression of a predator ready to devour. An overwhelming ferocity emanated from the Overlord, making the entire space feel stifled. And you? Do you think 4 against 1 can kill me? The Overlord's gaze swept over the other figures on the battlefield, passing over Lei Zhan, Si Kongji, and Luo Yang. Ha ha, I see that the ones who will truly die today are you. With a cold shout, boundless flames surged once more from the Overlord, flames burning the heavens. With a thunderous roar, a pillar of fire shot up from the Overlord, charging straight towards Bai Xiu Yuan. Compared to its colossal form, the Overlord in its human shape appeared even more ferocious, exuding an aura of fearless aggression. Facing the Overlord, which seemed to descend like the sun, Bai Xiu Yuan's brows furrowed, but he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with his sword, charging at the Overlord. Galaxy Sky Sword. With the sword in hand, Bai Shu-yuan transformed into a sword god, an overwhelming sword aura rising from him. The boundless sharpness seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth in two. As the sword aura illuminated the sky, Bai Shu-yuan fiercely collided with the Overlord. At the same time, Lei Zhan and the others, waiting on the sidelines, seized the opportunity to strike simultaneously. Thunder Prison. Radiant Sun. Setting sun over the river. Countless powerful techniques were unleashed by Lei Zhan and the others, crashing down upon the Overlord. As these attacks were executed, the already ravaged battlefield was instantly obliterated. Even the surrounding void began to flicker with dark cracks, a sign of the void being shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds echoed as these attacks descended like mountains collapsing, crashing into the Overlord. The overwhelming assault engulfed the Overlord in an instant. Boom! The thunderous noise took a long time to settle. As the battle calmed, the figure of the Overlord was nowhere to be found at the epicenter of the attack. Only a mass of charred flesh, still emitting wisps of flame, remained. Clearly, after enduring the attacks of several top human warriors, even a powerful being like the Overlord could only meet its demise. Not even a complete corpse could be preserved. However, what puzzled Bai Shu-yuan and the others was that upon witnessing this scene, there was no trace of joy on their faces. Instead, they stared gravely at the bloodied remains on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gentle breeze blew, and the flames lingering on the ground suddenly ignited, growing increasingly fierce. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Bai Shu-yuan and the others turned even more serious, a look of vigilance appearing in their eyes. Soon, the flames on the flesh had risen to a height of a person, and as the flames intensified, it seemed as if they had come to life, gradually outlining a human figure. This figure continued to solidify until, at a certain moment, it completely transformed into a living being. What a pity! I have resurrected again. The Overlord of the Flames, resurrected from the fire, revealed a cruel expression in its eyes. It looked at Bai Shu-yuan and the others, savoring the moment. Aren't you all very disappointed? But soon, you won't have to be disappointed anymore. In the center of the shattered battlefield, only the voice of the Overlord echoed. Just moments after its death, the Overlord had come back to life, displaying that it was still at its peak state. Its gaze swept over Bai Shu-yuan and the others. Under their solemn stares, it spoke indifferently, because you are all about to die. In the face of the Overlord's provocations, no one responded. At that moment, even Lei Zhan, who was usually fiery and aggressive, remained silent, only looking at the Overlord with a grave expression. The reason for this was that they had killed the Overlord more than once before. However, each time they killed it, it wouldn't be long before it resurrected from its original corpse. Moreover, it would restore its original strength. They had tried many methods, but every time they killed it, the outcome remained unchanged. Because of this, even though their combined strength far surpassed that of the Overlord, they had not been able to kill it until now. In fact, they had even sustained some injuries from the Overlord's desperate fighting style. All of this was because the Overlord had achieved an immortal body. What do we do now? Ignoring the Overlord's arrogance in the distance, Lei Zhan and the others exchanged glances and began to discuss a solution. The Overlord has already cultivated the immortal body of flames. We have tried several times with conventional combat methods, and we cannot kill it. Bai Shu-yuan, dressed in white, frowned and spoke in a low voice. Now, I can only think of two ways to kill it. After Bai Shu-yuan's words fell, Lei Zhan and the others looked at him, eager to know how to kill the Overlord. Among them, Lei Zhan spoke urgently. If you have a way, why didn't you say it earlier? You've wasted so much time, letting this guy be so arrogant. Si Kongji's personality was more stable. Upon hearing Bai Shu-yuan's words, he frowned and said, the two methods you mentioned are probably not easy to accomplish. Having known each other for many years, Si Kongji understood Bai Shu-yuan's character very well. He knew that as the Lord of Lin City, Bai Shu-yuan harbored a deep hatred for fierce beasts. If there were a way to kill the Overlord, Bai Shu-yuan would have acted long ago to send it on its way. The fact that he had not acted yet only proved one thing: achieving this was not easy. The Overlord's immortal body relies on the power of the Flame King's domain, which is far superior to the martial power we have cultivated. With our attacks, we simply cannot break this power. In this way, the Overlord can naturally resurrect continuously. Bai Shuyuan looked at the overlord in the distance and spoke slowly. After fighting the overlord for so long, Bai Shuyuan had figured out the reason behind its immortal body. The fundamental reason it could maintain its immortality under their attacks was not due to its own strength, but rather the power it relied on, the Flame King's domain power. The king of the Fierce Beast clan was a powerful beast whose strength rivaled that of the human martial gods. The domain power it cultivated was akin to the martial power of human martial gods, with a level of strength far exceeding that of 9th-tier martial artists. Relying on the strength of 9th-tier martial artists, it was impossible to erase the domain power left by a king-level powerhouse. In this situation, with the strength of Bai Shuyuan and the others, it was naturally impossible to kill the overlord, because the source of its immortal body was the Flame King's domain power. For the overlord, as long as the flame domain power was not extinguished, it could continuously resurrect. Moreover, even its own strength would not diminish in the slightest. It is precisely because of this that Ba Tian, when facing Bai Shuyuan and others who are clearly stronger than him, is so arrogant. He even threatens to kill Bai Shuyuan and the others. While Lei Zhan and the others are on guard against Ba Tian's attack, they listen to Bai Shuyuan's account. So, to kill Ba Tian, we can only start from this point, which is to use a power equal to that of the Flame King's domain to extinguish this source of power. In this way, we can naturally kill Ba Tian, who has attained immortality through the power of the Flame King's domain. Bai Shuyuan's words briefly uplifted Lei Zhan and the others. This is indeed a good method. As long as we can break Ba Tian's immortality, killing him will become very easy. However, this uplift only lasted a short while before Si Kongji couldn't help but speak up. But where can we find a power of the same level to extinguish the Flame King's power? As he spoke, Si Kongji let out a bitter laugh. The king beasts and the martial gods of the human race are already beyond the concept of ordinary beings, akin to mythical giant beasts. How could the power of such high-level beings be extinguished by a few ordinary 9th-tier martial artists? Si Kongji's words reminded everyone, and the briefly uplifted Lei Zhan and the others quickly calmed down. This is something we simply cannot achieve. We cannot extinguish the power of the Flame King. Lei Zhan and the others spoke one after another, their words unconsciously tinged with a sense of disappointment. They had thought that this time they finally had a way to kill Ba Tian, but, unexpectedly, Bai Shuyuan seemed to have anticipated that Lei Zhan and the others would say this. Facing their words, his expression remained unchanged. He simply continued, "If this cannot be done, then there is only one other way left." Pausing halfway through his words, Bai Shuyuan turned to look at Lei Zhan and the others, speaking calmly. That is to use the Divine Intent secret technique to directly annihilate Ba Tian from the level of consciousness. Ba Tian's power ultimately comes from the Flame King. He is still just an ordinary 9th-tier beast. If there is a strong person who has mastered the Divine Intent secret technique, they should be able to bypass the Flame King's power obstruction and annihilate him from the level of consciousness. As he spoke, a chilling aura burst forth from Bai Shuyuan. For Bai Shuyuan, he wished he could kill Ba Tian immediately. Divine Intent secret technique? Annihilate Ba Tian from the level of consciousness? As soon as Bai Shuyuan finished speaking, Lei Zhan and the others couldn't help but exclaim. This was indeed something they had never thought of. But just like before, someone quickly thought of something and looked at the others. But is there anyone among us who has mastered the Divine Intent secret technique? Does anyone here know someone who has mastered the Divine Intent secret technique? The cultivation of the Divine Intent secret technique is difficult. There are very few who have mastered it in the entire Lin City, let alone those who have cultivated it to the level capable of extinguishing Ba Tian's consciousness. I have seen a martial artist who practiced the Divine Intent secret technique, but he is only at the Sea of Qi realm now. After a round of discussion, the scene fell silent once again. At the same time, a sense of helplessness began to slowly spread among the group, because at this moment, they all understood that this time, they were probably unable to kill the Lord of Ba Tian. Moreover, what they should consider now was no longer the issue of killing the Lord of Ba Tian, but how to conclude the matter. After all, if they cannot kill the Lord of Ba Tian at this moment, then next, given Ba Tian's character and strength, he would certainly not sit idly by while human martial artists exist in the beast battlefield. In the current situation, where even their combined strength cannot kill Ba Tian, if they let him leave, then the human martial artists would have to face a fully empowered Ba Tian. At that time, no one would have the strength to stop Ba Tian. What would happen then? Lei Zhan and the others could all imagine. Listening to the discussions of the few people in front of him, Bai Shu Yuan couldn't help but sigh as his gaze swept over their faces. Alas! Although Bai Shu Yuan had already prepared himself for the possibility that no one would master the divine intent secret technique when he spoke those words, he still couldn't avoid feeling a sense of loss at this moment, facing the outcome. However, he quickly pulled himself out of this state. Since it has come to this, we can only end this beast extermination plan early. As he spoke, Bai Shu Yuan's gaze turned to the distance, and through the dense jungle, he seemed to see countless warriors from Lin City fighting fiercely and continuously slaying the beasts. His eyes narrowed slightly, a layer of darkness flashing in his gaze. Initially, due to the beast attacks on Lin City, he had united with Lei Zhan and others to launch this plan against the Beast Clan for revenge. Although this plan had only been underway for a mere 10 days, it had already inflicted significant damage on the Beast Clan in the battlefield. In such a short time, countless beasts had perished in the battlefield. One could say that this result had preliminarily met his initial expectations. It could have achieved an even better outcome, but now, due to Ba Tian, it has become impossible to realize. Muttering to himself, Bai Shu Yuan then looked at Lei Zhan and Sikong Ji beside him. Issue a notice, the beast extermination plan is officially over. Let the warriors in the beast battlefield leave as soon as possible and retreat back to Lin City. Upon hearing Bai Shu Yuan's words, Lei Zhan and Sikong Ji immediately nodded. Yes, understood. Both Lei Zhan and Sikong Ji were well aware of why Bai Shu Yuan was issuing such a notice at this moment. He was doing this to prevent Ba Tian from attacking other human warriors after breaking free from their obstruction. In this situation, it was naturally best for them to leave the beast battlefield first. After responding to Bai Shu Yuan, Lei Zhan and Sikong Ji immediately took action, starting to send messages to the relevant personnel of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. Within Lin City, Zhuge was originally handling his daily work. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the table, and he picked up his phone. The director's message? Looking at the flashing phone, Zhuge's brows furrowed slightly. These days, the prolonged lack of results from Lei Zhan and the others hunting Ba Tian had left Zhuge extremely uneasy. Even though he had confidence in Lei Zhan and the others' strength, facing the situation with no battle results, Zhuge couldn't help but feel anxious. Could it be that the major powers of the human race couldn't slay Ba Tian? Could it be that there is a result in the battles of the beast battlefield? He murmured, quickly picking up his phone. Soon, he saw the message sent by Lei Zhan. End the beast extermination plan. Summon the martial artists to withdraw from the beast battlefield? The moment he saw the message, Zhuge's brows tightened involuntarily. What is this? Zhuge looked at his phone with a serious expression. In an instant, countless bad thoughts flashed through his mind. What exactly happened in the beast battlefield? And why did the director send such a message? At this moment, Zhuge was filled with confusion. But he knew that now was not the time to ponder these matters. He had more important things to do. After calming his emotions slightly, Zhuge immediately began to summon the relevant personnel within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, and shortly after that, within Lin City, the martial artists belonging to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall all received the same message. Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall decree, the beast extermination plan is to be cancelled immediately. And all martial artists of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall are ordered to return to Lin City at once. When the martial artists of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall received this message, in the City Lord's mansion, Suan, as the deputy of the City Lord, also received the message sent by Bai Shu Yuan. After receiving the message, like Zhuge, Suan immediately began to arrange the relevant matters. Not long after, within Lin City, all martial artists affiliated with the official authorities, no matter where they were, received the same message. Order from the City Lord's mansion, effective immediately. The plan to exterminate the ferocious beasts is cancelled. All martial artists are ordered to return to Lin City at once. When the City Lord's mansion and the Extreme Path Martial Arts School issued the announcement, the head of the Thunder God Martial Arts School also received a message from the principal, Sikong Ji, like Zhuge and Suan. He similarly sent a message with a similar meaning to the martial artists of the Thunder God Martial Arts School. As the three major forces in Lin City began to operate, soon all martial artists within the city received this news. Shortly after receiving the message, various discussions erupted in the martial arts forums of the major forces. The plan to exterminate the ferocious beasts is cancelled? Ordered to return to Lin City immediately. Did you all receive this message? I received it. I received it too. What on earth is going on? Did something happen? Why is the plan to exterminate the ferocious beasts suddenly cancelled? This plan has finally shown some results. Cancelling it now would be a waste of previous efforts. What is really going on? Who knows the specifics? What is happening? Perhaps this is related to the battle that occurred in the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield. Are you referring to the city lord and the two principals surrounding and attacking the overlord of the ferocious beasts? That battle has dragged on without a result. Combined with this news, something unexpected must have happened. The city lord has the strength to single-handedly slay a 9th-tier ferocious beast. How could there be an accident while dealing with a 9th-tier beast alongside the two principals? No one knows the specifics. I think, for now, we should follow orders and leave the ferocious beast battlefield. With the message being sent, a wave of discussion erupted in the martial arts forums. Everyone began to speculate about what had happened and why the two major martial arts schools and the city lord's mansion suddenly issued such an order. Various guesses filled the air. However, regardless of their thoughts, the vast majority of martial artists in the ferocious beast battlefield chose to leave and return to Lin City upon receiving the order. As the news spread, martial artists in various areas of the ferocious beast battlefield rushed towards Lin City. Countless figures darted through the battlefield, all heading for the same destination. In a dense forest, Lin Xuan was originally watching Su Chen, who was practicing in the distance, but at a certain moment, he seemed to sense something and took out his phone. Then, he saw the message from the city lord's mansion. End the plan. Return to Lin City? Looking at the message on his phone, Lin Xuan's brows furrowed instantly, and he quickly turned his gaze to Su Chen not far away. What should we do? Lin Xuan's eyes shifted, looking at Su Chen in the distance, a trace of worry uncontrollably appearing on his face. In fact, long before the battle between the city lord and the overlord of the ferocious beasts reached a stalemate, Lin Xuan had already suspected that something unexpected might have occurred in that battle. However, he still leaned towards Bai Shuyuan's side overall. After all, whether from the perspective of being a resident of Lin City or based on past achievements, it was proven that in terms of strength, Bai Shuyuan's side was far superior to the overlord of the ferocious beasts and others. Now it seems, the situation may not be as such. Lin Xuan turned his head to look at the huge commotion generated by the fierce battle in the central core battlefield. Initially, he was very confident, believing that Lin City's side would surely win. But now, he no longer thought so. The simultaneous announcement from the city lord's mansion and the two major martial arts schools, demanding the martial artists in the ferocious beast battlefield to retreat to Lin City, was itself a signal. In that case, does Su Chen still need to go investigate the situation? Retracting his gaze, Lin Xuan looked back at Su Chen, who was originally waiting for the outcome of the battle between Bai Shuyuan and the overlord of the ferocious beasts. Whether it was Lin Xuan or Su Chen, both felt a rising urge to head to the battlefield to assess the situation. However, due to limitations in strength, Lin Xuan was unable to go. Su Chen, for the sake of caution, also planned to perfect his martial skills before proceeding. This was something they had previously agreed upon. But who could have anticipated that the situation would change so quickly? They had just finalized their plans, and even while Su Chen was still in the process of training, news suddenly arrived ordering them to return to the city. Forget it, I should wake Su Chen first. After some thought, Lin Xuan quickly made a decision. She would wake Su Chen and then discuss their next course of action. Though in her heart, she had already made up her mind. That was to heed the advice of the city lord's mansion and the two major martial arts schools and return to Lin City. After all, since the city lord's mansion and the two martial arts schools could issue this message, it meant that the current situation was beyond the resolution of both the city lord and the two masters. In this case, Lin Xuan felt that there was little point in Su Chen going to the battlefield. After all, it was unlikely that Su Chen could accomplish what even the city lord and the two masters could not, resolving the current predicament. Just as Lin Xuan was contemplating this and preparing to wake Su Chen, suddenly, from a distance, Su Chen, who was in the midst of his training, retracted the phenomena surrounding him, and the boundless blue light gradually faded. The faint purple glow that had been swirling around him also began to dissipate, leaving only Su Chen, dressed in a green robe, quietly sitting in place. With a gentle breeze blowing, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. A faint light flashed in his gaze before quickly returning to calm. After exhaling deeply, Su Chen raised his eyes to look ahead. Seeing that he had perfected several martial skills, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Su Chen looked up at Lin Xuan. His training had concluded, and at this moment, He had adjusted himself to his peak state. It was time to head to the battlefield, understand the situation, and perhaps even end the conflict. The enhancement of his strength made Su Chen feel extremely confident. However, when Su Chen looked at Lin Shuang, he quickly noticed her unusual expression. What's wrong? Is something happening? Seeing Lin Shuang approach with a worried and serious expression, Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Yes, something has happened. Lin Shuang nodded gravely and then handed her phone to Su Chen. Just now, the City Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools jointly issued a message, ordering the martial artists on the Beast battlefield to return to Lin City as soon as possible. I suspect that the battle between the City Lord and Ba Tian may have encountered an unexpected situation, so we should return to Lin City as soon as possible. Lin Shuang briefly explained the situation, then looked up at Su Chen. However, her expression now showed an undeniable urgency. After all, a considerable amount of time had passed since the City Lord's Mansion issued the message. In the current situation, the longer they stayed on the Beast battlefield, the more dangerous it would become. Su Chen glanced at the phone Lin Shuang had handed over, then took out his own phone to verify the information, confirming that what Lin Shuang said was true. However, after confirming the news, Su Chen did not immediately respond to Lin Shuang. Instead, he looked toward the distant battlefield whereby Xu Yuan and others were engaged in combat. At this moment, Su Chen could still feel the overwhelming aura emanating from the sky above. Retreat? He murmured softly, his brow furrowing before turning resolute. If we retreat now, wouldn't that mean all my training just now was in vain? He whispered to himself, and suddenly, a smile blossomed on his lips. Lin Shuang stood beside Su Chen, watching the change in his expression, and an uneasy premonition rose in her heart. Su Chen, you must not act impulsively. However, before Lin Shuang could finish her words, Su Chen interrupted her with a wave of his hand. No need for more words. Since I've already decided to go, I won't back down. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen turned to Lin Shuang. You head back to the city. I'll go check the situation at the battlefield. Before Lin Shuang could respond, Su Chen had already begun to activate the perfected purple sky thunder escape technique. His long robe fluttered, and in the next moment, Su Chen's figure transformed into a streak of purple lightning, racing towards the battlefield. Su Chen, don't be foolish, Lin Shuang shouted as he watched Su Chen's figure disappear. But at that moment, he could no longer see Su Chen. The howling wind rushed past his ears as Su Chen looked into the distance, the deep blue light in his eyes seeming to ignite like fierce flames, burning within his gaze. What kind of accident has occurred? Let me take a look. Su Chen murmured softly, his figure darting like a purple bolt of lightning through the Beast battlefield. Wherever his gaze fell, Su Chen could vaguely see figures flickering. Those were warriors preparing to leave the Beast battlefield. What is this? Dressed in black, Xiang Bu, who had just received the notification and was about to leave the core area of the Beast battlefield, suddenly looked up ahead. Then, he saw a purple lightning bolt rushing towards him. From this bolt of lightning, he felt a strong threat. He was just about to draw his weapon in defense, but before he could act, he saw that purple lightning already streaking past him. Watching the purple lightning disappear into the distance, Xiang Bu couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is this? Such powerful strength." The speed of the purple lightning was so fast that Xiang Bu didn't even catch a glimpse of the person's appearance. When did such a powerful warrior appear in Lin City? Xiang Bu turned his head, gazing at the vanishing purple lightning, murmuring to himself, with such a strong presence heading to the battlefield, perhaps the outcome of the battle with Ba Tian could change. A look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. After the City Lord's Mansion and the two major martial arts schools issued announcements, all the warriors guessed that there might be problems with the battle between Bai Shu Yuan and Ba Tian. Xiang Bu naturally thought of this, which is why he spoke those words. But soon, he shook his head. However, even the City Lord and the two masters are powerless to change the outcome. Even if he goes, it probably won't change anything. I just hope nothing unexpected happens to him. With that thought, a trace of worry flashed across Xiang Bu's face. Although they were strangers, as fellow humans, he couldn't help but feel concern for the other. At this moment, above the endless sky, strange stars shimmering with brilliant light were swirling in the vast expanse. These stars occasionally emitted signals, spreading outwards as if conveying information. Moreover, on these strange stars, there were also some lenses resembling telescopes. These lenses seemed to be divine beings growing in the heavens, constantly monitoring everything happening on the ground. In fact, these strange stars suspended in the sky were the great invention of human warriors, the heavenly star system. It was thanks to this heavenly star system that humanity could lay down all signal networks within human territory, even radiating into the beast battlefield. Because of this, humans could always determine the location of their warriors and even scout the positions of the beasts. One could say that humanity's ability to fiercely resist the beasts' attacks and gradually counterattack in the wars over the years was due to the passage of time, as more human warriors were born under the human cultivation system, strengthening their overall power. On the other hand, it was also because of the existence of the heavenly star system that humans held an advantage when facing the beasts. One could say that due to the heavenly star system, human warriors could determine the locations of their fellow warriors at any time and even monitor the positions of most beasts. After the city lord's mansion, in conjunction with the two major martial arts schools, issued the order for the Lin City warriors to withdraw from the beast battlefield, the responsible parties left in the city began to closely monitor the movements of the human warriors and the beasts on the battlefield. In a large room, Zhugaku, Suan, and a middle-aged man dressed in a purple long robe with a stern expression were intently watching the front. Before them, a massive screen was illuminated, displaying countless images that continuously cycled. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that these were scenes from the beast battlefield outside Lin City. Many warriors could be seen moving rapidly, making their way back to Lin City. So far, everything is going smoothly. It shouldn't take long for everyone to exit the beast battlefield. Zhugaku, dressed in a gray long robe, said softly as he gazed at the screen not far away. Since the order to withdraw from the beast battlefield was issued, he had come to the city lord's mansion to specifically oversee the operations of the Tianqing department, investigating the specific situation of the Lin City warriors. Once all the warriors have exited the beast battlefield, we can notify the city lord and the two school leaders, as well as the inspection envoy, to cease hostilities, Suan replied, also looking at the screen. As the deputy of the city lord's mansion, he had to take on all the responsibilities after Bai Shu Yuan's departure. Following the issuance of the order for the Lin City warriors to withdraw, Suan naturally needed to come to the Tianqing department to monitor the situation of the warriors' retreat. One reason was to confirm progress and ensure the safety of the Lin City warriors. The other was to obtain first-hand information so that he could inform Bai Shu Yuan as soon as the Lin City warriors had all retreated. After all, although the messages sent back by Bai Shu Yuan and others indicated that they were currently at an advantage in the battle against Badian, the reason they could not kill Badian was simply that he had attained an immortal body, requiring special means to defeat him. However, Suan was not clear about the specific situation. For him, he naturally hoped that Bai Shu Yuan and the others could quickly end the battle and return to Lin City. Is there really no way to kill Badian? Suddenly, the middle-aged man, who had been silent, spoke up. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the screen, where among the countless images, one screen faintly showed the battle between Bai Shu Yuan and Badian. The city lord has already sent back word that there are currently only two ways to kill Badian. The first is to use a more powerful force to extinguish the domain power on Badian. The second is to use extremely profound divine secret techniques to completely obliterate Badian's consciousness. But neither of these methods can be accomplished by Lin City, unless we ask the people from the Mansion City to intervene. At this point, Suan's tone paused, and he turned to look at the middle-aged man who had spoken. He continued, "But you should also know that the people from the Mansion City will not easily send help to avoid us becoming reliant on them." Suan's words caused the middle-aged man to fall silent. He withdrew his gaze from the screen to look at Suan, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent, instead turning his attention back to the screen. He was well aware of what Suan mentioned, to prevent the major cities from becoming dependent. Aside from life and death rescue situations, the Tianqing Mansion City generally would not dispatch rescue forces to the various cities. Of course, on the other hand, the strength of the Tianqing Mansion City itself was also limited, and the opponents they faced were far stronger than Lin City. In such circumstances, it was difficult for them to allocate forces to support Lin City. The reason the middle-aged man expressed those words was more out of unwillingness. After all, during the previous battle with the guards, countless lives were lost in Lin City. In such circumstances, it was not easy to finally block one of the main culprits, the overlord Badian. Naturally, he hoped to kill the opponent, thus avenging those who had died in Lin City. But now, as thoughts swirled in his mind, the middle-aged man once again turned his gaze forward. No matter how unwilling he felt inside, he knew that all he could do now was accept it. However, when he looked at the screen in front of him, the middle-aged man suddenly noticed a purple lightning bolt advancing toward the core area of the beast battlefield. What is that? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he focused on the purple lightning in the video. Who is that? Why hasn't he left the beast battlefield? Instead, he's moving toward the battlefield. Has he not received the order? Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Suan and Jugaku also turned their attention to the screen. The two quickly saw the person the middle-aged man was referring to. This is Su Chen. What's going on? Why hasn't he retreated? Jugaku recognized the identity of the person in the video at a glance, and his expression changed drastically. There's an 8th-tier beast in front of him. This is bad. Just as Jugaku and the others in Lin City noticed Su Chen's movements, Su Chen had already arrived not far from the battlefield. An 8th-tier beast dares to block my way? Looking at the intense battle aura in the distance, Su Chen's gaze swept toward the 8th-tier beast blocking his path. Then, with a flash of dark cyan light, the beast, which had previously appeared ferocious, suddenly seemed to lose all its life force and then exploded with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he moved to the spot where the beast had fallen. The cool breeze blew, and a black hole quickly appeared, devouring all the flesh and blood of the beast. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's ear, destroying the essence core of the 8th-tier beast, the Earth Rock Flood Dragon. Compensation, Divine Intent plus 1052, destroying the flesh of the 8th-tier beast, the Earth Rock Flood Dragon. Compensation, Vitality plus 2500, destroying the body of the 8th-tier beast, the Earth Rock Flood Dragon, which was killed in an instant. Compensation, Azure Dragon Martial Body plus 750, destroying the unwilling head of the 8th-tier beast, the Earth Rock Flood Dragon. Compensation. Feeling the increase in his vitality, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued to step forward. This was because the two major martial arts schools in the City Lord's Mansion had issued a notice to withdraw from the beast battlefield, prompting all human martial artists to choose to leave. In this situation, the beasts that had originally been hiding began to emerge from their hiding places and become active. Some beasts that had received news of the Overlord Badian began to block human martial artists from leaving the beast battlefield, aiming to inflict some damage on the human race. For this reason, Su Chen had encountered quite a few beasts like the Earth Rock Flood Dragon blocking his path along the way. However, due to his increased cultivation, it was now difficult for ordinary beasts to be his opponents. Even 8th-tier beasts like the Earth Rock Flood Dragon could not withstand the Azure Dragon's Eye technique activated by the perfected Realm of Eye of the Gods. With just one move, it had already fallen into an illusion and, without realizing it, self-destructed. Stepping forward, Su Chen's figure moved like a gentle breeze, continuing toward the battlefield. He had already seen the commotion of the battle in the distance, and it wouldn't be long before he reached the site of the conflict. Just as Su Chen effortlessly ended the battle and prepared to continue to the battlefield. Inside Lin City, in the Tianqing department, Jugaku and the others who were watching the surveillance video were now standing frozen in place with expressions of disbelief. In the monitoring hall, the three of them stared blankly at the distant video, their expressions frozen, their eyes filled with disbelief. Jugaku stood in place, watching the scene in the distance, hesitating for a long time before ultimately failing to voice his thoughts. The sight before him was simply too astonishing. The enormous beast in the image was unmistakable to him. It was an 8th-tier ferocious beast, the Earth Rock Jiao Dragon, undoubtedly a strong contender among the ferocious beasts. Even in the entire battlefield of ferocious beasts, it was a dominant presence. In fact, there were specific records of beasts like the Earth Rock Jiao Dragon, which had already broken through to the 8th tier. Within the Extreme Path Martial Hall, Jugaku prided himself on the notion that even he might not be able to defeat this 8th-tier beast in a short time, let alone kill it. Someone like Su Chen, who could slay an 8th-tier beast in a single strike, made Jugaku feel that even Leijun, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Hall, might not be able to achieve such a feat. Could it be that Su Chen has already broken through to the 9th-tier martial artist realm? After a long while, Jugaku finally regained his composure, gazing at the battlefield now reduced to ruins, murmuring to himself. The disbelief in his eyes had yet to fade. Although the constantly updated points leaderboard had made Jugaku aware that Su Chen's strength was no longer what it used to be, The saying goes that hearing is false while seeing is believing. Until he truly witnessed Su Chen in action, Jugaku's perception of him remained at the level of a 6th-tier martial artist. But now, he had seen Su Chen slay an 8th-tier beast with a single strike. The impact of this scene was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. He shouldn't have broken through to the 9th-tier martial artist realm yet. Jugaku's voice roused Suan and the other two, who were also in shock. Upon hearing Jugaku's words, Suan instinctively spoke up. Although he hadn't clearly seen Su Chen's movements, he could still tell that Su Chen had likely not broken through to the 9th-tier martial artist realm. After all, he had seen 9th-tier martial artists before, whether it was the city lord by Xu Yuan or the heads of the two major martial halls. They were all 9th-tier martial artists, and once one breaks through to the 9th tier, their martial way would completely merge with their form. While Su Chen in the image displayed immense strength, he clearly lacked that aura of unity between man and Tao. Therefore, he was certain that Su Chen had not yet broken through to the 9th-tier realm. Then how did he achieve this? Jugaku instinctively asked upon hearing Suan's words. The image of Su Chen's strike had caused Jugaku to lose his basic judgment. After hearing Suan's words, he instinctively inquired. Following Jugaku's question, the man in purple, who had remained silent and was the second in command of the Thunder God Martial Hall, finally spoke up. This should be a divine intense secret technique? The middle-aged man in purple furrowed his brows, his eyes seemingly flickering with the image of Su Chen slaying the Earth Rock Jiao Dragon. Although Su Chen's movements had been swift, and the Earth Rock Jiao Dragon had not put up any resistance before suddenly exploding, the peculiar battle process still revealed much to the purple-clad man. That should be the power of the divine intense secret technique Eye of the God. At this moment, the middle-aged man in purple had a dim look in his eyes, desperately recalling the battle scenes of a powerful individual who had mastered the Eye of the God secret technique. He was comparing those battle scenes with Su Chen's recent combat. After the comparison, he quickly concluded that the battle secret technique Su Chen had likely used was indeed the divine intense secret technique Eye of the God. Divine intense secret technique? The purple-clad man's words left Jugaku and Suan momentarily stunned. Then the two began to search their minds for information related to this secret technique. Although neither had practiced this technique, as top-tier divine intense secret techniques, both had some understanding of it. Perhaps from the battle scene of Su Chen just now, the two did not notice this point, but after the reminder from the man in purple, they quickly thought of this secret technique. Combining it with Su Chen's battle performance, they both nodded in agreement. It really could be the secret technique Eye of the God. As soon as the words fell, Jugaku seemed to suddenly remember something, and his eyes brightened instantly. Wait, the divine intense secret technique Eye of the God? Based on the power Su Chen displayed just now, he might have already perfected this secret technique. If that's the case, can he not extinguish the consciousness of the Overlord of the Sky with this secret technique? As he spoke, excitement appeared on Jugaku's face. He no longer cared why Su Chen had mastered the Eye of the God's secret technique or how he could perfect it in such a short time. At this moment, all he could think of was one thing: if Su Chen had truly perfected that Eye of the God's secret technique, could he then extinguish the consciousness of the Overlord of the Sky and slay him? If it really is the perfected Eye of the God's secret technique, perhaps it can indeed achieve that. Suan, standing aside, nodded in agreement. But what if it isn't the perfected Eye of the God? Compared to Jugaku, Suan was much calmer. Divine intense secret techniques are always strange and powerful. Although Su Chen killed an 8th-tier ferocious beast with it, showing immense power, it is still uncertain whether he has perfected this secret technique. The strength difference between an 8th-tier and a 9th-tier ferocious beast is enormous. Being able to slay an 8th-tier beast does not mean one can extinguish the consciousness of a 9th-tier beast. For now, we should contact Su Chen first. Suan squinted slightly, looking at the monitoring screen ahead, then turned to Jugaku. Although he had never met Su Chen, he was aware of the situation regarding him. Suan knew that Su Chen was a genius warrior from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Therefore, it was naturally best for Jugaku to contact Su Chen. As Suan looked at Jugaku, the man in purple, the second in command of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, also turned to Jugaku. In his gaze, there was an involuntary hint of expectation, because from Su Chen, he saw the hope of slaying the Overlord of the Sky. This was something he had longed for. So at this moment, when looking at Jugaku, his eyes unconsciously carried such emotion. Under the watchful eyes of Suan and the middle-aged man in purple, Jugaku began to contact Su Chen. During this process, Jugaku himself felt a bit excited. After all, if it could be confirmed that Su-chen had perfected the Eye of the God's secret technique, it would mean that slaying the overlord of the sky became a feasible task. This was a tremendous joy for him, and indeed for the entire Lin city. Whoosh, 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 the wind howled around him as Su-chen moved forward like a bolt of purple lightning. After slaying the 8th-tier ferocious beast, the Earth Rock Flood Dragon, no other beasts could block his path. In this situation, Su-chen naturally wanted to head straight to the battlefield. However, he had not walked far when he suddenly frowned, then stopped and looked at the storage equipment on his hand. Someone is contacting me? A hint of confusion flashed across his brow as Su-chen took out his phone from the storage ring. Since he arrived at the Ferocious Beast battlefield, very few people had contacted him, as being in the Ferocious Beast battlefield itself carried certain risks. Everyone knew this, and knowing that Su-chen had gone to the Ferocious Beast battlefield, anyone who wanted to contact him would naturally be very cautious. Even this time, Jugaku contacted Su-chen directly because he had confirmed through the Tianqing monitoring video that Su-chen was currently in a safe state. Is it Supervisor Zhuge? Looking at the caller displayed on his phone, Su-chen wondered, what does he want to contact me for? Although he was puzzled, Su-chen quickly answered the call. As he picked up the video call, he soon saw Jugaku, dressed in a gray long robe, appear on the screen. What puzzled Su-chen was that there were two other men standing beside Jugaku, who seemed to be of equal status. Is Supervisor Zhuge not at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? With just one glance, Su-chen confirmed that Jugaku was not currently at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Within the hall, Jugaku's status was second only to Lei Zhan, making him the undisputed second-in-command. Apart from Lei Zhan, there was no one else in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall who could match Jugaku's status. The fact that two men of equal standing were beside him naturally indicated that Jugaku was not at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall at that moment. Su-chen, you finally connected, Jugaku said with a smile as soon as he saw Su-chen answer the call. His face filled with joy. Beside him, both Suan and the middle-aged man in purple also wore smiles, though their expressions also showed a hint of tension. After all, whether they could slay the overlord of the beast realm hinged on this conversation. Supervisor Zhuge, may I ask why you are looking for me? Su-chen furrowed his brow, puzzled, as he looked at Jugaku's changing expression. He did not understand why Jugaku wanted to contact him, nor did he grasp the reason for Jugaku's change in demeanor upon seeing him answer the video call. It's like this, Su-chen. I believe you have received the order from the two major martial arts halls and the city lord's mansion to withdraw from the beast realm battlefield. Upon hearing Su-chen's question, Jugaku's expression became a bit more serious. He looked earnestly at Su-chen and continued to explain. The reason for this order is that there has been a change in the beast realm battlefield. The city lord, along with the two hall masters and the inspector, has surrounded the overlord of the beast realm, and there has been an unexpected incident with the overlord, Ba Tian. As Jugaku explained, Su-chen quickly understood the reason behind the order from the city lord's mansion and the two major martial arts halls to withdraw from the beast realm battlefield. Just as he had suspected, it was indeed an unexpected incident during the siege of Ba Tian by Shu Yuan and others, because Ba Tian has used the power of the Flame King to attain an immortal body. Even though the city lord and others are stronger than Ba Tian, they still cannot kill him. There are only two ways to kill Ba Tian. The first is to use absolute power to extinguish the Flame King's strength, and the second is to use divine secret techniques to eliminate Ba Tian's consciousness. The reason I suddenly contacted you is that I discovered in the Tianqing surveillance video that you used a divine secret technique, so I wanted to confirm whether you have perfected that Eye of the God technique. Due to the urgency of the situation, Su-chen's circumstances were related to the battlefield whereby Shu Yuan was engaged in combat. Therefore, as soon as the video call connected, Jugaku wasted no time and quickly informed Su-chen of the situation. After finishing, he looked at Su-chen with anticipation, hoping to hear the answer he wanted from him. Suan and the middle-aged man in purple, as the deputy of the city lord's mansion and the second-in-command of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, also hoped to hear confirmed news. After all, this would mean that the task of slaying the overlord of the beast realm had become a feasible possibility. Eye of the God technique? Su-chen murmured softly after hearing Jugaku's explanation. Although he had not personally encountered the Tianqing system, he was somewhat familiar with it. After listening to Jugaku's explanation, Su-chen finally understood why Jugaku had suddenly contacted him. It turned out to be because he had used the Eye of the God technique. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su-chen looked at Jugaku on the other side of the video and quickly gave an affirmative response. I have indeed perfected the secret technique Eye of the God. As soon as the words fell, Su-chen could clearly see the change in Jugaku's expression. In an instant, joy appeared on his face, along with Suan and the man in purple standing beside him. If it weren't for the many storms they had weathered over the decades, they might have been unable to contain their cheers. Yet even so, joy was evident on their faces. At this moment, Suan could no longer hold back and said, "Quick, ask Su-chen if he can go to the battlefield and use the Eye of the God's secret technique against the Overlord of the Sky." After he spoke, Suan looked at Jugaku with eager anticipation. If he could get a definite answer this time, it would make him even happier than his current breakthrough to a 9th-tier warrior. Hearing Suan's words, Jugaku was about to ask. However, Su-chen had already given an affirmative answer. Rest assured, as a person from Lin City, I naturally have an obligation to slay the ferocious beasts. After he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Su-chen's eyes. Although he had been heading straight for the battlefield, he had some doubts about whether his strength could intervene in the battle and change the outcome. At this moment, after hearing Jugaku's explanation, Su-chen was even more eager to head to the battlefield. As he said, as a member of the human race and a person from Lin City, he felt it was his duty to slay the Overlord of the Sky, one of the culprits causing chaos in Lin City. In that case, I will head to the battlefield and slay the Overlord of the Sky. After he spoke, Su-chen immediately hung up the phone and headed towards the battlefield. As Su-chen hung up the phone, on the other side within the Tianqing department, Jugaku and the others could no longer contain their excitement and cheered aloud. It's actually true. Su-chen has really perfected the Eye of the God's secret technique? This time, slaying the Overlord of the Sky is hopeful. This beast still dares to be arrogant. Let's see if it can still be so arrogant later. This time, let it know the consequences of offending the human race. In their excitement, Suan seemed to think of something and quickly said, I will notify the city lord to hold back the Overlord of the Sky and not let it escape. When Su-chen arrives at the battlefield, let it know what doomsday means. As he spoke, he began to contact Bai Shu Yuan, who was far away in the ferocious beast battlefield. On the other side, Jugaku and the man in purple quickly quieted down upon seeing this scene. After all, the Overlord of the Sky was not dead yet, and it was still too early to celebrate. As Suan began to take action, in the core area of the ferocious beast battlefield, Bai Shu Yuan and the others looked coldly at the increasingly arrogant Overlord of the Sky in the distance. Bai Shu Yuan, you guys wanted to slay me, right? Why are you starting to disperse the human race? Ha ha ha, are you scared? The Overlord of the Sky, still a massive figure like a mountain, spoke with a voice that sounded like thunder, echoing over a great distance. The sound of the tremor was felt strongly by Bai Shu Yuan and the others not far in front of it. Seeing that Bai Shu Yuan and the others had made several full-force attempts without being able to kill it, the Overlord of the Sky became even more arrogant. In its view, Bai Shu Yuan and the others had no way to deal with it, even though Bai Shu Yuan and the others were stronger. In front of its immortal body, as time passed, the outcome of victory ultimately belonged to it. As it thought of this, it seemed to see the result of victory in its eyes. If I can eliminate Bai Shu Yuan and the others in one go, then the Flame King will surely reward me better. With this, I might be able to step into the realm of kings in one fell swoop. At this moment, the Overlord of Domination had already begun to envision the future. Perhaps at first, it had some regrets about using the power granted by the Flame King, which caused it to lose its original cultivation strength. But after experiencing the battle with Bai Shu Yuan and the others, and seeing the stronger Bai Shu Yuan and his companions helpless against it, the Overlord had completely accepted the fusion of the Flame King's power. In its view, its initial decision was entirely correct. At this moment, only joy remained in its heart, with not a trace of regret left. Overlord, don't be arrogant, one day I will kill you, said the hot-tempered Lei Zhan, unable to hold back his words in the face of the Overlord's arrogance. Meanwhile, Bai Shu Yuan and the others looked at it with cold expressions, remaining silent, as they understood that at this moment, speaking held no meaning, for as the Overlord had said, they truly had no way to kill it. To argue would only make them seem desperate. Although they did not respond to the Overlord, inside, Bai Shu Yuan and the others were already burning with rage. When they looked at the Overlord, their eyes were filled with coldness. If looks could kill, perhaps their gazes would have already torn the overlord into 1,000 pieces. I wonder if the retreat of the Lin City warriors went smoothly. If it did, we should also withdraw, Bai Shu-yuan thought, glancing at the others. Despite their greater strength, they had all sustained some injuries under the overlord's reckless attacks. Realizing they had no way to kill the overlord, he did not want to prolong the battle any further. Once he confirmed that the Lin City warriors had exited the beast battlefield, he was prepared to end the fight and leave. Sigh. Just as this thought arose in his mind, Bai Shu-yuan unconsciously sighed. As the lord of Lin City, he naturally did not want to see the plan against the beasts end so hastily. However, given the current situation, he felt utterly powerless. While thinking this, Bai Shu-yuan prepared to contact Suan, who was far away in Lin City, to confirm the retreat status of the Lin City warriors and determine whether they should withdraw. Just as he was about to contact Suan, he suddenly received a message from him. Hold off the overlord, Su Chen has perfected the divine intent secret technique and is on his way here? Feeling the message transmitted through the communicator, Bai Shu-yuan almost thought Suan was joking with him. After all, as the city lord, he knew the situation of the Lin City warriors better than anyone. Besides their group, there were no other 9th-tier warriors, and even 8th-tier warriors were few and far between. In such circumstances, the chance of encountering someone who had perfected the divine intent secret technique, which was even rarer than 9th-tier warriors, was already slim. Not to mention, this person who had perfected the technique was someone he knew. Su Chen? Is this a joke? How could he possibly perfect the divine intent secret technique? Thinking back to when he had seen Su Chen not long ago, when he hadn't even practiced the technique, Bai Shu-yuan felt Suan was playing a prank on him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Bai Shu-yuan was about to respond and scold Suan for being short-sighted. But then, a scene inexplicably flashed through his mind. A new message transmitted by Suan, directly entering Bai Shu-yuan's consciousness through the communicator. In the vision, Bai Shu-yuan saw Su Chen facing an 8th-tier beast. The scene shifted rapidly, and soon Bai Shu-yuan was confronted with a shocking sight. Looking at the inexplicably dead 8th-tier beast before Su Chen, Bai Shu-yuan's thoughts began to waver. Unconsciously, he started to believe what Suan had said. Could it be that Su Chen has truly perfected the Eye of the Gods secret technique? As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Shu-yuan instinctively looked up at the nearby Lord Badian. Su Chen is on his way here, no matter what. I must hold him off first. A flash of determination crossed his eyes, and at that moment, Bai Shu-yuan no longer pondered the authenticity of Su Chen's mastery of the divine intent technique. He only wanted to stall Badian and wait for Su Chen to arrive. After all, if this news were true, then he could completely eliminate Lord Badian when the time came. The temptation of this outcome was simply too great for him. Lei Zhan, Si Kong Ji, Luo Xuancha, heed my command, attack, and slay Badian. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shu-yuan took the lead, brandishing his sword and charging towards Badian. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a sword that pierced the heavens and the earth, its shadow reflecting across the sky, visible even from a distance. Seeing Bai Shu-yuan suddenly take action, Lei Zhan and the others were momentarily stunned. They did not understand why Bai Shu-yuan would act so suddenly, especially since for the immortal Badian, killing him multiple times would be meaningless. Instead, it would only increase their own consumption. Yet, despite their confusion, upon witnessing Bai Shu-yuan's move, they instinctively chose to act. Thunder from the heavens, blazing sun vast, setting sun over the long river. In an instant, their grand attacks fell upon Lord Badian like a torrent of meteors. The sudden turn of events left Lord Badian momentarily taken aback. However, facing the overwhelming attacks descending upon him, Beishan's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he spoke fiercely. Ha ha, Bai Shu-yuan, this is merely a dying struggle. As he spoke, Beishan's figure swayed, and without any defense, he charged straight towards Lei Zhan's direction. After some time in battle, Badian had already determined that Bai Shu-yuan and the others could not harm him at all. Therefore, when faced with attacks that could kill him, Badian was unwilling to resist at all. He charged towards Lei Zhan with a reckless disregard for his own life, fully intent on inflicting damage on Lei Zhan even if it cost him his own life. Flames burning the heavens, endless flames erupted around Badian, who then charged towards Lei Zhan without evasion. The boundless flames scorched the void, making Badian appear as if he were a primordial Holy Spirit transformed from divine fire. Boom! Boom! boom, the intense sounds echoed. And under the scorching flames, even the air began to distort. An infinite might surged forth with the flames, heading straight for Lei Zhan. Just as the flames were about to strike Lei Zhan, Bai Shuyuan and the others' attacks landed on Lord Batian first. Boom! The violent sounds rang out. And under the sword energy and thunder that fell like a galaxy, Lord Batian could only hold on for a brief moment before his body exploded, crashing to the ground. Watching the fallen Lord Batian, who had died once again, Lei Zhan's expression turned grim. This beast, relying on his immortal body, only knows how to play this exchange of injury for injury. As he spoke, he looked at his robe, although Bai Shuyuan and the others had acted swiftly, killing Batian in an instant. Baishan's counterattack before his death had still managed to injure Lei Zhan. While the injury was not severe, it was still a humiliation for Lei Zhan. After all, even though they had killed Batian, for someone who had achieved immortality, that injury meant nothing. He would recover completely in a short while. Although his injuries were minor, they were real, and if they accumulated like this, they could even harm his foundation. This was also the reason for Lei Zhan's grim expression. Deep in thought, Lei Zhan looked at Bai Shuyuan with confusion and said, "Why are we suddenly going to strike down this beast again?" His gaze was filled with doubt. After all, since they had confirmed that Batian had achieved immortality, they had changed their battle strategy to focus on delaying rather than engaging directly with Batian, because in that case, they would only suffer losses. Moreover, they had recently agreed to end the battle once all the human warriors withdrew from the beast battlefield. Now, Bai Shuyuan suddenly launched an attack, which naturally raised questions in Lei Zhan's mind. Besides Lei Zhan, Sikong Ji and Luo Yan also looked at Bai Shuyuan with puzzled expressions. Although they had followed Bai Shuyuan's lead, they too did not understand his reasoning for doing so. "The reason I suddenly attacked is because," Bai Shuyuan spoke lightly, a hint of joy unconsciously appearing on his face. After confirming that Su Chen had mastered the Divine Intent secret technique and was about to arrive, his mood improved significantly. As he was about to explain to Lei Zhan and the others, Bai Shuyuan seemed to sense something suddenly. His expression shifted, and he spoke mysteriously. "Forget it, there's no need for me to say much, you'll understand the reason soon. Now, follow me and continue attacking Batian." With his smile reined in, Bai Shuyuan's gaze returned to the distant Batian, who had just died but reappeared not far away after a burst of flames. "Batian, die for me," a cold voice echoed, and then Bai Shuyuan, holding a long sword, charged at Batian once more. In an instant, boundless sword energy surged forth, enveloping everything around them. With the confirmation that Su Chen had achieved the perfect realm of the Divine Intent secret technique, they were confident they could kill Batian. Bai Shuyuan finally stopped hiding and displayed his full strength. As he swung his long sword, a sword shadow resembling a galaxy soared into the sky. The overwhelming sharpness could be felt even from a great distance. Ordinary 7th-tier beasts, and even 8th-tier beasts, could not even muster the strength to resist under this pressure. The human warriors of Lin Chang, who were retreating from the beast battlefield, turned back in unison to look at the distant battlefield. Is the city lord making a move? What powerful strength! Such a level of swordsmanship! Is this the strength of the city lord? The city lord is magnificent. What strong swordsmanship, with such strength! I fear I could never reach it in my lifetime. Who is the city lord fighting against to unleash such a powerful attack? As they witnessed Bai Shuyuan's actions, countless human warriors in the beast battlefield expressed their astonishment. Even Lei Zhan and the others, who still held doubts in their hearts, did not hesitate and immediately turned their gaze to Batian. Thunder descends. River of confinement. Blazing sun in the sky. Various techniques were unleashed by Lei Zhan and the others. Some used confinement techniques to prevent Batian from escaping, while others launched attacks to quickly kill Batian again. Just as Bai Shuyuan and the others poured their full strength into facing Batian, Su Chen had already arrived at the outskirts of the battlefield. Looking at the grand scene of battle in the sky, Su Chen's expression was calm. Is this the battlefield? Observing the flickering traces of battle not far away, Su Chen said lightly, "Batian, I'm coming." With those words, Su Chen transformed into a purple lightning bolt and rushed toward the battlefield. As Su Chen was on his journey, a change began to manifest in his pair of eyes. A faint azure light started to rise within Su Chen's gaze, and with this transformation, two ethereal shadows of azure dragons appeared, flickering between his eyes. A noble and powerful aura erupted from Su Chen's gaze, as if proclaiming the majesty of the Azure Dragon deity. Behind the shadows of the Azure Dragon, there seemed to be a vast blue lake, reminiscent of a boundless river. Upon closer inspection, that lake bore some resemblance to Su Chen's Dantian, the Purple Realm. Bai Shu Yuan, do you think this will kill me? Ha ha, you underestimate the power of a king too much. Go mad, go hysterical. It won't be long before you are all killed by me one by one due to your exhausted strength. After resurrecting from the attacks of Bai Shu Yuan and others, the Overlord of the Heavens did not show the slightest restraint. Instead, it became even more arrogant, laughing as it looked at Bai Shu Yuan and the others. Ha ha, leave your last words, then go die. Endless killing intent and madness filled its eyes. At that moment, the Overlord of the Heavens seemed to envision the scene of killing Bai Shu Yuan and the others. Leave last words? I think it should be you who leaves last words. Just as the Overlord of the Heavens was being arrogant, a cold voice suddenly resonated from not far away. Azure Dragon's Eye. Boundless illusion. As Su Chen's voice fell, a dazzling azure light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then, like lightning, it shot towards the Overlord of the Heavens. After listening to Zhuge Ke's introduction of the situation here, Su Chen did not hesitate at all. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he immediately activated the perfected secret technique of Eye of the Gods to its limit, unleashing the Azure Dragon's Eye. On the other side, the Overlord of the Heavens, with a wild expression, instinctively turned to look at Su Chen upon hearing the sudden voice. Who are you? Frowning, the Overlord of the Heavens looked at the suddenly appearing figure, confusion hidden deep within its eyes. It could not understand who this suddenly appeared Su Chen was. It could not fathom how this seemingly weak human dared to speak so boldly to it. Seeking death, anger surged within, and the Overlord of the Heavens was about to strike at Su Chen when it suddenly saw a blinding azure light shooting towards it. The moment it saw this azure light, the Overlord of the Heavens' expression froze. Soon, this azure light, like a laser, struck the Overlord. Instantly, countless images flashed through its mind, as if it were a revolving lantern between life and death. Endless memories began to surge in its heart, from when it was just born, crying for nourishment in its mother's embrace. There were also memories of its growing strength, hunting other tribes under its mother's guidance, even slaying humans. As time passed, it grew stronger and eventually became a dominant force. Within the entire jungle, no beast dared to trespass on its territory, and even humans did not dare to step into its domain. Time flowed, and it continued to grow, becoming more powerful. However, gaining some things often meant losing others. During its gradual growth, its mother, who had always accompanied it, began to age, until one day, when faced with a powerful human warrior, in order to protect itself, its mother ultimately sacrificed herself. Since then, it was left alone, surviving by itself, continuously repeating its past life. In addition to the repetitive training to grow stronger, it also had another goal: to become even more powerful and one day avenge its deceased mother. Just as fierce beasts attacked cities, humans died, and countless people regarded fierce beasts as monsters. In the eyes of fierce beasts, humans were the same existence. In the eyes of some awakened fierce beasts, humans were their greatest enemies, because so many of its kin had died at the hands of human warriors. The Overlord of the Beasts, Ba Tian, originally had little feeling towards humanity. It merely regarded them as a special kind of powerful beast. However, at the moment its mother died, Ba Tian's perspective changed. It began to see humanity as its enemy. From that point on, Ba Tian specifically targeted humans, especially their warriors. Whenever it encountered a human warrior, Ba Tian would take the initiative to strike, killing them to avenge its mother. Yet, despite having killed many human warriors, Ba Tian was acutely aware of one thing: it was still weak and lacked the strength to kill the human warrior who had slain its mother. To seek revenge, it needed to grow stronger. Driven by this pure obsession, Ba Tian's power continuously increased, step by step, evolving from a weak 5th-tier beast to the level of a 9th-tier beast. It gradually developed formidable strength. Of course, during this process of growth, Ba Tian also came to understand many things. It realized that above the 9th-tier beasts were even more powerful king-tier beasts, and it became acquainted with the Flame King. It learned that humans were not like them. They had their own unique tribes and possessed great strength. Within its own tribe, there were even many beings whose power rivaled or surpassed that of king-level warriors. In this context, the Overlord of the Beasts became increasingly cautious. It slowly submitted to the Flame King, hoping to leverage the Flame King's strength to enhance its own. At the same time, it sought a protector for itself. As the blue light reflected in Batian's eyes, its mind was suddenly overwhelmed by endless memories, leaving it frozen in place. In the battlefield of the beasts, upon seeing the sudden appearance of Su Chen, Lei Zhan's expression turned to one of shock. Instinctively, he shouted, "Su Chen?" Having recently seen this talented youth from his own martial arts school, Lei Zhan naturally recognized him. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that Su Chen should not be here. According to the situation, he should have already exited the battlefield of the beasts. Just as Lei Zhan was in disbelief, Si Kongji, standing beside him, seemed to have discovered something. He looked in shock at the frozen Batian. "Is this the perfected realm of the divine intense secret technique?" As he spoke, Si Kongji unconsciously turned his gaze to Su Chen, disbelief filling his eyes. After all, in this world, there were fewer beings who could cultivate the divine intense secret technique to perfection than there were 9th-tier warriors. Yet now, Su Chen had clearly not broken through to the 9th-tier warrior realm, yet he had already perfected the divine intense secret technique. This was hard for him to believe. That's right, it is the perfected realm of the divine intense secret technique. Just as Si Kongji doubted his own eyes, Bai Xiu Yuan, standing not far from him, suddenly smiled and said, "It is precisely for this reason that I urged you to attack Batian." As he spoke, Bai Xiu Yuan's gaze shifted to the massive form frozen in place not far away, then turned to Su Chen, his eyes unable to hide a hint of admiration. To be able to cultivate the divine intense secret technique to perfection at Su Chen's age was a talent that not even Lin Cheng could match. Even within the Tianjin prefecture, few could compare. Bai Xiu Yuan's words confirmed Si Kongji's earlier speculation, and upon hearing Bai Xiu Yuan's affirmation, Lei Zhan, Si Kongji, and Luo Yang were all momentarily stunned, turning to look at Su Chen in disbelief, especially Lei Zhan. His expression at this moment was like the changing faces of a traditional performance from the past. His face shifted continuously, looking extraordinarily vivid. He has already perfected the divine intense secret technique so quickly? Looking at Su Chen, and recalling that he had practiced that Eye of the God secret technique for many years, only achieving a minor success, Lei Zhan's heart nearly shattered at this moment. Alright, now is not the time to be surprised. The urgent matter is to think about how to deal with Batian. Although Su Chen has controlled Batian now, it has not been killed yet. Looking at the astonished faces of the others, Bai Xiu Yuan, who had been prepared and appeared calm, spoke up. Su Chen achieving the perfected realm of the divine intense secret technique and coming to join the battle was indeed good news. But Batian had still not been killed. Just as Bai Xiu Yuan was preparing to discuss with Lei Zhan and the others how to kill Batian, on the other side, Su Chen had already stepped forward, arriving beside the Batian Lord, and then swung his long knife, beginning to dismember the Batian Lord's body. Poochie! The sound of the long knife cutting flesh echoed as bloody chunks were sliced off from the Batian Lord by Su Chen's cleaver. The chunks then fell into the black hole that appeared beside Su Chen, destroying the blood and flesh of the 9th-tier ferocious beast, Flame Batian Bear. Compensation for vitality plus 3,200. Destroying the blood and flesh of the Flame Batian Bear trapped in an illusion. Compensation for vitality plus 3,300. Destroying the blood and flesh of the mutated ferocious beast, Flame Batian Bear. Compensation for the Azure Dragon martial body.